Your parents were famous war heroes of Dragon Country, but they mysteriously disappeared 5 years ago after receiving a secret letter. That same night, your fiancé Lu Ruyan teamed up with warriors from Island Country. They killed all 108 members of your family and cut out your organs to steal your kieran bloodline. Your kieran blood has amazing healing powers. Anyone who gets your organs can come back from death. But after you died, you ended up in the deepest level of hell. There, you met the 10 kings of hell who became your teachers. To help you return to the living world and take revenge, they trained you until your body became unbreakable. They gave you eyes that see everything like the ancient god Pangu, a wise and understanding heart, a kieran liver and dragon stomach inside you. Now you're the strongest warrior alive, ready to get your revenge. At the same time, 10 beautiful women with high status heard a voice in their heads: your youngest brother has come back to life. A muddy young man crawled out of the mass grave. You stared in shock, feeling like it was all a dream. Then his eyes burned with endless hatred. Lu Ruyan, you never thought I'd crawl out of my grave 5 years after death. The Lu family's doom has come. And those Japanese who slaughtered my Yi family, I'll destroy every last one of you. None of you will escape this punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong evil energy spread around the graveyard. Then, you heard a woman's cry for help. Help! Lu Feng, stop this. I'm your sister's best friend. A beautiful woman named Mu Xueqing was tied up tightly. Several young troublemakers with dyed hair stood around her. Tonight was her best friend Lu Ruyan's wedding, and she was supposed to be the bridesmaid. But Lu Ruyan's brother drugged her and brought her to this graveyard. Lu Feng smiled wickedly and said, Xueqing, you're so beautiful. Tonight my sister is marrying a Japanese man. Why don't you marry me instead? As he reached for her, Mu Xueqing shouted angrily, Lu Feng. I'm your sister's best friend. How could you do this to me? Lu Feng laughed cruelly. Let me tell you the truth, Xueqing. It was my sister who asked me to get rid of you. What? Mu Xueqing froze, unable to believe her ears. Her best friend actually wanted to kill her. Lu Feng grinned cruelly. Did you really think my sister didn't know you liked that useless Yi Chen? After the Yi family fell, you searched for that loser for 5 years. Too bad he died 5 years ago. As for my sister, she's about to marry a noble from Japan, Mr. Tojo Kanjiro. Since you love Yi Chen so much, go to hell and join him. Yi Chen is dead? No, that can't be true. Mu Xueqing lay on the ground in despair, tears streaming down her face. The Yi family treated your Lu family so well, yet you destroyed them. How could you betray the Yi family? How could you betray Yi Chen? Lu Feng chuckled darkly. Oh, I forgot to tell you one more thing. We threw Yi Chen's body right here in this graveyard. He's buried over there. Lu Feng pointed at the dirt mound, but then saw something he'd never forget. You. Yi Chen? Ghost. A ghost. Lu Feng fell to the ground in fear. 5 years ago, he had buried Yi Chen with his own hands. Mu Xueqing's beautiful eyes widened. Yi Chen, it is you, isn't it? You glanced at the woman, and a name came to mind. Mu Xueqing, what are you doing here? Mu Xueqing was confused. Didn't Lu Feng say Yi Chen died 5 years ago? Then why did he appear at the mass grave? Seeing her beloved covered in mud, her eyes softened. I understand now, Yi Chen. You must have been hiding in the mass grave these 5 years, probably stealing offerings for food. That's why you're buried in dirt. Her heart ached as she looked at him. Yi Chen, stay with me from now on. As long as I have food, you won't need to steal offerings. Come, let's go home. At the word home, your body shook. Anger flashed in your eyes. You grabbed Lu Feng and rushed down the mountain. Before disappearing, you threw a stone that cut Mu Xueqing's ropes. She chased after you, shouting, Hey, Yi Chen. What's wrong? Don't run. Meanwhile, the Lu family mansion was brightly lit with many luxury cars outside. Today was the wedding day of Shanghai's most beautiful woman, Lu Ruyan, and Prince Ruby Guanlong from the island country. Ruby Guanlong looked at Lu Ruyan in her white wedding dress. She smiled sweetly and said, After tonight, Guanlong, I'll be your wife. At this moment, the priest held the Bible and asked, with everyone watching in admiration, Mr. Guanlang by the well, do you take Miss Lu Ruyan as your wife? Through sickness and health, riches, or poverty? Guanlang by the well smiled politely and said, I do. The priest nodded and turned to Lu Ruyan. Miss Lu Ruyan, do you take Mr. Guanlang by the well as your husband? Through sickness and health, riches, or poverty? I. Lu Ruyan started to answer when a cold voice suddenly interrupted, Lu Ruyan. Then, a bloody object crashed heavily into the wedding scene. People looked down and saw a head. Is this a movie prop? Who's playing this sick joke? After a brief shock, no one believed it was a real human head. At that moment, you walked into the wedding with eerie steps covered in dirt and blood. Guests gasped, Who's this? Why is he dressed like that? When Lu Ruyan saw you, her eyes widened in shock. You? How? You were supposed to be dead. Xingxiu, who is he? Lu Ruyan's face turned pale. Lu Guanlong, 5 years ago at the Lu family villa, your own doctor, it's him. Jingbian Lu Guanlong was shocked after hearing this. How can this be? He's actually still alive. Lu Ruyan's mother Wang Sueju didn't know Yi Chen had died. She looked at you coldly and mocked. How did you end up so poor? 5 years ago you wanted to chase my daughter like a toad wanting swan meat. Now look how miserable you've become, you smell terrible. Wang Sueju covered her nose and walked to the bloody head, bringing this thing to scare us? Do you think the Lu family scares easily? But when she clearly saw the head, her body froze instantly. Mom, what's wrong? Lu Ruyan noticed her mother acting strangely. The next second, Wang Sueju's face turned deathly pale. She fell to the ground in terror, screaming, "A head, it's Feng's head." What? Lu Feng's head? Lu Ruyan cried out in shock. Then you walked toward Lu Ruyan. As you passed Wang Sueju, you kicked her hard. Bang! Wang Sueju's body exploded on the spot, dying horribly in front of everyone. The young women who had mocked you earlier immediately fell to the ground in fear. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale. Yi Chen, you killed my mother. You deserve to die. You little monster. I'll kill you. You'll pay for my wife and child's lives. Lu Huai, filled with rage, grabbed a dinner knife and charged at you. You immediately raised your fist and punched bang. Your fist went through Lu Huai's mouth and out the back of his head. The next moment, a headless body fell stiffly to the ground. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in shock. Lu Guanlong, help me kill him. Murder! Murder! Run! The guests had never seen such a scene before and ran away in terror. The guests outside looked confused. It's quite lively inside, maybe it's just a different custom from the island people. Whatever, keep the music playing and keep dancing. At the command of Ibori Guanlong, a wave of fierce killing intent suddenly appeared. Over 100 island warriors rushed out with swords, but they were no match for you. In just 3 minutes, all the warriors were defeated, leaving Lu Ruyan shocked and speechless. Ibori Guanlong kept gasping in fear. Step by step, you walked forward, and the only sound in the wedding hall was your footsteps. When you were about 10 meters away, he completely lost control and pulled out a gun from his pocket. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll shoot. Even if you're a martial artist, you can't stop a bullet at this distance. You smirked. Go ahead, shoot. The guests heard your voice for the second time, icy cold, like the whisper of death from hell. Die. The man by the well, Rub Guanlong, fired his gun with bloodshot eyes. Bang! The bullet shot out. But you simply raised your hand and caught the bullet in midair. Oh my god! He caught a bullet with his bare hands. Is he even human? The shocked guests trembled, their minds going blank with fear. A casual bullet. The bullet flew out and pierced Tojo Kujiro's thigh. Are you a human or a ghost? Leng Qingqiu was completely stunned. A water stain was left in its place. She was scared to pee. Yi Chen, I was wrong. It was all my fault 5 years ago, it was Tojo Kujiro who threatened me. I'm still a virgin. I didn't apologize to you. I love you very much, really. None of this was my intention. Yi Chen, please spare me. I know it's wrong. Leng Qingqiu's body trembled, revealing a pitiful expression. Listen to my explanation. 5 years ago. As long as she made this expression, the man in front of her would definitely soften his heart. 5 years later. In Yi Chen's eyes, there was only endless coldness. Fine, I'll give you the chance to explain. Leng Qingqiu had an innocent look on her face, putting aside the facts. Aren't you at all wrong? Yi Chen. A palm fell. Rumble. The body of Leng Qingqiu, the #1 beauty of the Middle Sea, was slapped into the ground, and a streak of blood gushed out, staining the wedding dress red. Hiss. Hiss. The guests present looked at Yi Chen's back in horror. Why are you digging out my organs? A death-like voice rang out. Tojo Kujiro directly vomited in fear, slapping someone into mush? Is this still a human being? Directly kneeled down and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me, this is all my father's order. I also don't know why. Only know that someone in our island country's blood type matches yours, and your kidney can save that adult's life. So, I dug out your 5 organs and 6 bowels, really. That's all I know. Bang! 5 fingers snapped. Tojo Kujiro's head exploded. By the time the crowd reacted, Yi Chen had long since disappeared without a trace. Yi Chen, don't do anything stupid. Mu Xueqing ran all the way from the mass grave, all the way outside the Long family villa, running and losing her high heels. The soles of her feet were dripping with blood. It was as if she didn't know the pain, there was only one thought in her mind. If Yi Chen dared to go to the Lang family and do something stupid, the Long family would definitely not let him go. Arriving outside the Long family villa. Inside, the lights were on, and the guests outside seemed to be unaware of what had happened. Mu Xueqing didn't have an invitation, she definitely couldn't get in at the front door, and she was worried that Yi Chen had already blended in. Running to a fence, she just climbed up. A cold voice sounded behind her. What are you doing? Mu Xueqing turned around and found Yi Chen standing at the corner looking at himself. This angle, and this posture of her climbing over the wall, I'm afraid that her small inner parts were clearly seen by him. Chapter 4, Yi family? Yi Chen? You're outside. Ah! Her feet slipped and she fell down from the high wall. Mu Xueqing only felt a strong wind blowing by before she was held in Yi Chen's arms. It was gently placed on the ground. Hiss. Hurts. Her feet went soft and she almost fell to the ground. Yi Chen wrapped his arms around Mu Xueqing, placed her on the edge of the flower bed and sat down, grabbing her delicate ankles. The skin was delicate and blowing. What are you doing? Mu Xueqing froze. Yi Chen didn't answer and glanced at the soles of her feet. It was dripping with blood. Yi Chen frowned. You ran over here? Mu Xueqing said without a trace of anger. Who told you to run so fast? Luckily you didn't go in, or else you definitely wouldn't have gotten less of a beating. Yi Chen coldly shook his head. This time, no one can bully me. A little bit of his finger, not minding the dirt, landed on the sole of his foot. Well. Mu Xueqing's body felt as if an electric current had crossed her body. The soles of her feet actually stopped bleeding and didn't hurt anymore. Before she could react, she was picked up by Yi Chen in a princess carry. Turning around, she walked towards the alley next to her. Hey, where are you taking me? Didn't you just say you were taking me home? Oh. The two had just left with their front feet when a dozen army green SUVs stopped outside the Lung family's front door. Dozens of power-suited, inch-haired men rushed in. A country-faced man got out of the car and immediately ordered, notify down, block off all the surrounding streets. Turn off the communication signals here, and check everyone's cell phones. Any videos or photos must not be passed out. Everyone else follow me in. The guests outside were stunned. A man in a suit got up. How dare you guys? Do you know what this place is? Who are you people? I want to file a complaint against you. The country-faced man threw over a business card. This is my business card, you can go complain. After saying that, he walked towards the depths of the Lang family. The crowd came over to take a look at the business card and sucked in a breath of cold air. Director of Martial Arts in Shanghai, Lin Longhai. What's happening inside? Why is this big shot here? After entering the wedding site, Lin Longhai was stunned by the scene before him. Hundreds of island samurai corpses fell to the ground. Long Feng only had one head left. Wang Suiju's body exploded and could no longer be seen in human form. Lang Huhai and Tojo Kujiro's heads exploded. Lang Qingqiu. This number one beauty of Shanghai was reduced to a puddle of blood and mud, making people sick to their stomachs. Dear Lin, I'm afraid the person who made the move is from the martial arts world. And with such ferocious methods, I'm afraid it's a revenge killing. A henchman came over. Nonsense. Lin Longhai glared at the person who spoke, his eyes incomparably grave. The Lung family's people are dead. The problem is that Tojo Kujiro is also dead. This little kid's identity is not ordinary, in case the embassy. A sentence has not yet finished. Son. A roar rang out. The crowd turned around. Only to see a man wearing a kimono, rushing to the front of Tojo Kujiro's corpse. With bloodshot eyes and a twisted face, he roared, Who killed my son? This is Shanghai, Lin Longhai, you must give me an explanation. Where is the murderer? Bring me the murderer. Mr. Tojo, I've just arrived as well. The murderer has yet to be found. Lin Longhai shook his head. Tojo Yuji, an emissary of the island's royal family, enjoyed diplomatic privileges in Shanghai. Bureau Lin have questioned the guests in the inner court one by one. They said that the murderer is a youth. It seems to be that Ji Chen from the Yi family in Shanghai 5 years ago. A henchman came over. Lin Longhai was shocked. Yi family? Yi Chen? 5 years ago, Yi Chen's parents disappeared. The Yi family was wiped out overnight by a group of mysterious people. Hadn't Yi Chen disappeared since then? Dongzhou Yuji immediately shook his head. It can't be him. As soon as he heard the name, he instantly recalled that 5 years ago in the Leng family, the young man whose organs he had gouged out. It was that kid named Ji Chen from the Yi family. He had watched with his own eyes as Ji Chen had his 5 viscera and 6 bowels dug out, and was cut off on the spot. Finally looking for someone to throw to the mass grave. How could a dead man come to his son's wedding and kill him 5 years later? Someone must have impersonated him. Why? Of course Lin Longhai didn't know all this. Dongzhou Yuji did not explain, still shaking his head. I can only say that it absolutely cannot be this Yi Chen. There must be someone else. He could be the Leng family's enemy. He could be my enemy. Only it can't be that Yi Chen. Don't you guys try to fool me. I want to see the murderer before tomorrow morning. If I don't see the murderer, I'll call the Prince Lord first thing in the morning, and it will definitely rise to a diplomatic incident by then. Our island's royal bloodline died in your Shanghai. You Dragon Kingdom give me a hard time. Tojo Yuji had people collect his son, and the bodies of over 100 samurai. Directly ignoring the 3 members of the Lung family, he left. Grass. Bureau Lin, this islander is also too arrogant. A few men from the Martial Arts Bureau cursed angrily. Lin Longhai's gaze fluctuated. No matter what, we have to take care of martial artists killing people. Whether it's a dragon nation or an islander, we must find this person for me before sunrise tomorrow. Bureau Lin, there's no surveillance at the wedding site. This is a portrait based on the descriptions of the guests in the inner court. A man came over and handed over a sketch portrait. Lin Longhai took a look. A youth with a cold face and a slender figure jumped onto the paper. The portrait was very scribbled and even a bit blurry. It wasn't much different from other sketches. Only that pair of eyes, but gave Lin Longhai a sense of contempt for death, as if the painting in front of him is not a person, but a god of death from hell. Half an hour later, the apartment rented by Mu Xueqing. Less than 50 square meters, 1 room, 1 hall, 1 bathroom. The sparrow was small, but all the organs were there. Where's the sofa? The TV also has internet. You take a rest first, I'll go take a shower. Mu Xueqing rushed into the bathroom in a flash, having just been kidnapped at night and lying in a graveyard. The smell of decay was all over her body. Adding to that, running from the graveyard to Lang's house, covered in sweat, it was simply unbearable. Soon, the sound of a shower came from the bathroom. Yichen opened the TV, which happened to be the evening news. Latest news, at 8:30 p.m. in this city, a vicious murder occurred. A thug stormed into the wedding site of the Lang Group in our city. Among the victims were Lang Huhai, director of the Lang Group, Wang Suiju, vice chairman, Lang Feng, general manager, and Lang Qingqiu, president of the Lang family jewelry house. Such a big deal, and with many upper-class people on the scene, it was impossible to hide it. The TV station gets first-hand information and directly broadcasts it in order to grab the headlines. Mu Xueqing was in a hurry to take a bath, didn't even take her pajamas, and came out wrapped in a bath towel after washing. Just in time to see the scene broadcast on TV. 4 black photos of the deceased, occupying the TV screen. Lang Huhai. Wang Suiju. Lang Feng. Lang Qingqiu. Ah! Mu Xueqing exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shocked as she looked at the TV screen. Lang Qingqiu is dead. How is this possible? Isn't today her wedding? Both hands covered her mouth in death. Forgetting to pull the bath towel wrapped around her body. The bath towel slipped. Yi Chen's body shook. Although he had been in hell for 5 years, he was still a pure virgin. Where had he seen such a view? Chapter 5, The Ghost Comes. Mu Xueqing felt that a cool breeze blew by. Covering her chest with both hands, she rushed into the room in a flash. Bang! The door of the room was tightly closed. Inside came a broken voice, Yichen. There is a new towel in the drawer of the washstand, you wash yourself first. The next second. Mu Xueqing seemed to think of something. Oh no, my clothes haven't been taken out. She was ovulating today, her underwear was definitely a mess. In case Yichen saw it, wouldn't it be a shame? Yichen, don't wash it first, wait a moment. Mu Xueqing didn't even have time to put on her underwear, putting on her pajamas and rushing out. The living room was empty, and the bathroom was also empty. Yichen had long since disappeared. Yichen was scared away by me? My figure isn't that bad. The island embassy, the lights were on. Tojo Yuji was sitting in the sofa of his office. Around him stood a group of island samurai, and on everyone's face, there was a stern aura of death. Family master, these people were found by us from a mass grave, they are the punks raised by that cold wind. By all rights, they should have brought Mu Xueqing to the mass grave today to dispose of them, I don't know why, but when our people found them, these few people were already scared silly. A middle-aged island man explained. Tojo Yuji frowned. The yellow-haired few were lying on the ground, their eyes were lifeless, and drool was dripping from the corners of their mouths. Hey hey! Ghost! Ghost ah! Don't kill me! Hey hey! Ghost? Tojo Xiong's eyes glowed red. Clasping the neck of a yellow hair, what ghost? Speak! A choking sensation came. The yellow hair struggled a few times, and a flash of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yichen. 5 years ago, that Yichen who had his organs and bowels gouged out and his eyes gouged out. He. Yellow hair trembled violently, he climbed out of the grave. What? Tojo Yuji sucked in a breath of cool air, his back instantly drenched in sweat. 5 years ago, that young man from the Dragon Kingdom who had his organs dug out had actually crawled out of his grave? How is it possible? He has been scared silly. There is a martial arts technique in this world called turtle breath kung fu, which allows one to remain in the mud and underwater for several hours without breathing. An old voice rang out. Tojo Yuji turned around to see an old islander in a kimono, sitting cross-legged on the floor. His eyes were deep and unruffled. A national treasure katana from the Meiji era rested across his legs. Elder Otsuka, what do you mean? Furukawa Otsuka sneered, there are no ghosts in this world at all, it's all in the human heart. 5 years ago we were in the back of the operating room, we saw that kid break, his organs and eyes were ripped out. 5 years have passed, his body has long since rotted, how could he still be back alive? Someone must have impersonated that kid and killed Lord Kayashiro. Grass. Tojo Yuji also reacted and slammed the table, Baka. Who the hell killed my son? Whoever you are, find me him immediately, I'm going to break him into pieces. The mournful voice echoed in the office. Furukawa Otsuka's eyes narrowed, isn't there still a little clue? What about that woman called Mu Xueqing? The middle-aged island man who had recaptured the yellow-haired few shook his head. Mu Xueqing was not found at the scene. Then go to her home. Furukawa Otsuka's voice was cold, this woman is the breakthrough. He must know the person who supposedly crawled out of the grave. What are you waiting for? Bring that Mu Xueqing back immediately. Tojo Yuji gave a low shout. Zzz. At this moment, the electric lights of the entire embassy flickered madly. A few seconds later, all the electric lights went out at the same time with a bang. Power outage? Someone, go take a look. Tojo Yuji hadn't realized the gravity of the matter yet. Who? Come out. Furukawa Otsuka let out a low shout and stared dead at the office door. Swish. 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 The dozens of samurai inside the office simultaneously had their katanas drawn, their cold auras flashing. In the next second, the office door slowly opened. Under the bleak white moonlight, a young man slowly walked in, the moonlight spread on him giving a feeling of death. Wait. It's you. Hiss. Tojo Yuji's heart almost exploded. Under the moonlight, he saw the youth's face clearly. It was none other than Yi Chen. 5 years ago, that Yi Chen who had his organs and eyes gouged out. He's actually back? Still alive and standing in front of his eyes. You. How is it possible? Are you a human or a ghost? Furukawa Otsuka's eyes narrowed. There's a shadow, he's human. Your Excellency, stop pretending to be a ghost and show your true colors. Giggle. An incomparable sword she chopped out. Almost instantly, Furukawa Otsuka rushed to Yi Chen's body. Wide open, the katana forcefully slashed down towards his head. Dang! There was a crunching sound. A pale hand held the katana in a death grip, unable to move half an inch. You. Furukawa Otsuka was instantly flustered, sweat pouring out of his old face. He was an island martial arts master, even if a grand master came. Wouldn't even dare to catch this blade of his with a hard hand. Not only did the youth in front of him hold the katana with his hand, he actually didn't even shed a single drop of blood? Are you a human or a ghost? Furukawa Otsuka's voice trembled as he began to doubt himself. Yi Chen's wrist exerted force, and the national treasure katana of the Meiji era snapped with a dang sound, holding the half-broken katana and sweeping across the room. You are. Put. Furukawa Otsuka's head lolled and landed on the spot. Ah! Tojo Yuji screamed in terror. The rest of the island samurai, seeing this scene, were also frightened and kept retreating, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This was a sect master of the island nation. How could he die just like that? Yi Chen's death-like voice rang out. 3 questions. First, why did my parents suddenly disappear 5 years ago? Is it related to you islanders? Second, are my parents still alive? Third, why did you dig out my 5 organs and 6 bowels? Was it your personal behavior or was there someone else behind it? You really are Yi Chen. Tojo Yuji sucked in a breath of cool air. You're not dead? How is that possible? Yi Chen shook his head. The answer is no. Taking a step forward, he crossed over all the island warriors in an instant and appeared in front of Dongjang Yuji. Puff. Reaching out, his 5 fingers directly disappeared into Tojo Yuji's stomach. A brand new piece of liver was dug out, steaming hot. A person can still live for 2 hours without a liver. Ah. Don't. Tojo Yuji was completely stunned. Digging out his liver with his bare hands? This was simply the devil. When the other island samurai saw this scene, they even didn't dare to move a step. All of them stood in place and looked at Yi Chen in horror. Young Yi, your parents' disappearance is none of my business. I really don't know why they disappeared. Put. Yi Chen snapped his 5 fingers and crushed the dug-out liver. The 5 fingers once again disappeared into Dongjang Yuji's stomach, digging out a pair of bloodied kidneys. A person can still live for 30 minutes without their kidneys. Yi Xiao. Tojo Yuji was so scared that he knelt on the ground and cowed out frantically. I really don't know the whereabouts of your parents, it has nothing to do with me. I just received orders that a supreme lord in our island nation doesn't have much time and needs to exchange organs to save his life. We have learned that you are carrying Kieran blood, and that your organs and bowels possess an extremely powerful life force. Moreover, Qilin blood is compatible with all blood types in the world, so we hit you with the idea. Yi Chen frowned. Who is the person behind this? I don't know, I really don't know. Dongjiao Yuji shook his head frantically. Tick-tock. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Answer it, put it on speakerphone. Tojo Yuji hurriedly answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, an urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Dongjang Yuji, I just got the news that Yi Chen has appeared. Didn't this kid die 5 years ago? You personally guaranteed something, so why did he still show up? What the hell is going on here? Yi Chen's eyes sank as soon as he heard the voice. Yi Feng? Yi Chen? The person on the other end of the phone froze, then let out a low gulp. Little, you really aren't dead. Chapter 6, Zhenghai, the sky has fallen. The father, Yi Lingyun, was an outcast of the Longdu Yi family. After breaking away from the family, Yi Lingyun, with great talent in martial arts, joined the Dragon Soul Special Forces and made great achievements. Later, during an operation, he met Yi Chen's mother. After retiring, he founded a company in Zhenghai to gain a foothold. For more than 10 years, the family has been living a happy life. Until 5 years ago, on a night of thunderstorms, a secret letter was sent to the Yi family. The parents did not even have time to explain a word to the sleeping Yi Chen and left in a hurry. Yi Feng, by blood, was Yi Chen's cousin. A few years ago, the dragon capital Yi family's old man, Yi Chen's grandfather by blood, had brought Yi Feng to meet him. Yi Chen naturally remembered his voice. I have no grudges against you. Our Yi family and your Long Yi family have long since drawn a line. Why do you still want to harm my entire family? Yi Feng smiled playfully. I'm happy to. You are looking for death. Yi Chen's voice was icy cold. Ha ha ha. Looking for death? Yi Feng laughed out somewhat maniacally. Little have the balls to come over and find me. If you dare to come, I will tell you everything, including the news of your parents. Good, where are you? AO Island, Venice Casino. Okay. Yi Chen clenched his 5 fingers, and the cell phone exploded in response. Half an hour later. Zhenghai Martial Arts Director's Office. Director, something big has happened. Lin Longhai had just written a report and was preparing to hand it in overnight. A henchman rushed in hurriedly, his face full of panic. What's the matter? Did you find Yi Chen? Lin Longhai closed the report in his hand. 175 people up and down the island embassy, all dead. Tojo Yuji's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were dug out, and both of his eyes were hardened and gouged out and stomped out. Even Furukawa Otsuka was also killed by someone chopping off his head with a knife. What did you say? Lin Longhai stood up in shock. Every word from his men was shocking to the eyes. He roared and bellowed. Say that again. Furukawa Otsuka is an island grandmaster. How could he be dead? Or had his head severed by a single slash? The henchman repeated. Lin Longhai sat back in his chair, muttering under his breath, now the sky is falling in Zhenghai. The island envoy died in the embassy, ha, cool. But exactly who did it? Could it be, is it really Yi Chen? Dragon capital, inside an opulent mansion. A middle-aged man hurriedly came and stood outside an ancient door. Dad, he's back. Who? Yi Chen. A movement rang out in the room, followed by a rush of footsteps. An old man with a shocked face pushed open the door to the room. Who did you say? Yi Hongye replied, latest news, a person who looks like Yi Chen appeared at the wedding site of the Lung family in Zhenghai, killed someone and left. Yi Zhenbei's eyes fluctuated. Hasn't he been missing for 5 years? What's the point of coming back all of a sudden? Dad. This little came back just in time. Yi Hongye's gaze was gloomy. That Yi Lingyun has caused our Yi family so much misery. If it wasn't for this little who suddenly disappeared 5 years ago, he will definitely end up like that Yi Lingyun. My suggestion is to capture him and send him back to the people there. Yi Zhenbei frowned. Do you really hate their family that much? How can I not hate it? Yi Hongye gritted his teeth in death. If it wasn't for Yi Lingyun's refusal of that marriage contract back then, how would the Yi family have fallen to this? This faked his death to get away from the Yi family. Why did he make a great achievement again? It's not even if your own family is ruined after being discovered. And even dragged our Yi family into this. The debt Yi Lingyun owes, shouldn't we let this little person pay it back? Alas. After all, it is the Yi family blood. Yi Zhenbei let out a long sigh. Dad. This matter you do not care. Anyway, you have not cared about things for many years, leave it to me. Yi Hongye turned around and left. This little, I must let him die. At the same time, the border of the Dragon Kingdom. A Wolf Country airplane was forced to an emergency stop and landed at a nearby airport. When the people on the airplane walked down, all the Dragon Kingdom people present were stunned. My God, the Empress of the Wolf Kingdom. Why is she here? Over the Pacific Ocean, a super airliner was flying. In the same airspace, the passengers inside another airliner suddenly glanced outside and were stunned. My God, what do I see? The other passengers and flight attendants looked towards the outside of the airplane. At a glance, their jaws dropped. Oh, sell the cake. Could it be the Lord of M traveling? There were actually dozens of M country's Falcon fighters escorting the super airplane outside. Tick-tock. Inside the superjet, the sound of a satellite phone rang out. A blonde woman answered the phone. Hey, senior sister, you said. What? You've been stopped at the Dragon Kingdom border? Junior sister is heading towards Austrian Island? Okay, I know. Hanging up the phone. Give me an immediate change of destination to Austrian Island. Tonight, I must see Little Master. This night, the top echelons of Zhenghai, Dragon Capital, Wolf Country, and M Country were shaken. No one knew what was going on. It actually made such a big commotion. AO Island, International Airport. A civilian airliner flew in from Zhenghai, XH-9540 preparing to land. Tower received, please reply. Everything is normal, landing is allowed. The staff at the tower looked at the XH-9540 airplane within the big screen. Suddenly, the staff's eyes locked onto the top of the airliner. Wait. My God, what is that? A person. It's a person. XH-9540, there's a man standing on top of your airplane. What? How is that possible? The captain was confused. You're not kidding, right? The plane is flying at supersonic speed. What kind of person can stand on top of it? Iron Man? I'm not kidding. Land immediately. I'll notify the airport maintenance personnel. By the time the maintenance personnel arrived at the scene, the people on top of the airplane had long disappeared without a trace. All the crew and passengers, all under control. Must find out who pulled the prank. Through the layers of investigation, there were no passengers, and none left their seats. It's even more unlikely that the crew is standing on top of the plane. Field manager, this is the photo taken by the tower, because it's urgent, so I typed it out on the printer. A tower crew member ran over, handing over a printed black and white photo. All the crew and passengers looked over. In the blurry photo, a youth stood with his hands behind his back. The clouds behind him were printed against the backdrop of black clouds. It was as if the god of death had descended. AO Island, Venice Casino. The casino was not open tonight, yet it was still full of guests. Simply because today is the king of gamblers' youngest daughter, Angela Zhou's 18th birthday. All kinds of top-rich businessmen, celebrities, big stars, chairmen, and company executives gathered. Zhou Anqi was dressed in a gorgeous evening gown, wearing jewelry worth over $100 million on her neck and hands. Angle, you are so beautiful. Princess Angle, you are simply beautiful. Amidst the countless congratulatory voices, Zhou Anqi responded politely one by one with a smile on her face. Suddenly, bang! The door to the party venue was kicked open. An ice-cold voice rang out, "Yifeng, I'm coming." Chapter 7, The Waste from 5 years ago. Swish! Countless celebrities at the scene turned around and looked towards the gate. No one heard Yi Chen's words clearly just now. Instead, everyone's gazes locked onto Yi Chen at once. Who is this person? Dirty all over, like he hasn't bathed in a few years. Ha! Stinks. Some of the celebrities covered their noses, their faces full of disgust. The head of security quickly reacted and sank his face and shouted, "What are you guys doing? What kind of occasion is this? How can you let this beggar in? Don't blow him out." A dozen security guards stepped forward, ready to blast Yi Chen out. When they were still a meter away from Yi Chen, a force exploded. The dozen or so security guards were sent flying out, fainting on the spot. What's going on here? The guests present froze. Practitioners? A slightly fat man in the crowd came to be interested. Next to him, a man of about 40 asked, "What is this brother's name?" "My name is Yang Hu, I'm an executive of Baifa Securities Company." "How do you know he's a practiced fighter?" The slightly chubby man smiled, "My name is Wang Dafu, I'm from the mainland, and I like to watch some of the ring matches in my spare time." This hand of the person in front of me is obviously an internal energy externalization, a tactic only available to martial arts practitioners. Oh. Yang Hu nodded his head thoughtfully. "I usually watch Muay Thai matches, the fist-to-flesh kind, but I've never seen a mainland ring match." Say, is there really such a thing as internal energy externalization? Wang Dafu smiled mysteriously, "Of course." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. "Kid, how dare you?" A young man with gold-rimmed glasses walked out of the crowd. "Dare to make a move here? Do you know what place this is?" The gazes of the crowd gathered over. Yi Chen shook his head. "None of your business, get lost." The young man with the gold wire glasses enjoyed this feeling of being in the limelight and cleared his throat. "Kid, do you know who I am? I'm the barrister of Hong Kong Island elite law firm." Pointing his finger at Yi Chen's nose, "Now, immediately, right away, squat down and hold your head with both hands. Otherwise I'll keep suing and make you sit at the bottom of the jail." Noisy. Click. Only a crunching sound was heard. The arm of the young man with the golden glasses snapped on the spot, the bone piercing through the flesh and blood and stabbing out. "Ah!" The youth with gold silk glasses screamed miserably and lay on the ground in pain. "My hand. You are very serious willful injury. Kid, I'm going to sue you too." Noisy. Yi Chen stomped down, and the head of the youth with gold glasses exploded on the spot. It was crisp and clean. This scene scared many people into vomiting on the spot. How had they ever seen such a bloody scene? Hiss. Yang Hu sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his face pale. "Boss Wang, do you have this kind of situation in your mainland ring matches?" Wang Dafu shook his head in shock, constantly gulping down saliva. "No. Haven't seen it before." "Yi Chen, it's you?" A young man beside Zhou Anqi was full of surprise. He had just spoken to Yi Chen on the phone in less than 2 hours. He simply didn't expect Yi Chen to arrive so quickly. "Yifeng?" Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. After not seeing him for 5 years, Yifeng had changed a lot. So at first Yi Chen didn't recognize him either. Hearing the voice, he instantly locked onto Yifeng beside Zhou Anqi. "Where are my parents?" "Kid, I'm fooling you, I don't even know the whereabouts of your parents, ha." Yifeng mockingly laughed. "Stupid. You still really believe it, huh? Seek death." Yi Chen's face was icy cold. Rolling a strong wind towards Yifeng. "Busangpa, waste him for me." A sardonic smile surfaced at the corner of Yifeng's mouth. Behind him, a man in a suit took a step out and blocked in front of Yifeng. Zira. There was a crack. The suit on his body instantly turned into fragments, revealing bronze-colored muscles all over his body. Mummy-like bandages were wrapped around his hands and feet. Kusampa, the Muay Thai grandmaster of the Elephant Kingdom. My god, why is he working as a bodyguard for someone here? Yang Hu exclaimed. Everyone looked at him. Wang Dafu sucked in a breath of cold air. That Muay Thai Grandmaster Gu Songpa who started boxing in Southeast Asia in 1987 and has been unbeatable all his life? That's him. Yang Hu nodded his head excitedly and looked at Yi Chen pitifully. This kid kicked a steel plate. One sentence had not yet finished. He saw Gu Songpa slamming his fist at Yi Chen. Young man, kneel down for Yi Xiao. Yi Chen raised his hand, clasped Gu Songpa's fist, and violently exerted force. Gu Songpa's arm was torn off. Ah! Gu Songpa screamed miserably, backing away in shock. What are you? Yi Chen didn't bother to answer, and with a punch, the ancient Muay Thai Grandmaster's head exploded like a watermelon. Dryly. Holy. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air, looking at Yi Chen in horror. Killing people in the modern world, is this kid a human or a ghost? Gu Songpa. Yi Feng's sweat gushed out all of a sudden, trembling as he looked at Yi Chen. How is it possible for you to be a ghost? 5 years ago, you were clearly still a waste. How could you have the strength to kill a martial arts grandmaster? Click. Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped Yi Feng's neck, raising it high. A choking sensation came. I'm going to ask you one last time, you really don't know the whereabouts of my parents? Yi Feng's face turned red. I really don't know. Sorry, I don't believe you. Yi Chen grabbed Yi Feng's arm and yanked hard. Zira. An arm was ripped off on the spot. Ah! Yi Feng let out a pig-killing scream, and his body trembled even more crazily. The guests present were frozen in fear. Tearing a person's arm off hard. This was simply more horrible than torture. Wang Dafu, who thought he had seen a lot, could only keep sucking in cool air when he saw this scene. Zhou Anqi was even more frightened and kept backing up. Her world was like a blank sheet of paper. How had she ever seen this kind of scene? You still have 2 thighs and an arm. We are not in a hurry. You still have 3 more chances. So think before you answer. The moment Yi Chen's words left his mouth. Hiss. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. Frightened, they kept backing away. Many women covered their mouths to prevent themselves from crying out. The person in front of them was no different from the evil spirits that crawled out of hell. Yi Feng was almost scared to death and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Yi Chen, please spare me. I really don't know the whereabouts of your parents. Zira. The other arm was torn off. Ah. I don't know. Zira. A thigh broke and blood gushed out. Ah. Yi Feng let out a miserable shriek, his entire body trembling madly. I don't know. I really don't know. Yi Chen nodded slightly. It seems that you really don't know. The expressions of the crowd were a little strange. Crazy. This Yi Chen is absolutely crazy. Ah. Second question, how did you collude with Tojo Yuji? Who wanted my organs? Chapter 8, Senior Sister Strikes. Yi Feng replied in a trembling voice, I only know that you have kieran blood in your body, so when Tojo Yuji asked me to try to find a suitable kidney in the Dragon Kingdom, I directly told him about you. As for the whereabouts of your parents, I really don't know. Yi Chen, that's all I know. Yi Feng said it in one breath. Qilin blood? Yi Chen frowned. This was the second time he had heard this word. What does it mean? Yi Feng replied in horror. I don't know, this is what my dad told me. It seems to be related to your mom. Really, that's really all I know. Tick-tock. A ringtone sounded from Yi Feng's jacket pocket. Yi Chen took out his cell phone, displaying the word dad. Pressing the speaker button. Fenger, where are you now? That Yi Chen has appeared, but this kid has been missing for 5 years, and seems to have learned a powerful martial arts strength. You come back immediately now and bring back Gu Songpa. I need him to fight. Yi Hongye's grave voice rang out on the phone. Yi Chen spoke icily. Gu Songpa is dead. Yi Hongye froze. Who are you? Why do you have my son's cell phone? Wait. What did you say? Gu Songpa is dead? Yi Feng shouted. Dad. Save me. Fenger. Yi Hongye's face changed drastically. Yi Chen? You are Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled playfully. Yi Hongye, congratulations, you guessed correctly. Yi Hongye cursed furiously. Little, what have you done to my son? If you dare to harm a hair on my son's head, I will make sure that you die without a burial place. That's going to disappoint you. Yi Chen stuffed his cell phone back into Yi Feng's jacket pocket. Grabbing Yi Feng's last thigh. Zira. Ripped it off on the spot. Ah. Dad. It hurts so much. Son. Yi Hongye on the other end of the phone was filled with fishy red eyes, roaring with incomparable anger. Yi Chen, what did you do to my son? Grass. You speak. Grass. 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 Yi Chen threw Yi Feng, who had been reduced to a human swine, to the ground. Finally, he spat out a sentence. Yi Hongye, I will go to Dragon Capital to find you. If I find out that my parents' disappearance has something to do with the Longdi family, I will slaughter the Longdi family, leaving no one behind. The people present were all frozen in fear. Slaughter the Dragon Capital Yi family? How dare he say such words? Wang Dafu trembled. Dragon Capital Yi family, this is a heavenly behemoth. Yang Hu lowered his head in horror. The next second. Bang! A foot stepped on Yifeng's chest. Directly piercing through, Yifeng's heart and cell phone exploded on the spot. Fonger. What's wrong with you? Speak. Hey. On the other side of the phone, only Yi Hong's impotent roar remained. The entire Venice casino was as quiet as the end of the world. Everyone held their breath and stared at the death-like youth. In addition to shock. It was still shock. Yi Chen looked around, sorry for disturbing everyone. You guys continue, goodbye. The corner of Wang Dafu's mouth twitched, he is quite polite. Just as Yi Chen turned to leave. Young man, I don't care who you are, after coming to my AO Island territory, spoiling my daughter's birthday dinner, and killing 3 people in a row here, do you want to just walk away? The words landed. On the face came a man with a dragon's walk, looking to be in his early 60s. He wore a big back hair and was not angry. King of Gamblers. He actually came. Young, who was startled. The King of Gamblers hadn't shown up for many years, and today he actually appeared for a young man. Wang Dafu nodded his head with excitement. It's really the King of Gamblers. A legend in the gambling world. I never thought we would see him here today. King of Gamblers. I'm Miracle Lee from Miracle Venture. It's nice to finally meet you. King of Gamblers, my name is Wu Jianjun. I have 7 shipping companies under me, and I've specially come from the mainland just to catch a glimpse of you. We can cooperate sometime. King of Gamblers, I'm Wang Dafu. A group of tycoons rushed up, even Wang Dafu was no exception. It was as if they had completely forgotten that they had just witnessed Yi Chen kill 3 people in a row. Dad! Zhou Anqi called out. Quickly walking over, she explained what had just happened. I'm sorry, Dad, I didn't handle things well here. The King of Gamblers shook his head. It has nothing to do with you, I already know what happened. This Yi Chen came in by force. More than 300 guards of our casino were wasted by him, more than 200, the remaining dozens couldn't stop him. Everyone looked at Yi Chen in horror. One person beating hundreds of people who broke in? Yi Chen looked at the King of Gamblers, Austrian Island King of Gamblers, Zhou Yunfa? What do you want? Zhou Yunfa snorted and shook his head. Young man, killing people in my place and asking me what I want? In all these years, I, Zhou Yunfa, have never encountered such a situation. An explanation must be given to old me. Just with you people, you can't stop me. Yi Chen shook his head. What if we add this governor? An arrogant voice came out. The crowd turned around to look. Hundreds of special team members with loaded guns were flanking a middle-aged man as he walked in, with explosion-proof shields lined up to protect the middle-aged man. Hundreds of guns were aimed at Yi Chen. Even a martial arts master was bound to be beaten into a sieve. This is Hong Kong Island Governor Yang Xueqing. Yang Hu opened his mouth. Why is he here too? Zhou Dafu was so scared that his body trembled and almost suffocated. The King of Gamblers is the King of Austrian Island. Yang Xueqing is the Governor of Hong Kong Island. These 2 top figures have actually gathered just for this Yi Chen? You guys are really good at this. Yang Hu's mouth was dry. Who exactly is this Yi Chen? Wang Dafu's voice trembled, and he was on the verge of crying in fear. This Nemo was playing too big. Zhou Yunfa nodded at Yang Xueqing. What brings you here, Governor Yang? Yang Xueqing took off his white gloves. I was passing by the neighborhood, and when I heard that someone was causing trouble at Mr. Zhou's daughter's birthday scene, I rushed here at the first opportunity. Don't be afraid, Mr. Zhou. Besides these 300 special team members, there are also 3,000 members of the Flying Tigers outside. Even if this kid is a 3-headed, 6-armed dragon crossing the river, he won't be able to make any waves tonight. Tut. Zhou Yunfa's cell phone rang. The silence in the hall seemed abrupt. Hello, who? Zhou Yunfa had just answered the phone when a woman's voice came from the opposite side. I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it. Release Yi Chen. Release? Zhou Yunfa laughed. Listening to your voice, you are still young. Let your parents come and talk to me. You don't have this qualification. Fine, take the consequences. The woman hung up. Zhou Yunfa didn't take it to heart and was just about to put away his cell phone. Beep. The phone rang again, and several consecutive calls came in. Something big has happened to Mr. Zhou. Our $180 billion in the Bank of M has suddenly been frozen by someone. Something has happened to Mr. Zhou. One of our assets in Europe suddenly received seizure documents. Something's wrong with Mr. Zhou. A $130 billion bridge fund of ours has been frozen. Mr. Zhou, just now dozens of customers suddenly called to exchange chips and investments left in the casino, adding up to roughly $200 billion. What? Zhou Yunfa's eyes widened and he could no longer care about his manners as he yelled down, impossible. Chapter 9, Little Master, don't go away. Dad, what's wrong with you? Zhou Anqi on the side was full of doubts. What happened? She had never seen her father lose his temper like this. Zhou Yunfa's face turned pale, and his hand holding the cell phone trembled slightly. He suddenly remembered the woman's words just now. He was given 30 seconds to think about it. Who the hell is it? 30 seconds can directly put me in a dead end. This is the bottom of my groping and fighting, close to half a century. Just what kind of person has this kind of energy? What now? For so many years. For the first time, Yang Xueqing saw the word panic on the face of the king of gamblers. Zhou Yunfa was worthy of being the king of gamblers and immediately reacted. He took a deep breath and looked at Yi Chen with a complex expression as he spoke. Young Yi, you can go now. The moment these words came out, the entire room roared. Release? What's the situation? Just now, the king of gamblers still wanted Yi Chen's life, but this is only less than 30 seconds, and he actually wants to release him? The celebrity tycoons present whispered. Boss Wang, do you see what's going on here? Yang Hu came over to Wang Dafu's side and lowered his voice. Wang Dafu's eyes flickered. What do you think? Yang Hu wasn't a little cutie. Could it be related to that phone call just now? Of course. And in the entire Dragon Kingdom, those who can change the gambling king's mind with a single phone call can be counted on one hand. Who do you think is behind him? Wang Dafu stared at Yi Chen with a fiery gaze, wanting to memorize this face in his heart. My God! Yang Hu opened his mouth. Yang Xueqing naturally thought of this as well, and he sank his face. Mr. Zhou, letting him go at this? I still have 3,000 flying tigers outside. Together with the people behind you and me, it may not be impossible to touch base with the people behind this kid. Zhou Yunfa's voice was hoarse. Let him go. Fine. Seeing this, Yang Xueqing didn't say much. He told the special team members to make way. Yi Chen had just left with his front foot. Zhou Yunfa's cell phone rang almost simultaneously, and several calls came in. Mr. Zhou, the funds are unfrozen. Zhou Yunfa took a long breath. Gazing intently at the direction Yi Chen had left, what kind of person was this kid in the end? Dad, what's next? Zhou Anqi asked. Zhou Yunfa sulked. Pass the order down. Whoever dares to spread a word about what happened here tonight is an enemy of me. Zhou Yunfa. Contact the elite firm and have their people claim the bodies back with some compensation. Finally, the bodies of Yi Feng and Gu Songpa, use my special airplane to send them to the Long Di family. What the Long Di family would do would be none of his business. At least, Zhou Yunfa did everything within his share. Yi Chen had just left the casino. Drip drip. The cell phone in his pocket rang. This was the spare cell phone he had taken from the coffee table when he left Mu Xueqing's apartment. Hello? Pressing the answer button. Are you really Yi Chen? A middle-aged man's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Yi Chen's brows furrowed. Who are you? Why do you have this number? The middle-aged man's voice was low. My name is Lin Longhai. I'm the director of the Zhenghai Martial Arts Bureau. As for why I have this number, of course Miss Mu told me. At this moment, in the living room of Mu Xueqing's rental house, several men dressed up in the Martial Arts Bureau stood with their hands tied. Lin Longhai sat on the sofa and glanced at the door of Mu Xueqing's room. Two of his men guarding the door of the room. The internet connection in the room had been pinched off, and the windows were sealed. Don't worry, Ms. Mu is safe. Of course, this safety presupposes that you show up in front of my eyes before dawn. Otherwise I'll hand her over, and when she's considered your accomplice, I can't guarantee what will happen. Lin Longhai's voice was cold. Good. I'll be right there. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Lin Longhai didn't expect Yi Chen to agree so crisply, and asked again, did you kill the people from the island embassy? Yes. Yi Chen did not hide anything. What? You? Hiss. Lin Longhai sucked in a breath of cool air. Are you telling the truth? Beep beep beep. The other party had already hung up. Only Lin Longhai was left frozen in place, his eyes wide. Really? This kid has been missing for 5 years, and he's able to kill an island grandmaster? On the other side, Austrian Island International Airport. An old white man hurriedly rushed into a super jumbo jet and smiled at the blonde waiting inside. Grand Princess, your senior brother has already left the casino and is heading this way towards the international airport. Really? Great. The blonde was thrilled beyond measure. Taking out her carry-on makeup bag, she excitedly rushed to a mirror, frantically touching up her makeup. Did I miss my eyeliner? Do I have stuck powder? How does this foundation work? Does one look old? Does this jewelry look too old on me? Wouldn't it be better for me to wear a bow? Do you think junior brother will be happy to see me? Why aren't you all speaking? Are you all mute? The blonde was a bit angry. Because of the group of henchmen in front of her, each and every one of them had their jaws dropped. Like wooden men, staring blankly at themselves. Wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of reaction is this from you guys? Is there something on my face? The white old man gulped, not knowing how to answer. When had the Grand Princess ever reacted like this for a man? If the sons of those super conglomerates knew that they spent tens of billions of dollars to not be able to make the Grand Princess smile. Yet there was a young man from the Dragon Kingdom who had the Grand Princess in this kind of attitude, he would still be alive with jealousy. A henchman walked in. Grand Princess, your young master is here. Great. The blonde almost jumped up in excitement and walked towards the outside of the cabin. In the darkness, a youth quickly crossed the airport's security check. Coming to the front of an airliner flying to Shanghai, he stood on top of the cabin with a leap. Rumble. The airplane took off and went away in the dust. Hey! Junior brother, hey. You don't go. The blonde anxiously kept stomping her feet. Dragon capital, Yi family. Yi Hongye's eyelids jumped violently, his eyes were even red, he dialed dozens of phone calls. Checking on Yi Feng's situation, but unfortunately none of them had news. 2 hours had already passed. A butler rushed in. Mr. Yi, the latest news, tonight, king of gamblers Zhou Yunfa's daughter, Zhou Anqi's 18th birthday, the young master seems to have gone to the birthday party site. However, I used a lot of manpower and resources, and spent a lot of money to contact those who attended the dinner. Even going so far as to use the identity of the Yi family in Longdu to apply pressure, but those people didn't mention a word about what happened at the dinner party and refused to divulge a single word. Hearing this, Yi Hongye instead breathed a sigh of relief. So, Fenger is in Ao Island. In the gambling king's territory, no one should dare to hurt my Longdu Yi family. Then what about the sound of Fenger being tortured? Could it be synthetic sounds? But Yi Chen, this little, and how did he get Fenger's cell phone? This little brat lost his cell phone, a little precautionary awareness, this time back must teach him a good lesson. Causing me to worry for nothing. The old housekeeper shook his head, this old slave does not know. At this time, an underling of the Yi family walked in and reported with a lowered head, Mr. Yi, someone outside is sending a courier from Austrian Island. Express? Bring it in. Yi Hongye was a bit puzzled. Yi family's subordinate explained, Mr. Yi, the courier is quite big, it's 2 big boxes. It was just transported from the airport, it's right in front of the house, the people from Ao Island asked you to personally receive it. Still want me to personally receive it? Go take a look. Yi Hongye followed to the Yi family's front door. A huge refrigerated truck was parked in front of him. Delivering seafood? Open it. Yi Hongye spoke. The staff opened the refrigerated truck, revealing 2 cold coffins inside. Coffins. Yi Hongye's heart trembled with a bad premonition. Like mad, he rushed into the refrigerated truck to open the coffins. Ah! Fenger, no! A heart-rending voice resounded. Chapter 10, Lin Longhai, Seeing Young Yi. Yi Chen returned to Shanghai and came outside the apartment. It was obvious that there were sentries hidden in the shadows. Seeing Yi Chen appear, someone directly took out a walkie-talkie. He's here. Don't scare the snakes, there are still many ordinary people in this neighborhood. Wait for him to come up. All the way to the door of Mu Xueqing's apartment, the person inside opened the door. Yi Chen walked straight in. There were a dozen or so people from the martial arts bureau standing in the living room. Yi Chen swept a glance, his eyes locking onto the door of Mu Xueqing's room. Only after making sure that she was inside did he look at the man in the sofa. Are you Lin Longhai? A young man from the martial arts bureau chortled. Kid, you still have this kind of attitude when you see Bureau Lin? Be polite to me. Alright. Lin Longhai said, all of you get out. Lin Bureau? The martial arts bureau's crowd froze, somewhat hesitant. If what this kid is saying is true, and he killed Furukawa Otsuka, then he's definitely a dangerous. Alright. Lin Longhai directly interrupted, if he really has this kind of strength, the few of you won't be able to stop him. Get out. Yes. The people from the martial arts bureau walked out of the apartment and closed the door. Yi Chen was just about to open his mouth. Lin Longhai, however, jumped up from the sofa ahead of him and took a step to Yi Chen's body. Raising his hands above his head, he knelt down on one knee. Lin Longhai, see Young Yi. Young Yi, you have finally returned. A big man, the hallowed martial arts director of Shanghai, actually looked at himself with eyes full of tears. Yi Chen was confused. Lin Longhai, what are you doing? Lin Longhai hurriedly explained, Young Yi. I know you're confused, but Lin Longhai has received a great favor from General Yi. If it wasn't for General Yi, there wouldn't be me, Lin Longhai, today. My father? Yi Chen suddenly realized, Uncle Lin, get up first. What the hell is going on here? Do you know the whereabouts of my parents? What exactly happened 5 years ago? And where are my parents? Lin Longhai slowly got up and wiped a tear from his eye. His face was incomparably grave as he shook his head. Young Yi, I actually don't know the whereabouts of General Yi and his wife, but I do know a little bit of details. 5 years ago on a night with a thunderstorm, General Yi left after receiving a secret letter. Before leaving, General Yi had asked me to take care of the Yi family. Speaking of this, Lin Longhai's eyes reddened. I felt that something wasn't quite right at that time, and just as I was arranging for people to prepare to protect the Yi family, who knew that the tragedy would happen. Young Yi, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been a step late, this wouldn't have happened. Lin Longhai was blaming himself. Yi Chen shook his head. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that over 100 island samurai would dare to kill the Yi family in broad daylight? Young Yi, in fact, I have been investigating the whereabouts of your parents all these years, and I have finally gotten a little bit of an inkling recently. Lin Longhai's words changed. Oh? Yi Chen's eyes flashed. What did you find out? Lin Longhai's voice sank. When General Yi was in the Dragon Soul, he once went to the island country to carry out a mission. It seems like he offended some people in the island country. At that time, the people from that island country killed the Yi family. I'm afraid it was to avenge the revenge from back then. Moreover, after General Yi left Zhonghai, someone saw them in Longdu the next day. And then later, they boarded a ship to the island nation and finally disappeared completely. Yi Chen's face fluctuated. Could it be that my parents went to the island country? It's very likely. Lin Longhai nodded his head. Over the years, I've always had people searching for clues in the island country and have spent a lot of money and energy to do so. Recently there are finally some eyebrows, just waiting for the final news. Young Yi, there will be an answer within 3 to 5 days at most. Good. Yi Chen was excited. Lin Longhai again seemed to have thought of something. By the way, Young Yi, General Yi explained to me something before he left. If I have the chance, I will definitely pass it on to you. It's just a pity that you disappeared after the Yi family's tragic extermination. I haven't been able to find you in these 5 years. Yi Chen looked at him. What is it? I'll take you there. Yi Chen thought for a moment and looked towards Mu Xueqing's room. Lin Longhai knew that he was worried, explaining that they had used the harmless to people incense when they came. Mu Xueqing was asleep and would wake up first thing in the morning. They hadn't touched anything in the house. People would be sent to keep guarding the entrance to the apartment at night. Yi Chen was relieved and went all the way to the suburban cemetery with Lin Longhai. Lin Longhai had people guard the perimeter of the cemetery. Bringing Yi Chen to an empty tombstone. Young Yi, this is what General Yi prepared for himself after 100 years. There are some things placed inside, saying that he wants you to come and pick it up in person. Young Yi, you can just open the tombstone yourself, I will go and guard around. Finished speaking. Lin Longhai's figure disappeared into the dark night. Yi Chen squatted down and knocked on one of the stone slabs below. Sure enough, it was empty. Lifting the weeds and dirt, he opened it up. Where the ashes were originally placed, a black hiking bag actually appeared. Yi Chen opened the hiking bag to take a look, and it was empty except for a rusty bronze tripod. Antique? Yi Chen carefully studied it for half a day. This tripod was ancient and unusual, with ancient inscriptions carved on it, at least a few thousand years old. Other than that, nothing unusual was found. He took his hiking bag and returned to the foot of the cemetery hill. Lin Longhai immediately extinguished the cigarette in his hand and walked over. Young Yi, did you get it? Yi Chen nodded. Got it. A bronze tripod, gone. Ha! Lin Longhai froze. Yi Chen directly took out the bronze tripod. Lin Longhai took it and looked at it. It seems to be an antique or something like that. What is the meaning of this object? Could it be that General Yi is trying to tell Young Yi that a great man is born as 9 tripods to eat and dies as 9 tripods to cook? Or is it the 9 cauldrons of one word? Or, in case something goes wrong with the Yi family, this object can still be sold for some money? Eventually. Lin Longhai proposed. Yi Xiao, why don't I go and contact a master who appraises antiques? Appraise the value of the antique? No need, I'll keep it for now. Yi Chen shook his head. Since it was left behind by his father, it definitely had its significance. Regardless of whether it was a valuable antique or not, it couldn't be sold, could it? Alright, it's too late now. I prepared a villa for you a long time ago. I'll send you over to rest now. Lin Longhai nodded his head dryly. Everything will wait until the news from the island comes back. Yi Chen inexplicably spat out. No need, send me back to Mu Xueqing's apartment. Lin Longhai froze for a moment. Good. After returning to Mu Xueqing's apartment, Lin Longhai withdrew with all his people, leaving behind a phone number. As long as something happened, feel free to contact him. Throughout the night, Yi Chen was studying the bronze tripod left behind by Yi Lingyun without any gains. It was until the next morning. Mu Xueqing pushed open the door of her room and stretched out and walked out. Ah! Letting out a cry of surprise, dozing off all of a sudden, she stared at Yi Chen in the sofa. Where did you go last night? Suddenly came back without saying anything. Want to scare people to death. Ha! What's this? A tripod? You wouldn't have gone out to get some kind of antique in the middle of the night, would you? Yi Chen shook his head. This is something my father left me. Mu Xueqing froze, her eyes became gentle. I'm sorry, you're hungry after not sleeping all night, right? I'll give it to you to eat below. Running into the kitchen, it didn't take long to bring up a bowl of egg and lean meat noodles. You eat first, I will immediately go to the company now, and you must take a bath today. I've already prepared the clothes for you, they're just sitting in the restroom. After explaining 2 sentences, Mu Xueqing, dressed in a professional suit, hurriedly closed the door and left. After Yi Chen finished his noodles, he picked up the bronze tripod and continued to observe it. When his fingertips scratched over a certain rusty place, his skin was actually cut out. What's going on? Yi Chen was startled. Master Qin Guangwang had given him a Vajra unbreakable body, which was invulnerable to swords and spears. How could it be scratched by a broken bronze tripod? Just as Yi Chen was puzzled, a blood light gushed out. Ah! The pain in his head almost exploded. He fainted on the spot. Chapter 11 Chaotic Cauldron, fusing all things. When Yi Chen woke up again, he actually appeared in a dimly lit space. The surroundings were dark and eerie, as if he had returned to the 18 layers of hell. I'm not going to die again, am I? Being killed by a bronze tripod? No, this is not hell. The aura of the 18 layers of hell was too familiar to Yi Chen. He had spent 5 years there. Here, it was as if it was another space? Just as Yi Chen was puzzled, a cold voice resounded in the void. When chaos first opened, all things merged. Reincarnation of heaven and earth, the beginning of Qiankuan. Kieran divine blood, divine soul revival. Chaos space holds all things. Young man, from today onwards, you are the master of the chaos tripod, and my new master. What the hell? Yi Chen's consciousness was in a daze just as this thought flashed through his mind. When he woke up again, he jumped up from the sofa and realized that the bronze tripod was still placed on the coffee table of the apartment. Dreaming? Glancing down at his thumb, the wound had stopped bleeding. Not a dream? Chaos tripod? Chaos space? What does this mean? The words had just been spoken. Literally, from today onwards, you are the master of the chaos cauldron. Who's talking? Yi Chen was startled as the voice came from all directions. Come out. The voice continued to ring out. Back to my master. I can't come out. My subordinate's divine soul is within the chaos cauldron. My subordinate is using his divine soul to communicate with his master, so the voice resounds directly in his master's mind. Outsiders can't hear it. What? Yi Chen froze. Deadly staring at the bronze tripod on the coffee table, the so-called chaos tripod. It took a while before he accepted this fact. He had gone to all 18 layers of hell and worshipped the 10 great kings of hell. Resurrected after 5 years, it was all true. What couldn't the chaos cauldron accept? You are the divine soul of the chaos tripod? Why did this thing choose me? The chaos tripod replied, destiny. Yi Chen continued, what is the purpose of the chaos tripod? The chaos tripod replied, it can fuse all things. Everything evolves towards a higher level, and the chaos cauldron can accelerate this process. What does that mean? Yi Chen was puzzled. Master, there are some ordinary grasses and trees 10 meters away from you, just pick them and put them into the chaos cauldron. Yi Chen got up and looked around, and sure enough, he saw a few flower pots in the kitchen. Following the chaos cauldron's meaning, he plucked up 2 plants and stuffed them into the chaos cauldron. In the blink of an eye, an incredible scene appeared. After the 2 flowering plants disappeared, a light blue plant appeared in front of him, also emitting a faint heaven and earth aura. Holy! Yi Chen's eyes went straight. How is it possible? A 100-year-old dragon spirit grass. The chaos cauldron said, Master, this side is the power of the chaos cauldron, fusing the spirit of all things. Yi Chen breathed heavily and pulled 2 more plants from the flower pot and stuffed them into the chaos cauldron. The second 100-year-old dragon spirit grass appeared. I'm going to. Yi Chen was truly convinced this time, holding the 2 dragon spirit grasses and stuffing them into the chaos cauldron. One breath later, a bright red ginseng was suspended above the chaos cauldron. A blood ginseng from Changbai Mountain. It's at least 300 years old. My God, Yi Chen trembled with excitement and breathed heavily. These medicinal herbs were extremely rare, they could easily take 200 to 300 years to grow, and they were not eaten by wild beasts and picked by humans. One plant was worth a fortune. He had only used 4 flowering plants and actually cultivated a 300-year-old Changbai Mountain blood ginseng? Wouldn't this be going against the heavens? Chaos tripod. Yi Chen stared dead on at the chaos tripod on the coffee table. Dad, what exactly did you leave me with? For some reason, Yi Chen suddenly felt that perhaps his parents' disappearance was related to this chaos tripod. Moreover, the ability of this chaos tripod was too counterintuitive, and it absolutely could not be known by other people. Yi Chen was thinking about how to hide the chaos tripod. Suddenly, the chaos tripod disappeared. Hiss. Disappeared? Yi Chen was startled and rubbed his eyes incredulously. Could this all be a dream? The chaos cauldron's voice rang out, Master, chaos space, a thought is born, a thought is destroyed. The chaos cauldron's main body has been taken into chaos space by my subordinate. The next second, the eerie and dim space that Yi Chen had seen when he was unconscious appeared in his mind. The chaos cauldron was suspended in mid-air, with a faint grayish-black aura flowing around it. Could it be the chaos chi? Master, the Lord needs a thought from you for this tripod to appear and disappear. Yi Chen tried to do as he was told. Raising his hand, the chaos cauldron did appear in his hand. With another thought, the chaos cauldron disappeared and reappeared within the chaos space. It's quite convenient, by the way. Can it store other things? Of course it can. Chaos space is endless. As long as the Master's divine soul is strong enough, the earth can be included. The chaos sting smiled proudly. Yi Chen's eyes widened. So exaggerated? Just as he wanted to experiment further, a solemn aura came from outside the house. Bang! Of a loud bang, the door of the apartment exploded on the spot. Wooden shavings were scattered in all directions. A group of sturdy men rushed straight in, and a youth with a haughty face rushed at Yi Chen and drank. Crouch down, put your hands on your head, and surrender immediately. Otherwise kill without amnesty. Several burly men lunged towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen punched one by one, fist to fist. Ka ching! Ka chow! Ka chow! A few burly men flew out backwards, their bodies smashing hard against the walls of the apartment, their chests breaking and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The arrogant youth's eyes sank. Kid, you still dare to resist? Seek death. Rolling the strong wind a step forward, landing in front of Yi Chen, a fist smashed into his face. Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped the arrogant youth's wrist, holding it with force. Ka-ching! The arm broke on the spot. Ah! You dared to hurt me! The arrogant youth screamed miserably. Yi Chen kicked him to the ground, the soles of his feet stepping on the arrogant youth's face. A cold voice rang out, "Say, who are you people?" The arrogant youth's eyes filled with blood and struggled fiercely. Grass! Let go of me, kid, you hurt our people, you're dead. No one can save you. Ha! Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of icy death, and the soles of his feet slightly exerted force. The temperature inside the apartment seemed like it had lowered all of a sudden, and an aura of death struck. What are you going to do? The arrogant youth's pupils contracted, completely panicking. Stop! A cold voice rang out, and a man with a country face and a beard walked in. Chen, I told you to bring people out, and this is what you do? He also looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I'm Chen Guofeng, the captain of the Dragon Soul Special Forces Tinglong Detachment. Come with us, we have a few questions for you. The first question, where have you been during the 5 years of your disappearance? Second question, did you kill the Long family? Did you kill the people from the island embassy? Third question, did your parents leave you anything? Especially if there's anything in the photo. Chapter 12, Dragon Soul Special Forces. Yi Chen laughed. What is Dragon Soul? Those who trespass the apartment, die. The foot stomped. Bang! Shen Xian's head directly exploded. Chen Xian. Shen Guofeng was going crazy. He didn't even expect that Yi Chen would dare to kill someone directly. Come on people, take him down for me. If he dares to resist, kill him without amnesty. The other Dragon Soul players surrounded up towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled coldly, looking for death. Raising his leg and kicking one by one, all the Dragon Soul members who rushed up all flew out like dead dogs. Either dead or maimed. Yi Chen, you're ING looking for death. Chen Guofeng stormed out. He was the Tinglong sub-captain at the Grand Master realm. This kid could never be his own opponent even if he had practiced martial arts for the missing 5 years without sleep. With an extremely confident step, he arrived in front of Yi Chen and slammed his fist towards his face. Click! A crunching sound. Sharp pain pulled Chen Guofeng back to reality. He stepped back out with a miserable cry, looking at his arm in horror. My hand, you. It hung down limply. Broken. He didn't feel Yi Chen use any internal energy breath. This kid actually used brute force and broke his arm hard? Was he born with divine strength? Captain, be careful. A Tinglong team member shouted. Chen Guofeng realized that Yi Chen had actually rushed over, and with dozens of flat apartments he couldn't exert himself at all, and could only back away sharply. Bang! The back leaned against the wall. Yi Chen's wrist deadlocked Chen Guofeng's neck, an aura of death spread throughout his body. It made Chen Guofeng feel like falling into an ice cave in the middle of summer. 2 questions, either answer or die. First, do you know the whereabouts of my parents? Are they alive or dead? Second, who told you guys to come to me? Chen Guofeng was bursting with rage, not believing that Yi Chen really dared to kill him. Kid, who do you think you are that you are qualified to ask me questions? No? Then you can go to hell. Yi Chen shook his head. The 5 fingers contracted. You. Chen Guofeng's pupils contracted crazily, and his heart almost stopped beating. Yi kid, stop. Just in the nick of time, a middle-aged man quickly rushed in and grabbed Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen was surprised. Uncle Tang, why are you here? The person who came was none other than Tang Fengwolf. A good friend of his father, he often came to visit the Yi family during the New Year holidays. Yi kid, still not letting go? Tang Fengwang shook his head. Yi Chen swept a glance at Chen Guofeng. Deadly sins can be spared, but living sins cannot escape. With that, he clasped Chen Guofeng's neck and walked to the window of the apartment's corridor. Bang! Throw it down directly. Clang! With a loud bang, Chen Guofeng fell to the ground. This. Shocked, Tang Fengwolf rushed to the window and looked towards the bottom as Chen Guofeng climbed up and fled in a sorry state. He let out a sigh of relief. After all, he was a grandmaster, and at a height of 8 stories, he still couldn't die from the fall. Tang Fengwolf's face was full of excitement. His eyes were a little red as he gripped Yi Chen's shoulders. Yi kid, great. You really didn't die. It's been 5 years, where the hell have you been? Do you know how long I've been looking for you? The entire Dragon Kingdom was almost turned over by me. I even thought you went into that place, just come back alive, great. Yi Chen could sense that Tang Fengwolf was truly worried about himself. How could Tang Fengwolf think that he hadn't gone anywhere? He died on the operating table of the Lang family 5 years ago, and his organs were scooped up. The body was thrown to a mass grave in the suburbs, and the soul entered the 18 layers of hell. Uncle Tang, 5 years ago, my parents suddenly disappeared, and a group of island samurai killed the Yi family. I took advantage of the chaos to escape from Zhanghai, and have been afraid to show my face. Yi Chen casually found a reason. After 5 years passed, I felt I had some strength, so I came back to find the truth. Yi kid, alas. Tang Fengwolf listened to Yi Chen's understatement. 5 years of time was passed over in a single stroke. In reality, how much suffering had been endured and how many crimes had been committed, only Yi Chen himself knew. Yi kid, it's good to be back. Yi Chen's face sank slightly. Uncle Tang, where exactly did my parents go? Why did they leave without even saying hello? Tang Fengwolf shook his head. Yi kid, I don't know about this matter either. Everything was too sudden. This time, I also came to find you on behalf of the Dragon Soul, because the Dragon Soul doesn't know where your parents went either. It's just that I didn't expect that Chen Guofeng and the others actually beat me to it. Speaking here. Tang Fengwolf reacted violently. No, where exactly did you go during the 5 years you were missing? Chen Guofeng is a grandmaster, ranked at least into the top 300 on the world grandmaster list. You actually managed to injure him? A hand grabbed Yi Chen's arm and tested his pulse. Huh? You don't have any internal force in your body? Yi kid, what the hell is going on? Of course Yi Chen wouldn't say that he possessed an incorruptible body. Not even a cannonball could hurt him. Uncle Tang, 5 years ago, I met an old man who took me to the mysterious land. And gave me some medicinal pills, saying that if I took them daily, I would have unlimited strength. Yi Chen casually made up a story. What? Tang Fengwolf was shocked. Mysterious land? Pills? Could it be the Kunlun ruins? It must be the Kunlun ruins. No wonder I couldn't find you in the entire Dragon Kingdom. You were indeed brought into the Kunlun ruins. Those pills, I'm afraid they're the pills that made you so powerful. Yi kid, you've been blessed by a disaster. Yi Chen shook his head. Maybe. Yi Chen. Tang Fengwolf suddenly became serious and spoke solemnly. Join us at Subterranean Dragon, right? Your father used to be a member of Subterranean Dragon. It's best for a son to follow in his father's footsteps. And with the divine power you possess now, you're fully qualified to enter Subterranean Dragon. I'll just make a report with a few leaders, and guarantee a green light all the way. Yi Chen shook his head and refused. Uncle Tang, before my parents are found, I don't have the heart to join the special forces. Moreover, I'm used to being lazy, and I'm not willing to go to the army to be bound by people. Tang Fengwolf felt some pity and wasn't insisting. However, you still need to go with me to Dragon Capital. Someone wants to see you. Who? The Dragon Kingdom's only military god. Yi Chen nodded. Just in time. I am also going to make a trip to Dragon Capital. Noon. Yi Chen, starving, right? I went to buy food as soon as I got off work. I'll cook for you later. When Mu Xueqing returned to the apartment, her eyes were filled with devastation, and there were traces of the fight everywhere. Even the front door of the apartment was reduced to pieces. There was blood everywhere on the ground. Yi Chen. Mu Xueqing did not have time to check the damage and rushed into the room like a madman as several black shadows pounced over. Who are you people? Ah. Meanwhile, Zhonghai International Airport. A super airliner descended, and a blonde woman excitedly rushed down from the plane. Great, I can finally meet Little Master. It's all because of this damnable clearance document. I'm already in the Dragon Kingdom, from Ao Island to Zhonghai, and I actually need approval? Causing me to wait all night for nothing. Now, immediately. Immediately, I want to see Little Master. The words fell. A white butler ran over sweating. Grand Princess, just half an hour ago, Mr. Yi left Zhonghai and went to Dragon Capital. What did you say? The blonde woman was so angry that she jumped up without any regard for her image. Little Master left again? Chapter 13, Dragon Kingdom Military God, Shaoxinghua. Dragon Capital, outside an ancient mansion in the second ring. Before Yi Chen could ask, Tang Fengwolf directly spoke. This is old military god Zhao's house. Old military god is the old boss of your father and I. I can see that you have less dude and more hostility in you these 5 years. In a while one must pay attention to etiquette when meeting the old military god, otherwise your father will not spare you even if he knows about it. Yi Chen nodded. Entering the mansion. There was no imagined carvings and splendor. Instead, it was as simple and low-key as ever. After passing through several moon gates, he came to the deepest part of the Xiao family. Seeing the purpose of this trip. The Dragon Kingdom's military god, Shaoxinghua. 50 years ago, Shaoxinghua rejected the Wolf Kingdom in the north and suppressed Kunlun in the west, and he became famous in the Kunlun battlefield, completely establishing his position as the god of war. There are more than a dozen god of war in the Dragon Kingdom, but only one god of war. Shaoxinghua. Shaoxinghua is already 100 and something years old, but his spirit is still very good. At the moment, he was holding a 4 or 5-year-old little loli in his arms, enjoying the joy of heaven. The moment she saw Yi Chen, the little loli actually unprecedentedly shouted at him, "Daddy!" Yi Chen stiffened in place, being hard controlled for 3 seconds. "Daddy?" Next to him, a woman in her early 20s lost her color. What nonsense! This is Mom's classmate, called Uncle Yi. Yi Chen, long time no see. Dressed in a handmade cheongsam. Concave and convex. Putting the perfect curves on display. Xiao Charan? Yi Chen froze. When he was in high school in Shanghai, Xiao Charan was the class flower of his class, and the two of them were limited to knowing each other. You're from the Xiao family in Longdu? Your daughter? Xiao Charan nodded. Well, this is my daughter. The little lowly revealed her tiger teeth. Uncle Yi is good. Yi Chen nodded. Hello. If it wasn't for the fact that he had never had a woman until now, he really suspected that the girl in front of him was his daughter. Because the two looked too much alike. Ha, so you guys have known each other for a long time. Yi Chen, first time meeting, Xiao Tang has told you everything, right? A loud laughter came. Yi Chen was unassuming. Old military god Xiao, how are you? Xiao Xingguo nodded with satisfaction, his eyes flashed with a touch of gentleness. Not bad, exactly the same as Ling Yun when he was young, it's a pity. Yi Chen immediately asked, Old military god Xiao, what happened to my parents? He spoke out of turn. Is it dragon soul infighting, all someone trying to harm them? Are they alive or dead now? Yi Chen. Tang Fengwolf was startled. What are you babbling about? Xiao Xingguo also froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Yi Chen to ask this. Old military god Xiao, please tell the truth. Yi Chen stepped forward, his eyes incomparably firm. Xiao Xingguo looked at Yi Chen and helplessly shook his head. You and your father's temperament are exactly the same. But Yi Chen, old man tells you, things are not as simple as you think. If it was simply someone who wanted to harm your parents, old me would never have agreed to it either. Old me still wants to advise you that things are in the past. You being alive is the most important thing. What are your plans for the future? If you want to join the army, go into business, or study at a university, I promise to make up for all the 5 years you've lost. But you have to promise old husband one condition: don't pursue your parents' whereabouts anymore. This is also the purpose of old husband calling you here today. Impossible. Yi Chen shook his head decisively. He who gave birth to me, my parents. He who raised me, my parents. If my Yi Chen's parents are unknown in life and death, and I can still live well as if nothing has happened, then I am a son in vain. Regardless of whether my parents are alive or dead, what exactly did they go through, or offended someone who shouldn't have been offended? I, Yi Chen, will definitely track them down and see them alive and dead. Resounding. Throwing his voice to the ground. Xiao Xingguo fell silent. Xiao Charan looked deeply at Yi Chen and silently carried her daughter to the side to play. Tang Fengwolf was directly stunned. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be able to say something like this, and a powerful and incomparable aura erupted from his body. This kind of aura, actually even old military god Xiao could not even vaguely suppress the feeling. Alas, let it be. Xiao Xingguo sighed. Xiao Xingguo still wanted to keep Yi Chen for dinner, but was refused by him, stating that he still had things to do. Looking at Yi Chen's departing back, Xiao Charan's voice rang out. You were the one who said that you wanted to leave him a progeny, and now that people aren't dead, how are you going to end it? Yi kid, what are your plans now? Stay in Dragon Capital for a few more days, I'll have someone take you around? Tang Fengwolf said. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. No need, let's go, to the Yi family. Half an hour later, Tang Fengwolf brought Yi Chen to the main gate of the Yi family in Longdu. A piece of onyx. The entire Yi family was set up as a spiritual hall. The streets outside the Yi family had been blocked off, with all sorts of luxury cars parked that had come to deliver the funeral. Tang Fengwolf's gaze was grave. Yi Feng of the Yi family died. No one knows exactly what happened. It seems like he died on Ao Island, and was sent by the king of gamblers to send the body back. I killed it. Yi Chen spat out a sentence. What? Tang Fengwolf looked at Yi Chen's back in shock, and walked towards the Yi family's gate in large strides. The atmosphere of the entire Yi family was very heavy. The representatives of the major stars, tycoons, and families of Dragon Capital came forward one after another, drawing circles and placing them under Yi Feng's statue. Feng died young. Yi Feng's mother cried and almost fainted. Mrs. Yi's condolences. If Yi Xiao knows in his spring, he doesn't want you to be too sad. Mrs. Yi can't come back from the dead. With the heavenly master from Longmu Mountain personally coming to supersede Yi Xiao will surely be able to reach the ultimate happiness early. Some guests persuaded. Next to him, Yi Hongye did not say a word, his eyes full of blood. From the moment he received his son's corpse last night, he hadn't slept all night. He swore that he would break Yi Chen into pieces to avenge his son's death. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! Yi Chen! I will definitely let you die without a burial place. You're just as damning as your father. You'd better not appear in front of me, or else I. Suddenly, an icy voice rang out. Yi Hongye. You're so sad after the death of just one son? Do you know that more than 100 people in my Yi family died because of Yi Feng? The entire Yi family was dead silent. Even the people playing funeral music stopped and looked over with shocked faces. In the midst of all the attention, a young man walked into the Yi family with his hands behind his back. The moment he saw Yi Chen, Yi Hongye's eyes popped out as he roared like mad. Yi Chen, it was you who killed my son. You little still dare to come to the Yi family? Not bad. Yi Chen admitted decisively, I was the one who wasted Yi Feng's limbs and stomped on his chest in Ao Island. I killed him. It was all because Yi Feng colluded with the islanders and killed over 100 members of my Yi family. Even I was forced into a desperate situation. I only had to take his life alone, you should be thanking me. The surrounding guests were also stunned. Who in the world was this person? How dare he take the initiative to admit that he killed Yi Feng, and even rushed into the Yi family to cause havoc in the funeral hall? And he wants Yi Hongye to thank you? Is this kid trying to go to heaven? You? Yi Hongye almost died of anger, roaring like a mad dog, someone, kill. Kill him for me. At all costs, I want this little dead. Chapter 14, 18 Layers of Hell? I've been there a long time ago. Yi Hongye's words landed. 36 men in black suits, walking with the wind, one could tell that they were all martial artists, surrounded them. Bang! 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 Yi Chen punched one by one, and those who rushed up all died with their chests bursting open. After killing a dozen or so in one breath, the others were so scared that they were in a cold sweat and didn't dare to continue to come forward. The guests present were stunned. Each of the Yi family's guards is a top-notch expert. Almost all of these 30 or so people are retired down soldier kings, and they can't actually block a single move from Yi Chen? Shocked, he looked up. Only to see Yi Chen with his hands in his pockets. Yi Hongye, your son did something wrong and you still want to kill me? I came to the Yi family today for two things. First, my father was abandoned and expelled from the family by you decades ago. From now on, the Longdu Yi family and my Zhenghai Yi family no longer have any relationship. Second, Yi Feng killed more than 100 members of my entire family. I only killed him alone, or for the sake of my parents. Otherwise, no one can stop me from exterminating your entire family. From now on, anyone from the Longdu Yi family that appears in front of me, Yi Chen, kill without pardon. My God! All the guests present, all opened their mouths in shock, their hearts almost exploding in fear. Hiss! Destroy the entire Yi family of Dragon Capital? How dare you say such words? The Longdu Yi family, a family that has existed for over 600 years. With the change of dynasties, the Yi family was still standing, with a terrifyingly strong heritage. How dare a mere kid say such a thing? Crazy! Absolutely crazy! If it was the old man who appeared in front of you, would you also have to kill without amnesty? An old voice rang out. This voice is. All the guests were startled and subconsciously turned back. In front of the stone gate that led to the Yi family's backyard, there stood an old man in a tang suit dressed in black. The Yi family's old man, Yi Zhenbei. Yi Chen looked at this person who was originally his own grandfather. The other party's eyes were devoid of emotion. There was only endless indifference. Yes, anyone, kill without pardon. Including you, Yi Zhenbei. Mamma mia. All the guests present all lowered their heads. They no longer dared to look at Yi Zhenbei's face. Tang Fengwolf walked in just in time to see this scene. Directly confused, Yi Chen, don't talk nonsense, Lord Ye's state scholar is unrivaled, he is the pillar of the country. Yi Hongye was even more furious that his lungs were about to explode, his hand pointing at Yi Chen in death. You have big guts, Yi Chen. You have the bloodline of the Yi family flowing in your body, this is your own grandfather. To actually say such treacherous words, aren't you afraid of going to the 18 layers of hell? Yi Chen laughed coldly, what are you? Kneel down. Yi Hongye's eyes rounded, what, you told me to kneel down? How dare you? Not kneel? Then die. Yi Chen smiled playfully. An extremely cold gaze locked onto Yi Hongye. He was not a martial artist, where could he withstand such pressure? He was scared to death. Pouncing. Actually really knelt. The guests present froze. Yi Chen. Seeing his son kneeling, Yi Zhenbei roared, his pale eyes full of rage, what the hell do you want? You've already killed Yi Feng, isn't that enough? Isn't it, to make the old man kneel down for you as well? Unexpectedly. Yi Chen smiled playfully, yes, as long as you kneel, I will release Yi Hongye. Otherwise, I promise to kill him and make your Yi family completely extinct. Yi Zhenbei's gaze was complicated as he looked deeply at Yi Chen. The next second. Pouncing. Both knees bent. Really kneel down. Elder Yi. The entire room was dead silent, everyone covered their mouths and watched in horror. The brain went blank. Yi Zhenbei spoke with a hoarse voice, is that enough? I'll keep my word. Yi Zhenbei, from now on, my Zhenghai Yi family and the Longdu Yi family no longer have any relationship. Yi Chen turned around and left. Yi Hongye hissed like a broken defense, Yi Chen, you made your grandfather kneel for you, you will go to the 18 layers of hell. Yi Chen was amused in his heart. 18 layers of hell? He had already been there a long time ago. Grandpa? Where was this grandfather when the islanders killed the Yi family and more than 100 people died horribly? Where was this grandfather when he himself was lying on the operating table of the Lung family, with his organs being dug out? The broken body was thrown to the mass grave, no one to collect the coffin. Where was this grandfather? He has seen in hell, this grandfather, never asked. Now he returned from the 18 layers of hell. People who have already died once. Grandpa? Counts for nothing. This time, he will ignore any rules, ignore any power. Except for his parents, anyone can be killed. Inside a certain mysterious office in Dragon Capital, a stunning woman with a voluptuous and shapely figure listened to her men's report and her eyes flickered. Junior brother really did this? Yes. The man nodded his head. The stunning woman sneered, then it's also because the Yi family deserved it. When they gave up on Yi Lingyun in the beginning, did they not think about today? 5 years ago, Little Master's family was exterminated with more than 100 mouths to feed. Doesn't Yi Jinbei know about this? It was about the islanders. They felt that the people were already dead and chose to put things to rest. Didn't even realize that Little Master actually survived, and, ha. My lord, Yi Chen is still in Dragon Capital, do you want to see him? The man said. The stunning woman took a deep breath and slightly closed her eyes. With my identity, I can't see him yet. Otherwise, I should be noticed by the people there again. You go and protect him secretly, if anyone dares to harm him. No need to report me, kill. The man was startled and asked with some uncertainty, anyone? Including the Dragon Capital Yi family? The stunning woman spat out a word without a care in the world, yes. Hiss. The man secretly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. What exactly was so special about this Yi Chen? It was actually worth it for His Excellency to go out of his way to offend the Dragon Capital Yi family. Leaving the Dragon Capital Yi family, Tang Fengwolf's body trembled continuously. With this kind of performance from the Dragon Soul Special Forces, the subterranean dragon sub-commander, one could imagine how shocking what Yi Chen had done was. Yi Chen, you have completely offended the Dragon Capital Yi family today. Yi Chen was calm, so what if I've offended you? Tang Fengwolf looked at Yi Chen and said gruffly, Yi Jinbei is a national scholar, with thousands of disciples and peaches and plums all over the world. By forcing him to kneel, you have offended not only a Longdu Yi family, but an entire huge Yi clan. Your future path is difficult. Unless you join the Dragon Soul, the Yi family's hand can't reach here yet. Yi Chen smiled proudly, so what if I offend the entire Dragon Kingdom? What do I, Yi Chen, have to fear? Tang Fengwolf frowned. This breath, it was too big. Yi kid, what if those people make a move against you? Kill. Yi Chen only had one word. Kill? Tang Fengwolf froze. Before Yi Chen could explain, Mu Xueqing's spare cell phone rang, and an unfamiliar number called in. Your Excellency is Yi Chen? A voice with an island accent rang out. A bad feeling rose in Yi Chen's heart. Who are you? Ha, who am I? You killed my younger brother, Tojo Yuji, and my nephew Tojo Kijiro, who was about to get married, died tragically at your hands. You're actually asking who I am? The other party laughed in anger. Before the sun sets, meet me in the suburbs of Zhenghai, at the mass grave. If I don't see you, this beautiful oriental beauty will have to go to hell to meet our Lord Evil God. Yi Chen shouted angrily, release Mu Xueqing, or else. Tut. The phone was hung up. Tang Fengwolf was filled with doubt. Yi Chen, what's wrong? Yi Chen glanced at the time on his cell phone. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and it would be dark in another 2 hours tops. Tang Fengwolf, borrow your subterranean dragon's airplane. I want to get to Zhenghai before the sun goes down. Be quick. Chapter 15. Who is the prey? On the outskirts of Zhenghai, a mass grave. Tojo Musashi was sitting on his knees, shirtless. A white bandage was tied around his forehead. Behind him is a bizarre altar made of stones. Hundreds of bizarre talismans are drawn in blood. As evening approached, the atmosphere became more and more bizarre. My lord, the sun is about to set, that Yi Chen shows no sign of coming. Has he given up on this woman? An island man in mourning clothes came forward. Tojo Musashi opened his eyes. Half the sun had already set. Bring that woman here, and if Yi Chen fails to show up on time, use her life as a blood sacrifice for my brother and nephew. Hey! The island man replied. Immediately, they brought Mu Xueqing over and pulled off the cloth from her mouth. You guys are kidnapping, it's illegal. Release me immediately or I'll call the police to arrest you. Mu Xueqing shouted emotionally. Kidnapping? Against the law? Ha, naive woman, do you really think that laws are made for people like us? Laws are only means to bind ordinary people. Besides, your dragon country's laws can't control our island country. This island nation laughed maniacally. My lord, the sun is setting. The mass grave that was originally shrouded by the setting sun. It instantly became eerie. Tojo Musashi got up and walked in front of Mu Xueqing. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your friend didn't come, it seems like he doesn't care about your life. In that case, your only role now is to be used as prey to sacrifice my brother and nephew. I will dig out your organs, the best food to offer to the undead. Finished speaking. From his waist, Tojo Musashi pulled out a short samurai sword and slashed open the buttons of Mu Xueqing's suit. Mu Xueqing was so scared that her eyes went black and she fainted on the spot. Tojo Musashi didn't pay any attention to it and prepared to slice open the lining of the suit at the same time. If I were you guys, I would definitely choose to let go of that woman. An icy voice came from behind the crowd. Tojo Musashi looked back and saw a youth with murderous intent slowly walking towards him. Dongjang Musashi's sense of smell was keen, sensing a strong danger. You are Yi Chen? You're the one who killed my brother, Tojo Yuji? Furukawa Otsuka also died at your hands? It's me. Yi Chen directly admitted it. Baka. Tojo Musashi let out a low roar and rushed up like a cheetah, his hands even gripped a katana tightly and chopped at Yi Chen's head. Die, 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 die. Sharp sword chi burst out, even an elephant could be chopped in half. Yi Chen dodged sideways. The blade almost slashed against his shoulder. The strike missed. Tojo Musashi swung his katana across and chopped at Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped Tojo Musashi's wrist, and his shoulder slammed up hard. Zira! A sound of blood and flesh tearing came, followed closely by Tojo Musashi's miserable scream, ah! Hiss! My lord! The other islanders sucked in a breath of cool air, looking at the scene before them in horror. Tojo Musashi's right arm was actually ripped off by the young man from the Dragon Kingdom in front of him, hard. Kill him! Quickly kill him! Tojo Musashi's body spasmed in pain, hissing like a mad dog. 30 or so ambushed island country dead soldiers rushed out, charging over desperately. 2 katanas slashed. Yi Chen took half a step back, his hands snapped towards the front, and with a crunching sound, the skulls of the 2 island dead soldiers were lifted to reveal the white brains inside. Turning around, he grabbed out with both arms, penetrating the chests of the other 2 islanders. With 5 fingers, 2 beating hearts were brought out, beating continuously. Hiss! The other island dead soldiers sucked in a mouthful of cool air when they saw the scene. Yi Chen saw them stop, the corner of his mouth hooked into a deathly smile. Don't be afraid, it doesn't hurt. With one step, he rushed into the remaining crowd, practically like a wild beast, killing madly. Ah! Miserable screams continued to ring out. In less than half a minute, all the dead soldiers all died violently. The corpses were in one piece in the east and one in the west. Tojo Musashi was so scared that he forgot the sharp pain in his arm, and his body was drenched in sweat. Kid, you're a Yokozuna master? It's fortunate that I made 2 preparations, or else I would have really died here today. Turning back, he bellowed, what are you guys still waiting for? Don't make a move yet. Yi Chen had long since noticed that behind Tojo Musashi, there stood 5 topless island men. The 5 men had empty eyes. Hearing this, they pulled out a short samurai sword, and instead of killing towards Yi Chen, they ruthlessly stabbed themselves in the chest. Cutting themselves? Yi Chen was wondering. In the next second, the 5 people actually dug out their own internal organs hard, and after placing them on a makeshift altar built from stones next to them, they fell to the ground and died. Tojo Musashi quickly rushed over and sprinkled his own blood on the altar. Great Lord Evil God, I used the souls of 5 living people to sacrifice to you, please reveal your spirit. Hoo. The entire mass grave was cloudy and angry. The blood of those 5 islanders and Tojo Musashi coalesced together, flowing down the gullies dug long ago in the ground. Looking down from a high altitude, it actually formed the shape of a huge rune paper. The blood mist coalesced in the sky and actually formed a hideous blood-colored figure. Looking down, my most faithful believer, I have received your gift, say it, who do you want me to kill? Tojo Musashi excitedly knelt on the ground, Lord Evil God, please kill this person. Good. The blood-colored silhouette replied, rolling a fishy wind towards Yi Chen and crashing over. Yi Chen stood motionless, looking at the incoming bloody shadow as if he was stunned. Ha, Yi Chen, in front of the Lord Evil God you only have one end, and that is death. Tojo Musashi laughed hideously. As soon as the words fell, the blood shadow had already rushed forward and enveloped Yi Chen. Just when Dongjang Musashi thought that Yi Chen was about to be turned into blood, the blood shadow screamed as if it had seen the most terrifying thing under the sky. Ah! You're not human, who the hell are you? Bang! The blood mist exploded. At the same time, deep within the island's heavenly palace, a temple dedicated to the demon god trembled violently and let out a heart-rending scream, ah! Lord Evil God, what happened to you? A few moments later, a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes anxiously rushed into the temple and knelt on the ground in horror. The offering table in front of him was cracked open and dripping with blood. A hideous figure sat on top of the offering platform. It was much weaker compared to the last time. Tojo Musashi used 5 human lives as sacrifices to summon this seat, and just when I was about to enjoy the feast, I was actually heavily injured by a young man from the Dragon Kingdom. What? The island man's face changed wildly, and he asked incredulously, who is it? To actually be able to injure Lord Evil God. I don't recognize him. The hideous figure shook his head and raised his hand as blood mist surged and coalesced into Yi Chen's appearance. It's him? How can that be? The island man nearly jumped up in shock. What, you recognize him? My lord, 5 years ago when my days were numbered, it was you who found a way for me to replace my internal organs. At that time, we found a person in the Dragon Kingdom who was carrying the blood of the Qilin, and it was this person. The island man gulped down a mouthful of saliva. His body couldn't help but shiver. By all accounts, he's already dead. How can a person not die after having his organs and bowels dug out? But, His Excellency said that he had seen him, could it be that he is still alive? Chapter 16, Junior Brother, finally meet you, Manhwa. On the mass grave. Evil God Lord. How is it possible? Where is evil God Lord? Tojo Musashi trembled madly, his voice distorted in fear. Impossible. Evil God Lord is omnipotent and invincible. Even Lord Emperor is his devotee. You can actually defeat Lord Evil God? How is it possible? Gulp. Dongjang Musashi frantically gulped his saliva. All of this was beyond his knowledge. Yi Chen looked at Dongjang Musashi and walked step by step. That pair of eyes was simply more terrifying than the devil Satan. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Looking at Yi Chen walking over, Tojo Musashi was so scared that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed madly. His head was dripping with blood, and he still didn't stop. You and Dongjang Yuji are family? Does it know who wanted my organs for 5 years? My lord, spare my life. Bang bang bang. The kowtowing was more than that. My parents, did they go to the island? Don't kill me, don't kill me. Bang bang bang. Still kowtowing. Yi Chen frowned and clasped Tojo Musashi's neck. The other party's pupils were lax, and there was only endless fear on his face. Completely stunned. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched. What a waste, a martial arts master of the island nation is actually scared silly. Click. Casually pinched Dongjia Musashi's neck. Turning around, he walked to Mu Xueqing's side, who was still unconscious due to the shock. Undoing the ropes on his body, he carried Mu Xueqing and prepared to go down the mountain, only to see a silhouette quickly rushing over, and it was none other than Tang Fenwolf. When he reached the bottom of the mass grave hill, Yi Chen rushed up to the top of the hill at a terrifying speed, and Tang Fenwolf had a hard time catching up. On the mass grave, there were mutilated corpses everywhere. Internal organs were spilled all over the place. Everywhere was filled with a strong smell of blood. Even though Tang Fenwolf had been to war, he almost vomited when he saw the scene. Yi Chen, what's going on? Are you alright? How is that girl's condition? Yi Chen glanced down at Mu Xueqing. We're fine, these islanders were all killed by me, please take care of it. Islanders? Tang Fenwolf froze. He wanted to ask 2 more questions, but Yi Chen had already hugged Mu Xueqing and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. Back at the apartment, Mu Xueqing still hadn't woken up. Yi Chen checked once and frowned. The stimulation is too much, the soul is unstable. The only way to try it is to try the Ghost Gate 13 needles that he had learned from the 18 layers of hell over the past 5 years. There were no silver needles in the apartment. Yi Chen could only place Mu Xueqing on the bed and lock the door to the room. When he came to the pharmacy downstairs from the apartment, the owner of the pharmacy laughed and shook his head. Young man, where does anyone sell silver needles nowadays? Who needs this thing besides Chinese medicine practitioners? May I ask where they are sold? Yi Chen asked. The owner of the pharmacy thought for a moment and pointed Yi Chen to a clear path. The sacred hand hall should have it. Here. From here towards the city center, the biggest street is it. Thanks a lot. No need to be polite. When the pharmacy owner raised his head again, Yi Chen had already disappeared. Yi Chen arrived in front of the Sacred Hand Church as fast as he could. The ancient doorway with gorgeous carvings, a few apprentices at the door were packing up and were about to close. Yi Chen walked into the Sacred Hand Hall. A middle-aged man greeted him with a smile. Young man, grabbing medicine or seeing a doctor? Yi Chen shook his head. I want to buy a set of silver needles. Buy silver needles? The middle-aged man was stunned. Could it be that this young man could also be a doctor? He couldn't help but remind a sentence. Young man, don't read something on the internet and think you know medical arts. I have my own measure. Okay. The middle-aged man didn't talk nonsense and directly took out a set of silver needles. This set is the most common silver needles, a total of $200. Thanks. Yi Chen nodded his head and was just about to pay. Only then did he remember that he had just been resurrected and had no cash in his hand at all. With a thought, he took out the 300-year-old blood ginseng from within the chaos space and handed it to the middle-aged man. I don't have any cash in my hand, so I'll use this 300-year-old blood ginseng to cover my debt. This. The middle-aged man froze before he could speak. But. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen, I've been watching you for half a day. Are you trying to laugh me to death? Suddenly, a piercing laughter came from the ear. Turning back to look, a demurely dressed woman, holding a man in a suit, walked in. Luli, Yi Chen's high school classmate. She had once chased after him and was rejected by him. Couldn't imagine bumping into each other here. Lily, who is this? The man in the suit asked. Sun Jian, Luli's boyfriend. Luli scornfully swept a glance at Yi Chen. This is the general son of the Yi family I told you about. I don't know what the situation is. 5 years ago the family was suddenly exterminated. Splat. A crunching sound. Sun Jian turned around in surprise, only to see that Luli was already lying outside the main door of the Sacred Hand Hall, a face swollen into a pig's head. Kid, you dare to hit. Bang. Yi Chen kicked Sun Jian out, and he fell like a dead dog next to Luli, a face twisted up in pain. This is the first and last time. Yi Chen's voice was icy cold. If it wasn't for the fear that killing in public would delay saving Mu Xueqing, these two would already be 2 corpses. Turning back, he swept a glance at the middle-aged man from the sacred hand hall, and his tone was icy cold. How much? Go. Don't want money, send you. The middle-aged man swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yi Chen frowned. He dropped the 300-year-old blood ginseng and quickly left. Luli slowed down for a long time before she climbed up, glaring viciously at the direction Yi Chen left. Yi Chen. You wait for me. You deserve to die for your whole family. I absolutely can't spare you. Pulling out his cell phone, hey, cousin, I let someone bully me. The duo left in a sorry state. Just as the front foot left, an old man in a tang suit walked in surrounded by a group of people. The middle-aged man rushed forward to greet him. Elder Wang, what brings you here? Elder Wang's full name was Wang Hernian, a famous old Chinese doctor in Shanghai. Sacred Hand Hall was Wang Henian's property, but it had been inactive for many years. Nowadays, Wang Yinyan, at most, walks around in the upper circles of Shanghai, tending to the bodies of some dignitaries and seldom shows his face. Eat dinner cannot sleep, so come over to see, or miss the time when sitting in the clinic. Wang Hernian smiled. A face of amiability. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he stared dead center at something on the counter. He exclaimed in shock. A 300-year-old blood ginseng. Whoosh! Wang Henian excitedly rushed over and grabbed the 300-year-old blood ginseng left behind by Yi Chen, trembling with excitement. I've been looking for this item. I've been squatting at Sotheby's and Christie's auctions for years without seeing a single plant. Where did you get this from? It's at least 300 years old. If you take it to an auction, it could fetch more than $100 million. The middle-aged man was confused. Could this really be a 300-year-old blood ginseng? That young man traded something worth $100 million for a set of silver needles that cost $200? Meanwhile, Yi Chen had returned to the apartment floor. Suddenly, he didn't feel quite right. There were many powerful auras in the dark. Oh no, Xueqing. With his fastest speed, Yi Chen rushed to the entrance of the apartment that Mu Xueqing had rented. A figure quickly rushed over. Yi Chen was about to strike. The other party, however, revealed an excited smile and jumped into his arms, wrapping her hands around his neck in a death grip. A pair of long and slender to flawless legs were wrapped dead center around Yi Chen's waist. Junior brother, finally meeting you, Mua. A mouthful of hard kisses on Yi Chen's face. Chapter 17, 10th Senior Sister, Grand Princess Aisha. The blonde woman wrapped her arms around Yi Chen at the same time. Shanghai, deep within an ancient mansion. A middle-aged man walked in and knelt on one knee. This kid has been missing for 5 years, and the first place he appeared was the mass grave on the outskirts of Shanghai. Then, he immediately went to the Lang family's wedding site and killed Lang Qingqiu's family of 4. Almost half an hour later, Tojo Yuji was brutally murdered inside the island embassy. The island patriarch Furukawa Otsuka was also decapitated and killed. That night, this kid was suspected to have appeared at the Okashima International Airport. Look at this photo. The man handed over a blurry photo. The man in the photo, standing on top of a civilian airliner, was like a god of death descending under the night. That night, Yifeng died at the Venice casino on Austrian Island. Everyone there was gagged by the king of gamblers. They didn't dare to say a word. Yesterday at noon, this kid appeared in Dragon Capital again, first making a trip to the Xiao family. Then, he made a scene at the Yi family's Yifeng's funeral, completely severing his relationship with the Yi family, causing the Dragon Capital to shake. Yesterday afternoon, this kid went back to Shanghai and appeared to have made another trip to the mass grave. Subsequently, the Dragon Soul's Tang Fenwolf brought people to blockade the mass grave. What exactly happened is not known for the time being. This kid disappeared for 5 years after appearing, all the whereabouts. The man finished in one breath. Respectfully kneeling on the ground, he quietly waited. A few moments later, a voice rang out from behind the wooden screen. It's a bit interesting, this kid is in such a hurry, it seems that he really wants to find his parents' whereabouts. Your Majesty. The voice of the man kneeling on the ground sunk slightly. This son was still an ordinary person 5 years ago, he definitely doesn't know any martial power. Why is it that only a mere 5 years have passed and he possesses the power to kill a Zhongshi-level martial artist? What exactly has this kid gone through? Perhaps, Yi Lingyun really hid something? It's in this son's hands? A cold voice rang out from behind the wooden screen. That would be something to ask him. Have the Black Tiger guards go over and bring this brat back. This. Hiss. Do we need to use the Black Tiger guards? The man kneeling on the ground raised his head violently, his eyes contracting fiercely as he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Who are you? Yi Chen was confused. Looking at the blonde white beauty hanging over him, his brain buzzed. My name is Aisha, I'm the Grand Princess of the Rose Consortium. Ranked 10th among your many elder sisters, you can call me 10th elder sister. 10th? Senior sister? Yi Chen came to a sudden realization. Before he was resurrected, the 10 Yan Wang masters seemed to have mentioned a word about it. He himself had 10 senior sisters who entered the 18 layers of hell after death just like him, and all of them were resurrected in the end. Aisha was still hanging on Yi Chen, a pair of eyes full of laughter. Junior brother has finally met you, let senior sister take a good look. deep and romantic eyes, and this straight nose, wow. This pair of ears are so cute. Mua. 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 Aisha fiercely kissed Yi-Chen a few more times. Yi-Chen was, after all, a man of blood and vigor. Aisha was as white and tender as an angel, and her skin was glowing, hanging on him like an octopus. A man can't stand it. Yi-Chen had a physiological reaction. Junior brother, you're on top of me. Aisha's pretty face reddened all of a sudden. Yi-Chen was a little embarrassed. 10th senior sister, you come down first. Aisha reluctantly came down from Yi-Chen. However, she was still like a little woman, holding his arm. Junior sister, come with me to country. I'll build you the biggest castle in the world, buy you all kinds of luxury cars, airplanes, yachts, I'll give you whatever you want. Yi-Chen shook his head. 10th senior sister, the biggest purpose of my resurrection, besides finding out the real culprits who exterminated my Yi family's entire clan. I also want to find the whereabouts of my parents. Now that the real culprit is still at large, and there is no news of my parents, I'm afraid that there is no way to go to country. Isa was disappointed and pulled Yi-Chen's hand. If you don't go to country, then I will stay in Dragon Country and accompany you every day. A sentence was just finished. Do. At this time, Aisha's cell phone rang. Hey, what's up? An excited voice came from the other end of the phone. My honorable grand princess. Why aren't you back yet? Wall Street is in a mess right now. Someone said that you went to Austrian Island for an inspection, and as a result, a large amount of investment funds flowed into Austrian Island in less than 10 minutes. Someone said they saw you in Shanghai, Dragon Kingdom, and now several large consortiums are holding board meetings, preparing to invest in Shanghai, Dragon Kingdom at the first opportunity. My great princess. Don't you know that the financial center of the world is wherever you are? Please come back soon, those families are in a hurry. Annoying. Aisha hung up the phone. Yi-Chen smiled. 10th sister, it seems like your family needs you. No, I just want to stay by junior sister's side. Aisha shook her head decisively. Her arm around Yi-Chen's shoulders tightened. Yi-Chen was a little helpless. Was he so charming? 10th senior sister, everyone has their own responsibilities. Since you are the grand princess of the Rose family, you have to take on the family's responsibilities. Yi-Chen said seriously. But, alright, when I'm done with the matters at hand, I'll definitely go to country to see senior sister. Yi-Chen revealed a smile. Aisha's eyes reddened, and she kissed the corner of Yi-Chen's mouth with great reluctance. Don't lie to me. You must come. I'll give you my affiliated gold card that can be used by any bank in the world. My little man, feel free to spend it. Aisha left a bright smile and reluctantly left. Yi-Chen sat in the sofa and looked at the black card in his hand. The workmanship was exquisite, diamond encrusted, and the totems of 5 of the world's top consortia were carved in gold on it. Masters are still really powerful. The grand princess of the world's top consortium is actually my 10th senior sister? Thinking for a moment. Put the black card into the chaos space. Walked into Mu Xueqing's room. Mu Xueqing was still in a coma. Yi-Chen undid Mu Xueqing's clothes and stabbed silver needles towards several acupuncture points. Half an hour later, looking at the sleeping Mu Xueqing, the soul has stabilized. As long as it can wake up in the morning, it should be fine. Yi-Chen retrieved the silver needle. Worrying that there would be another change at night, he moved a chair to sit by the bed. Thinking for a moment. Pulling out his cell phone, he made a call out. Uncle Lin, do me a favor. Lin Longhai's voice on the other end of the phone sank. Don't worry, guarantee that everything will be restored to its original state by tomorrow morning. Early the next morning. Ah. Yi-Chen, don't come over, run. Run. Mu Xueqing woke up from her dream and sat up violently from the bed. Yi-Chen opened his eyes. You're awake? Going forward, he grabbed her wrist and carefully took her pulse. Alright, chi and blood are stabilized, the soul is in its place, it's already fine. You? Yi-Chen? Oh, you're fine, great. Mu Xueqing froze, and as soon as she jumped into Yi-Chen's arms, she sobbed. What kind of people are those islanders? They didn't hurt you, did they? Wasn't I in a mass grave? How come I'm home? Yi-Chen deliberately showed a puzzled look. Reaching out his hand, he touched Mu Xueqing's forehead. Is it still not well? What do you mean? Mu Xueqing froze. Yi-Chen explained, there was a gas leak in the house. Luckily the next door neighbor found you unconscious and called the police. You slept for a full day and night before waking up. What islanders? What mass grave? You're hallucinating, aren't you? Hallucinations? Mu Xueqing froze and wiped away her tears. Rushing to get up, she rushed to the living room to take a look. Everything had long since returned to its original state. Even the gate that was shattered by Tinglong's Qin Gofeng's gate and the walls that were blown up were also restored to their original state by Lin Longhai, having someone restore them in one night. Phew. Looks like it's really me who got gas poisoning. Mu Xueqing covered her forehead. Looking down, she realized that she was actually wearing her pajamas. Completely vacuumed up. Between raising her hands and feet, she was hidden. Ah. My clothes. You changed them for me? Don't worry, it's the nurse from the hospital who came back to help you change. People have left now. Yi Chen explained. Only then did Mu Xueqing let out a sigh of relief, and then looked at Yi Chen vigilantly. You didn't take advantage of people's danger and secretly do anything strange to me, right? Yi Chen spread his hands, revealing a bad smile. What should be done and what shouldn't be done have all been done. I have to say, Big Beautiful Mu's body is really good. Why don't we do it again? Chapter 18 Grand Master? One move kills in seconds. Roll. Mu Xueqing threw over a pillow. 10 minutes later, Mu Xueqing changed into a good outfit. Without makeup, her plain face gave off a feeling of blown-out skin. Let's go. Go out for dinner. Mu Xueqing walked over with a big grin, pulling Yi Chen up from the sofa as if she had forgotten everything just now. Yi Chen froze. Didn't you buy food? Going out to eat? Mu Xueqing hummed lightly. The gas in the house is leaking. Cooking in too dangerous. Not cooking at home until it's completely fixed. A smile surfaced at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. This niece was also too cautious. Let's go. Dawdling, are you still a man? This young lady's treat doesn't cost you any money. After all, she couldn't resist Mu Xueqing's soft persuasion and was pulled towards the outside of the apartment. Just a few hundred meters away from the apartment, Yi Chen felt that someone was secretly following him. Suddenly, he found an excuse. Xueqing, my stomach suddenly hurts a little. I'm going to the restroom. Mu Xueqing gave Yi Chen a suspicious look. Really? That's fine, that spot is at the corner of the street in front. I'll go order first. Come find me when you're done. Okay. Yi Chen pressed his stomach and ran towards the alley next to him. Mu Xueqing sighed, her jade hand holding her forehead. Do men just know how to? And she didn't know. The moment Yi Chen walked into the alley, his face instantly turned cold. After just walking a dozen meters, he stopped. All come out. A sound of footsteps appeared at the entrance of the alley. Luli and Sun Jian walked over with bandages wrapped around their bodies, their faces full of anger. They were followed by a brawny man with a dozen or so yellow-haired gangsters behind them. Yi Chen's voice was ice cold. It has nothing to do with you, get lost. Otherwise, die. Luli's face was full of resentment. Yi Chen, you actually dare to hit me? You know that my nose has only just had a medical beauty treatment for less than half a month. One slap and you got it crooked. If I don't break both of your legs today, I won't be surnamed Lu. Cousin, it's this kid, scrap him for me. The brawny man had a tugging look on his face. Little ones, break his 3 legs for me. A dozen or so yellow hairs rushed forward, but they didn't even have the qualifications to touch Yi Chen. All of them died with their brains bursting out. Murder. Luli and Sun Jian's faces instantly paled. They only wanted to teach Yi Chen a lesson. They didn't think that they would cause a dozen lives off. What are you afraid of? It's just a few deaths. Who doesn't have a few lives in their hands as a martial artist? Kid, you're unlucky to meet me. Morning, Biao. The pugnacious man Z-shaped rushed out, 3 steps, 1 foot on top of the wall of the alley, and the whole person jumped up high. Crow on a plane. A sweeping kick came towards Yi Chen's head. Bang! A muffled sound. The brawny man screamed miserably as he flew backwards, one of his legs twisting in an extremely horrifying arc, his head smashing on the ground, his brain bursting. Directly dead. Cousin. Luli was completely stunned. The Sun Jian on the side was so scared that he kept backing up. Big brother. This has nothing to do with me, it's all because Luli this wants to find you trouble. Have you seen enough? Come out, I have to go to dinner in a while. Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Luli and Sun Jian's faces turned white and looked at each other. These words were clearly not addressed to them. Could it be that there was someone else? Ha 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 ha. Kid, alert enough. But you shouldn't have a chance to eat today, not in this lifetime. A playful laughter rang out. A middle-aged man with a duck-tongue cap that covered half of his face appeared at the entrance of the alley. In the next second, 2 other figures appeared on top of the high walls on both sides of the alley, obviously preventing Yi Chen from escaping. Yi Chen swept a glance at the 3. Who told you to come? A dead man, there is no need to know this. The duck-tongued man smiled playfully. With a stomp of his foot, a faint air current surged, and the whole man came at him like a speeding train. In an instant, he appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes and blasted out with a fist. Ow, roar! The tiger roared and the dragon roared. The duck-tongued man's fist even vaguely surfaced a layer of white airflow condensed into the white shadow of a tiger's head. It was about to land on Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen casually grabbed the duck-tongued man's wrist and violently yanked it. Zira! Ah! A heart-rending scream. The duck-tongued man's arm was actually directly separated from his body. Fresh blood was like a spring coming out. My God! Luli directly sat on the ground. Sun Jian wanted to run, but his legs felt like lead. He couldn't walk at all. The next second, Yi Chen backhanded the duck-tongued man's throat and lifted him up in the air. I'll ask you again, who told you to come? Kid, let go of him. The men on both sides of the alley saw this scene and rushed up in shock and anger. The duck-tongued man frantically tried to break free as a feeling of suffocation came over him. Yi Chen raised his hand and threw the duck-tongued man out. After hitting one of them, both of them flew out at the same time and ruthlessly smashed into the wall of the alley. Bang! The loud bang. The cement-poured wall smashed out a huge hole. The two people were lying in the shattered bricks, their bones and tendons broken, and it looked like they wouldn't survive. Wasn't it said to kill an ordinary grandmaster? Why is it so terrifying? Misinformation, harming people. The last person fought with a face full of horror. What was even more horrifying was that Yi Chen had turned around and was walking towards him like a god of death. Who sent you? The islanders? The Long Duyi family? Or the king of gamblers, Zhou Yunfa? The man was scared out of his wits. Why did you mess with so many people? Since you've accepted the mission, you have to be professional. The man shook his head and glanced at his two companions who were no longer alive. Yi Chen held his hands behind his back and sighed. It seems like you're not going to say anything. In that case, you go to hell as well. Die? Ha 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 ha. The man laughed. If a grandmaster wants to leave, no one can stop him. With a stomp of his foot, he rose up in the air like a crane spreading its wings, and was about to fly out of the alley. Yi Chen kicked a brick on the ground and flew out like a bullet. Puff! The man fell from a high altitude, completely silent. Yi Chen turned around, his death-like gaze falling on Lu Li and Sun Jim. I gave you guys a chance, don't know how to cherish it. Poof! Poof! A brick flew out, instantly blowing out Lu Li's head and slamming into the wall behind her. Rebounding back, it didn't enter from the back of Lu Jian's head and went through the front face. Yi Chen did not look back and left the alley. Chapter 19. 5 years ago, I died. After leaving the alley, Yi Chen looked like he was fine. Walking to the end of the street, Mu Xueqing was already waiting on the side of the road. Seeing Yi Chen appearing, she immediately ran over and took his arm. Are you constipated? It took so long to go. Yi Chen smiled, a little. It's fine, I ordered lighter dishes, I should be able to eat. Mu Xueqing pulled him along and sat by the window of the small restaurant. Looking at the table full of food, Yi Chen was indeed hungry. Since his resurrection, he hadn't eaten a single mouthful of rice and hadn't drunk a single mouthful of water. Picking up the bowls and chopsticks, he dried 2 large bowls of rice in one gulp. Pfft, look at how hungry you are, eat slow or no one will grab it from you, boss. 2 more bowls of rice. Mu Xueqing snorted a smile, her hands propped up her chin and looked at Yi Chen favorably. The boss came over with 2 more bowls of rice. With a bad smile on his face, big sister, looking for a boyfriend? Mu Xueqing's face was like a red apple all of a sudden. Boss, don't talk nonsense. The boss hemmed and hawed. I've also opened this restaurant for more than 10 years, and I've always been very accurate in reading people. You've also been eating at my place for more than a year, and you've always come alone. Today suddenly brought a handsome guy, eh? Why does this young man look so familiar to me? Phew. Isn't this the picture you always look at in your cell phone? Congratulations, a lover becomes a lover. Mu Xueqing jumped up in a flash. Taking 2 bowls of rice from the hotel owner, she pushed the owner away with a hand. Go go go. Here come the guests. The boss left resentfully. His mouth still mumbled, did I see it wrong? Impossible. Last month I also saw you holding your cell phone and looking at that photo, saying something about where you were after 5 years. In fact, she had really searched for Yi Chen for 5 years since he disappeared. 5 whole years. After the Yi family's extermination was on the news, she rushed to the scene at the first time, ignoring the staff's obstruction to look at every body like crazy. After determining that there was no body of Yi Chen, she sat down on the ground like a void, and was also taken back by the staff to make a statement on the grounds of obstruction of law enforcement. Yi Chen stopped and looked at Mu Xueqing with a strange face. You don't have a crush on me, do you? Mu Xueqing's head got big and swore to heaven, no, the boss is talking nonsense. Yi Chen smiled, it's okay to have a crush on me, I'm single anyway, we can try. Try, you big head. Eat. Mu Xueqing raised her chopsticks and knocked on Yi Chen's head. At this time, there was a stir outside the hotel. A Maybach parked and a few Mercedes SUVs parked at the entrance, from which an old man in a Tang suit walked down, as well as a woman in a Chanel suit with high heels. Mr. Shun? Why is she here? Mu Xueqing glanced at it and was instantly surprised. And this old man next to him, why does he look so much like Elder Wang Henian, the president of the Shanghai Chinese Medicine Association? Under the crowd of people, Wang Henian and Xin Xiong walked into the small restaurant. The customers of the restaurant were shocked, and without eating, they all put down their chopsticks to look over. The owner of the restaurant hurriedly walked up. Several bosses, I'm a small business, I'm afraid I don't have anything that meets your appetite. 2 kilometers ahead is the Shanghai restaurant, where the rice is to your taste. Wang Henian revealed a friendly smile. Boss, we're here to find someone, we don't mean to disturb your business. How about this, we'll cover all of your restaurant's turnover today. Ha! The owner of the diner froze. Wang Henian stopped explaining and swept his gaze around the not-so-big restaurant, instantly locking onto Yi Chen and Mu Xueqing's table. Quickly walking up to the 2 of them, he looked at Yi Chen excitedly. This little brother is the one who took out the 300-year-old blood ginseng in the sacred hand hall last night? What 300-year-old blood ginseng? Mu Xueqing was stunned. Yi Chen frowned. You guys recognized the wrong person, right? Wang Henian thought that Yi Chen was wary and immediately revealed a smile to explain, don't misunderstand me, little brother, my name is Wang Henian, I don't have any malicious intent. This blood ginseng is too precious and has an extremely high value. If the elders at home know about it, they might blame little brother. There's 100 million renminbi in this card, it's considered that I've bought little brother's blood ginseng. In the future, if there are other medicinal herbs for sale, little brother can contact me at any time. Said. Handing up a bank card, a business card. 100 million? Mu Xueqing covered her mouth. Her monthly salary was only over 8,000. How long would $100 million have to be saved? The restaurant exploded. Was this a TV show? If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Henian really drove a Maybach, everyone would definitely think that this old man was crazy. Yi Chen nodded. Okay, I'll take my card, you guys can go. This. Wang Henian didn't expect Yi Chen to be so unkind, and after giving him a deep look, he silently left with his men. Before leaving, he had his men throw $50,000 in cash to the boss. After getting on the car, Shen Xiong, who had been standing at the entrance of the restaurant throughout the entire process and didn't even enter the door, opened his mouth. Elder wine, although the 300-year-old blood ginseng is precious, it's not so much that it would make your old man so excited, right? Wang Henian sat steadily on the mountain, which still had the appearance of the humble little old man just now. You are still young and don't understand the doorway here. This person looks to be in his early 20s and can actually hold a 300-year-old blood ginseng. Do you think his identity will be average? What do you mean? Shen Xiong froze. Wang Henian said, other than the sons of those medical families who can take out a 300-year-old blood ginseng with their hands? As long as the attitude and money are in place, he will look for you again in the future if he wants to sell something. The small restaurant was in an uproar, and there were constantly gazes towards Yi Chen and Mu Xueqing. The duo stared wide-eyed. Did you really give that 300-year-old blood ginseng to Elder Wang? Yes. Is there really 100 million in this card? I guess so. Mu Xueqing lowered her head and glanced at the bank card on the table. Yi Chen, let's return this card to Elder Wang. Yi Chen was puzzled. Why? Mu Xueqing's expression was a bit strange, as if she didn't recognize Yi Chen, and she was silent for a moment before asking gruffly, Yi Chen, where exactly did you go during these 5 years of disappearance, and where did the 300-year-old blood ginseng come from? What if these put you in danger again? This niece was actually worried about herself. Yi Chen smiled proudly. Don't worry, I am no longer the Yi Chen of 5 years ago. This time, no one will be able to harm me again. Then for the 5 years that you disappeared, where exactly did you go? Mu Xueqing was full of doubts. Yi Chen smiled. You really want to know? Yes. Mu Xueqing nodded her head. Yi Chen did not hide anything and said directly, 5 years ago, I actually did not disappear. I died, in the Leng Qingqiu family. Chapter 20, Black and White Irregulars, see Young Prefect. Ha! Mu Xueqing covered her small mouth in shock. Yi Chen's eyes sunk slightly as he continued to explain, 5 years ago, on a rainy night, more than 100 island assassins rushed into the Yi family and killed people indiscriminately when they saw them. Under the cover of a few servants, I rushed out of the Yi family in the chaos, because at that time, Leng Qingqiu and I had a marriage contract. At the first moment, I thought that the safest place would be the Leng family. Who would have thought that Leng Qingqiu had already colluded with the islanders? Another islander was already guarding the Leng family, and after I drank a cup of coffee from Leng Qingqiu, I directly fell unconscious, and when I woke up again my soul had already descended to the 18 layers of hell. I realized that I died in Leng Qingqiu's house, and my organs were dug out. The body was also thrown into a mass grave and buried. I bonded with the 10 temples of hell and the 18 layers of hell and worshipped them as my teacher, so I was able to return resurrected. Crawling out from the grave. Yi Chen finished in one breath. Mu Xueqing asked, so, you are now a living dead person? Yi Chen nodded, pretty much. Mu Xueqing rolled her eyes, then I'm still the reincarnation of Goddess of Mercy, specifically here to suppress you, the Monkey King. Forget it if you don't want to say it, I won't force you, wait until you want to say it later. Okay. Yi Chen revealed a smile. Tut tut tut. At this time, Mu Xueqing's cell phone suddenly rang. She pressed the answer button, and before she could say anything, an urgent voice came from the opposite side. Xueqing, big deal, your mom was hit by a car while selling vegetables in the morning, now she has been sent to the city hospital. The doctor said hemorrhaging, people have gone into shock, you quickly come back to take a look at it, a little later people may not be able to, quickly come back to see your mother one last time. Mom! Mu Xueqing's eyes instantly turned red, rushing out of the restaurant like crazy. Yi Chen quickly chased out. Mu Xueqing rushed down to the apartment building, sat in the cab of the BYD she bought, and drove towards the highway in the direction of Jiangnan. On the way, she frantically dialed her mother's phone, which kept showing no answer. Mom! Don't! Oh! Mu Xueqing was devastated. Yi Chen sat in the co-pilot and comforted, don't be anxious, Auntie must be lucky, she will be fine. Yi Chen still had one sentence left unsaid. Even if there was something wrong, he could still make the dead return to life. Yes, my mom will definitely be fine. Tears continued to pour out of Mu Xueqing as she held the steering wheel in her death grip. Muttering under her breath, my dad died when I was a kid, my mom has been selling vegetables for me to go to school, and my junior high school grades were so good that I was admitted to the top high school in Shanghai with honors. All these years have been studying in Shanghai, my mom has been growing and selling vegetables in the countryside of Jiangnan. I've been working and studying hard since college, and I've managed to save up a few $100,000, so I'll soon be able to put together enough for a down payment on a house, and I'm ready to pick up my mom to come to Shanghai to enjoy the blessings of the world. If something happens to my mom, I won't live. Mu Xueqing stepped on the gas to the limit. It was already 2 hours later when she arrived at Jiangnan City Hospital. Xueqing, what took you so long to get here? Just after arriving at the entrance of the hospital, a rural woman rushed over. Aunt May. How is my mom doing? Aunt May glanced at Mu Xueqing and shook her head in desire. When we found your mom, she was covered in blood, she had already been sent into the operating room to be resuscitated for 2 hours, and the doctor said that there is not much hope. Mom! Mu Xueqing anxiously rushed into the hospital, rushing to the front of the operating room in one breath. Just in time, the doors of the operating room opened and several attending doctors walked out. Doctor, how is my mom doing? The doctors looked at each other and shook their heads. Are you the daughter of the injured? The injured person was brought in with internal hemorrhaging. We've done our best, please feel sorry for her. What? Mu Xueqing was struck by lightning and her body went limp. If it wasn't for Yichen holding her, I'm afraid she would have collapsed on the ground on the spot. Mom! My mom didn't die, she must not have died. Mu Xueqing was unable to accept all of this, trembling as she rushed towards the operating room. A few doctors stopped her. The operating room is an important place. Is it something you can enter just because you want to? If you want to see your mom's remains, go to the funeral parlor. Mu Xueqing looked desperate. I can't even see my mom one last time? If you want to see it, go to the funeral parlor to see it. The hospital's rule is that the patient's family can't enter the operating room. What about the patients in the back if you bring the germs in? The doctor shook his head icily. At this time, a dozen men with fierce faces rushed over, swept Yichen and Mu Xueqing in them, and directly rushed towards the operating room. Seeing this, a few doctors did not stop them, letting them go towards the operating room. Yichen frowned. Who are they? Why can they enter the operating room and we can't? A doctor with gold-rimmed glasses sneered. They are undertakers, pulling corpses for cremation, of course they can enter. Yichen's face sank slightly. Killing people and destroying their bodies? This matter was definitely not that simple. Don't cremate my mom. Mu Xueqing excitedly rushed over and blocked the door of the operating room. The undertaker froze. The black-faced man in the lead looked at Mu Xueqing icily. I advise you to better get out of the way, don't make trouble out of nothing. Mu Xueqing said angrily, I didn't contact the funeral parlor, who told you guys to come? You guys leave right now, or I'll call the police. The black-faced man was a bit scandalized when he heard the word alarm. Giving his men a wink, the two strong men directly pounced towards Mu Xueqing. Yichen took a step in front of Mu Xueqing, grabbed the arms of the two men and folded them with force. Ka-ching! The arms of the two burly men broke on the spot, their bones penetrating through their muscles to reveal themselves, and they lay on the ground screaming miserably. You! The black-faced man's face changed drastically. Kid, you dare to hurt someone? Yichen directly rushed into the crowd of the funeral parlor, kicking one by one all of them to the ground. Say, who gave you the guts to come to the hospital to snatch a corpse? The black-faced man broke a leg and cried out in pain. Lu Xiao, it's Jiangcheng Real Estate's Lu Xiao. He gave me $100,000 and told me to make sure to take that woman's body away for cremation. I really don't know the rest. Aunt May exclaimed. Xueqing, it was that young Lu who hit Sueju with his car. Yichen's eyes narrowed. Things really weren't that simple. He looked towards Mu Xueqing, who was crouching on the ground, her hands clasping her knees. Xueqing, I'm going to take a look, maybe your mom can still be saved. Several doctors secretly laughed. They looked at each other. The person had been dead for more than an hour, how could she still be saved? Aunt May, help take care of Xueqing. Yichen directly pushed open the door to the operating room and walked straight in. The moment he stepped into the operating room, a ghastly wind hit his face. A black and a white figure stood in front of the operating table. One held a grave marker in his hand, and one held a chain in his hand. Black and white impermanence. The moment he saw the black and white impermanent, Yichen did not have any surprise. Instead, the black and white impermanent took a step forward and knelt down on one knee. Black and white impermanent, see young prefect lord. Long live the young prefect lord. Chapter 21, frustrate his bones, raise his ashes, and exterminate his clan. Yichen frowned. She died? Black impermanence nodded. Back to young prefect. Xiaosueju died an hour ago at the age of 49. Because the soul still has an obsession, it is slow to leave. Yichen looked towards the operating table. He only saw Xiaosueju's soul surrounding the operating table. It was spinning around aimlessly. Let her soul return to the sun. Young prefect, you must not. The black and white impermanence's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Xia Cuiju's young life has already expired. If she returns to Yang, it's against the heavenly reincarnation. Besides, we can't deliver on the hell side, right? Yi Chen sneered, fine. I'll go to the hell to see my masters now and let them tell you. Don't. Black impermanence's face went white with fear. White impermanence's face went black with fear. The two of them squeezed out a smile that was even worse than crying. Young prefect, where do you need to alarm the 10 great monarchs of hell for this matter? When you say return to the sun, you return to the sun. The 10 great kings of hell had a hard time sending Yi Chen away. If because of this matter, Yi Chen will return to hell, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Chen nodded, that's more or less the same. White impermanence suddenly spoke, by the way young prefect, an hour ago, Xia Cuiju was sent to the operating room. Those 4 doctors came in afterwards, but they didn't perform any resuscitation activities, instead they watched Xia Cuiju's death. The patient is still saved, doctors come in quickly. Yi Chen's voice came. The 4 doctors froze. How can it still be alive? Isn't it already dead? Let's go in first and take a look before we say anything, in case it's really still alive. This is a medical malpractice, our future is gone. The 4 people discussed. Pushed open the door of the operating room and walked in. The moment they stepped into the operating room, a cloudy wind hit their faces. A black and a white figure stood in front of them, floating in mid-air. Ghosts. The 4 doctors were so scared that they almost peed their pants, turning around to run for their lives. It's just a pity that the door to the operating room looks like it's been welded shut. It couldn't be opened no matter what. Yi Chen looked at the 4 indifferently. Who told you not to rescue the injured and watch her die? The 4 people were scared less on the spot. It's Lu Xiao from Zhongchang Real Estate Group. He gave us $200,000 each to pretend to operate and just watch Xia Cuiju die. Lord Ghostbusters don't hook our souls. I have an 80-year-old mother on top and a 20-year-old petite wife underneath. Boohoo, I've only just been converted to an attending physician. I have a bright future ahead of me. I don't want to die. The 4 doctors kneeled on the ground, crying bitterly. Yi Chen icily spat out a sentence, die? It's too cheap for you guys. Hook away one of their souls and spirits and let them be cuties for the rest of their lives. When their yang life is over, hit the road. Yes. The black and white irregulars stepped forward, and the soul-beating whip in their hands fiercely lashed up. Half an hour later, Yi Chen pushed Xia Cuiju and walked out of the operating room. Mom! Mu Xueqing jumped into Xia Cuiju's arms. Mom, what the hell is going on? The doctor clearly said you were hopeless. Xia Cuiju shook her head. Mom doesn't know, I only felt like I slept for a while, and when I woke up again this young man was right in front of me. Mu Xueqing wiped a handful of tears. Yi Chen? What happened? How did you know that my mom didn't die? Yi Chen smiled faintly. I've studied some medical techniques during the 5 years I was missing. After a person has a car accident, it's easy for them to faint and fall into a state of fake death. I guess that auntie might have faked her death, so I went to try, and I didn't expect to really save her life. Mu Xueqing was filled with gratitude. Yi Chen, thank you. It's fine, I also have to thank you for taking me in, otherwise I wouldn't have a place to live. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. The words changed. By the way, the doctors said that auntie is fine and can go home. Really? Mu Xueqing was full of doubts. After being hit by a car and bleeding profusely, how could she get better so quickly? Where are those doctors? They are too tired, rest in the operating room. Yi Chen casually explained and reminded, hurry up, auntie is also tired, send her home first. Several people quickly left. Inside the operating room, several doctors were sitting on the floor, their eyes were lifeless. Twinkle, twinkle, shiny, hey. Fun. After leaving the hospital, Mu Xueqing called a cab. Yi Chen, however, seemed to think of something. Xueqing, you guys go back first, a hospital surgery fee hasn't been paid yet. I'll go back and pay the fee first. Only then did Mu Xueqing respond, I'll go pay it. No need, you send auntie home first, she's just finished surgery and her body is weak, very much needs you to take care of her. This is my bank card, the password is. Mu Xueqing hurriedly shoved over a bank card, paused when she said the password, and gave Yi Chen a somewhat embarrassed look. The password is 011016. Yi Chen froze. Wasn't this his own birthday? No need, I have money in my card, forget that I just made $1 billion? Okay. Mu Xueqing retrieved her bank card with a red face, watching the cab go away in a blaze of glory. Yi Chen's face became incomparably cold. Zhongcheng Group? Lu Xiao? He. When I, Yi Chen, was resurrected, I swore that I wouldn't let anyone hurt the people I care about anymore. As it happens, Xueqing is one of them. Those who hurt my family and friends will have their bones thwarted, their ashes raised, and their clan exterminated. Jiangnan City Center, Zhongcheng Group. A luxurious clubhouse on the top floor of a skyscraper, inside a supreme box. Opposite a pale-faced youth, sat 2 one-bearded islanders. Lu Sang, as long as you cooperate with us from the island nation, in the future, the Jiangcheng group will definitely become the #1 real estate group in Jiangnan City and even in the Dragon Kingdom. An islander smiles. Lu Zirui nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Saito, the last obstacle to that piece of land is gone. Oh? The two islanders looked over in confusion. Knock knock. Come in. A middle-aged man pushed the door and walked in, glancing at the two islanders somewhat hesitantly. Mr. Saito is one of our own. Lu Zirui lit a cigarette and continued where he left off. That woman selling vegetables died? The middle-aged man nodded. It should be dead. The hospital side bought off 4 doctors. The funeral parlor side also let people go to grab the body. I'm afraid the body is cremated at this moment. Don't worry, it's done cleanly, there won't be any trouble at all. Damn! This is finally dead. Lu Zirui cursed angrily. It's even if you say they have a cheap life. Why are they still blocking my career? If it wasn't for that piece of land that could be used for vacation villas, who the hell would want to go to that kind of countryside to develop it? Why don't those ES agree to demolish it? Is Lousy not paying them? Especially that Xiaotsueju, she actually said she wouldn't move out for any amount of money. Grass. I'll just run the over. Lu Zirui grumpily slapped the coffee table. Mr. Saito smiled and nodded. Lu Sang is right, those pariahs deserve to die. Ha? And who is this one? Lu Sang your friend? Ha? Lu Zirui looked up. Behind the middle-aged man, at some point, there was an additional youth with an ice-cold face. Kai Hu, who is he? One of your men? Chapter 22. I don't need a dog, especially an island dog. Kai Hu looked back. Can't help but freeze. Haven't T seen it before? Probably which one of the foreman's people went to the wrong place. A wave of anger welled up in his heart. Who is your supervisor? Who let you come in here? Don't get out. Cursing, he walked forward and pointed at the nose of the youth at the door. Bang! Yi Chen directly threw a punch, and Kai Hu's head exploded on the spot. Kai Hu! Lu Zirui's cold sweat instantly gushed out as he stood up from the sofa. The two islanders on the side also had their pupils contracted hard for a moment, looking at Yi Chen in horror as he walked into the box. Yi Chen said, "Who is Jiangcheng Real Estate's Lu Xiao?" Lu Zirui forced himself to calm down and revealed a smile. "This friend, I am Lu Zirui. If there's anything I've offended you with, I can apologize and make compensation. How much is up to you? As long as you ask, I'll give you anything." "Good, I want your life." Yi Chen took a step and landed in front of Lu Zirui, raised his hand and clasped his neck, casually throwing it towards the floor window. The floor window exploded. The entire process was crisp and clean. Hiss. The two islanders sucked in a breath of cool air. This was the 48th floor. Who is this youth? This kind of iron-blooded tactic was just too terrifying. What's worse, Yi Chen had turned around and landed on the two men with a sinking eye. An islander? Saito sensed the killing intent in Yi Chen's tone and hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, don't make a move first. We have important information we can tell Your Excellency. This matter concerns the safety and security of the Dragon Kingdom." Oh? Yi Chen indifferently looked over. Returning from resurrection, Yi Chen could ignore all the laws and rules. However, he was unable to watch the islanders jeopardize the Dragon Kingdom regardless. "Speak." Saito did not dare to hide. "My name is Saito Takeshi. It's the agent of the Tojo family in Jiangnan of the Dragon Kingdom. I'm ostensibly doing business in the area of Jiangnan and Zhanghai, but in reality, I'm collecting intelligence on the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, turning against some of the families in Jiangnan and Zhanghai, laying the groundwork for the island nation's Chopping Dragon plan in the future." Chopping Dragon program? What a big mouth. Yi Chen sneered. "You guys want to behead the dragon country, the dragon?" Saito Takeshi replied in horror, "Yes. However, my status is only a mere agent in the district, there is no way to know the specific details. If Your Excellency is willing to leave me alive, Saito Takeshi is willing to saddle up and serve Your Excellency." You betray your country so easily? Yi Chen unhurriedly sat down on the sofa. Casually opening a bottle of red wine, he took a faint sip. Saito Takeshi let out a bitter smile. "My lord, I've already revealed too many secrets, and I've told you all about the chopper plan. Even if I return to the island, I will only die, and my family will also be implicated. Why don't I just throw myself under Your Excellency's name? There might be a chance of survival." Yi Chen laughed. "I don't need a dog, especially an island country dog." "You?" Saito Wu's old face was furious. "A dog?" It was too humiliating. How could he say that? He was also the head of the Saito family. Yi Chen coldly shouted, "Speak. What are the clans that are colluding with the island nation? It's hard to escape death anyway, I won't say anything." Saito Takeshi's eyes were cold. The island nation's samurai spirit was no joke. "I have a way to make you say it." Yi Chen smiled. Raising his hand, he shot out a few silver needles that did not enter Saito Takeshi's body. In an instant, Saito Takeshi rolled around madly. His body felt like there were billions of ants devouring his flesh and blood. "Ah! Kill me, Kojiro, kill me. Please, kill me, ah!" The islander at the side's face changed wildly. "Lord Saito, what happened to you?" Yi Chen said indifferently, Ghost Gate 13 needles, those who are hit are like falling into the 18 layers of hell. I said ah. Saito Takeshi frantically begged for mercy. What samurai spirit, all thrown to the back of his mind. It turned out that there were things in this world that were more terrifying than death. What kind of person is this youth? In Saito Takeshi's agonizing gaze, Yi Chen raised his hand and several silver needles left Saito Takeshi's body, suspended in thin air. Saito Takeshi told him everything, including the fact that he had secretly colluded with many powerful families in Jiangnan under the guise of doing business. He also united with some of the people in the martial arts world. Among them, there were also people from the ancient martial arts family, and all of these people actually agreed to collude with the island nation to sell their country for the sake of profit. Ancient martial arts families. Aren't they guarding the Dragon Kingdom? Yi Chen's face was a bit gloomy after hearing this. Underneath the peaceful society, there were actually so many dangers lurking. Saito Wu was drenched in cold sweat. As long as there is enough profit, there is nothing that cannot be sold. Including the country. These ancient martial arts families existed for thousands of years. How many countries have perished? They can always exist. It's still not because of selling the country. Yi Chen raised his hand and slapped his hand. Saito Takeshi flew out directly, falling from the 48th floor to the ground. Ah! Another one fell. There was chaos downstairs. Yi Chen's gaze fell on the last islander. This islander was scared. Silly, devil, you're the devil. Ah! Don't kill me, I'll jump myself. A leap down. Jiangnan City suburb, Lu family village. The guests outside the Lu family ancestral hall are like clouds, and the luxury cars are endless. Today is the 80th birthday of the Lu family's old man. Since 3 days ago, the Lu family village has set up a theater stage to sing. Today was even more of a day when all sorts of rich and powerful people, big brothers, and guests from the martial arts world arrived. The Lu family had thrown away tens of millions of dollars and invited several Hong Kong and Macau superstars to reside and sing. Second master. Something big is wrong. A middle-aged man, sweating profusely, ran to Lu Chuanxiong and pulled him to the corner of the ancestral hall. Lu Chuanxiong frowned and spoke with some displeasure. Li Zhong, didn't I explain? Today is my father's 80th birthday. He retired to the second line for 10 years, and today there are big shots from Longdu and Zhonghai personally present to wish him a happy birthday. No matter what big deal the board has, don't disturb me even if the company's sky is falling. By the way, why hasn't that asshole Lu Zirue come yet? He just knows that he's trying to prove himself by running his stupid real estate company. The family doesn't need his money. Second master, young master Zirue is gone. Li Zhong's voice trembled. Lu Chuanxiong froze. Gone? What do you mean? Li Zhong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Young master Zirue fell from the 48th floor. He is gone. Chapter 23. Yi Chen? How is it him? What did you say? My son is dead? Even if Lu Chuanxiong's city was deep, when he heard that his son had fallen to his death from the 48th floor, he couldn't help but roar furiously. The originally lively Lu family ancestral hall instantly quieted down. Swish! All the guests looked over in shock. Second Master Lu's son died? Today is Elder Master Lu's 80th birthday. It's obviously a big day. How did this happen? Elder Master Lu's white hair is sent to his black hair. How can this be tolerated? In the crowd, an exquisitely dressed woman gloated a bit. Elder Wang, there's a good show now. It was Shin Xiong who had met Yi Chen together with Wang Henian. Shoo! Don't talk nonsense, be careful of trouble coming out of your mouth. Wang Henian glared at her. Shin Xiong swept a glance around. Finding some of the guests looking over unsuspectingly, an icy look appeared in her eyes. Oh no, it's not like I'll be caught and use this for my article. The heart was filled with regret. A few seconds later. An old man in a tang suit, surrounded by a group of people middle-aged men appeared, his voice not angry. Li Zhong, what's going on? Lu Chuanxiong jumped ahead and opened his mouth. Dad, I'll go check this matter. Today is your 80th big. Shut up, kneel down. Old Master Lu directly interrupted him. The second Master Lu, who was the reigning king of Jiangnan City and who had to be afraid of both black and white for 3 points, actually flopped down and knelt on the ground. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Old Master Lu's majesty, still so terrifying after 10 years. Ah! The crowd of guests thought in their hearts. Li Zhong also flopped onto his knees and replied with a trembling voice, Old Master, I don't know what's going on either. I only know that an hour ago, someone broke into the top floor of the Jiangchang real estate headquarters. Young Master Zirui was supposed to be discussing business with a group of islanders, but it turned out that 2 minutes later, young Master Zirui fell from the top of the 48th floor. Asshole! Elder Master Lu let out a low gulp. An hour has passed since the incident. The murderer wanted to run. Now they are all on airplanes leaving Jiangnan City. Yang Sihu, you now immediately go and block off all roads leaving Jiangnan, block off the airport, highway, and national highway and send people on guard. No one is allowed to leave. Yes. Wang Beicheng, you go and investigate all the people who had dealings with Zirui in the last 3 months. Including those islanders. Yes. Sueo, go check all the surveillance in the vicinity of Jiangcheng Group within an hour. I don't believe the murderer didn't leave any traces. Yes. The three thundered and quickly left. Xin Xiong was astonished. Yang Sihu and Sueo have official positions, and Old Master Lu was actually able to mobilize them? Wang Beicheng is from the Jiangnan martial arts community, right? Actually listening to Old Master Lu as well? Wang Hernian's pale eyes flashed with a touch of wisdom. A 100-footed insect is still dead. Old Master Lu retired from the dragon capital. Back then he controlled half of the dragon soul. If in ancient times he would have been the minister of war. Even if Old Master Lu retired, these people are all his disciples. Who do they listen to if not him? Xin Xiong came to a realization. No wonder your old man traveled thousands of miles from Zhonghai to Jiangnan to wish him a birthday. Immediately, a flash of doubt flashed through his eyes. The Lu family is so terrifying. Who on earth dared to kill Lu Zirui? Wang Henian shook his head. We'll know when we wait. 15 minutes later. Yang Sihu returned and respectfully came to Old Master Lu. Old Master, the airport and highway have been blocked. Guarantee that no one can leave Jiangnan until the murderer is found. Half an hour later. Wang Beicheng came back and walked over with a grave face. Old Master, something has happened to young Lu recently. Looking around at the guests, he looked like he was about to say something. Say. Old Master Lu opened his eyes, an invisible majesty came out. Wang Beicheng didn't dare to be slow. His voice sang. Everything else is normal, except that this morning Lu Xiao drove his car and hit a person. This person is a village woman from a rural area below Jiangnan City, and there are some demolition issues between Jiangcheng Real Estate and her. When Lu Xiao went to discuss the demolition and relocation, he accidentally drove into her. The crowd's expressions were a bit strange. Accidentally hit? Who believes everyone's heart is not in the right place. Originally, this woman was sent to the hospital for resuscitation, but the doctor who resuscitated her suddenly turned into a little cutie for some reason. In the middle there was also a small episode. A group of undertakers who originally went to the hospital to collect the body were also interrupted by a kid. Said. Wang Beicheng gave an order. The four turned into cuties. Of doctors, and a dozen or so thugs from the funeral parlor were brought up. Hee, so many people Twinkle twinkle bright. Old Master, we don't know anything How have the Undertaker's thugs ever seen this kind of battle? Master Wang personally arrested people. Frightened, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Say, what the hell is going on? Old Master Lu's eyes filled with coldness. The man in the lead didn't dare to hide it. Telling in one breath about Lu Zirui paying them to rob the corpse, only to be stopped by a youth at the hospital halfway, breaking his arms and legs. Wang Beicheng handed over a printed photo. Master, this is the man. The guests present couldn't help but look over. None of them recognized it. It's... Xin Xiong was just about to make a sound when Wang Henian covered her mouth. Fortunately, the two stood at the back of the crowd, and not many people noticed them. Xin Xiong sucked in a breath of cool air, her pretty eyes full of shock. With a voice that only Wang Henian could hear, she exclaimed, Wang Lao. Is Yi Chen? How is it him? Wang Hernian shook his head with a grave face. This matter is not something we can get involved in, just watch, don't get into trouble. At this time, Sueo returned with a grave face. Old Master, all the surveillance has been checked. The results are shocking. That kid didn't hide his whereabouts at all. He was strutting around and walked straight into Jiangcheng Real Estate. Sueo brought over a tablet. Kneeling down on one knee, he raised his hands respectfully above his head. The guests looked at it. Under the surveillance screen, Yi Chen walked into Jiangcheng Real Estate with a big strut and took the elevator all the way to the top of the floor. There's no surveillance on the top floor. After 5 minutes this kid left. It was during these 5 minutes that Lu Xiao fell from the 48th floor. Then, those two islanders also fell down. As for this youth, he took a cab under the surveillance and went to the countryside of Jiangnan City. The entire process did not hide any tracks at all, as if. Said here, Sueo stopped. Old Master Lu sank his face, as if what? Sueo said, as if he was not afraid of exposing his whereabouts at all. The crowd was shocked. Could it be rushing towards the Lu family? Ha 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 ha. Elder Master Lu laughed back in anger. Good. For so many years, no one has ever dared to kill my Lu family's descendants like this. This 80th birthday has been a wonderful time. No matter who you are and who stands behind you, old me will make you pay. Wang Beicheng, go and bring this kid back. I will personally ask him who is behind this. Chapter 24 Future Husband? Yi Chen arrived at a rural village in the countryside of Jiangnan City through Mu Xueqing's SMS location. 3 modest tiled houses, a yard with chickens and ducks. In front of it was a pond and cultivated land. Walking into the yard, the smell of meals came from inside. Mu Xueqing, who was busy in the kitchen, saw Yi Chen and immediately shouted, Mom, Yi Chen is back, you stay with him for a while, the meal will be ready soon. Xiaocuiju smiled and carried over a chair. Yi Chen hurriedly went forward. Auntie, your body hasn't recovered well yet, I'll do it. Xiaocuiju took Yi Chen's hand and made him sit down. Your name is Yi Chen? Xueqing has already told me that you are now homeless living with her? Yi Chen nodded. Auntie, let me help you check your health. Holding Xia Tsueju's wrist, he took her pulse. The recovery was good, no major problems. Xia Tsueju spoke to herself, this girl, all living together and still hiding it from mom. Yi Chen, you tell me the truth, you are Xueqing's boyfriend, right? But Yi Chen almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood, and quickly explained, Auntie, we are not. Xia Tsueju smilingly interrupted her, Yi Chen, you don't help her hide it, I know you are kind. Xueqing grew up without a dad, I've never been comfortable with her contacting men outside, so I didn't let her find a boyfriend. It's not easy for her to fight alone in Shanghai, I'm also afraid that she'll be cheated by another man. But as soon as I saw you, I felt very kind. Yi Chen, you are definitely not that kind of bad man, I feel relieved that Xueqing is in your hands. Yi Chen was silent for a moment, and gently nodded, Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely protect Xueqing well. Good, good. Xia Tsueju pulled Yi Chen's hand and patted it, her eyes a little moist. Mu Xueqing carried 2 plates of dishes and walked out from the kitchen. Mom, what are you guys chatting about? Nothing, Yi Chen, come and eat. Xia Tsueju pulled Yi Chen into the living room. The meal was served, it was all peasant food, but it was full of color and flavor. The meal was just half eaten. Xia Tsueju suddenly got up and took out a box from the room. Mom, what is this? This is something your father left behind. If you were a man, Mom would have given it to you a long time ago, and now it's the same for your future husband. Xia Tsueju explained. What future husband? Mu Xueqing froze and looked at Yi Chen with a bad expression. Yi Chen, what did you say to my mom? Yi Chen shrugged. Xia Tsueju said angrily, you child, you're living together and still hiding it from mom. You have to give birth to a big fat kid and then come back to tell mom, right? Mu Xueqing was confused. Mom, what's this all about? What big fat kid? Mom, I really have nothing to do with Yi Chen. Xia Tsueju was too lazy to care about her daughter anymore and slowly opened the box. A yellowed secret book. There was also a jade box. Handing the 2 to Yi Chen. The cover of the secret book was broken at the location of the book's title, not knowing the exact name. Yi Chen opened the jade box again, and 2 blackish things appeared in front of him, pills. Xia Tsueju looked deeply at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you recognize pills? Yi Chen nodded, I've learned some medical skills, so I know elixirs. Auntie, these 2 pills are not of a low grade. If they were to be auctioned in the market, they would be worth at least tens of millions of RMB. Auntie and Xueqing are having a hard time, wouldn't it be better to sell this? Mu Xueqing was confused, this thing can be worth tens of millions? Really? Xia Tsueju said, Yi Chen is right, when your father left this behind, he also explained it. Ha? Mom, you never told me about my dad, what exactly is he? Mu Xueqing pulled her mother's hand. Xia Tsueju sighed and shook her head, your father is a martial arts nerd, before I was pregnant with you I went around walking the rivers and lakes with him, thus making many enemies. Later, after having you, we were ready to retire, who knew that some enemies would come to our door. Your father, in order to protect us mother and daughter, promised to leave with the enemies and never came back. 3 words, but it made Mu Xueqing cry. Since she was a child, her mother had kept mum about her father, and this was the only time she had heard anything about him. Yi Chen, from this incident today I know that there is no good end to a single-minded escape. Xia Tsueju looked at Yi Chen, this elixir and secret book, Auntie will give it to you, whether you use it yourself or sell it. Auntie hopes that no matter what happens in the future, you don't abandon Xueqing. Don't be like her father, who never returned, leaving me, mother and daughter, to wait for decades. Mu Xueqing reddened her eyes. Mom, why are you saying this? Yi Chen's heart moved slightly. When ordinary people practiced martial arts, it was basically all flowery. There were only moves and no internal force. To become a true martial arts practitioner, one must have the assistance of elixirs to condense their internal force. Since Yi Chen's resurrection, he had used the brute force of his Vajra unbreakable body. With these 2 pills, he would be able to step onto the path of martial arts cultivation. Taking a step back. Even without these pills, he would definitely keep Mu Xueqing safe for the rest of her life. Auntie, don't worry, as long as there is a breath from me, Yi Chen, no one will harm Xueqing. Yi Chen said solemnly. Xia Tsueju nodded her head as if she had gotten over something, tears in the corners of her eyes. Good, good. No more talking, eat, eat. Just at this moment. Woof woof. A burst of barking dogs sounded outside the yard, dozens of army green jeeps came from all directions, surrounding Xia Tsueju's small yard. Even the sky was blocked by helicopters, with blackened machine gun ports aimed down. The surrounding neighbors came out to watch the fun, and were scared back by the blackened gun muzzles. What is going on here? Xia Tsueju was so scared that her face turned white, but she still subconsciously blocked in front of Yi Chen and Mu Xueqing. Who are you people? Wang Beicheng twirled the jade trigger of his thumb and walked into the courtyard with a smile. His eyes sank and landed on Yi Chen. Old Master Lu's 80th birthday, please come with us. I'll go with you, don't hurt them. Yi Chen's face was icy cold. In his heart, he had some regrets, it seemed like cutting the grass or removing the roots. This kind of situation, he didn't want it to happen a second time. Wang Beiqing's face was full of playfulness. I'm not interested in them, just go with us. Xiao Zueju was full of anxiety. This officer, Yi Chen, is a good boy, he didn't do anything bad, are you guys mistaken? Auntie, don't worry, I'm fine. Yi Chen comforted Xiao Zueju. He also glanced at Mu Xueqing. Don't worry, wait for me to come back. Following Wang Beiqing's people, he quickly left. Half an hour later, Yi Chen was brought to the Lu family ancestral hall. It's really him. Xin Xiong and Wang Henian looked at each other. Kid, why don't you kneel down when you see old Master Lu? Wang Beiqing shouted lowly, and with a look, two of his men took a step forward and kicked hard at Yi Chen's knee socket. Snap! Snap! Yi Chen backhanded a slap. The two thugs flew out with a miserable scream, their cheeks exploding. A cold voice rang out. In my life, I only kneel to my parents and master, I don't even kneel to heaven and earth. What is old Master Lu? Chapter 25, raising his hand to kill a sect master, the king of Jiangnan arrives. When these words came out, there was an uproar. You have a big mouth. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Unbridled. Arrogant. A few tycoons from Jiangnan City found the opportunity to point at Yi Chen and chided him. Noisy. Yi Chen wasn't used to it at all, taking a step in front of a few people, snapping. A few slaps fell, the opening several tycoons were full of teeth, the arm pointing at him was even broken on the spot, lying on the ground wailing. You. The other guests were so scared that they kept retreating. It was simply not expected that Yi Chen would be so ferocious. Xin Xiong and Wang Henian were also confused, not expecting Yi Chen to be so capable of fighting at all. Seeing this, the two old men behind Elder Master Lu were ready to step in and take down Yi Chen, but Elder Master Lu shook his head and the two stopped. Old Master Lu's gaze was gloomy. Kid, who are you? Who instructed you? Why did you kill my grandson on the day of my 80th birthday? What exactly is your purpose? Yi Chen said indifferently, there is no purpose, your grandson killed someone. Killing to pay for life, that's all. I also came here today to tell your Lu family that there is a debt for every wrong. I have no grievances or enmity with you, I only killed Lu Zirui alone. If you're sensible, this matter will be over. If you're not sensible and still want to continue to find trouble with me, then today is your 80th birthday, and the anniversary of your death. What does it mean to be unselfish? This is what it means to have no one in your sight. Simply heaven-defying. Not only Xin Xiong and Wang Henian, all the guests present were so frightened that their breathing almost stopped and their hearts nearly exploded. Yang Sihu opened his mouth. Wang Beiqing's face turned white with fear. Su Ao almost jumped up. These three top bigwigs of Jiangnan City were scared like this, so one could imagine the heart reaction of the others. Ha ha ha, kid. I don't care who you are, and I don't care who stands behind you. Old Master Lu Fengyun has never been threatened like this in his decades of living. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Old Master Lu laughed back in anger. Second elder, please take this son, alive. Good point. The two old men nodded their heads. With one step, they came in front of Lu Fengyun. The two wore green clothes, like ancient schoolteachers. However, their bodies exuded a fear-inducing coldness that was not directed at the guests present, but caused people to shiver. This kid is miserable. Wang Henian stared at the two green-clothed old men. These two are from the Martial Arts Bureau. After old Master Lu retired, these two came to the Lu family to protect his safety. One of the old men looked at Yi Chen condescendingly. Will you tie your own hands and kneel down to wait for old Master Lu to be sentenced, or will we make a move? Yi Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. He actually took the initiative to strike towards the two green-clothed old men. In front of the patriarch, you dare to be reckless. Seek death. One of the horse-faced old men's eyes sank as he swept towards Yi Chen, while the other stood still. Kid, I'll let you know what it means to be outside of people and outside of the sky. The Lu family is not a place where people like you can make a fool of yourself. A fist smashed towards Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped the horse-faced old man's wrist, casually flipping it. Ka-ching! A sound. The horse-faced old man's arm broke on the spot, and he tried to crouch down in pain. Yi Chen kicked the horse-faced old man's jaw, which exploded on the spot. Teeth scattered all over the place, lying on the ground and twitching a few times, completely out of breath. Dead? Yang Sihu, Wang Beiqing, and Su Ao stared at each other with wide eyes. Hiss. Xin Xiong sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Of course she knew what it meant to be a martial arts grandmaster. Elder Wang, is this person really a grandmaster? How come he can't block a single move from Mr. Yi? There is only one possibility. Mr. Yi's strength is far above this patriarch of the Martial Arts Bureau. Wang Henian looked deeply at Yi Chen. You. The other patriarch of the Martial Dao Bureau was clearly stunned and looked at Yi Chen in horror. Who the hell are you? How dare you kill someone from the Martial Dao Bureau? Yi Chen didn't bother not to look at him and landed in front of this person like a ghost. Raising his hand, he clasped it. Ka-ching! The neck shattered on the spot. Throwing it away casually, he didn't look at this Martial Arts Bureau's patriarch during the entire process. An uproar. Hiss. Raising his hand to kill a patriarch. My ass. The guests present were so frightened that their hearts almost exploded. Ordinary people didn't know that a martial arts patriarch meant them, didn't they know? This was a terrifying human who could catch bullets with his bare hands. You! Elder Lu's eyes finally flashed with a flash of panic, realizing that he had lost his temper. He hastily stabilized himself and coughed lightly. Kid, even if your strength far exceeds that of a martial Dao sovereign, don't forget that this is the Dragon Kingdom. If you dare to hurt a single hair on the old man's head, the Dragon Kingdom will not let you go. The Martial Arts Bureau will not let you go. I, Lu Fengyun, have students all over the country, and I won't let you off even more. Noisy. Yi Chen shook his head. Walking over to Old Master Lu. The moment he met Yi Chen's eyes, Old Master Lu actually had the feeling of facing death. He opened his mouth to speak, but he was unable to make a sound no matter what. A feeling of suffocation came over him. Both feet left the ground. Cough cough. Elder Master Lu's gaze was horrified, realizing that he was actually being lifted up by the youth in front of him by clasping his neck. He had never felt so vulnerable. Life and death was at the other party's whim. Dad! Lu Chuanxiang exclaimed in shock. Master! The rest of the Lu family also rushed over, trembling in fear. The guests present were trembling, frantically rubbing their eyes, still thinking they had misread the situation. Heavens! He struck out at Old Master Lu. Madman, this is a madman. The rich and powerful bigwigs present were so scared that their faces turned white, and they kept backing away for fear of getting involved with Yi Chen. Xin Xiong lowered her head, also pale with fear. Wang Henian stood in place, his mouth open, constantly shivering, completely unable to close it. Suddenly, Yi Chen, this king orders you to stop. A large group of men covered in murderous aura rushed in, surrounding the entire Lu family ancestral hall. Each man wore black armor with weapons on their waists, and their eyes were cold and merciless, giving off the feeling of a wolf pack. The Blood Wolf Army. Jiangnan King has come? The crowd instantly recognized these troops as the Blood Wolf Army under Jiangnan King. Swish! Everyone turned around at the same time and looked towards the Lu family ancestral hall. Under the attention of the crowd, a middle-aged man walked with a dragon's stride, raising his hands and feet with an air of looking out of the world. Eagle-eyed and wolfish, not angry. Jiangnan King. Yi Chen, you've got a lot of guts. You just killed someone in Zhanghai and caused havoc in Longdu. Now you're actually killing innocents at the Lu family ancestral hall. Why don't you put down Elder Lu and surrender? Jiangnan King's voice was calm, yet it gave off an irrefutable majesty. What are you? Yi Chen shook his head. Ignoring the Jiangnan King. Everyone's mouths opened and their bodies stiffened in place. King Jiangnan's gaze was ice cold. Blood Wolf Army, take the sun for me. If you dare to resist, kill without pardon. Yes. The 3,000 Blood Wolf Army shouted lowly in unison, and a murderous aura came crashing down on their faces, and surrounded up towards Yi Chen at the same time. Stop, all stop. Tang Fengwolf rushed in with a group of Dragon Souls people, stopping in front of Jiangnan King. Jiangnan King told your people to stop, you can't touch Yi Chen. People from the Dragon Soul, what's going on here? The people present froze, recognizing the totem on Tang Fengwolf's chest. Chapter 26, Dragon Lord Edict, Dragon Soul Major General. Yi Chen, you really are too impulsive. Give me face and release Old Master Lu. Tang Fengwolf said quickly. After he finished dealing with the corpses of the islanders in the mass grave, he immediately wanted to go look for Yi Chen, only to find out that Yi Chen had left Zhanghai and gone to Jiangnan. Then he received news that a village in the countryside of Jiangnan City was surrounded by armed men. Worrying that it was Yi Chen's accident, he immediately rushed over with his men and learned from Mu Xueqing that Yi Chen was taken away by a group of people. Tang Fengwolf then rushed to the Lu family ancestral hall in a hurry, just in time to catch the scene. Yi Chen nodded his head coldly. Fine, I'll give you face. His head, temporarily hosted on his head. Loosening his hand. Snap. Old Master Lu fell to the ground. Dad. Lu Chuanxiang and a group of Lu family members rushed over and helped Lu Fengyun up and sit down. Cough cough. Cough cough. Lu Fengyun's old face rose to a greenish-purple color, almost suffocating. After viciously sucking in a few mouthfuls of air, he growled as if his eyes were bloodshot. Tang Fengyun Wolf, you know this kid? Good. Good ah. He killed my grandson, Lu Zirui, and then killed 2 consecrated members of the Wudao Bureau in a row on my 80th birthday. This son killed indiscriminately. You must give me an explanation today. Moreover, I will immediately report to the Dragon Capital and request that this brat be sentenced to capital punishment. Old Lu. Tang Fengwolf was just about to open his mouth. Ka-ching. A crunching sound. Lu Fengyun's voice came to an abrupt end. Ah. The rich and powerful bigwigs present, each and every one of them covered their mouths to death to prevent themselves from making a sound, their faces white with fear. Only to see. Yi Chen's hand clasped Lu Fengyun's neck, his 5 fingers closed, and Lu Fengyun's neck snapped on the spot, his head tilting to the side. Old Master Lu was dead. Just like this, his neck was crushed by Yi Chen and he died on his 80th birthday. Dad. Lu Chuanxiong flung himself onto his knees. Old Master. The eyes of the Lu family nearly burst out as they stared at the scene in front of them in grief. Yi Chen. Tang Fenwolf sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and even he couldn't help but tremble a little. Even King Jiangnan's pupils contracted hard for a moment, unable to hide the shock within him. Yi Chen, do you know what you've done? You actually dared to take the law of the land in vain and kill Lu Fengyun. Yi Chen laughed. State law? Ha 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 ha. Lu Ziroy circled and killed people, drove innocent people to death for the sake of a real estate company. Which country's law is this? 5 years ago, more than 100 members of my Yi family died tragically. The murderer islanders are still at large. Which country's law is this? Since the law of the land can't control Lu Fengyun, then I, Yi Chen, will wipe out all sins. Clanging forcefully. Throwing the ground with a loud voice. The air in the Lu family ancestral hall froze as everyone opened their mouths and looked at Yi Chen in shock. The Jiangnan king's face was pitch black. Yi Chen, I know that you have anger from the Yi family's destruction back then, but this is not a reason for you to indiscriminately kill innocent people. Yi Chen smiled. Those who kill people will always kill. Innocent? In my opinion, you, King Jiangnan, are not even innocent. Jiangnan king's eyes sank. You still want to kill me? Not bad. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back and swept a glance at the Jiangnan king. If you say one more word of nonsense and hold the law of the land over me, I will even kill you together. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air, nearly scared silly. The air was completely frozen, not daring to take a breath. Yi Chen. Even Tang Fenwolf was scared out of his wits. Don't talk nonsense. Good. The Jiangnan king was furious as a superior's majesty erupted. Back when this king was riding the sands and commanding 300,000 troops, no one dared to say that they would kill me. When I rejected the Wolf Kingdom's army in the north and drove the enemy 300 miles, no one dared to say kill me. When I made great achievements and was crowned king of Taishan, no one dared to say kill me either. Today, I'm actually threatened by you. Even if this king kills you directly today, the Dragon Lord won't even say anything. With an order, Blood Wolf Army, take down those who resist, kill without pardon. Yes. The 3,000 Blood Wolf Army's eyes were red, and one came towards Yi Chen like a vicious wolf. Tang Fenwolf gritted his teeth, took out a red instrument in his hand and went forward and raised it high. I'll see who dares to touch a hair on General Yi. Jiangnan King, do you want to rebel? The crowd was shocked. General Yi? What's going on here? Everyone's eyes fell on the red paperwork in Tang Fenwolf's hand. The 3,000 Blood Wolf troops also stopped and looked at this in shock. You said he's a general? Jiangnan King's face fluctuated. Tang Fenwolf nodded. Not bad. This is the warrant issued by the Dragon Lord himself. Yi Chen is the Major General of the Dragon Soul Special Force, Subterranean Dragon Detachment from now on. King Jiangnan took the paperwork and took a look. It was indeed a warrant. Not only was Yi Chen's name on it, there was also the signature of the highest person in the Dragon Kingdom. King Jiangnan instantly recognized that the signature was not a forgery. No one in the entire Dragon Kingdom dared to forge this person's signature either. Tang Fenwolf let out a low gulp. King Jiangnan, the Dragon Lord has just royalized General Yi, and you're about to kill him, and you're still saying that you're not trying to rebel? Even the Jiangnan King's eyes couldn't help but contract for a moment. He could only spit out 2 words, I don't dare. Take your men and retreat. Tang Fenwolf said in a cold voice. King Jiangnan was holding a fire, but he did not dare to attack. He never dreamed that the Dragon Lord had actually paid attention to Yi Chen. He could only hatefully swept a glance at Yi Chen and left in a mess with the Blood Wolf Army. The entire Lu family ancestral hall was dead silent. All the tycoons, actors and singers all looked at Yi Chen with astonishment. The highest person in the Dragon Kingdom personally appointed a general? And a major general of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. A step to heaven. Everyone didn't dare to take a breath, and could only look at Yi Chen with awe, excitement, and envy. General Yi, congratulations. Tang Fenwolf walked up and revealed a smile. Yi Chen frowned slightly. What's wrong with you guys? I've already said that I'm not interested in joining the Dragon Soul. Tang Fenwolf explained. General Yi, this is the Dragon Lord's intention. We can't do anything about it. Dragon Lord? Yi Chen still frowned. I'll explain it to you later. Tang Fenwolf lowered his voice and swept the surroundings. There is a tally of 1, all of them are recorded, and then the highest confidentiality agreement is signed. Anyone who divulges what happened today will be held accountable to the highest degree. And your Lu family, Elder Lu died violently of a sudden illness on his 80th birthday. Do you have any comments? The guests present were shocked. The Lu family was finished. Lu Chuanxiang knelt on the ground, his body couldn't help but tremble. Lu family, no opinions, please General Yi forget about today. General Yi, let's go. Getting a reply from the Lu family, Tang Fenwolf quickly left with Yi Chen. Only a full house of guests was left in an uproar. Xin Xiong looked at the direction Yi Chen left, her small mouth opened, the shock on her pretty face unable to dissipate no matter what. Elder Wang. This is too wonderful. Yi Chen killed Elder Lu in public, and the Jiangnan king couldn't even help him. In the end, the Dragon Lord even personally issued a warrant for him to be the Dragon Soul's major general. What the hell is he? I probably know who he is, Wang Henian's eyes flashed. Who is it? Shin Xiong looked over. Wang Henian said in a deep voice, didn't you hear it just now? Yi Chen said that 5 years ago, more than 100 members of the Yi family died tragically. Shin Xiong exclaimed, ah, it's him. Chapter 27, Dragon Lord's Secret Letter. After leaving the Lu family ancestral hall, Yi Chen followed Tang Fenwolf and got into an off-road vehicle. You have to give me an explanation. I've already clearly rejected you from joining the Dragon Soul. Don't think that I will join the Dragon Soul if you pull the Dragon Lord as a shield. I, Yi Chen, don't want to join a force that I can't be forced to join. Not even the state apparatus can force me. Tang Fenwolf opened his mouth in shock. Without waiting for him to speak, Yi Chen directly pulled open the car door and got out. General Yi, stay back. Tang Fenlang hurriedly chased after him. General Yi, listen to my explanation. Yi Chen stopped and looked at him coldly. Tang Fenwolf said gruffly, General Yi, this is a serious matter, let's get in the car and talk. The two returned to the SUV and closed the door. General Yi, I really didn't report this matter with the Dragon Lord. And you have to believe me, with my position I'm also not qualified to contact the Dragon Lord at all. This letter of appointment was sent to me directly by the Dragon Soul. Tang Fenwolf said. And, besides this letter of appointment, there is also a letter. On top of that, the Dragon Lord also had a sentence to bring to you, saying that you would definitely accept this letter of appointment after reading it. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Tang Fenwolf immediately took out a letter from his briefcase and handed it to Yi Chen. He himself took the initiative to pull open the car door and get out of the car with the driver, leaving Yi Chen a private space. Yi Chen opened the envelope to take a look, and a stream of strong and powerful fonts came into his eyes. Yi Chen, I know that you have many doubts, but you'd better not track down your parents again. This is not only my intention, but also the intention of your parents before they left. Yi Chen was stunned. His parents meaning? Continue reading. This matter is not only about your parents' safety, but also about the national fortune of the entire Dragon Kingdom. This letter of appointment should have been sent to the Yi family 5 years ago, and you are the only person in the Dragon Kingdom to be ordained as a major general at the age of 18. Although this letter of appointment is 5 years late, you should not be in a hurry to reject it. This is also your father's intention. He once said, if you spend your life doing nothing, then be an ordinary person, and I'll guarantee you a lifetime of honor and wealth. If you choose to practice martial arts, you can join the Dragon Soul to serve your country, just like your father. I've watched every move you've made. I don't know what you've been through these past 5 years, but your martial arts strength is enough to join the Dragon Soul. Don't mind the low rank. Major General is only your starting point, definitely not your end. I am optimistic about you. At the bottom of the pen, the name of the Dragon Lord was signed. There was also a seal that was exactly the same as the signature of the Dragon Soul warrant. Yi Chen's heart was even more puzzled, as if a mist was blocking his eyes. It's actually my dad's intention? What exactly does my dad want? Leaving me with a chaos tripod and letting me join the Dragon Soul, does he really want me to serve my country? Thinking for a moment, Yi Chen decided that it was better to find his parents first. At least, one could tell from the Dragon Lord's letter that the parents should not be dead. Maybe they were hiding for some special reason and couldn't see him, or maybe they were trapped somewhere. In any case, Yi Chen must find them. Tang Fenwolf. General Yi. Tang Fenwolf returned to the SUV. How have you considered it? Yi Chen nodded. I accept this letter of appointment. Excellent. General Yi, let's go to the subterranean dragon camp now. The generals are waiting to see you. Tang Fenwolf was thrilled. Judging from Yi Chen's amazing martial strength, subterranean dragon was going to add another fierce general. Moreover, Yi Chen was only in his early 20s this year. The future was unlimited. Yi Chen, however, shook his head. Let's talk about meeting the generals later. I only joined the Dragon Soul. I didn't say I was going to take a position in the army. Send me back to the countryside first. Mu Xueqing and the girls were probably still worried. All right. Tang Fenwolf nodded helplessly and sent Yi Chen back to the countryside of Jiangnan City. You guys can go now. Don't bother me if there's nothing else. After Yi Chen got off the car, he dropped a sentence and walked towards the courtyard of Mu Xueqing's house. The driver couldn't help but spit out the words just as the front foot left. What the hell? To be awarded the rank of Major General and still look like you don't want to. Captain, this kid is also too capable of pretending. If it wasn't for the fact that his father is Yiling Yunyi de War God, he is nothing. Tugging like $2.5 million, the Dragon Lord is probably giving him a Major General edict for the face of the War God. Shut up. Tang Fenwolf chortled. The Dragon Lord's decision is something you and I can doubt? You're really getting undisciplined. 30 kilometers of weighted cross-country when you return to the camp. Yi Chen. It's great that you're alright. Mu Xueqing had just seen Yi Chen return. Excitedly, she rushed forward and hugged him to death. Scared me to death. What are so many people doing here looking for you? Actually even deployed a helicopter. Yi Chen casually explained, oh, they are all my father's subordinates back then. After learning that I came back, they were very excited, so they came to look for me. Didn't I just renew my old age and I came back? Really? Mu Xueqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of hesitation. It always felt not quite right. Yi Chen laughed. What else? Did they come to arrest me? So many people came to arrest me with loaded guns, and I still came back in one piece. Could it be that I'm Superman? Alright, you two don't hug each other, come in quickly, everyone is watching. Xia Zueju reminded a sentence. It was only then that Mu Xueqing realized that the surrounding neighbors had all walked out. Standing in the distance curiously sizing up Yi Chen. Xueqing, this is your boyfriend, right? A 1.8 tall man, and so handsome. Xueqing, you are so lucky. Xueqing, we've watched you grow up, why don't you introduce us? Mu Xueqing shyly stomped her feet. Oops, just an ordinary friend. Pulling Yi Chen's hand, she quickly rushed into the courtyard. Behind them, the gossiping voices of the neighbors also resounded. Zueju, when can we have your family's wedding wine? The young couple has a good relationship, not to mention eating the wedding wine, the big grandson is going to hold it. Listening to the words behind her, Mu Xueqing's cheeks instantly reddened into apples as she looked up at Yi Chen. Hey! Don't get me wrong, we country people just like to talk nonsense like this. I know. Yi Chen nodded his head. Mu Xueqing added, I made it clear to my mom this afternoon that we are just ordinary friends. No. Yi Chen still nodded his head, his expression did not fluctuate in any way. Seeing this, Mu Xueqing instead lost a little. Maybe he really didn't mean anything to himself. Throughout the afternoon, Mu Xueqing was persuading Xia Zueju to go live with her in the city. Xia Zueju refused to agree, saying that she must keep this small yard, lest Mu Xueqing's father come back and cannot find the mother and daughter. Mu Xueqing could only stay helplessly, preparing to return to Zhonghai tomorrow. After dinner, Xia Zueju made the bed early and pulled Yi Chen into a room. Yi Chen, the conditions in the countryside are not good. This turned out to be Xueqing's room. Tonight you guys just make do and sleep here, the quilts are all newly changed by me. Yi Chen froze. This was to let him sleep at night, with Mu Xueqing? Chapter 28, Mu Xueqing, Yi Chen, you're even worse than a beast. Mom! Mu Xueqing rushed in like a whirlwind, her eyes wide. What are you babbling about? Didn't I tell you about my relationship with Yi Chen this afternoon? She looked at Yi Chen again. Yi Chen, I really explained to my mom that we are not that kind of relationship. Yi Chen nodded, I know. Xia Zueju swept a glance at her daughter and said without a good mood, Mom is not blind, and Mom also came from a little girl, you all live together, don't I know your relationship? Besides, Mom is not that kind of traditional person. Back then, your father and I, we also had you first before we got a license. I understand your young people's thinking, nowadays there are a lot of premarital cohabitation, don't aggravate our family Yi Chen. Xia Zueju said. What's all this about? Mu Xueqing was going crazy. Alright. Wash up and go to sleep. Xia Zueju stopped listening to her daughter's explanation. Young people don't mess around too late, go to bed early. After showing a smile to Yi Chen, he left, taking the door of the room with him. The atmosphere in the room was weird. It was unknown how long had passed. Yi Chen, I'm going to take a bath first, you. Mu Xueqing just opened her mouth. Yi Chen directly pulled over a chair and sat down. It's fine, I'll just make do for one night. Mu Xueqing hesitated and walked towards the restroom. Yi Chen, on the other hand, took out Xia Zueju's elixir and thought for a moment before swallowing it in one gulp. When I was in the 18 layers of hell, I studied the martial arts mastery of countless sects. Shaolin, Wudong, Ame, Huashan, Kunlun. With these 2 pills, it should be enough for me to condense my internal energy and step onto the path of a martial artist. Yi Chen thought. The pills quickly melted. A force flowed rapidly through the body, instantly rushing into the limbs and bones. It wasn't very strong. It was also enough to open the dantian. Half an hour later, Mu Xueqing came back from the shower and changed into a wombat pajama. Seeing Yi Chen still sitting on the chair, there was some intolerance. Yi Chen, why don't we make do together tonight? You go take a bath first, and I'll share half of my bed with you. But you're not allowed to do anything to me. Yi Chen didn't reply. Mu Xueqing was a bit annoyed. Is this girl not attractive at all? Idiot. Wooden head. Nerd. After spitting out a few sentences, Mu Xueqing directly jumped onto the bed. Through the gap in the quilt, she peeked at Yi Chen. This guy won't jump up in the middle of the night, right? What if he jumps up in the middle of the night? Do I give him? Or not? Mu Xueqing, what are you thinking in your head? It didn't take long. Mu Xueqing fell into a deep sleep. 12 o'clock in the morning, Dragon Capital. Deep within the Yi family. Yi Hongye faced a bush. What did you say? The assassination failed? 3 sect masters actually couldn't kill that kid? How is that possible? A man loomed in the depths of the bush. That's just the way it is. All 3 of them died, and I asked the few parties present, and it was indeed Yi Chen himself. Yi Hongye, your information was wrong, causing me to lose 3 ace assassins. The man was somewhat dissatisfied. Yi Hongye said angrily, is it my fault? Who would have thought that this little disappeared for 5 years and actually came back with an almost demonic martial arts strength? Where exactly has he gone in these 5 years? Could it really be that Yi Lingyun left him something? The man shook his head. Then you'll have to ask him. I'm just an assassin, you pay, I'll help you kill. Right, one more piece of news for free. Jiangnan's Lu Fengyun died on his 80th birthday. It was this Yi Chen who killed him. Moreover, Tang Fengwolf of the Subterranean Dragon was personally present to announce that the Dragon Lord had ordained Yi Chen as the Subterranean Dragon Major General. What? Yi Hongye was completely dumbfounded, his face full of shock. Yi Chen killed Lu Fengyun? The man smiled. So, I think the assassination mission end here. Yi Hongye was furious. You received my money, so you must kill this little man. The man said indifferently, he is now a major general. Killing him we will be hunted down by Dragon Soul. What do you mean? Have to add money. At 3 in the morning, Yi Chen opened his eyes. It's done. When I was in the 18 layers of hell, I didn't study martial arts. Martial Dao realms are divided into Martial Artist, Martial Master, Grand Martial Master, Sect Master, Grand Sect Master, Earth Realm, and Heaven Realm. Each realm has a total of 9 layers. I just opened my Dantian, so I should be a martial artist first heavenly level right now. Martial cultivators can break through the shackles by taking pills and turning the power of the pills into internal force. As long as I have enough pills, I will be able to advance quickly. The chaotic cauldron that I left behind will allow me to have a large amount of medicinal herbs. As for alchemy, I can try it myself. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. He suddenly realized the existence of the chaos cauldron was simply a bug. Martial artists needed a large amount of medicinal herbs to alchemize and take to enhance their realm. As long as he had the chaos cauldron, weeds could be turned into hundreds of years of medicinal herbs by him. Wouldn't he be able to raise his realm infinitely? Mom and Dad, could it be that you guys disappeared because of this tripod? Yi Chen thought. Cluck cluck cluck. A chicken clucked outside the house. It was dawn. After breakfast, Mu Xueqing bid farewell to her mother and returned to Zhonghai with Yi Chen. On the way, Yi Chen sent a message to Tang Fengwolf, asking him to send 2 people to secretly watch Xiaocueju, lest the Lu family retaliate. Yi Chen, is this young lady so unattractive? On the road, Mu Xueqing couldn't help but ask. Yi Chen was puzzled. Playing dumb huh? Mu Xueqing's eyes were full of rage. This young lady was prepared for you to be a beast last night, but I didn't expect you to be even worse than a beast. But Yi Chen's eyes widened and he almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Were all women so open nowadays? Mu Xueqing also realized that she had said the wrong thing, and her pretty face instantly reddened. Humph. Idiot, stupid, wooden. Ignore you. Yi Chen was just about to open his mouth. Tut tut tut. The cell phone rang and pressed the answer button. Lin Longhai's voice came out. Young Yi, there's news about your parents. Where? Yi Chen's voice was trembling due to his excitement. Lin Longhai thought for a moment. Young Yi, it's not convenient to talk on the phone. I've come to find you. Yi Chen said, I'm on the highway. You tell me your location. I'll come to you directly. Good. Lin Longhai spoke a location and ended the call. Xueqing, go to the Garden of Nations. Worldwide Garden? Good. Mu Xueqing saw Yi Chen's gloomy face, staring straight ahead, and without asking any more questions, she accelerated with a kick of the gas pedal. 1 hour later, on the outskirts of Zhonghai, the Garden of Nations. Wait for me. The car just stopped. Yi Chen gave an explanation and directly jumped out of the car. Rushing to the entrance of the Worldwide Garden, Lin Longhai had already waited for a long time, directly welcoming Yi Chen into one of the luxurious compartments of the Worldwide Garden and closing the door. Uncle Lin, where exactly are my parents? Yi Chen couldn't wait. Lin Longhai opened his mouth seriously. The latest news came back from the island country. Yi Xiao, your parents did go to the island country 5 years ago. Someone saw them enter the Heavenly Palace and never came out again. Chapter 29, News of Parents. Heavenly Emperor Palace? Yi Chen's eyes sank. The Heavenly Emperor Palace, as the name suggested, was the palace of the emperor of the island nation. How could the parents go to a place like that? Young Yi, look. Lin Longhai handed over a set of photographs of tourists. These are the photographs taken by the tourists outside the Heavenly Palace that day, and certain angles captured your parents in them. Yi Chen looked over one by one. Sure enough, each photo had a different owner. There were elderly couples, young couples, and separate men and women. The only difference was that the background of their photos were circled by Lin Longhai with a red pen. In the middle of the circle were none other than Yi Chen's parents. Who is this person? Yi Chen realized that besides his parents, there was a third person. Judging from the back, it should be a young woman. We don't know for now, but from the photos of the scene, we guess that she was the one who brought your parents into the Heavenly Emperor Palace. After your parents entered the Heavenly Palace, they were never heard from again. But don't you worry, maybe they left in some other way, we just don't know. This is where your parents last appeared. Yi Chen's gaze fluctuated. What on earth were his parents doing going to the Heavenly Palace? No matter what, one had to make the trip. Uncle Lin, help me buy the fastest airfare, I'm going to the island. Lin Longhai shook his head. Young Yi, the Heavenly Palace is not open to the public. Unless you are in an important position, you may apply to enter in visit. Yi Chen sneered. Who said I want to go in for a visit? Lin Longhai was startled. You. Yi Xiao, do you want to force your way into the Heavenly Palace? Yi Chen said, where I, Yi Chen, want to go, no one can stop me. Never. Lin Longhai hurriedly stopped it. The Heavenly Emperor Palace was the spiritual symbol of the island nation. Not only were there countless martial arts experts, there were also self-defense forces guarding the side, and even an air defense missile system. Yi Chen said, my mind is made up. This. Lin Longhai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He knew that he couldn't stop Yi Chen. Even if he didn't buy Yi Chen a plane ticket, Yi Chen could buy it himself. He couldn't watch Yi Chen get killed, could he? Thinking for a moment, Yi Xiao, I'll look at it this way. The woman in this photo might know where your parents are going. I've already sent people to look for her. There just happens to be a cruise ship tonight, going from Hong Kong Island to the island, passing by Shanghai. It will arrive at the island in a day and a night. I will accompany you on this cruise ship to the island. You give me 1 day. If I can't find the woman in the photo, we'll think of another way? Yi Chen considered for a few seconds. Good. Lin Longhai let out a sigh of relief. A day and a night was still enough time to persuade Yi Chen again. He was really afraid that Yi Chen would get hot-headed and force his way into the Heavenly Palace. That really wasn't much different from sending himself to his death. Young Yi, stay and have a lunch. The Worldwide Garden are all the top Chinese food chefs in the country. Lin Longhai said, and his words changed. Moreover, my daughter is also here today. She is 2 years younger than you and is still in college. All young people making friends together? Yi Chen was stunned. Where he didn't know what Lin Longhai meant. Uncle Lin, I haven't found my parents yet, so I'm not considering personal problems for now. All right. Lin Longhai looked deeply at Yi Chen. It's always okay for young people to get to know each other, right? Okay. Yi Chen did not refuse. Lin Longhai hurriedly took out his phone and called his daughter. About 5 minutes passed. A girl with exquisite dress and long legs, holding an Apple phone in her hand and constantly chatting, walked in, looking like a clear-eyed college student. Fei, Yi Xiao is here, still playing with your cell phone? Lin Longhai was furious. Fei Lin nudged her mouth and put down her cell phone with great reluctance. Hello, my name is Fei Lin. Hello, my name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded casually. Lin Fei frowned, a little irritated. How could she say that she was also the department flower in school? The people chasing her were lined up from the school entrance to the airport, and she had never seen any man treating her with this kind of attitude. Humph. You're trying to escape, aren't you? I've seen this kind of play a lot. Lin Fei secretly laughed. No chatting. Yi Chen directly got up. Uncle Lin, this person is also recognized. My friend is still waiting for me. I'm leaving first. Without waiting for Lin Fei to react, he directly crossed over her and walked out of the box. Throughout the entire process, even from the corner of his eye, he didn't even look at Lin Fei for a moment. What right did he have? Yi Xiao, I'll see you off. Lin Longhai chased out. After a few minutes, Lin Longhai ran back to the box and stomped his feet in anger. Fei, I've told you 1,000 times to put on a better attitude. It's not even if you're late. Why are you still treating Yi Xiao with this kind of face? Dad. Lin Fei threw herself into the sofa with an impatient face. Oops, I know this Yi Chen. You've told me many times, his father is Yi Lingyun. He used to be a war god in the Dragon Soul Special Forces. But it's been 5 years since the Yi family was wiped out, and his parents have been missing for 5 years. Why are you still flattering him like this? Have you forgotten that you promised my mom that you won't let me do what I don't want to do? I just don't want to be with this Yi Chen, can I? Taking a step back, which person I know in my circle is not better than this Yi Chen? Humph. Lin Longhai's chest heaved violently with anger, and he let out a cold laugh. What if I tell you that he is a Dragon Soul Major General? And you still think that there's someone around you who's better than him? Dad, what did you say? Lin Fei froze. Major General? How can that be? He's only in his 20s, right? 2 years older than me, that's 23. A 23-year-old Major General? How is that possible? A thick flash of horror finally flashed through that pair of disdainful eyes. Although Lin Fei was capricious, she wasn't stupid. A 23-year-old Major General, the Dragon Kingdom establishment had never had one before. Lin Longhai sneered. How is it impossible? Just a short while ago, the Dragon Lord personally ordered the edict. Dragon Lord. Personally. Ordered. Lin Fei opened her mouth. Completely frozen in place. By the time she came back to her senses, Lin Longhai had already disappeared. Ghostly. Pulling out her cell phone, she sent a message to her girlfriend's group. You guys, do you think there's anyone who's been made a Major General at the age of 23 right now? Major General at 23? Ha ha ha, Fei, you're sleepy. You think you're watching a domineering military general fall in love with me, 23 years old? It's good enough to be a squad leader. What age? You think you're Hua Xiaodong, sealing the wolves. If a co can go there, I can go there too? Ha 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 ha. Fei, you're sick, you need to be cured. Looking at her girlfriend's replies, Lin Fei's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of determination. It must be my dad who lied to me. It must be a fake in order to make me regret it. At the entrance of the Universal Garden, Mu Xueqing had been waiting for 20 minutes. Why hasn't Yi Chen come out yet? Seeing how anxious he is, could it be that he has news about his parents? Mu Xueqing guessed. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out, Yo, isn't this Mu Xueqing? Why are you still driving a broken BYD? You're in such a bad situation? Who are you waiting for here, yikes? You wouldn't be driving a DDT to pick up passengers, would you? Chapter 30, Fool, don't I know you like me? Mu Xueqing frowned and looked towards the source of the piercing sound. A pair of man and woman walked out from the gate of the Universal Garden. The man was wearing a handmade suit and a Rolex wristwatch. He looked like a successful man. He was just a bit old, estimated to be 50. The woman was flamboyant, the fork of her skirt was very high. Yao Lingling, college classmate. When the graduation exam, Yao Lingling wanted to copy Mu Xueqing's paper. Mu Xueqing did not agree. Yao Lingling failed to graduate. Later she did not repeat, directly out of society. I didn't expect to fall for big money. Ling Ling, who is this? The middle-aged man stared at Mu Xueqing, his eyes were glowing. Mu Xueqing's features were exquisite, her temperament was cool, and she had a pair of sexy, full, round, long legs. Compared to a demonic like Yao Lingling, it was simply too much of a step up. Yao Lingling said, my university classmate, they are proud of it, Zhanghai University Finance Department, the first grade of the school flower. School flower, ah. The middle-aged man unconsciously licked his tongue. Yao Lingling felt that something was not quite right, and hurriedly pulled him, hubby, I suddenly remembered that Hermes has a bag on the shelves, let's go buy it? Wait. The middle-aged man shook his head and pushed Yao Lingling away as he walked over. I just heard Lingling say that your name is Mu Xueqing, right? Good name. Be my girlfriend, I'll give you $300,000 a month, how about it? Ah. Yao Lingling was anxious, hubby, what are you doing? She was only $100,000 a month. What makes Mu Xueqing worth $300,000? Sir, please respect yourself. Mu Xueqing's voice was icy cold. 400,000. Mu Xueqing was indifferent. 500,000. 600,000. 800,000. The men kept raising the price. Mu Xueqing was indifferent. The more this happened, the more the men's competitive spirit was stimulated. Every woman has a price. Those first-tier stars lousy can use money to smash open their legs. I'll give you $1 million. You only need to accompany me for 3 days. Mu Xueqing was just about to refuse. A faint voice rang out, if I were you, apologize right now and get lost. Who are you? Dare to make me, Xin Yongxiao, apologize. I think you're tired of living, aren't you? The middle-aged man turned back. Yi Chen. When Mu Xueqing saw Yi Chen walk out, she excitedly ran over and took his arm. Don't worry, I'm here. Yi Chen patted the hand holding his arm. This scene made Xin Yongxiao eat as hard as a fly. The corners of Xin Yongxiao's eyes twitched. A part-time student, how dare you learn how to save a beauty as a hero? Believe it or not, one word from me will make you unable to mix in Zhanghai. Get lost and go back to your hometown in the countryside. Bang! Yi Chen kicked over, and Xin Yongxiao's mouth directly exploded. Spitting out a dozen teeth in one breath, he lay on the ground wailing in pain. Ah! My mouth, ah! You dare to hit me. Dare to spit with your mouth full of again, I'll make sure you'll never be able to speak again. Yi Chen's voice was icy cold, and it landed in Xin Yongxiao's ears like there were billions of severe ghosts howling. You! He was so scared that he closed his mouth, even forgetting the pain. Yi Chen pulled Mu Xueqing into the car and left directly with a kick of the gas. Mu Xueqing sat in the co-pilot, a little worried. Yi Chen, is that man alright? You care about him? Yi Chen smiled and joked, you really don't want to work hard to earn $1 million a month? Mu Xueqing rolled her eyes and pointed her finger at Yi Chen's forehead. Why do I care about him? I care about you. Your kick was not light or heavy, people's teeth fell out. I know a little bit about the law. Teeth out of the hospital can be identified to the highest level of serious injury. If he sued you, how to do? Besides, is this lady not $1 million a month that can be taken down? Yi Chen's eyes flashed. Then how much do you want? At least 100 million. Mu Xueqing grunted twice. Yi Chen hemmed and hawed. Alright, then 100 million. Saying that, a bank card was shoved over. It was the same one that Wang Henian had given him, with $100 million in it. Mu Xueqing froze. What are you doing? Yi Chen smiled badly. Didn't you promise me? 100 million. Let's start with a month's worth. During this month, you have to wash, cook, serve tea and pour water for me. And warm the bed, by the way. Mu Xueqing cursed angrily. Get lost. At night, after Mu Xueqing fell asleep, Yi Chen entered the room to take a look. Just as she was talking in her sleep, Yi Chen disappeared these 5 years. Where the hell did you go? Don't lie to this young lady. Otherwise, I'll punish you for washing, cooking, serving tea and pouring water for me. And also, have to warm my bed. Right, warm the bed. warmed the bed. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of tenderness. When he was in the 18 layers of hell, he had seen the young world through a yin and yang mirror. Originally, he wanted to search for his parents. Unfortunately, he did not find them. Instead, he had seen Mu Xueqing going crazy, searching for herself in the Yi family's pile of over 100 dead people. He also saw Mu Xueqing's 5 years of frantically inquiring about his whereabouts. Compared to Lang Qingxiu's betrayal, Mu Xueqing's had always buried her feelings in her heart. It's true. People only know who is best for them if they have died once. Fool, don't I know you like me yet? When I have enough power to subvert everything, I'll tell you where I've been these 5 years. Yi Chen's eyes revealed a touch of determination. Turning around, he went downstairs. A Maybach 680 had been waiting for a long time. Young Yi. Lin Longhai stepped out of the car. The ship has arrived. Yi Chen glanced back at the location upstairs. During the time I'm away, don't allow a single hair of damage to her. Lin Longhai froze, then nodded solemnly. Don't worry, young Yi, I'll secretly send people to protect her and ensure that no one can harm Miss Mu. The car quickly left. An hour later, 3 Mercedes commercial vehicles parked under the apartment building. Shin Yongxiao, his face wrapped in bandages, walked out of the car. Sure this is the place? A man with a steel pipe nodded. Sure, we checked the surveillance all the way. After that kid and the woman returned to this apartment, they haven't come out since. Shin Yongxiao cursed angrily. Grass. He's actually living together. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman isn't a chick. But it doesn't matter, those legs are enough for me to play for a month. The man get killed, make it look like he jumped off the building, and the woman directly take away. Yes. A dozen people acted separately, taking advantage of the dark night to cut all the surveillance routes, prying open the door of the building towards Mu Xueqing's apartment. Chapter 31 Beauty and Killer? Shin Yongxiao's people had just climbed up to the second floor. 2 men with cold gazes blocked the path of a dozen people. Big brother, someone is here. The hitman looked back. Shin Yongxiao squeezed to the front of the crowd. Get out of the way, it has nothing to do with you. One of the men suddenly kicked out and landed on Shin Yongxiao's face. The wound that had just been stitched up instantly exploded. Damn, you guys dare to hit me, I'm Shin Yongxiao. A sentence was just uttered. Shin Yongxiao then hit a cold shiver. The eyes behind the bandage flashed a flash of thick panic. Because he saw that the dozen or so thugs that he had brought with him all had their necks crushed. Don't kill me. Ah. A few minutes later, a group of people broke in outside the building, each carrying a sack into the Mercedes-Benz business car driven by Shin Yongxiao, disappeared into the dark night. As if all this never happened. 12 o'clock in the morning, Dragon Capital, inside a certain office. Junior brother is going to the island? A woman with a marvelous figure and eyes as beautiful as jewels stood up in surprise. Because it was too intense, a pair of magnificent things on her chest trembled violently. On the other end of the phone, a woman was stopped outside the borderline of the Dragon Country. Yes. When Junior brother is in the Dragon Country, we can guarantee his safety. If he goes to the island country, that's not necessarily the case. You send someone. Forget it, Xiaojiao, you go personally. Junior brother's safety is not allowed to go wrong at all. I can't enter the Dragon Kingdom, I can casually go to the Island Kingdom. Starting from tomorrow, my Wolf Country's army will enter the Island Country's waters for military drills, and will leave again when Little Master safely leaves the Island Country. If the Island Nation dares to make a move against Junior Master, then let it sink. The Empress spoke with a resounding voice. The Bund Harbor, on the deck of a cruise ship. Lin Longhai remembered. Hey, okay, I got it. Hanging up the phone. Young Yi, an hour ago, a person named Shin Yongxiao went to Ms. Mu's apartment, and the person has disappeared forever. Yi Chen nodded. At this time, a henchman came over and whispered a few words into Lin Longhai's ear. Waving his hand, he dismissed the henchman and walked over to Yi Chen. Young Yi, the cruise ship will enter the open sea soon, and there is an underground casino in the cruise ship. Are you interested in playing a few games with me? Don't worry, you don't have to contribute a penny, the loss is on me, you take the winnings. Yi Chen glanced at him. Uncle Lin, you're the director of Shanghai Martial Arts, and you're still playing this? Lin Longhai rubbed his hands. Ordinary people can't avoid alcohol and sex in this life. Even if you are a martial arts cultivator, power, fame, money, status, and beautiful women, there is always one thing you like, right? I love to play a couple of games when I'm not doing anything, a little gambling is good for the soul. Yi Chen shook his head. Uncle Lin, you're only in the Zhongshu realm now, don't you want to make an impact on Grandmaster? Grandmaster? Lin Longhai's eyes darkened for a while, and he smiled awkwardly. I was injured early on, I'm afraid I won't be able to achieve Grandmaster in this life. Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped Lin Longhai's wrist. Lin Longhai was startled. The reaction of a martial artist subconsciously wanted to resist, but he gave up once he thought it was Yi Chen, allowing him to hold the inch-gate ruler on his wrist. Uncle Lin, there's still salvation in your case, turn around and I'll treat you, just prescribe 2 more pairs of medicines. Yi Chen said. Lin Longhai froze. There was some surprise in his heart. Yi Chen had disappeared for 5 years and brought back an astounding martial arts strength that was already enough to shock him. Could he still know medical skills? Even if I know medical skills, one of my 2 veins has been broken. After searching all over the country for famous doctors who couldn't do anything, even the Northwest's medicine god Valley went to seek help. Could it be that Yi Xiao's medical skills are even more powerful than the medicine god Valley? It's probably comforting me. Lin Longhai secretly shook his head, not breaking down Yi Chen's good intentions. Alright, you're really not going? I'm not going, you go. Alright, this is the room card. If you are tired you can go directly to your room to rest. After Lin Longhai left, Yi Chen lit a cigarette. Taking advantage of the dark night, he looked in the direction of the island. Mom and Dad, are you guys still in the island? I have a lot of questions I want to ask you guys. Why did you leave without saying goodbye 5 years ago? What exactly is the Chaos Cauldron? And what about the Qilin blood? Did you guys run into trouble, or did you have a reason you had to? The thoughts were thick. Hey! This is a public place, it's too rude for you to smoke in public, isn't it? A girl a dozen meters away stared at Yi Chen with wide eyes, somewhat angry. Zixuan, there's no one on the deck, and it's not like it's affecting us. A young girl next to her shook her head, big eyes, watery skin. Goose egg face, generous temperament, much better than those plastic surgery monsters in the entertainment industry. The pair of buxom things on her chest was even more proud. She smiled lightly at Yi Chen. This gentleman, I'm sorry, my best friend is not in a good mood tonight. Yi Chen naturally did not care. Taking a drag on his cigarette, he walked towards the deck bow. What an attitude! Jiang Zixuan was very angry, walking towards Super Yi Chen with her arms crossed. Today this girl must make you put out your cigarette. Zixuan! The girlfriend quickly chased after her. Yi Chen just walked out a dozen meters. Jiang Zixuan stopped in front of her with her arms crossed. Hey, this girl's words you didn't. A sentence was not finished. Jiang Zixuan's beautiful eyes contracted for a moment. Because she saw that one of Yi Chen's palms greeted towards her. It's not even if you don't have the quality, you still want to hit people? Jiang Zixuan was confused. Yi Chen's palm landed on her shoulder, and Jiang Zixuan only felt a sharp pain and subconsciously crouched down. Whoosh! Something almost slashed against her scalp. Looking up, Yi Chen was actually holding a sharp knife in his hand. Jiang Zixuan was so scared that she sat on her but on the ground and almost cried. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's slap, this knife would have definitely pierced through her head. Zixuan! Her best friend hurriedly ran over, just about to comfort Jiang Zixuan. Yi Chen's ice-cold voice rang out. Who are you people? At some point, 7 or 8 men in black nightclothes walked over from all around. The girlfriend froze. What era is this? Still wearing black nightclothes? Are they shooting a movie? Subconsciously looked around to see if there were any cameras. After all, there are a lot of spoof bloggers nowadays who like to scare beautiful passersby. Kill your man. One of the men in black gave a low shout. 3 steps rushed to Yi Chen's body, and a long knife in his hand swept across. Yi Chen casually clasped this person's wrist and folded it with force. Bones broke and came out through the flesh and blood. The long knife in the black-clothed man's hand even turned back towards his neck. Poof! The man's head fell to the ground. The smell of blood filled the entire deck. Ah! Jiang Zixuan and her best friend Shen Yuchu were completely stunned. As the two looked on in horror, Yi Chen sprinted out like the wind. The man closest to him flew out, his body hitting the deck hard, and one of his feet landed heavily. Ka-ching! The ribs were broken. The blood in his mouth even gushed out like a spring. Who sent you guys here? Want to know? Go to hell. Bang! A foot stomped on this person's chest. Instantly turning around, casually clasping the neck of a rushing killer. Raising it high. The death-like voice rang out again. Who told you to come? Dark Temple assassins never betray their employers. The man knew that he was bound to die, and laughed madly. If you have the guts, kill. Click. A crunching sound. It was dry and crisp. Yi Chen casually discarded the body like it was trash and looked at the remaining 3. What organization is the Dark Palace again? And who is the employer he is talking about? A flash of panic flashed across the eyes of the remaining 5 Dark Palace assassins. The 3 who died were all at the Grand Master Realm Awe. Killed in a single move. Even the cigarette in his mouth didn't go out. Could this kid be a Heaven Realm martial artist? Don't think so much. Kill him and we'll each get $200 million. An old voice rang out. When the remaining 5 heard this figure, their eyes instantly reddened and together they surrounded towards Yi Chen. Chapter 32 Ghost God-like Man. Instead of retreating, Yi Chen took a step forward and took the initiative to meet them, slamming out a fist. Bang! The Dark Palace killer who rushed at the front didn't even have a chance to scream. His head exploded on the spot and his headless body fell straight down. A person on the side sneaked over. Yi Chen snapped his backhand, directly penetrating this person's chest. Piercing out from behind, he held a bright red heart in his hand. 5 fingers snapped. The heart exploded. Holy! The remaining 3 people were scared out of their wits and sucked in a breath of cool air. They had seen countless dead people, but they had never seen such a miserable death. Is this kid a devil? At this moment, the remaining 3 people completely lost fighting spirit, legs are scared soft, go. Like crazy, they rushed to the side of the deck and plunged headfirst into the seawater. Yi Chen looked amused, want to go? Is it possible? He took one step onto the deck guardrail and leapt down. Jiang Zixuan and her best friend's gazes were horrified to the extreme. If it wasn't for the 5 corpses on the deck and the smell of blood that was so thick that it made people sick, the 2 even thought they were dreaming. Young Chu, what kind of person is he? Someone spent over $1 billion to kill him? Is his life so valuable? Jiang Zixuan was so scared that she kept shivering. Trying to climb up, her legs were soft. Couldn't stand up at all. Xin Yuchu shook her head in horror. Zixuan, don't be so capricious in the future. Yi Xiao. The commotion on the deck drew the attention of the rest of the cruise ship. Lin Longhai led his men to quickly rush over and blockade the surrounding area. 5 corpses, none of them were intact, and their deaths were miserable. Where is Yi Xiao? I'm asking you guys, where is the youth on the deck just now? Lin Longhai's eyes were red, almost hissing out. The anger of a martial arts patriarch was simply too much for the 2 to bear. Warily, they replied, these people said that they were assassins from some dark temple, and the Yi Xiao in your mouth chased them and jumped into the sea? What? Dark Palace. Lin Longhai's mind went blank. Rushing to the edge of the deck like a madman, he hissed angrily, tell the organizer to stop the ship. If anything happens to Yi Xiao, I want all of you to pay for it. Yes. Soon the cruise ship stopped. The entire deck was blocked by Lin Longhai's people. They even lowered the lifeboats and kept searching the sea. Fully half an hour had passed. Lin Longhai's face became whiter and whiter. It's over. It's all over. It's been half an hour. It shouldn't have drowned. Just at this time. Ah! The surface of the water came a miserable scream. In the countless shocked gazes, a man in black flew up from underwater. As if he had been thrown up, he smashed heavily on the deck. Don't. Then. A second person. The third person. Lin Longhai's men quickly stepped forward and brought the 3 under control. Pulling down their scarves, each person's eyes carried a strong fear. In the next second, an indifferent voice came out, you're all assassins from the Dark Palace? Lin Longhai, Jiang Zixuan, and Xin Yuchu looked towards the edge of the deck. A palm appeared, clasped on the edge of the deck, and leapt up. The moment they saw Yi Chen, the 3 assassins from the Dark Palace were so scared that they cowed out frantically. My name is Lu Biqing, Dark Palace Assassin number 167. I'm 59 years old this year, at the 7th level of Grand Master. I'm from Southwest Province. I bought a house in Zhonghai and Hong Kong Island. My old mother is 81 years old this year. I also have a wife, 6 mistresses, gave me 4 sons and 5 daughters. I studied in the countryside of Southwest Province in elementary school. I dropped out of junior high school to learn martial arts, and joined the Dark Palace. My real name is Lu Wei, flower name Knight 7, Dark Temple 163 killer, 52 years old this year. The 8th level of the Grand Master. My parents died since childhood, grew up in an orphanage. Weekdays when I do not take the mission I am an ordinary old man, in a small second-tier city to live. My wife and children are just ordinary people. My name is Zhou Song, a native of the Southeast Asian country of Ma, the Dark Palace 169th Assassin. This year is 49 years old, the 5th level of the Grand Master. I used to be a fisherman, and then I followed someone to practice Muay Thai. My talent is not bad, because I killed someone so I joined the Dark Palace to seek refuge. I earned money and went to the casino and the Wind and Moon to squander it, alone. The 3 men kowtowed as they spoke. The heads hit the deck with a thud. The blood dripping didn't even dare to stop. Lin Longhai froze. Were these 3 people really assassins of the Dark Palace? One must know that the assassins of the Dark Palace weren't even afraid of death. Even if they failed, they could still protect their employer's secrets. What exactly did Yi Chen use? It actually made the Dark Palace's assassins fearful to such an extent. This was simply telling Yi Chen all about his bottom. Unable to help it. Lin Longhai's gaze towards Yi Chen completely changed. In these 5 years, what exactly has young Yi experienced? What other means does he have that I don't know about? And how did he know that when Yi Chen was in the 18 layers of hell? Even the evil spirits were afraid of him. Yi Chen's voice was calm. Who hired you guys to kill me? The 3 shook their heads in horror. My lord, we really don't know. The Dark Palace assassins only take on missions. There's no way to actively contact their superiors, unless it's the legendary shadow assassins who are qualified to know who the employer is. Shadow killer? Yi Chen frowned. Lu Biqing hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, my lord, Shadow Slayers are ranked at least into the top 100 in the Dark Palace. Assassins of this rank take on top assassination missions. Either the president of a small country, the CEO of a top consortium, or a martial arts cultivator above the Earth realm. Yi Chen looked at the trio. It seemed like they really didn't know. I know, you guys can go to hell. At these words, Lu Biqing, Lu Wei, and Zhou Song kowed out in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. The 3 of them held their heads and twisted them with force. Ka-ching. 3 sounds rang out one after another. The 3 Dark Palace assassins actually twisted their own necks and killed themselves. This time, Lin Longhai was truly stunned. My god. The Dark Palace assassins actually killed themselves after leaking the news? Why didn't he kill himself just now? Wait. Lin Longhai suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that these three were so fearful just now because it was a luxury to even think about dying? What exactly did they go through? Raising his head, he looked at Yi Chen. This director of the Shanghai Martial Arts Bureau couldn't help but have a thick flash of awe in his eyes. Xin Yuchu and Jiang Zixuan stared at their beautiful eyes. This scene could not be forgotten for the rest of their lives. This night, Yi Chen's face was seared dead in the depths of the duo's memories. Meanwhile, 50 nautical miles away, a small dinghy floated in the dark sea, and all the lights were turned off in order not to be noticed. Pooh! Suddenly, a figure jumped onto the dinghy from the water and cursed angrily. Damn! What kind of monster is this guy? Grass! 8 grandmasters joined forces and couldn't even kill him. Is it really just one punch a grandmaster? Damn! This guy can't be a heaven realm martial artist, right? He was the only survivor of this operation. He was also the only one who hid in the shadows and didn't make a move. If he had made a move himself, he would have been absolutely ferocious. Pulling out his cell phone, a call was dialed out. Yi Hongye, your ING information is wrong. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. What other secrets does he have on him? I lost too much this time. You have to add money. Grass. The corpses on the deck were taken away, and after the water was rinsed away, only a faint smell of blood remained. Yi Xiao, what to do with these 2 female college students? Lin Longhai sank his face. This is the high seas. If you don't want to leak the news, no one will know if you dispose of them. Don't kill us. Jiang Zixuan cried in fear. Xin Youchu's beautiful eyes were also filled with panic. Yi Chen shook his head. Let go. Yes. Lin Longhai nodded his head and stepped forward to threaten. Remember, I've already found out your information. If you dare to leak out what happened tonight, I guarantee you'll regret it. The 2 men left in a sorry state. At this time, Lin Longhai's cell phone vibrated. A text message was sent over. Opening it, he was surprised. Yi Xiao, the woman who went to the heavenly palace with your parents has been found. Chapter 33 Killed my fiancé. Who is she? Yi Chen looked over. Lin Longhai clicked on the file within the text message. Her name is Nobuta Sakurako, 22 years old this year. The daughter of the Nobuta family, graduated from Waseda University, and has the royal bloodline of the island nation. From the information, this woman seems to have a big mental problem. Oh? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Lin Longhai handed Yi Chen his cell phone. The upper circles of the island country wind up saying that this woman is a lunatic. 7:30 in the morning. Mu Xueqing had just woken up and realized that Yi Chen was nowhere to be found. A bank card was placed on the coffee table in the living room. This card Mu Xueqing recognized. Wang Henian gave it to Yi Chen, and there was $100 million in it. A note was pressed under the card. I'm going out to do something. I'll be back soon. Seeing as you're studying finance, the $100 million in the card is for you to use as startup capital. Do not miss, Yi Chen. What the hell? Playing missing? Don't think that if you give this lady $100 million, this lady will forgive you. Humph. Mu Xueqing was a bit angry and threw the bank card aside. After a while, Mu Xueqing was a bit angry and couldn't help but worry. He left without saying goodbye. Could it be that he went to look for his parents? And specifically leaving the card with me, what if he needs a lot of money after he comes back? Hesitating again and again. Mu Xueqing silently gritted her teeth. Forget it, this lady will help you once more. After silently pulling out her cell phone, hey boss, I want to quit. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, island country, Kyoto, a busy street end. A piece of classical architecture is surrounded by skyscrapers. Only this street was surrounded by cherry blossom trees, and police cars patrolled past every 30 minutes. Even private cars are scrutinized, prohibited from sounding their horns, and passed slowly with their throttles lowered. On the other side of the street, inside a black commercial vehicle, Lin Longhai pointed at the end of the cherry blossom street. Yi Xiao, this is the Shinoda family. They inherited it from the Edo era to the present day. Several empresses of the emperor have been produced, and many samurai are kept in the courtyard. From what I've heard in the hall, there might be a heaven realm martial artist in attendance. Nobuta Sakurako is crazy, and with the wedding approaching, I'm afraid it's hard to see her since Nobuta Shishio won't let her go out. Yi Chen directly pushed open the car door and walked in the direction of the Nobuta family. Lin Longhai hurriedly followed him out of the car. Young Yi, what are you doing? Yi Chen didn't even return his head. Wait for me here. Lin Longhai was simply too late to stop him, and could only watch as Yi Chen disappeared at the end of the street. Inside the Shinoda family, a woman in a kimono set fire to the clothes of her subordinates and applauded wildly. Run, ha ha ha. You guys run. If you don't run you will be burned to death. Miss, don't. Don't do this. Ah. The underlings were so scared that they jumped into the pond and swam quickly towards the other side. What a bunch of idiots. It's not like you can't be burned. Shinoda Sakurako laughed. Running to the nearby coffee table, she picked up a pot of green plum wine and poured it into her stomach. Under the effect of the alcohol, a touch of redness appeared on her delicate face. Suddenly, Nobuta Sakurako realized that there was an additional man in front of her. Huh? Who are you? Yi Chen, who couldn't understand Japanese, raised his hand and clasped Nobuta Sakurako's neck, and a photo was placed in front of her eyes. Is the woman in the photo you? Both feet left the ground. A choking sensation came. Nobuta Sakurako instantly woke up from her wine. A flash of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Speaking in fluent Mandarin, you're from the Dragon Kingdom? Am I asking you, or are you asking me? Yi Chen closed his 5 fingers. The feeling of suffocation intensified. Nobuta Sakurako's face turned pale. Legend has it that when a person is suffocating and on the verge of death, they can communicate with ghosts and gods. Is this what death feels like? No one in the family dares to make a move against me. Kill me. Please kill me. Nobuta Sakurako roared lowly in agitation. Yi Chen frowned. Not even afraid of death? Sure enough, she was a lunatic. The 5 fingers loosened. Nobuta Sakurako fell to the ground and coughed violently twice. Raising her head, she gave Yi Chen a somewhat grim look, as if asking why she didn't kill herself. I'll ask you again, have you seen the people in this picture? Did you bring them into the heavenly palace? Did they finally meet the emperor of the island? After this, where did they go? Yi Chen's icy voice rang out one after another. Nobuta Sakurako slowly stood up, grabbed the wine pot and drank again. Who are you? What is their relationship with you? Why should I tell you their whereabouts? Yi Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. With a lift of his hand, 13 silver needles appeared in his palm. You can be unafraid of death, but you have to know that it's this world that has something more terrifying than death. Nobuta Sakurako shook her head. I'm not even afraid of death, but I'm still afraid of this? Yi Chen sneered and decisively shot out a silver needle. Put. Poof. Puff. 13 silver needles didn't enter Sakurako Nobuta's body. Ah! Nobuta Sakurako's eyes flashed with a flash of panic. In front of her eyes, the scene of the 18 layers of hell actually appeared, and all of a sudden, she fell into a hallucination, with countless evil ghosts pouncing towards her, madly gnawing on her flesh and blood. Together with the pain brought about by the silver needles, it crazily stimulated Shinoda Sakurako's nerves. When dealing with the Dark Hall Killer last night, Yi Chen used this technique. The Dark Hall Killer was so scared that he surrendered everything. Nobuta Sakurako was just a woman, and couldn't withstand it at all. Evil ghosts. So many evil spirits. Is this place hell? Please kill me. Nobuta Sakurako was paralyzed with fear. My lord, please kill me. I'll tell you everything. Yi Chen closed his 5 fingers. The silver needle flew back into his palm and the illusion disappeared. Nobuta Sakurako slumped to the ground. My lord, the 2 people in the photo are a couple. They did enter the heavenly palace and met with the Emperor Sama. Yi Chen's gaze sank slightly. Sure enough, it was so. What happened afterward? Yi Chen asked. Nobuta Sakurako raised her head daintily, with a look of pity. I don't know what happened next. After I brought them into the heavenly palace that day, I left, but I can bring you to sneak into the heavenly palace. Yi Chen frowned. How did you know I was going to the heavenly palace? Nobuta Sakurako smiled sweetly. My lord, I've followed my father since I was a child to learn the skill of detecting words and colors. I can tell from one of your looks that you want to enter the heavenly palace. That middle-aged man and woman are your parents, right? Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped Shinoda Sakurako's throat. You know too much. Cough cough. Sir, there are many experts in the Heavenly Emperor's palace. It's not the same as the Nobuta family. It's hard for you to sneak in. Nobuta Sakurako almost choked. If you have me to lead the way, I guarantee that you can meet the Emperor Sama directly. Casually, he tossed the woman aside. Yi Chen's gaze sunk slightly. Why are you helping me? I want to make a deal with you. Oh? Tell me. Nobuta Sakurako's face revealed a touch of gloom. Kill my fiancé, Tojo Renpei. Chapter 34, Yi Xiao, you are trying to break the sky of the island. Yi Chen frowned. You want to kill your own fiancé? I have no feelings for him. This is just a marriage to consolidate the family's position. Nobuta Sakurako shook her head. A smirk flashed in her beautiful eyes. If you help me kill him, I'll take you to see Lord Emperor. Deal. Yi Chen nodded his head. He likes to go clubbing. Right now he's probably at Love Bar near Ginza. He has a private room there for a long time. 10 minutes later. Bureau Lin, Young Yi is back. The henchman who was keeping a lookout shouted. Lin Longhai hurriedly rushed out of the business car and greeted him with 3 steps. Yi Xiao, you saw Nobuta Sakurako? Aha! Yi Chen nodded and got into the commercial vehicle. Go to Ginza Mansion. An hour later, outside another busy neighborhood. Young Yi, what are you doing in Ginza Mansion? Lin Longhai was full of doubts. Yi Chen looked outside, and the signboard of Love Bar was conspicuous. Wait for me. The figure moved a few times and disappeared from view. Love Bar, Box 888. A group of island youths were singing high songs, alcohol with some prohibited pills, shaking their heads madly. There were also a few youths, pulling drunken student girls, running towards the restroom of the box, quickly making indescribable sounds. Suddenly, bang! With a loud bang, the door of the box was kicked open. The sudden movement caused everyone in the box to look over in surprise. Yi Chen looked around. Who is Tojo Runpei? Someone from the Dragon Kingdom? The crowd froze, instantly hearing Yi Chen's accent. A few island youths copied their bottles and walked towards Yi Chen's back. I am, who are you? An island man with a pale face and deep eye sockets stood up. Yi Chen spat out, the man who killed you. With a step, he landed in front of Tojo Runpei, and his 5 fingers landed on his heavenly cap, tearing it with force. Put! Tojo Runpei's neck snapped on the spot. Ah! The other islanders in the box let out horrified screams, all of them squatting on the ground in fear, and a few of the island youths who were holding beer bottles and wanted to sneak attack Yi Chen from the back. Even more so, they pissed themselves on the spot. Yi Chen ignored the crowd. Casually picking up a jacket from the sofa, he wrapped up Tojo Runpei's head and disappeared. A few minutes later, Yi Chen returned to the commercial vehicle. Let's go, back to the Shinoda family. Young Yi, what is this? Lin Longhai looked strangely at the jacket-wrapped object in Yi Chen's hand. A faint smell of blood came from it. Yi Chen replied, Tojo Runpei's head. Who? Prince Tojo's eldest son, Tojo Runpei? Lin Longhai almost jumped up in shock. Young Yi, you are trying to break the sky of the island nation. You really killed Tojo Runpei? Shinoda Sakurako exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She looked around the head several times and finally compared it carefully with her cell phone photos, still unable to believe her eyes. Tick-tock. At this time, the cell phone rang with several news pushes. Tapping it to take a look. Prince Tojo's son was assassinated by an unknown person. Heads disappeared and died without a body. Is it a club retaliation, or a family struggle? The island's internet is abuzz. Nobuta Sakurako finally believed that Yi Chen had really killed Tojo Runpei. Taking a deep look at Yi Chen, her breathing became rapid. Now Kyoto was buzzing. What exactly are you, my lord? Love bar, the 888th box was terribly quiet. Everyone in the box was controlled, one by one. They were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Everyone was almost scared to pee. On the sofa in front of him, there was an inchman sitting, with a cold gaze, his eyes staring at the headless body on the ground. The corners of his eyes were even twitching continuously. Are you guys saying that a young man from the Dragon Kingdom strutted into this box and removed my son's head between lifting his hands? And then waltzed away again? My son died so simply? Takuya Tojo darkened his face. Hey! The youth who had just copied the wine bottle and tried to sneak attack Yi Chen replied in horror. Kill! Dongjo Takuya's tone was without fluctuation. A samurai pulled out the katana on his waist and chopped off the youth's head with a single slash. Blood sprayed and the body fell to the ground. At this moment, the entire box was plunged into deathly silence. All the island youths' brains went blank, covering their mouths to death to prevent themselves from crying out, their faces suffocated in blue, lying on the ground trembling like quails. You say? Is that so? Takuya Tojo pointed at a girl. That girl was so scared that she kept shaking her head, her eyes were full of fear. No. It's not like that. That Rokoku man didn't use a sword. He used his hand, one hand twisted off Prince Rinping's head. With his hand? Takuya Tojo froze. Looking towards the wound on Tojo Runpei's neck. An old islander walked over and crouched down to check it over. Turning back to Toho Takuya, Prince Sama, the wound is a laceration. Prince Rinpei's head was ripped off by someone hard. The whole process should be extremely painful. If this person, with one hand, was able to tear Prince Rinpei's head off, he is definitely at the Grandmaster level or above. Baka! Tojo Takuya's face was hard to see. A martial artist from the Dragon Kingdom? Just what kind of people are they? Box 888 was at the end of the walk. There was no surveillance inside the box, and the surveillance outside the corridor was also cancelled. So there was no way of knowing who had come to this box. Plus the lights were dim when Yi Chen killed. Under the panic, these people didn't even see Yi Chen's face clearly. Haven't you checked the other surveillance yet? I'll give you 5 more minutes. If you can't find anyone suspicious, all of them will be buried with my son. Lord Prince, there's a clue. A henchman came over carrying the general manager of Love Bar. This manager was already paralyzed with fear, his pants wet, holding a laptop in his hands and pointing at the screen inside. Lord Prince, we checked all the surveillance within an hour. It should be this person. He entered the bar in less than 5 minutes and left, and he wrapped something in his clothes before he left. The bar manager pointed to the surveillance screen. Tojo Takuya stared at the computer screen with dead eyes. Wrapping a round object under that baseball jacket, it now definitely looked like his son's head. Suddenly. Wait, the screen cut back up. Ha! The bar manager froze for a moment, but did as he was told. Stop! Takuya Tojo shouted lowly. The bar manager pressed the pause button, and the picture captured just the side of Yi Chen's face. The angles were clear, and the blurred eyes carried a touch of ice coldness that didn't belong to humans. It's him? Yi Chen! Tojo Takuya's eyes widened. Tojo Yuji and Tojo Musashi all died in the hands of a youth named Yi-chun from the Dragon Kingdom, and this person's picture was still sitting on his desk. 5 years ago, this kid should have died. He died by digging out his internal organs. Tojo Takuya was at the Lang family at the time, personally bringing Yi-chan's kidneys back to the island. Takuya Tojo never dreamed that this kid actually did not die. And also came to the island? What the hell is going on here? A person who should have died 5 years ago was actually really alive? Tojo Takuya felt a cloudy wind blowing behind him. The next second. Not good. Emperor Sama. Tojo Takuya reacted. Quickly rushing out of the love bar, he couldn't even care about his son's corpse and headed towards the Emperor's palace. Chapter 35 Killing the Heavenly Palace. Outside the Heavenly Palace, countless tourists took pictures and punched in. A commercial vehicle was parked on the side of the road, and Lin Longhai stared in disbelief that Yi-chen had actually brought Shinoda Sakurako out. Young Yi, do you really want to enter the Heavenly Palace? Lin Longhai repeatedly persuaded. The Heavenly Palace is the palace of the island emperor. There are countless experts inside. There are also self-defense forces guarding it, and their bullets are all made of special alloys that can penetrate a martial artist's astral aura. There were once Heaven Realm cultivator martial artists who broke into the Heavenly Emperor's palace at night, and they were all beaten to sieves in the end. There is absolutely no need for you to take the risk. Yi-chen shook his head. My mind is made up. Getting out of the car and the two of them, Shinoda Sakurako, walked towards the gate of the Heavenly Palace. Lin Longhai looked at Yi-chan's back and his gaze sank. Lu Zhang, Huang Liwen, Qin Suwu. My subordinates are here. You guys immediately arrange for me to have people in the vicinity. Once there is any movement within the Heavenly Emperor Palace, create a disturbance outside to cover also less. Yes. Zhou Tao, by Jin Ming, Wan Sanshi. I'm here. You three immediately prepare 3 evacuation routes. I don't want to encounter any obstruction on the way. Once Yi Xiao comes out of the Heavenly Palace, I want him to leave safely within 5 minutes. Yes. Wang Xiao, Xiaoshen, Lu Feng. I'm here. The 3 of you go and prepare the airplane, speedboat, and international flight tickets and fake identities. If Yi Xiao needs to flee the island urgently, even if it takes your lives, you must cover his departure. Yes. Watching the 9 beloved henchmen leave, Lin Longhai couldn't help but light a cigarette. Looking in the direction of the Heavenly Palace, Yi-chen, there's only so much I can do. Next, good luck. Under Shinoda Sakurako's leadership, Yi-chen easily entered the Heavenly Palace. There were guards checking along the way, but they were quickly released upon seeing Sakurako no Buta. As he continued to go deeper and deeper, Yi-chen was surprised to find that the defense of the Celestial Palace was just too tight. There were no loopholes at all. And there was surveillance everywhere. In addition to dark sentries in the shadows, there were watchtowers, turrets, and loaded self-defense guards. If he forced his way into the Heavenly Palace, the Island Emperor would definitely be able to leave before he broke in front of him. Seeing Yi-chen's gloomy face, Nobuta Sakurako smiled. Yi-jun, have you seen the defense power of our island nation? An average Grand Master would be killed if he barged through the gates of the Heavenly Palace. Above the Earth Realm, one can break through the second layer of defense. Above the Heaven Realm, one might be able to break through the third layer of defense. But before the final palace of the Heavenly Emperor Lord, one would definitely fall under the self-defense forces. Over the past few years, martial artists of the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm, the 5th level of the Heaven Realm, the 8th level of the Heaven Realm, and even the 9th level of the Heaven Realm have all visited this place. Without exception, all of them were beaten to a sieve. Nobuta Sakurako had a proud face. Yi-chen crossed his arms and said, "You know quite a lot about martial arts cultivators?" Nobuta Sakurako smiled sweetly. The Nobuta family is a martial arts family, and I'm a daughter who can't practice martial arts. For the realm of martial artists, it's long since rolled off the tongue. His beautiful eyes flashed as he swept a glance at Yi-chen. I wonder what realm Yi-jun is in. Yi-chen said indifferently, I've just started, the 1st level of a martial artist. Impossible. Nobuta Sakurako shook her head, not believing it at all. My Nobuta family's defense is not as good as the Heavenly Palace though. But it's simply impossible for a Grand Master or below to break into the deepest level and find me. You broke into the Shinoda family twice without being detected, and took me away unnoticed, so you are at least at the 7th or 8th level of the Earth Realm? Or even, the Heaven Realm? Although this woman was insane, her intelligence was high. If it was an ordinary martial arts cultivator, it would indeed be similar to her guess. But was Yi-chen not an ordinary person? Although he had just stepped onto the path of martial arts, he possessed an incorruptible body of adamantine. There were countless techniques and martial arts in his mind, and he simply could not be defined by the rank of an ordinary martial artist. Yi-chen smiled without saying anything. The two quickly passed through the last layer of the guard post, and in front of them was a huge square, with an ancient imitation Tang Dynasty palace standing in the center of the square. With dozens of steps, it was tall and majestic. A group of 3,000 people with loaded guns and self-defense forces patrolled around the palace. Near the palace gate, there were even hundreds of samurai guarding it. Yi Koan, His Majesty the Emperor is in the middle of the palace, so I think we should stop here? Nobuta Sakurako had a smile on her pretty face. The reason why she was willing to bring Yi Chen to the Heavenly Emperor's palace was because she was certain that Yi Chen would definitely know what to do. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen revealed a smile. Thanks. With his hands behind his back, he walked in the direction of the Heavenly Palace. Yi Jun, you're crazy. Nobuta Sakurako's smile froze, and her flowery face lost its color. At the same time, the 3,000 Self-Defense Force soldiers in the vicinity of the Heavenly Palace also noticed Yi Chen walking with his hands behind his back. Such a large square. Not a single silhouette. It was hard not to notice. Who is it? Stop. Stop or we'll shoot. Shoot. Day. Bullets poured in like rain. Yi Chen didn't even have the intention of dodging, still walking with his hands behind his back. Ugh, why did you come to die? Shinoda Sakurako sighed and turned her head away. Couldn't bear to see the bloody scene. What? How can that be? What are you? Suddenly, the shocked voices of the self-defense force rang in his ears, and the sound of bullets pouring out continued unabated. Ha! Nobuta Sakurako was all set to leave, and couldn't help but look back. Completely dumbfounded. Ah! She exclaimed in shock, her legs almost going weak in fear. Only to see. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, walking in the midst of a rain of bullets. Letting the bullets fall on him as if they were hitting a steel plate, his clothes had long been beaten into 1,000 holes, but his body made a sound of gold and iron clashing. Ding! 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 Bullets fell like beans at his feet. How is it possible? This is a special alloy bullet that can penetrate the protective astral aura of a Heaven Realm 9th level martial artist, and he was able to block it with his flesh and blood? Nobuta Sakurako opened her small mouth. Am I dreaming? Under her horrified gaze, Yi Chen rushed into the self-defense force. Screams of misery rang out. Yi Chen punched one soldier at a time. Heads, chests, and limbs exploded. Bloody. Brutal. Killing. In a matter of moments, all 3,000 self-defense forces died violently, and blood flowed in a river outside the Tian Huang Palace. The island martial artists guarding the entrance of the Emperor's palace were sweating like a pig. All of them drew their katanas and stood by. Yi Chen directly ignored them and looked at the palace gates with his arms crossed. With a long whistle, Island Emperor, come out and answer. My God. Nobuta Sakurako was so scared that she sat on her but on the ground, her chest heaving violently, and her pretty face turning red. How did he dare? Nobuta Sakurako's brain buzzed. There was even an electrifying sensation coming from her body. She was completely overcome by the aura of the man in front of her. Yi Chen, I can't believe you actually dared to come here. An old man from an island country slowly walked out, unkempt and bearded, with his long hair casually tied at the back of his head. Sword Saint, Tokugawa Hideyoshi. Nobuta Sakurako's eyes widened, instantly recognizing the man in front of her. There was a portrait of him at home. Legend has it that didn't he die half a century ago? He was 150 years old then, and he's actually still alive? Nobuta Sakurako's body trembled. Wouldn't he be 200 years old now? Yi Chen said indifferently, you recognize me? Tokugawa Hideyoshi smiled and nodded. 5 days ago, the night you killed the 3 members of the Lung family, your information appeared on His Majesty the Emperor's desk. As His Majesty the Emperor's personal guard, how could I not know about you? Yi Chen nodded. Good, have your Emperor come see me, I have a few questions I want to ask him. Dare to disregard the Emperor's Majesty, seek death. Tokugawa Hideyoshi's foot stomped violently, and the tiles underneath his feet exploded. A powerful aura erupted. Some of the island samurai in the surroundings were shaken and flew out, spitting out a mouthful of blood and dying violently. Killing God / Tokugawa Hideyoshi swooped in and drew a warring samurai sword from his waist. Zira. A sound. A tens of meters of blade energy erupted, actually condensing into a shadow exactly like the katana in his hand, chopping at Yi Chen's head. Rumble. There was an earth-shattering roar, like a thunderbolt exploding the sky. Where the sword aura crushed, it destroyed everything. Bang, 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 bang. All the floor tiles exploded, rolling up the sky with smoke and dust, drowning everything. Yi Jun, dead? Nobuta Sakurako's petite body trembled. Chapter 36, The Emperor? A foot stomp. What's that sound? Outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace, countless ordinary tourists looked towards the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Palace in surprise. Is it thunder? No, it seems like something happened inside the Heavenly Palace. Just now I vaguely heard the sound of bullets. It can't be? Someone broke into the Heavenly Palace? Countless tourists were filled with shock. Oh no, something happened to Yi Xiao. Lin Longhai changed color and immediately took out his cell phone. Are they all ready? Be ready to receive at any time. At the same time, Takuya Tojo arrived late, bringing a large number of soldiers to guard the outside of the Heavenly Palace. Block off all the surrounding roads, no one is allowed to leave, including tourists visiting. Wait until I'm sure His Majesty the Emperor is safe. Takuya Tojo dropped a sentence and quickly headed deeper into the heavenly palace. A large number of soldiers surged up. Young Chu, what's going on? Looking at the loaded island soldiers, Jiang Zixuan's face turned pale with fear. She felt that she was too unlucky. It was not easy to come to the island country to travel once, and it was even if she met a murderous maniac on the ship, but she came to punch the clock outside the heavenly palace and actually encountered trouble again. Shin Yuchu was more calm and comforted a sentence, "Don't worry, we are ordinary tourists, nothing will happen." Shinoda Sakurako stared dead ahead and waited until the roiling smoke cleared. Ah! A cry of alarm, her voice trembled. Only to see. Yi-Chen was still standing in the same place, 2 fingers holding Tokugawa Hideyoshi's katana, and the floor tiles behind him were smashed into pieces by the blade energy. A tens of meters long gully was left behind. How is that possible? Nobuta Sakurako was almost stunned, her eyes were red, her hands were clenched together in death, and she didn't even feel her nails sinking deep into her flesh and blood. You! Tokugawa Hideyoshi's pupils contracted fiercely for a moment. Sucking in a mouthful of cool air, hiss. Are you a human or a ghost? Yi-Chen smiled, guess? 2 fingers exerted force. When? A crunching sound. The samurai sword snapped in 2 on the spot. Tokugawa Hideyoshi changed color, living up to his reputation as an island sword saint. He immediately reacted by pulling out another spare sword on his waist and chopped towards Yi-Chen's neck. Yi-Chen clamped his hands on the broken katana and raised his hand to sweep it across. Pooh! Tokugawa Hideyoshi's body trembled, maintaining the movement of swinging his sword, frozen in place. It wasn't until Yi-Chen walked past him that he covered his neck in shock. A line of blood appeared. Blood spewed out from his fingers, and with a bang, the head fell to the ground. Island Sword Saint. Tokugawa Hideyoshi dead. Oh my god. Killed the Sword Saint Tokugawa Hideyoshi in one move? Decapitated his head? Nobuta Sakurako knelt on the ground, the feeling of electricity surging through her intensified. Completely conquered by Yi-Chen. Day. Yi-Chen stepped on the steps of the celestial palace, his voice sounding like the whisper of a god of death. Protect His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Kill. Hundreds of samurai rushed over, katanas falling madly from their hands. Yi-Chen walked as if he was idly walking, and by the time he reached the palace gates, blood was already flowing under his feet. Bang! A foot kicked open the palace gate. Inside, there had already been a panic. Hundreds of island ministers looked at Yi-Chen in terror and kept retreating. The island emperor was sitting on a high place, surrounded by hundreds of warriors, sweating like rain, looking at this death like youth in horror. It was too terrifying. The Sword Saint had all died under this man. How can we still fight? Yi-Chen walked into the palace with his hands behind his back and looked at the one on the throne of the emperor. A cold voice rang out. First question, 5 years ago my parents came to the heavenly palace, where are they now? The heavenly emperor of the island kingdom was a middle-aged man with an 8-pointed beard. In front of hundreds of island country executives, he was questioned like this by a dragon countryman. If he answered, where was the emperor's majesty? Emperor Akira Rinji's gaze was low. Yi-Chen, do you know what you are doing? As long as a letter of condemnation from me is sent to the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely deal with you in order not to create an international dispute. The words fell. Who? A cloudy wind whistled past. Then, an extremely bloody odor came. The crowd was horrified to see that a bloody path appeared in the middle of the samurai surrounding the emperor's throne. The bodies of the samurai on this bloody path all turned into pieces and died. It was as if they had been mercilessly crushed by a truck. This truck is none other than Yi-Chen. Then he looked at Akira Rinji. Only to see. Yi-Chen was standing on the table in front of the emperor's throne, looking down on this supreme ruler of the island nation, one hand clasping his neck. When I ask a question, I don't like to ask it twice. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Yi-Chen, how dare you? Don't let go of His Majesty yet. Yi-Chen, are you crazy? You dare to do this to His Majesty? Zhaoping Rinji was furious. Yi-Chen, I'm going to contact the Dragon Country officials. If the Dragon Kingdom officials don't kill you, they can't calm my island nation's anger. You are provoking a war between the two countries. A sentence had not even finished. Ka-ching! A crunching sound. Ah! Zhaoping Rinji let out a pig-killing scream as his entire body slumped onto the table. Yi-Chen stepped on his head with one foot. The other foot stomped on one of his arms. Blood flowed down the table leg. Your Majesty! The great hall was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes turned red as they cried out in grief, don't hurt His Majesty. Yi-Chen exerted a slight force on the soles of his feet. I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, heads will explode. I said. The fear in Zhaoping Rinji's heart was incomparable. What Emperor's Majesty in front of death was all thrown to the back of his mind. All pride and self-confidence instantly collapsed. He simply did not expect the person in front of him to be so decisive, not afraid of causing a war between the two countries. Even The life of himself, the Heavenly Emperor, was just like an ant in his eyes. 5 years ago, your parents did come to the Heavenly Emperor Palace, but they didn't come to see me at all. Rather, they were the other two offerings that lived in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. You didn't lie to me? Zhao Pingrenji shook his head in horror. Your Excellency Yi Chen, I swear on the name of the Emperor. Definitely didn't lie to you. Those two are both practitioners of ancient martial arts, their origins are mysterious and they possess ghost-like means. I was in kidney failure and could have died at any time, and they were the ones who told me that as long as I found a kidney transplant from someone with unicorn blood, they could save my life. What is an ancient martial artist? Yi Chen frowned. Zhao Pingrenji was confused. Your Excellency Yi Chen, your martial arts strength crushes the Heaven Realm's Sword Saint, but you actually don't know about ancient martial artists? Nonsense. If I knew, why would I need to ask you? Yi Chen shook his head. Zhao Pingrenji endured the excruciating pain and explained, the martial arts cultivated by martial arts practitioners are categorized into ancient martial arts and modern martial arts. Ancient martial arts are powerful and more difficult to cultivate. Modern martial arts are the later people's improved versions, more suitable for modern martial artists to cultivate. Moreover, ancient martial arts are basically controlled in the hands of some hidden families, and there are many hidden families in the Dragon Kingdom. You really don't know? Yi Chen was puzzled. One day 5 years ago, after your parents came to the Heavenly Palace, those two ancient martial artists left with them in secret. And then later, I had people search the world for the person with the kieran blood. I just didn't expect that it just so happens that you are the one who carries kieran blood. This is really a heavenly coincidence. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Was this really a coincidence? He had a feeling in the dark that it might have something to do with those two ancient martial artists. They knew that he was carrying Qilin blood and deliberately drew Zhao Pingrenji's gaze to him. In any case, 5 years ago, he was killed and his internal organs were removed. It had nothing to do with Zhao Pingrenji. Do you know where they took my parents, where they went? And what is the origin of those two old men? I really don't know. Zhao Pingrenji shook his head helplessly. I just know that one of them is called Yuan Lao. One is called Elder Jiang. These two are incredibly strong. If the two were to strike, it would be more than enough to exterminate the entire island nation. How dare I ask much about the rest? Yi Chen smiled coldly. Got it, now you're worthless. Killing intent coalesced. You want to kill me? Zhao Pingrenji's eyes contracted fiercely. He tried to escape like a madman, but he was unable to move as Yi Chen stomped on his head to death. Yi Chen, you madman. A roar rang out as Takuya Tojo rushed into the main hall with his men. I order you to release His Majesty the Emperor at once, or I guarantee that not only will you die here today, the island nation will also pour out its entire nation's power, and anyone in the Dragon Kingdom who has anything to do with you will die without a burial place. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I've already mobilized Kyoto's 100,000-man self-defense force to surround the Heavenly Palace. Fighter jets have blocked off the entire sky, cannons have been aimed at this palace, and the top 20 people on the island nation's sect master list have all rushed this way. I guarantee that Yi Chen will die without a burial place today. Rumble. The roar of fighter jets was indeed heard from outside the Grand Palace. It was only then that Akira Rinji's eyes filled with blood. Tojo Takuya, are you trying to save me, or do you want me to die? Don't remove your men yet. Tojo Takuya grinned. Don't worry, Your Majesty, this madman definitely wouldn't dare to kill you. Even if this madman kills you, this king will definitely avenge you. The wolf's ambition was clear as day. You. Zhao Pingrenji's face was ashen. He looked up at Yi Chen and roared lowly, Tojo Takuya just wants me dead. Yi Chen, don't let him use you. Yi Chen. If you don't dare to kill anyone, then release His Majesty. Then kowtow obediently and beg for forgiveness, and I'll leave your body intact. Tojo Takuya smiled playfully. Continuing to stimulate. Yi Chen shook his head. You're overthinking it, no one can use me. You are already a dead man in my eyes. Finished speaking. Raising his foot, he stomped violently. Bang! Zhao Pingrenji's head exploded. Junior brother, don't. A woman wearing a martial artist's power suit rushed into the grand hall with people. Her perfect S-curve was undeniably evident. When she saw Zhao Pingrenji being stomped to death by Yi Chen, her pupils contracted for a moment and she decisively droned, immediately spread the news out that it was me, Ling Hongyan, who personally killed the island emperor. If I hear the news that junior brother killed the island emperor, all of you will be buried together. Chapter 37, Ninth Senior Sister, Ling Hongyan. Unfortunately, I'm still one step too late. What are you all standing around for? Still not quick enough to spread the news. Ling Hongyan thundered, and barked at a few of her men. Only then did a few people react and immediately contacted their men's intelligence network. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Takuya Tojo laughed up to the sky and turned around to leave directly. The other island ministers, the moment they saw Akira Rinji being killed, all wiped away their tears. The emperor is dead, we should leave too. I'm afraid that the island nation will be shaken, all the forces will be reshuffled, and the next emperor will most likely be Prince Tojo. Get going, the island is about to change. Without a single tear in their eyes, these ministers quickly left. Ling Hongyan walked over, glanced at the corpse of Akira Renji, and her gaze fell on Yichen. Junior brother, I can't believe that our first meeting is actually in a place like this. I am your ninth senior sister, Ling Hongyan. You don't need to worry about what happened here, isn't it just the death of a mere island emperor? Anything, senior sister will carry it. Ling Hongyan was around 1.7 meters and was tightly strung in a black power suit. The end of a pair of long legs was the water snake waist that countless women envied. And then above that were proud breasts. Combined with the long legs and water snake waist, the woman's perfect S-curve was revealed without a doubt. Especially that face, it gave off a valiant feeling. Yichen was surprised. You're my senior sister? Ling Hongyan blinked her big eyes. What else? Doesn't it look like it? Quickly let senior sister hug you. Ling Hongyan wrapped Yichen in her arms. Yichen's face fell into a softness. It was full and elastic. Ninth senior sister, wait. Yichen took his face out. The pair of proud things on Ling Hongyan's chest almost suffocated him. Cough cough. Ninth senior sister, why are you here? Are you an islander? Ling Hongyan reached out and knocked Yichen's head. What are you talking about? Ninth senior sister is of pure Chinese bloodline, how could she be an islander? At this time, a woman dressed as a woman from the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Bureau walked over. Bureau. With a look from Ling Hongyan, the woman directly changed her words. My lord, the news has already been passed out, 30 minutes tops. The entire Dragon Kingdom will know that it was you who killed the island emperor. Good. Ling Hongyan nodded her head and looked at Yichen with a smile. Junior brother, this place is not suitable to stay for a long time, let's leave first. Yichen frowned. Ninth senior sister, it was clearly me who killed the island emperor, why are you taking the blame for me? He knew that this matter would definitely affect the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Island Kingdom. Perhaps, the two countries would go to war as a result. Yichen was naturally not afraid. The 10 kings of hell were all his masters, so he wasn't afraid of the rules of the world at all. Anyone who dared to stop him would be sent down to see the 10 masters. Ling Hongyan's beautiful eyes flashed as she smiled and explained, Junior brother, don't worry, my special status will be fine. On the contrary, it's you who still has to track down your parents' whereabouts. If this matter spreads, what will the Dragon Kingdom officials do to you? It's not conducive to your search for your parents' whereabouts. Yichen was a little hesitant. It always felt like it wasn't quite right. Alright, it's decided. Ling Hongyan pulled Yichen's hand with a serious face. Can senior sister still harm you? Seeing Ling Hongyan being so insistent, Yichen no longer said anything more. Let's go, let's leave first. Ling Hongyan smiled faintly, and the two of them walked towards the outside of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. It was only then that Yichen realized that there were many Dragon Kingdom people guarding along the way, wearing uniform clothing with a special coiled dragon totem embroidered on their chests. At the scene of Lu Fengyun's 80th birthday banquet, 2 of the Wudao Bureau's offerings had the same totem on their clothes. Lin Longhai's men also had a similar pattern on their chests. Yichen asked, Ninth senior sister, are you from the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Bureau? Ling Hongyan laughed lightly, of course, I'm from the Martial Arts Directorate and have an office in Dragon Capital. Don't worry, if something goes wrong, senior sister will cover you. The two of them strutted out of the Heavenly Palace. Why is he here too? Among the group of detained tourists, Jiang Zixuan stared wide-eyed at Yichen who walked out of the Heavenly Palace. Xin Youchu's face was filled with surprise. Could it be that what happened inside the Heavenly Palace had something to do with him? Just now a lot of island bigwigs left the Celestial Palace in a hurry. Many of them were island dignitaries that could only be seen in some newspapers and news. What exactly happened? The duo looked at each other face to face. Lin Longhai also found Yichen. Not caring about anything else, he led his men to quickly rush over. Young Yi, you finally came out. What happened inside? Lin Longhai had just opened his mouth when he spotted Ling Hongyan on the side. When he saw the badge on Ling Hongyan's chest, his pupils contracted hard. General. Ling Hongyan gave a look. Lin Longhai immediately understood that Ling Hongyan didn't want to reveal her identity. You're from the General Directorate, right? Ling Hongyan said indifferently, Lin Longhai, I know you, the director of the Central Sea Martial Arts Bureau. Now I have something I need you to do. Lin Longhai didn't dare to slack off. Your command. From now on, take my little master brother back to China on a cruise ship, and go slow on your way. Stay in the high seas for at least a week, and then return to Shanghai after a week. I guarantee that what happened on the island today will have no effect on you guys. Ling Hongyan said. What exactly happened in the Emperor's palace? Lin Longhai asked casually. Ling Hongyan shrugged her shoulders and said lightly, I killed the island emperor. What? Lin Longhai first froze. In the next second, he jumped up in shock. You killed. Hiss. At this moment. Beep beep beep. Ling Hongyan's cell phone rang. She glanced at it and her face became grave. Alright, Lin Longhai, you take junior brother and go first. When Yichen and Lin Longhai left, Ling Hongyan got into a black sedan and headed straight to the airport to board a plane of the Martial Arts Directorate. At the same time, the entire Dragon Capital International Airport was under martial law. People from the military personally appeared and blocked off the entire international airport. Countless tourists were blocked off in the security check area, looking at the airplane runway outside with shocked faces. What in the world is going on? It actually caused the airport to be under martial law. When the president of M visited Dragon Country, he didn't even get this kind of treatment. 2 hours later, Ling Hongyan's plane landed, the cabin door just opened, a group of old men dressed in simple and ancient clothes had already been waiting outside for a long time. Ling Hongyan, your guts are too big. As the director of the Dragon Country's martial arts directorate, you actually dared to kill the island emperor. Do you realize what you have done? The impact this matter has caused internationally is too bad. Several old men took turns to angrily rebuke. Ling Hongyan slowly walked off the airplane. One person does what one person does. To kill is to kill. You. A few old men were so angry that they almost fainted, their chests heaving violently. Good. What a good one person doing one person's job. The Council of Elders has decided to strip you of your status as the Chief Director of Martial Arts of the Dragon Kingdom. Secondly, in order to calm international public opinion, you will be sent to the International Military Tribunal for interrogation 3 days later. I hope you behave yourself, take away. A few old men gave an order. 2 people from the Martial Arts Directorate stepped forward, locked Ling Hongyan's hands and feet, and stuffed them into a black commercial vehicle. The car was headed off. Chapter 38 Daughter, Xiao Burenzi. The news of Zhao Pingrenji's death spread throughout the upper circles of the Dragon Kingdom after Ling Hongyan was taken away. The circle of dignitaries and provincial richest people were talking about it everywhere. The island emperor is dead? The chief director of martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom killed it? What's going on? Who's so bold and crazy? To actually dare to kill the island emperor? This is the highest symbol of power in the island nation. I heard it's still a woman. She was taken away as soon as she stepped off the plane. The island countryside must have exerted pressure. This woman's end must be tragic. The upper circles of Dragon Capital, Shanghai, and Hong Kong Island were talking everywhere. For ordinary people, what they heard was a different version. Emperor Zhao Pingrenji died violently due to illness. The medical staff resuscitated him for 6 hours to no avail, and he finally collapsed at the age of 46. Shanghai City, inside a Starbucks cafe. Sister Xueqing, look at this. The island emperor is sick and dying. A girl around 20, holding her coffee and swiping her cell phone, suddenly exclaimed. Mu Xueqing beside her froze for a moment, then closed her laptop, rubbing those eyes that were already slightly haggard. For 2 whole days and 2 nights, she had been working for Yi Chen to start a financial company. Xiao Rou, didn't I tell you to find out where it would be better to rent the new company? Why are you reading this kind of news as much as you can? Mu Xueqing picked up her coffee and took a sip. The girl's name was Wen Xiaorou. She was a junior student at Shanghai University of Finance, and she had interned at the company she worked for before Mu Xueqing resigned. After getting Yi Chen's $100 million, she immediately resigned and dragged Wen Xiaorou to help. This girl is too playful, either brushing a certain sound, or playing a certain blog, a certain red book. Wen Xiaorou smiled sweetly. Sister Xueqing, I'm not taking a break to relax. Mu Xueqing laughed and scolded. I see that you've been swiping a certain sound for a few hours. If this continues, I'm sure I won't stamp your internship certificate. Don't Sister Xueqing, I beg you. Wen Xiaorou pounced over and hugged Mu Xueqing's arm and shook it. At this time, next to her, a fashionably dressed woman in red with sunglasses and a strong aura was sitting nearby holding a little girl. Pretty face, snow-white skin, especially that innate nobility. It made a nearby self-confessed urban beauty girl feel ashamed of herself. Mommy, can I have another ice cream? The little girl blinked her big innocent eyes. The woman in red has a stern face. One is enough, no. Charan. Mu Xueqing stands up. Xiao Charan hears someone call out to him and turns around to look over. He can't help but froze. Xueqing? Why are you here? Mu Xueqing quickly walks over. I stayed in Shanghai to work once I graduated, so of course I'm here. On the contrary, it's you. Why are you here? The eyes turned. It landed on the little girl. Wow, this is your daughter, so cute. Xiao Charan nodded with a smile. When Xiaorou also ran over. Sister Xueqing, who are this big and little beauty? Mu Xueqing smiled and introduced. This is my college roommate, Xiao Charan Xiao Big Beauty. She is the school flower of the chemistry department of Shanghai University. You're not bad either. The department flower of the finance department. The people chasing you were lined up from your department to the entrance of the school. Seeing her college classmate, Xiao Charan's mood was obviously great. The two of them were catching up on old times, and half an hour passed by in a flash. Thinking back to the youthful years of college, the more they talked, the more they felt. But how come you dropped out after only 1 year of study? Everyone said it was a shame at the time. The other 2 roommates often talked about you, and some of your suitors kept coming to ask us for news about you. Mu Xueqing asked the doubts in her heart. Xiao Charan frowned slightly and fell silent. Mu Xueqing hesitated for a moment and continued, at that time, there were rumors in the school that I heard you were pregnant, so it seems to be true. What the hell is going on here? When did you secretly have a boyfriend? Someone also said that they had seen you at a fertility hospital in M country, saying that you went for IVF? Xiao Charan shook her head. I didn't talk about a boyfriend. Ha? Mu Xueqing covered her mouth and couldn't believe her ears. You don't have a boyfriend? She miso. S stood up. You really went to do test tubes? Why? Charan, you're so youthful and in college, why did you suddenly go for IVF? With your looks and IQ, any husband you find will be a social elite, happy for life. Alas. Xiao Charan sighed, seemingly unwilling to say more. This matter is very complicated, Xueqing, I hope you help me keep it a secret. This matter, don't tell anyone, okay? Mu Xueqing's expression shifted. Sweeping a glance at Xiao Charan's daughter, she froze for a long time before asking, what's her name? Xiao Bu Xia. Xiao Buren? Alright, I know, I'll rot in my stomach about this matter. Mu Xueqing nodded her head gravely. Thanks. Xiao Charan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as she changed the topic. By the way, I'm not going to leave when I return to Shanghai this time. Before, I was studying chemistry at the University of Shanghai, just to develop in the direction of medical aesthetics. I'm going to create a medical beauty company, and this time, I'm going to live for myself. Mu Xueqing smiled, looks like we've thought of a place. I'm also preparing to create a financial company. Xiao Charan was stunned, then he stretched out a hand, then let's progress together. Mu Xueqing raised her hand and shook it, progress together. In the waters of the high seas, on a cruise ship returning to China. Lin Longhai brewed a cup of tea and sent it to Yichen. Young Yi, have you asked for news about your parents? Your parents went to the Celestial Palace, did they really go to meet the island emperor? Yichen shook his head, no, they met with two ancient martial artists. Ancient martial artists? Lin Longhai was startled. What's wrong? Yichen was a little strange. Lin Longhai glanced at Yichen in surprise. Young Yi, a few decades ago there were still some ancient martial artists walking around in society. After all these years of development, technological techniques are spread all over the world. Ancient martial artists have rarely appeared. Some ancient martial families have even moved away from their ancestral homes where they have lived for hundreds of years, and most of them have migrated towards the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. There are still a few ancient martial arts families in the Dragon Kingdom, but they rarely interact with people, and even the officials in the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Bureau can't do anything about them. However, they don't cause any trouble, and they don't make any trouble, so it's quite good to be at peace with each other. If your parents go with the ancient martial artists, then things will be difficult. Yi Chen's face was grave. At least, my parents are still alive. This is good news. The people who took my parents away, one is called Yuan Lao, and the other is called Jiang Lao. As for the names, I don't know them yet. Uncle Lin, you help to poke around and let me know anytime you have news. Lin Longhai nodded his head gruffly. Alright, young Yi. Yi Chen shook his head. Uncle Lin, it's better if you don't call me Yi Xiao, call me by my name Yi Chen in the future. Although Lin Longhai was a little hesitant, a flash of relief flashed in the depths of his eyes. Okay, Yi Chen. Suddenly. Tick-tock. Lin Longhai's cell phone received a text message, and when he opened it, his face couldn't help but change drastically. Yi Chen didn't feel quite right. Uncle Lin, what's wrong? Chapter 39. Who dares to touch my Xiaojinggua's granddaughter-in-law? Lin Longhai looked deeply at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, something has happened to the chief director of Dragon Country Martial Arts. She's been stripped of her status as chief director and will be court-martialed in 3 days. And it's very likely that a guardian will personally pronounce the sentence. The chief director is in dire straits this time. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. What does your chief director's accident have to do with me? Lin Longhai wanted to speak. Yi Chen, you really don't know that your senior sister Ling Hongyan is the chief director of the Dragon Country Martial Arts? She's on trial, mostly because of that incident with the island emperor, and will probably be executed in the end. What did you say? Yi Chen directly stood up. The Yin wind behind him roared, rolling up monstrous killing intent. Go to Dragon Capital immediately, quick. Yi Chen's eyes were red, and a black smoke was rising behind him. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Lin Longhai was startled. This kid couldn't have gone off the deep end. Uncle Lin, I killed the island emperor. Yi Chen roared lowly. My senior sister is taking the blame for me. What? Lin Longhai's eyes widened. It was simply unbelievable. The island emperor was actually killed by Yi Chen. Is Yi Chen, you? Yi Chen's heart raced. Uncle Lin, quickly. I'm going to the Dragon Country Martial Arts Directorate. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Reaching the entrance of the General Directorate of Martial Arts, Yi Chen directly rushed over. The two middle-aged men guarding the entrance shouted lowly, what kind of person? Stand still. The Martial Arts Directorate is already off duty. Come back tomorrow if you have anything to do. Yi Chen's eyes were bloodshot. I want to see your top leader. The two middle-aged men froze. Immediately, they smiled playfully. Young man, do you know what this place is? Still the highest person in charge, get out while we're still angry. Yi Chen saw that it would not work. He directly walked towards the main gate of the General Administration of Martial Arts. The two middle-aged men's faces sank. Dare to force your way into the General Directorate of Martial Arts? Looking for death, right? The two men shot out at the same time, their 5 fingers clawed, snapping towards Yi Chen's shoulders. Roll! Yi Chen took a step forward, and his shoulder ruthlessly impacted on the chest of the duo. Bang! Both of them were at the 6th level of the Sovereign Realm, but they actually couldn't block Yi Chen's blow, and their sternum exploded on the spot. Flying out like dead dogs, they fell onto the steps at the main entrance of the General Administration of Martial Arts. Dozens of figures quickly rushed out. After seeing the two middle-aged men lying on the steps and wailing, their faces changed drastically. A Zhongshan-suited old man was not angry. Kid, who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Martial Arts General Administration? Lin Longhai ran over with a face full of shock. Yi Chen, you are too impulsive. How can you make a move here? Lin Longhai? As the director of the Zhenghai Martial Arts Bureau, why are you here as well? The old man in the Zhongshan outfit recognized Lin Longhai. Wait. Yi Chen? His eyes turned and landed on Yi Chen in surprise. You are Yi Chen? Yi Chen looked at him. You recognize me? The old man in the middle mountain outfit had a playful look in his eyes. Hee, who doesn't know you in Dragon Capital after making a fuss about the Yi family a few days ago? Yi Chen shook his head. I don't care who you are, whether you know me or not. Now, immediately, right away, have the highest person in charge of the Martial Arts General Bureau come and see me. These words came out. Ha ha ha. Who does this kid think he is? Want to see the highest head of our General Directorate? Is he crazy or am I crazy? Behind the old man in the middle mountain outfit, dozens of people from the Martial Arts Directorate were full of smiles. The tone was full of teasing. Lin Longhai changed color. Yi Chen, don't get carried away. This is Elder Wu Bailei Wu, one of the 3 deputy directors of the Martial Dao General Bureau. Yi Chen didn't give face at all. What deputy director? Words don't count at all. I want to see the highest person in charge, not some deputy director. Dead silence. Deadly silence. The dozens of people watching from the Martial Arts Directorate originally had smiles on their faces. At this moment, their smiles were all frozen. They looked at Yi Chen with horror as if they were looking at a ghost. Lin Longhai simply did not expect that Yi Chen would not even give Wu Bailai face. He hurriedly looked at Wu Bailai. Elder Wu, Yi Chen he. Shut up. Wu Bailai's old face rose into a pig's liver color. Since he had been promoted to deputy director of the Martial Arts General Bureau, no one had ever dared to humiliate him like this. It was simply a naked humiliation. Yi Chen, you are too arrogant. What kind of place do you think the Martial Arts General Bureau is? Originally, I gave you 3 points of face on the basis that you are of the Yi family bloodline. Now it seems that even if you are Elder Yi's grandson, I still have to teach you a lesson today. Let you know what it means to know the heights of heaven. Wu Bailai shouted angrily and took a step towards Yi Chen. Bang! Where he landed, the ground tiles exploded inch by inch. The dragon claw hand was even snapped towards Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen didn't have the slightest intention of dodging and directly blasted out with a fist. The two forces collided together and waves of air exploded. Wu Bailai was actually shaken backward. It took a dozen steps backward and only stopped when it reached the steps at the main entrance of the General Administration of Martial Arts. This kid, how is it possible? The crowd of the General Directorate of Martial Arts was shocked. Lin Longhai also looked deeply at Yi Chen. Wu Bailai is at the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. Could it be that Yi Chen's strength is far above the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm? Wu Bailai's tiger's mouth went numb, and he looked at Yi Chen in shock and anger. Just about to open his mouth. Yi Chen's voice rang out, for the sake of my senior sister, I'll spare you once. If you dare to strike at me again, you will be killed without pardon. Ignoring Wu Bailai, he walked towards the main gate of the General Directorate of Martial Arts. Wu Bailai almost died of anger alive, his old face instantly becoming twisted. A brat who was not yet dry. How dare he say kill without amnesty to him? Yi Chen, you're looking for death. Wu Bailai hissed at Yi Chen's back, so angry that his voice trembled. Pulling out a soft sword from his waist, he tore through the air, chopping towards Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen, be careful! Lin Longhai shouted. Just at the moment when the soft sword was about to chop at Yi Chen's head, Yi Chen turned back with an extremely bizarre stance. Casually grabbing Wu Bailai's soft sword with his hand, he blasted out with a punch with his other hand. Puff! Wu Bailai's head exploded like a watermelon. The body fell straight down. Self-inflicted sins cannot live. Deputy Director Wu is dead. The entrance to the Martial Arts Directorate was shaken as everyone quickly retreated back to the Martial Arts Directorate. Lin Longhai walked up with a pale face and looked at Wu Bailai's corpse. It's over, Yi Chen, you're in big trouble. Yi Chen didn't reply, lifting his feet towards the inside of the General Directorate of Martial Arts. The news of Wu Bailai's death flew out. In the Xiao family, Xiao Xinguo was teasing a bird and playing with a dog. An underling ran over with a sweaty head. "Master, something big has happened." "What is it?" Panicking. This old military god who had retired down had a calm face. The face of Tarzan did not change its color. "Yi Chen has come to long due. Just now he wanted to force his way into the General Directorate of Martial Arts. Wu Bailai tried to stop him, but he was punched in the head." The people from the Martial Arts Directorate had all gone home from work, but now they're rushing back immediately. He Sandao and He Zhuxi rushed over there. "I'm afraid that if Auntie takes on the duo, she'll be in deep trouble." "What?" Xiao Jingguo was startled. As expected of an old military god who had been through hundreds of battles, he immediately regained his composure. In the depths of his pale eyes, a flash of gravity even flashed. Go to the General Directorate of Martial Arts first. I'll see who dares to touch my Xiao Jingguo's granddaughter-in-law." Dropping the birdcage, he quickly left. Almost simultaneously, inside the highest office of the Dragon Kingdom, a middle-aged man in his early 40s wearing a handmade suit with gold-rimmed glasses walked over. "Dragon Lord, something happened over at the Martial Arts General Bureau." Yi Chen wanted to see the highest head of the Martial Dao General Bureau. Wu Bailai blocked him, and Yi Chen directly killed Wu Bailai. Chapter 40, Sweeping. Kill through the Martial Dao General Bureau. The Dragon Lord put down the teacup in his hand. A flash of surprise was evident in his unruffled eyes. What does Yi Chen want? Didn't he go to the island? He came back so soon? Analyzing the news coming back from the scene, Ling Hongyan seems to be Yi Chen's senior sister. Yi Chen forced his way into the Martial Arts Directorate, presumably because of the fact that Ling Hongyan was going to be court-martialed. The man with golden glasses explained. The Dragon Lord's brows furrowed. Slowly, he got up. Walking over to the window, he glanced at the rippling water outside. There was a long silence. Only then did he spit out a sentence quietly. "Xiao Deng, I remember 10 years ago, Ling Hongyan had a strange illness, almost to the point of dying from it, right?" "Yes, Dragon Lord." Xiao Deng nodded his head and added, "Ling's family brought Ling Hongyan and supposedly went to the Kunlun Mountains to seek treatment. He only returned a few years later, and not long afterward, he became the chief martial arts director." Speaking of this, Xiao Deng seemed to guess what the Dragon Lord meant and said in surprise, "Dragon Lord, could it be that you mean that Yi Chen went to the Kunlun Mountains during the 5 years he was missing?" The Dragon Lord's eyes were heavy. "It's not that there isn't this possibility. Now is not the time to consider this. Xiao Deng, you immediately go to the General Administration of Martial Arts. No matter what, we can't let things continue to get bigger." "Yes." Xiao Deng quickly left. At this moment, the General Administration of Martial Arts. Inside one of the largest halls, it was ancient and built completely according to the ancient system. What was shocking to the eye was that more than 100 people from the General Bureau of Martial Arts were lying on the ground wailing. The arms and legs were all twisted at a terrifying degree. "Every minute that passes, I'll step on and break a person's arms and legs until your highest person in charge shows up." Yi Chen's voice was ice cold. Sitting on one of the highest eunuch chairs, Lin Longhai was scared to death. "Yi Chen, isn't this not good? Broken bones are the most taboo for martial arts cultivators. If you break all their arms and legs, what about the path of martial arts cultivation in the future?" Yi Chen's eyes were icy cold. If it wasn't for the face of senior sister, it wouldn't be the arms and legs that I stomped on, it would be the head. A cold killing intent erupted. It almost condensed into materialization. Icy cold pierced the bones. Lin Longhai couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, it was as if the Yi Chen in front of him was not a person, but a god of death from hell. A middle-aged man roared lowly, "Yi Chen, you're looking for..." "Ah!" The word death hadn't even left his mouth. An agonizing scream of pain. Both feet were trampled off on the spot. The second half of his sentence was held back, and he fainted on the spot. "Yi Chen, you are simply too arrogant. This is the Dragon Country Martial Arts Directorate, not your acre of land in the countryside. Daring to strike here, you simply don't know how to die." Two old men rushed into the main hall with people. A refined old man. A horse-faced old man. The elegant old man twitched a long knife to chop out. The icy coldness of the blade's energy actually produced a condensation effect when it encountered the air, and a white tiger could be vaguely seen swooping in. Ow! Wherever the white tiger passes. Bang! 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 All the expensive furniture all exploded, turning into powder and bursting apart. Yi Chen dodged sideways, and the sandalwood eunuch chair underneath him exploded under the blade energy. The ground was even chopped out with a 10-meter-long knife mark. Yi Chen was just about to strike. The second blade chi arrived. Lin Longhai shouted, "Yi Chen, be careful, this is He Sandao He Lao, one of the 7 elders of the General Administration of Martial Arts, 8th level of the Heaven Realm. If we let him chop out the third blade, no one below the 9th level of the Heaven Realm will be able to catch it." Yi Chen's figure flickered and dodged the second blade. Lin Longhai, you, very good. He Sandao's eyes were gloomy. It was about to chop out the third blade at the same time. Yi Chen didn't know when, but actually ghostly rushed in front of him, raising his hand towards He Sanjia's smash. Comparing physical strength with Lao Fu? I'm afraid you don't know that Lao Fu was practicing his sword in the waterfall. Seek death. He Sandao gave a low shout. Confident beyond measure, he slammed his fist into Yi Chen's fist. The two collided together. Ah! He three knives screamed miserably as his 5 fingers exploded. The left arm even clicked, breaking on the spot. Bones pierced through the flesh and blood and came out. The second punch came and landed on Hisanjia's chest. As if Hisanjia was hit by a truck, a mouthful of blood spurted out as he flew backwards. Elder He, are you alright? The horse-faced old man who came along with him took a step out in shock, catching Hisanjia who flew out upside down. Quickly take this healing pill, don't leave behind internal injuries. Sandao took the elixir handed over in one gulp and stared at Yi Chen in death. Be careful, this brat's moves have no rules. I don't know what sect he's from, he relies on all his brute strength to fight. Who cares what sect, I'll take this kid first. A horse-faced old man's eyes sank. Taking the lead, he rushed out, his internal energy erupted, and his white crane lit up his wings. The horse-faced old man's figure was incredibly dexterous. Yi Chen's speed was completely unable to keep up. In just a dozen rounds, he was kicked a dozen times on his chest, back and stomach. Yi Chen was a little depressed. Even though Master gave me a Vajra unbreakable body, I don't have much internal strength after all. I can never keep up with my speed. When I meet this kind of speedy martial artist, I can only be passively beaten. Lin Longhai saw Yi Chen taking a beating. He completely went out on a limb. Yi Chen, he's Crane Bamboo Stream Crane Elder. 8th level of the Heaven Realm, with a hand of white crane bright wings is extremely fast. But the attack power is somewhat inferior to a normal Heaven Realm 8th layer. As long as you can resist his attacks, you can counterattack. Hijushi said angrily, Lin Longhai, who exactly are you with? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Yup. His combat experience was still insufficient, and he was no match for an old geezer like Lin Longhai. As Hijushi kicked at him, Yi Chen took the cost of the blow hard. 5 fingers snapped, grabbing Hijushi's calf. No good. Hijushi changed color and tried to draw back. Unable to do so, Yi Chen's strength was amazing, actually directly swinging him up and ruthlessly smashing him towards the ground. Clang! There was a loud bang. Hijushi felt like his internal organs were about to explode, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. Immediately after that, ka-ching! With a muffled sound, one of Hijushi's thighs was exploded by Yi Chen's foot. Ah! Old man's foot! Hijushi screamed miserably and completely lost his fighting strength. Those people from the General Administration of Martial Arts who had broken their arms and legs and were lying on the ground were stunned. Elder He, 8th layer of the Heaven Realm. Elder He, 8th level of the Heaven Realm. One was known for his attacks, the other for his speed. Both of them actually lost to Yi Chen? Is this kid 30 years old? When did the Dragon Kingdom produce this kind of martial arts genius? At this moment, a majestic voice came from outside the room. Whoever dares to touch Yi Chen, first ask me, Xiao Jinghua, if I will answer. The crowd looked towards the door of the Great Hall. Xiao Jinghua walked with a dragon's stride and looked at the room full of people, except for Yi Chen and Lin Longhai who were all lying on the ground. Couldn't help but freeze. What's the situation? The corners of the mouth of the General Administration of Martial Arts twitched. What situation can't you see? I'm going to. Xiao Jinghua reacted at once, his pale eyes revealing shock. Yi Chen, you defeated all these people? Elder He? But. Elder Crane. Xiao Jinghua almost burst out laughing. Cough cough. You guys were also defeated by Yi Chen? Hisanjie and Hijushi were almost exasperated. Xiao Jinghua, are you here to see us laugh? Xiao Jinghua had a smile on the corner of his mouth as he looked deeply at Yi Chen. Actually, I came to save the day. But now it seems that I'm not needed to save the day here, so let's just consider it a joke. You. The two men spat out a mouthful of blood as they were in a hurry. Where is my senior sister Ling Hongyan now? Yi Chen asked in a cold voice. Dagger gritted his teeth stiffly. I don't know. Do you? Hijushi looked at Yi Chen angrily. I don't know either. The two did not believe that Yi Chen really dared to do anything to them. Yi Chen let out an oh-so-splendid cry. 2 consecutive feet stomped down. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! One of the thighs of Hisanjie and Hijushi was stomped on. It was dry and crisp. White bones mixed with blood and flesh stuck to the floor, completely ruined. Ah! The duo let out sounds of pain. Yi Chen, are you crazy? You dare to waste our legs? Grass! Yi Chen's voice was cold. Do you think I'm joking? I'll give you one last chance. Where is my senior sister Ling Hongyan? Otherwise. The words fell. He lifted his foot and stepped on the heads of the duo, ready for their brains to explode. Yi Chen, don't kill them. Xiao Jinghua was startled, not expecting Yi Chen to be so decisive. Lin Longhai's heart trembled. It almost jumped out. The rest of the General Administration of Martial Arts was so scared that they almost fainted. Was Yi Chen trying to kill the 2 old men? Sandao and Hijushi trembled. In their hearts, they had already greeted Yi Chen's ancestors once, but they couldn't ignore the icy killing intent above their heads. Crazy. This Yi Chen was definitely crazy. The two had an intuition. If they didn't answer, this kid would definitely stomp on their heads. Guardian, she was taken away by the Guardian. The two hissed out almost simultaneously, slumping to the ground like they were deflated. P.S. Brothers, pink new book, need to care, there are free small gifts to send off, urging more point by point, thank you law. Chapter 41, Yi-chen? Just kill it as you please. Guardians? Yi-chen frowned, where are they? The duo shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Looking for death, huh? A flash of hostility flashed across Yi-chen's eyes. The feat exerted force. He Sandao and he Zhuxi trembled in fear, we really don't know Xiao Xinghua stepped forward to stop them, Yi-chen, they really don't know the whereabouts of the Guardians. Yi-chen stopped and looked at him, Elder Xiao, what do you mean? Xiao Xinghua looked serious, Yi-chen, the Guardians exist independently of the Dragon Kingdom. It doesn't belong to any department, nor is it under anyone's jurisdiction. Their whereabouts cannot be found even by the Dragon Lord. Not to mention these two, they are truly unknown. Yi-chen's eyes were gloomy, doesn't anyone know where the Guardian is? He Sandao suddenly spoke, Yi-chen, 3 days later, Ling Hongyan will be judged at Mount Tai. If you want to save her, you can just go to Mount Tai 3 days later, it's useless for you to come to the General Directorate of Martial Arts. It's not like we disposed of Ling Hongyan. Yi-chen loosened his foot. 3 days later? Tai Shan. Thanks. Dropping a sentence, he walked towards the outside of the General Martial Arts Directorate. Lin Longhai didn't dare to stay for even a moment and hurriedly followed. Xiao Xinghua also turned around and left. Yi-chen, you wait for me, we're not done with this matter. Ah, my leg. Yi-chen walked out of the Martial Arts General Bureau with his front foot. Xiao Xinghua caught up with him. Yi-chen, could it be that you are really prepared to go to Taishan in 3 days? Yi-chen nodded. Senior sister took the blame for me, there's no way I'm going to watch her die. Take the blame for you? What do you mean, wait? Could it be that you? Xiao Xinghua reacted at once. Thinking of a terrible fact. Yi-chen spoke out of turn, not bad. The Island Emperor, I killed him. Hiss. Even though Xiao Xinghua had already guessed. Hearing Yi-chen admitted himself, he still couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Raising his hand on Yi-chen's shoulder, he fiercely slapped it. Good boy, you dared to kill the Heavenly Emperor. There is the style of the old man back then. You've also killed a Heavenly Emperor? This. Cough. No, this is not important, this is just a description. Xiao Xinghua's old face reddened, somewhat embarrassed. He quickly changed the topic. Yi-chen, in this matter today, you are still too impulsive. You wasted more than 100 people in the General Martial Arts Department, even He Sanjie and He Zhuxi were wasted by you. These two can be ranked in the top 150 on the Dragon Kingdom's Grandmaster list. Not to mention the fact that the family forces behind those 100 or so people are even more intricate. Have you thought about how you should react when they find you in trouble? Facing Xiao Xinghua's question, Yi-chen only had one word, kill. Kill? Xiao Xinghua frowned. Yi-chen, are you serious? Yi-chen asked a rhetorical question. Elder Xiao, what do you think? Xiao Xinghua completely froze in place. He didn't even notice when Yi-chen left. There is vigor. Worthy of being the granddaughter-in-law that I, Xiao Xinghua, have recognized. Also, 3 days from now at Mount Tai, I'll help you. Xiao Xinghua stood with his arms folded, his eyes deep as he muttered to himself, I just don't know if I, a retired old military god, can still shake the Guardian's majesty. On the outskirts of Dragon Capital, deep underground. In front of an extremely open stone room, there was actually a rushing underground dark river whistling past. Underneath Dragon Capital, there were a total of 9 dragon veins. This dark river was precisely one of them. A waxen-faced old man sat cross-legged by the dark river, and as the rushing water approached him, it was actually blocked by a powerful force, slowing down its speed. Teacher, something happened in the General Administration of Martial Arts, a kid named Yi-chen. A middle-aged man walked over. The matter of the Martial Dao General Bureau was explained. The old man didn't even open his eyes. Yi-chen? What kind of cat or dog comes to report to us? The military tribunal in 3 days will be held as usual, and directly announce Ling Hongyan's death sentence on the spot. Yi-chen? He dares to come and cause trouble, just kill him at will. It was resounding. Not allowing anyone to refute in the slightest. All self-confidence stems from the strength that crushes everything. Dragon Kingdom, inside the highest office. Dragon Lord, I'm back. Dragon Lord was a bit surprised. Back so soon? How is the situation at the Martial Arts General Bureau? Xiao Deng gasped twice, looking like he had run all the way here. Yi-chen wasted more than 100 people from the Martial Dao General Bureau, as well as He Sanjie and He Zhuxi with one leg. He already knows that the Guardians will try Ling Hongyan at Taishan 3 days later. Old military god Xiao also rushed over there, but unfortunately didn't help much. Yi-chen went back to Zhonghai after leaving the Martial Arts General Bureau. Finished in one breath. The Dragon Lord's gaze flickered. If I remember correctly, He Sandao and He Zhuxi are both at the 8th level of the Heaven Realm, right? Yi-chen actually wasted them? Has strength broken through the Heaven Realm? It's possible. Xiao Deng nodded and continued, Dragon Lord, these 5 years that Yi Chen disappeared, it couldn't be that he really went to the Kunlun Mountains, right? However, whether he went there or not, in just 5 years, Yi Chen is definitely no match for the Guardian Ah. If he dares to force his way into the Taishan Judgment Court 3 days later, I'm afraid that it's going to be vicious. The Dragon Lord pondered for a moment. 3 days later, you go to Taishan. You don't need to care about Ling Hongyan. If Yi Chen appears, no matter what, save his life from the Guardian's men. Back in Shanghai, Yi Chen asked Lin Longhai to send him back to Mu Xueqing's apartment downstairs. Sending Lin Longhai away, Yi Chen went straight upstairs. Just as the spare key opened the door, a girl walked out of the bathroom next to the living room. With a bath towel around her, it looked like she had just finished her bath. When the girl saw a strange man, she exclaimed, "Ah, who are you?" Unnervous. Forgetting to pull the bath towel on her body the moment she was about to slip, Yi Chen closed the door at light speed and took an arrow step forward. Standing in front of the girl, a hand went towards her chest. "What are you doing?" A large hand pressed on the chest position, holding down the slipping bath towel. Only then did the girl not go naked, and in shock Yi Chen's voice rang out, "What are you still standing there for? Take the bath towel. I'll give you 3 minutes to change your clothes, then tell me who you are and why you're here. The owner of this room, and where did he go?" The girl was just about to retort. Right into Yi Chen's emotionless eyes. Unable to resist trembling a little, her milk-like skin broke out in goosebumps. Obediently nodding her head, she grabbed the bath towel and turned her head to rush into the room. 2 minutes later, the girl put on her clothes and walked out, looking at Yi Chen sitting in the sofa. You are Big Brother Yi Chen, right? You recognize me?" Yi Chen was a little surprised. The girl nodded. "Sure enough, it's Big Brother Yi. Hello Big Brother Yi, my name is Wen Xiaoro. A student of Shanghai University of Finance. Sister Xueqing let me stay here. She said that if you come back, Big Brother Yi, she will immediately take you to the Dragon Lake Villa." Half an hour later, the Dragon Lake Villa area. Outside a 3-story villa. Yi Chen was a little strange. Could it be that Mu Xueqing bought a villa after taking $100 million? It didn't matter, a big house for a change was not bad. When Xiaoro went forward and rang the doorbell. The first floor of the villa. Mu Xueqing was cooking dinner in the kitchen. Xiao Charan was playing a hand on the side. Xiao Buxue was watching cartoons in the living room. Being handy and knowing how to cook, whoever marries you in the future will really have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. Xiao Charan smiled. By the way, that boyfriend of yours, what exactly does he do? You guys actually live together. Xiao Charan's appearance is uninviting and her temperament is superb. Actually very gossipy inside. Mu Xueqing smiled mysteriously. What's the rush? He'll introduce you to him when he comes back. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. I'll go open the door. Mu Xueqing put down the work in her hand and went forward to open the villa door. When Xiaoro playfully jumped in, Sister Xueqing, your boyfriend is back. Wow. He's really handsome. So cold and cool ah. No wonder you love him miserably. Xiao Charan smiled as she walked up. Speak of the devil and he's here. Looking towards the villa gate. The next second. Yi Chen walked through the gate of the villa, and the moment Xiao Charan saw him, her eyes contracted fiercely for a moment. The smile froze, and her pretty face instantly turned white. Chapter 42, $200 million, what's the harm in sending him to play? Yi Chen. Mu Xueqing hurriedly walked up and pulled Yi Chen's hand. Hey, next time you can't leave without saying goodbye. Good. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. Back just in time, I have some things to say to you, eat first. Right, I'm now sharing this villa with a friend, so I don't have to squeeze into an apartment in the future. Let me introduce you. Looking at the intimate demeanor of the two. The 10 fingers under Xiao Charan's sleeves were clenched together in death. The nails sink into the flesh and blood without even realizing it. Charan. Mu Xueqing pulled Yi Chen and came in front of Xiao Charan. Charan, you don't look too good, are you not feeling well? Yi Chen was surprised. Xiao Charan? This time, it was Mu Xueqing's turn to be surprised. Yi Chen, you guys know each other? Yi Chen nodded. Well, high school classmates. Cough cough. Xiao Charan's face was suffocated red, he coughed violently twice, and his body collapsed with a softness. Yi Chen took an arrow step forward and held Xiao Charan on the sofa. His fingers pressed at her pulse. Wow. Sister Xueqing, your boyfriend still knows medical skills? When Xiaoro marveled. A moment later, Yi Chen withdrew his hand. Mu Xueqing anxiously asked, Yi Chen, how is she? Yi Chen shook his head, an urgent fire attacked her heart, and all of a sudden, her chi and blood went to her head. That's why she almost fainted. It's nothing serious. Mu Xueqing nodded. It's probably because it's been too hot lately. Xiaoro, turn on the air conditioner. Okay. When Xiaoro went to turn on the air conditioner, Yi Chen's words changed. But what? Mu Xueqing brought a towel and wiped the sweat from Xiao Charan's forehead. Yi Chen swept a glance at Xiao Charan and then at her daughter, Xiao Buren. What's the problem? But there's no harm in saying it. Xiao Churan's voice was somewhat cold. Yi Chen said, "Your body is very strange, it should be the aftereffects left behind after giving birth. However, judging from your pulse, it seems that you are still a virgin and should not have had a man." Looking deeply at Xiao Churan, "Or rather, you haven't had sex, so where did this daughter come from?" "You." Xiao Churan was momentarily speechless. Where did this guy learn his medical skills? He can tell this. Mu Xueqing froze for a moment and grabbed Yi Chen's ear. "Yi Chen, what nonsense are you talking?" "I'm really not talking nonsense." The corners of Yi Chen's mouth twitched as he let Mu Xueqing tug at his ears. "That's what the medical books I've read say, it's probably because I'm not a good learner." 5 years in hell, he had read many medical books. All memorized in the depths of his soul. After all, this was also the first time he had performed medical skills on Xiao Churan. What surprises Mu Xueqing is. Xiao Churan looked straight at Yi Chen. "I do have the problem of fainting easily, can you treat it?" Yi Chen pondered for a moment. "There's nothing wrong with it," cast a silver needle. "Combined with a few pairs of Chinese herbs, it can be cured at the root." "Good, you try it." Xiao Churan nodded and closed her eyes. Yi Chen raised his wrist and took out several silver needles like magic. They were not inserted into Xiao Churan's several acupoints. In just a few minutes, Xiao Churan's qi did recover. She was also able to sit up. Seeing that the person was fine, Yi Chen wrote down a prescription and said, "She's fine now, Xueqing, I'm going out. Come back in a few days." Mu Xueqing was puzzled. "You just came back and you're leaving?" "Don't worry, it's just in Shanghai." Yi Chen smiled faintly, reassuring Mu Xueqing. He came back this time to report his safety to Mu Xueqing. Yi Chen knew that his martial arts strength was far from enough. Today, against the duo of He Sandao and He Zhuxi, he actually couldn't manage to kill them in seconds. In 3 days' time, he had to raise his martial realm. "All right." Yi Chen turned around and walked towards the outside of the villa. As if she thought of something, Mu Xueqing shouted at Yi Chen's back, "Hey, Yi Chen! The two of us will open our company in 3 days. 10 o'clock in the morning, don't forget to come and cut the ribbon." Yi Chen froze. 3 days later? Such a coincidence? "Okay, I'll remember." A voice rang out in the darkness. "Really, why are you so busy?" Mu Xueqing muttered. Xiao Churan closed her eyes, her heart was full of mixed feelings. Yi Chen walked out of the Dragon Lake Villa, and with a flip of his wrist, a business card flew out from within the chaos space. Following the phone number on it, he dialed out, "Hey, there's something I want to ask you for a favor." Hanging up the phone. In less than 10 minutes, a Maybach S680 stopped at the entrance of the Dragon Lake Villa. Wang Henian and Xin Xiong excitedly got out of the car. "Major General Yi, hello, please get in and talk." "I go, who is this young man?" Living in Dragon Lake Villa, Maybach S680 personally came to pick him up. "Which family's son?" In the envious eyes of the passers-by, Yi Chen sat on the boss chair in the back row. He left in a long way. Xin Xiong sat in the co-pilot and observed Yi Chen through the center rearview mirror. Seeing this youth again, the wave of shock in her heart could not be calmed for a long time. Yi Lingyun, the son of great military god Yi, suddenly returned after 5 years of disappearance, killing old Master Lu and threatening the Jiangnan king before retreating in one piece. The Dragon Lord personally ordained the Dragon Soul Major General. What other secrets does he have on him? Xin Xiong thought curiously. Wang Henian, who was sitting together in the back row, asked in a gruff voice, "Major General Yi, was everything you said on the phone just now true? You need an alchemy room? Could it be that you are still an alchemist?" After 5 years in hell, Yi Chen hadn't learned much about alchemy. "Yes? Of course." Wang Henian nodded his head affirmatively. "Just take me there." Yi Chen pulled over a notepad in the car and wrote down hundreds of medicinal herbs in one breath, "And the medicinal herbs on this, the more you prepare, the better. Send them all to the alchemy room. Also, don't call me Major General Yi in the future, just call me by my name or Mr. Yi." He closed his eyes and stopped talking. An hour later, on the outskirts of Zhonghai City, outside a steel refinery. After entering a bomb shelter, the temperature skyrocketed, and there was actually a different world inside. Wang Henian was already sweating. Xin Xiong wearing thin, long skirt under the body has long been hidden. Yi Chen was the only one who was clear without wind, as if he was not affected in the slightest. "Mr. Yi, this is the alchemy room." Wang Henian pointed ahead, to a reddish stone chamber. These stones, they were all brought out by the elevated frame from the interior of the volcano. Borrowing fire from the nearby steel refinery, a fire path was buried leading under the stone chamber. There's absolutely no problem refining pills below the 5th grade here. At this time, the person delivering the medicinal herbs also arrived. Yi Chen looked at a large cart of herbs and had them sent into the alchemy room. "Don't disturb me for 3 days." After saying that, diving headfirst into the alchemy room, he closed the door. Xin Xiong's gaze was strange. "Elder Wang, is it possible that this Major General Yi really wants to make pills? What a joke. Those martial arts clans cultivate an alchemist, and it's easy to invest billions of dollars of costs into it. They have to train them for more than 10 years, and I've never seen an alchemist under the age of 50. The herbs he just asked for are worth more than $200 million, and not many people besides you in China and the sea can get them all together in an hour. These herbs, aren't they a waste of money? Xin Xiong felt pity. Wang Henian's eyes flashed. It's only $200 million, what's the harm in giving it to him for fun? As long as I can make friends with Mr. Yi, not to mention 200 million, I'm willing to give 200 million. Said. Tick-tock. A text message came from Wang Henian's cell phone. Opening it, his body stumbled and almost fell to the ground. It's over, I'm afraid that these 200 million will really go down the drain. What's wrong? Xin Xiong was strange. Wang Henian's old face went white, staring dead at the text message in his phone. Mr. Yi made a big mess in the General Martial Arts Directorate in Lengdu 3 hours ago. It seems like he even injured a lot of people. This is offending the Martial Arts General Directorate to death. Wang Henian had long had people pay attention to Yi Chen's news. It was a pity that his connections were not strong enough. There was no way to know the exact details, and only knew that Yi Chen had caused a big fuss in the General Directorate of Martial Arts, without knowing that he had killed someone. What? Offended the Martial Arts General Bureau. Xin Xiong opened his mouth in shock. This is a behemoth. After entering the alchemy room. With a thought, Yi Chen's chaotic cauldron appeared in his hand. He took out the herbs prepared by Wang Henian, and 2 30-year-old herbs were thrown into the cauldron. The next second, a 500-year-old herb appeared before his eyes. It really works. Yi Chen was delighted in his heart. Flying quickly, he processed the herbs and put them into a simple and ancient Dan tripod that had long been prepared in the alchemy room. Pressing a switch under the stove. Buzz. A fiery flame gushed out, enveloping the entire Dan Ding. The temperature in the entire alchemy room steeply skyrocketed. Yi Chen was careful and controlled the fire. I don't know how long it took to turn off the flame and open the Dan cauldron. A rich medicinal fragrance hit his face. It's done. He wasn't afraid of the heat and grabbed a red pill from within the Dan cauldron. There were 3 lines on the elixir. If other Dan masters saw it, they would die of shock alive. The first time he made an elixir, he actually made a 3rd-grade elixir. This was too heaven-defying. Yi Chen swallowed it in one mouthful. The elixir melted and instantly disappeared into the dantian. The medicinal power rushed into the limbs and bones. Boom! Martial artist, 2nd level. Martial artist, 3rd layer. Martial artist, 4th level. A single elixir actually directly rushed to the 4th level of martialist. Deep within the dantian, there was even a powerful internal force coalescing. Combined with the Vajra unbreakable body, Yi Chen felt that he could punch a martial artist at the 9th layer of the heaven realm to death. If I reach the sovereign realm, or even the grand sovereign realm, what kind of combat power would I have? Yi Chen's eyes lit up, again. PS, likes, hypes, comments, 5-star reviews, all kinds of requests please. Chapter 43, the trial begins. Yi Chen doesn't dare to come? Mount Tai, the 5 mountains. The place where ancient emperors and kings were sealed. Early in the morning, tourists who came to climb Mount Tai were surprised to find out. The entire Mount Tai was surrounded by the army, armed police blocking all roads. What's going on? Is there some big shot coming to climb Mount Tai? Ordinary tourists were horrified. You don't know yet, do you? The mountain has been closed and cleared of tourists since 3 days ago. Definitely not a simple figure. The tourists murmured. Look, here comes the car. A Rolls-Royce Phantom led the way. It was followed by Porsche 918s, Lamborghinis, Bugattis, Maybachs, and other top-notch luxury cars, driving in a line. Holy, is this someone organizing a car show? The tourists were dumbfounded. Never in their lives had they seen so many luxury cars. One after another, dazzled. Suddenly, a tourist exclaimed, "Look, that car." The crowd looked over. Isn't it just a broken A8? Compared to the ones in front, it's nothing. The speaker sneered, "Look at the license plate." The crowd looked. The pupils contracted hard. Jiangye 00001. My God, Jiang Nanking. People's mouths completely closed. Jiang Nanking's car traveled to the foot of Mount Tai. Getting out of the car, he froze. So many people? A henchman next to him sneered, "My lord, it can only be said that this kid Yi Chen has offended too many people. Even the gambling king of Macau Island, he has offended." After the news got out, everyone came to see him laugh. The henchman pointed in a direction. Here, the daughter of the king of gamblers has personally come. Not far away, king of gamblers Zhou Yunfa's daughter, Zhou Anqi, walked down from a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wearing large sunglasses. Flanked by a group of bodyguards, she headed towards the cable car going up the mountain. 3 days. The fact that Yi Chen had made a scene at the Dragon Country Martial Arts Directorate had long spread throughout the entire upper circle. Even, it spread to foreign countries. On the other side, a dozen or so people from the Wolf Country were wrapped tightly. There were both men and women. The men were tall and the women were incomparably hot. The Wolf Country man at the head said in a deep voice, "The female emperor said that if Ling Hongyan is sentenced to death, save her at all costs, even if we die here." Yes. The group of Wolf Country people gave a low shout. Without taking the cable car, they quickly climbed towards the top of Mount Tai. At the same time, a crowd of whites, blacks, and people of Southeast Asian descent approached. Leading the way was an old white man speaking fluent English. Grand Princess Aisha has said that as long as you guys make a move, each of you will receive $100 million. If you succeed in saving Ling Hongyan, you will be rewarded $1 billion. And, all of you will get green cards from the country of M, and all the sins you've committed will be eliminated. You'll be able to spend your entire life in the Ross Consortium's industry for free. This group of people were like chicken blood. We will definitely complete the mission. Following behind the group of Wolf Country people, they headed straight to the top of Mount Tai. King Jiangnan's gaze was grave as he looked at the direction the two groups of people were leaving, the Wolf Kingdom's fishy red Earl, Ms. Ava, and the alcoholic Muhammad. 69th place in the underground dark gang assassins, Desperate Poisoner. 57th place, Jack the Clown. 45th place, Black Widow. 31st, Gokun, the god of Muay Thai. He faked a Muay Thai match and killed the king of Thailand. Wanted all over the world, with a reward of $500 million, how dare he show up? The henchman next to him had already been scared. My lord, why are these horrible characters here too? King Jiangnan grinned. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? It seems that this chief martial arts director of ours is no ordinary person nah. Let's go, up the mountain. An order was given. Jiangnan Wang boarded a helicopter and headed towards the top of the mountain. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning when they reached the top of the mountain. The sun was rising in the east, and the top of Mount Tai had already been crowded with people. Yi Hongye came early in the morning, wearing a cloak, sitting in a corner. This kid really dares to come? You won't hoodwink me. Did he really, all by himself, kill 8 of your Dark Palace's Grand Master 9th level assassins? Not far behind him. A man with a black duck-tongued cap and a black mask lowered his voice. Do I have to lie to you? If it wasn't for him not realizing me, even I would have died on the boat. See for yourself, He Sandao and He Zhuxi are both at the 8th level of the Heaven Realm, and both had their legs wasted by this kid. Yi Hongye looked in the direction the man was pointing. He Sandao and He Zhuxi were sitting on the judgment seat of the Martial Arts General Bureau. The two men's thighs had been amputated after being stepped into powder by Yi Chen. This little man, as long as he dares to come today, I will definitely make him pay. He Sandao gritted his teeth. Next to the judgment seat, Lu Chuanxiong and the Lu family crowd, with white cloth on their heads. A few days ago, Yi Chen had crushed Lu Chuanxiong's father's neck at Elder Lu's 80th birthday, causing him to die tragically. Knowing that Yi Chen was likely to pick the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom today, Lu Chuanxiong immediately summoned the Lu family. He came at 3 in the morning. He held Elder Lu's effigy in his arms. Dad, watch well in your heavenly soul. Bless Yi Chen, who must have come to challenge the guardian and died tragically under the guardian's hands. Tang Fenwolf was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It's almost 8 o'clock. Why isn't Yi Chen coming? No, he better not come. That's the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. Unless it threatens national security, the guardian will never make a move. Ling Hongyan killed the island emperor. It's already a serious threat to national security. That's why the guardian stepped in. Don't come, don't ever come. Tang Fenwolf clenched his fists. Xiao Xinghua had long since arrived at the scene, and this old military god didn't move like a mountain. What's your hurry? Where's a bit of your father's appearance? Not to mention your grandfather's steadiness. Tang Fenwolf shook his head. Old military god, you're definitely not in a hurry. Time passed by minute by minute. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun was high in the sky. A middle-aged man quickly ran and knelt at the feet of King Jiangnan. My lord, we found out about Yi Chen. King Jiangnan said indifferently, speak. Yi Chen had been missing for 3 days, and he had finally found out news about him. The middle-aged man said, 3 days ago, Yi Chen and Zhonghai's Wang Henian left the Dragon Lake Villa and went to a bomb shelter in the suburbs. This air raid shelter was transformed into an alchemy chamber after Yi Chen entered the alchemy chamber 3 days ago. He hasn't come out until now. Jiangnan King was a little puzzled. What was Yi Chen doing in the alchemy room? Probe again and report back. Yes. The middle-aged man quickly left. At the same time, on the outskirts of Zhonghai, outside the alchemy room of the air defense shelter, Lin Longhai was anxiously spinning straight around in place. Yi Chen, what the hell are you doing? Is it really refining pills? Today is already the 3rd day. If you don't come out, Ling Hongyan will really die. Xin Xiong, who was guarding the side, had long since gotten used to it. Last night, she was still a little surprised when she saw Lin Longhai, the Zhonghai martial arts director. When Lin Longhai kept looking at his watch for a full night, Xin Xiong was thoroughly used to it. 9 o'clock. Bang! With a muffled sound, the door to the alchemy room opened with a bang. A youth slowly stepped out. Ha! How come it feels like he's a bit different? Xin Xiong was puzzled. Wang Henian had a disappointed look on his face, and Yi Chen's hand was empty. Sure enough, no pills had been refined. Lin Longhai excitedly went forward and pulled Yi Chen's wrist. Yi Chen, you finally came out. Today is already the 3rd day, go. Quickly follow me to Mount Tai. Chapter 44, Ninth Senior Sister, Ling Hongyan, Death Penalty. 12 o'clock at noon, on top of Mount Tai. It's coming, it's coming. Someone shouted from the restless crowd. The crowd looked in the direction this person was pointing, and immediately became agitated. 2 armed helicopters, flying in from the distance. Underneath one of them, there was a steel cage hanging, and the person inside was none other than Ling Hongyan. The 2 helicopter gunships flew over Mount Tai. The helicopter with Ling Hongyan slowly dropped down, placed the cage on a 10-meter diameter martial arts platform and left. The other one still hovered 100 meters in the air. Is the Guardian inside? It's 12 o'clock, it's time for the trial, why hasn't the Guardian come down yet? The crowd was wondering. The cabin door of the helicopter gunship opened and a silhouette took a step out. It actually jumped down from 100 meters in the air. The entire crowd boiled. Everyone stood up in shock. In the midst of all the attention, an old man smashed onto the martial arts stage. Bang! A loud sound was heard, and everyone's hearts followed with a hard tremble. Ah! Zhou Anqi exclaimed in shock, covering her small mouth in death. Hiss! He Sanjie and He Jushi sucked in a breath of cool air. 100 meters in the air was equivalent to more than 30 floors. Even if the 2 were in their heyday, jumping down from such a height would surely kill them all. This. Tang Fenwolf stood up in shock, half a day without uttering a second word. Jiangnan King appeared to be sitting steadily, but his hands were gripping the armrests of the chair, squeezing and creaking. This jump at a height of 100 meters was too shocking. Xiao Xingguo's gaze was grave. Wan Kulun's strength is even more terrifying compared to 10 years ago. Suddenly, a middle-aged man once again came in front of King Jiangnan, knelt down on one knee, and said a few words. An old man spoke, Jiangnan King, let's share any news together. We are all from the same circle, and we have come here today for the same purpose, so why cover up? Jiangnan King looked over and smiled slightly, so it's Elder Chen. Chen Fengnian, from the Chun family in Jinling, a prestigious family. He swept a glance at his men, since it's Elder Chen who has given the word, you can tell everyone what you've poked around. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Latest news, an hour ago, Yi Chen left from an alchemy room in the suburbs of Zhanghai City. He has disappeared since then. He should have run away. What? Swish. Zhou Anqi, Yi Hongya, Lu Chuanxiong. He Sanjie, He Jushi. Xiao Xinghua, Tang Fengwolf. Everyone's gazes looked over at the same time. Yi Chen didn't come to Taishan? Instead, he went within the city of Zhanghai? Zhou Anqi took out her cell phone and dialed King of Gamblers Zhou Yunfa's number. Dad, he didn't dare to come. I thought he wasn't afraid of the sky or the earth. Zhou Yunfa on the other end of the phone was surprised. How come? That night, while the father-daughter duo were talking on the phone. On the other side, Yi Hongya's eyes sank slightly. Unfortunately, this kid saved another life. Dad! Lu Chuanxiong hissed in disappointment. He Sandao and He Jushi's faces were gloomy to the extreme. Little man, letting you retrieve a dog's life. Let you languish for a few days first, and sooner or later, I'll let you die without a burial. Tang Fengwolf let out a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not coming. It's good that it's not coming. Alas. Xiao Xingguo let out a long sigh, somewhat disappointed. After all, I can't resist the pressure of the 3 words Guardian. Yi Chen might be right for not coming. The other rich and powerful people were even more shocked and did not dare to sit down. In an inconspicuous corner, Xiao Deng pulled out his cell phone with a red face. Dragon Lord, Yi Chen didn't come, the Guardian has arrived. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone and a ghostly sigh. Okay, I know. Hanging up the phone, the Dragon Lord walked to the window, staring at the rippling waters outside. Yi Chen, if you dare to face Guardian Wan Kunlun head-on, I have 10,000 ways to let you live and still think highly of you. It's a pity. Wan Kunlun looked to be in his early 60s, but his actual age was already over 150 years old. Silence. The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. In an instant, the entire Mount Tai was quiet. Wan Kunlun carried his hands behind his back. The noon hour has arrived, the trial now begins. Ling Hongyan, you assassinated the island emperor, causing the relationship between the 2 countries to deteriorate, seriously jeopardizing Dragon Country's position in the international arena. And as you hold an important position, as the chief director of the Dragon Nation's martial arts, you should not have done such a thing that would jeopardize the nation. It has been decided by several guardians that you will be stripped of your martial arts rights for life. Deprive you of your position as the chief director of Dragon Country's martial arts. The crimes are combined and you are sentenced to death. Do you realize your guilt? The voice was like thunder that spread across the entire top of Mount Tai. Everyone held their breath, not even daring to take a breath. The majesty of the guardian, no one dared to offend. Ling Hongyan calmly nodded her head. I plead guilty. Wan Kunlun said indifferently, execute. 2 executioners stepped forward and opened the prison cage, ready to behead Ling Hongyan. Prepare to do it. A wolf country man and white old man ordered almost simultaneously, just as the two sets of foreigners were preparing to strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two Tarzan stones flew over, knocking the two executioners out and killing them violently on the spot. What kind of thing is a guardian? My Yi-chen's senior sister, no one can judge. Who's talking? The crowd was startled. Yi-chen! Lu Chuanxiang stood up excitedly. It's Yi-chen who has come. Yi-chen had killed his father, Lu Fengyun, and he recognized the voice even if it turned into ashes. What? Yi-chen? Where? Countless people stood up and looked towards the source of the voice. Only to see a face as sharp as a knife, with a clear outline. A young man with dry, broken hair walked up to the top of Mount Tai, and all eyes were on him. He actually dares to really come? The moment she saw Yi-chen, Zhou Anqi was filled with shock. Yi Hongye sank his face. He still came. This damn little. He San Dagger and He Zhushi clenched their fists and stared at Yi-chen in death. Tang Fengwolf was incredibly excited. Old military god, you guessed wrong. This kid, Yi-chen, is heavy-handed and righteous. Xiao Jinghua's gaze fell on Yi-chen, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he shook his head and looked deeply at Wan Kunlun. A flash of strong scorn flashed in his eyes. Yi-chen shouldn't have come. The other wealthy bigwigs who saw Yi-chen for the first time were filled with curiosity. Is this Yi-chen? The son of Yi Lingyun Yi war god? So young, so bold. To actually dare to stop the guardian's judgment. Under the gaze of countless people, Yi-chen walked to Ling Hongyan's side, and with a snap of his 5 fingers, he shattered the shackles on her body. What are you doing here, junior brother? You go. Ling Hongyan was in tears. Yi-chen shook his head. Ninth senior sister, as long as I'm here, no one can kill you. Wan Kunlun's eyes were indifferent, as if he was looking at a dead person. You are Yi-chen? Do you know that Ling Hongyan has been sentenced to death by me? You stopped the execution. Do you know what crime you have committed? Yi-chen sneered. Who are you? What qualifications can you have to judge my senior sister? I killed the island emperor. It was me who personally stomped on his head. You guys go to judge an innocent person and can't even do the basic checking of the facts. Are you guardians blind or brain dead? What? The island emperor was actually killed by Yi-chen? This was simply a heavenly news. The top of Mount Tai was instantly silent. Everyone's hearts nearly exploded in shock. Even the Jiangnan king stood up with a mischievous cry. What? He killed the island emperor? How is that possible? How dare he? Wan Kunlun looked at him as if he was a dead man. Guardians must not be insulted, and insulting them will result in death. Yi-chen, you are sentenced, like your senior sister Ling Hongyan, to death. Chapter 45, Guardian? Kill. Sentence me to death? What kind of thing are you? I'll sentence you to death first. Yi-chen let out a low gulp and wrapped his arms around Ling Hongyan's small waist. With a gentle push, a force carried her flying out, landing steadily beside Lin Longhai. Lin Longhai, take care of my ninth senior sister. As the words fell, Yi-chen stomped his foot and sped towards Wan Kunlun. A fist blasted out. Incredibly strong. Everyone was confused. Guardian Wan Kunlun didn't even make a move, but Yi-chen actually dared to take the initiative to make a move against the Guardian? He even dared to turn the tables and sentence the Guardian to death? Crazy man. This lunatic. This was the common thought in everyone's mind. Wan Kunlun's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Today, I will let you know what happens when you provoke a Guardian. Against the incoming Yi-chen, he punched out the sound barrier. Wan Kunlun, don't kill Yi-chen. Xiao Jinghua stood up excitedly. Xiao Deng rushed out of the crowd in shock and came to the martial arts stage. The crowd was shocked. This person was the Dragon Lord's personal person. Why was he here? Wan Kunlun naturally noticed Xiao Deng and didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Yi-chen, you go to hell. Increasing his strength. The fists of the two touched just when everyone thought that Yi-chen would be punched to pieces. The fists of the two collided. Wan Kunlun felt as if his fist had smashed into a steel plate, and a sharp pain shot through his right arm. Then, ka-ching! Broken. The entire person's body, moreover, retreated 7 or 8 steps towards the back. How is it possible? Wan Kunlun's pale eyes shrunk as he looked at Yi-chen in horror. What strength are you? Not only Wan Kunlun, the others at the top of Mount Tai were also petrified on the spot. What did they see? Yi-chen had repelled Wan Kunlun with a single punch? Moreover, that right hand of Wan Kunlun's hung down limply, taking on the shape of a Z. This was broken? The crowd was too late to be shocked, as Yi-chen took a step to chase after him. The 5 fingers snapped towards Wan Kunlun's neck. This scene completely enraged Wan Kunlun. Yi-chen, you seek death. The tiger roared and the dragon roared. A terrifying burst of internal energy erupted from Wan Kunlun's body, and the surface of his intact left hand carried a layer of transparent white mist. The internal energy was released externally. Yi-chen saw Wan Kunlun's left hand coming and immediately grabbed his arm, folding it with force. Ka-ching! With a sound, Wan Kunlun's left hand broke on the spot, and the sharp pain caused Wan Kunlun to completely wake up, looking at the youth in front of him in horror. What in the world are you? You? The voice was trembling. Under the martial arts stage, it was completely plunged into deathly silence. Not a single person dared to speak, not daring to breathe a single breath. Including Xiao Jinghua, Jiang Nanking, and the others, they all stood up in shock, looking at everything on the martial arts stage in shock. Yi Chen was ruthless and didn't say much. Kneel down. What did you say? Wan Kunlun's eyes widened, and a blazing rage burned in the depths of his eyes. I said, let you kneel down. Yi Chen roared. Taking a step forward, he raised his foot and viciously kicked Wan Kunlun's knee socket. An irresistible force struck him, and Wan Kunlun's knees went soft, and he flopped down on the martial arts stage. Come, you tell everyone, my senior sister, Ling Hongyan, isn't it, still sentenced to death? One word at a time. Throwing the ground with a sound. It was like a blow of a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed on everyone's heart. The Jiangnan king was stiff, his fists clenched together in death, the blood in his body felt like it was burning, his old face was red, and his eyes were almost moist. There was a time when he was this spirited on the battlefield. Suppressing everything. Then later, because of some special reasons, he could only settle for living in Jiangnan as a Jiangnan king. Today, Yi Chen forced the guardian to kneel at the top of Mount Tai, which completely ignited the hot blood in his body. To give birth to a son, it should be like this. Xiao Jinghua was equally thrilled. This retired old military god's hands were slightly trembling, his mouth constantly reciting, Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Ah, Yi Lingyun, your son, is better than you. Not to mention Zhou Anqi, Lu Chuanxiong, and the others, who had long been petrified. Yi Hongya's eyes jumped violently. The man from the dark hall behind him stared at the figure on the martial arts stage with dead eyes, his eyes almost dripping blood. Yi Hongya, did you see that? I told you that you didn't figure out this kid's strength. This kid even dared to abolish the guardians. How could a few grand masters in the district kill him? Yi Hongya swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He couldn't say a word in shock. Wan Kunlun knelt on the ground, one hand pressing down on his shoulder. His face was ashen as death as he raised his head. Yi Chen, do you know what you're doing? You actually dared to strike at the guardian. This is a capital offense. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm the weakest of the 12 guardians of the Dragon Kingdom. Taking a step back, the news that came out at that time was that Ling Hongyan had killed the island emperor. According to the rules, Ling Hongyan would have to die. Even though he was pressed down to his knees. Wan Kunlun still erupted with an extremely strong aura. It was a pity that a fierce tiger could not shake the power of a giant dragon. Yi Chen said, rules only bind ordinary people. Why should I, Yi Chen, abide by the rules that you have set? Not to mention that my senior sister didn't kill the island emperor. Even if my senior sister did kill the island emperor, so what? The guardians are not qualified to judge my senior sister either. Even less qualified to sentence her to death. Wan Kunlun froze, but what about the pressure from the island nation? Yi Chen spoke out of turn, then just destroy the island nation. What you guardians dare not do, I, Yi Chen, will do. The people you guardians don't dare to exterminate, I, Yi Chen, will exterminate. There is no one I, Yi Chen, dare not kill under this heaven. Wan Kunlun was filled with shock. Yi Chen, you are looking for death. Yi Chen shook his head. No, it's you who is looking for death. Raising his hand, he slapped his palm down. Wan Kunlun's head exploded like a watermelon. Whoever still dares to judge my senior sister, just try. Yi Chen's voice was like thunder that spread across the entire top of Mount Tai. Everyone stood in place in dementia. Terrified, they looked at Wan Kunlun's corpse on the martial arts stage. By the time they reacted, Yi Chen had long since left with Ling Hongyan on his back. Good. The Jiangnan king secretly let out a low growl and clenched his fists so tightly that his bones creaked. Ignoring the rules. Ignore the rules. Kill everything. Rules? They're just for restraining ordinary people. When there's enough power to crush everything, rules are all bull. Today, Yi Chen's behavior had completely convinced him. Teacher. A middle-aged man quickly rushed onto the martial arts stage, hugging Wan Kunlun's corpse in grief. Yi Chen. Yi Chen. You deserve to die. Xiao Jingua's eyes contracted. Looking at Wan Kunlun's dead body, it felt like a dream. This kid, this time, he really poked the sky. Xiao Deng had followed the Dragon Lord and had seen countless big scenes. At this moment, Xiao Deng's pupils were also constantly contracting, and it took a long time before he came back to his senses. Taking out his cell phone, he tremblingly dialed out a call. Hey! Dragon Lord, something big has happened. Chapter 46, Jiangnan King, see Mr. Yi. What? Yi Chen killed Wan Kunlun? In the highest office of the Dragon Kingdom, a middle-aged man stood frozen in place. Even though he was the highest positioned person in the Dragon Kingdom, he couldn't help but freeze for 3 minutes before he spat out a sentence in a grave manner. Alright, I know. Hanging up the phone. Boom! Thunder rumbled outside the window, and a violent storm swarmed in. The lake in the field of view was choppy and could not be calmed at all. On the way down the mountain, Yi Chen's internal energy was continuously fed into Ling Hongyan's body. In 3 days, Yi Chen had successfully entered the martial grandmaster realm from the first level of martial artist. If the people in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world knew about this, they would definitely die of shock alive. 3 short days. Martial artist first level to martial Dao sovereign, 1 step to heaven. 3 days in prison, Ling Hongyan leaned on Yi Chen's back and fell into a deep sleep. On the side, Lin Longhai, his mouth chattered. Ah! Yi Chen, you actually killed a guardian. My god, what kind of monster are you? Guardian ah. The strongest few in the Dragon Kingdom martial arts world, right? Yi Chen, where the hell have you been these 5 years? Who is your master? This is too fierce. Yi Chen, does your master still accept disciples? My Lin Longhai's talent is not bad, why don't we take them together? Yi Chen. Lin Longhai's mouth didn't stop along the way. All the way to the foot of Mount Tai, the two of them were ready to get into the car and leave. Suddenly, a group of people surrounded them. Lin Longhai's face changed slightly. Jiangnan King? What are you doing? The Jiangnan King led 300 armored soldiers, surrounding the 3 of them, Yi Chen, in a circle. Yi Chen's face was calm, he had just killed a guardian, he didn't think that the Jiangnan King would dare to take action against him. Sure enough. Jiangnan King gave a low shout, turned backward. The 300 armorers, at the same time, turned backward, their backs facing Yi Chen and the others. The next second, Jiangnan King took a step forward and knelt down on one knee. Jiangnan King, see Mr. Yi. Lin Longhai almost jumped up in shock. This was the Jiangnan King. A feudal official, entering the court without paying respect. It was reasonable to say that other than the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, no one could ever command the Jiangnan King again, and even more so, no one could make him kneel. At this moment, Jiangnan King actually knelt down at Yi Chen's feet, and by the looks of it, it was still a heartfelt kneeling. Yi Chen said, "What do you mean by this?" Jiangnan King raised his head, his blood boiling, his eyes red. "Mr. Yi, your performance just now has completely convinced me. I would like to fall at your feet. If you are willing, you will be the underground Dark King of this Jiangnan province in the future. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. No matter what you want to do, even if you want to make an army and become the king, I will give up my life without saying a word." This. Lin Longhai's eyes jumped in fear. This kind of words also dared to say. It seemed that the Jiangnan King was determined to follow Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes flickered, and in the end, he faintly spat out, "Get up, since you submit to me. Then do one thing for me now." "You say?" Jiangnan King did not get up, instead, he nodded his head gravely. "Find 2 ancient martial artists for me, one called Jiang Lao and the other called Yuan Lao. As soon as you have news of these 2, notify me immediately. You should be able to inquire about my number." Jiangnan King froze, he thought Yi Chen was going to ask him to do something big, but it turned out to be just looking for someone. Yes. Under Jiangnan King's watchful eyes, Yi Chen carried Ling Hongyan on his back and directly got into his car and left. The incident at the top of Taishan Mountain was like a tsunami that swept through the entire Dragon Kingdom. What? The Dragon Kingdom's guardian, Wan Kunlun, was killed by Yi Chen. The news came out. The entire upper circle of the Dragon Kingdom was dead silent. Island Nation. After the death of Akira Renji, the throne of the emperor had remained empty. Tojo Takuya had killed for 3 days and 3 nights, slaughtering all of Akira Renji's bloodline, and eradicating all of the opponents within the island nation. In 2 days, he would be crowned in front of the entire nation and become the new generation of emperor. When the news from Taishan came back, Takuya Tojo's entire body froze in place. "What did you say? Yi Chen killed Wan Kunlun, one of the 12 guardians of the Dragon Kingdom? At the top of Mount Tai, he took Ling Hongyan away in a dignified manner? The whole time, no one dared to stop? How is that possible? How did he dare?" Tojo Takuya was petrified on the spot. After an unknown amount of time, his face became extremely ugly and he rushed out in a flash. Arriving in front of an ancient divine temple, he directly rushed in. "My lord, something's wrong." A shrine was enshrined in the temple, and on top of it was a statue of a fierce-faced evil god. A blurred blood shadow appeared. "What has happened? According to this seat's projections, all of your enemies should have been put to death in the past few days. The last few voices of opposition have also vanished into thin air. In 2 more days at the most, you'll be crowned emperor. What are you still worried about? It's not the domestic issues." Takuya Tojo shook his head. The events that took place in Taishan were carefully recounted. Blood Shadow was silent for a while, then smiled coldly. "What are you afraid of? Last time, this seat hadn't recovered, and Dongjang Musashi summoned me from thousands of miles away in the Dragon Kingdom, which is why I was crushed by that Yi Chen. Last time, you used his hand to kill Akira Renji and get the throne of the emperor. Just sit tight. If he dares to come to the island again, I will kill him for you." Takuya Tojo excitedly knelt on the ground. "Yes, thank you, Lord Evil God." The blood shadow dissipated. Only a voice echoed from the temple. "This seat still needs power. Get this seat 100 more virgin women. Blood. This seat needs blood." There's something really wrong with your country, virgin women are getting fewer and fewer. The foot of the Kunlun Mountains. Thousands of miles of ice. Goosefeather snow was falling in the air, and the howling gale was neutralizing a thatched hut. If someone is here, we'll definitely be surprised to find that the snow falls over the thatched hut and immediately melts when there is still a foot or so from the roof. Turned into snow, water flowed to the sides. Within a 10-meter radius of the thatched hut, there was not a single piece of snow. Teacher, ooh, teacher. A middle-aged man was carrying a coffin on his back, crying out as he walked towards the thatched hut. With a fluttering sound. Kneeling on the ground. This person was none other than Wan Kunlun's disciple, Hong Xiaofeng of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. On top of that, Xiao Deng actually followed along. Wan Kunlun is dead? A surprised voice rang out from within the thatched hut. Who did this? Hong Xiaofeng's eyes turned red. Yi Chen, it's that Yi Chen. In one breath, he quickly explained what happened at the top of Mount Tai. Finally, he spat out a sentence, "Seniors, please come out and kill this son to avenge my teacher." There was a moment of silence within the thatched hut. It was only after a moment that a puzzled voice rang out. Yi Chen? The son of Yi Lingyun and that woman? Missing for 5 years. 5 years ago he was still a high school student with no hands. After 5 years, he actually has the strength to kill a guardian? There was a moment of silence. There was only the sound of heavy snow whistling. After a short silence, another voice resounded from within the thatched hut. Little Deng, that one sent you? Xiao Deng nodded. Seniors, the Dragon Lord would like to ask you all if anyone has entered inside in the last 5 years? The people inside the thatched hut replied, no one has gone in, and no one has come out. Xiao Deng was stunned, then nodded his head gravely. No one had entered the Kunlun ruins in 5 years. Could it be that Yi Chen had not gone inside there in the 5 years that he had been missing? If that was the case, where exactly did this amazing martial power of his come from? The second thing, Dragon Lord wants the matter at the top of Taishan Mountain to end there. Xiao Deng was not humble. The people inside the thatched hut were a little surprised. Oh? Dragon Lord wants to protect Yi Chen? What? Hong Xiaofeng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Xiao Tang dead in the face. Secretary Tang, is this really what Dragon Lord wants? Chapter 47 Death, just the beginning. Xiao Tang did not answer, instead he looked at the thatched roof. Dragon Lord said that all seniors can read this letter before making a decision. Opening the briefcase. Pulling out a firewax-sealed envelope. An unstoppable force struck. The envelope in Xiao Deng's hand actually flew into the thatched hut out of nowhere. Xiao Deng's eyes contracted for a moment, fetching things from thin air? Hiss. This. There was a burst of excitement within the thatched hut as several different voices sounded almost simultaneously. Dragon Lord is serious? Didn't lie to us, right? Secretary Tang, are you sure? Xiao Deng nodded seriously, sure. Good. This matter, we'll leave it alone for now. However, if this kid dares to do something similar again, kill without pardon. Good. I will report to Dragon Lord truthfully. Xiao Deng let out a sigh of relief. Sweeping a glance at Hong Xiaofeng, he turned to leave. Senior, my master he. What? You want us to break faith with the Dragon Lord? Don't dare. Hong Xiaofeng was incomparably sad and angry, but there was nothing he could do. While bawling, he carried Wan Kunlun's coffin away. Zhenghai, Lin family villa. Lin Longhai said, Yi Chen, you and Miss Ling will stay here for now. The villa is constantly patrolled 24 hours a day, and there will be an immediate alert outside if there is a situation. Yi Chen nodded. Placing Ling Hongyan, who was still unconscious, in the sofa in the living room. Raising his hand on Ling Hongyan's wrist, his face changed slightly. Zira. Tearing away the prison uniform on Ling Hongyan. Revealing a strong suit underneath. On the perfect S-shaped petite body, 7 blood-drenched wounds were shocking to the eyes. Hiss. 7 inches of ding. Lin Longhai sucked in a breath of cool air. My god, are the people from the Martial Arts General Bureau so vicious? Actually utilized the 7-inch ding. This is a fatal injury to a martial artist. Only when dealing with sinful and extremely dangerous martial artists would they use the 7-inch clove. This. Miss Ling, even if she doesn't die, she'll become an invalid. Yi Chen did not say a word. His face was gloomy to the extreme, a monstrous rage burning in his chest. Under Ling Hongyan's 7 wounds, there was each a steel nail that penetrated deep into the flesh and blood. Each steel nail corresponded to an acupuncture point, blocking the run and duta veins, plus a major acupoint in the limbs. The last steel needle was stuck into the dantian. Let her be completely crippled. Ha. It seems that killing only one Wan Kunlun is still too merciful of me. I should have slaughtered the entire Martial Arts General Bureau. Yi Chen's shoulders shook as he laughed. His face was even colder than ever. Don't worry, senior sister, you won't be crippled and you won't die. Yi Chen raised his hand. Several silver needles appeared out of thin air in his palm. They did not enter Ling Hongyan's body, temporarily blocking the meridians. Raising his hand, he made a point on Ling Hongyan's body. Lin Longhai was shocked. Yichen, don't move. Once the 7-inch ding is moved, unless it is removed at the same time, removing it rashly will kill you. But a scene that shocked Lin Longhai appeared. Yichen landed a palm on Ling Hongyan's dantian. Poof, poof, poof. 7 steel nails of more than 10 centimeters flew out from the flesh and blood. Held up by a stream of true qi, they were suspended in mid-air. Each of the steel pins, dripping with blood. Yichen pulled out 2 pills and fed them to Ling Hongyan. Turning around, he walked towards the outside of the villa. Uncle Lin, let's go. Lin Longhai hurriedly followed. Yichen, where are we going? At the Shanghai International Airport, a special airplane from the Martial Arts Directorate was ready to take off. He Sandao and He Zhuxi were sitting in the sofa. The look of shock on their aged faces still hadn't disappeared. He Sandao gritted his teeth. What has this Yichen experienced in the past 5 years? He actually killed Wan Kunlun alive at the top of Taishan Mountain, and even saved Ling Hongyan that. He Zhuxi sneered, so what if he saved it? Ling Hongyan was hit by the 7-inch ding. Even if she was saved, she wouldn't survive for a few months. But what kind of monster is this kid? He Sancho's brows were knitted together in death. In his hand was a pile of information. It was the information on Yichen that he had people collect over these days. In the first 18 years, there was nothing special about him. At best, he was a playboy. 5 years ago, the Yi family in Shanghai was destroyed. Everyone thought that Yichen died, did not expect 5 years later with a horrible martial arts strength to return. The battle at Taishan was a shock to the entire Dragon Kingdom. He Zhuxi coldly spat out a sentence. It couldn't be because of Yi Lingyun, right? Could it be that Yichen's parents left him some kind of supreme martial arts skill? The duo frowned. Look, someone is on the airport runway. Inside the waiting hall of the international airport, the crowd looked over in surprise. Only to see a silhouette was rapidly sweeping on the airport runway. The wind was swirling in the sky behind him. He rushed to the front of the General Martial Arts Bureau's airplane and took one step. It was as if a spring had been installed under his feet, soaring hundreds of meters into the air and ruthlessly smashing into the nose of the Martial Arts Directorate's special plane. Clang! There was a loud bang. The Martial Arts Directorate's plane was actually forced to stop. The nose plunged into the ground and the entire plane buckled. Is this a movie? The travelers in the waiting hall were stunned. Inside the cabin, He Sanjie and He Zhuxi almost flew out, roaring angrily, "Crass! How did you losers fly the airplane? Crashed the plane? Bang! 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 What's that sound?" He Sanjie and He Zhuxi froze. Overhead. The two of them raised their heads in unison and looked towards the top of their heads. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. On the steel nacelle that was a few centimeters thick, the imprints of one fist after another appeared as the thumping sound landed. Clang! There was an explosion. A terrifying hole appeared at the top of the cabin. A youth stood there, his death-like eyes looking down. Yichen! He Sanjie and He Zhuxi were so scared that their hearts almost exploded. They couldn't care less. Rushing to the safe passage, they wanted to pull open the hatch to escape. Whoosh! Something broke through the air and flew, nailing onto the handle of the escape hatch. Fixing his eyes on it, it was actually 7 steel pins. This is... He Sandao and He Zhuxi were so scared that they pissed themselves. Wasn't this object inside Ling Hongyan's body? It was the two of them who personally punched it in. How is it here? Yichen, listen to our explanation. He Sandao and He Zhuxi were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they didn't even have the courage to resist. They could only beg for mercy. Yichen took a step forward and clasped He Sanjie's neck, slamming him down hard on the ground. A foot stepped on He Sanjie's ankle. Ka Ching! Ka Chow! Ka Ching! Foot after foot fell. Dozens of seconds later, He Sandao had long since lost his human form, every inch of his bones crushed alive by Yichen. Turned into a piece of flesh and mud, clinging to the ground. Don't! Don't! Yichen, I beg you. He Zhuxi flopped down on his knees. Yichen grinned, don't be anxious. Death, it's only just begun. After you go to hell, there will be even more horrible tortures waiting for you. Don't! Don't! Ah! Outside the cabin. The security personnel looked at the airplane in front of them in horror. Every time the airplane made a thump sound, the fuselage shuddered along with it, and miserable screams resounded inside at the same time. Half an hour later. In the conference room of the Martial Arts Directorate, hundreds of high-level executives gathered. You say this is Elder He with an Elder Crane? The crowd looked at the photo in shock. Miserable. It was really too miserable. He Sanjie and He Zhuxi, completely unrecognizable in human form. The flesh and blood were completely crushed, leaving only a tattered human skin lying on the ground. The entire cabin was covered in blood. A vicious chill ran through the crowd. This Yichen is too much. To actually abuse a patriarch of the Martial Arts Directorate like this. This matter isn't over, let's go see the Dragon Lord together. I don't believe it, the Dragon Lord can still harbor him, no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom can cure this son. Chapter 48 Yi Chen's Answer. On the viaduct outside the airport, Lin Longhai sat in his car, witnessing everything. Especially when he saw Yi Chen forcing the airplane that was about to take off to stop with a single kick, he was shocked. A silhouette came from the distance and leapt up in one step after arriving at the viaduct. Sitting in the back of the car, Yi Chen directly ordered, "Drive, go to the city center, I hope it's not too late." Lin Longhai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Yi Chen, you've offended the Martial Arts Bureau to death by doing this. Don't you really have any worries? Let me remind you, the Martial Arts Bureau's definitely not as simple as you think. What will you do if they come looking for trouble from you?" Yi Chen smiled. "If I don't kill them, the Wu Dao Bureau won't come after me?" This. Lin Longhai froze. Indeed. Yi Chen had killed Wan Kunlun. He had also wasted one of He Sandao's and He Zhuxi's legs. It was impossible for this matter to pass. "Uncle Lin, don't you understand? If others are evil, you have to be more evil than others. If others are cruel, you must be more cruel than others. If others hurt your family and friends, you destroy their entire clan. Kill until these people are chilled to the bone and scared less when they hear your name. Only then will you be considered truly trouble-free." Yi Chen shook his head. In the 18 layers of hell, what evil people had Yi Chen not seen before? The top evil spirits could only submit obediently under his feet. The Martial Arts Bureau dared to come and find him in trouble? Come one, kill 100, kill 100. Kill until no one dared to mess with him, kill until there was no one from the Wu Dao Bureau, then he would be safe. Half an hour later, the car stopped in the city center, under an office building. "Yi Chen, what are you doing here?" Lin Longhai was puzzled. Yi Chen didn't explain and got out of the car and went straight upstairs. "Yi Chen, you finally came, everyone is waiting for you." Mu Xueqing saw Yi Chen appear. Smiling, she went forward and pulled him into the company. Lin Longhai then realized that today was actually the opening of Mu Xueqing's new company. The meaning of the word Mu Chen Group was obvious. The only shortcoming was that the company was very small. Other than Mu Xueqing, Xiao Charan, and Wen Xiaro, only the staff of the flower store were present. They don't know yet that what happened on the top of Taishan Mountain shook the whole of China. "Chairman, please cut the ribbon." Mu Xueqing handed Yi Chen a pair of scissors. "Chairman of the board?" He. Yi Chen took the scissors. Just as he was about to cut the ribbon. "I told you, why did you suddenly quit your job, Mu Xueqing? So it's because you've been adopted by a white boy." A woman stepped on high heels and walked out of the elevator with a few girlfriends. Yi Chen frowned. "Who is it? Did you invite them?" Mu Xueqing shook her head. "I didn't invite her. Her name is Zhao Baowan, she's my former company colleague. Couldn't beat me in business, stole my market research materials, took credit from her boss and said it was her own. I purposely put last year's data on the flash drive and ended up moving a rock and hitting my own foot. She was fired." Zhao Baowan sneered. "Mu Xueqing, we're settling old scores and new ones together today. With my mother around, your company won't be able to open properly. Sisters, flower basket delivery." An order was given. The group of girlfriends sent the flower baskets in their hands over. A banner was attached to it. "Bad luck shines high. Open and you're out of business. Spread the family fortune." 3 girlfriends went forward. Zhao Baowan smiled. "There's another one. The family will be destroyed. You guys?" Mu Xueqing was trembling with anger. Yi Chen's voice was ice cold. "You guys are looking for death, aren't you?" One step came in front of Zhao Baowan's body, and a monstrous killing intent surged out. Zhao Baowan shivered in fear. "What are you doing?" Yi Chen kicked Zhao Baowan's legs, screaming miserably on the spot, his legs twisting in an extremely terrifying arc. Clasping Zhao Baowan's neck again, he pulled open the security door next to him, throwing it down like garbage. Zhao Baowan's miserable screams came from the hallway. "Baowan!" The 3 girlfriends were so scared that their faces turned pale. It was simply unthinkable that Yi Chen's methods were so cruel. Yi Chen turned around and came to the 3, directly stepping on the thighs of the 3. All of them were picked up and thrown into the nearby safe passage. Xiao Charan's eyes widened in shock. Mu Xueqing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Yi Chen, are they all right?" People from other companies on the same floor all looked over in horror. Lin Longhai stepped forward. "Don't worry, Ms. Mu, leave these people to me, I won't let Yi Chen get into trouble." A phone call. Downstairs, a group of men immediately rushed up, turned around, and walked into the safe passage next to them. After recutting the ribbon, Mu Xueqing proposed that the initial employees of the company go for a get-together. "Xueqing, you guys go eat, I still have something to do." "Ah? What's so busy?" When Mu Xueqing returned to her senses, Yi Chen had already gotten into the elevator and disappeared. After going downstairs, Yi Chen directly sat in the driver's side of the Mercedes. Lin Longhai sat in the co-pilot. He was the one who drove before. "Yi Chen, where are you going?" "Yi family's old mansion." Yi Chen returned to the Yi family's old mansion. After the Yi family was destroyed 5 years ago, this place was seized. Uncovering the yellowed seal, Yi Chen walked into the Yi family's courtyard. Looking at the yard full of withered grass, there were also blood stains that had long since discolored and blackened. Uncle Lin, please find some people to clean up this place and fix it up some more. Lin Longhai nodded silently, good. Just as he walked out of the gate, a black sedan came rushing in and stopped at the entrance of Ye's house with a kick of the brakes. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came down from above. The moment he saw this person, Lin Longhai's eyes almost popped out in shock. You are the man beside the one above the dragon. Once, Lin Longhai went to Dragon Capital to participate in a banquet of the General Administration of Martial Arts. The Dragon Lord was present for 5 minutes that night. Lin Longhai had glanced at it from afar and remembered this person standing beside the Dragon Lord. Director Lin, hello. My name is Deng Lei, you can just call me Little Deng. Deng Lei stretched out a hand, very polite. Lin Longhai hurriedly shook it with both hands. This was the Dragon Lord's man. It was fine for the Dragon Lord to call him Little Deng. Calling him Little Deng himself? Isn't that looking for death? Secretary Deng, don't discount me, I don't know what you're here for. Lin Longhai's posture was low. Deng Lei smiled, Dragon Lord has a few words for me to bring to General Yi. Good, good. Lin Longhai was so shocked that he couldn't breathe and nodded his head in a hurry. Bringing Deng Lei into the Yi family's old mansion, he met Yi Chen in the courtyard. Deng Lei introduced himself and said where he came from. Yi Chen was a little surprised. The secret letter from the Dragon Lord last time. Yi Chen thought it was a favor from his father, and did not expect this one to still be paying attention to him. Yi Chen said, is there anything? The corner of Deng Lei's mouth twitched as he looked deeply at Yi Chen. Young Yi, you are really too impulsive. You killed Wan Kunlun at the peak of Mount Tai. This matter has completely offended the other guardians. It was not easy for the Dragon Lord to get the rest of the guardians to rest their anger. I just wanted to return to Dragon Capital to resume my duties. Who knew that you killed He San Dao and Yi Zhuxi again, and this incident has made those old guys from the General Administration of Martial Arts completely furious. Half an hour ago, they stormed into the top office and negotiated with the Dragon Lord for an hour. I turned around from my way back to Dragon Capital and rushed back to Zhonghai. Lin Longhai was shocked. The highest one of the Dragon Kingdom was actually secretly helping Yi Chen? This boat of his own, he didn't stand on the wrong side. Yi Chen shook his head. Dragon Lord has taken the trouble, however, I, Yi Chen, do not need him to manage my own affairs. Deng Lei frowned. Young Yi, you have offended the guardians. And the entire martial arts directorate of the Dragon Kingdom, do you know what this means? The slightest carelessness, all hell will break loose, and you will die without a burial place. But? Yi Chen looked at Deng Lei, but what? Deng Lei smiled faintly, however, there is still a chance for things to turn around. The General Administration of Martial Arts has 3 requirements. First, you join the General Administration of Martial Arts, and from now on, you will follow the orders of the General Administration of Martial Arts. Second, share the martial arts techniques practiced and their martial skills. Third, to tell us where you have been, what you have done, and who you have met during the 5 years that you have been missing. Of these 3, you need to choose any 2 and this matter will be over. After hearing these 3 requirements, Yi Chen was filled with amusement. Indifferently, he spat out a sentence, I'll choose the 4th article. The 4th article? Deng Lei froze. Yi Chen nodded, kill everyone in the General Directorate of Martial Arts. Trample their heads under my Yi Chen's feet. This. Deng Lei's eyes widened. Even he was so scared that he took a few steps back, sensing a monstrous killing intent from Yi Chen's body. Lin Longhai was directly confused. Completely stunned. Sweating like a pig, he almost sat on his butt on the ground. My little ancestor This is someone beside the Dragon Lord, are you really not afraid of offending someone by talking to him like this? It wasn't until Deng Lei hurriedly left. Only then did Lin Longhai react. Yi Chen, are you serious? Yi Chen was just about to reply. Tut tut tut. At this time, a call came in. Just after pressing the answer button, Mu Xueqing's anxious voice immediately came from the phone. Yi Chen, something big has happened. Yi Chen's heart thumped. Xueqing, don't be anxious, what's wrong? Did someone come to the company to cause trouble? It's okay, I'll come over right away. It's not me. Mu Xueqing shakes her head. It's Bu Xue, Churen's daughter. Bu Xue is missing. In the afternoon, Churen went to the kindergarten to pick up his daughter, only to be told that her daughter was picked up a long time ago. Now Churen is going crazy. Yi Chen, you must help Churen. She's already a single mom, and if she loses it, Kieran will kill her. Good. Yi Chen comforted, don't be anxious, where are you, I'll come over right away. Rushing to the kindergarten that Mu Xueqing had mentioned, the police had already arrived and were taking statements. Xiao Churen squatted in the corner of the kindergarten gate, her hands clasping her knees. Tears were crying over her makeup, and her face was lost in thought. When Xiaoro was comforting on the side. When Mu Xueqing saw Yi Chen appear, she immediately came over, already checked the surveillance. Wu Shui ran out of the gate by herself. Finally disappeared in an alley with no surveillance. Several of us have searched the neighborhood. There's no trace of the child at all. It would be bad if we encountered human traffickers. Yi Chen swept a glance at Xiao Charan. Walking up to him, he squatted down. Follow me. Xiao Charan raised his head, his eyes dull. Oh. It's gone, can't find it. Can't find it anymore? If you don't want your daughter to completely disappear, follow me. Yi Chen grabbed Xiao Charan's wrist. Letting Mu Xueqing lead the way, he came to the alley with no surveillance. The ground was littered with fallen leaves, and there were a few old residential buildings next to it, with garbage cans placed randomly on the side of the road. Stretch out your hand. Yi Chen lightly drank. Xiao Charan woodenly stretched out her hand, and Yi Chen had an extra silver needle in his palm. PFF. It pierced into Xiao Charan's fingertip, and blood dripped out. Yi Chen touched a handful of Xiao Charan's blood and drew a blood-colored charm on her palm. The bloodline coalesces, the ghosts and gods come to court. At my command, the gates of hell open. Hoo hoo hoo. A gloomy wind blew in the alley, and the temperature dropped several degrees steeply. Mu Xueqing and Wen Xiao couldn't help but shiver. In the unseen viewpoint of the two, the ground cracked open a gap, from which an extremely hideous and ugly ghost crawled out. Kneeling at Yi Chen's feet, young prefect, you're looking for me. Chapter 49 Unrepentant, really was Yi Chen's daughter. Yi Chen looked down at it, lead the way in front and find this person's daughter. Yes. The ghost took one step and jumped onto Xiao Charan's shoulder. It stretched out its hands and covered Xiao Charan's eyes. Mu Xueqing and Wen Xiao couldn't see this. The two only saw that Xiao Charan's eyes became mute. The blood from his fingertips fell to the ground and gathered together, heading in one direction. Go! Yi Chen lightly droned. Xiao Charan lifted his feet and walked out, walking out of the alley and stopping outside a KFC on a commercial street a kilometer away. Young prefect, the person you are looking for is inside. The ghost finished speaking and his figure dissipated. Unrepentant, over there. Mu Xueqing pointed at a spot by the window of the KFC. A charming middle-aged young woman sat in front of the table with Xiao Buren, who was holding fries in his left hand and nibbling on a chicken wing in his right hand. Unrepentant. Mom? Xiao Charan's body trembled and quickly ran towards KFC. Mom? Yi Chen and Mu Xueqing froze and looked at each other. Wen Xiao let out a sigh of relief, so it was a misunderstanding. This aunt is Sister Charan's mom, so that means Sister Unrepentant's grandmother? The three of them were just about to walk into KFC. Lin Longhai made a call in. Yi Chen, Miss Ling has woken up. Yi Chen's heart moved slightly. Xueqing, since it's a misunderstanding, you guys will accompany Xiao Charan first. I still have some things to do, so I'll go first. Dropping these words, he casually stopped a cab and quickly left. Mu Xueqing was a bit helpless and followed Wen Xiao into KFC. Xiao Charan held Xiao Buxue in her arms. Buxue, why are you running around? Scared me to death, next time don't run around, got it? Xiao Buxue smiled. Mom, Grandma said to take me to eat KFC, you eat too. Humph. The charming young woman on the opposite side snorted coldly. You know you're scared? You can't even take care of your own daughter. I went to Longdu to look for you, and my family said that you don't do anything as a $1,000 young lady, and ran to Shanghai to open some kind of bio company. Your mom is in control of hundreds of billions of stocks on Wall Street. How many rich politicians in M begged me to help manage the funds? A little bit out of your fingertips at random is enough to make you too rich and famous for the rest of your lives. Mother Xiao had a cold smile on her face. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking? You want Bu Xia and Yi Chen to recognize each other? Let me warn you, there's a heavenly trouble on this brat. Sooner or later, it's hard to escape death. You'd better die. I'll stay in Shanghai for a while. When I'm done with everything in my hands, you and Unrepentant will return to M country with me. Getting up, he quickly leaves, not giving Xiao Charan a chance to object at all. Mu Xueqing and Wen Xiao stay in place. Wide-eyed. Wen Xiao covered her small mouth. Unrepentant sister. Is Big Brother Ye's daughter? Mu Xueqing could hardly believe it. Rubbing back several steps with a shocked face, Charan, what the hell is going on here? Bu Xia is the daughter of you and Yi Chen? How is that possible? She couldn't accept this. The man she likes actually has a daughter with her best friend? What's all this with It was too dog-blooded. Xiao Charan bit her red lips and looked at Mu Xueqing with an apologetic face. Xueqing, I'm sorry. It's crowded here, let's go to a quiet place and I'll tell you everything. Good. Mu Xueqing nodded her head with a complicated expression. After Mother Xiao left KFC, she turned around and walked into an alley. Her brows furrowed as she looked at the message in the email. Grand Princess Aisha asked me to come to Shanghai and cooperate with her little master at all times. Just one sentence, can anyone understand what exactly is wanted? Who exactly is her little master? And who is qualified to be Grand Princess Aisha's little master? 10 minutes later. In the box of a tea house. Xiao Charan closed the doors and windows, and her helpless voice rang out. 5 years ago, I was still a freshman in the chemistry department of Shanghai University. At that time, I was in a dormitory with you, and everything was originally quite good. However, Yi Chen's parents suddenly disappeared, and more than 100 members of the Yi family were exterminated. Yi Chen is also nowhere to be found, his life and death are unknown. Mu Xueqing nodded her head. She had even searched for Yi Chen like crazy for a long time at that time. 5 whole years, never giving up. Yi Chen's parents were benefited by our Xiao family, and my grandfather was unwilling to see the Yi family extinct. So found the Yi family for preventive treatment of disease, let Yi Chen stay in the hospital frozen sperm. I went far away to a hospital in M country to do test tube. That's how we got unrepentant. Mu Xueqing froze. It was actually this kind of result. Then you are voluntary? Xiao Charan bit her red lips, of course not. Which woman is willing to waste her great youth? But you also know that as a daughter of a big family, there is no choice at all. Mu Xueqing's eyes became gentle, somewhat sympathizing with Xiao Charan. She was also forced into it, and was equally a pitiful woman. Xiao Charan shook his head. Xueqing, I'm sorry, I'm the one who disturbed your relationship with Yi Chen. I'll leave right away, take Bu Shui and my mom to M country. No way. Mu Xueqing stood up. This matter is too cruel to Yi Chen. Does he know he has a daughter? No. Xiao Charan looked pleading. Please, don't tell Yi Chen. I don't want him to know. Seeing Xiao Charan get emotional, Mu Xueqing quickly pacified her. Okay, Charan, I won't tell him. Deng Lei returned to the dragon capital and truthfully reported Yi Chen's answer. After hearing this, the dragon lord reacted greatly. Yi Chen really said that? Deng Lei nodded. Yi Chen's original words were, kill everyone in the General Directorate of Martial Arts. Trample their heads under my Yi Chen's feet. The dragon lord was silent. No words were spoken for a long time. Deng Lei didn't dare to interrupt either. I don't know how long it took before the dragon lord spat out a sentence quietly. In these 5 years, how much aggression has this brat suffered to have this kind of reaction today? Tang Lei opened his mouth. His parents are missing, and his life and death are unknown. A family of over 100 people was slaughtered overnight. Having been on the run for 5 years by myself, it's normal for my personality to be a bit distorted. Hearing Dang Lei's words, Dragon Lord's eyes flashed with a flash of pain and pity. It's bitter for him. As a person of the highest position in the Dragon Kingdom, one should not possess such feelings. With the exception of Yi Chen. That's just it, have someone go and pacify the He and Crane families. I'm making a trip to the Martial Arts Directorate in person. Let's end this matter here. Tang Lei was shocked. Dragon Lord, I'm afraid those in the Martial Arts General Bureau won't agree. Moreover, what will you explain on the Guardian side? It was agreed that you don't care about the martial arts world, now. The Dragon Lord turned his head and looked at Tang Lei indifferently. My own child is aggrieved, and I, the elder, can't protect him for a bit? I'm still standing idly by at this time. I'm not going to do anything about this Dragon Lord and let the people from the General Administration of Martial Arts do it? Even you can tell me what to do? The voice was calm though. An invisible majesty came crashing down on his face, pressurizing Deng Lei, lowering his head in fear, as if he was facing a huge dragon above the 9 heavens. Don't dare! Deng Lei lowered his head in horror. His heart had long been flooded with shocking waves. Chapter 50 A Word of Advice. Back at the Yi family's old mansion, Ling Hongyan had already woken up. Senior sister. Yi Chen quickly walked up. Ling Hongyan had changed into a loose pajamas, the pair of magnificent things in front of her chest couldn't be wrapped at all, and sat on her but beside Yi Chen. Senior brother, why did you bring me here? Preparing to hide your senior sister in a golden house? Stretching out a finger, he picked up Yi Chen's chin. Yi Chen obediently grabbed his wrist. Elder sister, stop it, I'll take your pulse. After a check, his face fluctuated. The internal injuries are fine, but the damaged meridians are difficult to recover for a while. Ling Hongyan smiled faintly and held Yi Chen's arm. Don't always think about healing me, we can do something more interesting? The beautiful eyes blinked. A fragrant breeze hit his face. Especially the chest, pressing on Yi Chen's shoulder. If it was an ordinary man, he would have sprayed nosebleed long ago. Yi Chen decisively shook his head. No way. Senior sister, don't worry, I will definitely be able to cure you. Getting up, he headed towards the outside of the house. You? Ling Hongyan froze for a moment, and then, snorted. Pfft. Ah, little kid who doesn't know anything. Yi Chen returned to his bedroom. Lin Longhai had already had someone clean the room. Except for some details, the furnishings were exactly the same as 5 years ago. Yi Chen sat in front of his desk with a thought. The chaotic cauldron appeared in front of him. Ninth senior sister's meridians are broken. Only the legendary black jade severing cream can help her recover. I have the prescription for the black jade severing cream, but the only thing that is missing is the main ingredient, a 500-year-old ginseng from the Changbai mountain. Yi Chen decided. Using the chaotic cauldron, he synthesized a 500-year-old ginseng from the Changbai mountain. Another thought. Hundreds of herbs appeared in his hand. Last time, Wang Henian had prepared herbs worth $200 million for him, and he hadn't used them all yet. Yi Chen threw the herbs into the chaotic cauldron. Hundreds of synthesizes came down. Yi Chen's face was dark. Damn, 500-year-old Hishou. 500-year-old tiger bomb. 500-year-old coxcomb flower. 500-year-old green dragon root. Even the 800-year-old blood ginseng, all combined out of one plant, actually there is number 500-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain? Could it be that the things synthesized by this chaotic cauldron are all random? The words landed. A voice resounded in Yi Chen's mind, Master, judging by the current spiritual power of the Chaos Cauldron, yes. Chaos Tripod? You can still answer my question? Yi Chen was surprised. The Chaos Cauldron's voice was emotionless, of course, from the moment I recognize my master, I can answer any questions Master has. Why didn't you say so earlier? Master didn't ask. Grass. Master is so cursed. Yi Chen. Wasn't this one a bit stupid? Could it be that the Chaos Cauldron was a product of aliens? The voice that answered him was an artificial intelligence? Forget it. As we all know, artificial intelligence is equivalent to artificial retardation. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen pulled out his cell phone. Dialed a phone number to make a call. Half an hour later, Wang Henian's Maybach was parked at the gate of the Yi family. Yi Chen had already waited for a long time, and directly sat in. Mr. Yi, isn't this the Yi family's old mansion? Why are you here? Wang Henian in the back row was surprised. Yi Chen swept him a glance. This is my house, what's so strange about me being here? Wang Henian smiled awkwardly. He didn't dare to mention the tragic case of the Yi family's extermination 5 years ago. More than 100 people died in the house. If Wang Henian came back, he would definitely not dare to live in such a place. Mr. Yi, you just said on the phone that you need a 500-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain. I really don't have a way to get my hands on it, but there is a person who probably has it in his hands. Wang Henian was smart and directly changed the topic. Who? The underground queen of Shanghai, Su Zhaxue. Yi Chen did not ask more questions and directly said, take me to see her. This. Wang Henian was a little embarrassed. Mr. Yi, it's very difficult for an average person to see Su Zhaxue. Even if it's me, if I don't have a knocker, people won't give face at all. Yi Chen frowned. What do you need as a knocker? Wang Henian explained, Su Zhaxue controls the entire underground auction in Shanghai if you have something that martial artists are interested in. For example, medicinal herbs, techniques, martial arts, pills, and things like that, should be fine. Yi Chen did not say anything. With a lift of his hand, a large handful of pills appeared in his hand. Wang Henian stood up in shock, his head hit the starry roof of the Maybach 680 hard, and sat down again with his butt. The eyes could no longer move. Deadly staring at the handful of pills in Yi Chen's hand. 3 dandelions, 3rd grade elixir. This is a ING 3rd grade elixir. 1, 2, 3. 16, the whole 16 3rd grade pills off. According to the current market price, the value of a 3rd grade elixir is at least $300 million or more. This handful of elixirs is worth close to $5 billion. Wang Henian viciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The old face was red. His entire body value was only about $10 billion. There was also the addition of various properties, stores, and other real estate. Yi Chen casually grabbed half of his assets. How could Wang Henian not be shocked? Mr. Yi. Yi, where did you get these pills? Wang Henian kept swallowing his saliva. Yi Chen casually said, 3 days ago, didn't I use your alchemy room? It was practiced at that time. What? Wang Henian stood up again with a rubbing sound, his head once again hitting hard on the starry roof of the Maybach 680. 3 days, refining a dozen 3rd grade pills, Mr. Yi. You're going to heaven. Half an hour later, Wang Henian brought 10 pills into a private estate in the suburbs. The other 6 were taken by Yi Chen as a reward for him. Less than 2 minutes later, a group of ladies in Jiangnan-style cheongsams came out of the manor and respectfully invited Yi Chen into a secret passage. After walking for about 10 minutes, he entered an incomparably luxurious underground box. Ta-da-day. Just after waiting for 3 minutes, a woman in a handmade cheongsam with a water snake waist. Stepping on high heels. A woman wearing flesh-colored stockings and perfectly proportioned long legs walked in. This gentleman, still wearing a mask? It's also true that someone who took out 10 3rd grade pills in one breath doesn't wear a mask. The moment he walks out from my place, he's going to be disassembled and chopped into pieces. Cluck cluck cluck. Su Zhaxue possessed a pair of pure eyes and perfectly proportioned features. That face was even more seductive, and was definitely a scourge in ancient times. Wearing a mask was suggested by Wang Henian. In order to avoid trouble. Yi Chen was straightforward, I want a 500-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Su Zhaxue sat down in the sofa. Her legs in the cheongsam folded, flashing a flash of white under her skirt. Fine, use your 10 3rd grade pills in exchange. Wang Henian stood up in shock. Boss Su, this is too much for you. Su Zhaxue smiled without saying anything. Yi Chen, however, directly nodded his head, deal. Even Su Zhaxue froze for a moment. 10 3rd grade pills were worth at least over $3 billion. A 500-year-old Changbai Mountain ginseng would not be worth more than $300 million. A tenfold difference. She herself felt that she had asked for a lion's share, but she didn't expect the person in front of her to actually agree. Come on man, bring it over. Su Xiaoshui looked deeply at Yi Chen. The words fell. A maiden brought up a brocade box with both hands, and when she opened it, it was a 500-year-old Changbai mountain ginseng. Yi Chen casually took it, got up and left, thanks. Su Xiaoshui had never seen this kind of guest before and couldn't help but speak, this gentleman, you still sound young. I have to remind you, not everyone is like me, doing business with integrity. When you go out, you have to pay attention to the fact that your money is not exposed, otherwise you may not know how you die. Yi Chen did not look back, directly out of the box. I also give you a piece of advice, don't buy Mickey Mouse underwear. It doesn't match with your Cheongsam stockings. You. Su Xiaoshui's pretty face instantly red, annoyed. This guy. Really saw it? The next second. But. Giggle, what a funny guy. Come on people, within a day, I want all information about this person. Chapter 51 10th Senior Sister's First Kiss. Of course Yi Chen didn't know that Su Xiaoshui was privately investigating him. It didn't matter if he knew. Mr. Yi, if there's anything like this in the future, please be sure to call out to me. Wang Henian left excitedly after dropping a sentence. Yi Chen held a Dan tripod, which he had just borrowed from Wang Henian, and went straight back to his room, finishing the medicinal herbs. After entering the Zhongshe realm, there was no need for an alchemy room at all. Internal force turned into flames burning could be used to make pills. Placing both hands under the Dan tripod, the internal force condensed and the flame burned, converging under the Dan tripod. It's done. 1 hour later. Yi Chen opened his eyes. Collect the fire, open the cauldron. It was done in a single breath. 10 red amber-like pills lay silently inside the Dan cauldron. For Dan lines, a 4th grade elixir. This black jade severing cream isn't very difficult. Yi Chen shook his head. If anyone else had heard this, they would have died of shock alive. Nima. A 4th grade elixir, how many elixir masters could not reach the heights in their entire lives? Putting away the black jade severing pill, Yi Chen found Ling Hongyan. Junior brother, back so soon? Did you find a way to save me? Ling Hongyan smiled sweetly, or did you miss senior sister? It was originally a joke. Yi Chen, however, nodded his head seriously. Yes, elder sister, the black jade severing pill has arrived. Your meridians, they can be restored. Ah. Ling Hongyan was completely dumbfounded, her small mouth open in shock, completely unable to close. Junior sister. You aren't kidding, right? Yi Chen raised his hand and a black jade severing Dan appeared in his palm. For Dan lines, a 4th grade elixir. Ling Hongyan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Yi Chen said, Senior sister, sit down, I will renew your meridians. Good. Ling Hongyan's voice trembled. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't excited, sitting down on her knees as Yi Chen requested. Taking the elixir that Yi Chen handed over, he swallowed it in one gulp. Yi Chen came behind Ling Hongyan and several silver needles fell. A pair of large, powerful hands continued to lightly tap on Ling Hongyan's body. A loud crackling sound came, and a layer of sweat surged out from Ling Hongyan's forehead. Gritting her teeth, she persisted. Repairing the meridians was painful, very painful. As Yi Chen's final blow landed, the moment Ling Hongyan's meridians all over her body connected, the realm that had not been broken through for a long time actually vaguely showed signs of loosening. An unexpected joy. Junior brother, thank you. Mua. Ling Hongyan turned around. Before Yi Chen could react, she wrapped her arms around his neck. She gave him a hard kiss on his face. Yi Chen was shocked. 9th senior sister, why are you like 10th senior sister? Men and women aren't related, not to mention we're from the same sect. Aisha? Ling Hongyan reacted with a light hum. This guy actually got there first? Junior brother, did she take your first kiss? No. Then I'll take it. Ling Hongyan let out a bad smile and directly kissed on Yi Chen's lips. Yi Chen's eyes widened, his heartbeat accelerated, and his blood boiled. Junior brother, my heartbeat is also a little fast, help me look. Ling Hongyan grabbed Yi Chen's hand and headed towards her chest. Yi Chen was shocked, and pushed Ling Hongyan away. Senior sister, you rest well, I have to go beforehand. He fled in a sorry state. But. Ha 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 ha. Ling Hongyan laughed as she shook her flower branches. Even a guardian can be easily decapitated, but he's actually a blank sheet of paper when it comes to matters of men and women. After leaving Ling Hongyan's room, Yi Chen was unable to calm down for a long time. When facing Mu Xueqing, he was able to maintain his composure. Treating the other party as a person of his age, he easily dealt with them. But when facing the spirited and fiery 9th senior sister, it was really overwhelming. There are still 9 black jade severing pills. Yi Chen thought. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed a call out. The phone rang, but no one answered. What is Uncle Lin doing? In Yi Chen's heart, a flash of ominous foreboding flashed through. 5 minutes ago, the office of the Zhenghai Martial Arts Bureau. Bang! The door to the office was kicked open. A middle-aged man strutted in, and Lin Longhai's face sank. Xia Qidong, without my orders, who let you in? Xia Qidong smiled playfully. Lin Longhai, you have a big official authority. While I'm in a good mood, Lin Longhai, I order you to get the hell out now. Unbridled. Xia Qidong, you're looking for death, aren't you? Lin Longhai was furious. Leaping out in one step, he raised his hand and attacked towards Xia Qidong. Xia Qidong was not at all accustomed to it. His 5 fingers clasped Lin Longhai's wrist. He kicked him in the stomach. Lin Longhai flew out and ruthlessly smashed into the desk, which instantly exploded. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. You? Grandmaster? When did you become a Grandmaster? Just an hour ago. Xia Qidong smiled playfully. Lin Longhai's eyes were cold. Xia Qidong, even if you become a Grandmaster, so what? I am the director of the Zhenghai Martial Arts Bureau. You broke into my office and struck out at me. It's already a capital offense. Xia Qidong came over. Face to face with Lin Longhai, less than 10 centimeters. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. Director of Zhenghai Martial Arts? Sorry, you're not anymore. What do you mean? Lin Longhai's pupils contracted for a moment. The next second, an old voice rang out from outside the office, because from this moment onwards, Xia Qidong is the director of Zhenghai Martial Arts Dao. Lin Longhai, you are stripped of all positions in the Martial Arts Bureau. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Martial Arts Bureau. Looking up, an old man walked into the office. Embroidered on his chest was the pattern of the Martial Way Directorate. Elder Wu. Lin Longhai's face was ashen. This person he recognized, Wu Ping, a person from the Martial Arts General Bureau, serving in Longdu. Xia Qidong stretched out his hand and slapped Lin Longhai's face in an extremely humiliating manner. Surprised? Surprised? Lin Longhai, you also have today? What did you say you tin Yi Chen that little for? He has offended the General Administration of Martial Arts and the Guardians. What good can come of it? You won't even know how you'll die when the time comes. Lin Longhai suddenly bellowed, don't insult Yi Chen. Xia Qidong was startled. He took several steps back in one breath. The fight just now had long since filled the office entrance with people. It was in full view of everyone. He himself was a Grandmaster, but he was actually scared back by a mere Grandmaster in Lin Longhai's district? It was too humiliating. Lin Longhai, you're looking for death, aren't you? Xia Qidong's expression was hideous as he rushed forward with one step and ruthlessly stepped on Lin Longhai's thigh. Ah! Lin Longhai screamed miserably. Xia Qidong still didn't relieve his hatred. The soles of his feet moved viciously. Half an hour later, Lin Longhai was thrown out of the Martial Arts Directorate like a dead dog. Half an hour later, Yi Chen's cell phone rang, and the caller ID was none other than Lin Longhai. What is Uncle Lin up to? It took half an hour to call back. Yi Chen muttered, pressing the answer button. Before he could speak, a young girl's voice came from the opposite side. Yi Chen. You're the Yi Chen from the last time in the Garden of Nations, right? Who are you? Yi Chen was puzzled. This is Uncle Lin's cell phone. Why is it in your hands? The girl on the other side brought a sobbing voice. I'm Lin Fei. Lin Longhai is my father. Yi Chen. Please save my dad. He's dying. I really can't do anything else. No hospital in the whole of Zhenghai is willing to take my dad, and all those friends my dad knew before are not answering my calls. Please, I'm kneeling down for you. Chapter 52. Yi Chen, never take revenge overnight. Flop. A sound. The sound of kowtowing also came from the phone. Yi Chen remembered the Lin Fei that he had met in the Universal Garden that day. This was a very haughty girl. It was impossible to kneel down unless forced to do so. Where is Uncle Lin? At my home. Okay, take it easy. I'll come over right away. Yi Chen hung up the phone and hurriedly went out and stopped a cab. The cab driver stopped with a kick of the brakes. Where to? Master, get off. What? The cab driver froze. Clang. With a loud bang, the door of the car was torn apart on the spot and fell hard to the ground. The cab driver was crying in fear. I have an old man and a young man, don't kill me. Yi Chen moved him out of the car. Wait for me here, the car, I'll accompany you behind. A foot of gas. Straight to the Lin family villa. When Yi Chen arrived at the Lin family villa, the underlings ran towards the outside with various artworks and expensive furniture in their hands, giving a feeling of a tree falling from a sinking ship. What happened to the Lin family? Yi Chen quickly arrived at the Lin family's hall. Only to see Lin Longhai was lying on the ground, his arms and legs broken, all twisted in an extremely terrifying arc. Bones pierced through flesh and blood flowed almost all over the entire Lin family's living room. Lin Fei's face was pale, almost paralyzed. Holding gauze and hemostatic medicine in her hand, she was covered in Lin Longhai's blood. When she saw Yi Chen walk in, she tried to stand up, but her feet went limp and she fell to the ground again, tears breaking the bank as she crawled towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen, save my father. I'm begging you to save my dad. It was my fault in the worldwide garden before. I shouldn't have that kind of attitude towards you. As long as you save my dad, I'm willing to die if you let me. I can't live without my dad. Bang bang bang. The head smashed on the ground. Yi Chen stopped her from continuing to kowtow and took a step to Lin Longhai's side. 13 silver needles appeared in his hands and stabbed into Lin Longhai's body. If not for the fact that Lin Longhai was a martial arts master, he wouldn't be able to last 30 minutes with this kind of injury. What the hell is going on here? Who dares to do this to Uncle Lin? Yi Chen's eyes were cold. Lin Feiyi trembled and shook her head. I don't know, I really don't know. Someone called me half an hour ago, saying that my father was injured at the martial arts bureau. When I rushed to the martial arts bureau, my dad he was like this, he was left like a dog at the gate of the martial arts bureau. Yi Chen's eyes sank. It was the martial arts bureau again. Fei, don't worry, Uncle Lin won't die. Lin Fei was like grabbing a life-saving straw as she grabbed Yi Chen's arm in a death grip. Yi Chen, really? Is what you said true? Aha! Yi Chen nodded, but you'd better let go of me, don't delay me from saving people. Good. Good. Lin Feiyi nodded desperately. She kept backing up to the front door of the villa's living room and watched from afar. Yi Chen took out a black jade severing pill and fed it to Lin Longhai. He also put his bones back into place, casually crushing the solid wooden chair, along with the bandage to fix the broken bones. By the time this was done, Lin Longhai had become a mummy. Finally, he opened his eyes, cough cough. Yi Chen. Why are you here? Dad. Lin Fei rushed up excitedly, but didn't dare to touch Lin Longhai. Yi Chen's voice was ice cold. Uncle Lin, who hurt you? Lin Longhai's eyes were a bit evasive. Yi Chen, forget it, I'm fine. Okay. Yi Chen nodded his head. Fei, just guard here, don't move Uncle Lin, I'll go to the martial arts bureau. Turning around, he walked towards the villa's main door. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Lin Longhai was extremely weak. Yi Chen didn't even turn his head back. Uncle Lin, you're considered one of the few relatives I have left. I don't have a few relatives left. I, Yi Chen, once swore that those who injure my relatives and friends will have their bones thwarted, their ashes raised, and their clans exterminated. Moreover, I, Yi Chen, never take revenge overnight. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night. Zhenghai Martial Arts Bureau. A brightly lit and bustling place. Xia Qidong had just taken over as the director of martial arts, and immediately threw a big banquet, inviting all the friends and family that he knew. The entire martial arts bureau was filled with congratulations. Xia Qidong had just finished receiving the congratulatory gifts, and pulled Wu Peng to a corner. Elder Wu, thank you very much. Here's a little something, no honor, just 10 small goals. Wu Peng grabbed the bank card. $1 billion. Enough for him to dash around for a while. The corners of his mouth grinned. You're very understanding, I'll give you a few good words when I return to Dragon Capital. Thank you, Elder Wu. There's still an event in the evening. I found a few female college students from Zhenghai University. Xia Qidong smiled lewdly. Suddenly, bang! The door of the martial arts bureau was kicked open, and all the guests turned around in unison. Who is it? Dare to cause trouble here, looking for death? Someone shouted angrily. In full view of everyone, a youth slowly walked in. The moment they saw this person, everyone only felt their hearts inexplicably contract for a moment. It was as if the god of death had descended. Yi Chen. Xia Qidong was so scared that his scalp went numb. Wu Peng's heart also thumped as he shook his head. Don't worry, several adults from the Martial Arts General Bureau have already conferred with the Dragon Lord today. Already restrained Yi Chen, he doesn't dare to mess around. Xia Qidong let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Yi Chen's voice rang out. I'll give you all a minute, those who are afraid of death go first. Nearly a third of the guests, seeing that the situation was not right. In a flash, they ran out of the Martial Arts Bureau's gate. The rest of the guests, after hesitating for a few seconds, chose to sit down. The moment Yi Chen turned around and closed the door of the Martial Arts Bureau. Whoosh! Rushing into the crowd like a bullet. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. Dozens of people's bodies exploded on the spot, and blood flowed in rivers. Hiss, heaven! Xia Qidong sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his pupils contracting crazily. Wu Peng was also shocked and confused. What was this situation? Wasn't it a good deal with Yi Chen? The two of them were almost dumbfounded as they watched Yi Chen finish killing hundreds of people. Hundreds of people. All dead. Blood stained the entire Zhenghai Martial Arts Bureau. You too, who injured Lin Longhai? A death-like voice rang out, waking the two of them up. Xia Qidong was so scared that he knelt on the ground. Yi Chen, I was wrong, please. Wu Peng let out a low shout. Yi Chen, how dare you? A silhouette came speeding in. Wu Peng didn't even finish his sentence. Xia Qidong flew out like a cannonball, his flesh and blood body sinking deep into the concrete wall behind him. Bones all over his body, broken inch by inch, the whole person was dead beyond death. Hiss! 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 Wu Peng sucked in 3 mouthfuls of cool air, his scalp numb with fear. Yi Chen, if you offend the Martial Arts Bureau like this over and over again, aren't you afraid of? It's the Wu Dao Bureau that I'm killing. Yi Chen directly interrupted. At the same time, raising his hand towards Wu Peng's stomach, a sharp pain came. Wu Peng was horrified to see that Yi Chen's hand actually didn't enter his stomach, grabbing out a pair of rolling kidneys. A hand pinched and burst. People can still live for 30 minutes without their kidneys. You're in the Earth realm, you should be able to last 2 hours. If someone above the 9th level of the Heaven realm makes a move, maybe you still have a chance to hold on until your kidney is transplanted. Go back and tell the people from the Martial Arts Directorate. Zhenghai doesn't need the Martial Arts Directorate. In the future, Zhenghai is my Yi Chen's territory. Anyone from the Martial Arts Bureau who steps foot in Zhenghai will be killed without pardon. Wu Peng's mental defenses collapsed. Was this guy a devil? I don't want to die. Wu Peng rushed out of the Martial Arts Bureau like a madman and rushed to the airport covered in blood. Towards the Dragon Capital. Dragon Capital, inside an office of the Martial Arts General Bureau. A dozen or so old men had a sullen face. It seems that the Dragon Lord is determined to protect Yi Chen. What do we do? Should we tear our faces off? Someone shook his head. Of course not. He is the Dragon Lord after all. Tearing our faces apart won't do us any good. An old man slammed the table. Are we going to let the Yi Chen still live freely? The others glanced at the old man who slammed the table. As long as he doesn't make trouble in Zhenghai, this matter will be tolerated first. After all, the Guardian hasn't even given his word. What can we do? Hate. This little. The old man gritted his teeth. Suddenly. Bang. The loud bang. Wu Peng rushed into the conference room covered in blood, screaming in terror, Lord. Save me quickly. 2 hours ago, Yi Chen slaughtered the entire Zhenghai Martial Arts Bureau, and my kidneys were dug out by him. What did you say? Miso. 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 A dozen people stood up in shock and roared furiously, Grass. Is this kid crazy? He really slaughtered the Middle Sea Martial Arts Bureau? Chapter 53, The Zhenghai Yi Family, back. 2 hours ago. Yi family's old mansion. Who? Come out. Ling Hongyan drank low, staring icily at the door of the room. There was a creak. 2 men pushed the door and walked in. Hongyan, you've done a good job. You've caused so much trouble for the family, and you actually dared to offend even the guardians? Yi Chen returned to the Lin family villa after leaving the Zhenghai Martial Arts Bureau. Yi Chen, you're back. Lin Fei was at the entrance of the villa, pacing back and forth anxiously. Yi Chen nodded. How is Uncle Lin? Lin Fei said gratefully, my dad doesn't seem to be in any serious condition, it's just that he's worried about your safety, so he asked me to wait for you to come back at the door. Yi Chen directly entered the villa hall. Lin Longhai was still lying on the ground when he saw Yi Chen return. Yi Chen, you didn't go to the Zhenghai Martial Arts Bureau, did you? Yi Chen faintly said, went. Lin Longhai was shocked. You killed Xia Qidong and Wu Lao? Yi Chen shook his head. That's good. That's good. Lin Longhai was obviously relieved. He was worried that Yi Chen would kill again at the drop of a hat, which would really completely offend the entire Martial Arts Bureau. Unexpectedly. Yi Chen spat out a sentence. I slaughtered the entire Central Sea Martial Arts Bureau. What did you say? Lin Longhai's mind went blank. Lin Fei was so scared that she covered her small mouth in death. Yi Chen slaughtered the entire Zhenghai Martial Arts Bureau? There were at least hundreds of people in the Zhenghai Martial Arts Bureau. How could this be possible? But looking at Yi Chen's expression, it didn't look like he was joking. Lin Longhai knew that Yi Chen could really do such a thing. It's over. Completely. Yi Chen, behind the Martial Arts Bureau, is far from as simple as you think. Behind Xia Qidong is the Jinling Xia family, one of the several major ancient martial arts families in the Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention that behind the Martial Arts Bureau, there is also the Dragon Kingdom Guardian. If you kill people indiscriminately like this, the Dragon Lord won't be able to protect you. Yi Chen shook his head to comfort a sentence. Uncle Lin, don't be afraid, it's fine. Pulling out his cell phone. Hey, Jiangnan King, go to the Yi family's old mansion and wait for me. Lin Longhai anxiously reminded. Yi Chen, you're thinking too much. Even Jiangnan King can't fight against the ancient martial clan and the guardians. Fei, immediately buy the fastest airfare out of the country, no matter which country you go to. As long as we can leave the Dragon Kingdom, you and Yi Chen will go together. Fei Lin froze. Huh? Dad, what about you? Lin Longhai shook his head with difficulty. At this time, forget about me. Fei, do me a favor. Yi Chen's ears were calloused. Well. Yi Chen pulled a piece of debris from the curtain and handed it to Fei Lin. Plug your dad's mouth. Ha? Lin Fei froze. Fei, quickly book a plane ticket and leave Dragon Country with Yi Chen. Cough. Lin Longhai coughed out a mouthful of blood due to his excitement. Yi Chen said, Fei, do you want to watch Uncle Lin die? Lin Fei was startled. It hastily stuffed Lin Longhai's mouth. Yi Chen walked to the front door of the villa and casually removed an iron door. Lin Fei froze. So much strength? Still a human being? Placing Lin Longhai on the iron door, he carried him to the cab and drove all the way to the Yi family's old mansion. Jiangnan King came in a hurry and only brought 2 accompanying guards. After seeing Yi Chen, he respectfully walked up. Mr. Yi, you are here. Are you really the Jiangnan King? Lin Fei sweated. She had seen the video of Jiangnan King on the internet and instantly recognized the person in front of her as Jiangnan King himself. The youth she had once looked down upon was actually treated with such respect by the Jiangnan king? Heavens, what exactly is his identity? Is he really just Yi Lingyun's son? Waves of shock had already risen in his heart. Yi Chen ignored Fei Lin's shock. There are things I want you to do. First, use your power to find out all the people from the martial arts bureau in Zhonghai. Kill them. Jiangnan Wang was shocked. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Yi Chen spat out. From now on, there can only be one force in the Zhonghai martial arts world. That is my Zhonghai Yi family. I'm going to tell them that the Zhonghai Yi family is back. The words fell. King Jiangnan's eyes erupted a shocking color. Great. It looks like it's Mr. Yi who has accepted my suggestion to make himself king. Mr. Yi is so young and possesses this kind of strength. As long as I work a little harder now, I will be able to take credit from the dragon in the future. In the future, the entire Dragon Kingdom martial arts world will have a place for me, the Jiangnan King. I'll go and do it immediately. Jiangnan King turned around and left. Wait. Yi Chen's voice rang out. Jiangnan King turned back in confusion. Mr. Yi, what else do you command? Yi Chen asked, what martial realm are you at? Jiangnan King smiled somewhat awkwardly. I cultivated martial arts at the age of 68 this year, and now I'm at the second layer of the heaven realm. The second layer of the heaven realm? Too low. Yi Chen shook his head, casually taking out 50 pills, directly handing them over. This third grade elixir. Hiss. The Jiangnan King's eyes went wide and his mind went blank. Even he couldn't possibly take out 50 third grade pills at once. Mr. Yi, what does this mean? Do you want me to help sell them? The Jiangnan King gave Yi Chen a deep look. Apart from what I have explained, raise your realm in the fastest time possible. Take these 50 pills first, and ask for more if you don't have enough. Yi Chen's tone was calm. It fell on Jiangnan King's ears. However, it was like a shocking wave had been set off. Jiangnan King couldn't help but burst out, gulping down a mouthful of saliva. Mr. Yi. You. What did you say? These 50 pills are all for me alone? Not enough. Not enough to ask you for them? You want it or not? Yi Chen frowned. Just this and you're still the king of Jiangnan? Too wordy. Want. 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 The Jiangnan King nodded his head repeatedly as if he was dreaming, cradling the 53rd grade pills in his arms. The waves of shock in his heart never stopped. Oh my god. My god. I didn't choose the wrong person. 53rd grade pills right out of the gate? What other unknown tricks does Mr. Yi have? There is one more thing. You say. Yi Chen pointed at the cab on the side. Contact this cab driver, don't make things difficult for him. Buy him a new car and compensate him another $300,000. Jiangnan King replied respectfully and quickly left with his 2 guards. Lin Longhai on the side had long been dumbfounded. Yi Chen, those pills just now are really third grade pills? Where did they come from? I refined them myself. Yi Chen replied casually. Carrying the door panel, he walked towards the inside of the Yi family's old mansion. Lin Longhai lay on the door panel and muttered, Yi Chen, where exactly did you go these 5 years that you disappeared? I am getting more and more unable to see through you. Time went back to 2 hours later. Dragon Capital, Martial Arts Directorate, inside the conference room. So Yi Chen really said that? Zhonghai is his territory? In the future, if anyone from the Martial Arts Directorate dares to step into Zhonghai again, they will be killed without amnesty? A dozen or so old men from the Martial Arts Directorate looked at each other in disbelief. Wu Peng nodded his head while spitting out blood. Yes, all the elders quickly saved me. My kidneys were dug out by that little Yi Chen. I need your true chi to renew my life. He's got such big dog guts. A patriarch slapped the table fiercely. Wu Peng nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, that little indeed has dog guts. Elder Xia, please step in and save me. Elder Xia was just about to open his mouth. Another green-clothed old man's voice was gloomy. This son, actually ignoring the rules set by the Martial Arts Bureau, there's no need for him to live. To actually dare to destroy my Martial Arts Bureau, he deserves death by 1,000 cuts. This is provoking the majesty of our Martial Dao Directorate. 2 more old men nodded their heads. Wu Peng was on the verge of crying. Elder Chen, Elder Li, and Elder Qin, that little certainly deserves to die, but you should save me first. I'm dying. Take it easy. The 3 old men shook their heads at the same time, with a look of unhurriedness. This attitude completely enraged Wu Peng. Chao Nima. Wu Peng cursed. I desperately came back to report. Can't you come out to save me? You have to push for half a day there. I curse you all of you will be abused by Yi Chen. Grass? The words fell. Wu Peng fell to the ground and died. His eyes were round. The next second, a man hurriedly rushed into the conference room. My lords, something big has happened. Half an hour ago, all the strongholds of the Martial Arts Directorate in Zhonghai were all wiped out by a mysterious force. The entire conference room. A dead silence. Only a ghostly voice rang out, this kid, come for real. Chapter 54 Ancient Martial Families Gather. 9th Senior Sister? Yi Chen settled down Lin Longhai and wanted to check on Ling Hongyan's injuries. Pushing the door, the room was empty. Only a letter was left lying on the desk. Opening it, he read, "Junior brother, I have something to do first, don't miss it." Looking at the beautiful handwriting, Yi Chen frowned slightly. Leaving in such a hurry? Not even enough time to say hello? The whole night. Yi Chen took more than a dozen pills, and his strength entered the 5th level of the Zhongshe realm. Early the next morning, Mu Xueqing's call came in. "Yi Chen, what are you busy with all day long? Last time I found unrepentant, you disappeared in a puff of smoke, where are you now?" Yi Chen smiled, "I'm at the Yi family's old mansion." "What did you go to the old mansion for? Any news about your parents?" Mu Xueqing asked with concern. Yi Chen shook his head, "Nope, came over to reminisce." Mu Xueqing's eyes revealed a touch of gentleness. "Alright, when I'm done with the company's business, I'll go with you to stay at the Yi family's old mansion, so that you won't be lonely alone. But today, you must attend." Yi Chen's heart warmed. "Attend? What is it?" Mu Xueqing rolled her eyes. "Chairman Yi, you don't care about Mu Chen Group at all? The group has just been established, doesn't it need a little networking? There's a charity fundraising party tonight, there are many dignitaries and socialites in Shanghai who will reach it. Let's go together to show our faces, maybe we can even pull in some investment." Yi Chen said indifferently, "We don't need to flatter them, right?" Mu Xueqing hummed lightly, "Don't be so high and mighty, doing business, it's always right to know more people. I'll send you the address later." "All right." Yi Chen agreed. He just ended the call. Jiangnan Wang's phone call came in. "Mr. Yi, everything you arranged has been completed. The Martial Arts General Bureau has a total of 19 strongholds in Shanghai, 107 individuals, all of them have been eradicated. That cab driver, compensation has also been put in place." "Good." Yi Chen nodded his head. Jiangnan King hesitated for a moment. "There is one more thing." "Speak." "Tonight at 7 o'clock, there is an auction at the underground Queen's Manor in Shanghai, ostensibly a charity dinner." Jiangnan King listened to a pause. Lowering his voice, "In reality, there are ancient martial arts families coming to participate. The Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang that you asked me to inquire about last time, my subordinate has not inquired about them for the time being. With all the ancient martial arts families gathering, tonight might be a good opportunity." At this time, the cell phone received a text message. It was the address of the party sent by Mu Xueqing, the very same underground manor that he had been to last time with Wang Henian. It was also the place where the ancient martial arts families were gathering tonight. Such a coincidence? Yi Chen's heart stirred as he said, "Jiangnan Wang, just go over and wait for me, I'll go there myself." "Good." Yi Chen arrived at the Dragon Lake Villa area and pressed the doorbell. The gate opened. Xiao Charan was wearing a white evening gown, her feet stepping on a pair of Chanel high heels. Under the dignified and elegant temperament, her body was even more perfect. Swan neck, cross shoulders. Below the collarbone is a pair of proud peaks. Every inch of skin, almost flawless. "Yi Chen. You're here." Xueqing is changing clothes. Xiao Charan's face was a little unnatural. "Good." Yi Chen pushed open the door and took a step into the villa hall. Soon, Mu Xueqing appeared. In a proper wrap-around fishtail long dress, her perfect S-curve was undeniably evident. In certain places, it was even bigger than Xiao Charan who had given birth. "What are you waiting for? Go change your clothes quickly." Mu Xueqing threw over a few shopping bags. "Bought for you, Armani full set, who endorsed it?" A few minutes later. The moment Yi Chen changed into his suit and walked out, Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan's eyes simultaneously lit up. "Wow wow." Mu Xueqing even directly walked over and took Yi Chen's arm. "Little Chenzi, I didn't expect you to be so material. In the future, wear a suit every day when you go out, chopping up men and women. If you are famous, Armani should change your endorsement." Looking at the intimate movements of the two, Xiao Charan's heart was not in a good mood. 6 o'clock in the evening. When Xiaoro stayed in the villa to bring Xiao Buxue, Yi Chen, Mu Xueqing, and Xiao Charan went straight to the outskirts of Shanghai. Entering the venue, countless handsome men and beautiful women gathered together, all holding red wine in their hands and exchanging contact information. Some of the handsome men found Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan, and their eyes looked like wolves sweeping over their prey. However, when they saw Yi Chen beside the duo, the fire was immediately extinguished. That aura emanating from Yi Chen's body made people feel dangerous and didn't dare to approach. Why are they all some playboys? Aren't there some decent businessmen? Mu Xueqing swept the scene with some disappointment. Xiao Charan shook his head. "The charity gala is just a front. The people who are really doing the business should be in the inner field. Alas. It's a pity that there's no way to get tickets for the inner court." Mu Xueqing was a bit depressed. The three of them found a card seat and sat down. Drip. A text message was sent over. "Mr. Yi, I see you, the infield auction is about to start." Yi Chen got up. "I'm going to the restroom." Quickly, he entered an aisle. A man wearing a mask walked over, and through his figure and aura, Yi Chen instantly recognized that it was none other than Jiangnan King. Mr. Yi, there is a rule for entering the inner court: everyone must wear a mask. First, to protect the buyer's information. Second, to prevent recognizing them later and seeking revenge outside. A mask was handed over. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. No need, I have one. With a lift of his wrist, a ghost face mask appeared in his palm. It was exactly the one that Wang Henian had given him the last time he came here. Hiss. Mr. Yi, you have spatial treasures in your hands? Zhang Nan Wang opened his mouth, his eyes widening to the extreme. Yi Chen frowned. What spatial treasure? Zhang Nan Wang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Legend has it that spatial treasures are extremely rare, and only some ancient martial arts families have them. They are usually rings, triggers, necklaces and the like, with 1 or 2 square meters of space inside. Although space treasures can't hold much, their value is frighteningly high. I heard earlier that there was a space ring in Hong Kong Island that fetched a sky-high price of $3 billion. Yi Chen was somewhat amused. A space of 1 or 2 square meters could fetch $3 billion? His chaos cauldron, as it stood, had at least several 100,000 square meters of space. It would have no problem fitting a house. Yi Chen was just thinking. An extremely violent young man's voice rang out. Get out of the way, good dogs don't get in the way. The duo frowned. Only to see that a man wearing an expensive suit and a tiger mask walked towards the duo. Behind him were 2 green-clothed old men with terrifying auras, their auras exposed and not hidden in the slightest. Hiss. The 8th level of the Heaven Realm. Zhang Nan Wang sucked in a breath of cool air. 2 Heaven Realm 8th level guards. This youth was bound to be from an ancient martial arts family. And it was the core of the core. Subconsciously, he took a few steps back and made way. I said, a good dog doesn't block the road, Uing. The young man stopped and looked at Yi Chen icily before he finished his sentence. Yi Chen directly shot out. Click. With a sound, the neck broke. The young man lay on the ground, his tiger mask falling in half. Revealing an extremely young face, his eyes were wide and his pupils were filled with terror. He couldn't believe even in his dreams that he was actually pinched to death just like that. Zhang Nan Wang's voice trembled. Ancient martial arts Chu family, Chu Tianji. Mr. Yi, this time you have really caused big trouble. Chapter 55 Yi Chen, I killed, what's wrong? Young master. The 2 green-clothed old men were startled and darted towards Yi Chen. Within the narrow passageway, a fierce wind surged. Rushing to Yi Chen's body, the expression under the mask was almost twisted. Kid, you really deserve to die. Chu Tianji was dead. The 2 were not protected well, and they would definitely be tortured even more by the Chu family. Yi Chen shook his head. Care so much about your young master? Go down and accompany him. He grabbed the 2 before they could strike. Both hands came to the top of the duo's heads, death-like, and the 5 fingers snapped downwards. The 2 people's heavenly craniums instantly exploded. Blood mixed with brain matter gushed out. Yi Chen did not look back. The moment he turned around, the 2 fell to the ground and died. Inside an ancient office, Su Xiaoshui was sitting in front of the desk, her beautiful legs folded, and underneath her cheongsam was a perfect S-curve. In her hand, she held a list of tonight's auction, carefully deliberating. Miss, something big has happened. An old man barged in. What's wrong? Su Xiaoshui frowned. Uncle Tian had followed her for more than 10 years and would never be so presumptuous. Uncle Tian's eyes were heavy. 5 minutes ago, someone found 3 corpses in the aisle outside. One of them is Chu family's Chu Tianqi. The other 2 are Chu family envoys, 8th level of the Heaven Realm. Su Xiaoshui's pretty face changed color. What did you say? Chu Tianqi died in our place. Uncle Tian nodded heavily. Yes. Su Xiaoshui could no longer sit still. Who did this? The Chu family has been passed down for 800 years, a genuine ancient martial arts family. It has survived 3 dynasties without decline. The son of the Chu family, Chu Tianxiong, commander-in-chief of the Dragon Soul Special Forces, Tinglong Division. The second son, Chu Tianlan, director of the Jinling branch of the Dragon Kingdom's Martial Arts Bureau. Third son Chu Tianren, the general director of the Zhanghai Chamber of Commerce. Master Chu's 3 sons. One is based in the military world, one in the martial arts world, and one in the business world. The eldest and second sons are over half 100 years old and still unmarried. Only Chu Tianren, 30 years old, outside the adopted lover, gave him a son. Elder Chu named him Tianqi. One could imagine Chu Tianqi's status in the ancient martial arts Chu family. Even if Chu Tianqi were to be injured by a single hair, the Chu family would be in an earthquake. Not to mention, Chu Tianqi directly died. Who in the world did this? Uncle Tian shook his head. Miss, we don't have surveillance in the inner court, and the guests are all wearing masks. No one saw it. Su Xiaoshui's pretty face changed for a while. Now we can only inform the Chu family truthfully. Other things are out of our hands. Chu clan group, office. Chu Tianren was dealing with documents when a call came in. What did you say? My son is dead. Impossible. Who dares? Chu Tianren almost roared out the words. After getting an affirmative answer from the other party, Chu Tianren fell into his chair and dialed a number. Second brother, Tianji, was killed. Entering the auction venue. Just after sitting down for 10 minutes, a large group of bodyguards appeared, guarding the various entrances and exits of the venue. Jiangnan King secretly screamed, "Mr. Yi, they probably found Chu Tianji's corpse." Yi Chen on the side. Indifferent, replying to Mu Xueqing's text message asking where he was going. Jiangnan King frowned, "Mr. Yi, you just killed Chu Tianji, even though no one saw it. But once the Chu family traces it, sooner or later there will be traces. How can you still sit peacefully?" Yi Chen put away his cell phone. Sweeping around, "The people from the ancient martial arts family haven't arrived yet, don't be anxious." After a moment, the people had arrived one after another. Everyone was wearing masks, no one knew anyone. At 7 o'clock, Su Shashui appeared in a cheongsam and walked up to the auction stage. "Gentlemen, because something happened just now, the auction will be suspended first." "Auction suspended? Su Shashui, what do you take our ancient martial arts family for?" There was an uproar below. Su Shashui didn't say anything and silently retreated to the side. The next second, two middle-aged men without masks walked in, followed by a large group of people. The General President of the Zhenhai Chamber of Commerce, Chu Tianren? Jinling Martial Arts Director, Chu Tianlan? Why are they here? Everyone froze, feeling that the atmosphere was not quite right. Chu Tianren's eyes glowed red and his face was extremely ugly as he walked onto the auction stage. "Gentlemen, I apologize for disturbing tonight's auction. But half an hour ago, my son Chu Tianchi was killed. The murderer is amongst you people." Boom! The entire arena shook. The eyes under each mask all widened, thinking that they had heard wrong. Chu Tianxi was dead? Chu Tianlan had his hands behind his back, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Please prove your journeys within an hour to help my Chu family find the murderer. Of course, if someone reports it, the Chu family will not reveal your identity. And the person who reports it will be my Chu family's eternal ally from now on." The two stood on the high platform, paying attention to the reactions of the people below, hoping to find some clues. King Jiangnan lowered his voice. "Fortunately, they have no evidence. As long as we don't admit it, no one knows." A sentence had not been finished. Yi Chen directly got up. "Don't waste time, Chu Tianji, I killed him." The moment the words landed, swish! Throughout the auction site, everyone's eyes all fell on Yi Chen. Surprised, astonished, unbelievable. "How is it him?" Su Jashui's little heart trembled. She recognized the mask on Yi Chen's face. It was the same person who had sold her 10 third-grade pills last time. "Mr. Yi, how did you?" "You?" Jiangnan Wang was shocked and couldn't close his mouth. Chu Tianran gritted his teeth in death. "Kid, is it really you?" Chu Tianran gave a look. The men he brought forward and surrounded Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. "It's me." Chu Tianran looked like a knife, his eyes filled with endless rage. "Why did you kill my son?" Yi Chen said indifferently. "He offended me and killed him casually." "I'll go." The pupils of those present contracted for a moment. What was meant by arrogance? This was the real arrogance. The only sole seed of the Chu family, for offending you? Killed it casually. Chu Tianren was going crazy with anger, letting out a roar. "Second brother, what are you waiting for? Take him down, dead or alive." Chu Tianlan gave an order. The men he brought with him rushed forward. As an ancient martial arts family, they were not ordinary martial arts cultivators. Only the dozen or so people Chu Tianlan brought with him were all above the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. Chu Tianlan himself is beyond the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. He has reached the 5th level of the 100 Rex Realm. A dozen or so Heaven Realm martial artists struck out at the same time. The entire auction venue instantly flew sand and rocks, and the nearby tables and chairs turned into pieces. "Kid, you're really too arrogant. You dare to touch the Chu family's people? Kneel down and die." A dry palm came from Yi Chen's side. It ruthlessly smashed down towards his shoulder. Yi Chen did not even look at this person. Raising his hand, he slammed his palm. Puff! The old man who had struck out fell to his knees on the spot. His knees exploded, and his tendons burst and died. How is that possible? The other's eyes went wide. Cold sweat broke out. Killing a person at the 6th level of the Heaven Realm with one palm? It was too terrifying. What are you all waiting for? Strike! Yi Chen shook his head and actually took the initiative to strike. Rushing into those dozen or so Heaven Realm old men, he punched them one by one. Explode! 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 A dozen punches. A dozen or so Sky Realm veterans were blown up on the spot. Directly dying violently, their corpses were spread out on the spot. "What the hell are you?" "You?" Chu Tianman trembled as he pointed at Yi Chen. Chapter 56 Tinglong War God? Kneel down. Who are you? Dare to kill someone from my Chu family like this? Aren't you afraid of being endlessly hunted down by my Chu family? Chu Tianlan's eyes were heavy, and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yi Chen. Su Jashui's delicate body trembled and stiffened in place as she looked at Yi Chen with an incomparable shock. What exactly is he? Did he come out from the Kunlun Mountains? The people from the other ancient martial arts clans present, one by one, their jaws dropped. Greatly shaken. Even they couldn't kill a Heaven Realm 6th level martial artist with a single punch. Really wanna know who I am, huh? Yi Chen nodded indifferently, casually removing his mask, revealing an extremely young face. It's you, Yi Chen. The scene completely exploded into a frenzy. Chu Tianran was dumbfounded. Chu Tianlan was dumbfounded. How could they not recognize Yi Chen? 2 days ago, Yi Chen had shocked the nation when he killed the Dragon Kingdom's guardian, Wan Kunlun, at the top of Mount Tai. Mr. Yi, you. The Jiangnan king simply didn't expect that Yi Chen would actually take the initiative to reveal his identity? It's actually him. Su Shashui's beautiful eyes contracted as her mind went blank. In a dead silence, Yi Chen looked at Chu Tianlan. You are someone from the Dragon Country Martial Arts Bureau? Chu Tianlan's old face was cold. So what if I am? I am the director of the Jinling Martial Arts Bureau. Yi Chen smiled. Then you can go die. Everyone was confused. Only Jiangnan King opened his mouth. Yi Chen had said that anyone from the Martial Arts Bureau who took a step into Shanghai would be killed without pardon. Master, you're playing for real. You still want to kill me? Chu Tianlan was directly exasperated and laughed. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, do you think that Wan Kunlun, as a guardian, is the pinnacle of the Dragon Country's martial arts? The Dragon Country's martial arts world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Wan Kunlun is also just a dog for the other guardians. And the ancient martial arts families are even more existences that you can never afford to mess with. Kill! With a violent shout, Chu Tianlan was like a fierce tiger, instantly arriving in front of Yi Chen and smashing his fist towards his heart. Bang! Yi Chen's fist met it. Chu Tianlan only felt a sharp pain, and his 5 fingers even made a click sound. The entire person retreated a dozen steps back. Yi Chen stood still, indifferent, looking down. How is it possible? All 5 of Chu Tianlan's fingers had burst. Bones were exposed, dripping with blood. Second brother. Chu Tianran was startled. He was unable to practice martial arts since he was a child, but he knew the realm of ancient martial artists. Qi condensation realm. The internal energy in the Dantian vaporized, representing successful Qi condensation, and the power far exceeded the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. 100 skeleton realm. Representing the 4 limbs and the 100 bones, the strength of the hands and feet was more terrifying than a jackhammer. One hand could lift a heavy truck. 5 viscera realm. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels echoed each other. Like the 5 elements, the power in the body was unceasing. The God realm. The lifelong pursuit of ancient martial artists, flying through the air as if they were earth immortals. The second brother, Chu Tianlan, is at the 5th level of the 100 Rex realm. His limbs are comparable to steel. Lifting a heavy truck with his bare hands is no big deal. The power of a single punch is at least over 20 tons. What kind of concept is that? An elephant could be killed alive. At this moment, one of second brother Chu Tianlan's hands was actually blown up by Yi Chen? Could it be that this kid's realm was above the 100 Rex realm? Su Xiaoshui opened her small mouth. He was still an ordinary person 5 years ago, right? Killing Wan Kunlun was already shocking enough to actually defeat Chu Tianlan. I'll go, Mr. Yi can beat an ancient martial artist? Jiangnan Wan clenched his fists in death. Kid, you think you can kill me just like that? Ha, what you think is too simple. Chu Tianlan was briefly shocked and laughed again. Yi Chen shook his head. No. Killing you is really simple. One step swept out. Seek death. Chu Tianlan mobilized his entire body's qi, and a layer of white mist visible to the naked eye rushed out from the surface of his body. A sideways kick came towards Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen casually clasped Chu Tianlan's calf and slammed his fist down. Ah! Chu Tianlan screamed miserably, his thigh directly bursting, and he fell miserably to the ground. Yi Chen attacked with a kick that landed on Chu Tianlan's chest. With a click, the ribs burst. But little you dare to do this to me? Chu Tianlan spat out a mouthful of blood, no longer able to control his image, roaring like a mad dog. Noisy! Yi Chen shook his head. A kick burst Chu Tianlan's mouth. The pain caused him to completely lose his fighting strength. Yi Chen landed kick after kick. Simple. Dry. Violent. In the crowd's horrified gazes, Chu Tianlan had long since lost his human form, with only his last breath left. Who dares to hurt my brother? A furious roar came from the crowd. The crowd turned around, and a man in battle armor with a face full of rage rushed in. Chu Tianxiong. The eyes of the crowd contracted. A large group of Dragon Soul Special Force, Tinglong Division warriors rushed in. Seeing Chu Tianlan lying like a dead dog at Yi Chen's feet, Chu Tianxiong roared furiously in anger. Yi Chen! Stop it, you give me a stop. If you dare to touch my second brother one more time, I will definitely make you. Bang! A foot fell. Chu Tianlan's head exploded on the spot. Looking back at the man in battle armor, what did you say? I didn't hear you, say it again? This madman. Everyone at the scene lowered their heads in horror. Including Su Xiaoshui, there was only one thought in their minds: Yi Chen was a madman. You. Chu Tianxiong almost spat out blood in anger. Good. 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 Yi Chen, even if the Dragon Lord personally ordained you as a Dragon Soul Major General, I, Chu Tianxiong, will kill you today. Then you do it? Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Chu Tianxiong with a smile. You. Chu Tianxiong was momentarily speechless and really didn't dare to make a move. His strength was only at the 7th level of the 100 Rex realm. Even if he personally made a move, there was absolutely no way for him to abuse and kill his second brother, Chu Tianlan. Yi Chen had done it. It was enough to prove that Yi Chen's strength was far above his. If he made a move, he would surely die. What? You don't dare to make a move? Yi Chen smiled. Then what are you pretending to do? Killing me? A bellowing voice: kneel down for me. It was deafening. At the same time, a terrifying killing intent rolled out like a tsunami. Puff! Chu Tianxiang's legs went soft and he truly knelt down. At this moment, what majesty, face, backbone, and power disappeared without a trace. There was only one thought: to kneel. At this moment, the entire auction venue fell into a deathly silence. God of War. Tang Lon's group of soldiers looked at this scene in shock. All the people from the ancient martial arts clans, petrified in place, were horrified. Madman. This madman. My God. Su Xiaoshui took a few steps back and leaned against the wall. The stocking-clad legs were constantly trembling, almost unsteady. Big brother. Chu Tianren shed tears of humiliation. Chu Tianxiong knelt, the backbone of the Chu family, broken. Fierce. Fierce. Too fierce. The Jiangnan king lowered his head, his blood almost boiling. A single sentence that roars the Tinglong war god to his knees? A feat that no one has ever done before or since. If this matter spreads out, who else in the entire Dragon Kingdom would dare to offend Mr. Ye's majesty? In the deathly silence, Yi Chen's voice rang out, one question, amongst you, is there anyone who knows Elder Jiang or Elder Yuan? Raising his hand. 8 black jade severing pills were grasped in his palm. This elixir, 4th grade, can repair a martial artist's meridian damage. Just answer my questions, and these 8 4th grade pills will all be yours. Chapter 57, 1 Dan, $10 billion. 4th grade elixir? It could repair the damage to the tendons and veins? Countless eyes fell on Yi Chen's body, staring dead on, completely unable to move away. Chu Tianji was dead? Not important. Chu Tianlan was dead? Also unimportant. Chu Tianxiong kneeling? Even less important. These 8 pills that could repair a martial artist's damaged tendons were the priceless treasures. For a martial artist, the tendons are everything. If the tendons are damaged, the path of martial arts is basically ruined. These 8 pills could actually repair a martial artist's damage? Su Xiaoshui had the illusion that once these 8 pills appeared in the auction, martial artists from all over the country, nay, all over the world would flock to them, using all their wealth to scramble for them. No, this was not an illusion. Rather, it would definitely happen. Yi Chen. Oh no, Mr. Yi, the Northwest Qin family, will take these 8 pills, 1 billion apiece. What do you think? A man excitedly stepped forward. Listening to his voice, he should be a middle-aged man. 1 billion? The Northwest Qin family is too naive. An old man sneered. Mr. Yi, the Southeast Lin family, am willing to offer 30 billion. 30 billion. The crowd's eyes popped in shock. 8 pills for a listed company. Su Xiaoshui raised his head in shock, too stunned to speak. If these 8 pills were sold at $30 billion, it was simply higher than the total amount of the biggest auction of her life. The Lin family's old man's eyes were on fire, and in his heart, he thought, let alone 30 billion, even if it's 50 billion. The family head will definitely agree to it. This Dan, which can repair damaged meridians, is too valuable. The foundation of an ancient martial arts family is the top martial arts experts in the family. Once the meridians are damaged, the person is wasted. Scrapping a martial arts expert is too great a blow to an ancient martial arts clan. The existence of these 8 pills is equivalent to renewing the life of an ancient martial arts clan 8 times. In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, there were once ancient martial arts families. The inheritance was cut off because the top martial arts experts broke off their generations. 8 pills that could renew their lives 8 times. For one elixir, $10 billion was not too much. Mr. Yi, sell it to my Lin family? If the Lin family can afford $30 billion, so can my Qin family. Speaking as if my Xia family can't afford it? The 3 ancient martial arts families took the initiative to remove their masks, indicating that they only needed a card number to immediately call in the money. They were sincere. Yi Chen shook his head. I'm not interested in money. I only want to know the news of old Yuan and old Jiang. If not, then forget it. The reward is valid for a long time, so if you have news of these 2, feel free to contact me. Dropping these words, he turned around and left. Since there was no news of Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang, there was no need to stay here. He was not interested in the next auction. Throughout the entire process, there was no more glancing at the Tenglong war god Chu Tianxiong, who was kneeling on the side. Directly ignored. When he came to the outside venue. Alright, you go down, no need to follow. Yi Chen waved his hand. Yes. Zhang Nanking quickly retreated and disappeared into the dark night. With Yi Chen's martial strength, he naturally did not need his protection. What took you so long to come back? It takes so long to go to the toilet, you're not really constipated, are you? Mu Xueqing saw Yi Chen walking over and complained a little. Yi Chen smiled. Recently, I've been eating some bad food. His eyes turned and landed on Xiao Charan. What's wrong with her? Xiao Charan was sitting in the card seat, holding a bottle of foreign wine in her hand, pouring it one mouthful at a time. A whole bottle of foreign wine, it's almost at the bottom. Mu Xueqing sighed. Alas, she just received a phone call. Her family cut off her funds, seemingly forcing her to return to Longdu. After that, she received a few more text messages. What content I don't know. Charan seemed very upset, smashed the latest Apple phone. Then went to the bartender and asked for a bottle of foreign wine and drank it straight up. Finished speaking. Mu Xueqing pulled out a latest model Apple phone from her bag. The screen was blown to smithereens. She helped Xiao Charan put it away and was going to return it to her when she woke up. At this time, Xiao Charan was already drunk. Leaning back in the sofa of the card seat, a strand of hair was draped in disarray on her pretty face, and her eyes were somewhat dull as she looked at Yi Chen. The eyes were filled with a faint despair. Giving a broken aesthetic. Yi Chen proposed, she's drunk, let's go back. Mu Xueqing looked around, feeling a little embarrassed. Yi Chen, you help carry Charan? The three of them left with their front feet. Not noticing that in the other card seat, a youth with a face full of wine-colored breath picked up a wineglass and filled it with a sip, a flash of greed in his eyes. Young Han, it's been checked out. This is the duo's business card. A middle-aged man bowed 90 degrees, handing over 2 business cards in his hand. That drunken girl is called Xiao Charan, and just now she answered a phone call, as if some kind of financial chain had broken. The other one is called Mu Xueqing, Jiangnan City countryside account. Her name still owes a student loan. Just recently resigned from the company and founded a what's-her-name Mu Chen group, pulling in $100 million of investment. Han Xiao hugged the woman in his arms. He came here just to hunt for sex. He didn't expect to directly encounter the two best of the best, Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan. Going straight up and hitting on them, then using money to smash them, was too low end. Han Xiao didn't care to use it at all. What he enjoyed was the process of hunting for women. Since he already knew the identities of the two of them, in a week at most, these two women would definitely become his playthings. Back at the Dragon Lake Villa, Yi Chen carried Xiao Charan on his back, came to her room, and was just about to throw her onto the bed. Vomit. Xiao Charan directly vomited all over Yi Chen. I'll go get a towel. Mu Xueqing rushed out. Yi Chen slowly put Xiao Charan down. The woman's face was flushed, because she had given birth to a child, and Mu Xueqing was two very different flavors. Don't marry. I don't want to marry. Yi Chen, I don't want to marry. Listening to Xiao Charan's drunken words, Yi Chen's face was a bit strange. Dad, what's wrong with Mom? A crisp voice sounded behind him. Yi Chen turned around and looked. Xiao Buxi was staring at the doorway of the room with big, jewel-like eyes, staring blankly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled. Little sister, I'm not your father. Really? But you look like my dad. Xiao Buxi's tender face carried a great deal of doubt. Her mom had shown her a picture of her dad, and it was clear that he looked exactly the same as the uncle in front of her. Why didn't Dad recognize it? Mu Xueqing walked in with a towel. Alright Yi Chen, you wipe first. Leave this place to me. You go take a shower first, and sleep here tonight. Placing both hands on Yi Chen's back, he pushed him out of the room. Entering the restroom and drying the vomit on his body, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, who is it? While washing his hands, Yi Chen pressed the speaker button of his cell phone and put it aside. A surprised voice came from the opposite side. Mr. Yi, it was hard to find your number. It's really great to be able to contact you. Su Jiaxue? Yi Chen heard the voice. What is it that you are looking for me for? Su Jiaxue said directly, Mr. Yi, do the words you just said at the auction site still count? I know the news of Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang. Chapter 58 Parents' Whereabouts, Bloodclothes Sect. 15 minutes later. Mu Xueqing helped Xiao Charan dry her body, and after searching around the entire villa, she didn't find Yi Chen's figure. Where is the person? Ran away again? What a busybody. Mu Xueqing grunted twice. I had thought that I would give you a little benefit tonight. Looks like you're not blessed to enjoy it. Glancing at the condom in her handbag, she closed the zipper. On the bund, inside a seaside cafe. Mr. Yi, you're here, the coffee here is not bad. Seeing Yi Chen coming, Su Jiaxue wiped the curve of her arched buttocks with both hands, straightened her cheongsam, and slowly rose to greet her. The most important thing is that the sound of the waves here is loud at night. Even if someone installed a bug, they can't eavesdrop on our conversation. Her beautiful eyes flashed. What would you like to drink? The scene at the auction venue just now still shook her little heart. Yi Chen said, whatever. Caramel macchiato then, it means sweet mark. Su Xiaoshui smiled. While observing Yi Chen's expression, she took out her cell phone and ordered at the same time. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was indifferent. Say, where are Elder Yuan and Elder Jan? Su Xiaoshui put down his phone. Mr. Yi, I don't know their whereabouts. Yi Chen frowned. You lied to me? Buzz. An icy killing intent swept over, and the electric lights of the cafe flickered more than once. Su Xiaoshui's pretty face turned white all of a sudden, as if she was being strangled. Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood. How could I dare to lie to you? I just heard about these two. Oh? What happened? Yi Chen's killing intent converged. Su Xiaoshui hurriedly explained, during one auction, I heard a few guests discussing the Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang duo. At the same time, vaguely, I also heard the words Bloodclothes sect. Bloodclothes sect? Yi Chen's brows were twisted together in death. Could it be that Elder Yuan and Elder Jian are from the Bloodclothes sect? Su Xiaoshui hesitated for a moment. I really don't know, I can't talk nonsense. Good, I know. Yi Chen nodded and casually pulled out 3 black jade severing pills and placed them on the desktop. If the information is useful, I will give you the remaining 5 at once. Su Xiaoshui's beautiful eyes contracted for a moment. 3 black jade severing dan were worth at least $30 billion at the auction. Yi Chen just gave them to her? What she thought was that giving Yi Chen the information for free and paying for the 2 black jade severing dan was already the best result. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen gave it to her directly. This was a 4th grade elixir, not a candy. Mr. Yi, the coffee is ready? Won't you take a sip? Su Xiaoshui stood up excitedly. The waitress carried the coffee and brushed past Yi Chen. Suddenly, a cold aura flashed under the coffee tray, and the waitress took advantage of Su Xiaoshui's moment of disorientation, and a sharp knife went straight for her neck. The viper-like breath attacked. Su Xiaoshui's petite body stiffened, her beautiful eyes staring dead on at the incoming sharp knife. It's over. Am I going to die here? Just as Su Xiaoshui's mind flashed through this thought, a big, robust, and powerful hand landed on her waist, and her body was pulled over by a force, hitting a stiff chest. A subconscious wailing sound. Immediately followed by a piercing scream, the waitress's arm holding the knife snapped, wailing miserably. Miss! A group of people rushed in from outside the cafe, controlling all of the several waitresses and the shopkeeper. A body search. Everyone had weapons on them, as well as pistols. Su Xiaoshui was in shock until a voice rang in her ears. Next time you're this careless, you won't be so lucky. Looking at Yi Chen's departing back, Su Xiaoshui's face sank to the bottom. She had improvised and chartered the entire cafe, but she never thought that she would still be hit. Bring it up! The men closed the door of the cafe, pulled the curtains, and escorted the shopkeeper and a few waitresses all over. Kneel on the ground. Hands and feet were all broken. Su Xiaoshui's face was gloomy. Who sent you here? The female shopkeeper grinned. Kill them if you want to, don't talk nonsense. Su Xiaoshui picked up the dagger on the ground and stabbed through the female shopkeeper's heart. I know even if you don't say it, the entire Su family except for Su Qiannet, who else wants to kill me? Su Xiaoshui's pretty face carried a touch of hideousness that didn't match her temperament. I even hid in Zhanghai, does she still want to fight with me? Since that's the case, let's burn the jade and stone together. The dagger twisted viciously. You? The female shopkeeper's eyes carried a touch of shock. How could such a beautiful woman be so ruthless when it comes to killing people? Su Xiaoshui let go of the dagger and glanced at the blood-stained stockings. Zira. Publicly a tear open, with stockings to dry the blood in the hand, all wiped out, this cafe, made into an accidental fire burned. Yes. A few henchmen replied, respectfully watching this Zhanghai underground queen leave. Yi Chen did not return to the Dragon Lake Villa, and directly returned to the Yi family's old residence. Just as he entered the door, he felt someone watching in the darkness. Who? Get out! There was a loud shout. Yi Chen directly rushed over and knocked his palm towards the wigwam in the courtyard. Bang! The fake mountain exploded with a loud bang, revealing the terrified eyes of a woman inside. Was this man the owner of the courtyard? This man is the owner of the courtyard? If this palm had landed on her just now, she might have been reduced to pieces on the spot. Don't kill me. I came here to hide from my enemies. The woman's voice was weak, and she hurriedly ran out from the wigwam. Yi Chen swept a glance. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, her pretty face white under the moonlight. Her nose was delicate, and her pair of beautiful eyes carried panic. Yi Chen's voice was unsympathetic. 3 seconds, get out immediately. Gulp. I'll leave immediately. The woman swallowed a mouthful of saliva and headed towards the outside of the courtyard. At the same time, a voice rang out from outside the gate. The nearby courtyards have already been searched, and it's just here. This little actually dared to betray the sect master, causing us to chase after her for so long. Today we must skin her and torture her to death alive. Another voice laughed evilly. Brother Wu, this little posture is not bad. How unfortunate to torture her to death directly. Let's play enough before killing her. Good idea. The 2 men said, pushing open the door of the Yi family. The woman's heart trembled in fear, and she subconsciously hid behind Yi Chen. Eh? There are still helpers? The gazes of the two middle-aged men sank. Like poisonous snakes, they stared at Yi Chen. Kid, you'd better mind your own business. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't think about some hero saving a beauty. This kind of drama won't appear here. Yi Chen retreated to the side. You guys feel free. He was too lazy to mind other people's business. Much less interested in heroically saving a beauty. Count on you to be sensible. The two men froze. With a fierce smile, they walked forward and clasped the woman's shoulders. No! The woman's voice was horrified, and she looked at Yi Chen pleadingly. Yi Chen was indifferent, like an emotionless stone. The woman was completely desperate, just as she was about to be taken away. One of the men turned around and smiled teasingly at Yi Chen. Kid, count on you to be sensible. Today, this lord is in a good mood, so I won't kill you. Otherwise, with my blood-clothed sex style of behavior. I don't mind making this courtyard one more corpse. The moment the two of them were about to step out of the Yi family's gate, a surprised voice rang out from behind them. You're from the blood-clothed sect? So what if I am? The moment the two turned back, they only felt a silhouette flash in front of them. Bang! Bang! A sharp pain shot through the chest of the two, and their ribs exploded on the spot. Flying backwards like dead dogs, they ruthlessly smashed on the steps of the Yi family's gate. Blood spurted out of their mouths like spring water. Ah! The captured woman fell to the ground in shock, covering her small mouth in death. Shocked, she looked at Yi Chen. Pissed brothers, ask for a rush, free small gifts off feel good. The book is worth evaluating. Please give a 5-star positive feedback. Thank you. Chapter 59, Yi Chen Shu family killed the certainty. The Dragon Lord cannot save him. You dare to injure my blood-clothed sex people? Do you believe it? A man covered his chest. His words were not finished. Yi Chen directly dropped his foot and stomped on this man's head. Hiss. The other man was completely confused. The threatening words were stuck in his throat, unable to speak. The injured woman stiffened in place, looking at Yi Chen in shock. They had never seen such a murderous and decisive person before. Yi Chen looked at the two. One question, the one who answers it can live. Your blood-clothed sect, is there an Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang? The injured woman immediately grabbed the answer, yes. Yi Chen's gaze fell on another man, and he kicked a stone, directly piercing through the man's head. First question, Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan, what kind of people are they from the blood-clothed sect? They are the clan's grand protectors, second only to the patriarch. Second question, where is the blood-clothed sect? The woman shook her head in horror. I don't know, I really don't know. I only know that the sect is established underground. It should be within an abandoned ancient tomb. Every time before entering the sect, one would consume a kind of mesmerizing drug. When you wake up 3 days later, the person is already at the headquarters. Yi Chen frowned. 3 days in a coma? The whole world could take a stroll. The range was too big. The woman was afraid that Yi Chen would kill someone, and immediately spoke out another clue. This. Gentlemen, half a year ago when I was at the blood-clothed sect's headquarters, I happened to overhear Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan conversing. It said something about half a year later, the birthday date of the head of the Li family on Hong Kong Island. They are going to the Li family to retrieve an item. Yi Chen's heart stirred. This was simply a heavenly clue. Raising his hand, a few shot into the woman. What have you done to me? The blood-clothed sect woman was shocked. Yi Chen laughed coldly. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't even need to go through this much trouble. Those 3 silver needles just now temporarily allowed the broken tendons in your body to connect. Without those 3 silver needles, you won't live for more than 24 hours. Now, within 7 days you won't be in any danger of losing your life. The blood-clothed sect woman was inwardly shocked. Her own injuries were really much better. Could it be that those 3 silver needles really had this kind of power? The 2 men who grabbed her were both at the 5th level of the heaven realm. They were actually killed by the man in front of her in a single move. So young, amazing medical skills, and even more terrifying martial power. The woman's eyes widened. You are Yi Chen? Yi Chen said, you know me? The woman opened her small mouth. My God. It's really you. Daring to make an enemy of the Martial Arts Bureau, killing the Dragon Capital Martial Arts Directorate. On top of Mount Tai, killing Guardian Wan Kunlun. Who doesn't recognize you in the entire Dragon Kingdom martial arts world? Yi Chen was indifferent. The woman's eyes were on fire. Mr. Yi, what do you want me to do? Yi Chen was a little surprised. How do you know I need your help? The woman smiled confidently. You could have totally killed me just now, yet you gave me 7 days. It must be because I am still useful to you, right? Yi Chen nodded his head, since he was a smart person. There was no need for him to waste words. Check all the whereabouts of Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan for me, including the location of the blood-clothed sect. Regardless of whether there are results or not, come find me after 7 days. Good. The woman did not speak nonsense and turned around to leave. Yi Chen pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Half an hour later, Zhang Nanking appeared in the Yi family's courtyard. Master, you're looking for me. Seeing the 2 corpses in the courtyard, he was startled. This is someone from the Blood-Clothes sect. Yi Chen spoke about what had just happened. Blood-Clothes sect? Zhang Nanking was full of doubts. Never heard of it. Master, I'll have someone check the birthday of the Li family's old man first. A call was made and soon the results were sent back. Zhang Nanking opened the email and frowned. Master, Elder Li's 90th birthday is tomorrow. Yi Chen directly turned around and walked towards his room. Prepare my airplane for early tomorrow morning. Yes. Zhang Nanwang replied. Glancing at the two corpses on the ground, wash them. Several of his own soldiers rushed over. Half an hour later, there was no longer a single bloodstain on the steps. Jinling, Chu family hall. Wastes. All of them are wastes. Watching your own family members being beaten to death alive, you actually don't even dare to fart. You're still a dragon soul war god? You're just a piece of trash. I heard that you even kneeled down to that little? Chu Tianxiong, the face of the ancient martial arts family has been disgraced by you. An old man grabbed the barbed rattan and viciously pumped it. The old man was none other than the Chu family's old master, Xu Jingde. The hall was dead silent. The Chu family's crowd didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Chu Tianxiong and Chu Tianrun were kneeling on the ground, and in front of them were the corpses of Chu Tianlan and Chu Tianqi. Behind the duo, they had long since been bloodied. Dad, if it wasn't for the fact that you competed with someone back then and broke your tendons, why would I need to go to Dragon Soul to become some kind of war god? Chu Tianxiong reddened his eyes. Chu Zhengde roared, so it's still the old man's fault? Chu Tianxiong gritted his teeth. I don't dare. But my son wasn't wrong. If Dad's strength was still there, the Chu family would still be at its peak. There's no need to look at anyone's face at all. What Dragon Soul? What martial arts bureau? My Chu family doesn't give a damn. I kneel down not because I'm afraid of dying, but because I'm afraid that if I die, the Chu family will really be ruined. This is all because Dad, your martial arts strength is ruined. Chu Jingde almost died of anger. It's your dare? I'll make you not dare. Snap. 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 Chu Tianxiong didn't move a muscle, allowing the rattan cane to whip madly. Elder Chu, please calm down. The Chu family's crowd turned around as a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in. Chu Jingde dropped the cane in his hand. Little Secretary Deng, what are you doing here? Deng Lei smiled. Elder Chu, this is Dragon Soul's latest appointment letter. First, Chu Tianxiong is instantly promoted to the position of Dragon Soul Marshal, with the rank of General. Second, any young man from the Chu family who practices martial arts can be exempted from recruitment and directly enter the Dragon Soul Special Forces for service. Third, establish a special economic zone in Zhonghai, with Chu Tianren serving as the head of the zone. Every time Deng Lei uttered a condition, it made Chu Jingde's face look 3 times uglier. The last word landed. Chu Jingde had already guessed what the Dragon Lord meant, but still asked out, Deng Lei, what does the Dragon Lord mean? Deng Lei wore a smile on his face. What the Dragon Lord means is that a person can't come back from the dead. Dragon Lord can compensate instead of Yi Chen. The Chu family should stop making things difficult for Yi Chen. Compensation? Chu Zhengde laughed back in anger. Ha ha ha. Is this compensation in exchange for the lives of my son and grandson? Are the 2 lives of my Chu family so worthless? In exchange for a marshal? A Sar governor? Tang Lei's brows furrowed. Elder Chu, you really won't consider it? Scram! Chu Jingde let out a low roar, a tiger roaring and a dragon roaring. Go back and tell the people behind you that I, Chu Jingde, reign supreme in the martial arts world. The Dragon Kingdom, it hasn't even been established yet. The emperor of the last dynasty had to respect my Chu family 3 times. What is a mere Dragon Lord? Go back and tell the Dragon Lord that Yi Chen, my Chu family will kill him. I'm telling you, the Dragon Lord can't even save him. Chapter 60, The Richest Man in the Dragon Kingdom, Li Half City. You. Deng Lei was shocked. At the same time, 2 old men walked in unison. Yo, Secretary Tang is also here. Last time when we parted in the Kunlun Mountains, it seems like the Dragon Lord didn't keep his promise. It's you guys? Deng Lei's face turned pale. The Chu family had actually invited the real Dragon Kingdom guardians here. Dad? Chu Tianxiong and Chu Tianrun were startled, their gazes filled with surprise. Chu Jingde ignored his 2 sons and greeted the 2 old men as they sat down before waving his hand. Bring them here. A woman wearing a cheongsam and covered in blood was brought up. There was also a middle-aged man at the side, his eyes cold and incomparable, his hands carrying a tray. It was precisely 3 black jade severing pills. Su Jiaxue? Dad, why did you bring this underground queen of Zhonghai here? Chu Tianrun was a bit surprised. Queen of the Central Sea Underground? Chu Jingde sneered. Decades ago, when the Qinggang and Hongmen reigned over the Bund, they came to pay tribute to Old Man once a month. Nowadays, taking down a district underground queen has shocked you all like this? Eyes icy cold. Locked onto Su Jiaxue, tell me, what did you guys talk about at the coffee shop an hour ago? Su Jiaxue had blood on her face and a bruise at the corner of her mouth. She had just left the coffee shop with her front foot, and all of her men were killed. The 3 pills were robbed, and she was also brought directly to this place. Elder Chu, don't waste your efforts. As a businessman, the most important thing is to keep secrets. Su Jiaxue smiled. Xu Jingde nodded with a cold smile. Whether you say it or not, it doesn't matter anymore. With these 3 pills, it's enough. Bring them down. The middle-aged man left the pills and took Su Jiaxue away. Swish. The gazes of the crowd all landed on these 3 pills. Xu Jingde turned back and faced the 2 guardians. Both of you, this elixir is called the Black Jade Severing Elixir, and the formula has long been lost for hundreds of years. I didn't expect this kid Yi Chen to actually possess this Dan. Looking at the appearance of this Dan, I'm afraid it was only recently refined. This kid must have the formula for this Dan on him. The 2 guardians were not angry and frowned. This thing can't be fake, right? The 2 of us had a hard time making the trip down from the Kunlun Mountains. If this thing is fake, then your Chu family will have to pay another price. Naturally. Xu Jingde nodded, grabbed a black jade severing pill, and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, an extremely powerful force spread out in the dantian. Ow roar! Xu Jingde hissed as the medicinal power rushed into his limbs. An extremely mysterious power actually flew to repair his damaged meridians. A moment later, Xu Jingde raised his hand and blasted out with a fist, a white chi energy penetrating his body. Bang! 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 There was a loud bang. Everyone turned their heads to look. All were stunned. The entire 9 walls, all pierced through. A hole 1 meter in diameter was left in the wall. Dad, you've regained your strength. Chu Tianxian trembled with excitement. The 2 guardians stood up excitedly and looked at each other, both seeing a hint of shock in the other's eyes. It seems that this elixir is real. Where did this kid come from? Yiling Yun was locked up in that place and tortured for 5 whole years. If he knew, he would have said so long ago. I'm afraid this elixir is. The goatee old man was startled. That woman? More than likely. The companion nodded gruffly, staring at the chain of holes in the wall, and spat out a sentence. As long as we catch this kid, we're bound to know everything. It's getting more and more interesting. I can't wait to find out where this kid has been for the 5 years he's been missing. Tang Lei's face changed drastically when he heard this. Xu Jingde regained his strength and the 2 guardians went down to the Kunlun Mountains. This was a heavenly matter, and the Dragon Lord must be notified immediately. Turning around, he left. The goatee-bearded old man took a step forward and blocked in front of Deng Lei. Little Deng, where are you going? Deng Lei squeezed out a smile. Elder Jiang, Elder Yuan, I still have some things to do, so I'm leaving first. Go? The goatee-bearded old man grinned. It won't be too late for you to leave when we catch that brat. For now, just stay here. 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhonghai International Airport. Zhang Nanking frowned. Mr. Yi, are you really not going to take my private jet? Yi Chen shook his head. My current target is too big. It's too flashy to go in your airplane. The blood-clothed sex people took away my parents. They might have been secretly watching me. So as not to alert the police, I'll just take an ordinary passenger plane. You stay in Zhonghai and cover for me, protect Xueqing and the others. Lin Longhai is recuperating in the Yi family's old mansion. Don't let anything happen to his father and daughter. All right. Jiang Nanwang handed over a fake ID card and air ticket. Other than the personal information, everything else was real. He watched Yi Chen board the airplane. After sitting in the first-class cabin, Yi Chen looked out the airplane window. Dad, Mom, are you guys in the blood-clothed sect? In any case, my son will have news of you soon. Thought. Ah. A shocked cry. How? It's him again. This lady, what's wrong with you? The stewardess came over with a smile. Yi Chen frowned and looked towards the source of the sound. 2 familiar faces came into view. Jiang Zixuan and her best friend Xing Yuchu. On the previous cruise to the island, these 2 witnessed Yi Chen's murderous methods, which was simply their nightmare. We don't sit here anymore, change us to a normal seat, okay? Jiang Zixuan almost cried in fear. Xing Yuchu wasn't that scared. A pair of beautiful eyes secretly surveyed Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't care and directly closed his eyes. Soon. The flight attendant helped change the seats, and an enthusiastic couple came to the first-class cabin. Excitedly, they took pictures and punched the card. 2 hours later, Yi Chen arrived at Hong Kong Island, directly shouted for a cab, and went straight to the Li family. Li Half-City had just finished his interview and returned to his office at the top of Pingshan. After decades of crawling around, Li Half-City was already the richest man in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The person was just like his name, Half-City, Half-City. The wealth of the Li family could buy half of Hong Kong Island City. This is the best location in Pingshan. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows in front of the desk overlooked the entire Hong Kong Island. Who are you? Li Half-City froze. Inside the office with security comparable to the White House of M, there was actually one more person. Judging from the back, it was a youth. Standing with his arms folded in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows that belonged to him, overlooking the entire Hong Kong Island like an emperor. Already 90 years old, Li Half-City took half a step back and reached out to pull the door handle. An icy voice rang out. If I were you, I wouldn't move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that something bad will happen. Li Half-City stopped. Since the other party had come here unnoticed by God, he was by no means an ordinary person. Little brother, how much do you want? Fill it out yourself. Just don't hurt me. Li Half City pulled out a check and directly signed it with a private seal. Money can be earned. Life, there was only one. Yi Chen turned back. I'm not interested in money. It's you? The moment he saw Yi Chen's face clearly, Li Half City was surprised. You recognize me? Mr. Yi, although I'm a businessman, I'm far away from Hong Kong Island. I don't know much about the affairs in Zhonghai. Half City Li completely put down his heart, but that battle at the top of Taishan Mountain has long been rumored in Chinese circles. Not to mention me, thousands of kilometers of overseas Chinese have remembered your face. Said. He also pulled out his cell phone. Sure enough. There were many pictures of him on the video forums on the extranet. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. It seemed that the news in the country was controlled by the special department. In foreign countries, on the contrary, it was spreading faster. Li Half City brewed a cup of tea and sent it to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, say, what are you looking for from me? If you need my Li family to invest, I will prioritize. Yi Chen did not bother to pick up the teacup. What is your relationship with the Bloodclothes sect? Li Half City's wrist trembled. Splat. The teacup fell to the ground and shattered. Yi Chen knew that he had come to the right place. Chapter 61 Ding Soul Revival. Swish. In a flash, Li Half City's old face turned white. This richest man in the Dragon Kingdom looked at Yi Chen in horror. You are from the Bloodclothes sect? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Why was Li Half City so afraid of the Bloodclothes sect? Could it be that there was something else going on? I am not. Hearing these three words, Li Half City let out a long breath. This hale and hearty 90-year-old man looked like he had aged 10 years at once. His body trembled, and his feet almost went soft. Yi Chen raised his hand, and a wave of internal energy struck. Only then did Li Half City not fall to the ground. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Trembling, he walked to the desk and held on, before barely standing. Dare I ask, Mr. Yi is not from the Bloodclothes sect, why do you know about this power? Yi Chen smiled broadly. Are you asking me, or am I asking you? Li Half City changed color, and a layer of fine sweat surged out from his forehead. It was only then that he remembered that the youth in front of him was the terrifying existence that had killed the Dragon Kingdom Guardian alive in public at the top of Mount Tai. Cough cough. Mr. Yi, it was the old man who spoke too much. Cut the crap, what is your relationship with the Bloodclothes sect? Yi Chen walked to Half City Li's wine cabinet and casually opened a bottle of wine worth $1 million. Half City Li froze in place, his eyes looked like he was stuck in memories. That was 30 years ago. At that time, I was still just a top wealthy businessman in Hong Kong Island. There was still a long way to go before I became the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, my body was already failing. It looked like I wouldn't live long. Just as I was on the verge of death, suddenly a person claiming to be from the Bloodclothes sect visited the Li family, stating that he could let me live to be 100 years old. Speaking of this, Li Half City's eyes lit up. That person had excellent medical skills. Not only did he save me, he also gave me a prescription to regulate me. Sure enough, my body gradually got better, and the Bloodclothes sex man left, stating that he would come back to visit again in 30 years when I was 90 years old on my birthday. Yi Chen came to a realization. That's why you thought I was from the Bloodclothes sect? Yes. Li Half City nodded his head. Yi Chen suddenly smiled. Then the Bloodclothes sex people said they came to find you to retrieve an item. What is it? Something? Li Half City's face was expressionless, revealing some doubt. This I don't know. I have to wait for the Bloodclothes sex people to come and ask them. However, the flash of surprise in the depths of his eyes was discovered by Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes flickered, and he was silent for a few seconds. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your Li family's secrets. However, I'm going to stay at the scene of your birthday banquet and wait until the Bloodclothes sex people show up. Good. Li Half City nodded, picked up the landline on the desktop, and a call was dialed out. A few minutes later, a youthful and beautiful woman with 3 points of arrogance and 7 points of wealth between her eyebrows knocked on the door. Grandpa, who is he? Li Jiasen's eyes were puzzled. Li Half City explained, this is a distant relative of our family, representing the family to congratulate me on my 90th birthday. You take him to the birthday banquet site, treat him well and don't neglect him. Okay. Li Jiasen led Ji Chen out of the office the moment the door closed. Li Half City pressed a remote control, and a steel plate fell down at the location of the gate. He turned around and went to the wine cabinet from earlier and moved one of the bottles of wine. Rumble. A sound. Behind the wine cabinet, a dark passage was actually revealed. Li Half City hesitated for a few seconds and took a step into it. The front foot had just left the office when a voice suddenly sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Master, it is necessary for me to remind you that just now, that Half City Li did not tell the truth. Yi Chen was startled. Chaos Cauldron? You can sense the outside world? Aren't you an artificial intelligence? The chaotic cauldron replied, Master, I'm not some artificial intelligence, but a tripod soul. Ding soul? Yi Chen was puzzled. The chaos tripod explained, everything has a spirit, a blade of grass, a grain of sand, a stone all have a spirit. It's just that they can sense the outside world, but they can't communicate with it. And the subordinate has already become psychic, giving birth to a soul, which is the tripod soul. After my master entered the sovereign realm, I absorbed a portion of my master's power, so I awakened. Yi Chen was somewhat shocked. His eyes sank. Ding soul, besides being able to sense the outside world, what else can you do? The chaotic tripod replied, Master, everything within a 100-meter radius is under the shroud of my divine soul. In other words, similar to the radar in your world, nothing is hidden. Inside Half City Lee's office, there is a secret passageway. My subordinate tried to explore it with my divine soul, but unfortunately, the passage is very deep, and I couldn't explore it after 100 meters. Yi Chen stroked his chin. This Lee family, indeed, was hiding some unknown secrets. Suddenly, hey, stop! A sharp voice rang in his ears. Li Jiasun stopped at the corner of the corridor and looked at Yi Chen with a haughty expression. You keep walking with your head down, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Yi Chen smiled. Oh? What was I thinking? Just now, he had been communicating with the chaotic cauldron. Li Jiasun snorted coldly. I don't care what you were thinking. I also don't care if you're some distant relative of Grandpa's, there have been too many of your kind of relatives over the years. My grandfather fled the famine when he was young, he did run to Hong Kong Island from the interior. But decades have passed, and I don't see you guys coming to him. Instead, the Li family has gotten rich, and there are more poor relatives one after another. Let me warn you, after attending the birthday banquet, hurry up and get out, don't think. Click. A forceful hand grabbed Li Jiasun's delicate neck, and her body slammed into the hallway aisle. Both feet left the ground. An aura of death struck. High heels kicked haphazardly. I for one don't like being taunted, understand? Li Jiasun's eyes were horrified, and she nodded her head in a hurry. Yi Chen loosened his hand and threw Li Jiasun aside like he was throwing trash. Shut your stinking mouth and take me to the banquet site. One more word of nonsense and I'll kill you. Who the hell is this guy? How dare he make a move on me? Is he really a relative of Grandpa? Li Jiasun was filled with horror. When Li Jiasun brought Yi Chen, she appeared at the banquet site. The Li family's grand princess has come out. Everyone's gazes gathered. Click 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 click. The flashbulbs shot non-stop. Countless tycoons, bigwigs, celebrities, and young models came up to say hello. Only two men froze in place, wide-eyed and shocked, looking at the youth behind Li Jiasun. It's him! Yang Hu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I go. How did this killing god come? Wang Dafu opened his mouth. The two men looked at each other face to face. A week ago, AO Island, Venice Casino. Yi Chen killed the dragon capital Yi family's youngest, Yi Phone, in public, and even a mysterious phone call came in, threatening the king of gamblers Zhou Yun to release people. After this incident was over, the king of gamblers even made the crowd sign a confidentiality agreement. The energy behind this person was frighteningly large. Mr. Yi, please take a seat over here. Li Jiasun opened her mouth. The guests present didn't feel quite right, and their gazes fell on Yi Chen. A casual dress, wearing sneakers, or domestic rebound shoes. The whole body was worth no more than $500. Who is this? Why is the grand princess so polite to him? Dressed so shabbily, and called what Mr. Yi? Wouldn't be some kind of charlatan, right? The crowd whispered. A dude's voice rang out from the front door of the living room. Jiasun, who is he? Actually need you to personally accompany him? Young Yan. The guests present turned around and instantly recognized this person. Yang Junhong, the son of Hong Kong Governor Yang Xueqing. Looking at Yang Junhong, who was dressed in a tuxedo with a gentlemanly flavor, Li Jiasun immediately had an idea in her mind. Yi Chen had just treated her like this, she had to get back. And so, Li Jiasun smiled sweetly, he is my boyfriend. Chapter 62 Blood Dragon Sword. After saying that, he even moved a few points closer towards Yi Chen and took her arm. Yang Junhong's face was instantly gloomy. Who in the entire Hong Kong Island didn't know that he was chasing after Li Jiasun? What's the situation? The entire audience was in an uproar. The Li family's grand princess has a boyfriend? A poor boy? At this time, the Li family's grand princess brought her boyfriend out. Could it be a signal released by the Li family's old man? Hong Kong Governor Yang Xueqing has proposed several times in public that young Yang and Miss Li be engaged, all of which were rejected by elderly on the grounds that Miss Li was too young. What is this kid capable of? Does he look like a poor man? Could it be that Miss Li is used to eating mountain delicacies and wants to try countryside dishes? In the midst of the crowd's heated arguments, Yi Chen turned back icily. You want to kill someone with a knife? The voice was muffled by the crowd's murmurs. Only Li Jiasun heard it. She revealed a provocative smile. Mr. Yi, yes then. It's just that I don't know if this knife of yours dares to kill? As you wish. Yi Chen reached out and wrapped his arm around Li Jiasun's small waist. Ah! Li Jiasun let out a cry of shock as an electrifying sensation came over her. She had never had a boyfriend, and her waist had never been touched by another man. What's more, she didn't expect Yi Chen to dare to be so bold. Ah! Not bad, she's my girlfriend. The whole room clamored. What the hell? Could it be that the person who called that night was elderly? Wang Dafu and Yang Hu looked at each other. Kid, I think you're looking for death. Yang Juanhong's face was furious, and he slammed his fist towards Yi Chen's nose. Yi Chen sat in the sofa, not even moving a bit. With a kick on Yang Juanhong's stomach, he flew out directly, knocking over a few tables and spilling wine and cake all over. The mess was incomparable. The accompanying henchman quickly went forward and helped the wretched Yang Junhong up. Get lost. Yang Juanhong's eyes filled with blood. As he pushed his men away, he pulled out a golden revolver from the pocket of his tuxedo. Nima, I'll kill you. Bang! 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 Pull the trigger like crazy. Smoke filled the air. 6 bullets flew towards Yi Chen. Yang Junhong had a fierce smile on his face. If nothing else, it would definitely be able to smash him into a sieve. A shocking scene appeared. The entire 6 bullets, as if blocked by an invisible wall of air, were suspended in the air 1 meter away from Yi Chen. The entire crowd of guests stared at each other as if they were statues. You! How is it possible? Yang Junhong's smile froze, shivering in fear. Yi Chen smiled, you still really want to kill me? With a wave of his hand, 6 bullets flew towards Yang Junhong. Don't! Puff! A sound. Fell to the ground and died. Young Yang is dead. Quickly go. Don't cause trouble. Oh my god, who the hell is this kid? The seats were full of guests, so scared that they frantically fled, rushing out of the Li family hall in a puff of smoke. Mr. Yang. Li Jiasun was trembling in shock. This was the son of Hong Kong Governor Yang Xueqing. How could Yi Chen dare to kill him? Yi Chen still had his arm around her small waist and even slapped her on the butt. What should we do? Play it off. You. Li Jiasun's delicate body trembled. Yang Xueqing had just finished his morning's work and was sitting in the Hong Kong governor's special car, heading straight to Li's house. A phone call came in. Yang Xueqing was so shocked that he almost jumped up. What did you say? My son died in the Li family? Impossible. What the is going on here? Grass. Give me the SDU at the same time. Everyone surround the Li family. From now on, not a single ant can leave the Li family. At the foot of Pingshan, a group of tourists looked at the sky in shock. Dozens of armed helicopters rumbled in. There were also a large number of bomb-proof cars and armored vehicles on the ground heading towards Pingshan. What's the situation? How come all the SDUs are out? A bomb drill? The crowd was stunned dumbfounded. Some of the tycoons who ran down the mountain were all stopped by the SDU people. At the same time, a hidden corner at the foot of Pingshan. 2 old men in black robes, who didn't live in the city at first glance, were full of doubts. Where did so many modern soldiers come from? Rushing at us? Not quite like that. Half City Li knows the strength of the 2 of us and doesn't dare to mess around. Let's go, it has nothing to do with us. It's been 30 years, that thing should be almost done. The 2 of them swept their silhouettes and actually made their way through the steep mountains and forests towards the Li family villa at the top of the mountain. It didn't take long. The 2 arrived inside Li Half City's office and pressed the mechanism. A pitch-black passageway appeared in front of them. The 2 smiled at each other and directly entered the passageway. After walking for about 10 minutes, it opened up in front of them. It was actually a cave the size of a soccer field. In the center of the cavern, an altar with a diameter of more than 10 meters was surrounded by flickering blue light. If professionals are here, they will definitely be shocked to find that a huge formation has actually been established at the foot of Pingshan. The entire Hong Kong island, all the chi converges underneath Pingshan. The Li family occupied the top of Pingshan, and with the help of the formation to converge the dragon's chi, they became the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Elder Jiang, Elder Yuan, you are here. Li Half City had been waiting for a long time. Elder Jiang smiled. Half City Li, haven't seen you for 30 years, you have aged a lot. Half City Li let out a bitter smile. After all, I am a mere mortal. Being able to live for 90 years is already thanks to the 2 of you. Being able to survive past the 100th birthday is already an extravagant hope. Yuan Lao snorted coldly. Alright, I know what you mean. Take it. Casually throwing over an elixir. Blood spirit pill, it can at least renew your life for 10 years. As for 10 years later, it depends on whether you are obedient or not. Li Half City held it in his death grip, trembling with excitement. Thank you 2 seniors. Yuan Lao nodded, his pale eyes turning. It landed on top of the altar formation. A blood-red sword was suspended in the air. The power of the nearby dragon vein converged here and had been harboring this sword for 30 years. Today, they came here to take this sword away. As they approached the sword, a faint sound of a dragon's roar actually resounded in their ears. Great, the blood dragon sword has been raised. Yuan Lao was excited. What person? Get out! Jiang Lao suddenly bellowed. Pulling out a long black sword from his waist, he stared intently at the stairs coming down. Duh-did-day. A sound of footsteps rang out. The trio's gazes coalesced, only to see a young man walking with his hands behind his back in the dim light. Are you Elder Jiang? Elder Yuan? The duo turned around, their eyes extremely cold. Half-City Li, you still found helpers, ah? Seniors, this person was not called by me. Li Half-City hastily shook his head. Oh? Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan frowned. Kid, what are you? Yi Chen directly ignored the question and said, 5 years ago, did you guys meet my parents at the island Heavenly Palace? Where are my parents now? Are they in the blood-clothed sect? Chapter 63 Land of the Dragon Vein, Blood Dragon Sword Great Achievement. What your parents? What island Heavenly Palace? Yuan Lao frowned. Elder Jiang coldly shook his head. Whatever he said, the Blood Dragon Sword is the key to opening that place for my Bloodcloth sect, and a bargaining chip for the rise of the Bloodcloth sect. If he saw the Blood Dragon Sword, he must die. Yi Chen's eyes were cold. Not speaking? I have a way to make you guys talk. Kill. The duo swept in at the same time, like a running cheetah. Their speed was astonishingly fast. In an instant, they landed in front of Yi Chen. Kid, you may have some strength, but in front of my 100 Rex Realm level 7, it's like dirt. Zhang Lao's face was hideous. The black treasure sword in his hand chopped at Yi Chen's head. He had vaguely seen the tragic image of Yi Chen having his head sliced off by his blade. Yi Chen took a step forward. Iron Mountain lean. Zhang Lao felt a sharp pain in his chest and clicked. His ribs broke on the spot, and his entire body flew out dozens of meters backwards as if he had been hit by a speeding train, smashing on top of the formation altar. The precious sword in his hand landed on the side with a dang sound. Protector Jian. Yuan Lao's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Both of them were at the 7th level of the 100 Rex realm, with frighteningly strong bodies. This kid was actually able to knock Jian Lao flying out with broken ribs? Who are you? Yi Chen took a step in front of Yuan Lao and kicked towards his dantian. Yuan Lao didn't even have a chance to make a move. A sharp pain came. The dantian exploded. It was directly wasted. Ah! Little you dare to do this to me? Old me is the Bloodclothed sect's grand protector. The Bloodclothed sect won't let you go. Yuan Lao curled up in pain, his entire body spasming. The dantian burst. The internal energy rushed into the limbs, frantically scrambling. Pain. It was too damn painful. This. Li Half-City was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at this. These were the two great protectors of the Bloodclothed sect, ancient martial arts practitioners, and they actually couldn't even block a single move from Yi Chen? It was too exaggerated. Yi Chen walked like a god of death. I'll ask again, where did you get my parents? The two men were completely scared. This kid's strength was too terrifying. There was no longer the arrogance they had earlier. Sir, we really don't know what you mean by asking. What island? What heavenly palace? We don't know. Ah. The two men begged for mercy. Yi Chen sneered, I think you guys are not seeing the coffin. Raising his hand, a dozen silver needles flew out, and respectively disappeared into the two people's bodies. Ah! The two of them instantly fell into a hallucination, as if they were falling from an endless height, with a mountain of swords and a sea of fire below them. It was like falling into the middle of hell. The next second, the scenery changed, and the duo fell into a boiling hot frying pan. Ah! It's hot, don't, it's hot. Ghost! Ghosts are coming. Don't! The duo's eyes were horrified as they frantically begged for mercy. Is this hell? I don't know, I really don't know what island. Heavenly Palace. Ah. My lord, did you recognize the wrong person? It's too painful, my lord, please kill me. Bang! 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 Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang cowed out frantically. Their heads exploded. Seeing the two begging for mercy like this, Li Half-City was so scared that he was drenched in cold sweat. Heavens, what kind of tactic is this? Yi Chen's brows knitted together, and the Chaos Tripod's voice sounded at the same time. Master, judging from the fluctuations in their divine souls, these two aren't lying. Yi Chen nodded his head. He naturally knew that. No one could hold on to secrecy under the pain of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. In other words, these two were not Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan at all. Or, the duo were just unlucky people with the same surname. The Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan of the island Heavenly Palace were someone else. Raising his hand, a wave of power struck him. Silver needles flew out from the two of them, suspended in midair, scaring Yuan Lao and Zhan Lao into constantly retreating. Don't come over. You don't come over. Ah. Yi Chen said, if you don't want to enjoy the feeling of going to hell once more, give an honest account. My lord, what exactly do you want us to explain? The two were on the verge of crying. What are your names? Yuan Jinwu. Jiang Guangming. Yi Chen stroked his chin. The surnames are correct. Yuan Jinwu and Jiang Guangming looked at each other, wanting to cry. Could their surnames still be wrong? Yi Chen asked again, 5 years ago, you really didn't go to the island? You didn't take away a middle-aged couple from the Heavenly Palace? Yuan Jinwu hurriedly explained, my lord, within these 5 years we were all active within the Dragon Kingdom. Especially 5 years ago, as you said, our Bloodclothed sect was in the middle of a huge campaign and didn't even take a step away from the main altar. Zhang Guangming even stretched out a hand, my lord, I swear on my martial heart. If I went to the island 5 years ago, no. 10 years, any day within 10 years. I, Jiang Guangming, will die a horrible death under the demon of my heart, and I will never be allowed to live forever. A martial artist, swearing by the heart of martial arts. Extremely serious. The slightest carelessness would really be fulfilled. It seems that it really isn't you guys. Yi Chen's expression was a little strange, actually recognizing the wrong person. The words turned, pointing at the altar formation. Then what's going on here? If I'm not mistaken, this is a formation, right? This. The two men's faces changed drastically. Li Half-City's complexion also became somewhat unnatural. Seeing this display of the three people, Yi Chen's 5 fingers clasped, and the silver needle trembled. My lord, I said. The two no longer wanted to endure the feeling of going to hell just now once more and told everything. Pingshan was the most powerful dragon vein on Hong Kong Island. The blood-clothed sect and the Li family joined forces, with one person contributing the effort and the other the money. Establishing a spiritual gathering formation here, the entire dragon vein of Hong Kong Island's chi, all converge here. In addition to harboring the Li family, it's also nurturing a blood dragon sword. The chi of tens of millions of people on Hong Kong Island are all absorbed by this sword. No wonder the economy of Hong Kong Island has declined over the years. It's been overtaken by the mainland. Everything is because of this sword. It was also because of this formation that for 30 years, the Li family had become the richest in the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Chen heard everything and looked at Li Half-City with a cold smile. Li family master, you're quite ruthless, aren't you? Half-City Li's old face turned white. Mr. Yi, this Hong Kong Island's luck, even if I don't use it, it will fall on someone else's head. I'm just converging it, I'm not doing anything to harm the heavens. Suddenly, a roar. A dragon's roar sounded, echoing throughout the entire cave, and the altar formation shook with it. The suspended blood dragon sword actually blossomed into a blood shadow, transforming into a 12-meter-long blood dragon hovering in the sky above the cavern. Blood dragon sword, it's done. Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang were overwhelmed with excitement. The chaotic cauldron reminded, Master, this sword has been born with spirituality, take it. Yi Chen's heart moved. He directly leapt out in one step, jumped onto the formation altar, and grabbed the blood dragon sword. A huge force came back, and the blood dragon's silhouette in the air, even more so, swooped and smashed down towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen stabbed out with his sword and collided with the blood dragon. The two forces, stalemated. Take advantage of this. Yuan Jinwu and Jiang Guangming glanced at each other, and a flash of resentment flashed through both of their eyes. Little you dare to ruin our good deed. And dare to torture us like this? You go to hell. A sharp awl appeared in both of their hands at the same time. With one step, they rushed up to the altar and stabbed at Yi Chen's waist. Half-City Li exclaimed, Mr. Yi, be careful. Chapter 64, Mu Xueqing, Danger. Ha 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 ha. Little die. Die for the old man. What kind of trash, also dare to go against Lao Zi? Do you know what kind of existence the blood-clothed sect is? The alls in the duo's hands stabbed at Yi Chen's waist, madly venting the anger and humiliation in their hearts. Suddenly, the duo felt that something wasn't quite right. After the awl just pierced through Yi Chen's clothes, it seemed to stab on a steel plate. Unable to take a step forward. Zira. The duo raised their hands and clawed Yi Chen's clothes, revealing the perfect muscle lines on his back. The awl stabbed at Yi Chen's skin, unharmed. This. The duo's faces instantly turned white. At this moment, Yi Chen let out a low roar, break for me. With a tremor of the blood dragon sword in his hand, the blood dragon silhouette wailed and directly dissipated into a blood mist, which was not included in the blood dragon sword. Amidst Yuan Jinwu and Jiang Guangming's horrified gazes, Yi Chen slowly turned back. A deathly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You two, you've done a good job. My lord. The two men were so scared that their legs went soft and they knelt on the ground on the spot. Spare your life. Yi Chen's killing intent skyrocketed in his heart, and he was just about to make his move. The blood dragon sword actively buzzed. A stream of bloodlight coalesced and turned into 2 lines of blood that didn't enter the two men's bodies. In the gaze of surprise, the bloodlines surged rapidly, instantly transforming into a dozen blood vessel-like existences, connecting the blood dragon sword with the duo's heads. Madly, greedily absorbing Yuan Jinwu and Jiang Guangming's blood. In an instant, the duo transformed into a dried corpse and rolled down the altar. What kind of power is this? Li Half-City sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at this in horror. Half-City Li, give me an explanation. Yi Chen's voice faintly sounded, holding the blood dragon sword as if he was a god of death as he slowly walked down the altar. Li Half-City's years of urbanity, wisdom, and steadiness all collapsed at this moment, and in the face of this death-like man, he could only choose to submit. Plop! Kneeling on the ground, he lowered his head in horror. Mr. Yi, I beg you to spare my life. From now. Open. Start. The Li family. Li family is willing to submit to Mr. Yi's feet. What you say, the old man will do. This 90-year-old richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, his voice was trembling. If those people in the outside world saw it, they would definitely be scared alive. This was an existence that would make Hong Kong Island tremble 3 times if he stomped his foot. Remember your words today, if you dare to go against them, the entire Li family will be like this altar. Li Half City did not dare to raise his head. He only heard a dragon's roar in his ears. Then there was a loud clang. When he raised his head again, the altar that had condensed the Li family's decades of fortune had already blown up, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. Yi Chen had long since disappeared. Mr. Yi. Li Half City climbed up and staggered after him. Zhonghai, Riverside number 1. Inside a luxurious box. Alright, the contract has been signed, according to the contract. Miss Mu's company, I'll invest $500 million. Miss Zhao's company, I'll also invest $500 million. A youth raised his wine glass and looked at the 2 people across the dining table with a smile on his face. It was none other than the Han family's youngest, Han Xiaochun, who was at the charity gala that night. Mu Xueqing and Xiaochuan looked at each other and similarly raised their wine glasses. Then thank you, young Han. We promise that the company will definitely not lose money and will definitely give Xiaohan a satisfactory financial report at the end of the year. The 2 had only sent out a few business cards. Someone actually came to invest. Luck was really good. Good point, it doesn't matter if we lose money. Han Xiaochun smiled. Ha! The 2 were a bit strange. It's fine, drink. Han Xiaochen took a mouthful. Halfway through the meal, Han Xiaochen kept toasting the 2, and Mu Xueqing directly drank herself into a daze. Only Xiaochuan was left, still holding on bitterly. She herself was a member of the Long Duxiao family, and her drinking capacity was far greater than Mu Xueqing's. After a few cups, she was also a bit dizzy. Miss Mu is already drunk, Mr. Xiao, shall we continue? Han Xiaochen smiled. Xiaochuan shook her head. Han Xiao, we can't drink anymore, we're already drunk. Xueqing, let's go. With that, he helped up Mu Xueqing and walked towards the outside of the box. She was already feeling out of sorts. Han Xiaochen directly came over and reached out to hold Xiaochuan's small waist. Mr. Xiao, if you're drunk, go to the next private room to rest. What are you doing? Xiaochuan had a jolt and directly slapped up. Han Xiao, please respect yourself. Self-respect? Han Xiaochen covered his face, his eyes lowered. Mother ing, do you really think that my investment of $1 billion is for you to do business? As long as you guys obediently accompany me today, that slap just now, I'll take it as nothing. Otherwise, I'm going to dominate you today. Xiaochuan's face changed greatly. Holding Mu Xueqing, he rushed towards the outside of the box. Stop them! Han Xiaochen gave an order. Several thugs rushed in from outside the box, stopping the duo and blocking the door of the box. Don't be afraid, I'll be gentle. Women who have been favored by this young man can't leave me in the end, and the same goes for you guys. Han Xiaochen took a sip of red wine, the goblet thrown aside, casually unbuckling his Hermes belt. Suddenly, bang! The sound. The few fighters who were blocking the door to the box flew out, smashed against the wall, and fainted on the spot. Han Xiaochen changed color. Who are you people? How dare you? An inch-haired man took a step forward and a hand fell. Han Xiaochen directly fainted. The inch-headed man turned around and looked at Xiaochuan and the drunken Mu Xueqing. Miss Xiao, are you guys okay? Xiaochuan was stunned. I'm fine, who are you guys? The inch-headed man replied, we were ordered by the Jiangnan King to secretly protect the safety of the 2 of you. Jiangnan King? Xiaochuan froze. How did the Jiangnan King come to protect himself? Could it be related to Yi Chen? Miss Xiao, Miss Mu is already drunk, let's go first, the car is right outside. The inch-headed man suggested. Good. Xiaochuan held Mu Xueqing and was just about to leave the luxury box. Too cold on shoot in, Xiaochuan hasn't seen what's going on. Poof. Poof. The inch-haired man and his companion, their necks cracked open in a line of blood. Blood spewed out, and they fell straight down, dead. Ah! Xiaochuan exclaimed in shock, instantly sobering up. The next second, 2 men dressed in ancient martial arts rushed into the box and swept the 2 of them. Mu Xueqing is here. After that kid Yi Chen disappeared for 5 years, he has been staying with this woman. He even went so far as to completely offend the Jiangnan Lu family for her. Take her away, not afraid that Yi Chen won't come. Another person swept a glance at Xiaochuan. What about her? Take her away together? The companion's eyes widened. Are you crazy? She's a member of the Long Duxiao family. We're only dealing with Yi Chen, it's not like we're going to be enemies with the Xiao family. The 2 men came in front of Xiaochuan. What are you going to do? The 2 indifferently spat out. Miss Xiao, this matter has nothing to do with you. You'll be fine after a nap. The hand knife fell and Xiaochuan fainted. The 2 men took out a sack, put Mu Xueqing in it, and quickly left through the fire escape. 10 or so minutes later, Xiaochuan woke up. Finding that Mu Xueqing was not around, she frantically took out her cell phone. Yi Chen. Something happened. Yi Chen. Xueqing was taken away. Chapter 65 Diamond Unbreakable Body. Li Half City followed Yi Chen, and his front foot just walked out of the office. The sound of a helicopter came from his ears. Li Half City was startled and rushed to the floor-to-ceiling windows to take a look. The Li family was actually surrounded by heavily armed SDUs, Falcon helicopters hovering, and snipers on the roof. Rows and rows of blast shields, neatly organized. SDU, what's going on? Li Half City was startled. On the square at the entrance, all the rich people who had fled were all forced back by the SDU. One by one, their faces were white, their cell phones were confiscated, and they obediently stood aside. Yang Xueqing, what are you doing? Using the SDU against my Li family? Li Half City walked out with Yi Chen. Yang Xueqing's face was gloomy, almost gritting his teeth. Elderly, this matter has nothing to do with you. My son was killed in the Li family. His eyes sank and landed on Yi Chen. Is this the kid who made the move? At once, he recognized Yi Chen. Kid, it's really you. Last time on Austrian island Vegas, this Hong Kong governor spared your life. I never thought that you would actually dare to come to Hong Kong Island to kill my son. You simply deserve to die. Mr. Yi, you. Li Half City was confused. Li Jiasun, who was stopped in the crowd, nodded. Yes, Grandpa, Mr. Yi killed Young Yang. Li Half City was a little dizzy. This was trouble. Yi Chen said indifferently, not bad, it was me who killed your son. How? Hiss. The rich and famous people of Hong Kong Island sucked in a breath of cool air. This kid had too much guts. Killing the Hong Kong governor's son and actually asking how? Holy, Yang, who swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This god of killing is also too fierce. 3,000 flying tigers are all there are. In case Yang Xueqing is angry, will not beat him into a sieve. Wang Dafu was sweating coldly. Ha ha ha. Yang Xueqing laughed back in anger, roaring like a wild beast. SDU, take this man down for me. If he dares to resist, kill without pardon. Yes. Dozens of members of the Flying Tigers came towards Yi Chen with loaded guns. Drip drip drip. Suddenly, Yi Chen's cell phone vibrated frantically. He pulled out his phone and saw that there were a dozen text messages and hundreds of missed calls. Just now in the underground cave, there was no signal at all. They were all from Xiao Charan and Jiang Nanwang. Clicking on the text messages, Yi Chen, why aren't you answering your phone? Something's wrong. Xueqing was captured by 2 martial artists. It seems like they're coming for you. Yi Chen, where are you? Yi Chen, reply when you see the text message. Yi Chen, I've called the police. The authorities are still investigating. Yi Chen. It could be seen that Xiao Charan was anxious. Clicking on a few other text messages, they were all from Jiang Nanwang. Mr. Yi, an hour ago, Miss Mu was taken away by unknown people. Mr. Yi, I've personally followed them there. Damn it. A monstrous killing intent erupted in Yi Chen's heart, and he directly made a phone call. Yang Xueqing laughed. Kid, calling for help at this time? It's already too late. Take it down for me. The SDU had already arrived in front of Yi Chen, handcuffs heading towards him. Scram! Yi Chen roared, a wave of air swept out, dozens of SDUs flew out backwards, bleeding to death from their 7 orifices. The rich and powerful bigwigs present were frozen in fear. Holy! Wang Dafu shivered in fear. A sonic attack? Lion's roar kung fu? Yang, whose mouth on the side couldn't close. Li Jiasun's delicate body trembled as she looked at Yi Chen in horror. Yang Xueqing directly roared low, fire! Fire for me! The sniper rifles on the roof, the machine gunners on the airplane, and the flying tigers behind the blast shield directly opened fire, and the bullets fell on Yi Chen's body like a raging wind and rain. Day. In an instant, smoke and dust rolled up in the sky. The location where Yi Chen was directly enveloped in smoke. A full 3 minutes passed before the SDU ran out of bullets before stopping. Dead? The rich bigwigs present kept swallowing their saliva. Definitely dead, even an Iron Man would have to be beaten into mush. Yang Hu and Wang Dafu looked at each other and shook their heads. Mr. Yi. Li Half City stumbled and was framed by the flying tigers. At this time, the area that was shrouded in smoke. A shocking roar came from the sky. Zhang Nanking, how do you do your job? Who the hell is it? What? Everyone was startled. Swish. 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 All the rich and powerful, the guests present, the 3,000 flying tigers, Li Half City, Yang Xueqing, Li Jiasun and the others all froze and looked at the cloud of smoke in shock. Who? A gust of wind blew when the smoke dispersed. Only to be seen. Yi Chen was still standing in place. Tens of thousands of bullets fell at his feet, piling up into mountains. Not dead? Everyone froze. Jaw-dropping, their breath stopped in fear, and their minds went blank. Mr. Yi. Li Half City was thrilled. Yang Xueqing was so scared that he rubbed himself and kept retreating, hitting the blast shield. Are you a human or a ghost? Yi Chen did not answer and roared into his cell phone. Chu family? What an ancient martial arts Chu family, this family, there's no need for it to exist. And all of you, go to hell. Yi Chen's eyes turned and swept over the crowd that had just fired the shots. Whoosh! Charging into the crowd, like a fierce tiger charging into a rabbit pack, the sounds of tearing, screams, and pleas for mercy resounded continuously. In just a few minutes, all 3,000 flying tigers died violently. Even the sniper on the roof was chased up by Yi Chen and stomped on his head. Finally, Yi Chen walked towards Yang Xueqing, and you, damn you. Mr. Yi. Yi Xiao. Yang Xueqing was shivering in fear and kept retreating. I'm the governor of Hong Kong, you can't kill. Click. 5 fingers snapped, Yang Xueqing's neck exploded on the spot. He killed the governor of Hong Kong. All the rich and powerful people present lost their voices in fear. Li Jiasun was trembling, finally realizing how dangerous it was for her to taunt Yi Chen earlier. This guy even dared to kill the governor of Hong Kong, what was she worth? Yi Chen's eyes were red, he looked up at the helicopter in the air and stomped his foot. The crowd cried out in shock. Only to see. Yi Chen was like Superman, leaping 100 meters high, landing on the side of a helicopter gunship, grabbing the hatch with one hand and tearing it open with a clang. You. The machine gunner and pilot in the airplane were sweating like a pig in fear. Was this still a human being? Yi Chen's death-like voice rang out, how far is the range of this airplane? What's the speed per hour? The pilot trembled, range 2,500 kilometers, speed 600 per hour. Going to Jilin, Great Eastern Mountain, Zhu family. Ha! The driver froze. Yi Chen grabbed the machine gunner and directly threw him down from 100 meters in the air. Go to Jilin, Dadong Mountain, ancient martial arts, Zhu family. The airplane turned around and went away. Ward Fark. A few blonde whites whispered from that crowd of rich bigwigs. Rapidly sending out the video they had just shot, the Dragon Kingdom has discovered a psychic, his bloodline power is amazing, his name is Yi Chen. Chapter 66, Ancient Unicorn. Jilin, on top of the Great Eastern Mountain. Chu Family Hall. Chu Tianxiang walked over. Just now, his men came to report that Mu Xueqing has already been brought back and locked up in the family's dungeon. Dad, this woman is important to Yi Chen, she should be able to be used as a bargaining chip. Chu Xingda's damaged tendons and veins had completely recovered. 5 Viscera Realm, 4th level. He sat on the eunuch chair, unmoving like a mountain. A woman is not enough to threaten Yi Chen. This is just a signal to tell Yi Chen that the Chu family is not something to be messed with. The real trouble is the dragon lord behind this brat, and that Jiangnan king. Dad, what do you mean? Chu Tianxiang frowned. Humph. Chu Xingda sneered, Yi Chen is just a small character, why do you think he dared to kill the guardian? Why did he dare to kill your second brother and kill your nephew? Behind all of this is the dragon lord backing him up. We, the ancient martial arts families, are not subject to discipline, occupying the mountains, sitting on the ground and extracting taxes. Those few in the dragon capital have long looked at us with displeasure. Chu Xingda shook his head. Chu Tianxiang was startled. Dad. You mean, the dragon capital side wants to destroy my Chu family? Chu Xingda's pale eyes narrowed. No. It's all the ancient martial arts families in the dragon kingdom. Times have changed, people, they can't tolerate us anymore. The Chu family is just the first one. If we let him make it, the next ones will be the other ancient martial families. Yi Chen is just a pawn. Hiss. Chu Tianxiang sucked in a breath of cool air, thinking of a terrifying fact. Rumble. Suddenly, a propeller sound came from overhead. Chu Tianxiang frowned. The sound of a helicopter? Damn, who is so bold? A helicopter dares to fly over my Chu family. The next second. Bang. Loud bang, the dome of the hall where the Chu family had been established for 1,000 years exploded, and a silhouette descended from the sky with shattered bricks and tiles. Everyone fixed their eyes on it. Yi Chen. It's you. Everyone in the Chu family was confused. It was not expected at all that Yi Chen had come so quickly. Moreover, single-handedly, he came alone? Or had he pierced through the dome of the Chu family's Millennium Hall and descended from the sky? Just now, the airplane propeller was hovering. Could it be that this kid jumped down from the airplane? It's too exaggerated. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were thick with killing intent. Where is Mu Xueqing? If a single hair of sweat is missing from her, I want your entire Chu family to accompany me. Chu Xingda laughed, still too young to venture into the Chu family for a woman? Yi Chen, Mu Xueqing is dead. I used her life as a blood sacrifice for my son and grandson. You. Him. Mom. Looking for. Die. Yi Chen was completely furious. A monstrous blood aura erupted from his body. What was even more shocking was that on the surface of Yi Chen's body, a layer of bloodlight actually emerged, condensing into the shadow of an ancient qilin. Ow roar! The qilin let out a low roar as Yi Chen rushed to Chu Xingda's body and blasted out with a fist. Kid, you're nothing. Old me has regained the strength of the 4th level of the 5 Viscera realm. Killing you is like killing a chicken. Chu Xingda snorted coldly. I'll send you on your way, so that you and that woman can be a couple of dead souls, underground. Raising his hand, he blasted out a fist. The moment their fists made contact, Chu Xingda's hand was like tofu dregs. All of them exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Bang! 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 Yi Chen looked like he had gone mad, scrapping Chu Xingda's limbs and finally stomping on his dantian, causing this old man of the Chu family, who had just regained his strength, to let out a scream like that of a dead dog. Dad! Chu Tianxiong was stunned. The other senior members of the Chu family's hall were all dumbfounded. Hadn't the old man just regained his strength? How could he not even block a single blow from Yichun? What's going on? A voice came from the doorway of the hall. Chu Tianxiong turned around to see that it was the two guardians from Kunlun Mountain. The two heard the commotion and immediately rushed over, not expecting to see this shocking scene. Elder Jiang. Elder Yuan. This person is Yichen, he's gone crazy. Quickly save my father. Chu Tianxiong looked like he was grasping at straws to save his life. Yichen? Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan were startled and looked up. They only saw a blood-red ancient unicorn silhouette enveloping the surface of a youth's body. Kieran blood. Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan's faces were delighted. Yichen turned around with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Elder Jiang? Elder Yuan? Elder Jiang frowned. Kid, you know old man? Yichen's voice was hoarse. 5 years ago, in the island Heavenly Palace, you were the ones who took my parents away? Jiang Lao suddenly realized, grinning, if you don't say it, old man almost forgot, that pair of dogs and men were indeed taken away by old men. You are the little bastard born by that pair of dogs and men. I can't believe that you actually have Qilin blood as well. It's really no trouble at all to get it. Humiliating my parents, looking for death. Yichen was furious. It swooped down like a meteor. Elder Zhang's eyes were cold. What is it? How dare you provoke old man's majesty? Kneel down for me. The 5 fingers snapped and slammed down hard against the incoming Yichen's shoulder. Clang! With a loud bang, the floor tiles under Yichen's feet exploded. Yichen, however, looked like a nobody, letting Jiang Lao exert himself as hard as he could, not moving at all. How is it possible, you? Jiang Lao was shocked. Yichen's eyes carried a monstrous chill. Where are my parents? Speak! Grabbing Jiang Lao's arm, he slammed his fist on it. Ah! Jiang Lao let out a mournful scream as his arm burst on the spot, splattering bone crumbs and blood. Jiang Lao! Yuan Lao exclaimed in shock. Little bastard, you dared to waste one of Lao Fu's arms, you deserve to die. Old Jiang was so angry that he almost spat out blood, and his left hand flung out violently. More than a dozen flying daggers flew out of his sleeve, heading straight for Yichen's neck and heart position. Yichen didn't even have the intention to dodge. Dang! 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 Allowing these flying knives to fall on his heart and neck, they made a metallic sound. The flying daggers all fell to the ground with a dang sound. Jiang Lao's heart followed with a vicious tremble. The knives are invulnerable. This kid is actually invulnerable to knives and guns. Zila! Yichen took a step forward, grabbed Jiang Lao's left hand that was releasing the concealed weapon, and ripped it off hard. Ah! Jiang Lao struggled frantically in pain, but his neck was clasped by a cold and merciless hand. A feeling of suffocation struck. The Dragon Kingdom Guardian was actually defenseless, as if he was a dead dog. Hiss! Elder Jiang, I'm sorry. I'll go first. I will definitely avenge you. Elder Yuan was also scared silly, dropping a sentence and turning around to run. I'll roar! A dragon roar sounded. Between Yichen's raised hand, the blood dragon sword flew out from the chaos space and headed towards Yuan Lao's back. Puff! Ah! 2 voices sounded at the same time. Yuan Lao looked like a dead dog as he was nailed to the ground by the blood dragon sword, his blood absorbing along the sword. In the crowd's horrified gazes, Yuan Lao transformed into a dried corpse. The entire Chu family hall was dead silent. Hundreds of people in the Chu family hall, unable to stop trembling, stared dead on at the blood-red sword that greedily absorbed fresh blood, bizarre to the extreme. Dad! Chu Tianxiong's lips trembled as he looked towards Chu Jingde. This Tinglong god of war, the flash of fear in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed at all. Cough! Chu Jingde coughed while blood continued to gush out of his mouth, his pale eyes filled with shock. He suddenly felt that it was a wrong choice for the Chu family to provoke Yichen. This son dared to ignore the rules. Disregard the laws. Ignore everything. It wasn't because the Dragon Lord backed him up at all. Much less because of the Jiangnan King. Rather, it was because of his own strength that shocked the heavens and earth and sobbed the gods. In the midst of countless terrified gazes, Yichen let out a death-like voice. 5 years ago, the island nation, the Heavenly Palace. My parents, where did they go? Chapter 67 The Book of Life and Death, come out. Jiang Lao looked at the youth in front of him in horror, his pupils were filled with fear, and more than anything else, he was puzzled. In just 5 years, where did Yichen get this heaven-defying strength from? Could it be that this kid had entered the Kunlun ruins? It couldn't be. They had been guarding the entrance to the Kunlun ruins, no one had gone in at all. Yichen, you can't kill me. I'm the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, I have a great power behind me, and many others. Besides me there are 6 other top guardians, all of which are above me in Elder Yuan in strength. Elder Jiang was sweating coldly. Because of the fear. The sharp pain of his arms tearing apart was something he had forgotten. Only his voice trembled. If you kill me, you must. This is not the answer I want. Yichen directly interrupted. 5 fingers grabbed in the air, and the blood dragon sword fell into his hands. With a chop of the sword at Zhang Lao's ankle, a piece of skin and flesh fell to the ground. In ancient times, there was a move to punish a prisoner called Ling Qi. The executioner would cut off the flesh and blood from the condemned prisoner's body one by one, and until the last piece of flesh and blood was cut off, the condemned prisoner could never die. Old Zhang. Yichen grinned, a devilish smile on his face. You only have one last chance now. Before I cut off the last piece of your flesh and blood, you'd better finish everything. Zira. 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 The blood dragon's sword kept slashing through, zapping his eyes. One of Zhang Lao's feet was left with only white bones. Ah. Don't do this. I'll say it. Zhang Lao was scared to death. Lynching. He had used it countless times on his enemies. The only thing he hadn't thought of was that he actually had to suffer a lynching today as well. 5 years ago, we did take your parents from the island Heavenly Palace. It was our vanity, in order to get the secret on your mother. Yi Chen's eye sank. What secrets are on my mother? Zhang Lao shook his head frantically. We haven't asked for the secret yet, however. Your father Yi Lingyun himself is a Yi family outcast, but a wasted. Ah. Your father had a marriage contract with a young lady from another ancient martial arts family, but your father didn't agree and offended that ancient martial arts family for it. The Yi family abandoned their pawns to protect their commander, and expelled your father from the Yi family, who knew that Yi Lingyun joined the Dragon Soul, and met your mother in another action. Since meeting your mother, Yi Lingyun's strength skyrocketed all the way, and in just a few years, he reigned over the entire martial arts world. Strength, all the way straight to our guardian who has been practicing for hundreds of years. Yi Chen's face was icy cold. So, you think that on my parents, there is something that allows you to rapidly increase your strength? Yes. Zhang Lao's voice trembled with horror. Yi Chen, it's our greed. We set up many plans, and originally wanted to take down your parents directly. However, the strength of these two was simply too strong, we were no match for them. Then later, your mother became pregnant and gave birth to you. After that, we realized that your mother was unable to exert 1/10 of her strength when she was pregnant. Unfortunately, she had already recovered almost, so we stayed dormant. It wasn't until one day 5 years ago that news of your mother's pregnancy came again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. Yi Chen's body trembled. Monstrous anger surged in his heart. No wonder his parents left in a hurry 5 years ago. It turned out to be that the mother was pregnant again, in order to protect herself, and even more so, the child in her belly. That's why she left without saying goodbye. You guys deserve to die. Yi Chen took out the silver needle and stabbed it into Zhang Lao's body. The hallucinations and severe pain brought about by the silver needle, coupled with the lingering pain, caused Zhang Lao to tremble madly, and his entire body spasmed. Yi Chen. Don't. Please kill me. Please, I don't want to take it anymore, it's so painful. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse. What happened after that? Zhang Lao trembled. Later. Your parents compromised and left with us. But on the way back to the Dragon Kingdom, your mother left your father behind and ran away alone. What did you say? Yi Chen froze. Zhang Lao nodded in horror. It's true, Yi Chen, everything I said is true. It was your mother who ran away alone and abandoned your father. Yi Chen's face shifted. He would never believe that his mother would run for her life alone. It must be because of the child in her belly, or some other hidden agenda. What about my father? Below Zhang Lao's chest, he was completely white, and piece after piece of well-proportioned flesh and blood fell to the ground. Even, through the white ribs, one could see Zhang Lao's internal organs pulsating. He was taken away by Wan Tianming. The Wan family is also an ancient martial arts family, more than 100 times more powerful than the Chu family, and it has connections with the people of the Kunlun ruins. Your father should have been imprisoned by the Wan family, trying to torture out your mother's secrets. Yi Chen had an urge to kill someone. From the moment the Wan family captured his father, the entire clan was already doomed to destruction. Yi Chen asked one last question. Where is the Wan family? I don't know. Ka Qing. Yi Chen crushed Zhang Lao's ribs with a palm and clasped his beating heart. You don't know? Ah. Yi Chen, I really don't know. It's really all said and done, please. Zhang Lao's face was so horrified that it twisted. 20 years ago, Wan Tianming was at the royal god realm, and his current realm is only even more terrifying. The Wan family is very mysterious. Apart from Wan Tianming, even the other guardians don't know at all. No matter how Yi Chen tortured, Zhang Lao was completely unaware of the location of the Wan family. It seemed like he really didn't know. Bang! Yi Chen threw a punch and Zhang Lao's head exploded. Turning back, he looked at the Chu family's crowd. It's your turn. Chu Tianxiang was frozen in fear. He wanted to run. Instead, his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and just as he took a step, his entire body fell to the ground. The might of the person in front of him was simply a devil. The rest of the Chu family was similar. They couldn't take a step at all of them were scared soft. Can only eyes filled with blood. To Chu Tianxiang cursed. Chu Tianxiang. What the hell have you offended a person? Chu Tianxiang, you really deserve to die. Mr. Yi. Yi Shao, we are innocent. Right, we have nothing to do with Chu Tianxiang. We immediately detached from the Chu family. The other Chu family executives, kneeling on the ground, crawled over like dead dogs. Yi Chen kicked one by one, kicking all of the Chu family executives who crawled over to their deaths. Seeing this scene, the Chu family's old man, who had already been reduced to a human swine, let out a miserable scream. Ha! Yi Chen, today you win. However, my Chu family hasn't lost either. My ancient martial arts Chu family has descendants all over the globe. You won't be able to kill them all. They will hide in the shadows for 10, 20, or 100 years, all working for the Chu family's revenge. Sooner or later, you and your loved ones will all be wiped out by the Chu family. Xu Jingde spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes looked crazily at the death-like young man in front of him. Is that so? Yi Chen suddenly laughed. His shoulders shook as he laughed, and his expression became incomparably cold and gloomy in an instant. The Chu family's people are spread all over the world? Book of Life and Death, come out. Yi Chen let out a low roar. Chapter 68, 3 clans? Have the guts to exterminate my 9 clans. As soon as the words fell, there was a fluctuation in the air. The void cracked open, and from it flew out a white bamboo tube-like object. The Book of Life and Death, like an ancient bamboo book. The only difference was that each bamboo slip was actually made of white bone. Yi Chen clasped his 5 fingers and held the Book of Life and Death. An aura of death enveloped the entire Chu family hall. With a wave of Yi Chen's big hand, the Book of Life and Death unfolded, and the souls of everyone in the Chu family trembled. Xu Jingde, I'm going to exterminate all 3 clans of your Chu family today, are you convinced? Xu Jingde laughed madly. Ha 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 ha. What's 3 clans? Yi Chen, what's the harm if you just exterminate my 9 clans? He didn't believe it at all. What with the Book of Life and Death, it was all a lie. Everything was an illusion. As you wish. Yi Chen nodded his head. In my name, within the Chu family's 9 clans, all bloodlines, all of them will be exterminated. Buzz. The Book of Life and Death trembled and blossomed with an extremely bizarre power. In the next second, everyone within the Chu family's hall realized with horror that a bloodline condensed with fresh blood flew out from their own bodies, and it did not enter the Book of Life and Death in Yi Chen's hand. In an instant, the Book of Life and Death made of white bones turned fishy red after absorbing the fresh blood. Everyone in the Chu family trembled, seeing their respective loved ones. Abroad, in an Ivy League college, a young man was giving an academic report on the podium. Suddenly, the youth's body stiffened and fell straight down. Only within the Chu family hall, the youth's parents saw that a stern ghost crawled out of hell, directly grabbing out the youth's soul and tearing it alive. Don't, son. This is my son. Another person saw a multinational corporation meeting room. The souls of their own children were grabbed by evil spirits, while the ordinary people in the conference room could not see this scene. Quickly call a doctor, the 2 major shareholders are having heart attacks. The conference room was in a panic. Dragon Soul Special Force, Tinglong Branch. Several team members who were training suddenly collapsed and died. What's the situation? Several coaches of Dragon Soul were confused. The military doctors came up to test them, and all of them suffered sudden cardiac arrests. They couldn't see it at all, and a gate of hell cracked open in the distance. The 7 evil spirits pulled the souls of several people towards the depths of hell. Son, don't. Xu Jingde, you old undead, look what you've offended. A middle-aged couple was in a rage as they hissed at Xu Jingde. One could only watch this scene from thousands of miles away. All over the world. There were people from the Chu family all over the place. Without exception, as long as they possessed the Chu family's bloodline, all of them had their souls taken away by evil spirits. At the headquarters of the Zhenghai Chamber of Commerce, Chu Tianrun was in the middle of his office. Suddenly, an opening cracked in front of the desk. An evil ghost stuck out its head. Come with me. What are you? Chu Tianrun's eyes contracted fiercely. The evil ghost threw out a chain, put it around Chu Tianrun's neck, and tore it with force. Xu Jingde's eyes widened as he watched a transparent soul, leaving Chu Tianrun's body, shedding off towards the depths of hell. Miserably, he cried out for his father to save his life. Chu Tianxiang was so scared that he cowed out madly. Don't. I don't want to die, Mr. Yi. Mu Xueqing didn't die, she's in the Chu family dungeon. The evil ghost pounced and directly took away Chu Tianxiang's soul. What the hell are you? Xu Jingde was so scared that his body spasmed, looking at Yi Chen in horror. The 5 years that you disappeared, where exactly did you go? Yi Chen spat out 2 words, hell. At the same time, Jiangnan Kings led his men around the foot of Didong Mountain. A group of ancient martial artists from the Chu family in front of them had ice-cold eyes. How dare you, Jiangnan King, dare to come to the Chu family to cause trouble? Do you believe that my family's old master only needs to move his finger and you, the Jiangnan King, won't be able to do it? Humph. The Jiangnan King laughed coldly. Hand over Miss Mu, or else my Jiangnan King's artillery will directly obliterate the Great Eastern Mountain. How dare you? The Chu family's crowd gave a low shout. The next second, everyone's bodies trembled and their eyes widened violently. Bang! 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 Hundreds of people fell straight down like cut wheat. What's the situation? Someone shot? Jiangnan King was dumbfounded. A henchman quickly stepped forward, checked, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This king, all dead. Seems to be. The whole group suffered a sudden heart attack. Chu family dungeon. Clang. With a loud bang, the steel cell door was kicked open. A figure quickly rushed in. Mr. Yi. Yi-chen, why are you here? Two voices rang out in unison. Yi-chen swept a glance. It was actually the duo of Su Xiaoshui and Deng Lei, and directly ignored them. Because he found Mu Xueqing curled up in a cell. One step forward. Both hands held the Xian iron cell door. Click, 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 click. A sound of twisted steel came. The adult arm thickness of the Xian iron fence was actually directly twisted by Yi-chen. My god. Su Xiaoshui covered her small mouth in death. Deng Lei was stiff and continuously sucked in cool air. Yi-chen took a step into it. Xueqing. Su Xiaoshui hurriedly spoke. Mr. Yi, this young lady, she's fine, but she seems to have drunk too much. After being thrown in by the Chu family, she has been huffing and puffing. Yi-chen checked once and determined that Mu Xueqing was fine. Sighing in relief. Carrying her on his back, he walked towards the outside of the dungeon. Deng Lei exclaimed in shock, Mr. Yi, why have you come to the Chu family? How is the situation outside? Is Chu Lao willing to release people? Have you ended your negotiations? Those two guardians, did they do anything to you? Yi-chen spat out an icy sentence. The Chu family has been completely destroyed. Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan were also killed by me. The moment he stepped out of the dungeon, a sword chi attacked him. Clang! Clang! With two loud bangs, the cage holding the duo exploded. Deng Lei froze in place. The Chu family has been destroyed? It can't be right. He couldn't care less about Su Xiaoshui and rushed out of the dungeon. Along the way, all the people of the Chu family were lying on the ground. Tang Lei went up to check and all of them died violently. Yet there was not a single wound on their bodies. Spooky. Too damn weird. What the hell is going on? Deng Lei rushed into the Chu family hall in shock and was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. At the entrance, a dry corpse was lying on the ground. The body was twisted, as if it had suffered great pain before death. Yuan Lao. Deng Lei instantly recognized the clothes of this person. It was none other than Guardian Yuan Lao. It was too late to be shocked. Towards the hall. Only to see. Chu Zhengde had long since died. His limbs exploded, his chest exploded, his eyes were wide open, and his old face was filled with horror. Death did not close his eyes. Not far away, a corpse whose head had exploded, leaving almost nothing but a white bone, was nailed to the wall of the Chu family. At the feet of the white bone, a piece of flesh and blood was very neat. Vomit. Even though Tang Lei had seen countless large scenes, he directly vomited at this moment. An extremely terrifying thing occurred to his mind. Ling Lai. Is actually Ling Lai. This dress is. Hissing. Tang Lei sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Oh my god. Zhang Lao was lynched alive. By Yi-chen? The Chu family was annihilated, and the two guardians died tragically. Dragon Kingdom, this is going to change the sky. Dragon Lord, Dragon Lord. Deng Lei staggered out, fell down several times, climbed up like a madman, and headed towards the outside of the Chu family. Chapter 69, Chu family extinguished, Guardian dies, the world is alarmed. After Tang Lei left, he rushed to the Dragon Lord's office as fast as he could. What did you say? The Dragon Lord stood up in shock, a pair of wise eyes that had experienced countless storms without being moved. At this moment, however, a flash of shock that could not be concealed flashed through them. The Great Eastern Mountain ancient martial Chu family, completely destroyed? Guardians Jiang Tsangshan and Yuan Sihai died tragically, not even a whole body was left behind? Was it really Yi-chen who did this? Tang Lei was sweating like a pig, his lips were shivering. Dragon Lord, subordinate. Subordinate, although I didn't see it, gulp. But everyone in the entire Chu family all died. Jiang and Yuan, the two guardians, also died in an extremely miserable state. Yi-chen. Oh no, Golu. Yi Major General personally admitted that Jiang, Yuan, two guardians were killed by him. He kept swallowing his saliva. One could imagine how much this matter had shaken this secretary. How could this be? The Dragon Lord's face was grave, his hands behind his back. Inside the office, pacing back and forth. The sound of anxious footsteps signaled the uneasiness in the heart of this person in the highest position of the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly. Tut tut tut. The red line phone on the desk rang, and the Dragon Lord quickly answered it. Speak. After listening to the news on the phone, the Dragon Lord's eyes contracted even more fiercely for a moment, then he nodded with a grave face. Okay, I know. Dragon Lord, what's wrong? Hanging up the phone, Deng Lei subconsciously asked. The Dragon Lord sat back in his chair, his face had never looked so grave. Latest news, all over the world, from the Dragon Soul, the Middle Sea, the country of M, and the countries of Europe, as long as it is someone who has a blood relationship with the Chu family. Within an hour, there were no wounds on their bodies, nor any signs of poisoning. All of them suddenly died violently. The coroner could only identify that they died of cardiac arrest. My god, ah! Deng Lei was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground. Ancient martial arts Chu family, this time is really completely destroyed. 1,000-year-old ancient martial family, how the hell did he do it? The Dragon Lord's eyes flashed with a flash of intense shock. Contemplating for a few seconds, no, I have to personally make a trip to Shanghai. Dragon capital, Yi family. Dad, something big has happened. Yi Hongya rushed all the way to the deepest part of the Yi family, not daring to stop even though he fell on his face on the way. What happened? Yi Jinbei held a volume of military books in his hand and slowly put it down. Yi Hongya sweated like a pig, his face reddened. 2 hours ago, the Great Eastern Mountain ancient martial Chu family was completely destroyed. It is rumored that Jiang and Yuan, the two guardians, also died at the scene. All of this, it's very likely that it was the Ji-Chen who did this. What are you saying? Yi Jinbei snapped in shock, the book of arms falling to the ground. Yi Hongya will know the news, carefully said once, trembling voice spoke. Dad, this little will not kill on the Yi family, right? Yi Jinbei, how sophisticated, sighed. It won't. If he really has this kind of strength, that day at Fenger's funeral, he had already destroyed you. Dad, what do you mean if he really has this kind of strength? Could it be that the destruction of the Chu family was not Yi Chen's doing? Yi Hongya's eyes widened. What do you think? Yi Jinbei looked at this son. Everything was good. It was just too stupid, reacting half a beat slower to everything. Hiss. You mean the one above, the dragon? Yi Hongya sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Hush. Yi Jinbei made a silent gesture. Besides him, who else can there be? More than 10 years ago, I brought Fenger to see Yi Chen, and although he has a resolute character, he is not a good seedling. Otherwise, I would definitely bring him back to the Yi family to cultivate him. Although he disappeared for 5 whole years, how could he decimate the two guardians, Jiang and Yuan, with the power of one person? Not to mention overthrowing the entire ancient martial Chu family, there is another pair of hands behind this. Yi Hongya sweated like a pig. Dad, is the Dragon Lord really going to make a move? After the Chu family is overthrown, what's next? Are the other lineages, the ancient martial arts families? Yi Jinbei's eyes flickered as he shook his head and did not answer the question. Instead, he spat out a sentence, the pattern that the Dragon Kingdom has maintained for 1,000 years, it's time to change. There are some people who have been suffering me for a long time. Dragon capital, Xiao family. Did someone really see Yi Chen leaving from the Chu family? Xiao Jingguo was filled with disbelief as he listened to the news that came back. The ancient martial Chu family was actually completely destroyed. Even the two guardians had died tragically at home. The news was too shocking. So much so that Xiao Jingguo couldn't believe it after hearing it. Yes, master, someone saw Yi Xiao holding a girl named Mu Xueqing and calmly getting into the Jiangnan king's car to leave. The middle-aged man replied. Xiao Jingguo waved his hand, and only then did the middle-aged man retreat. On the side, a charming young woman frowned. Dad, you don't really believe that Yi Chen has this ability, do you? This kid has only been missing for a mere 5 years, how could he have the power to subvert an ancient martial arts family? I think, this kid is 80% being used as a gun. The young woman was none other than Xiao Churan's mother whom Yi Chen had met in Shanghai. Xiao Xue. Xiao Jingguo's old face was grave. How could I not think so? Who do you think is using him? Xiao Xue let out a cold laugh. Oh, besides the Dragon Lord, there can still be. Speaking here. Xiao Xue suddenly stopped and her body trembled. Oh no. If Yi Chen is really being utilized by the Dragon Lord, then Churan is in danger. No, I have to make another trip to Shanghai to bring back Churan. It's not just the Yi and Xiao families. The other two major families in Dragon Capital, the Wang family and the depths of the Gu family, were equally shaken. This kid Yi Chen, did he really do this? It is estimated that there is someone else behind it. He can't do this alone, this is releasing a signal to us. Since an hour ago, various strangers had been coming in and out. The ancient martial arts families, the Southeast Lin family, the Northwest Qin family, and the Southwest Xiao family, were shaken. The Great Eastern Mountain Chu family has all been destroyed, the spearhead of the long sword, should be pointed at us. Thousands of years of the Chu family, destroyed in a single day, this is not something that a mere Yi Chen can do. I'm afraid that the person behind it is the Dragon Lord. Then what should we do? We must not sit and wait for death. I heard that Yi Chen has an elixir called Black Jade Severing Pill in his hand, which can restore a martial artist's damaged tendons and veins. This item may be a turnaround for us to save ourselves. Of course, Yi Chen did not know that the reactions of the major families and martial arts circles in the Dragon Kingdom were so great. However, he was also indifferent. When he returned to the Dragon Lake No. 1 villa, Mu Xueqing was still passed out. This niece's drinking capacity was too poor, and after sleeping for a few hours, she still showed no signs of waking up. Jiangnan King, spread the news, anyone who has information about the ancient martial arts family Wan family, or Wan Tianming. Anyone can come to me to exchange for 100 Black Jade Severing Pills. Yi Chen dropped these words and carried Mu Xueqing towards the villa. Jiangnan Wang froze in place in shock. A Black Jade sequel pill was worth $10 billion. 100 Black Jade sequel pills, wouldn't they be worth more than $1 trillion? Heavens! Jiangnan King swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Yi Chen's departing back in horror. Dragon Kingdom, a certain ancient land. It was the ancient martial vanguard family ancestral land. A hunchbacked old man quickly walked into a study and knelt on one knee. Family master, Jiang Xingshan and Yuan Sihai died tragically in the Chu family. The Chu family is no more. In front of the desk, the person sitting there. It was none other than the one who had taken away Yi Chen's father, Wan Tianming. Chapter 70, Xiao Charan, Yi Chen, you didn't do that kind of thing? Swish. Wan Tianming raised his head. He had a head full of white hair, yet his appearance was like that of a middle-aged man in his early 30s. A pair of falcon-like eyes carried a strong sense of oppression. What did you say? The Chu family is no more? Yes. The hunchbacked old man took the Chu family's situation and explained it. Yi Chen? Oh, just a pawn. Dragon Lord is the real person behind the scenes. Wan Tianming did not put Yi Chen in his eyes at all. 5 years ago, after he captured Yi Lingyun, he had secretly investigated Yi Chen long ago. It was determined that this person was a waste, an uneducated dude only. In just 5 years, there was absolutely no way that this waste could have the strength to subvert the Chu family and decapitate 2/5 Viscera Realm 8th level guardians. There is one more thing. Speak. The hunchbacked old man reported, half an hour ago, someone in the Shanghai martial arts world spread the news that Yi Chen was offering a reward of 100 black jade severing pills. Anyone who knows the whereabouts of the Wan clan, or you can go forward to collect it. Reward me? This little bastard dares to reverse the Big Dipper. Wan Tianming's palm fell, and the yellow pear desk in front of him, which was worth tens of millions of dollars, turned into pieces. A moment later, Wan Tianming's anger faded. How is Yi Lingyun's situation? The hunchbacked old man smiled, still locked up in the dungeon, but he still won't talk. You go and tell him that his son has recently been used as a gun by the Dragon Lord. If he wants his son to die, then continue to keep secrets for others. Wan Tianming smiled. Creak. The villa door was pushed open. Xueqing. Xiao Charan stood up from the sofa in shock and tiredly rushed to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, is she alright? What exactly happened? Yi Chen shook his head. Don't worry, Xueqing is fine, it's just a misunderstanding. She drank too much, she hasn't woken up since she was taken away. Just a misunderstanding? Xiao Charan froze. How could she not believe this explanation? 2 of Jiangnan King's men had their throats slit by someone who suddenly appeared. Xiao Charan called the police, attracting a group of people from the relevant departments to investigate, and then a phone call. Those people actually all withdrew. Xiao Charan is not stupid, there must be a problem. Yi Chen just wanted to open his mouth. Yi Chen shook his head. Well, don't ask, I don't want Xueqing to add to her troubles. Just pretend that she was drunk and then nothing happened, is that okay? Looking at Yi Chen's eyes, Xiao Charan's heart was not savory, and a wave of jealousy surged to her heart. Yi Chen, is she that important to you? Yi Chen froze. She is the woman I want to protect in my life. Xiao Charan stayed in place. I don't know how long it had been, but my eyes had long been a blur. I don't know if it was jealousy, or whether it was heartache for herself. Obviously she was the one who had given birth to Yi Chen's daughter. By the time she reacted, Yi Chen had already carried Mu Xueqing into her room. Xiao Charan, come help me. Xiao Charan wiped away her tears, her eyes red as she walked into the room. What is it? You just cried? Yi Chen was puzzled. I wasn't worried about Xueqing, and now when I think of those who took her, there's still a pang of fear, so I couldn't help but cry. Xiao Charan looked a little unnatural and quickly changed the topic. What do you want me to help you with? Yi Chen pointed to Mu Xueqing on the bed. Xueqing drank wine and sweated a lot. Men and women are not related, please help her take a bath. Ah? Xiao Charan froze, her eyes wide. Aren't you guys boyfriend and girlfriend? Helping her take a bath isn't a big deal. Could it be that you guys haven't done that kind of thing yet? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Stop it, our relationship is ice clear, okay? But Xiao Charan snorted out a laugh. So? It turns out that you guys haven't had anything happen yet, no? Xiao Charan, what exactly are you losing your mind about? People didn't have anything to do with you in the first place. Don't know why. Xiao Charan's mood, suddenly great. Okay, then you go out, I promise to wash her clean. Thanks. Yi Chen turned around and walked out of the room. Half an hour later, Xiao Charan moved her shoulders and walked out. I'm exhausted, I've never served an adult in a bath since I grew up. Take it. Yi Chen handed over a few sheets of paper. What's this? Xiao Charan looked down and actually wrote a whole side full of names of Chinese herbs. Yi Chen said with a straight face, these are some of my improved Dan formulas. I heard from Jiangnan King that you guys were almost bullied when you went to the banquet. Your beauty company just opened, don't rush to pull investment. Believe me, let your people study these Dan formulae, they should have miraculous effects in terms of beauty. Really? Thank you then. Xiao Charan was skeptical and collected Yi Chen's Dan formula. Suddenly, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door, and Yi Chen's eyes moved slightly. I'll open it. The villa door opened. Major General Yi, that person is here. Please take a look. Deng Lei stood at the door and made way. On the road outside the villa, there was a black sedan parked with an explosion-proof body that was extremely bulky. The window descended, revealing a country face. Dragon Lord, it must not be. In case there are snipers, the guard in the car changed color. Yi Chen silently nodded his head and walked towards the explosion-proof sedan. Xiao Charan also saw Dang Lei and felt that this person looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Walking over to the villa window, he looked towards the outside. This is... Xiao Charan's beautiful eyes contracted fiercely for a moment. A pretty face, instantly scared white, slightly opened her small mouth. My god, how did that person come? Looking for Yi Chen? After Yi Chen got on the car started and headed towards the outside of the villa area. Yi Chen, you really are too impulsive. In that battle at the top of Taishan Mountain, you've already killed Wan Kunlun. Offending the general administration of martial arts, you've caused a great deal of trouble. This time, I don't know what tactics you used, but you actually exterminated the entire Chu family. The two guardians, Jiang and Yuan, both died at your hands. Do you realize what you're doing? The Dragon Lord's brows knitted together, his tone grave. Yi Chen swept a glance at him and smiled. I'm ridding the people of evil. What did you say? The Dragon Lord froze. On the way here, he had considered countless answers from Yi Chen, but only this one had not occurred to him. Yi Chen laughed. What's the point of living for this kind of existence that wreaks havoc on the people? Every single person that I, Yi Chen, have killed is someone who deserves to be killed. Just like that Chu Tianqi, if he was just an average dude, I would have just slapped him to death. Chu Tianqi attended the first elementary school in Jilin. At the age of 6, put drugs into a classmate's water cup, causing death. 14 years old, had a conflict with someone on the basketball court, breaking a classmate's arms and legs. During his university days, there was a bad incident of choosing a concubine in the school, once directly broke into a female dormitory and defiled 4 freshmen in one night. These are the ones that Zhang Nanwang found out, and there are others that he didn't find out? You wouldn't be unaware of how much evil the rest of the Chu family has done, would you? You think I exterminated my clan just because of one Mu Xueqing? 1,000-year-old family? How many ordinary people's blood and tears piled it up? None of them were innocent. Yi Chen finished in one breath. Facing Yi Chen's question, the Dragon Lord froze completely. But what about the Guardians? They guarded the Dragon Kingdom after all, you. Guardians? The Guardians. Yi Chen laughed. If these randomly arrest people for their own selfish interests, things that casually kill people are a country's guardians, then what I, Yi Chen, will do is kill all of these things. Send them all to hell. Chapter 71, A Life Not Under Control. As for you, I want to thank you for indeed helping me out with some trouble. If you're here to persuade me, I'm sorry, I'm a person who doesn't listen to persuasion. I know very well what I'm going to do on my own, no one can stop me. The Wan family, the Martial Arts Bureau, the ancient martial families, including all those who have harmed my parents, I will erase them all. Finished speaking. Yi Chen didn't wait for the Dragon Lord to speak and directly pushed open the car door. The car was traveling at a speed of 90 kilometers an hour, but Yi Chen jumped down in one step. Bang! Casually closing the car door. Yi Chen. The Dragon Lord was startled and saw through the rearview mirror. Yi Chen had stood firmly on the side of the road and hit a cab to leave. Dragon Lord, looking at General Ye's attitude, I'm afraid he's going to fight those people to the end. Dang Lei had a worried look on his face. Dragon Lord's old face was cloudy and uncertain, thinking for a long time. Alas. A long sigh, there's no way out, I can only support him when he does this. This kid's character is even more stubborn than his father. Instead, it's more like his murderous and determined mother. His power alone is ultimately too small. How about this? Give him the dragon soul. Tang Lei was startled. Dragon Lord, give him the dragon soul? What do you mean? Dragon Lord smiled. Dang Lei. Subordinate is here. Dang Lei hurriedly knelt down on one knee. It was good that the limo was spacious enough not to have his hands full. Pass the order down, Edict Yi Chen as the Dragon Soul Grand Marshal. Command the Tinglong Division, the Subterranean Dragon Division, and all members of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. The Dragon Lord spoke in a shocking manner. Tang Lei was frozen in fear. Oh my god. A marshal under 30 years old? He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Dragon Lord, since the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, there has never been a marshal less than 30 years old. Not only that, the whole world has never heard of any country that has a marshal less than 30 years old. Moreover, those forces are saying that you are the one manipulating Yi Chen. With this edict, won't you be confirming their speculations? The Dragon Lord smiled proudly. So what if they guessed? At this moment. Only then did Deng Lei finally realize that the person in front of him was not just an old man who looked amiable. More so, he was an emperor who held the power of life and death, the most powerful in the Dragon Kingdom. After a long time. Only then did Deng Lei react and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. But Dragon Lord, Yi Chen doesn't like to be bound, even if you edict him. I'm afraid, he won't accept it either. In the Dragon Lord's wise eyes, a smirk flashed. This kid values affection and more righteousness. Tell him that his father once left behind a Yi family army, which is in the dragon soul. Hi! Deng Lei's eyes lit up. Dragon Lake Villa. The knock on the door sounded again. Xiao Charan opened the door. Mom, why are you here? Xiao Xueme thundered in. Come with me, you can't continue to stay in Shanghai. Even if you continue to stay in Shanghai, you absolutely can't stay by Yi Chen's side anymore. Xiao Charan frowned. Mom, where did you take the wrong medicine again? Humph. Xiao Xueme snorted coldly. Don't think that you can fall in love with this kid over time and make him end up falling in love with you. This kid has offended many people. He's dead. 3 hours ago, the Great Eastern Mountain ancient Martial Chu family, all of them were wiped out. 2 guardians died, although everyone knows that it was all a secret operation by the highest person in the Dragon Kingdom. In reality, the obvious shield was that Yi Chen. Yi Chen was used as a knife. After listening to Xiao Xueme's words, Xiao Charan couldn't close her mouth in shock. Her beautiful eyes were round, and her mouth could almost be stuffed into an egg. Yi Chen had annihilated the ancient Martial Chu family? And killed 2 Dragon Kingdom guardians? Goodness! Xiao Charan came from a family, so she naturally knew what the ancient martial family meant. Mom, is this true? Yi Chen is really that powerful? Xiao Charan was a little surprised. Xiao Xueme rolled her white eyes to the sky. Awesome my ass. This kid is being used by someone and still doesn't know it. Reaching out, he grabbed Xiao Xueme's wrist. You must leave with me today. Bu Xia is already waiting for you at the airport. Let's go back to Longdu together, away from this place of wrongdoing. No way. Xiao Charan kept backing up. There was no way she could leave. Not leaving? Humph. Bring the young lady back. Yes. 2 men walked in outside the villa, a martial artist's aura striking them. Xiao Charan rushed to the coffee table in the living room and picked up a fruit knife. Against her neck. Mom, if you dare to take another step forward, I will kill myself. Miss, don't. The 2 men changed color. Xiao Xueme coldly snorted. I know you don't dare to kill yourself at all. Leave her alone, take her away from me. Zira. Xiao Charan was very decisive. The fruit knife slashed at her wrist and blood flowed like a stream. Ah. Xiao Xueme is startled, her face instantly turns white. Charan, what are you doing? Stop it all. Xiao Charan's fruit knife rests back against her neck as tears slide down her face. Mom. I beg you to stop controlling my life. I'm a human being, a flesh and blood, a living human being. 5 years ago, you forced me to have a child for Yi Chen, and I promised you. 5 years later, you forced me to leave Yi Chen again. What do you want from me? I don't want to be under your control anymore. I want to have my own life. If you force me again, I'll die for you. Go, you guys go. A pair of beautiful eyes were all bloodshot. Good. Xiao Xueme finally got scared and kept backing up. Don't do anything stupid, I'll go. The moment she exited the villa, Xiao Xueme walked back again. What are you doing? Xiao Charan was very alert. Xiao Xueme took a deep breath. I'll give you 1 more month, if your situation hasn't changed in any way. The company doesn't have any improvement either, you'll leave with me. Otherwise, even if I take away your corpse, it's still better than letting you die by Yi Chen's side. Finished speaking. Turned around and left. Xiao Charan stumbled and fell into the sofa, letting the blood gush out. Glancing at the prescription on the coffee table, she knew that this was her last chance. Are you all right? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. I just saw your mom, if you need help, just ask. Only then did Xiao Charan realize that Yi Chen had appeared at the front door of the villa at an unknown time. I'm fine. Xiao Charan hurriedly hid the fruit knife. Yi Chen swept a glance and realized that Xiao Charan's wrist was bleeding. Taking a step forward, he grabbed her hand, and a thick warm feeling came. Xiao Charan was like a wounded deer, subconsciously wanting to draw back her hand. Don't move, it's hurting the blood vessels. If it continues like this you'll lose too much blood and go into shock. Yi Chen gently shouted. Xiao Charan froze, allowing this man to grab her hand and carefully bandage it. She looked a little dumbfounded. Subconsciously, she reached out her right hand and went to stroke Yi Chen's side. What are you doing? Yi Chen was puzzled. Nothing. Xiao Charan's pretty face reddened all of a sudden, her heart like a deer in headlights. Yi Chen nodded. Right, the prescription I gave you just now, there's one on it that can get rid of scars. You can figure a bit of it and apply it on your wrist and it won't leave a scar. Drip drip drip. At this moment, the cell phone in Yi Chen's pocket rang. Just as he answered it, an urgent voice came. Yi Chen, help. Chapter 72, Yi Family Army. Uncle Lin, what's wrong with you? Yi Chen was taken aback. The Yi family's old mansion, which was already guarded by Jiangnan King's men, had something happened. It's not me. Lin Longhai hurriedly shook his head and shouted in grief. It's Fei. Her roommate just called and said that she was blocked by Han Xiaochen. Yi Chen, it's me who's useless. I'm an invalid. If anything happens to my daughter again, I won't live. Bang. 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 On the other end of the phone, there was also the sound of heads hitting heads. On Yi Chen's body, an ice-cold killing machine blossomed, making Xiao Charan unable to resist, trembling a little. She had an intuition that Yi Chen at this moment wanted to kill someone. Uncle Lin, where is Fei? Zhonghai University, she said she went to class in the past 2 days. Yi Chen hung up the phone. Xiao Charan, borrow your car for a bit. Good. Xiao Charan pulled out the car keys without hesitation. Yi Chen grabbed it and rushed out of the villa. The sound of the engine being overloaded came from outside the house, and it went away in absolute silence. Zhonghai University, under a teaching building. Many students gathered together and watched as several social workers surrounded Lin Fei. What are you guys doing? Get out of the way, I want to go back to my dormitory. These people were full of evil smiles. Eyes glancing at her chest, the end of her short skirt, her small waist, buttocks, and other private parts. Maisie, don't be afraid. As long as you promise to have fun with young Han, we won't do anything to you. A few people were roguelike and didn't make a move. They just blocked Lin Fei's way. On the only path of retreat. Han Xiaochen's mouth was tinged with playfulness as he smiled very revealingly. Fei Lin, I've wanted to grass you for a long time. Before, when your dad was the director of martial arts in Zhonghai, I still had a few moments of patience with you. Now your dad is a waste, a complete waste. If you come with me today, stay with me well tonight, and when I'm tired of playing with you, you can get lost. If you dare to resist, when I'm done playing with you, I'll let them you together tonight. Such explicit words. I can't believe I didn't hide them at all. One could only imagine how arrogant Han Xiaochun was on a regular basis. This person is also too disgusting. Who is he? So arrogant. Is there no law in Zhonghai? No one can rule him? Some freshmen gnashed their teeth and trembled with anger. Someone sighed. The Han family is over 100 years old, known as one of the 5 tigers of Zhonghai. The Han family's old man, several of his daughters married into the Longdu family, who dares to touch Han Xiaochun? Everyone opened their mouths, unable to say a word. The gazes that looked at Lin Fei revealed a touch of sympathy. A few social workers had fiery eyes and laughed happily. I told you, there's soup to be had by following Han Xiaoxun, right? Ha 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 ha. A Mercedes sedan sped up, and the crowd gave way in shock. The Mercedes headed towards Han Xiaochen, crashing madly. Bang! A muffled sound. Then, Han Xiaochen let out a heartbreaking scream. Ah! My leg! The crowd looked over and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Han Xiaochen was pressed under the front wheels of the Mercedes-Benz, a pair of legs twisted and deformed, looking completely ruined. A youth got out of the driver's side. Yi Chun. Lin Fei was like seeing a life-saving straw. Rushing over, she grabbed Yi Chen's arm in death, her body trembling continuously. This was a sign of being extremely frightened. Get him! Han Xiaochen let out a mournful roar. Seeing this, the few social workers directly pulled out daggers from their pockets and lunged towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen swept his foot across the ground, deforming the legs of several people. Lying on the ground, they screamed miserably. Stop! Right at this moment, a few leader-like people rushed out, shouting with an angry face, Who are you? How dare you dare to drive a car in the school and hurt people? Your life is ruined. And who are you? Yi Chen's voice was ice-cold. The man with the big back hair and Mediterranean Sea was exasperated and laughed. Who am I? I'm Tian Bingkuan, the director of instruction of Zhonghai University. You drove your car into the school and hit my school's graduate student, Han Xiao, and you're asking me who I am? Don't worry, young Han, I'll definitely stand up for you. Several other leaders, too, pulled out their cell phones, calling security personnel, and others called for ambulances. In less than 30 short seconds, dozens of security personnel armed with blast shields appeared. The surrounding students dispersed in a flurry, only daring to retreat to the distance to watch. Yi Chen laughed. Is this how you guys are leaders? Fei Lin was bullied by social workers and you guys turned a blind eye. I just showed up less than a minute ago, and you guys popped up right away. Can that be the same? Tian Bingkuan laughed coldly. Students are fooling around, why do you need to get on the bandwagon? Besides, our school leaders are watching from afar, what can go wrong? Kid, you are dead. I Han Xiaoshen pillow you will die a miserable death, my legs if the waste, I want to waste you your whole family. Han Xiaochen lay under the wheel, still threatening fiercely. Tian Bingkuan nodded. Han students, you can rest assured, I promise to give you a fair result. The word fair. It actually came out of this mouth. Simply ridiculous. What are you guys still frozen for? Electric batons are all ready for me, I don't believe how much this kid can fight. Tian Bingkuan ordered, take this criminal down for me and send him to prison. The group of security personnel rushed up. Right at this moment. A mere director of instruction, how dare you call Long Shui a criminal? A bellowing voice came from behind everyone. Who gave you the guts? The crowd turned around. Only to see a man wearing a military uniform with a country face dragons forward and kneels on one knee. Tang Fengwolf, see Marshal Long. Behind Tang Fenglang, a dozen people wearing major shoulder insignia similarly knelt on one knee. See you, Dragon Marshal. Dragon Marshal? The surrounding college students stared with wide eyes and jaws. Tian Bingkuan shook his head with a sneer. Where did you find these mass actors? You guys think this is a movie? The next second, hundreds of heavily armed, loaded soldiers rushed up and surrounded Tian Bingkuan and the school's security personnel, controlling them one by one. Only then did everyone react to the fact that this was not a movie. Tian Bingkuan and a group of leaders, their faces turned white with fear. Han Xiaochen was also confused. Tang Fenwolf thundered, all those related to this matter, take them all away. The Dragon Soul team members stepped forward and pressed in. Tian Bingkuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After all, he was a school leader with someone behind him. You dare! This is Zhenghai University, you dare to mess around? Do you believe me or not? I will immediately call. Pulling out his cell phone, he was about to call. Tang Fenwolf sneered, you can call, I'll catch one if you call one. Keep catching you with no position behind you, I'd like to see how many people dare to back you up. Han Xiaochen under the wheels roared, I'm a member of the Han family, how dare you arrest me? I want to talk to home. Tang Fenwolf looked down at him and sneered, who do you want to talk to? Is it Han Yuan, or Han Zhonghu? Or the Long Du Wang family? Or the Gu family? I'm telling you, even if the heads of these big families are here, you, Han Xiaochen, are dead today. Take them all away. Anyone who dares to resist will be executed on the spot. Iron-blooded tactics, thunder, and lightning. Han Xiaochen was so scared that his face was colorless, he even forgot about the severe pain coming from his legs. Tian Bingkuan completely froze, the cell phone in his hand snapped and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. He finally knew that he was in a big mess and had messed with someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Ha ha ha. Who says no one can be cured? Isn't this sanctioned? Long Shuai. Handsome. A few boys clenched their fists, their blood boiling with excitement, their eyes staring at Yi Chen with death. Waiting for everyone to be taken away, Fei Lin was also sent back safely. Only then did Tang Fenwolf walk up to Yi Chen's body, Dragon Marshal, all settled. Yi Chen frowned, why did you call me Dragon Marshal? Tang Fenwolf directly stood upright and gave a military salute. Dragon Lord has ordered that from now on, you are in command of the Dragon Soul Tinglong and Subterranean Dragon divisions. From now on, take up the position of Dragon Marshal. Yi Chen frowned, is my meaning not obvious enough? I have no interest in your positions. Tang Fenwolf seemed to have known that Yi Chen would react this way. He revealed a confident smile, Dragon Marshal, what if I tell you that your father once left behind a Yi family army? Chapter 73. Yi family army? Hearing these 3 words, Yi Chen's blood inexplicably boiled. His breathing also became rapid, and he couldn't help but ask after him, Tang Fenwolf, what the hell is going on here? Tang Fenwolf's eyes flashed with a touch of triumph, Dragon Marshal, Yi War God has served in Dragon Soul for more than 10 years. A group of brothers accompanied him through life and death, founding their own Yi family army. You, sure you don't want to go and take a look? Yi Chen's face was grave. A national troop with a title that actually dared to be called the Yi family army. One could imagine the importance of this troop to his father. Yes. Yi Chen agreed without hesitation, I'll go with you to the Dragon Soul headquarters. Great. Tang Fenwolf clenched his fists in excitement, Dragon Marshal, we're leaving now. Alright. Don't call me Dragon Marshal either, if people hear you, they'll think you're one of those crooked-lipped Dragon Kings from the skit. Yi Chen made a request. Tang Fenwolf nodded, no problem, I'll call you General Yi from now on. The two of them left Zhenghai University and went straight to the Dragon Soul headquarters. 3 hours later, the Dragon Soul headquarters arrived. Holding the Dragon Lord's warrant in his hand, Tang Fenwolf traveled unhindered all the way straight to the depths of the Dragon Soul headquarters. Where's the Yi family army? Why haven't we seen them? Yi Chen frowned. Tang Fenwolf had a strange expression and wanted to speak. Yi Chen's face sank, are you tricking me? Tang Fenlang shook his head with a bitter smile, General Yi, how would I dare to trick you? You'd better ask Chen Guofeng about this matter, he's the one who took over the Yi family army after Yi War God left. Yi Chen directly ordered, summon Chen Guofeng. Dragon Soul headquarters, inside an office. Hearing the report from his men, Chen Guofeng stood up in surprise, Dragon Marshal? Where did the Dragon Marshal come from? The henchman explained, it seems like the Dragon Lord personally ordained it, and the letter of appointment was sent directly to Tang Fenwolf. Tang Fenlang made a trip to Zhenghai and picked up the Dragon Marshal directly, he seems to be Yi Lingyun's son. The first thing he did when he returned to Dragon Soul was to meet the Yi family army. Yi Chen? Chen Guofeng's eyes widened. Spinning around. In the end, he evoked a playful sneer. Putting down the secret letter in her hand, just now, my sister even wrote to me, saying that Yi Chen is a puppet supported by the Dragon Lord. I didn't expect this kid to be placed in the Dragon Soul so quickly. Is the Dragon Lord trying to bail him out? Oh, let's go. A brat, I want to see how much he can do. The lighter lit the secret letter and threw it into the trash can. Toward the outside of the office. When Chen Guofeng arrived at the conference room, a group of senior executives of Dragon Soul had all arrived at the scene. Yi Chen sat at the first position, and Tang Fenwolf had already finished reading out the Dragon Lord's appointment letter. See you, Dragon Marshal. When Chen Guofeng walked in, all the Dragon Soul generals gave a low roar in unison. Yi Chen's eyes sank and landed on Chen Guofeng, who walked in. Where is the Yi family army? Brush. Countless gazes fell on Chen Guofeng. Chen Guofeng arched his hand. I'm sorry, Yi Chen, but what Yi family army? Those people are just too old. The old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled have everything. Dragon Soul is a special force, not an orphanage. They're old, of course they're repatriated back home. Yi Chen only had one sentence. I order you to recall them. Reactivate the Yi family army number. The corner of Chen Guofeng's mouth twitched a bit, a lazy, hangdog look. Still sorry, Yi Chen. No way. The Yi family army's number has been sealed. It's not something you can restart just because you want to, it needs the Dragon Lord. Yi Chen was simply too lazy to listen. With a direct wave of his hand, drag it down and decapitate it. The words landed. The entire room was dead silent. Everyone was confused? Execution by decapitation? Chen Guofeng was also confused, staring at Yi Chen with wide eyes, extremely gloomy. Yi Chen, are you kidding? What have I done wrong? You dare to decapitate me? Tang Fengwolf was also startled. Dragon Marshal, this. Yes, Marshal Long. Chen Guofeng didn't do anything wrong, did he? The moment you open your mouth, it's a decapitation. This is out of order. Commander Long, think twice. Almost all of the Dragon Soul executives opened their mouths to persuade. Chen Guofeng smiled. Yi Chen, without a reason, how can you kill me? Yi Chen nodded. You want a reason? I'll satisfy you. First, I am the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Soul. You open your mouth and call me by my real name. This is disrespect. Chen Guofeng's face was grim. At most, this will cure me of disrespect. The crime is not to death. Yi Chen smiled. Good. I have always convinced people with virtue. Since I am the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Soul, the first order I gave when I took office was to restore the Yi family army's title. And you say, no? His eyes turned and landed on Tang Fengwolf. Tang Fengwolf ignored the Supreme Commander's military order. According to the rules, how will he be dealt with? The Dragon Soul's military orders, Tang Fengwolf had long memorized them. Spitting out 3 words, decapitate. Stand. Decide. Yi Chen's voice was chilling. What are you waiting for? Several generals immediately stepped forward and dragged Chen Guofeng down. He struggled while roaring like a madman. Yi Chen, you dare to kill me? You are finished. My brother-in-law is the 9,000 years old. He won't let you go. Foxconn, a certain assembly line. Old Kong, your phone. The supervisor shouted. On the assembly line, a middle-aged man with a broken arm, mute in his eyes. Walking over to the telephone, a voice came from the opposite side. Commander Long has restarted the Yi family army's number. Return quickly. Old Kong froze, excited hands and feet are trembling, more wide-eyed. You? What did you say? Long Shui restarted the Yi family army number. Return quickly. Yes. Old Kong used almost all his strength to let out a hiss. Kong Dingyou is always on standby and will return when called. The sound was like a tsunami that spread throughout the entire assembly line. Everyone froze and looked over in shock. This mute old man had long since burst into tears. Almost at the same time, a city in the south, a courier point. The phone rings. The courier uncle picked up the landline phone. Hey, what's up? Okay, I got it. The courier uncle blasted everyone out and pulled down the roller shutter as soon as he could. Hey, we haven't gotten our courier yet. Another neighborhood, outside the security booth. A scar-faced man leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. A few charming young women came over every day to deliver food and drinks. Brother Wang, are you coming to my house tonight? I'll cook for you. Brother Wang, the sewer in my house is clogged, I need your help. Scarface revealed a bad smile. I'm not feeling well today. Another day. Another day? A few young women brightened up. Yeah. Pouncing over with a fragrant wind. Suddenly, Scarface's cell phone rang and pressed the answer button. Hello? Who is it? Marshal Long restarted the Yi family army number. Return quickly. What? Good, I know. Scarface pushed away the young women who rushed up and disappeared without looking back. Hundreds of kilometers away in a city, a takeout boy similarly left his electric car behind, stopped a taxi, and headed straight to the nearest airport. Dragon Soul headquarters, above the school field. All the top management of Dragon Soul were present. Chen Guofeng was tied up, kneeling on the ground was covered in water stains, and he was directly scared to pee. Yi Chen, you really dare to kill me? Grass. 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 My brother-in-law is 9,000 years old. Do you know what 9,000 years old is? How dare you kill me? How dare you? Chen Guofeng's face turned white as he roared like a mad dog. Yi Chen sat on the high platform and indifferently spat out, chop. The executioner stepped forward and raised the butcher's knife. The moment it was about to fall. At the end of the schoolyard, a majestic voice rang out. The 9,000 years has ordered that the knife be left at the end. Chapter 74, 9,000 years old. The executioner froze. Everyone couldn't help but look back as well, and their pupils couldn't help but contract a bit. Secretary Zhang. only to see. A middle-aged man walked in stride, holding a red-headed document. Yi Chen, the 9,000 years has an order. Chen Guofeng is acquitted, why don't you release him yet? Chen Guofeng stood up excitedly and let out a loud, unrestrained laugh. Ha 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 ha, Yi Chen. I told you, you can't kill me. Whoosh. Yi Chen took one step and landed beside Chen Guofeng. Casually snatching the large knife in the executioner's hand, he kicked Chen Guofeng's knee socket. Puff. Chen Guofeng's legs exploded and he fell to his knees on the spot. You. Pooh. A knife chopped down. Chen Guofeng's head fell to the ground, dryly. Hiss. Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cool air in shock, and Tang Fengwolf's eyes almost burst out. Yi Chen, have you eaten the guts of a bear? You dare to disobey the order of the 9,000 years? Secretary Zhang was trembling with anger. Yi Chen swept a glance at him. And who are you? Secretary Zhang laughed in anger. Ha, who am I? I'm the personal secretary of the 9,000 years. You actually don't know who I am? Yi Chen stared at him. This is the Dragon Soul headquarters. How did you get in? Where's your oracle? Secretary Zhang was as arrogant and domineering as ever. I can come in whenever I want. Who dares to stop me? So, you don't have an oracle? Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. What do you want? Secretary Zhang changed color. A bad premonition came over him. Yi Chen's voice sank. Without an oracle, no one is allowed to trespass the Dragon Soul headquarters. Violators, kill without pardon. The big knife in his hand was thrown out. Secretary Zhang didn't know martial arts, he simply couldn't dodge. Poof. The large knife directly penetrated Secretary Zhang's chest, taking him flying out, and nailed him alive on the wall dozens of meters away. Dragon Capital, inside a conference room. A meeting was underway. 9,000 years old, something big has happened. A female secretary rushed in with a flushed face. The meeting stopped and everyone looked over in surprise. This kind of high-level meeting, unless it was a heavenly matter, it was simply impossible to barge in like this. A middle-aged man, sitting firmly at the chief. 9,000 years old, Fu Guosheng. Power and status, second only to the Dragon Lord. Fu Guosheng sank his face. What is it? The female secretary's voice trembled. Chen Guofeng wasn't saved, he was chopped by Yi Chen himself. Fu Guosheng frowned. Secretary Zhang didn't arrive? Not. The female secretary shook her head. Secretary Zhang arrived in time and announced your order. However, Yi Chen still beheaded Chen Guofeng in public and killed Secretary Zhang. Bang! Fu Guosheng's palm fell, and the table in the conference room fell apart. Has Yi Chen gone crazy? He even dared to kill Secretary Zhang. The conference room was in shock, and his pupils contracted crazily. Madman. This was definitely a madman. Fu Guosheng calmed down, scanned the crowd, and suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. After half a day, it turns out that it's coming at me. Dragon Lord, with a madman, you can bring me down? 9,000 years old, should we make a move to get this lunatic killed first? Inside the conference room, the crowd frowned. Fu Guosheng smiled playfully. No need. That punk Lingyun, who was my enemy back then, wasn't he still wasted by me playing with him? His son, what kind of climate can he achieve? Taking a step back, the Martial Arts Bureau, the ancient martial clan, and the Wan family will not let this little lunatic go. They are already secretly plotting. This kind of idiot who only kills people won't live for more than 3 days. General Yi, the retired veterans of the Yi family army, are all inside. Tang Fengwolf led Yi Chen to a conference room. You go in, I'll lead you to it. Yi Chen nodded and walked in. Brush. More than 100 pairs of eyes landed on Yi Chen's body at once. Doubtful. Excited. Amazed. Surprise. All sorts of eyes flickered on these people, who were wearing factory overalls, takeout clothes, security uniforms, and courier clothes. After receiving the recall order, there was no time to change. You're all Yi family army? The moment he saw these people, Yi Chen's eyes reddened. Yi Chen, you are Yi Chen, right? These people, at once, recognized Yi Chen. There was no blood, but it was better than blood. One by one, they surrounded like elders. Ha ha, this kid looks a lot like Yi War God. No, he looks more like Big Sister Sue. Yi Chen, good boy, he's grown so big? Not bad. Not bad at all. I heard that you've become the supreme commander of the Dragon Soul? Ha, really, you've given your old man a long face. Whoa, this kid has grown up too, more than 10 years have passed, right? A group of big men, not beaten down by life. The moment they saw Yi Chen, they actually all cried. Yi Chen's eyes glowed red. Uncles, my father disappeared and was most likely taken away by the ancient martial arts family, the Wan family. I summoned you all back this time to look for my father. I hope that all of you, uncles, will help me. The words landed. The scene was quiet all of a sudden. The crowd's faces were hard to see. Yi Chen was a little disappointed. Uncles, are you unwilling? If not, I won't force myself. I will pay for your lives and give you a security in your later years. Kang Dinyo shook his head. Yi Chen, it's not that we are unwilling, but we can't do it anymore. What? Yi Chen was puzzled. Kang Daniel stretched out a broken hand. Yi Chen, after you or God left the dragon soul, our Yi family army was preserved though. However, most of them were sent out by Qin Guofeng to do something dangerous. More than 1,000 people of the Yi family army, those who died, and those who were crippled were crippled. It's not that everyone doesn't want to help you, but we've become crippled and can't do it anymore. More than 100 iron-blooded men, all of them bowed their heads, clenched their fists and helplessly loosened them. It's not that they don't want to, but can't do it anymore. An incomparably confident voice rang out, what if I can help you guys regain your strength, or even surpass the peak you once had? Zhonghai, Xiao Churan's medical beauty company. Inside the laboratory. Mr. Xiao, it's great. It worked, we did it. A lab technician exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Churan jolted awake from the recliner on the side, dragging serious dark circles under her eyes over, are you sure it really worked? For 3 whole days, Xiao Churan spent in the lab, barely closing her eyes, and when she was tired, she dealt with it on the recliner. Yes, Mr. Xiao. A few experimenters nodded excitedly, these few prescriptions, they are simply amazing. We followed the drug ratios above, and the first prescription, it can actually revitalize and rejuvenate cells. Clinical trials have shown that it can rejuvenate human cells. If used on the face, it can keep a woman looking 20, even 18 years old. The second remedy can revitalize blood circulation and remove blood stasis, so if there are scars on a person's body, it can be done without leaving scars. Moreover, the recovery time is extremely short, almost half an hour is enough to have an effect. Quickly, let me try. Xiao Churan immediately undid the bandage on his wrist. Let someone bring the ointment over. The experimenter took the ointment and applied it to Xiao Churan. In less than a dozen seconds, a strange itchy and strange sensation hits. After half an hour, the ointment gradually solidified. Xiao Churan moved his wrist and the solidified ointment fell off. The wound on her wrist healed and the scar had long disappeared without a trace, leaving only a newborn delicate skin. It's actually real. Xiao Churan was stunned. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the other side. Who are you? The crowd looked over and couldn't help but stare as a brand new face actually appeared in the lab. The woman spoke in surprise and excitement, Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry. My husband disliked me for getting old and found a mistress outside. So, I didn't hold back for a moment and took the ointment that can rejuvenate people. You are Zhou Yuan? Xiao Churan's eyes widened. Zhou Yuan was in her early 40s and was the backbone of a domestic medical beauty company that she had poached at a high price. It's me. At this moment, Zhou Yuan clearly looked like she was in her mid-20s. Her skin was glowing and beautiful. My God. Xiao Churan opened her small mouth, completely unable to close it. The formula that Yi Chen had written to her was actually so heaven-defying. Having these, she could really control her life, and all this was because of the 2 Dan formulas that Yi Chen had casually written out. Yi Chen, what exactly are you? Chapter 75 Bullying Too Much. How is this possible? My damaged tendons have actually recovered. Heavens, my strength is back? Yi Chen, how on earth did you do that? Inside the conference room, there were bursts of exclamations. Just a moment ago, Yi Chen had made a move and actually cured all the internal injuries that had been on the bodies of these 100 or so people for over 10 years. Each and every one of them was alive and well, with an inexhaustible power in their bodies. Yi Chen's face was a little pale, treating more than 100 people in a row, his spirit was highly concentrated. It made him use up too much strength, uncles, this is just the beginning. Although your injuries have recovered, your strength is generally around that of a Grand Martial Master, your realm is still too low. Hearing these words, everyone lowered their heads. Some people hadn't practiced martial arts for a few years, or even a dozen years, it would be strange if their realm wasn't low. Yi Chen, we'll work hard. Some stuttering voices rang out, clearly lacking in stamina. Yi Chen smiled, uncles, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, I want you all to break through to the sovereign realm within a month. Everyone looked at Yi Chen in shock. Wide-eyed. Couldn't believe their ears. 1 month? Grand Martial Master to the Sovereign Master realm? Just kidding. Kang Dania smiled bitterly, Yi Chen, don't tease us. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head, Uncle Kong, if I give you this item, are you sure that you can break through to the Sovereign Master realm? With a lift of his hand, a handful of pills magically appeared in his hand. This is 3 Dan lines, this is a 3rd-grade elixir. Kang Daniu was startled. A 3rd-grade elixir was worth at least tens of millions. Yi Chen had at least 20 to 30 pills in this handful of pills. Kang Daniu nodded his head gruffly, with these pills, 1 for each person whose strength is around the 9th level of Grand Martial Master, they should have a chance to break through to the Sovereign Realm. Yi Chen shook his head, Uncle Kong, I think you've misunderstood, it's not 1 for each person. The faces of the crowd darkened for a moment. Come to think of it, an elixir worth more than $10 million apiece, how could they, the cripples, be qualified to beat it? One after another, they lowered their heads. Yi Chen's voice rang out, it's for everyone, and it's unlimited, it's enough. What? The entire Yi family army jerked their heads up and looked at Yi Chen in shock. Yi Chen, are you telling the truth? Didn't lie to us, did you? Each and every one of these people's eyes were on fire, they were going crazy. Grass. A third-grade elixir worth $10 million, unlimited? And also ing manageable? Who wouldn't go crazy in their place? Yi Chen nodded his head, of course it's true. Now I have to ask you guys, in a month's time, can you enter the sovereign realm? Yi Chen, we are just putting our lives on the line to enter the sovereign realm. The crowd nodded their heads. Kang Dinyo said angrily, damn, a bunch of nobodies, and you call Yi Chen? Called Dragon Marshal. Yes, Dragon Marshal. When Yi Chen walked out of the conference room, Tang Fengwolf's face was a bit gloomy. Yi Chen felt something was wrong and asked out, what's wrong? Tang Fengwolf gritted his teeth. Han Xiaochen was taken away. The other party is holding a release order from the Dragon Capital side, stamped with the seal of the Dragon Capital military region. It's too much. To actually dare to snatch someone from our dragon soul. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Where is the person? Tang Fengwolf said, already returned to Zhonghai, treating his leg injuries at Zhonghai First Hospital. Yi Chen bellowed. All of the Yi family army listened to the order. Yes. More than 100 Yi family army rushed out from the conference room, forming a parade within 3 seconds. All Yi family army, please instruct. Yi Chen directly ordered, depart for Zhonghai and bring back Han Xiaochen. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be killed without pardon. Zhonghai First Hospital. Han Xiaochen was lying on the ICU bed, and several attending physicians, looking at the film that had just been taken, kept shaking their heads. Comminuted fracture, too serious. Elder Han, please forgive us for not being able to do anything. I'm afraid young Han will have to spend his next life in a wheelchair. No. 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 Han Xiaochen roared like crazy, almost jumping up from the hospital bed. I don't want to become a cripple. Dad, Grandpa, you guys go and hire the best orthopedic surgeon in the world. My leg, I want my leg, ah. Yi Chen, it's all because of that Yi Chen, I'm going to kill him. Several doctors rushed forward and held down the mad Han Xiaochen. Sam A plump young woman pulled Han Xiaochen's hand. Wang Yuehong, the daughter of the Longdu Wang family, Han Xiaoshen's mother. Seeing her son suffer, Wang Yuehong's eyes turned red and she turned back angrily. Han Yuan, how did you become a father? Your son had his legs ruined, and he actually didn't dare to let out a single fart. The other party is the new Dragon Marshal. Han Yuan's face sank like water. Wang Yuehong sputtered, not listening at all. So what if it's the Dragon Marshal? A worldly family of iron, a Dragon Marshal of running water. If I let my Wang family take action, this kid won't live for 3 days. It's bad luck that I married into the Han family. Your Han family, you're all cowards, downright cowards. You. Han Yuan was furious. You crazy woman, behind him stands the Dragon Lord. Wang Yuehong roared, what's the point of the Dragon Lord having been hollowed out long ago? It's your Han family's spine that's broken. Enough. The old man sitting in the ward bellowed lowly. Only then did Wang Yuehong shrink her neck, not daring to say anything else. Han Zhonghu's voice was icy cold. Yuehong, it's fine for you couples to quarrel, don't talk about Dragon Lord behind his back. If it gets out, not to mention the Han family, even the Wang family will be in big trouble. Wang Yuehong was shocked. She was impulsive, not stupid. Quickly changing her words, Dad, Sam's son is also your grandson, is this the way to see him become a cripple? Isn't it just playing with a few women? The big deal is to pay for it. Yi Chen ruined Sam's legs, he's ruined for life. The corner of Han Zhonghu's eyes twitched. Don't worry, this matter will definitely not end like this. I will definitely make this kid pay the price. At this time, a noisy commotion came from outside the ward. Who are you people? The entire floor has been chartered by the Han family. Han Yuan was already angry and roared, Grass. I told you to keep quiet, what are you doing? Pulled open the ICU door and rushed out. The next second. Bang! With a loud bang, Han Yuan flew out like a dead dog, smashed open the ICU ward door, and fell to the ground. Yuan. Han Zhonghu was shocked. A group of fierce, well-trained middle-aged men rushed in, and at a glance, they saw Han Xiaochen on the hospital bed. Kang Dinyo ordered, take him away. Han Zhonghu became furious. Who are you people? How dare you come here to rob me, Han Zhonghu? Snap. Kang Dinyo slapped Han Zhonghu over. What are you, Han Zhonghu, to arrest someone ordered by Marshal Long? How dare you stand in the way? Sam Wang Yuehong deadpanned in front of the hospital bed. Any of you dare to arrest my son? I'm the Longdu Wang family. Splat. Kang Dinyo slapped her directly shut up and fell to the ground, not daring to say a word. She could only watch as Han Xiaochen was taken away. Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Save me, save me. Han Xiaochen's voice echoed in the corridor and disappeared. Han Zhonghu let out a low roar of grief. Strange shame. Strange shame. Prepare a plane for me, I'm going to Dragon Capital. At the same time, Yi Chen received a call from Xiao Charan. Yi Chen, come back and take a look. Since you left, Mu Xueqing has slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and she hasn't woken up yet. Chapter 76, Killing Yi Chen in the Dark. It was already 3 hours later when Yi Chen returned to the Dragon Lake Villa. Yi Chen, you're finally back. Xiao Churan walked up with a haggard face. Yi Chen came to Mu Xueqing's room. She was still huffing and puffing. What's going on? Why hasn't Xueqing woken up yet? I don't know. After I got your prescription 3 days ago, I went to the company's lab. The cell phone also ran out of power and turned off, charged and turned on before I received Xiao Rou's message and rushed over. When Xiao had a worried look on her face, I've already notified the doctor and came to the house to have a look. The doctor said that Sister Xueqing was just drunk and prescribed sobering medicine and left. But it's been 3 days, is it really okay? Yi Chen frowned, looking at the still sleeping Mu Xueqing. He was just about to make a move to take his pulse. A woman's voice came out from behind, Xueqing. Auntie Xia, why are you here? Yi Chen turned around and saw that it was none other than Mu Xueqing's mother, Xiaocuiju. When Xiao said, I'm the one who informed Auntie, Xiaocuiju's face was extremely grave. Quickly walking to her daughter's bed, she extremely skillfully stretched out 3 fingers and landed on Mu Xueqing's wrist. Yi Chen's heart moved slightly. Xiaocuiju knew medical skills? A few seconds later. Phew. Xiaocuiju obviously breathed a sigh of relief, staring at Mu Xueqing's face. Her gaze flickered endlessly. In the end, as if she had made some sort of determination, she rushed at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, Xueqing, she's fine. I know that you know medical skills, but you shouldn't have any treatment on her right now. I'll leave for a while. Within 24 hours at most, Xueqing will wake up. Without waiting for Yi Chen to reply, he rushed out with a heavy heart. You guys go rest too, I'll keep watch here. Yi Chen proposed. Xiao Churan looked deeply at Yi Chen and exited the room with Wen Xiao. She hadn't closed her eyes much for 3 days and 3 nights, so she really couldn't stay up. After the two left, Yi Chen went up and checked Mu Xueqing's pulse. The pulse was strong, and there was no problem with the body. The only thing was that she couldn't wake up. What the hell is going on? Yi Chen was puzzled. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind, Master, Miss Mu is a trapped divine soul. You didn't use your divine soul to probe, so naturally you couldn't find out the problem. Yi Chen was startled. Divine soul trapped? Chaos tripod, what's going on? The chaotic cauldron said, a person with a powerful divine soul, with a single thought, can make an ordinary person enter an illusion. Or even, conceal the divine soul of an ordinary person, forever. Miss Mu's divine soul is obviously being sealed by a special means. I have a divine refining technique here, Master will know if you try practicing it. After saying that, in Yi Chen's mind, a piece of gongfu with more than 1,000 words appeared. He sat down on his knees and cultivated according to it. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dark outside, and there were no lights on in the room. In the darkness of the night, Yi Chen's eyes flashed out a light. God refining technique, first layer, it's done. Everything within a 10-meter radius is actually all under the shroud of my divine soul. No detail can escape my eyes. Is this divine soul externalization? Yi Chen was a little excited. His gaze sank. It landed on Mu Xueqing's body. Sure enough, on the surface of her body, there was a layer of blue light that ordinary people could not see. Blocking her body, this was the culprit that prevented her from waking up. The chaotic tripod's voice sounded again, Master, do you see it? Yi Chen nodded, I see it. Master, be careful, someone is coming, very many, and is approaching this villa. The chaos tripod's voice sank. Outside the Dragon Lake Villa. Under the night, dozens of figures flew in rapidly. In an instant, the entire villa was surrounded. The entire villa area has been cleared away, all surveillance has been disconnected, whatever we do now will not leave traces. An old man in ancient clothes spoke. Next to him, a middle-aged man frowned, is this kid really only around the Qi condensation realm? The Chu family and the 2 guardians, Yuan and Jiang, all died in this son's hands in plain sight. The old man in ancient clothes snorted coldly, it's all fake. What are you afraid of? There must be someone from the Dragon Lord involved behind the scenes, otherwise it would be impossible for this kid to decapitate Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang even after 50 years of cultivation. Today, we have only one purpose, to capture this son alive. Force him to hand over the formula of the black jade severing pill, and whether or not his parents left anything behind. Dozens of people had cold eyes, watching every move in the villa with death. About 5 minutes passed. Who's going in first to investigate? This. Everyone froze, not a single person dared to make the first move. Suddenly, with a creak, the villa's door was opened from the inside. A youth slowly walked out and swept the surroundings, a cold smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth. So many people have come? All here to kill me? I have quite a big face. Brush. Everyone's gazes sank, locking onto Yi Chen. In the air, an air of tension filled the air. Suddenly, someone spoke, feel that? The internal power fluctuation of a grandmaster? Grandmaster? Ha ha ha. This kid is actually just a district grandmaster. Sure enough, it's the Dragon Lord's people who are secretly striking. This kid is a shield. Thanks to the fact that we're paying so much attention to it. The tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Everyone laughed, and the air was filled with happiness. The old man in ancient clothes relaxed his guard and looked at Yi Chen indifferently. Yi Chen, you're nothing but a puppet, we won't make things difficult for you. As long as you hand over the formula of the black jade severing pill and then come with us, I'll guarantee that you'll be safe from each other. Yi Chen shook his head. I don't even know you guys. If you want me to go with you, you have to tell me who you are, right? Dozens of people looked at each other. A playful smile surfaced at the corner of their mouths respectively. The next second, a middle-aged man stepped forward, the 19th Chief Director of the Martial Arts Bureau, Du Rohan, ancient martial artist, 100 Rex Realm, level 5. Behind him, another man, following closely behind. The 20th Chief Director of the Martial Way Bureau, Wang Xiaolin, ancient martial artist, 100 Rex Realm, 6th level. Ancient Martial Arts Family, Southeast Lin Family. Lin Hu, 5 Viscera Realm, 6th level. Ancient Martial Family, Northwest Qin Family. Qin Weilong, 5 Viscera Realm, 7th level. Ancient Martial Arts Family, Southwest Xiao Family. Xia Jinxiu, 5th level of the Viscera Realm. 9,000 years second supplier, Li Jianxian, 5th level of the Viscera Realm. Dozens of people, all declaring themselves the Martial Arts Directorate, Ancient Martial Arts Families, and people from the 9,000 years. The lowest in strength was also in the Qi Condensation Realm. The old man in ancient clothes grinned. Wan Tian Dome, Ancient Martial Family 1, 5 Viscera Realm, 9th level. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. So I've offended so many people, so many experts have come. It seems that it won't work if I don't tie my hands. Finished speaking. Stretching out his hands, he looked resigned to his fate. Du Rohan, go and bring this kid here. Wan Tianxiang frowned, always feeling that something wasn't quite right. Yes, Elder Wan. Du Rohan grinned. Pulling an iron chain from his waist, he walked over to Yi Chen's body. Kid, count on your sense. The moment his hands clasped Yi Chen's wrists, he was about to lock him in place. Yi Chen revealed a weird smile. Wow. You really dare to make a move, huh? He clasped Du Rohan's hands with his backhand and yanked hard. Zira. Fresh blood bowed out. Ah. Du Rohan let out a pig-killing scream, his arms directly separated from his body. The pain was worse than death. Chapter 77, Go to hell, talk to my master. You're screaming like killing a pig, it's so hard to hear. Yi Chen spat out a sentence like a death sentence. Taking a step to catch up, he clasped Du Rohan's neck. With a fierce force. Ka-ching! The sound came to an abrupt end. This 19th Chief Director of the Martial Arts Bureau, in existence at the 5th level of the 100 Rex Realm, was actually crushed alive by Yi Chen's neck. This. Everyone's faces changed drastically, rubbing back in fear, looking at this death like youth in horror. Where the hell was this at the Grand Master Realm? To pinch the 5th layer of the 100 Rex Realm with his bare hands, it was at least the 5 Viscera Realm. What exactly is your realm? Wang Xiaolin's voice was trembling. Yi Chen locked onto Wang Xiaolin. You enjoy talking? With a stomp of his foot, he charged across like a cannonball. It was as if the god of death was urging for his life. Wang Xiaolin was scared out of his wits and yelled lowly, stop him. A few Qi Condensation realms from the Martial Arts Bureau rushed up and intercepted towards Yi Chen. Bang! 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 Yi Chen punched one by one, and several people's chests burst open, their hearts exploded alive and died. Wastes! All of them are wastes. Wang Xiaolin's eyes were bloodshot, he roared low in anger, all the strength in his body coalesced in his fist, and he blasted out with one punch towards the charging Yi Chen. Sorry, you are also a waste. The words landed. Wang Xiaolin screamed miserably, the arm that he had punched out was actually directly exploded by Yi Chen, turning into a blood mist. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air. A punch that turned a flesh and blood body into a bloody mist? How much power did this have to be? The moment everyone lost their concentration, Yi Chen had already crushed Wang Xiaolin's neck. The 20th Chief Director of the Martial Arts Bureau, Wang Xiaolin, 100 Rex Realm, Level 6. Dead. The rest of the martial arts cultivators present to witness this were sweating like pigs. There's something wrong with this kid's strength, it exceeds our predictions by a lot. But even if that's the case, so what? No matter how heaven-defying he is alone, he won't be able to kill all of us at the same time. As long as we all strike together, even if we are injured, we won't be killed immediately, and the others will be able to take advantage of the opportunity to strike and seriously injure him. Once this brat is injured, he will definitely die. Lin Hu roared lowly. The gazes of the others sank as they ferociously locked onto Yi Chen. Kill! Dozens of people rushed over at the same time, and the moment they surrounded Yi Chen struck. It was like a killing machine. Bang! Zira! Poof! In just one round, nearly a third of them died violently. Heads exploded, arms were torn off, and hearts were pierced through with a single punch. Extremely miserable. Hiss! The others were so scared that they kept retreating, looking at the blood-soaked Yi Chen in horror. This was too damn terrifying. Just now, were you the one who said you wanted to surround me? Yi Chen's eyes turned and locked onto Lin Hu. Lin Hu had a jolt as Yi Chen had already rushed towards him. Lin Hu bellowed, what are you still waiting for? Strike together. The others then reacted and came towards Lin Hu for cover. Kid, go die. Xin Weilong attacked from the side. Yi Chen didn't even look at this person and kicked him. Without the slightest impact, he landed in front of Lin Hu. Puff! 5 fingers pierced through the chest, bringing out a beating heart and crushing it. The entire process, crisp and clean. You are the devil. Lin Hu stared wide-eyed and fell straight down, dead. Run! Run! Xia Jinqiu, the ancient martial arts expert at the 6th level of the 5 Viscera realm, was so scared that he lost his soul and ran towards the distance like a madman. Yi Chen kicked a slate and landed on Xia Jinqiu's head. Half of his skull exploded on the spot. What kind of monster are you? The others who were involved in the siege saw the scene and their legs went soft in fear. Yi Chen smiled. I'm Yi Chen. The 5 years in your mouth is the little waste, little bastard that went missing. You. These people were so scared that they were on the verge of crying. This is still a waste? Where under the sky was there such a fierce waste? Yi Chen sneered, sending you all on your way. The figure flashed a few times, and the remaining 7 or 8 people all died violently. Gulp! Gulp! Li Jianchen frantically gulped his saliva, his sweat soaked his long shirt. The youth in front of him was simply a god of death. At this moment, the god of death turned back. On Li Jianchen's forehead, sweat could not be suppressed from pouring out, and he spoke in a trembling voice, Yi Chen, have something to say properly. Go to hell, talk to my master and the others. Li Jianchen looked like he was frozen in place in fear, looking at Yi Chen step by step in horror. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Suddenly. Ah, Yi Chen, you're dead. Li Jianchen laughed excitedly, swiftly pulling out the long sword at his waist. The dragon came out of the water. His fast sword could enter the top 3 of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. Within 3 meters, it was faster than a bullet. Puffing. The long sword was wrapped in a layer of white airwaves, and the sword broke the sound barrier. Towards Yi Chen's heart. With this sword, an iron plate 3 centimeters thick would have to be penetrated, and unless the opposite side was a body of steel, it would surely be pierced through the heart and die. When the sound of the long sword fell on Yi Chen's heart position, broke. Is it really a body of steel? How could it be? You. Li Jianchen's pupils contracted crazily, petrified with fear, truly feeling endless fear. Yi Chen raised his hand and effortlessly crushed Li Jianchen's neck. The next second, turning back like a god of death. That kind of aura made Wan Tianxiong not even have the courage to make a move. The voice of this ancient martial artist, who was over 100 years old, trembled. Yi Chen. You. Me. Kneel down. 2 short words made Wan Tianxiong feel like the youth in front of him was above the 9 heavens, overlooking everything. Pouncing. Wan Tianxiong was so scared that he directly knelt on the ground, his body unable to stop trembling. The smell of blood filled the air, mixed with Yi Chen's voice rang out, you come from the ancient martial Wan clan, what kind of person is Wan Tianming to you? Wan Tianxiong trembled and replied, Wan Tianming is my elder brother, half father, and half mother. My mother herself is a housemaid of the Wan family. Where is the ancient martial arts Wan family? No. I can't say. Wan Tianxiong raised his head, his eyes even more terrifying than just now. It was as if the location of the Wan family was a taboo-like existence. Not say? Yi Chen didn't bother with nonsense and snapped his 5 fingers. 13 silver needles directly disappeared into Wan Tianxiong's body. Ah! Wan Tianxiong rolled around on the ground madly, not even saying the words to beg for mercy. Suddenly, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, he died. Dead? Yi Chen kicked and shattered Wan Tianxiong's jaw. Within a broken tooth, there was actually poison hidden. Damn it! It was so hard to capture a member of the Wan family, but he actually took poison and died. Yi Chen's face was ugly. A moment later, he pulled out his cell phone. Hey, Jiangnan King, come to the Dragon Lake Villa. In less than 15 minutes, Jiangnan King arrived at the Dragon Lake Villa. When he saw the corpses on the ground and the costumes on these people, this Jiangnan King was directly stunned. Master, what are these people? Yi Chen casually pointed at a few of the corpses. That one said he was called something like Du Rohan, and this one is called something like Wang Xiaolin. This one says he's Li Jianchen from the 9,000 years side. Du Ruhan? The 19th Chief Director of the Martial Arts Bureau, Du Ruhan? This is the Dragon Kingdom Dark Ranking, a terrifying existence ranked in the top 200. King Jiangnan directly jumped up. Chapter 78 Ninth Senior Sister, Marrying? Lin Hu. From the ancient martial family, 179th in the underground dark ranking. Xin Weilong, from the ancient martial family, number 160 on the underground dark ranking. Xia Jinqiu, from the ancient martial family, 174th on the underground ranking. Hiss. Li Jianchen? That's the envoy beside the 9,000 years old Fu Guoshang. Legend has it that he's within 100th place on the underground dark ranking. There's also this. Tian Ah. Top 10 of the underground dark ranking, Wan Tianming's younger brother, Wan Tianxiong. A terrifying existence in the top 50 of the underground dark ranking. Every sentence uttered by Zhang Nanwang. His body trembled a little. When he said the last sentence, his face turned pale and his mind buzzed. Master, you killed all these people? Yi Chen nodded casually. Not bad. Hiss. Zhang Nanking was excited beyond words, an old face turned from deathly white to red, his eyes bloodshot. Master, I'm afraid your strength can be ranked in the top 30 of the Dragon Kingdom. Inwardly, he had long been screaming with excitement. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. I, Zhang Nanking, didn't follow the wrong person. Yi Chen is still so young, and he possesses this kind of strength. Once he grows up, his future stage will definitely be more than just the entire Dragon Kingdom, or even that place. Just as he was thinking, Yi Chen suddenly spoke. Zhang Nanking, have your men clean up this place. At the same time, chop off their heads and send them to the forces behind them. What? Zhang Nanking froze and stared with wide eyes. Send their heads back? Late at night, 2 a.m. At the gate of the Martial Arts General Administration, several men swept in sharply. Dropping a few boxes, they quickly left. Damn, who is it? What dares to be thrown at the entrance of the General Martial Arts Directorate? Are you crazy? A few men on watch cursed. Sleepily, they walked to the boxes and opened them. Ah! A few men were so scared that they instantly lost their drowsiness. What was placed inside the box was actually a bloody human head. Wait, this is the head of the two old chiefs. At the same time, outside of 9,000-year-old Fu Guoxing's residence, a figure swept in sharply and disappeared after dropping a box. The concierge picked up the box and opened it, pissing himself on the spot and going crazy towards the depths of the courtyard. Fu Guoxing had just fallen asleep not long ago and was having a beautiful dream. Bang bang bang. A sharp knock on the door sounded. Fu Guoxing was a bit angry. It's so hard to fall asleep. Xiao Wang, didn't I say long ago that there's nothing to bother me? What can't be said tomorrow morning? 9,000 years old, something big has happened. An old man's voice rang out from outside the room. It wasn't his secretary Wang. Elder 2? Fu Guoxing was startled. Elder 2 was his chief grand provider, an existence in the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom's dark ranking, who normally wouldn't show his face. Elder 2, what is it? Fu Guoxing put on a tiger skin and opened the door to his room. Elder 2 walked in with a bloody wooden box and a grim face. Li Jianxian, dead. What? In this instant, shock, amazement, surprise, and shock flashed across Fu Guoxing's old face, his voice hoarse as he let out a low growl. Impossible. According to the agreement, tonight, the General Administration of Martial Arts and several ancient martial arts clans will work together to behead the Yi Chen. Could it be that something went wrong halfway? With Elder Li's strength, can anyone kill him? Elder 2 spat out. Could it be Yi Chen? There is absolutely no such possibility. Fu Guoxing shook his head decisively. This little is nothing more than a pawn of the Dragon Lord, used as a bargaining chip against me. Although he has been missing for 5 years, he is still Yi Lingyun's son. Yi Lingyun was able to rise to power, and it wasn't because of that woman? Their son has been a waste for 18 years, and was almost killed 5 years ago. This little waste, even if he comes back after disappearing for 5 years, can he kill Li Jianxian? A fool's dream. Fu Guoxing shook his head affirmatively. Go ask the Martial Arts Bureau, and a few ancient martial arts families. Ask them if they killed Yi Chen. Elder 2 was just about to turn around. An old butler came over sweating. 9,000 years old, something big has happened. The Martial Arts Bureau, the ancient martial arts Lin family, the ancient martial arts Qin family, and the ancient martial arts Xia family just called. A mysterious person rushed to their door and put down a wooden box. Inside the box are the heads of those who acted tonight. The air almost froze. Fu Guoxing's eyes widened and his mouth slightly opened. On one side, Elder 2's brows were knitted together in death as he looked down at the human head of Li Jianxian in his arms. The scene was thus frozen. 2 hours ago, Zhang Nanking's people had just finished cleaning up the corpses on the ground, and the blood was all washed away with fresh water. As they led the people to leave, Yi Chen's divine soul fluctuated. Someone was spying in the dark. Not good, it's been discovered. A man in black was so scared that his face turned white. Anyone who saw Yi Chen take a breath and kill dozens of ancient martial artists would be scared like this. The speed of the man in black was very fast, rushing out of the Dragon Lake Villa area in the blink of an eye. After crossing several streets in one breath, the man in black finally stopped in an alley and exhaled. Damn. This kid's perception is also too terrifying. I have the turtle breath technique, and I can't believe I was even sensed by him. Looking back, a flash of fear flashed through his eyes. Luckily, I didn't let him catch up, otherwise A silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked the black-clothed man in the chest. As if he was hit by a truck, he directly flew backwards, ruthlessly smashing over a trash can. After climbing up and spitting out another mouthful of blood, he flopped down on one knee. You? The black-clothed man's eyes were horrified, looking at the death-like man in front of him. Where did this kid come out from? Yi Chen's voice was ice cold. Who are you? Why are you spying on me? Speak, or die. Don't. The black-clothed man's pupils contracted in fear for a moment, and he hurriedly pulled off his scarf, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. My name is Ling Zhong, I'm from the Ling family of Kunlun Mountain. My lady is your senior sister, Ling Hongyan. Ninth senior sister? Yi Chen's face slowed down and threw over an elixir. This elixir can cure your internal injuries. Ling Zhong received it and took a look, his eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. A healing pill with 3 dandelions, even in Kunlun Mountain, it was a luxury. Ah. Thank you, young Yi. Ling Zhong swallowed it in one gulp. Only then did Yi Chen speak. What did my senior sister ask you to come for? How is her condition now? Ling Zhong's eyes rolled twice. Xiao Yi, it's like this, your senior sister asked me to come and protect you. If you have any trouble, I'll help you out anytime. I didn't realize that Xiao Ye's strength is so terrifying that he doesn't need my protection at all. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. You're lying. Whoosh. Before Ling Zhong could see what was going on, he felt a ghost-like silhouette flash by, and his legs directly left the ground. His neck was clasped by an irresistible hand, and a suffocating sensation hit him. Yi Xiao. You? What are you doing? Ling Zhong panicked. Seeing with his own eyes that Yi Chen had slaughtered dozens of dark rank experts in one breath, how could he not panic? Ah. Yi Chen's voice was cold. Speak. Who the hell are you? Ling Zhong was almost scared alive as he said in horror, Young Yi, I really am a member of the Ling family, but I really wasn't sent by your 9th senior sister. It was 2nd Miss who sent me here. She wanted to see who the man who made 3rd Miss preferred to die rather than marry was. Yi Chen slammed Ling Zhong against the wall. The impact caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood once again. The 7-veined man helped the wall to climb up, and the death-like voice once again rang in his ears, rather die than marry? What happened? Who are you forcing my 9th senior sister to marry? Chapter 79, Someone from Kunlun Ruins. The moment the voice rang out, Ling Zhong only felt that an aura of death enveloped him. If he didn't answer truthfully, he would die without a burial place just like those ancient martial artists just now. Even this kid would send his head to the Ling family. Ling Zhong knelt on the ground and shouted in horror, Xia family, Kunlun Mountain Xia family. 3rd Miss was originally married to the Xia family's 3rd youngest, Xia Mo Yang, since childhood. But 10 years ago, the young lady got a strange disease, almost to the point of near death. The Xia family was worried that the 3rd young miss would die of the disease, so they directly brought people to the door to withdraw from the marriage. Later, the young miss suddenly got better and was sent to the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Bureau for training, and eventually became the chief martial arts director. Originally, this matter passed like this, but a few days ago after the incident in Taishan, the picture of the 3rd young miss was transmitted back to the Xia family. Ling Zhong said. He had been paying attention to Yi Chen's change in expression. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's face was as cold as death, nothing could be seen. Ling Zhong could only continue to explain, Xia Mo Yang knows that the 3rd young miss is still alive, and the 3rd young miss in the photo is simply stunning. So it reintroduced the marriage contract of that year. Yi Chen coldly said, hasn't the marriage contract been destroyed? Ling Zhong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, Mr. Yi, in fact, there is another reason. Speak. Xia Mo Yang was injured 3 years ago, his legs were directly wasted. Even if he is a member of the Xia family, no one's family is willing to push their daughter into the fire pit. Ling Zhong said. Grass. In Yi Chen's heart, an invisible rage erupted. So, you guys made my 9th senior sister marry a cripple? Ling Zhong was so scared that he cowed out frantically, Mr. Yi, this was not my idea. Bang. Bang bang bang. He kept kowtowing until his head was dripping with blood. Finally, Yi Chen continued to ask, when will the wedding start? Ling Kong trembled and glanced at his watch. It was already past 12 in the morning. It is agreed that at 5 in the morning, the Xia family will pick up the 3rd miss from the Ling family. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, arrive at the Xia family and hold the wedding. The Xia family, at this time, I guess it's time to depart. So soon? Yi Chen's face sank. It was absolutely impossible for him to watch his 9th senior sister jump into the fire pit and marry a cripple. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, a woman arrived at the entrance of a valley under the night. What kind of person? The Xia family's important land, those who trespass will die. A cold shout. 2 figures rushed out, weapons in their hands against the woman's throat position. If Yi Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that this woman was none other than Mu Xueqing's mother, Xia Cuiju. Xia Cuiju laughed coldly, what? Want to kill me? Then kill. Big miss. The pupils of the 2 figures shrank and immediately put away their weapons. Why have you come back? Take me to see Xia Baodong. Xia Cuiju directly ignored the 2 and walked towards the valley. The 2 hurriedly followed. 10 or so minutes later, Xia Cuiju entered an ancient mansion, extremely opulent and magnificent, just like an ancient royal residence. Evening Autumn, why have you returned? A middle-aged man walked into the living room, glancing at Xia Cuiju sitting on a chair, somewhat agitated. Xia Evening Autumn is dead, my name is now Xia Cuiju. Xia Cuiju's voice was undeniable. Xia Baodong frowned, Cuiju? You don't want the name your father gave you, why did you change the name of a rural woman? Xia Sueju looked mocking, what? Looking down on me? No. Xia Baodong had some guilt on his face, okay, Sueju, I don't mean this. Xia Sueju shook her head, don't talk nonsense. If it wasn't for my daughter's accident, I wouldn't have returned to the Xia family again in my life. Xu Xueqing already has a situation, she has found a boyfriend, I don't want her to be like me. Xia Baodong was shocked, you've decided? Aha! Xia Sueju nodded. Losing 60 years of life at once, are you sure? At 11 o'clock in the morning, the Xia family was simply more lively than the new year. The Xia family had been based at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains since the Qin and Han dynasties, and with a history of more than 2,000 years, their heritage was frighteningly deep. Xia Moyang sat in a wheelchair, dressed in a festive suit. On his face was an uncontrollable smile. Dad, as long as I marry Ling Hongyan, these legs of mine will be saved. Xia Baodong frowned. Moyang, your master's words, are they really believable? Xia Moyang smiled. Dad, my master comes from the top sect in Kunlun ruins, if even he can't do anything about it, then these legs of mine are truly ruined. My master said that if I want these legs to be cured, I must use the blood of my closest relatives and loved ones. I can't use my mom and dad's blood, right? So, one had to take a wife. Ling Hongyan's parents died early, and the old man of the Ling family pampered her right, but 2 years ago, she directly fell into a coma. Otherwise, how did those guardians dare to judge Ling Hongyan's? Xiao Baodong was silent for a few seconds. His face struggled a bit. For with Ling Hongyan, it was a bit cruel though. But for the sake of his son's future, it had to be this way. The big deal was that after Ling Hongyan was reduced to a cripple, the Xia family would feed her well and let her live a long life. Moreover, Master said that he will come to my wedding today. Really? Elder Wu is coming. Xia Baodong was excited beyond words. Wu Lao was someone inside the Kunlun ruins. On this kind of occasion, once old man Wu appeared, the Xia family's status would definitely skyrocket by more than one level. Perhaps. Will directly leap, become the #1 ancient martial arts family in the Dragon Kingdom. In the midst of Xia Baodong's flushed face, the voices of various guests congratulating him came from his ears. The ancient martial arts Lin family's crowd has arrived, sending a 500-year-old ginseng and 10 second-grade pills. Elder Zhou and Elder Li from the General Administration of Martial Arts have arrived, sending 5 third-grade pills and 1 medium-grade martial art on behalf of the General Administration of Martial Arts. Emissary of the 9,000 years has arrived. On behalf of the 9,000 years, he sends half of Wu Mu's legacy book and 10,000 taels of gold. The Lord of the East Asian Horse Kingdom arrives, sending 10 night pearls, 3,000 sea pearls, and 1,000-year-old red coral. The King of Northwest Asia arrives, sends 3,000 yaks, 10,000 sheep, 10,000 taels of gold. Prince Luo of the Philippines is here to give you a piece of African oil field. I'll be damned, there's still an oil field to give away. The guests were shocked and somewhat dumbfounded. Long Dushao family, Xiao Zhengui arrives. Long Di family, Yi Zhenbei has arrived. The duo, Xiao Zhengui and Yi Zhenbei, arrived almost at the same time. The two of them glanced at each other and snorted coldly. Yi Hongye sank his face. Dad, this old thing is getting more and more arrogant. Yi Zhenbei swept a glance at his son. Less talk, more work. No longer paying attention to his son, he just walked into the Xia family hall. An extremely excited voice sounded behind him. Kunlun ruins. Wu Lao has arrived. Kunlun ruins? Everyone's hearts simultaneously trembled. The crowd of the ancient martial arts Lin family, Elderly and Elder Zhou of the Martial Arts General Bureau, the emissary of the 9,000 years. The Lord of the East Asian Ma Kingdom, the Northwest King, and Prince Luo of the Kingdom of the Philippines. As well as Xiao Zhenghua, Yi Zhenbei, Yi Hongye, and everyone else, they turned back almost simultaneously, looking towards the entrance of the hall. Only to see an old man with a waxy face, a 3-inch beard, and eyes like those of a falcon walked in. Chapter 80 Junior Master, in the next life, goodbye. Master. Xia Moyang was excited and drove his wheelchair to come quickly. Even if his legs were disabled, he had to leave the wheelchair and kneel down to meet the salute. Apprentice Xia Moyang, see Master. Be excused. Elder Wu said indifferently. With a casual drag of his hand, an invisible force lifted Xia Moyang. Throughout the entire process, it did not touch Xia Moyang for a moment, allowing him to sit back in his wheelchair unharmed. The crowd was stunned. What a terrifying tactic, what a pure power control. Xia Baodong had an excited look on his face. Elder Wu, please take your seat. You can come to our Xia family today, it's simply a great honor for the Xia family. In fact, you don't need to come in person, it's not easy to come out from the Kunlun ruins, just let someone bring a message. He specifically emphasized the 3 words Kunlun ruins. It was to let people know that the Xia family, from this moment onwards, had the Kunlun ruins backer. Sure enough, everyone's hearts fluttered. From today onwards, I'm afraid that the Xia family is going to become the #1 ancient martial arts family in the Dragon Kingdom, rivaling the Wan family, right? Elder Wu did not dismantle Xia Baodong's thoughts and directly walked to the end of the hall. sitting on the seat that belonged to the Xia family's lord. Xia Baodong was stunned and did not dare to say anything more, so he could only sit next to him. In a dead silence, Wu Lao's voice sounded, "Where is the bride?" Xia Mo Yang respectfully replied, "The bride arrived a long time ago, there is still an hour left. As soon as the auspicious time arrives, pay your respects immediately." Elder Wu was a bit displeased. "What? Master came to witness your marriage, and you still want Master to wait for an hour?" This. Xia Mo Yang was a little stiff. With a clench of his teeth, "Okay, now immediately pay the marriage, come on, bring out the bride." Under the eyes of all, a grandly dressed Ling Hongyan was let out. Under the red cover, Ling Hongyan had long been in tears, biting her red lips in death. Unfortunately, her acupuncture points were sealed, unable to make any movements. She could only be assisted and was at the mercy of others. "Begin," Elder Wu faintly said. The Xia family didn't dare to be slow, and everything was ready. An old man from the Xia family shouted at the top of his voice, "One worship of heaven and earth." Xia Mo Yang bowed down in the direction of heaven and earth, but Ling Hongyan didn't move a muscle. Like a log, she stood still. The crowd froze. "Ling Hongyan, what are you doing? My master personally witnessed the marriage, and you're still not worshipping heaven and earth?" Xia Mo Yang almost yelled out, "I'll give you one more chance." The old man of the Xia family shouted again, "One bow to heaven and earth." Xia Mo Yang bowed down. Ling Hongyan still didn't move a bit. "Incoming." Xia Mo Yang yelled lowly, "If she doesn't worship, you guys help her." Two strong old maids came out and rolled up their sleeves. "Miss Ling, don't make it difficult for us." Stepping forward, they pressed down on Ling Hongyan's shoulders. The two old maids used all their strength, but Ling Hongyan still straightened her body. "You!" Xia Mo Yang almost spat blood in anger, his eyes were bloodshot. "Apprentice, this daughter-in-law of yours doesn't seem to be very obedient? It's better to let master help you." Wu Lao grinned, "One bow to heaven and earth." Xia Mo Yang bowed to heaven and earth. To his surprise, Ling Hongyan actually did bend her body slightly. Just within her vertebrae, a clicking sound was emitted, as if there was a force pressing her to bend over. "This is..." The crowd was startled. Looking towards Wu Lao, Elder Wu seemed to be smiling, and an internal force erupted from his two fingers, which had almost materialized. It turned into a transparent line. It didn't enter Ling Hongyan's body. "Second bow to your benefactor." The two turned around. Bow down towards Elder Wu. Click 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 click. A sound of twisting vertebrae came, and the crowd realized that Ling Hongyan's back was already dripping with blood. Three worships to the high hall. Click 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 click. Ling Hongyan's delicate body constantly trembled, and the ground under her feet had long been covered in blood. Husband and wife worship each other. The last voice fell. Ka 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 ka. There was another loud bang. Ling Hongyan did not bend her body no matter what. Deadly insistence. "Eh?" Elder Wu's eyes narrowed as he sneered, "Bones are still hard? Give the old man worship." A fierce force was exerted. Ka-ching. A crunching sound. "Ah!" Ling Hongyan screamed miserably, her spine directly breaking. At the same time, an angry hiss came from outside the Xia family's gate. "Ninth senior sister." A figure rushed into the Xia family's hall, and as soon as he wrapped Ling Hongyan into his arms, he directly lifted the red head, revealing an incomparably pale and pretty face. "Junior senior brother. Why did you come?" Ling Hongyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. "Yi Chen." The crowd of the ancient martial forest family was shocked and their faces changed wildly. "Why is this kid here?" Elder Li and Elder Zhou from the General Administration of Martial Arts stared in disbelief. "Is he crazy? Daring to disrupt the Xia family wedding scene?" The messenger of the 9,000 years was confused. "He is Yi Chen? The one who killed the Dragon Kingdom Guardian at the top of Mount Tai? I heard that he went to Hong Kong Island a few days ago and killed the governor of Hong Kong, Mu Xueqing." "No." The Lord of East Asia's Ma Kingdom and Prince Luo of the Philippine Kingdom looked at each other. "Yi Chen?" The Northwest King's eyes flickered, sweeping over Yi Chen. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Zhenbo let out a low shout. "Yi Chen, don't leave yet." "Stop it." Yi Zhenbei was a little surprised, looking at his blood-related grandson. "This brat came to die?" Yi Hongya's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Yi Chen ignored the voices of the crowd and wrapped his arms around Ling Hongyan in death. Ling Hongyan couldn't stand up at all, her spine was completely broken, and she was softly and bonelessly paralyzed in Yi Chen's arms. "Junior brother, I'm dying, cough, master said that the heavenly Tao reincarnation, everyone can only be resurrected once, I'm really dead if I die this time now. In the next life, goodbye." Ling Hongyan's voice was small. She was so weak that only Yi Chen could hear it. "Ninth senior sister, you'll be fine, I promise." Yi Chen's eyes were fishy red and he almost gritted his back teeth. Xia Mo Yang roared, "Who the are you, little bastard? Dare to touch my female." Bang! Yi Chen kicked out and Xia Mo Yang flew out with his wheelchair and smashed into the wall. With a clang, it directly exploded. There were no bones left in his body. Son. Xiao Baodong's mind almost collapsed. His only son actually died just like that. The entire room shook, and all the guests stared in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Xia Mo Yang died just like that? Kill him for me. Xiao Baodong let out a low roar, and dozens of figures rushed out from all directions, each of them above the strength of a grandmaster. Towards Yi Chen, they killed. Scram! Yi Chen bellowed, lifting his foot and sweeping it out in an indiscriminate attack. Puff! 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 Dozens of Xiao family's martial artists flew out like dead dogs. The weaker ones died on the spot with their chests bursting open. The stronger ones also simply could not block Yi Chen's angry strike, lying on the ground spitting black blood, looking alive. The guests present were shocked and backed away in fear. Yi Chen quickly placed Ling Hongyan on the ground. 13 silver needles appeared and fell towards Ling Hongyan's body. At the same time, a dozen or so pills with 4 dandelions were fed towards Ling Hongyan's mouth like no money. Ghost Sect 13 needles. It's actually the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Kid, this needle has been lost for a long time. How did you get it? Quickly hand him over to me. I will spare you the crime of killing my disciple. Elder Wu jumped up in excitement. Even just now, when Yi Chen killed Xiao Mo Yang, he did not have any reaction. Now, it was actually such a big reaction. It could be imagined how strong the shock of Ghost Sect 13 targeting him was. Yi Chen's eyes were fishy red as he stared dead at Wu Lao. You deserve to die as well. Injuring my 9th senior sister, I will exterminate your entire family. Chapter 81, Exterminate the entire clan. Exterminate my entire clan? Ha, I'll show you what it means for the sky to be high. Old man Wu was extremely confident. The next second, having already gotten up from the eunuch chair, he took a ghost-like step and appeared in front of Yi Chen. Raising his palm, he pressed down towards Yi Chen's shoulder. Kneel down and talk to me first. This palm, at least 10,000 pounds of force, not to mention Yi Chen. Even an elephant would have to kneel. Bang! This palm landed steadily on Yi Chen's shoulder, but Yi Chen stood still, not moving at all. What? Elder Wu was startled and looked up at Yi Chen in shock. He saw a pair of extremely cold eyes, which seemed as if they didn't belong to humans, but rather the god of death from hell. You, die. A fist blasted out. Wu Lao flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, spraying a dozen mouthfuls of blood continuously in the air. Clang! With a bang, he smashed into the wall of the Xia family's hall. Covered in blood, miserable. At this moment, the entire Xia family hall was plunged into deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost, so scared that their hearts almost stopped beating. Yi Chen Ing actually managed to defeat someone from the Kunlun ruins? Dad, how is this possible? Yi Hongye was so scared that he kept shivering. He had paid off the Dark Palace assassins to hunt down Yi Chen. What if he knew about it? Yi Zhenbei's old face was grave, and at this moment, he actually had some regrets. If the old man had been a little softer in his attitude back then, this kid would still be a descendant of the Yi family now, right? Good fellow. Xiao Jinghua's eyes flashed with an excited light. He didn't bet on the wrong treasure. Under the crowd's terrified gaze, Yi Chen walked towards Elder Wu. Kid, what are you going to do? If you dare to touch me again, your entire family will be miserable. Anyone who is acquainted with you, your friends and family, will suffer the wrath of the Kunlun ruins Wu family. Wu Lao threatened. Yi Chen was indifferent. Still walking towards him. You. Wu Lao looked at Yi Chen's eyes and was completely scared. His body couldn't help but tremble as well. As a member of the Wu family, who would dare to strike at him? Not to mention injuring him, or even killing him. For the first time in his life, Wu Lao was afraid. For the first time he was afraid. For the first time, his scalp went numb and he got goosebumps. In addition to the Kunlun ruins, the Dragon Kingdom actually had such a terrifying existence, it was simply heaven-defying. Kid, I've changed my mind. As long as you stop, I will immediately accept you as my disciple. From now on, I will use all my power to train you, how about it? Elder Wu hurriedly changed his words. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to your master. You will be my Wu family's spokesperson in the Dragon Kingdom from now on. These words came out. Everyone present could not remain calm. Elder Wu, are you serious? The crowd of the ancient martial arts Lin family, as well as Elder Li and Elder Zhou from the Martial Arts General Bureau, and the 9,000-year-old emissary were all agitated. Yi Chen, what are you still waiting for? Don't agree yet. Yi Hongye roared lowly, his face flushed with an incomparable redness. As long as you nod your head and agree, the matter of you killing my son will be forgotten. Moreover, I promise to let you return to the Long Yi family. Even Yi Zhenbei spat out a sentence. Yi Chen, you can think about it. Xiao Jinghua swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sweat on his forehead gushed out all of a sudden. The Kunlun Market Wu family. What a behemoth. He was really worried that Yi Chen had agreed. Everyone held their breath, and the only sound in their ears was Yi Chen's clattering footsteps. Have you finished? Yi Chen walked up to Elder Wu. Bowing his head, he looked down at him. Trying to remain calm, Wu Lao raised his head and revealed a fawning smile. Yi Chen? Your name is Yi Chen? Chen represents dragon. My disciple is worthy of being a dragon among men. For the master. Yi Chen suddenly shot out and crushed Elder Wu's neck. The voice came to an abrupt end. Wu Lao stared with wide eyes, unable to believe until his death that he had just been pinched to death by Yi Chen. Without any hesitation, it was crisp and clean. Wu Lao. Xiao Baodong sat on his butt on the ground, disoriented, his entire body frozen like a stone. This. The other guests present, their pupils contracted fiercely for a moment in fear. Quickly go, this is a big deal. No one can withstand the wrath of a Kunlun Ruin's family. Yi Chen, you crazy person, you'll never want to return to the Yi family in the future. Yi Hongye jumped up in fear. Dad, go, let's go, don't be implicated by this madman. The other guests, too, turned around and left. Stop. The moment Yi Chen's voice rang out, all of them stopped, and really didn't dare to move another step. The ancient martial arts Lin family, the ancient martial arts Qin family, and the martial arts bureau, the 9,000-year-olds last night you sent people to kill me. What? You want to leave now and pretend that nothing has happened? Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Elderly from the Martial Way Bureau walked out of the crowd. Yi Chen, what do you want? What do I want? Yi Chen smiled coldly, instantly appearing in front of Li Lao, and smashed his fist out fiercely. Li Lao's chest exploded with a bang, hitting the wall like a dead dog, his body completely twisted, dead beyond death. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air. How could they not expect Yi Chen to suddenly kill someone? Yi Chen, are you going to be immortal with my martial arts directorate? Zhou Lao shouted with trembling body. Immortal or immortal? Yi Chen's gaze turned and ghost-like appeared in front of Zhou Lao. Zhou Lao changed color and fiercely shouted. His entire body's internal force surged crazily, striking out towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen kicked out, Zhou Lao's legs burst apart and he fell to the ground like a dead dog. I'll make you immortal. The second kick fell. Zhou Lao's head exploded like a watermelon. It was shocking to the eyes. You. The ancient martial arts Lin family, the Qin family, the 9,000 years emissary, and the others, rubbed back in fear, with nothing but endless terror and shock in their eyes. This kid was truly a madman. A madman who killed without blinking an eye. Yi Chen, if you have a request you say it. How are we supposed to know your request if you're killing people like this? A middle-aged man from the Lin family collapsed in fear. He didn't want to die, he really didn't want to. Good. Yi Chen nodded his head. The crowd was overjoyed. No matter what Yi Chen requested, they would definitely fulfill it. Have the head of your ancient martial family personally come to my Yi Chen's body and kneel down, kowtow and thank yourself for your sins. Then, dissolve your ancient martial family. These words came out. The entire hall was plunged into deathly silence. Dissolve the ancient martial family? Everyone was confused. The ancient martial family has been passed down for thousands of years and is a large family. How could it be disbanded? A wave of anger surged in the middle-aged man of the Lin family's heart. Yi Chen grinned. Then I'll just have to kill your entire clan and make you go to the 18 layers of hell just like the ancient martial Chu family, all the people of your bloodline. Ancient martial Chu family? The voices of the crowd trembled. Yi Chen, you don't bully people too much. Yi Chen laughed happily. Deceive people too much? Did you guys just realize that? Senior. Son. Just. Is. Too. Deception. People. Too. Very. If I don't kill you all, do you think that I am a good person to be messed with? Just form a random team and come to kill me? Just want to hurt the people I care about? I am going to make you all realize clearly today. Those who want to kill me, Yi Chen, will exterminate my entire clan. 5 years ago, those who touched my Yi family, the entire clan will be exterminated. 5 years ago, those who touched my parents, exterminate the entire clan. From now on, anyone who touches a hair on the head of my family or friends, the entire clan will be exterminated. I'm going to kill until any of your forces that see someone related to me immediately fall to their knees in fear and kowtow, backing away from me. Chapter 82 Wrong, all wrong. Yi Chen's voice was like a judgment from the depths of hell. The guests present had long since knelt on the ground in fear, unable to stop trembling. Whoosh! Search! Whoosh! Silver needles flew out and disappeared into the ancient martial arts Lin family, the Qin family, the 9,000 years emissary, and the others. Ah! What have you done to us? These people screamed madly in fear, tearing the clothes on their bodies in one breath, frantically clawing at their chests for fear of any fatal wounds. Don't worry, it's just a silver needle, you won't die for a while. You guys go back and inform the people behind you of my Yi Chen's attitude. Scram! A chortle. The ancient martial arts Lin family, the Qin family, the 9,000 years emissary and the others were scared like dead dogs, rolling and crawling towards the outside of the Xia family's hall. The others, however, didn't dare to move a muscle. Even breathing stopped. Afraid that taking in the wrong breath of air would anger this killing god. Xia family master, your Xia family has also sent someone to kill me, right? Yi Chen's eye sank and landed on Xiao Baodong. Now, actually forcing my senior sister to marry your trashy son? My Yi Chen's reverse scale, you directly touched it twice ah? Xiao Baodong directly knelt on the ground, crawling towards Yi Chen like a dead dog. Lord Yi, please be magnanimous, all of my Xiao family is willing to become your slave, and in the future, the ancient martial Xiao family will take you as their honor. Bang bang bang. This ancient martial family lord cowed out frantically. No need. The almost cold voice caused the last trace of fluke in Xiao Baodong's heart to vanish. He raised his head with a pale face and spoke in a disoriented manner. My lord, I know I'll do as I'm told. Turning back fiercely, he hissed, all of the Xiao family listen to the order, all the direct line senior, regardless of men, women and children, all kill themselves. The others are hereby disbanded, and from now on, there will be no more ancient martial Xiao family in the Dragon Kingdom. Family master, I don't want to die. Master, are you crazy? Can't we fight with this kid? I don't believe that the entire Xiao family combined is not a match for the son. Some people roared low with eyes wide open. Xiao Baodong let out a miserable smile. He was clear about the strength of Elder Wu. Even Elder Wu had been killed by Yi Chen in a single move. Everyone in the Xiao family combined could not possibly be Yi Chen's opponent. Since you are not willing to do it, then I will send you on your way. Xiao Baodong's eyes were red. Amidst the horrified gazes of the guests, Xiao Baodong killed the Xiao family group. With his strength at the peak of the 9th level of the 5th Viscera realm, none of the Xiao family hierarchy was his opponent. Today was Xia Mo Yang's wedding day. All the top brass were present. Half an hour later, all of the Xiao family's top brass were all killed by Xiao Baodong himself. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Baodong was covered in the blood of his clansmen, like a bloody man, looking at Yi Chen in despair. My lord is dead, all dead. Your anger, has it subsided? The rest of my Xiao family, can they live? You are a smart person, disband the Xiao family, this matter ends here. Yi Chen picked up Ling Hongyan, turned around, and walked towards the outside of the Xiao family hall. Thank you, my lord. Xiao Baodong cowed out a few times, and in the last stroke, his head hit the ground hard. Bang! With a sound, the brain exploded. By now, the pupils of the guests who stayed at the scene were dilated, so scared that their hearts almost stopped beating, and they looked at the direction Yi Chen left in horror. Pass the order down. In the future, anyone from the Bailey family who sees Mr. Yi, give me respect, and whoever dares to disobey him, will be killed without amnesty. Pass the order down. In the future, when the Jiang family sees Mr. Yi, give me a knee to greet him. Pass the order down, Song family. Countless dignified guests pulled out their cell phones in horror and gave their families death orders. Listening to the voices that were constantly ringing around them. The Lord of the East Asian Ma Kingdom, the Northwest King, and Prince Luo of the Philippine Kingdom, they stood petrified. Dad, Yi Chen, this kid has gone crazy, he's completely and utterly insane. Yi Hongye shivered. Subconsciously, he twitched a cigarette and tried to light it. The lighter was hit several times, and it burned to the lips, but it hadn't lit the cigarette yet. Yi Zhenbei looked at the corpses all over the ground, his old face incomparably grave, indeed crazy. This kind of disregard for the rules, disregard for the law, disregard for everything to kill indiscriminately will never be allowed. The martial arts world has managed to establish order with great difficulty, and everyone is abiding by it. It's not Yi Chen alone who has the say. Not to mention, he killed someone from the Kunlun ruins. His brows were knitted together in death. With a long sigh, Yi Chen, Yi Chen, you've finally taken the same desperate path as your father. Yi Zhenbei suddenly felt very fortunate that this kid had thankfully severed his relationship with the Long De Yi family. Otherwise, the Yi family would have to follow suit. At the same time, deep within the Xiao family, an old slave, lost in thought, walked to a secret room. Here, a blood-colored tablet was enshrined, and on top of it, bloodlight shrouded the room. An old crone in her early 80s, kneeling on the ground, was none other than Xia Cuiju. Miss, you go. Xia family, finished. Xia Cuiju turned back in shock, a pale voice in her throat. What did you say? The Xia family is finished? The old slave let out a bitter smile. A god of murder killed into the Xia family, and the family had personally killed a group of the family's top brass in order to preserve the Xia family's bloodline. 20 years ago, miss, you have already separated from the Xia family. Naturally, you are not considered a member of the Xia family. You go, the Xia family is going to be disbanded. The Xia family is disbanding? Good, ah. Ha 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 ha. Xia Cuiju laughed crazily. You stupid people, actually using the blood of your closest relatives to offer up an evil devil. It's long overdue for heaven's wrath. The destruction of the Xia family is the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. Good. Serves you right, serves you right. Ha 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 ha. The old slave let out a bitter laugh and walked to the bloody tablet. Taking out a dagger, he slit his own throat and fell straight down. Dragon capital, Fu family. A limousine stopped at the entrance of the Fu family, and in the next second, a middle-aged man rushed down, screaming in terror. 9,000 years old, something's wrong. Deep inside the Fu family, inside an office, Fu Guosheng was talking to Elder Tu, in the middle of a conversation. Suddenly, the middle-aged man rushed in a sorry state, kneeling on the ground and wailing, 9,000 years old, something big has happened. Gua Hao. How did you come back so quickly? Didn't I ask you to go to the Xia family on my behalf to attend the wedding? Fu Guosheng frowned. The middle-aged man looked like he had lost his mind, his eyes filled with panic. 9,000 years old, the Xia family is gone. What do you mean? Fu Guosheng frowned. The middle-aged man's voice trembled. Yi Chen, it's that madman Yi Chen, he killed the Xia family, even Elder Wu who came from the Kunlun ruins was killed by him. The events that happened in the Xia family were told one by one. Finished speaking. How is that possible? Fu Guosheng stood up in shock. Elder Tu, who was on the side, was also filled with incredulity. Kunlun ruins? Elder Wu? Killed by Yi Chen? The martial arts system of the Kunlun ruins was directly a level above the Dragon Kingdom. This was simply unbelievable. The middle-aged man's face was white as a ghost. Yi Chen also said, "Those who want to kill me Yi Chen, exterminate the whole clan. 5 years ago, those who move my Yi family, exterminate the whole clan. 5 years ago, those who moved my parents, exterminate the whole clan. From now on, anyone who touches a hair on the head of my family or friends will be exterminated." His last words, he will kill until any power that sees someone related to him immediately kneels and kowtows on the ground and retreats. He also said that he wants you to kneel at his feet, kowtow, and apologize. He seeks death. Fu Guosheng let out a low roar and clapped his hands. Ah! The middle-aged man suddenly screamed miserably, his body exploded with a bang. Tu Lao took a step in front of Fu Guosheng, a wave of internal force coalesced into a shield of astral energy, blocking the exploding blood. Wait until Fu Guosheng reacted. The entire office had already been drenched in blood. The smell of blood was sickening. Fu Guosheng slapped his hand on the desk, gritting his teeth in death, his voice trembling. Yi Chen. No way, this kid has exceeded our expectations, he actually managed to behead even the Kunlun ruins? Wrong, we guessed wrong. Ancient martial Chu family, maybe it wasn't the Dragon Lord's people who killed him. The two guardians, Zhang and Yuan, might have been killed by this son. Fu Guosheng's face changed, pacing back and forth in his office. Now only by joining forces with the Wan family, maybe we can get this little one killed. Chapter 83, Yi Lingyun appears, killing begins. Wan family, in a quiet and humid dungeon underground. A silhouette came from far away and approached a cell, looking at the man imprisoned inside. You and that demoness, what exactly did you leave behind for Yi Chen? An hour ago, this kid actually killed the people of Kunlun ruins. And, with his own strength, he made the ancient martial Xia family disband on the spot. In the corner of the cell, a man sat facing the wall. Hearing Wan Tianming's words, he finally turned back. In his cloudy eyes, a flash of surprise flashed. Shunner. Wan Tianming snorted coldly, ever since the demoness abandoned you and fled alone. You've suffered all the tortures of my Wan family, yet you didn't say a single word. I thought you were completely mute. In the cell, the beggar-like man. It was none other than Yi Chen's father, Yi Lingyun. After not speaking for 5 whole years, Yi Lingyun's voice was hoarse. Wan Tianming, how is my son? Wan Tianming sneered, your son is alive and well, very well, better than anyone else. However, he offended a lot of people in order to find you guys. Say, you and that demoness, what exactly did you leave for him? It actually made him grow from a waste to this existence today in just 5 years. Yi Lingyun froze for a moment. A flash of surprise flashed across his face, and then, he laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha, Wan Tianming, just guess. You won't be able to guess in your lifetime. Seek death. Wan Tianming raised his hand and reached into the bars of the cell, pinching Yi Lingyun's neck. The 5 fingers contracted. A suffocating sensation came. Yi Lingyun, however, was not afraid in the slightest. Ha ha, Wan Tianming, you're afraid. You're afraid that my son will kill the Wan family, and it will be hard for the Wan family to escape destruction. Wan Tianming, you will die a horrible death. Under my son. You. Looking for. Die. Wan Tianming's forehead veins rippled, and he really wanted to directly pinch Yi Lingyun to death. After his face shifted for a while, he finally didn't do it and threw him out directly. Smashing into the wall of the cell, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Wan Tianming turned around and walked out of the cell, keenly sensing that there was someone in the dark. What person? Come out. Immediately, he entered a state of alert. It's me. A faint voice rang in his ears. Wan Tianming's face was delighted. Teacher, why have you come out from the Kunlun ruins? A man stepped out from the shadows with his hands in the air, half of his face under the candle flame, bright and uncertain. How is the situation? Did he say anything? Wan Tianming shook his head with a grave face. No, this ruined dog would rather die than submit. He endured all of the Wan clan's tortures, his dantian was wasted. His meridians are also wasted. He has been poisoned hundreds of times over the past 5 years, and even on the verge of death, he didn't open his mouth to say a word. If it wasn't for the sake of finding out the secrets you want to know, teacher, I would have chopped up this waste and fed it to the dogs. The old man's face was expressionless. Continue the torture. That secret is very important to me. Before he speaks out, he absolutely cannot be allowed to die. Yes. Wan Tianming replied. The words changed. By the way, teacher, you left the Kunlun ruins this time, but do you have something to do? Can my disciple be of service? The old man said, Master needs Qilin blood. After Yi Chen left the Xia family, a helicopter gunship had been waiting for a long time. General Yi. When Tang Fengwolf saw Yi Chen come out, he immediately stepped forward. When he saw Ling Hongyan covered in blood, he was startled. What is this, Miss Ling? Yi Chen's eyes were red, her spine is broken. Go, return to Dragon Soul as fast as you can. Tang Fengwolf didn't dare to be slow, immediately letting people take off. Along the way, Yi Chen used the Ghost Gate 13 needles to preserve Ling Hongyan's meridians, and then took the Black Jade severing pill for her. When they arrived at the Dragon Soul headquarters, Ling Hongyan had already awakened. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. Ninth senior sister, don't worry, you're already fine. It only takes a few days of recuperation, and you should be able to get out of bed and walk. Tang Fengwolf and a few Dragon Soul team members were a little confused. With a broken spine, this life was no different from being an invalid. It's impossible to recover. Could it be that General Yi was comforting Miss Ling? Ling Hongyan pulled Yi Chen's hand. Junior brother, won't the Xia family come after you? She had been in a coma and did not yet know that the Xia family had been destroyed. Yi Chen said, the Xia family has been disbanded, and all the top brass, all of them were killed by Xia Baodong himself. What? Ling Hongyan froze. Tang Fengwolf, who was on the side, was even more shocked. General Yi, it can't be you who did this, right? Yi Chen nodded, it was me. Hiss. Tang Fengwolf and the other Dragon Soul members sucked in a breath of cool air. Beep beep beep. At this time, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. Xiao Churing called in with a call. Yi Chen, Xueqing has woken up, I had the doctor check her. Her body is fine, she just slept for too long and is somewhat malnourished. Good, got it, help me take care of her. Yi Chen explained 2 sentences and hung up the phone. Looking towards Ling Hongyan, he revealed a smile. Ninth senior sister, you can recuperate in Dragon Soul first, I still have some things to do. Good. Ling Hongyan nodded her head. Junior brother had returned from hell, she knew what Yi Chen was going to do, and nothing needed to be said. Yi Chen turned around and walked the room. Tang Fengwolf followed. Yi Chen stopped. Ancient martial arts Qin family, ancient martial arts Lin family, which one is closer to the Dragon Soul? Tang Fengwolf swallowed a mouthful of saliva. General Yi, what are you doing? Answer me. Yi Chen looked at him. That look, cold and merciless. An aura of solemnity and murder came over him. Although it wasn't directed at Tang Fengwolf, it caused him to stifle a cold shiver. Ancient martial arts Lin family, 1,900 kilometers away from here, a helicopter gunship will be able to reach it in an hour or so. Ancient martial arts Qin family, 2,500 kilometers from here, 2 hours can arrive. Let's go. First go to the ancient martial Lin family. Yi Chen took large strides and directly boarded the helicopter gunship. He directly ordered the people to take off. In the Lin family, a few middle-aged men who had just returned from the Xia family were kneeling on the ground. The entire Lin family's top management, all of them opened their mouths in shock. The ancient martial arts Xia family, actually destroyed just like that? Lin Yuan, is everything you said true? An old man leaned on his crutches, his voice hoarse and low. Lin Yuan's face was filled with a bitter smile. 7th grandpa, it's true, everything was seen by Yi Chen with his own eyes. He made the head of our ancient martial family kneel at his feet and kowtow to apologize. Then, dissolve the ancient martial family again, or else, exterminate our entire clan. These words were like igniting dynamite. Looking for death. This little really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Thinking of destroying our Lin family? And make our family master kneel? He's not worthy. Countless Lin family executives were furious with righteous indignation. The next second. Clang. There was a loud bang. Several of the Lin family's thugs crashed through the door of the Lin family's council hall and ruthlessly smashed onto the ground, dying violently on the spot. Listening to you guys, it seems like you're not prepared to disband the Lin family? The Lin family crowd turned around. They only saw a young man standing with his hands behind his back, slowly walking into the Lin family's hall. Yi Chen. He is Yi Chen. Lin Yuan shouted in horror. Chapter 84 Going to the Dragon Capital, Killing the 9,000 Years. Yi Chen? You're Yi Chen? So young. Looks like he's in his early 20s, did he really exterminate the Chu and Xia families? Why do I not believe it so much? Lin Yuan, are you kidding? Other than Lin Yuan, the others had not seen Yi Chen's means in the Xia family. Even when the news came back, they still didn't believe it very much. When they saw Yi Chen appear, topping a face in his early 20s, childish, their hearts were even more disdainful. The 7th uncle stepped forward with his cane in his hand. Silence. The crowd quieted down. The 7th uncle was satisfied with the crowd's reaction before his gaze fell on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you came to the Lin family? Yi Chen directly interrupted. In a word, is the Lin family disbanded? You really want us to disband the Lin family? The Lin family crowd was dumbfounded. Crazy. Absolutely insane. The seventh uncle smiled. Yi Chen, let's sit down and take our time. Noisy. Yi Chen blasted out with a fist and blood erupted. The seventh uncle's head exploded on the spot. The body fell straight down. Ah! Killed someone. A group of women in the Lin family hall let out terrified screams. Uncle 7. A few middle-aged men stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with rage as they roared low. Yi Chen, you dare to kill our seventh uncle? You're crazy. Yi Chen laughed. I've given you guys a chance, do you really think I'm joking? If you don't disband, then perish. Raising his hand in the air, the blood dragon sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Ah! Don't! Dad! Grandpa! Hubby, I don't want to die. Ah! Within the hall of the Lin family, there were screams coming from one after another. Half an hour later, Yi Chen lit a cigarette and walked out from the Lin family. General Yi, Tang Fengwolf and the others were stunned. At this moment, Yi Chen was covered in blood, and even the battle-hardened Dragon Soul warriors had a feeling of nausea. It was too bloody. Yi Chen didn't talk nonsense. Go to the ancient martial Qin family. Northwest, the Qin family. The ancient mansion gate towered over the Lus Plateau. On the outside, it didn't look much different. Yet, there was something inside. In this Lus land, the Qin family is no different from the emperor of the soil, even if the governor level people to take office. The first time, also have to come to the Qin family to kneel. At this moment, inside the Qin family ancestral hall, the executives are gathered, and the eyes of all of them are serious and incomparable. It was only because half an hour ago, news from the ancient martial Xia family came back. Yi Chen really killed an ancient martial artist from the Kunlun ruins? Xia Baodong was pressurized and killed all the senior members of the Xia family? At the same time, disbanded the Xia family? How is this possible? You're joking. According to you, isn't this Yi Chen invincible? The Qin family members in the ancestral hall all laughed again after a flash of shock flashed across their faces. There was only one old man whose brows were knitted together in death. The old man of the Qin family, Qin Xiaotian. 50 years ago, Qin Xiaotian was already at the 5 Viscera realm, 9th level. Unfortunately, half a century had passed and there was still no breakthrough. Qin Xiaotian said in a deep voice, Qinhu, are you telling the truth? He was nearly 200 years old and still hale and hearty. A tiger roared and a dragon roared between his mouths. Qinhu knelt on the ground, his face pale. Master, how dare I joke? That Yi Chen really is like the god of death. He kills without blinking an eye. That Wu Lao from Kunlun ruins, who was at least at the royal god realm, was all killed by Yi Chen's powerful strike. If the Qin family doesn't disband, it definitely won't end well. Bang! 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 Qinhu cowed out frantically. Seeing him scared like this, the Qin family members all laughed. Ha 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 ha. Qinhu, you're too timid. Do you know what the concept of the royal god realm is? The old master has been stuck at the 9th level of the 5 Viscera realm for decades. If the old master can enter the royal god realm, my Qin family will be able to compete with the Wan family. Yi Chen killed the royal god realm with one punch? You really dare to say that? Doesn't that mean that Yi Chen is even more terrifying than that one Tianming? You think he's the god of death that crawled out of hell? Ha 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 ha. There was another burst of laughter. Listening to the mocking sounds of the crowd, Qinhu's eyes turned red as he hissed helplessly, stop laughing, all of you. If you keep laughing, you all won't even know how you'll die. Yi Chen, he really is a madman. He wasn't joking when he said that he would exterminate the entire clan. Master, please, disband the Qin family. Bang! 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 Continuing to kowtow frantically. Qin Xiaotian's old face fluctuated. He knew Qinhu, not the kind of person who was greedy and afraid of death. He must have seen Yi Chen's terrifying methods to be scared like this. But letting him disband a 1,300-year-old ancient martial arts family? It was by no means possible. Qinhu, get up. Even if this Yi Chen has 3 heads and 6 arms, the words of disbanding the Qin family should not be said anymore. Qin Xiaotian's words had just landed. On the roof of the ancestral hall, an icy voice came from the roof. Waiting for you guys to discuss for so long for nothing, it seems that you guys don't see the coffin without tears. What person? The crowd was startled and raised their heads towards the roof of the ancestral hall. A figure stepped through the roof of the ancestral hall. With one foot, it stepped on top of Qin Xiaotian's head. Qin Xiaotian's head exploded, his knees bent, and with a thud, his body knelt on the ground. Dead beyond death. Master! The eyes of a group of Qin family executives nearly burst in fear. Qinhu's pupils contracted rapidly, and he laughed like a madman. Ha ha! Yi Chen, he's Yi Chen. That madman like killing God. In Qinhu's horrified gaze, the entire shrine was instantly transformed into a Shura hell. Waiting for the last person to be exploded by Yi Chen's punch. Taking a step to Qinhu's front, he raised his hand and grabbed, crushing Qinhu's neck. Turning around, he walked out of the Qin family. It was crisp and clean. Seeing Yi Chen walk out, General Yi, Qin family, shouldn't have been overthrown as well, right? Tang Fengwolf's legs went soft. The screams inside were heard clearly by several people. Yi Chen didn't answer, but took off his blood-stained top. Taking a step into the helicopter, let's go, to Dragon Capital. What are you doing? Tang Feng Wolf gulped a mouthful of saliva. Yi Chen's voice was icy cold, kill the 9,000 years. He was never the type of character that waited for the enemy to come to him. Since he knew who the enemy was, what was there to wait for? Directly kill the door and strangle it in the cradle. Dragon Capital, Fu family. Bang! The Celadon porcelain teacup in Fu Xueqing's hand fell to the ground. What did you say? The ancient martial arts Lin family is gone? An old man sweating profusely knelt on the ground. Yes, 9,000 years old. I followed your request and went to contact the Lin family to discuss a way to deal with Yi Chen together. Who knows, just when I arrived at the Lin family, I saw corpses all over the ground. All the Lin family executives, more than 300 mouths, all died horribly. The old man's eyes were horrified. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, I asked the eyes left behind. The Dragon Soul's combat planes had stopped near the Lin family. Before I came back, it had gone in the direction of the Qin family. I've already sent people to the Qin family to investigate. The next second, a man in a suit rushed in and knelt on one knee. 9,000 years old, all the top brass of the Northwest Qin family. Half an hour ago, Yi Chen decapitated all of them at the Qin family ancestral hall. Yi Chen traveled in the Dragon Soul's combat plane and came towards Dragon Capital. Dragon Capital? What is he doing in Dragon Capital? Fu Xueqing stood up in shock. No longer able to sit down. Pacing back and forth in the room. Eventually, his eyes sank and landed on Elder 2 next to him. Elder 2, if Yi Chen comes to Longdu, can you stop him? Elder 2's face was grave as he shook his head. I know Elder Wu, my strength, is only slightly stronger than him by a small realm. If Yi Chen really kills Old Man Wu in seconds, then Old Man is no match for him. The world was quiet for a moment. Fu Xueqing stood still, his mouth slightly open. I don't know how long it took. Fu Xueqing looked like a deflated ball and sat back in his chair. Go. Leave the Dragon Kingdom and go to the Golden Triangle. Chapter 85 Golden Triangle, Eight-Faced Buddha. On the way to Dragon Capital. A phone call came in. Tang Fen Wolf immediately answered. Hey, what's up? The satellite phone was connected to the Dragon Soul headquarters. Any military information, the first time it was delivered. General Tang, there's an airplane that just took off from Longdu, ignoring our radar warnings and heading all the way towards the south. The person on the other end of the phone reported. Tang Fen Wolf said in a cold voice, this kind of small matter, and you're here to report it? According to the rules, send fighter jets to intercept this plane and land it at the nearest airport. Whoever it is, first bring it back to Dragon Soul for investigation. Just about to hang up the phone. But Tang Fen Wolf felt something was wrong. But what? But this is 9,000 years airplane. The words fell. The entire cabin was dead silent. At the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, a touch of playfulness appeared. It seems that this 9,000 years old has gotten the news and is ready to run for his life? Pass on my order, follow him and come report your whereabouts at any time. The correspondent froze. General Tang, who is this? This is Marshal Long, don't follow orders. Tang Feng Wolf bellowed lowly. The correspondent trembled with excitement. It was actually the Dragon Marshal himself who gave the order. Yes. The phone hung up. 9,000 years old's airplane. 9,000 years, it has already left Dragon airspace. A henchman came forward to report. Fu Xueqing's hanging heart finally landed. Opening a glass of champagne, he took a faint sip. Yi Chen, this madman, it's fortunate that old me took a step ahead. Otherwise, if we really let him kill over, Lao Fu would really be too passive. This little dragon country has been many years. There has not been a person who ignores everything like this. Elder 2 sat on the side and asked, 9,000 years, where are we going now? To the Golden Triangle. I have a friend there. Fu Xueqing put down his wine glass. I'll put pressure on the country first, and I'll go back when I get this kid killed. 1 hour later. Golden Triangle arrived. The airplane landed on a makeshift airport, surrounded by people dressed as mercenaries. After a cursory scan, there were at least tens of thousands of them. Anti-aircraft guns, armored vehicles, mortars, a full armed brigade. Ha ha ha. My good friend, welcome to the Golden Triangle. What brings you here? A Chinese middle-aged man appeared. An imitation American official uniform, 5 general stars on his shoulders, and gold Chelsea on his feet. Beside him, followed by a dozen martial artists with unfathomable auras. Elder 2's eyes were heavy, and the strength of a few of them was actually not below him. Who the hell is this guy? Fu Xueqing smiled faintly. Old friend, long time no see. I recently ran into a bit of trouble and came over to hide for a while. This is Elder 2, a friend of mine for many years. Elder 2, this is Master Buddha, known as Eight-Faced Buddha. Old 2 was shocked. The biggest lord in the Golden Triangle, Eight-Faced Buddha? Eight-Faced Buddha lit a cigar. I'm not a lord, I just have more people, more money, and fiercer weapons. Actually, I am a businessman. Go, follow me back to the camp. This place is still dozens of kilometers away from the camp, all the planes can't enter it. Otherwise, they will all be shot down by my anti-aircraft guns. He looked deeply at Elder 2. Last month, there was some kind of Imperial God Realm ancient martial artist who tried to assassinate me, but in the end, he hadn't even penetrated 10 kilometers into my territory. He was targeted by a dozen rounds of anti-aircraft artillery and directly blasted into mush. Imperial God Realm. Elder 2 sucked in a breath of cold air, his back dripping with cold sweat. The eight-faced Buddha stepped forward, held Fu Guoxing's hand and patted his shoulder. The road is a bit difficult, but don't worry, you came here to receive the highest treatment. Think of it as going home, you're on vacation here. Several people got into the car and headed deeper into the Golden Triangle. Golden Triangle? Yi Chen was puzzled. Tang Fangwolf's face was unsightly, and he couldn't help but say angrily, Fu Guoxing actually went to the Golden Triangle. As a senior member of the Dragon Kingdom, he actually did such a thing. If this matter gets out, it will tarnish Dragon Country's image in the international arena. That place is a gathering place for mercenaries and criminals. Especially that eight-faced Buddha, who is so self-centered that the M country once sent 3,000 Marines, but they didn't chew him down. Since then, no one dares to go to the Golden Triangle. After saying that, Tang Fengwolf looked at Yi Chen. Marshal Long, if Fu Guoxing went to the Golden Triangle, we'd better go back. Yi Chen shook his head. No, we'll go to the Golden Triangle as well. What? Tang Fengwolf changed color. An hour later, Dragon Soul's plane landed 1 kilometer away from the edge of the Golden Triangle. Tang Fengwolf solemnly reminded, Yi Chen, I'm not talking to you as a Dragon Soul general right now. I am now speaking to you in the capacity of Yi Lingyun, your father's friend. The Golden Triangle is definitely a dragon's den. I hope you don't act on impulse. Yi Chen walked off the airplane. Uncle Tang, thank you for the reminder. However, as terrifying as the Golden Triangle is it as terrifying as the 18 layers of hell? What? Tang Fengwolf froze in place and opened his mouth. By the time he reacted, Yi Chen had already disappeared into the rainforest. Damn! Tang Fenglong's face turned white with fear, and he called back with a phone call, Miss Ling, Yi Chen has rushed into the Golden Triangle alone. Ling Hongyan, who was far away in Dragon Soul recuperating from her injuries, heard the news and similarly lost her face. Hurriedly hanging up the phone. A call was dialed out. 8th senior sister, junior brother has entered the Golden Triangle. The northern border of the Dragon Kingdom. The Wolf Kingdom Empress' majestic face changed drastically. Golden Triangle? That's the territory of the eight-faced Buddha. Last month, M country sent a royal god realm to assassinate him, and they all died under the cannonballs. Not good, junior brother is in danger. Gather the Black Bear Corps for me and rush to the Golden Triangle as fast as possible. A kilometer of safe zone, Yi Chen flew through. A group of mercenaries in front of him were smoking cigarettes and talking with smiles. That Dragon Country college girl we tricked last time is really good, very moist. You'll try it at night? Ha, these stupid women, delusional to go abroad to make big money. Coming over can only help us scam during the day and serve us at night. At this time, a silhouette came speeding in. What man? Stop, I'll shoot. Day. Bullets poured in, and when they landed on this person, they actually bounced off as if they were hitting steel. You're Ka-ching. Yi Chen slammed his fist out, and the head of the person who had fired the gun exploded, splattering blood. Seeing this scene, the other mercenaries were stunned. Yi Chen swept straight across and killed the crowd. Thousands of mercenaries died violently on the spot. The deepest part of the Golden Triangle, outside a luxurious manor house. Fu Guoxing's but had just sat down and warmed up. A white man, with a grave face rushed in, wanting to speak. Eight-faced Buddha said faintly in English, It's okay, they are all friends, go ahead, what is it? Only then did the white man speak in English. A young man from the Dragon Kingdom broke through our first line of defense. All 1,397 people on the line were killed by him. 9,000 years old, what did this foreign devil say? Elder 2 inquired in a low voice. Fu Guoxing's face was grave. Yi Chen is here. Chapter 86 Yi Chen, dead. What? Elder 2 couldn't believe it. Is this kid crazy? Daring to break into the Golden Triangle? This is a place that is taboo even for martial artists. Although ancient martial arts were powerful, they were no match for modern hot weapons. Ancient martial arts families had an extremely high status in the cold weapons era. Even emperors and kings gave them 3 counts of respect. Ever since the Industrial Revolution, when hot weapons came onto the stage of history, ancient martial arts were not as good as they used to be. A martial arts master can stop a bullet from a pistol. What about sniper rifles? What about grenades? What about mortars? Howitzers? What about nuclear bombs? That's why, the ancient martial artists of Kunlun ruins are incredibly powerful, yet they don't dare to go too far against the superpowers out there. If they get really pissed off, a nuclear bomb will go over. Who cares about the Kunlun ruins? All beings are equal. Eight-faced Buddha sneered, oh, those mercenaries, they were given to him to kill. As long as he dares to go deeper, I guarantee that the second line of defense will absolutely tear him apart. Turn on the battlefield surveillance and project it to the big screen of my villa. Yes. A beautiful secretary replied. A button was pressed. The floor in the hall cracked open, slowly raising a large 3-star electronic screen. On weekdays, whenever there was a battle in the Golden Triangle, the 8-faced Buddha was able to control the battle from dozens of miles away. The screen turned. The surveillance probe saw from afar that Yi Chen was moving fast in the rainforest. The corner of 8-faced Buddha's mouth hooked into a cold smile. This is a minefield. In 30 seconds tops, this kid will blow up into a piece of. Bang! There was a loud bang. The position that Yi Chen had just walked through rolled up into a sky of smoke. What did I just say to come? 8-faced Buddha laughed. Ha ha ha, stupid. Back in the day, 3,000 Marines from the country of M died, over 2,000 people here. This. Fu Guoshang was a little confused, staring at the screen dead on. Could Yi Chen have died just like this? Elder Tu also frowned. A terrifying existence that could overthrow the Chu family, Xia family, and Qin family just died so easily in the Golden Triangle? It couldn't be possible. When the smoke cleared, Yi Chen walked out intact. Only his clothes were tattered. It didn't blow up? 8-faced Buddha frowned. It's okay, there are tens of thousands of armor-piercing mines here. Any armored car can blow up. The words just fell. Bang! There was another loud bang. The corner of 8-faced Buddha's mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. This time, you still won't die? A full dozen seconds passed, the smoke dispersed, and a youth stepped out from it. This. 8-faced Buddha, Fu Guosheng, and Old Man Tu froze. Then. Bang! 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 A dozen or so armor-piercing mines exploded in one breath, and each and all looked like he was fine, directly crossing the minefield. How is it possible? The 8-faced Buddha was completely stunned and bellowed, "Get me on the armored car!" Rumble! Deep in the pristine jungle, 6 armored vehicles came rolling through, target sighted, fire. Bang! 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 6 armored bullets were fired at the same time. They exploded under Yi Chen's feet, and all the trees around them all burst into flames, turning into a scorched earth. Brothers, call it a day. A white driver chewed his gum and laughed playfully over the radio. Even if it's the devil Caesar coming, I'll beat him into ketchup. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a panicked voice came from the teammate next to him. John, watch out. He's on top of you. Bang. A loud bang came from above his head. What? John raised his head in shock. The next second. Clang. There was a loud bang. The steel plate on top of the armored car's head exploded. Revealing an extremely cold face, a foot fell and John's head exploded on the spot. After resolving an armored car, Yi Chen took a step and landed on top of another armored car, and with a clang, the roof blew up. Ah! In just 2 minutes. All 6 armored cars were violently pierced by Yi Chen, and the driver's head was blown off with a single stump. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The 8-faced Buddha's eyes were red, somewhat unable to sit still. A month ago, that Imperial Spirit Realm martial artist had destroyed 4 armored vehicles while severely injured, and was smashed alive when he turned around to escape and fell into a minefield on his way to escape. Yi Chen traveled straight through the minefield. To actually waste 6 of his armored vehicles in one breath, is this still a human being? Fu Guosheng, what the hell is going on here? 8-faced Buddha shouted angrily. Fu Guosheng shook his head gruffly. This is the reason I left the Dragon Kingdom. Within a few days, this kid destroyed the ancient martial Chu family, ancient martial Xia family, ancient martial Lin family, and ancient martial Qin family. What? 8-faced Buddha was stunned. He naturally knew what it meant to be an ancient martial family in the Dragon Kingdom. Why didn't you say so earlier? 8-faced Buddha was somewhat unable to sit still. Fu Guosheng shook his head with a bitter smile. Master Buddha, I wanted to say it, but you kept bragging about your army, so how could I have time to say it? You. 8-faced Buddha's face was gloomy. His pupils fluctuated fiercely, and then, he laughed. Ha ha ha. Elder brother Fu, I'll kill this kid for you, and you'll give me $50 billion after it's done. Deal. Fu Guosheng smiled. I knew you had a way. Ha ha ha, you saw through it. 8-faced Buddha slowly sat back on the sofa. Taking out his walkie-talkie, he pressed a button, let the Falcon helicopter take the initiative, and use the M Country's labs, the latest research on armor-piercing bullets that specialize in dealing with ancient martial artists. 1 million bullets, give me all of them within 10 minutes. I just don't believe that this kid is really made of iron. 3 minutes later, 30 Falcon helicopters took off from the airport. Arriving in the sky above the jungle where Yi Chen was. Looking up. Day. Countless silver-colored warheads falling frantically. Seek death. Yi Chen stomped his feet and actually leapt 100 meters high, directly jumping onto a Falcon helicopter. The blood dragon sword appeared in his hand, and he chopped out with a sword. Clang. With a loud bang, the Falcon helicopter was actually broken into 2 by his sword and fell from the height. Yi Chen used his strength to stomp and landed on the second Falcon helicopter. The same old technique was repeated. In just 2 minutes, 30 Falcon helicopters all crashed. This works? Elder Tu's jaw dropped. Fu Guosheng stared blankly at this, his mind going blank. Oh my god. What kind of monster is this? The eight-faced Buddha was completely dumbfounded. Leaping 100 meters into the air in one leap, using every helicopter as a springboard, was this guy still human? A dead silence fell. The beautiful secretary's voice trembled as she reminded, Master Buddha, that guy is less than 20 kilometers away from your place. The eight-faced Buddha's eyes filled with blood as he glanced back at the dozen or so ancient martial artists behind him. Kill him and I'll give each of you $1 billion. These dozen people looked at each other and nodded silently. Watching the few people leave, Fu Guosheng reminded, Master Buddha, judging from this madman's current behavior, these dozen people may not be his match. We need to plan ahead. If it's really not possible, let's withdraw. Eight-faced Buddha's eyes were red, and he glared viciously at Fu Guosheng. Fu Guosheng, I've been operating in the Golden Triangle for more than 10 years. It's impossible for me to just walk away. Walked over to the console. Pressed a switch. A black box that slowly rose up, revealing a remote control inside. At the same time, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window outside the villa, a launching pad slowly rose. A black torpedo-like cannonball slowly rose. The moment he saw this object, Fu Guosheng's pupils contracted crazily. He could no longer sit still, and almost jumped up and shouted, nuclear bomb. Eight-faced Buddha, you actually have a nuclear bomb. This nuclear bomb was not big, only the size of a thermos bucket. But it was a ING nuclear bomb. Equalizer of all beings. No matter what kind of ancient martial artist you are, the head of a country, even if it's a god, all of them will be turned into flying dust under a nuclear bomb. I bought it for $10 billion from an arms dealer in M. Once it detonates, bang, within a 5-kilometer radius, everything is reduced to rubble. Eight-faced Buddha grinned, I only need those 13 people to stop Yi Chen for 10 minutes. A nuclear bomb, and it'll blow up. Turning back. Eyes bloodshot, he stared at Fu Guosheng, all this spending, it's on your head. Have to add money. Fu Guosheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Eight-faced Buddha, you're the crazy one. At the same time, a hanging heart finally landed. Yi Chen, dead. Chapter 87, detonating the nuclear bomb, Wolf Kingdom Empress arrives. After blowing up 30 Falcon helicopters, Yi Chen had just walked out a few kilometers. With a slight twitch of his ears, the Chaos Tripod transmitted, Master, someone is coming. There are a total of 13 people, and they have entered the range of 100 meters. Yi Chen was slightly surprised, he did not feel anyone nearby. However, yet, there was a killing intent, if anything, that enveloped the entire jungle. The next second, Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and everything within a 100-meter radius actually appeared in his mind in an extremely crude manner. Even if Yi Chen closed his eyes, every blade of grass and tree in the vicinity, and the wind blowing, it was all in his eyes. What's going on? It's like I have radar in front of my eyes. Yi Chen was startled. The chaotic tripod's tone was without fluctuation. Master, your god-refining art has reached the first layer. Therefore, as long as it's within the area covered by my divine soul, everything will appear in your eyes. Yi Chen staggered, so strong? Isn't it the same as radar? You could say that. The chaotic tripod said. At the same time, there were already 5 figures that had sneaked within 100 meters of him. A white man, creeping forward on the ground. Like a viper, his body rubbed against the ground, making rustling sounds. There was also a black man, leaning his back against a large tree, almost blending in with it. A woman, extremely sensitive, ghost-like, jumping between the trees. An old man from Miaojiang. 13? 8 people at the 9th level of the 5 Viscera realm. 2 people at the 1st level of the Imperial Spirit realm, 2 people at the 2nd level, and 1 person at the 3rd level. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. This Golden Triangle's ancient martial power is actually stronger than the ancient martial families of the Dragon Kingdom. Viper-like man. Quickly approaching. About 10 meters away from Yi Chen, he actually did not move at all. Quietly lying on the ground, he ambushed Yi Chen on the path he must take. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Just as Yi Chen was about to take his final step, the viper-like man suddenly struck out, a poison-hardened machete in his hand, chopping at Yi Chen's legs. Unexpectedly, the foot that Yi Chen stepped out with actually kicked out viciously. There was a muffled sound. The viper-like man screamed miserably, and his head exploded on the spot. Rattlesnake. The hearts of the other martial artists in the ambush trembled fiercely. How did this kid discover Rattlesnake? Rattlesnake is ranked 199th in the world dark ranking, the king of killers. His sneaking skills, even the ninjas of the East, are inferior. Is it all just a coincidence? The crowd held their breath, waiting in silence. Passing by an oak tree, Yi Chen suddenly threw a punch. An oak tree in front of him exploded. The black man hidden under the tree screamed miserably and exploded into a mist of blood. The next second, he kicked a stone off the ground and flew up to the top of the tree like a bullet. Bang! With a crunching sound, the body of a white woman fell down, her brain exploding in death. Fark! He found us a long time ago. The old Miaojiang man roared, strike together, kill. The remaining 10 figures rushed out, killing Yichun from all sides. The Miaojiang old man was the fastest. Landing in front of Yichen, he smashed his fist into Yichen's head. Kid, go to hell. A hideous smile. With his strength at the 3rd level of the Royal Divine Realm, and his horizontal training, he was not afraid of anyone in close combat. A 5-centimeter steel plate could be punched through by him. Not to mention Yichen's head. This kid's head, it couldn't be harder than a steel plate. I wonder if this kid's head will blossom after. The old man of Miaojiang thought, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his arm, only to see. Yichen had gripped his arm, and an unstoppable force erupted. The Miaojiang elder's wrist was directly twisted into a twist and was directly ruined. What the hell are you? The word monster hadn't even been uttered. Yichen threw himself violently. The Miaojiang old man flew out and smashed into a white man who rushed up, and the two instantly exploded like a watermelon. Hiss! The remaining few ancient martial artists stared at Yichen in death. Their eyes were filled with horror. Was this still a human being? The old man from Miaojiang was ranked 153rd in the world's dark list. He was actually exploded alive by Yichen as a sandbag. A thick wave of panic spread in the hearts of the others. Run! A mere $1 billion, what the are you playing with your life for? Whoosh! 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 Mobilizing his entire body, he fled in all directions. Yichen was about to chase after him. Whoosh! An air defense siren came from the sky above their heads. Everyone subconsciously looked up. A black torpedo-like shell fell from the sky. Everyone's pupils contracted hard for a moment to see the biochemical markings on top of the bomb. It's over, no need to run. At the same time, on the outskirts of the Golden Triangle, dozens of Wolf Kingdom descended from the sky and landed directly within the primitive jungle. A burgundy-colored long hair with fair and delicate skin. Wolf country woman with a crown on her head jumped out of the airplane. Ekaterina III, Empress of the Wolf Kingdom. Tang Feng Wolf's pupils contracted for a moment. At the same time, horrified, he watched as a regiment of over 3,000 men pressed over behind Ekaterina III. The height was nearly 2 meters. A stern and murderous aura assaulted his face. Black Bear Corps. The Dragon Soul's warriors changed color and all gathered together. Tang Fenwolf stepped forward against the pressure. Empress of the Wolf Kingdom, we are the Dragon Soul Special Forces of the Dragon Kingdom, what are you doing? Ekaterina III came forward, and Empress's pressure, causing Tang Fenwolf to be extremely pressurized. Where is my little master brother? Junior brother? That's Yi Chen. Ekaterina drank. Yi Chun. He is your junior brother? Everyone in the Dragon Soul was confused. At this moment, rumble. An extremely terrifying heat wave swept over like a tsunami. The entire tropical rainforest was instantly filled with flying sand and stones, like a tornado crossing the border. Protect the Empress. 3,000 black bear regiments rushed forward, forming a human wall. Everyone looked up and their pupils contracted hard. My God! At the end of the horizon, a mushroom cloud rose high. Heat waves swept in like a tsunami, and even though it was dozens of kilometers away, the terrifying temperature could still be felt. Nuclear bomb! Tang Fenwolf stiffened. The other members of Dragon Soul were even more jaw-dropped and petrified in place. Junior Master! Ekaterina III's voice was distorted, trembling as she roared low, quickly. Go and take a look. If my little brother dies, I want the entire Golden Triangle turned into hell on earth. 3,000 men of the Black Bear Corps rushed out like beasts. Chapter 88 Out of Hell. At the same time, the deepest part of the Golden Triangle. Fu Guosheng, Eight-Faced Buddha, and Tu Lao stood in the villa, the bulletproof glass floor-to-ceiling windows, rumbling and trembling more than once. In the pupils of the three, the mushroom cloud a dozen kilometers away was reflected. This is the most beautiful work of art in the world. The Eight-Faced Buddha's old face flushed and looked at Fu Guosheng with a smile on his face. 9,000 years old, now you know what the Golden Triangle is? Even if God comes, I'll kill you. Elder Tu blushed and breathed heavily. Modern weapons, they were truly terrifying. Let alone one Yi Chen. Even if it was 100, 1,000, 10,000 Yi Chen. Under a nuclear bomb, they would only be reduced to flying dust. Fu Guosheng was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, Master Buddha. You're truly divine. After I return to the Dragon Kingdom, I'll transfer $100 billion from the Swiss bank to you. Suddenly. Ow. A beast-like low roar came. What is it? The three of them turned around at the same time. More than 3,000 figures, darting over, surrounded the entire manor. Wolf Kingdom Black Bear Regiment. Eight-Faced Buddha changed color. Fu Guosheng was startled. Black Bear Corps? Isn't this the Wolf Kingdom Empress's own soldiers? Why are they here? Then the Wolf Kingdom Empress she. The words landed. More than 3,000 Black Bear Corps made way, and a woman with long burgundy hair and a Wolf Kingdom Empress crown on her head walked in surrounded by the Black Bear Corps. Wolf Kingdom Empress, Ekaterina III. Eight-faced Buddha's jaw dropped. He was called the King of the Golden Triangle and was like an emperor here, but it was impossible for him to be an enemy of the great power of the day, the Wolf Kingdom, much less dare to offend the Wolf Kingdom Empress. Eight-faced Buddha's eyelids jumped, and he hurriedly squeezed out a smile. Your Majesty the Empress, what wind has blown you here? Just now I had a little incident here, but it was definitely not directed at you. Fu Guosheng followed and spoke. Your Majesty the Empress, I am Fu Guosheng, the 9,000 years of the Dragon Kingdom. Have you forgotten? Last March, I once visited you in the Wolf Kingdom. The moment they saw Ekaterina III, the duo humbled themselves to the bone. The Empress of the Wolf Country's face was gloomy, and her beautiful eyes were bloodshot. Where is my little senior brother? Junior brother? The eight-faced Buddha and Fu Guosheng looked at each other and couldn't help but ask, your little brother is? The Wolf Kingdom Empress spat out a name, Yi Chen. What? Yi Chen is your junior brother. The eight-faced Buddha was scared to death. Fu Guosheng opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. His heart had long been flooded with shocking waves. The Wolf Kingdom Empress is Yi Chen's junior apprentice sister? How is this possible? What virtue and ability does that brat have? How could he be related to the Wolf Kingdom Empress? Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Fu Guosheng's heart hissed. The Wolf Kingdom Empress ordered, Lone Wolf, go and make him talk until he does. As you command. A Wolf Kingdom man walked towards the eight-faced Buddha with a bloodthirsty aura. Stretching out his bushel-like palm, he landed on eight-faced Buddha's shoulder and pinched it with force. Eight-faced Buddha's shoulder clicked and directly exploded, dripping with blood. I said. Yi Chen is dead. That nuclear bomb just now, it was thrown to him. The eight-faced Buddha directly recruited. What did you say? My little master is dead? The Wolf Kingdom Empress trembled. A monstrous chill erupted from her body, and her eyes were filled with blood. You actually dared to use a nuclear bomb on my little master? Someone come, kill everyone here for me. Human animals, leave no one behind. Kill. Tang Feng Wolf and the others, who had just appeared, similarly heard the news of Yi Chen's death. They all stayed where they were. Their hearts couldn't accept it. When the 3,000 Black Bear Regiment rushed out, the mercenaries of the eight-faced Buddha were no match at all. Almost all of them fell. There were still dozens of Black Bear Regiment members coming towards Fu Guosheng. Fu Guosheng was sweating coldly. Elder Tu, save me. Elder Tu gritted his teeth and stood in front of Fu Guosheng. Dozens of Black Bear Corps eyes showed cold light and surrounded up towards Tu Lao. Only a few rounds, Tu Lao was beaten and spat out blood. Rapidly retreating, a hand clasped Fu Guosheng's shoulder. Go. The figure jumped and headed towards the distance. The other Black Bear Corps people had no intention of chasing after them at all. Instead, they stared icily at the Tu Lao duo. Tu Lao's heart wondered, what's going on? Why aren't these people chasing after them? The next second, he knew what was going on. In the jungle ahead, a bloodthirsty voice came from the jungle. No one who the Empress wants to leave behind can leave. I'll roar. A wild beast hissed. In the darkness, a pair of bloodthirsty eyes were revealed, fishy red. It sped like a truck, and wherever it passed, all the trees exploded. The moment he saw this thing, Elder Tu froze in shock. Mutant werewolf? This thing actually exists. The mutant werewolf was 3 meters tall and looked like a wolverine as it rushed in front of Tu Lao and raised its hand towards his neck. Scram! Tu Lao let out a low roar as a dry palm slapped out. It landed on the mutated Ronin's stomach. Bang! There was a muffled sound and nothing was done. How is it possible? Tu Lao sweated like a pig. This strike would explode even granite, landing on a body of flesh and blood. This guy was actually fine? This guy's body, is it made of iron? The moment this thought flashed through his mind, the mutated Ronin's wolf claw lunged and landed on Tu Lao's arm. Zira! Tu Lao's arm was instantly drenched in blood, the muscles and blood vessels turning over, revealing the white bones inside. At the same time, a fist blasted out, ruthlessly smashing into Tu Lao's chest, and with a click, his ribs broke. The dead dog flew out like a dead dog, dragging out a bloodline of more than 10 meters on the ground. Don't kill me! Fu Guosheng was scared like a quail. Where was the appearance of a 9,000-year-old? The mutant werewolf stepped forward. The smell of blood on his body almost smoked Fu Guosheng to the point of fainting. The wolf's claws clasped Fu Guosheng's shoulders and directly penetrated. Ah! Fu Guosheng screamed miserably. Both feet left the ground. The mutant werewolf walked over to the dying Tu Lao, grabbed one of his legs, dragged his blood-drenched body towards the Wolf Kingdom Empress. Take it away, blood sacrifice to my little master's spirit in heaven. The Wolf Kingdom Empress' eyes glowed red. Turning around, she came to the place where the nuclear bomb exploded. Ahead. The flames were still burning. Eight-faced Buddha, Fu Guosheng, and Old Man Tu were crushed to their knees. The Wolf Kingdom Empress closed her eyes. Chop. 3 men from the Black Bear Corps approached with butcher knives in their hands. Fu Guosheng barked like a mad dog, struggling desperately. Ekaterina III, you can't kill me. I am the 9,000 years old of the Dragon Kingdom. I hold great power in my hands. If you kill me, the Dragon Kingdom will not let you go. The Wolf Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom are allies. You can't kill me. You wouldn't dare to kill me either. If the Dragon Kingdom knows that I died here, it definitely won't spare your Wolf Kingdom. Fu Guosheng hissed like a mad dog. Looking at Tang Feng Wolf and the others again, Tang Feng Wolf, you're a dragon soul. Are you watching me get killed by the Wolf Kingdom? Tang Fenglv, you bastard, quickly save me, ah. Grass. You quickly save me, ah. Tang Feng Wolf's face was icy cold. The rest of the dragon soul, likewise, were indifferent. Just as the three were about to be beheaded. Stay under the knife. A death-like voice came as if from hell. Who's speaking? Everyone present was startled. Unable to resist raising their heads, they looked towards the direction of the nuclear bomb explosion. Only to see that, at the end of the horizon, the endless flames were still burning and could not be extinguished at all for a moment. Sound. It seemed to be coming from the sea of fire. Could it be an illusion? How is it so much like Yi Chen's voice? Just as this thought arose in Tang Fenwolf's mind, he immediately shook his head. Illusion. It was definitely an illusion. Right at this moment, Tu Lao, who was kneeling on the ground, horrifiedly stretched out that bloodied finger to point ahead. This. Yi Chen, Yi Chen. What Yi Chen? Fu Guosheng subconsciously raised his head. Oh look! The hairs of sweat stood on end, and his eyes widened. The heart stopped beating almost instantly, almost dying of fright alive. A man covered in fire, like the hero of the movie Evil Knight, stepped out of the roiling sea of fire. What's going on? The eight-faced Buddha opened his mouth in shock. This kid didn't die? The Wolf Kingdom Empress stared with wide eyes and trembled. Junior brother. Yi Chen? It's really Yi Chen. Tang Fenwolf's scalp went numb as he continuously sucked in cool air. Dozens of Dragon Soul generals, as well as more than 3,000 Black Bear legionnaires, were all frozen in place. One by one, they looked like statues. Shocked, they looked ahead. Only to see. A man covered in red, like a red-hot iron, stepped out of the flames. Every hair was burning. The clothes that covered his body had long since turned into ashes. Yi Chen. The real Yi Chen. How come you're still alive? Fu Guosheng's mind was collapsing, spitting furiously, growling low like a mad dog. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nuclear bombs can't even kill you? What kind of monster are you? Chapter 89, 8th Senior Sister, Junior Brother, do me a favor. At this moment, the entire Golden Triangle fell silent. Only Fu Guosheng's roar echoed in the air. Walking out in the middle of a nuclear explosion, burning all over his body and still not dying. Is this guy a devil? Everyone stared at Yi Chen, almost suffocated by the pressure. At the same time, Yi Chen locked onto Fu Guosheng. 3 questions. First, why do you want to kill me? Second, do you know the whereabouts of my parents? Third, where is Wan Tianming? Where is the Wan family? Fu Guosheng's body was freezing cold, shivering constantly. What 9,000-year-old status? What city government? What means? All of them turned into nothing at this moment. His guts were scared out of his wits as he kowtowed and said, Yi Chen, I won't dare to do it again. If I had known that you weren't human at all, how would I have dared to make an enemy of you, ah? I'll answer your first question now. Your disregard for the rules of the game set by our great family, killing people indiscriminately, makes us feel uneasy. Your existence is just like a time bomb, so you must die or you will threaten our interests. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth hooked into a cold smile. His return from hell was to ignore all rules. No matter what was in the way. All of them would be obliterated. With 10 masters of hell behind him, what did he have to fear? Second question, I don't know about your mother. Your father, since 5 years ago, has been in the Wan family's dungeon. Hearing these words, Yi Chen's face blew me to the extreme. So, my father has been in the Wan family dungeon, suffering inhuman torture? Fu Guosheng shook his head in horror. This I don't know. However, I'm afraid that Wan Tianming would use torture on him if he wanted to know your mother's secret. Yi Chen's voice was icy cold. Continue. Third question. Where is Wan Tianming? Where is the Wan family? Fu Guosheng shook his head. Yi Chen, this I really don't know. The Wan family is extremely mysterious. I've known Wan Tianming for decades, and I've only seen him a few times. This guy is extremely careful. He hasn't revealed the exact location of the Wan family to the public at all. Yi Chen keenly sensed the information contained in these words. So, you know the approximate location? Fu Guosheng nodded his head in a hurry. Yes. Northwest, Qin capital. Fu Guosheng uttered a place name. It should be near the Qin capital. Other than that, I really don't know. Qin capital. After the Qin dynasty destroyed the 6 kingdoms, they established their capital here, right at the foot of Mount Li. It was very likely that the Wan clan was nearby. Yi Chen, I've said everything I know, spare. The words begging for mercy were not finished. Yi Chen raised his hand and landed a palm. 9,000-year-old Fu Guoxing's head exploded on the spot, his voice came to an abrupt end, and his body remained in a kneeling position. Mr. Yi, all of this is what Fu Guoxing asked me to do. I beg Mr. Yi to give me a chance. I'm willing to be an ox and serve as a horse. From now on, I'll always submit to Mr. Yi. The eight-faced Buddha's sweaty hairs stood on end, his voice trembling as he begged for forgiveness. Yi Chen indifferently spat out a word, chop. The Wolf Kingdom's Black Star Corps, which only obeyed orders with Ekaterina III the Great, heard Yi Chen's death-like voice at this moment, but couldn't help but raise the butcher's knife. Hands rose, knives fell. The heads of the eight-faced Buddha and Elder Two fell to the ground, their eyes wide with death. Junior brother, first time meeting. The Wolf Kingdom Empress then reacted and smiled at Yi Chen. I'm your 8th senior sister. Looking down. But. Junior senior brother, you're well capitalized. The others also reacted as Yi Chen walked out of the nuclear explosion, his clothes turned to ashes. Because everyone was a man, they didn't find it strange. But. The Wolf Kingdom Empress was a woman. Yi Chen reacted furiously, his old face reddened. Brother, borrow your coat. With a hand, he grabbed the side, a Black Bear Legion soldier's military coat and draped it over his body. Good day, 8th senior sister. Yi Chen was a little surprised. His own 8th senior sister was actually the Empress of the Wolf Kingdom. 9th senior sister was the chief director of martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. 10th senior sister, the Grand Princess of the Rose Consortium. It seems that Master's acceptance of disciples is not indiscriminate. I wonder what the other few senior sisters, what are their identities? Yi Chen thought in his heart. The Wolf Kingdom Empress couldn't get enough of it, and swept a glance from a certain part of Yi Chen. Junior senior brother, let's borrow a step to talk. Good. Watching Yi Chen and the Wolf Kingdom Empress walk into the eight-faced Buddha's manor. 3,000 Black Bear regiments blocked off the surrounding area. Tang Feng Wolf shouted lowly, all listen to the order. Yes. Dozens of Dragon Soul generals immediately formed a queue. Tang Fenglong shouted, pass on my order, what you have seen and heard today. Not a single word is to be leaked, not even to your parents or wives. Bring the secret to my coffin. Whoever dares to leak out a single word, don't blame me, Tang Fenwolf, for turning the tables. A man couldn't help but ask, General Tang, what if it's the Dragon Lord who asks? Tang Fenwolf's eyes were icy cold, including Dragon Lord. Hiss. The hearts of the Dragon Soul generals were shocked. In the room, the Wolf Kingdom Empress pulled the curtains. Taking the initiative, she pulled Yi Chen and sat in the sofa. A pair of blue eyes shone like jewels with a smile. I thought everything in hell was a dream of mine. It wasn't until Master sent me a dream that I realized everything was actually real. Master explained that junior brother can contact me if he needs anything. The Wolf Kingdom's 1.8 million troops are at your disposal at any time. Even if you want to be the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, I can help you. Don't. Yi Chen was startled and hastily reached out, covering the Wolf Kingdom Empress's flaming red lips. Hee, what? You're scared? The Wolf Kingdom Empress laughed. Exhaling like orchids. The heat wave fell on Yi Chen's hand, causing him to be paralyzed. Junior brother, if you're hot, just take off your clothes. The Wolf Kingdom Empress laughed softly, and a green jade hand stretched out. It grabbed towards the military coat on Yi Chen. Yi Chen was startled and hastily backed away. In the Wolf Kingdom Empress's beautiful eyes, a flash of cunning flashed. Junior brother, where are you going? The jade finger clawed. The military coat was plucked right off. Yi Chen slipped and rushed into the next suite. The door to the room was closed with a bang. Junior brother, you opened the door, what are you doing? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Cluck cluck cluck. The Wolf Kingdom Empress laughed and banged on the door of the room. A moment later. There was a creak. The door opened. Yi Chen found a set of eight-faced Buddha's casual clothes to change into, which fit him about the same size. You. The Wolf Kingdom Empress glared at Yi Chen with some grudges, uninspired. I'm teasing you. However, I do have another trouble that I would like to ask junior brother to help. Yi Chen nodded seriously. 8th senior sister, you say? The Wolf Kingdom Empress smiled like a flower as she took Yi Chen's hand. Our Wolf Kingdom men are all too vulgar. There isn't a single one that I can see eye to eye. I want to let little senior brother. She paused for a moment. A finger, picking up Yi Chen's chin, help me have a child. In the future, inherit the Wolf Kingdom's imperial throne. Chapter 90, The Role of the Kieran Blood. Yi Chen was scared and hastily backed away, gulping down a mouthful of saliva. 8th senior sister, you're not kidding. The Wolf Kingdom Empress was flavorful and smiled as she walked up. Junior brother, I'm not joking. 8th senior sister is serious, just obey senior sister. Yi Chen would rather die than submit. Hastily, he backed away. The Wolf Kingdom Empress was full of bad jokes and licked her red lips. Little senior brother, it's useless for you to resist. Just about to make her next move. Drip drip drip. The satellite phone in her pocket rang, and the flirtatious color on the Wolf Kingdom Empress's face disappeared, replaced by an extremely grave expression. This moment. She was no longer Yi Chen's 8th senior sister, but resumed her identity as Yekaterina III. Hey, it's me, what is it? The Wolf Kingdom Empress's voice was majestic as she spoke in the official language of the Wolf Kingdom. A gravely voice came from the phone. Your Majesty, Prince Philip has entered the palace. Good. I know. The Wolf Country Empress hung up the phone. Her eyes turned and landed on Yi Chen. Junior brother, my uncle brought his family and broke into the palace. There might be a change in the Wolf Kingdom. I'll go first. Good. Yi Chen nodded his head. The Wolf Kingdom Empress took a step forward, and with one hand, she wrapped Yi Chen in her arms and kissed him hard on the face a few times. With another hand, she grabbed at a certain position of the man's and pinched it fiercely. She turned around and left. Yi Chen stiffened in place, the corner of his mouth twitched. Was he being molested? Worthy of being a woman of the Wolf Country, this folk style was also too tough. Yi Chen walked out of the manor. The Wolf Kingdom Black Bear Legion had already withdrawn. Tang Feng Wolf walked up. General Yi, what do we do? The 9,000 years old is dead. He had a special status. How are we going to account for it when we return to our country? Yi Chen pondered for a moment. The matter of the 9,000 years old. For the time being, we only need to report to the Dragon Lord alone. As for the rest, you don't need to care. You can just return to the Dragon Soul. Ha! Tang Feng Wolf froze. General Yi, listening to your meaning, you are not going to return to the Dragon Soul? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom's Qin capital. Since I already know the exact location of the Wan family, I must make a trip myself. It's best that I find the entrance to the Wan family before Wan Tianming reacts. Otherwise, I'll lose more than I gain if they move my father away or harm him. Yes. Tang Feng Wolf did not persuade. With Yi Chen's current ghostly strength, no matter what he did, he just needed to go for it. Nuclear bombs were not to be feared, and the rules and laws of the world could no longer control him. Wan family. Wan Tianming walked over and bowed his hand. Teacher, it's been checked out. Back then, this old man, Xiao Xinghua, really did keep a hand in it. His granddaughter, Xiao Charan, fought out the semen that Yi Chen left behind in the hospital and traveled to M for an artificial pregnancy. 10 months later, gave birth to a daughter. Xiao Buren, exactly 4 years old this year, long due, blue sky kindergarten class in progress. Finished speaking. Wan Tianming handed over a photo. It was precisely the 4-year-old Xiao Buxi. The old man's eyes narrowed. Not bad, carrying the bloodline of that demoness from the Su family. It should be Qilin blood. Wan Tianming frowned. Teacher, this Qilin blood is good. Apprentice has also studied it for a while, but this blood seems to, just in terms of organ transplants, have an innate advantage. It can ignore blood types and match successfully with anyone. Xiao Buxi's age is still too young. Even if she carries Qilin blood, her organs are useless to adults, right? Do we really have to raise her for more than 10 years and wait for her to reach adulthood? The old man shook his head. Tianming, Qilin blood is nothing. The bone marrow of someone with Qilin blood, once transplanted, not only can it allow a crippled person to stand up, but it can also change a martial artist's physique. Once the transplant is successful, the martial artist's Renwu 2 veins will be opened instantly. Moreover, the younger the better. If Xiao Buxi was just born, her bone marrow would be the best tonic for a martial artist. However, at 4 years old, it's about the same. What? Transplanting the bone marrow of someone with Qilin blood could open up the Renwu 2 veins? At this moment, Wan Tianming's eyes widened. The body stiffened. Breathing became rapid, panting heavily. An old face turned red. Teacher, what do you mean? In the family behind me, there is a male son who has been injured and needs the bone marrow of Qilin blood to recover. The old man's 5 fingers clenched, and Xiao Buxi's picture instantly turned into pieces. With a casual flick of his hand, the wind blew away the pieces of the photo. Tianming, bring the girl back. Dragon Capital, 2nd Ring Road, at the entrance of Blue Sky Kindergarten. A black commercial car sped up and stopped at the kindergarten's entrance with a kick of the brakes. 2 masked men rushed directly to the front gate. The security guards at the gate were obviously martial artists as well, immediately reacting and quickly pulling the iron gate shut. One of the masked men stepped forward, 5 fingers clasped the gap of the iron door, and fiercely exerted force. Clang! With a loud bang, the steel cast iron door actually twisted instantly. The 2 security guards were startled. The masked man had already rushed in, crushing the necks of the 2 with one hand. Directly rushed in. In less than a minute, holding Xiao Buxi ran out, drilled into the black commercial car and left. Half an hour later, Xiao Xinghua and Xiao Xueme arrived at the kindergarten. The scene has been controlled by the relevant departments. All the teachers and the headmaster have been dragged away for questioning. Walking to the entrance of the kindergarten, the bodies of the 2 security guards were lying on the ground, covered with white cloth. Elder Xiao, you're here. A head of the department concerned walked up, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Xiao Xueme chopped her head off with a burst of angry curses. What are you doing for food? This is the 2nd ring of Longdu, who can snatch someone from here in broad daylight. Within half an hour, if you don't get my granddaughter back, I'll have you all laid off. Xiao Xueme was furious. Xiao Xinghua was not angry. Who was so bold? Dare to touch my Xiao family's people. The person in charge sweated like a pig. This was the Dragon Kingdom's generation of military gods. He has made great achievements for the country. Any one of his disciples was his superior's superior. Who could withstand the wrath of Xiao Xinghua? Elder Xiao, we're really doing our best to investigate. The business car was robbed by them, the owner is a company executive, the body was found in the suburbs. The owner's background has been investigated, there are no problems, he was also a victim. Said. The person in charge pulled out the tablet again. After this group of people captured the victim, they drove the car to the suburbs and directly lost it. The surveillance in the neighborhood, all of them were cut. This group had prepared for this. Xiao Xingguo's face kept changing as he listened. He is a veteran, what kind of big storm has he not experienced? All of a sudden, he felt that something was not right. What exactly do these people want? If they are coming for my Xiao family, they should have called by now. Unless, he's not coming for the Xiao family, but for unrepentant. Wait. Xiao Xinghua reacted furiously and sucked in a breath of cool air. No good, they're coming for the Qilin blood. Xiao Xueme was shocked. What? Qilin blood? If this is really the case, then unrepentant is in danger. Dad, what do we do? Xiao Xueme was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Granddaughters were related from generation to generation, and Bu Xia was too adorable. Xiao Xingguo's forehead veins rippled, his face extremely grave. Pass the order down, everyone in the Xiao family use all their power to find it for me. If you still can't find it. Thinking for a moment, he eventually pulled out his cell phone. Bu Xia's father has the right to know. Pressing a number that was saved last time. Yi Chen, my old man had to tell you something. Chapter 91, 100 Ghosts Daywalking. At this moment, Yi Chen was rushing to Qingdu, preparing to find the address of the Wan family. Xiao Xingguo's phone call came in. Yi Chen, I have to tell you something. Listening to Xiao Xingguo's tone, it was extremely solemn. Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Elder Xiao, you say? Xiao Xinghua took a deep breath. Yi Chen, you and Sharon have a daughter. What did you say? The moment Yi Chen heard this news, he felt his brain buzzing and exploding in disbelief. He and Xiao Charan have a daughter? What international joke? 5 years ago, although Yi Chen was extremely playful. However, his parents were very strict, he hadn't touched any girls at all, and he was still a pure-hearted big boy. Let alone having a daughter with Xiao Charan? Absolutely impossible. Elder Xiao, you're not joking, right? Yi Chen felt that Xiao Xinghua was teasing him. Xiao Xingguo's tone still maintained its gravity. Yi Chen, old man is almost 100 years old, how many days can I live? Do I need to call you out of the blue and play this kind of joke on you? Hearing these words, Yi Chen had to pay attention. Old man Xiao, what the hell is going on? Xiao Xinghua explained, 5 years ago your Yi family was wiped out overnight with a full family. Your whereabouts were also unknown, we suspected that you were dead. In order to leave a descendant for the Yi family, so I let Sharon go abroad and do artificial insemination. Crap. Yi Chen's body stiffened. The entire person was in a dazed state. Xiao Xingguo's voice continued, as for your seed, you're very smart, you should have guessed it, right? Yi Chen instantly responded, when I was 16, my parents said that in order to prevent diseases, left my seed in the hospital's freezer, so, Elder Xiao, you're playing for real. This moment, Yi Chen's heart was angry again. And surprised. And amazed. There was also a hint of not knowing what to do. A daughter suddenly appeared, how should he be a good father? A full 5 minutes passed. It was only then that Yi Chen's voice sounded again, Old Xiao, why are you telling me at this time? Xiao Xinghua smiled bitterly, Yi Chen, originally, old man intended to hide this from you for the rest of your life. After all, this matter did not go through your consent, this is a decision that old me made privately. Our Xiao family definitely has the ability to raise Bu Xia to adulthood. But, Xiao Xingguo's tone became more and more grave. An hour ago, Bu Regret was taken away from a kindergarten in Longdu. The other party is a martial artist, with extremely cruel means, beheading 2 retired King of Soldiers security guards. After traveling in a commercial vehicle that came from a robbery, it completely disappeared. Without realizing it, Yi Chen's face had become extremely cold. His heart was even burning a bitter killing intent. The other party is an enemy of the Xiao family? Xiao Xinghua said, if they are enemies of the Xiao family, then everything is fine. They don't have to deal with unrepentant, afraid that the other party is rushing towards unrepentant. What do you mean? Yi Chen's body stiffened. Xiao Xingguo's voice was incomparably grave. Yi Chen, you probably don't know the effects of Qilin blood. The organs of a person with Qilin blood can be transplanted to anyone and no rejection reaction occurs. If these people are rushing towards unrepentance, it's definitely because of the Qilin blood. How could Yi Chen not know the effects of Qilin blood? 5 years ago, he was in the operating room of his fiancée Ling Qingxiu's house and had his 5 organs and 6 bowels ripped out alive. A tragic death in a mass grave. If he wasn't lucky enough to have his soul enter the 18 layers of hell and be accepted as a disciple by the 10 kings of hell, he would have never had a chance to take revenge in his life. Nowadays, his own daughter actually had to suffer the same treatment. Damn it! Yichen slapped out a palm in extreme anger. A large tree beside him, which was hugged by 5 people, fell down with a loud bang. General Yi, what happened to you? Tang Fengwolf and the others ran over from the distance. Just now, Yichen had answered a phone call, so he ran to this big tree alone and answered the call. At this moment, Yichen's eyes were fishy red, and his eyes were even colder like the god of death, causing all the Dragon Soul members to resist a cold shiver. What in the world had happened? Go back to Dragon Capital. Yichen ordered to fly the airplane to the fastest possible speed, and under the extreme speed, 2 hours finally returned to Dragon Capital. Xiao Jinghua had already been waiting in the suburbs for a long time. Upon arriving at the scene, Yichen leapt down and smashed hard on the ground at a height of 100 meters. The ground exploded, sinking down half a meter deep, and even more so, with Yichen as the center, spider web-like cracks spread out in all directions. Yichen! Xiao Jinghua quickly walked up. Xiao Xueqing grimaced, very unattractive. Dad, what's the point of calling him here? What help can he be, a rash man who just knows how to kill? Chilliness surged in Yichen's eyes. Old Xiao, is this the place? Yes. Xiao Jinghua nodded his head, and both of them ignored Xiao Xueqing at the same time as they walked towards the black commercial car on the side. This is the car. The person who took Unrepentant drove it here and then discarded it. All the surveillance around was cut, all the clues are all broken. I've asked all the forces of the Xiao family to investigate, no results yet. Xiao Jinghua shook his head helplessly. Yichen's voice was hoarse. I need an item that Unrepentant carries with him. Preferably one that Unrepentant has touched within 3 days. Xiao Jinghua was puzzled. Yichen, what do you need this for? There is none. Yichen let out a low roar. Xiao Jinghua was startled. Xiao Xueqing hurriedly took out a milk bottle from her Hermes handbag. This is Buren's milk bottle, and she even ate it this morning. Yichen held it in the air. A force struck her, and the milk bottle in her hand flew up out of thin air and fell into Yichen's hands. 100 Ghost Day Walker, come out to me. Yichen bellowed. Who? In an instant, the entire suburb was filled with a furious cloudy wind, carrying an extremely gloomy and cold aura blowing head-on. The originally blazing sun was in the sky, and in an instant, the clouds were overcast. It was like entering the night all of a sudden. What's going on? Why is the sky suddenly dark? Total solar eclipse? I didn't hear it on the news. All around the staff of the relevant departments who came to inspect, one by one, they scanned around in surprise, and some even took out their cell phones and wanted to shoot videos to post on their friends' circles. The moment everyone opened their cameras, above the screen, there were actually shadows constantly shaking, as if they were affected by a magnetic field. Ha! What is this? Everyone looked at the screen captured by their cell phones. When they looked up at the front, there was nothing. Weird, could it be that the phone was affected by the magnetic field during the total solar eclipse? Everyone had a strange look on their faces. Suddenly, a girl who liked to read psychic novels on weekdays and wore glasses said, "Those black shadows, couldn't they be ghosts?" As soon as this sentence was uttered, there was a dead silence in the room. Everyone was jolted, a chill went straight from the soles of their feet to the sky, and a cold shiver ran down their spines. Under the cell phone shooting mode, countless black shadows gathered at Yichen's feet, worshipping. Chapter 92 The God of Murder is here. What is Yichen doing? Xiao Jinggua's back was chilled. He felt as if there were thousands of eyes around him, yet he couldn't see anything. Yichen, who was on the side, directly lifted the milk bottle up. Find the owner of this object. Yes, young prefect. Who. All the stern ghosts took a deep breath and recorded the flavor on the milk bottle. Tens of thousands of stern ghosts rushed out in all directions. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed and returned to normal. A ray of sunlight shone down. Xiao Jinghua looked at Yichen with a grave expression, only to see that he was sitting in a black commercial vehicle, waiting quietly. Yichen, what are you doing? Don't worry, I've already asked my men to look for news of Unrepentant. Men? Where are the men? Xiao Jinghua was shocked and sucked in a breath of cool air. Could it really be? At this moment, a gust of cloudy wind blew. Yichen's face changed a few times, as if there was something talking to him. Walking directly off the commercial vehicle, he headed towards Dragon Soul's airplane. Old Xiao, before the sun goes down, I will find Unrepentant. Straight away, he got on the airplane and ordered Dragon Soul's men to take off. Dragon Marshal, where to? To Qindu. Yichen's eyes sank. Just now, a ghost king came back to report that Xiao Burenu's aura had been found. After she was taken onto the airplane, she traveled all the way west and eventually stopped next to a university city in Qindu. Northwest University. It was the beginning of the school season. The food street next door to the back door of the school was filled with handsome men and beautiful women, and under the afterglow of the summer, everyone was frantically exuding hormones. Miss, add a WeChat? Boss, I want a stinky tofu. Number 32, your cassoulet is ready. Noisy voices came from the food street. Jiang Zixuan and Xin Yuchu walked over. The two of them were wearing small hot pans, with fruit salvage in their hands, and a pair of snow-white legs were revealed. Many boys looked over, their eyes blossoming. Some brave people take the initiative to go forward, asking for Shin Yuchu's WeChat. Miss, add a WeChat chant? After all, Shin Yuchu was a bit more beautiful. Jiang Zixuan frowned. You want my girlfriend's WeChat in front of me? What do you mean, trolling? Your girlfriend? The boy froze, staring wide-eyed. Jiang Zixuan smiled coldly. What era is this? Same sex can't fall in love. Your thoughts are too dirty. I'm sorry. The boy's face reddened and he left in a sorry state. The other boys nearby saw this and sighed secretly. It's a pity that such two beautiful women are actually. Zixuan, if you talk nonsense like that, you're not afraid that no one will dare to chase you in the future? Shin Yuchu was somewhat helpless. Jiang Zixuan snorted lightly and rolled a big white eye. What are you afraid of? These guys whose hairs haven't even grown, they're simply not my cup of tea. Besides, I'm not ready to fall in love in college at all. I like the kind of chubby, meaty uncle. What about you? My big beautiful girl, what type do you like? Me? Shin Yuchu froze for a moment and frowned. In all her years, she hadn't seemed to have moved on to any boy. Those of her age were too childish. Those older than her were too greasy. As she was thinking, a figure inexplicably flashed through Shin Yuchu's mind, and it was actually the Yi Chen that she had met that day on the high seas cruise ship, on the airplane traveling to Hong Kong Island. It was also at this time. In front of Shin Yuchu's eyes, the figure of Yi Chen actually appeared. His expression was cold and incomparable as he walked towards his side. Oh my god, is this an illusion? How did I see him here? Could it be that he is also a student of Northwest University? Shin Yuchu rubbed her eyes in excitement. Yuchu, what are you looking at? Jiang Zixuan was eating a fruit loaf and couldn't help herself, looking towards the direction of Shin Yuchu's vision. At a glance. Ah! Frightened, her legs went soft, and the fruit loaf in her hand fell to the ground. How is this killing got here? Young Chu. Can't be that I'm looking at it wrong, right? Jiang Zixuan was on the verge of crying. And at this moment, Yi Chen took one step and walked towards the duo. Frightened Jiang Zixuan, hiding behind Shin Yuchu, dead grasped her arm. It's over, it's over. Oh. That night we saw him killing people. I said the last time in traveling to Hong Kong Island, how to meet him. It must be him following us, this guy is here to silence us. I think I, Jiang Zixuan, am beautiful and generous. I haven't even had a great love affair with my uncle yet. Am I going to die? Jiang Zixuan chattered on and on. Yi Chen walked right up to the duo. You came to us? Shin Yuchu just opened her mouth. Yi Chen didn't even look at her and directly crossed over the duo, disappearing at the end of the food street. Oh, don't kill me Alright, people have already left, not rushing to make us come. Shin Yuchu hit Jiang Zixuan's hand. Jiang Zixuan then dared to reveal her small head and looked around. Sure enough, Yi Chen had long disappeared without a trace. Less than 100 meters from the food street, on the top floor of a rental house. A group of middle-aged men sat here, silently smoking cigarettes. Suddenly. No way, I can't take it anymore. A man flung out his cigarette and shouted angrily, I'm going to catch two prey to let off some steam. These college students are more tender than one another. It's just too gripping to let them slip out of sight like this. Just about to pull open the door of the rental house. A scar-faced man, with one step, blocked the door. Clasping the wrist of the smoking man. It is forbidden to leave this place until the mission is completed. If you go out and get caught and spoil Mr. Wan's big event, I'll make you suffer. Scarface's voice was cold. The smoking man skimmed his mouth. We did it cleanly, all the surveillance along the way was destroyed. Even if the Shao family has their hands full, there's no way they can find us before 12 o'clock at night. Man, just let me. Reaching out to grab the door of the room. Scarface pulled out an axe from his arms and hacked towards the smoking man's hand. The smoking man was startled and retracted his hand sharply, saying angrily, Are you crazy? Scarface sneered, If you dare to touch the gate one more time, I promise to chop off your hand. You! The smoking man was about to have a fit. Only to hear a loud clang, the door of the rental house was kicked open, the steel door plate ruthlessly smashed on Scarface's body, shaking him directly out and smashed on the wall of the rental house. The steel door panel was completely deformed. Scarface spat out a mouthful of black blood, mixed with internal organs. He directly died violently. What are you? The 7 or 8 people in the room stood up in shock. Deadly staring at the youth who appeared at the entrance of the rented house. Yi Chen took a step into the rented house, captured my daughter, and now you're asking me who I am? 2 hands grabbed forward and clasped the necks of the 2 martial artists. With a forceful pinch. It exploded with a click. The corpses were thrown out and landed on the other 2 martial artists, and the corpses of the 4 instantly exploded and disintegrated. Holy! The remaining 3 people were almost scared alive. 2 of them reacted quickly and rushed towards the window of the rental house, ready to break the window and escape. Yi Chen stomped his foot and the floor tiles of the rental house exploded. With a kick, he kicked out 2 broken porcelain tiles, whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sounds, penetrating the heads of the escaping duo, nailing them alive on the walls on both sides of the window. Chapter 93, Super Milkman? The smoking man was so scared that he fell to his knees on the ground. Spare your life, Lord, spare your life. Bang bang bang. Madly kowtowing. Is this kid still human? It was simply more terrifying than the devil. Yi Chen walked to a room door, pushed it open, and glanced towards the inside. Xiaobuxi was lying on the bed, his breathing was well proportioned, and it looked like he was asleep. The smoking man hurriedly explained, "Sir. She is fine, she was just fed sleeping pills by us and fell asleep." Yi Chen closed the door of the room and silently exited, his face lowered. Sleeping pills? Taking a step forward, he directly grabbed the arm of the smoking man. Zira! A blood-drenched arm directly fell to the ground. Ah! The smoking man let out a pig-like scream. What the hell is this person? Ripping off an arm with his hands was simply more terrifying than the 10 great tortures of ancient times. Say! Who instructed you to grab my daughter? Yi Chen's voice was extremely cold. The smoking man had long been scared out of his wits, ting, and pissing all over the place. Mixed with the bloody smell of the rental house, there was also a foul odor. Ah! I say. Wanjia, it was Wan Tianming of the Wanjia family who made me do it. The smoking man lay on the ground in pain. The man in front of him was just too terrifying, just like the devil. Yi Chen sank his face. Sure enough. Wan Tianming. Since you guys have already captured my daughter, why don't you just give it to Wan Tianming? What are you guys still waiting for here? The smoking man's eyes were horrified as he explained in a loud voice, "We can't get into the Wan family now." Yi Chen was puzzled. Can't get in? What do you mean? The smoking man trembled. The entrance to the Wan family is extremely special. It only appears for that 5 minutes or so at a specific time, on the night of the full moon every month. Once the time passes, one must wait for the next month. Yi Chen's eyes were ice cold. Are you lying to me? The smoking man shook his head frantically. No. My lord, I really didn't. Where is the entrance? Near the old auditorium of Northwest University. Yi Chen frowned. Looking at the reaction of the smoking man, he should not dare to tell a lie. Could it be that the entrance to the Wan family really only appeared for 5 minutes every month? No wonder no one knew the exact location of the Wan family for so many years. Even if they knew the exact location, if they couldn't wait for the full moon, they wouldn't be able to enter. What's going on here? Yi Chen stroked his chin. The chaotic cauldron's voice rang out, solving Yi Chen's confusion. Master, there should be a formation shrouded underneath the location this person is talking about. Formation? Yi Chen's eyes flickered twice, similar to the Hong Kong Island Li family's formation? The chaotic cauldron replied, my subordinate did not arrive at the scene and cannot speculate. However, tonight is the night of the full moon, just go and wait. Yi Chen took out his cell phone and opened the calendar to take a look. Sure enough, tonight happened to be the 15th day of the lunar calendar, the night of the full moon. Yi Chen made a call, and in less than 5 minutes, the Dragon Soul members guarding the neighborhood arrived. Tang Fengwolf led the people, walked into the rented house to take a look, and was stunned by the limbs and broken arms all over the ground. With an order, clean this place up, take away the live ones. A group of Dragon Soul members stepped forward. Tang Fengwolf's eyes sank as he looked towards the last door and knocked. Come in. Yi Chen's voice came from inside. Tang Fengwolf pushed the door in, only to see Yi Chen sitting on the edge of the bed, looking down at the sleeping Xiaobuxi. Xiaobuxi's long eyelashes were slightly fluttering, and her breathing was very even. The small hand grabbed 2 of Yi Chen's fingers with a sense of security. Tang Fengwolf had never seen on Yi Chen's face such a kind smile. If it wasn't for the fact that he had seen it with his own eyes, Yi Chen's terrifying strength, death-like killing determination, and the smell of blood coming from outside the house. He even thought that the person in front of him was a professional milkman. General Yi, is she alright? Yi Chen shook his head. Those people fed her an overdose of sleeping pills. I've already stepped in and dissolved the excess. There's at most 2 to 3 hours left before she wakes up. Tang Fengwolf nodded. Yi Chen picked Xiaobuxi up and handed her to Tang Fengwang. You send her to Xiaochuan. I still have some processing to do. If everything goes well, I'll be back early tomorrow morning. Tang Fengwolf froze. General Yi, what else do you have to do? I discovered the entrance to the Wan clan. Yi Chen didn't hide it. Tang Fengwolf was taken aback. General Yi, you're going to break into the Wan family alone? Wan can't. The Wan family is different from other ancient martial arts families. He is truly backed by the forces of the Kunlun ruins. Moreover, no one has ever entered the Wan family in over 2,000 years. You? Yi Chen shook his head. Uncle Tang, there's no need to say much. It's very likely that my father is locked up in the Wan family, and we'll all know exactly what's going on at night. Seeing this scene, Tang Fengwolf knew that no amount of persuasion would be useful. You be careful in everything. Taking the Dragon Soul's people with him, he quickly left. Yi Chen directly entered Northwest University and arrived near the old auditorium. Northwest University was nearly 100 years old, and the old auditorium was very worn out. Logically, there should not be many people on weekdays. On the contrary, today, it happened to be the opening day of the school year, and the vicinity of the old auditorium was full of students, cleaning and setting up the scene. Many people have brought in spotlights, stereos, and other equipment. It looked like there would be a welcome party here at night. The party shouldn't run until 12. Yi Chen shook his head, walked into the small forest next to him, and climbed up a big sky-high tree. At 7 or 8 o'clock, the sound of a program came from inside the old auditorium. Immediately after that, one after another, small couples walked into the grove and both sides hugged and nibbled. Some boys' hands were not honest and reached into their clothes, causing girls to really scream. Ah! There's someone there. Nonsense. Where is someone? Even if there is someone, I can't see them. I want. Some excessive boys even wanted to do things here. Yi Chen was somewhat speechless. The entrance to the Wan family was about to appear, and these people were still putting on a good show here? With a command, he directly summoned a few stern ghosts. A gloomy wind blew in the grove, accompanied by the mournful cries of the stern ghosts. Ghosts, ah! Some of the boys were so scared that they went soft on the spot, leaving their girlfriends behind and turning to run. You asshole! Yi Chen shook his head in amusement. This little prank, I wonder how many pairs will be broken up again? Suddenly. Drip drip drip. The ringtone of Yi Chen's cell phone sounded in the silent grove. He pulled out his cell phone and pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, a man's grave and majestic voice came from the opposite side. Yi Chen, you're still in Chengdu, right? I already know about the matter. You just destroyed the 3 major ancient martial arts families yesterday and chased Mu Xueqing to the Golden Triangle early in the morning. And the 8-faced Buddha actually detonated a nuclear bomb? These few things combined, I've been busy all day. The person speaking was none other than the Dragon Lord. It looked like Tang Fengwolf had already gone back to make a report. Yi Chen nodded. What did you want to say when you made this call over? Chapter 94 Wanjia Entrance. The Dragon Lord was silent for a few seconds. Yi Chen, I know that my orders are completely useless to you right now. But I still have to remind you that the Wan clan is completely different from the Chu clan, Lin clan, Xia clan, and Qin clan that you exterminated. Behind him is the power of the Kunlun ruins. Leaving aside the fact that the Wan family is a dragon's den. Even if you really destroy the Wan family, how will you cope if the forces behind the Kunlun ruins strike? Yi Chen's face was cold and very insistent. My father is probably in the Wan family dungeon. Let alone a Wan family, even if it's the Kunlun ruins that you guys are talking about, I'm going to break in. Directly hung up the phone and turned it off. Hey, hey, hey. Beep beep beep. The sound of disconnection came from the landline, and the Dragon Lord helplessly put down the phone. Yi Chen just had a thought that the phone was included in the chaos space. Let go of me, you guys let go of me. A girl's struggling voice rang out. Yi Chen's brows furrowed, and he looked over with a gaze. In the darkness of the night, 2 girls were holding a familiar figure. Shen Yuchu. Her pretty face was red, her eyes were lax and disoriented. Almost defenseless, she was brought deep into the grove by 2 senior sisters. A young man stood here, handing out a bunch of red bills. How come it's only this much? A girl lit a cigarette, somewhat dissatisfied. Why only 10,000? The youth frowned. Isn't 10,000 enough? The girl roughly grabbed Shinyochu's chin. Look carefully, this is the very best of the best, school flower level. You can't find another one in the entire Western University. If it wasn't for the fact that school just started today, and people were not on guard, how could we have successfully drugged her? You don't want to forget it, let's go. The 2 girls pretended to take Shinyochu away. The youth immediately changed his face. Stopping them, he revealed a smile, and added another 10,000 after a good talk. Only then were the 2 satisfied, leaving Shinyochu on the side, on the picnic mat that had long been laid out. Have fun, let's go. Turning around, they walked out of the grove. The youth was excited beyond measure. This was the prey he had found at the orientation party, and it had been so hard to get someone to get it over here. He must have a good time tonight. Yi Chen frowned. Glancing at the time, it was already 11:55. Could this guy finish in 5 minutes? At the same time, Shinyochu's eyes were mesmerized, and the medicine had already taken effect. The youth pulled out a few blue pills and swallowed them in one bite. Baby, I'm coming. The moment he pounced, a strong wind blew, and the youth only felt that he was hit by a truck, clicking with a crunch, screaming miserably as he flew out. Bang! The sound of a hard smashed in a big tree. Spit out a few mouths of blood. What are you? You? Scram! Yi Chen gave a low drink. The grove's gloomy wind roared and the ghosts cried out. Behind Yi Chen, the figures of several stern ghosts even surfaced. Ah! The youth was so scared that he rolled and crawled, spitting blood while rushing out of the grove in the direction of the auditorium. Yi Chen was just about to turn back and look at Shinyochu's situation. Instantly, a hot and delicate body, directly wrapped around his body, red lips flew up to kiss. Yi Chen raised his hand and pushed Shinyochu away. Only to see, her eyes were mesmerized, her mouth was dry, and her beautiful eyes carried a trace of strong lust. It's you? Is it really you? Why is it you? Is it my blurry eyes? I'm so hot. The medicine kicked in. Yi Chen's eyes were clear, without the slightest evil thought. With a snap of his 5 fingers, several silver needles appeared in his palm. It didn't enter Xing Yuchu's body. Her delicate body trembled as a warm current rushed through her body. Subconsciously, she let go of Yi Chen and landed on the picnic mat. Who are you? Don't kill me, don't. Ah! At this time, a miserable scream came from the direction of the old auditorium in the distance. Yi Chen frowned and swept a glance at Xing Yuchu. To the stern ghost on the side, he drank, protect her. With one step, he rushed towards the direction of the old auditorium. Only to see. The surroundings of the old auditorium had long been shrouded in a layer of thick fog. Yi Chen did not hesitate and plunged headlong into it. The scenery around him changed abruptly, and an ancient door actually appeared, with 2 old men guarding the entrance. One of them, a withered old man, was holding the neck of the youth who had just escaped in his hand. The throat had been blown out. Eyes bulging out, a look of horror lingering on his face. Another one? Every year when school starts, there are always a few accidentally breaking in. The withered old man casually threw away the corpse of the youth, his icy gaze locking onto Yi Chen. With one step, he landed in front of Yi Chen like a ghost. Grinning, he revealed a mouthful of pitch-yellow teeth. Kid, blame your own bad luck for breaking into the entrance of the Wan clan. Those who know about this place must die. The dry corpse-like palm grabbed at Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen stood still, not moving a muscle. In the withered old man's opinion, Yi Chen was completely stunned. Just when he thought that he could strangle Yi Chen with a claw, his wrist was held by Yi Chen in a death grip, and no matter how hard the withered old man tried, he was actually unable to shake it by half. Wan Hui, what are you up to? The gray-clothed old man behind him was puzzled. The next second. Zira. Bang. 2 sounds, almost simultaneously. The withered old man flew out like a dead dog, ruthlessly smashing into the steps at the entrance of the Wan family. The chest was sunken. An arm disappeared. Directly dead. Hiss. The gray-clothed old man sucked in a breath of cool air. Looking back, that arm was actually held in Yi Chen's hand, and had been ripped off by this kid. You what? The gray-clothed elder roared angrily. Before a single human word could be uttered, Yi Chen's hand, not knowing when, had already clasped his neck. Fast. It was too fast. In the gray-clothed old man's horrified gaze, Yi Chen closed his 5 fingers. A mass of flesh and mud, mixed with bone marrow and bone slag, squeezed out from between his fingers. The gray-clothed old man's head landed on the ground, with a strong sense of shock remaining until his death. Deep within the Wan family. With a smile on his face, Wan Tianming stood behind an old man and squeezed his shoulder. Master, it's already 12 o'clock. In another 10 minutes or so at most, the Qilin blood should be delivered. Master, are you leaving tonight? Isn't it too urgent? The old man closed his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Old me knows what you want to say. Over these decades, you've done a lot of dirty work for old me. Qilin blood, you take the first credit. Take it. Raising his hand, he shook it. Between the old man's fingers, an ancient ring flashed for a moment. In the next second, 2 blood-red pills appeared in the old man's hand. With 4 danlines, the medicinal power was incomparably pure, and separated by a distance of more than a meter. Wan Tianming could feel the aura from these 2 pills that made his blood boil. These are 2 leopard blood pills. However, these are not the leopards of your world, but the magical beasts of the Kunlun ruins. If nothing goes wrong, within a month, you should be able to enter the 9th level of the Royal God realm. As long as the unicorn blood is brought back to the family, I guarantee that within a year, I will allow you to enter the innate realm. The old man finished in one breath. Master, thank you, master. Wan Tianming was trembling with excitement. Holding the elixir with both hands, he raised it above his head. Bang! 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 In one breath, he cut out 9 times. All right, get up. The old man smiled faintly. Wan Tianming had just gotten up when an underling rushed in woefully outside the hall. Family master, something big has happened. The 2 old men, Wan Hui and Wan Tang, were killed at the family gate. A figure broke in and went in the direction of the heavenly prison. Chapter 95 Father, Yilingyun. One more. What did you say? Wan Tianming's old face instantly turned iron blue as he angrily roared in a low voice. Where is that Qilin blood? Did you bring it back? The subordinate shook his head with a blank expression. Didn't see them. Damn it. Extremely angry, Wan Tianming slapped the subordinate with a palm and sent him flying, smashing into the wall of the hall and exploding. Looking back, Master's face was already extremely gloomy. A flash of anger flickered in his eyes. Tianming, is this how you promised Master that you would definitely bring back the Qilin blood? Humph. You can't even keep an eye on your own home and have it broken into. How do you do your job? The old man snorted coldly, his face full of disappointment. Wan Tianming gritted his teeth in death. Placing the elixir on a side table, don't worry, teacher, I'll go and bring back the intruder's head right now. If, tonight, the Qilin blood isn't brought back, I'll personally make a trip to capture her and bring her back to you. Turning, he stormed out of the hall. With a roar, all those above the royal god realm come out. A dozen or so figures rushed out from all around at once, gathering towards Wan Tianming in a hurry. Wan Tianming's voice was low, "All follow me. Go to the heavenly prison. Any intruders you encounter on the way, no need for nonsense, just blast them." At the same time, Yi Chen had long since grabbed a few people from the Wan clan and forced out the location of the heavenly dungeon, heading straight to the heavenly dungeon. If he went straight to Wan Tianming, he was worried that in case of a fight, the others would use his father as blackmail. It was better to determine his father's safety first. Following the words of the man from the Wan family, Yi Chen arrived at a chilly place. Ahead, it was a dark underground cave that had been converted into a dungeon by the Wan family. At the entrance, 2 old men of the 9th level of the 5th Viscera realm were on guard. Yi Chen took out his blood dragon sword and a cold aura slashed through. What man? The moment the 2 old men reacted, poof! 2 sounds. Frantically covering their necks, their pupils contracted fiercely. Fresh blood burbled out of their fingers, their heads tilted, and their heads rolled to the ground. Yi Chen quickly entered the heavenly prison. Only one person could pass through the entrance, and the interior was dark. The chaotic tripod's voice rang out, "Master, there are a total of 24 people in the dark." Yi Chen closed his eyes. Under the chaotic cauldron's divine thoughts, everything was invisible. Yi Chen took a step into it and slashed out a sword at a wall. Xyla! A blood sprayed out of the stone wall, and the person hiding behind it died violently on the spot. Yi Chen's speed was fast, and after killing 7 or 8 people in a row, someone finally raised an alarm. The other martial artists inside surrounded them from all directions. A sisal-clothed old man's voice was low, with a thick chill on his body. "Good boy, how dare you break into the Wan family's heavenly prison? I see that you are tired of living. Take him down for me, just leave him breathless." A dozen or so figures rushed up together. "Kill!" Yi Chen bellowed. The blood dragon sword in his hand chopped out, and was actually vaguely accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. A few people at the 2nd or 3rd level of the royal divine realm were actually unable to block the power of the sword in the slightest. The moment they touched the blood dragon sword, their bodies exploded and turned into blood mist. What was even more terrifying was that the blood mist was actually absorbed by the blood dragon sword. Underneath the dimly lit dungeon, a blood-red light blossomed, like a lightsaber in a sci-fi movie. The only difference is that this light is blood light. Who in the world are you? You? The hemp-clothed old man subconsciously backed away. There were a dozen of them, and half of them actually died in one breath. Who could not panic? Yi Chen. Yi Chen? The son of that trash Yi Lingyun? The hemp-clothed old man reacted and subconsciously blurted out. "Insulting my father, looking for death." Yi Chen let out a low shout, and like a tornado, he came to kill with the blood dragon sword in his hand. "Stop him." The hemp-clothed old man almost broke his voice. Several people clenched their teeth and held their weapons to fend them off. When there was a crunching sound, the weapons forged from Shen iron were actually chopped off by the blood dragon sword. A few people froze. The blood mist swept across. 5 heads neatly flew out. Holy! The hemp-clothed old man gulped down a mouthful of saliva and turned around to run. Yi Chen chased after him and chopped down with a sword. The hemp-clothed old man was horrified beyond belief. His hands were busy pulling out a black and gold ancient sword and fending it off. When there was a crunching sound, the black gold ancient sword snapped in 2 from the center. Starting from the center of the hemp-clothed old man's brow, a line of blood ran from his nose, mouth, chin, neck, and all the way to his chest, stomach. Poof! The entire person exploded into 2 halves. Hiss! Elder Chen. The few people at the back who were preparing a sneak attack were scared out of their wits. Rushing towards the outside of the heavenly prison. Yi Chen did not go after them and turned around towards the depths of the heavenly prison. The few people who had escaped had just rushed out of the heavenly prison when Wan Tianming arrived with a dozen or so strong men and pinched the neck of one of the people who had escaped. An icy voice rang out, "What are you running for?" But someone broke into the heavenly prison? Where is Elder Chen? Family Master. The person who escaped raised his head, his eyes were red, and he answered with a trembling voice, "Dead. All dead." Chen Lao was split by that kid called Yi Chen with a sword. Yi Chen? Damn. It's really this little bastard. Wan Tianming's eyes shrunk. Mr. Chen, who was at the 5th level of the Imperial Spirit Realm, was actually chopped by Yi Chen with a sword. Wan clan rules, those who run away from the battle, die. 5 fingers snapped. The neck of the person in his hand exploded. Wan Tianming directly ordered, all those who escape, kill without pardon. Yes. Behind them, a group of Wan clan's experts shouted low in unison and rushed into the escaping crowd, bloodying and decapitating them. Looking at the 7 or 8 corpses on the ground, Wan Tianming sank his face. Go in with me, and leave Yi Chen's life in the Wan clan completely today. At this moment, Yi Chen had already entered the deepest part of the heavenly prison. The voice of the chaotic tripod came from his mind. Master, turn left ahead, there is a cell 100 meters away, it is most likely your father. Yi Chen's heart trembled, accelerating his pace. Rushing to that cell. A man with a disheveled, dirty and fishy stench sat in the middle of the prison cell. Dad! Yi Chen's eyes were red, and he instantly recognized the man in front of him as his dad, Yilingyun. Chen, why are you here? Yilingyun was shocked and immediately reacted, quickly leave. This is the Wan family heavenly prison, how dare you come here? Go! In case Wan Tianming finds you, you'll be in danger, go! Even though he was in a prison cell. Yilingyun's worry was still Yi Chen's safety. Dad, if Wan Tianming dares to come, I'll kill his entire family. Yi Chen let out a low roar. Taking a step forward, he rushed forward and clasped the fence of the prison cell. A sound of twisting metal rang out from the click 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 click. An incredible scene appeared. The 10,000-year-old metaphysical iron fence was actually broken directly by Yi Chen, and the cuts were hideously twisted. Hiss. Chen, you. Yilingyun sucked in a mouthful of cool air. As a martial artist, how could he not realize how much strength this required? Dad. Yi Chen's eyes were red, rushing in to hug Yilingyun, a touch. The heart thumped. Dad. Where is your hand? Yilingyun's right arm position was empty. Yilingyun revealed a smile. It's fine, it's just been cut down. Yi Chen trembled with anger and let out a roar. Grass. A cold laugh came from behind him. What a father and son love. Little bastard, don't roar in impotent rage here. Chapter 96, Who's Harder? 2 more. You came to the Wan family today to deliver a head. Originally, I was thinking that I would go and take your life after I finished the business at hand. I didn't expect that I didn't look for your trouble, but you came to me first. You even ruined my good deed. Little bastard, today, I will chop you into mush and make meatballs to feed your punk father one bite at a time. Looking back. An old man with a white beard and hair, but his face was the same as a middle-aged man. With a dozen people in tow, he appeared in view. Wan Tianming. Yi Chen saw Wan Tianming for the first time, but he recognized this person at once. Wan Tianming's smile was hideous. It's the old man, you little bastard, why are your eyes so red? Excited to see your crippled father so? Ha 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 ha. But then again, your crippled father has really hard bones. Yi Chen was completely furious. Wan Tianming, you will die today. His father had been imprisoned for 5 years, and one of his hands had been chopped off. Much less, what inhuman torture was suffered. Cold eyes, locked onto Wan Tianming, charged directly towards him. Wan Tianming faintly spat out, take it down. A dozen or so old men of the Wan clan at the royal god realm surrounded and attacked, the swords in their hands chopping at Yi Chen. Yi Chen ignored the crowd and had only one target. Wan Tianming. When the dozen or so old men rushed in front of Yi Chen, the weapons in their hands were raised high, chopping at Yi Chen's head, neck, heart, and other vital locations, and he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Letting the crowd attack. Chen, dodge. Yilingyun roared lowly. Wan Tianming froze, a touch of playfulness appeared on his old face and he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Little bastard, you're out of your ing mind, aren't you? Dang. Dang. When? A metallic clashing sound came. Wan Tianming's smile froze. Eyes wide open. Couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. A dozen or so weapons chopping at Yi Chen's body. And it was the head, neck, heart, and other fatal locations. It was the same as chopping on a body of steel, it couldn't cut in at all. How is it possible that you? Wan Tianming's eyes widened. Yi Chen swept his sword out. Ow roar. The blood dragon sword actually erupted with a dragon's roar. The bodies of the 2 old men at the 5th level of the royal god realm were directly snapped in two, struggling for a few moments to die in agony. The others sucked in a breath of cool air and retreated in shock. Wan Tianming, suffer death. Yi Chen hissed. He directly swooped towards Wan Tianming, and with the blood dragon sword in his hand, he chopped down with a sword with monstrous fury. Little, you dare to challenge the majesty of the 9th level of the royal god realm? Seek death. Wan Tianming was shocked and furious. His arm was raised towards the blood dragon sword to resist it. In his sleeve, he hid an iron crutch forged from 10,000-year-old basalt iron, trying to block the sword. When? Puff. 2 sounds rang out, almost simultaneously. A sharp pain that drilled through his heart came, and Wan Tianming let out a terrified scream. The iron crutch broke. The arm was even unable to block the sword's fury, turning into a mist of blood. Ah! My arm! Wan Tianming looked like he had seen a ghost, and no longer had the arrogant face he had just had. He backed up in terror and turned to run. Stop this little. A gurgling scream came from behind him. Wan Tianming sweated like a pig, and his heart was even more flooded with waves of horror. What the hell is going on here? How could this little have this kind of strength? And that sword, what exactly is its quality? It can actually cut through 10,000 years of cold iron. Grass. Grass ah. Who can tell me? Wan Tianming roared angrily in his heart as he fled for his life. Even more terrifying was the fact that Yi Chen's voice was also heard from behind him. Don't run away, Wan Tianming, today is the day you die. Everyone in the Wan family will be buried with you. Wan Tianming had never felt that. The Wan family heavenly prison behind him was so deep. Pitch black. Like hell. Finally, there was a glimmer of light ahead. The gate of the heavenly prison had arrived, and the moment Wan Tianming was about to take a step to rush out of the heavenly prison, an extremely violent aura fell behind him. Ka-ching! A sharp pain that tore his heart and lungs. Wan Tianming flew out, the lower half of his body completely losing consciousness. His spine, broken by Yi Chen's kick, fell to the ground like a dead dog. Keep running. Yi Chen's voice was incomparably cold, like a death wish. Wan Tianming's voice trembled, his lips shivering. Who the hell are you? You? Yi Chen smiled. I'm Yi Chen. Wan Tianming shook his head frantically. Impossible, you absolutely cannot be Yi Chen. 5 years ago, I personally investigated you, you're nothing but a complete waste. Moreover, you didn't practice martial arts at all. How could you have this kind of strength in just 5 years? If Yi Chen practiced martial arts 5 years ago, Wan Tianming would have long ago decimated him. It was because Yi Chen did not practice martial arts. Already an adult at the age of 18, even if he started practicing martial arts from the age of 18, it was already too late. Together with the Dragon Master's force protection, he didn't make a move. Yi Chen had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth as he took one step at a time. Wan Tianming was lying on the ground like a dead dog, constantly crawling towards the entrance of the heavenly prison. You don't come over, ah. Apprentice, you are also too wasteful. Suddenly, a faint voice resounded from the entrance of the heavenly prison. It carried a touch of thick disappointment. Master. As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, Wan Tianming rushed towards the entrance of the heavenly prison like a mad dog and roared furiously, Master! Save me, quickly save me! This little bastard is nothing short of a devil, his body, it can resist the attack of a sword. Devil? An old man appeared at the entrance of the heavenly prison. With a withered body and a waxen face, he looked like a zombie. Is that so? Raising his hand. A dagger appeared in his hand and chopped towards his neck. When? A crunching sound. The dagger broke. Master, you. Wan Tianming opened his mouth in shock. The withered old man shook his head with a cold smile. Idiot. This is a body refining technique, a high-level martial art only found in the Kunlun ruins. A short-sighted waste like you, of course you haven't seen it before. The words fell. The turbid gaze turned and landed on Yi Chen's body. Kid, the old man orders you to cut yourself now. The old man will leave you with a whole body, otherwise if the old man does it himself, the old man guarantees that you will regret letting your parents be born. The withered old man smiled teasingly. Yi Chen spat out, I'll give you a chance too. Now immediately kneel down, kowtow and kill yourself. Otherwise, I will crack every inch of bone in your body inch by inch, making you beg for death. Seek death. The withered old man rushed out with a single step, carrying a fishy wind with him. In a single breath, he stood a meter away in front of Yi Chen. Raising his hand, he slammed his fist into Yi Chen's mouth. I would like to see if your mouth is really this hard. A sentence had not even finished. The withered old man let out a terrified scream. Only to see. Yi Chen raised his hand and blocked his punch. The backhand clasped the fist. With his other hand, he ruthlessly landed on the withered old man's arm, smashing out a dozen punches in one breath. With each punch, a sound of bones exploding was emitted. Ka-ching! Ka-chow! Click click! Yi Chen shouted angrily, what the hell are you pretending? An arm, every inch of bone burst. Little bastard, you really deserve to die. The withered old man almost fainted in pain, his old face twisting. All the power in his body, all of it, erupted into a punch that smashed into Yi Chen's heart position. Clang! There was an earth-shattering bang, and the entire heavenly prison trembled a little with it. Chapter 97, I'm sorry, unrepentant is indeed our daughter. 3 more. Yi Chen, however, grinned like a person who was fine, didn't eat? You. The withered old man's scalp went numb and his teeth were chattering. What kind of monster are you? I'm your father. Yi Chen slapped the withered thin to the ground. A foot stomped on the withered old man's ankle, crushing it viciously. Click. 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 A sound of bones breaking came. I told you, I will crack every inch of bone in your body inch by inch, making you beg for your life and beg for your death. Ka-chow! Ka-chow! Click click. Yi Chen took a breath and stepped on hundreds of feet, pretending? Keep pretending? The Kunlun ruins are marvelous? Extremely berserk. Extremely bloody. Extremely cruel. The withered old man was no longer humanoid, with bones broken all over his body. With only a head left, he looked at the death-like youth in front of him in horror. Yi Chen, I'm a member of the Duan family of the Kunlun ruins, you can't kill me. Yi Chen looked down at him like a god of death. In this world, there is no one that I, Yi Chen, cannot kill. You have 2 choices now. First, answer my question. Second, I have hundreds of means of torturing you that are more painful than having your whole body's bones shattered. The withered old man's body trembled madly. The youth in front of him, was he an evil spirit that crawled out of hell? I say. Yi Chen nodded his head. Smart. The first question, is that you want to capture my daughter? The withered old man hurriedly replied, yes. I come from the Kunlun Ruins Duan family. My young master's tendons and veins are broken and he has been reduced to an invalid. The bone marrow of the Qilan's blood is needed to save his life. Yi Chen's eyes were cold. Second question, where is my mother? The withered old man shook his head. I don't know. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. I really don't know. The withered old man's face went white with fear, and he didn't look like he was lying. In that case, it's useless for you to live. Yi Chen stomped down. Bang! The withered old man's brain exploded, and his body was kicked aside by Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I was wrong. Wan Tianming was scared mad, dragging his crippled body and kowtowing frantically. His master was an innate martial artist. He was actually not even a match for Yi Chen, and was stomped to death with a single foot. All the defenses in Wan Tianming's heart completely collapsed. Shan'er. At this moment, Yi Lingyun's voice came. Yi Chen turned around and saw that his father's eyes carried a touch of excitement, a touch of shock, and a strong touch of relief. Dad. Yi Chen quickly stepped forward and held Yi Lingyun. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Yi Lingyun shook his head. The sounds of fighting outside stopped. I was worried that something had happened to you, so I came out to take a look. Now it seems that my father's worries were unnecessary. Yi Chen said, Dad, you should take a rest first. Wait until I ask about my mom's whereabouts. Yi Lingyun's complexion was a little unnatural, as if he had some hard feelings. Hesitating for a few seconds. Looking at Yi Chen's eyes, Shan'er, there's no need to ask. They don't know where your mom went. Yi Chen froze. What? Wan Tianming nodded frantically. Right. Your father is right, Yi Chen. Oh no, Lord Ji. Your mother's whereabouts, I really don't know. I captured your father in order to get news of your mother and even lure her out. As a result, for 5 whole years, our Wan family has not found a single clue. Yi Chen frowned. Dad, is everything he said true? Yi Lingyun sighed and gave Yi Chen a deep look. Shan'er, I know it might be hard for you to accept. But I must tell you, back then it was a critical situation. It was your mom who left me alone. Yi Chen completely froze. Mother left father alone and left alone? How was this possible? In his impression, his parents were extremely loving. Definitely not the kind of couple that flew apart in times of trouble. How could a mother leave without her father? Dad, is it possible that mother has encountered some difficulties? Yi Chen asked. Yi Lingyun nodded his head. Over these 5 years, I have also carefully considered it, and there is indeed this possibility. However, all of this has to be found before your mother can know. By the way, Shan'er, the things your mother and I left for you. It's in my hand. Yi Chen was just about to take out the chaos cauldron with a thought. Wait. Yi Lingyun shook his head and looked deeply at Wan Tianming. Wan Tianming's eyes flashed. Could it be the thing he had wanted to obtain day and night for 5 years? It had to be. The treasure left behind by that demoness. Thinking of this, a flash of greed flashed through the depths of Wan Tianming's eyes. Shan'er, let's leave this place first. Yi Lingyun said. Good. Yi Chen nodded his head, assisting his father with one hand while dragging one of Wan Tianming's legs with the other. Like dragging a dead dog, he walked towards the entrance of the Wan family. Family head. What's going on? Who are you, little? Quickly let go of the family head. Along the way, many people from the Wan family rushed out. Seeing how miserable Wan Tianming was, they all cursed. Some of the martial artists even shot towards Yi Chen. After Yi Chen killed dozens of people in one breath, these people were finally honest and followed behind in fear, all the way to the entrance of the Wan family. Thick fog surged, shrouding everything. The power of the formation fluctuated. It was already past 12 midnight. The Wan family can only go out now. If they wanted to come in, they had to wait for the next full moon when the array was opened. Yi Chen smiled. Dad, you go out and wait for me first, I still have some things to take care of. Good. Yi Lingyun did not ask any more questions and turned around to walk into the thick fog. Yi Chen turned back, the smile on his face disappearing. In its place, there was a thick chill. Book of Life and Death, come out. 5 minutes later, Yi Chen walked out of a thick fog. Yi Lingyun asked, Shan'er, where are the people from the Wan family? Yi Chen could see his worry. Dad, don't worry. From now on, there will be no more people from the ancient martial Wan family in the world. Yi Lingyun's body trembled a little. His eyes were a little red. How much he had suffered in the Wan family over these 5 years. A stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. As the two of them prepared to leave, Yi Chen's face, however, was a little strange, as the image of Shin Yuchu in the grove surfaced in his mind. Shan'er, what's wrong? Nothing, Dad, let's go. At dawn, Yi Chen took Yi Lingyun and returned to the old Yi family house in Zhanghai. After 5 years of torture, Yi Lingyun fell into a deep sleep. Yi Chen looked at Yi Lingyun's empty right hand, and his eyes grew colder and colder. Half an hour later, he called for Jiang Nanwang to come over and personally guard the Yi family's old mansion. He himself drove Jiang Nanwang's car to the Dragon Lake Villa. Ding dong. Pressing the doorbell. In the living room, the two of them, Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan, almost simultaneously jumped up from the sofa. I'll go open the door. The duo was very fast and rushed to the front door in a single breath. Opening the gate of the villa. Yi Chen was standing at the entrance of the villa, and the three of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Not knowing how long the stalemate lasted, Xiao Charan lowered her head and took the lead to speak. Yi Chen, I'm sorry. My grandfather has already called me and said that you know everything. I'm sorry, Bu Xia is indeed our daughter. P.S. About Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan, everyone has any opinion, can enthusiastically leave a message. How there is a need for supporting characters, can also be book review area message, maybe the protagonist of A Move to Kill, do not mind turning into a blood mist, can leave a message. Oh. Chapter 98 Mother, from the Kunlun Ruins. Although Yi Chen had prepared himself mentally, at this moment, he still didn't know how to speak. Inexplicably having a daughter, who would Xiao Buren follow in the future? Where will Xiao Charan go from here? Will Xiao Charan marry in the future? If she married someone, Yi Chen would definitely not agree. Although the two didn't have a relationship, they couldn't get rid of his woman's identity. Even if he was with Xiao Charan, what about Mu Xueqing? Yi Chen raised his head and looked at Mu Xueqing. In Mu Xueqing's eyes, there was a touch of fatigue. Obviously she hadn't slept all night last night. Yi Chen, what are you still standing there for? Come on in, if you have anything to say, come in and talk. Mu Xueqing stepped forward and pulled him into the villa. Closing the door, only 3 people were left in the hall, and the atmosphere was a little stiff. Mu Xueqing took a deep breath and was the first to speak. Yi Chen, we already discussed this last night. It's already a fact that Bu Xia is your daughter. For Charan, it's not her fault. She's a girl who just started her freshman year of college and was dragged into artificial insemination. What can she do? Can she rebel against her family? Unrepentant is even more pathetic, being born with emotionless parents. If you dare to disown this daughter, I won't spare you. Mu Xueqing gritted her teeth, revealing her small tiger teeth. Yi Chen saw it at a glance. She was bluffing. Even, there was some panic in her beautiful eyes. What if Yi Chen didn't agree? Good. Yi Chen's face slowed down. Xiao Charan was obviously relieved. Mu Xueqing's expression was a little complicated, then she smiled. That's fine, the next thing is Charan's problem. If she gives you a child, how will she marry in the future? So, you must be responsible for her as well. Yi Chen was a bit shocked and opened his mouth. What? 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 You don't want to be responsible? Mu Xueqing frowned. Yi Chen said, what does this have to do with me? How does it not matter? Can she give birth to a daughter by herself? Mu Xueqing had a stern face. Yi Chen swept a glance at Xiao Charan, who had her head lowered, unable to see any change in her expression. Then what about you? Yi Chen looked at Mu Xueqing again. Me? Mu Xueqing sneered. Me you are of course responsible for. Don't think I don't remember anything. That time in the apartment, it was you who scrubbed my body. I was all seen by you. What, do you want to eat it up and deny it? Mu Xueqing forced her way over. Her hands pressed on Yi Chen's shoulders. The pair of magnificent things on her chest almost pressed on Yi Chen's nose. The feeling of oppression was overwhelming. Cough. Don't dare, don't dare. He was truly afraid that Mu Xueqing would suddenly make a move and directly smother him to death. That's more like it. Mu Xueqing let go of Yi Chen, dryly. With a single sentence, she gave the final word on this matter. From now on, not only do you have to be responsible for Bu Xia, you also have to be responsible for Charan, and even more so, you have to be responsible for me. Big deal, from now on, 1, 3, 5 belong to me, 2, 4, 6 belong to Charan. Sunday, let you rest. Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded. What? The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Could it be? Is this the result of your discussion all night? His eyes turned and landed on Xiao Charan. Xiao Charan's pretty face flushed red, and when she looked up at Yi Chen, she was like a deer in headlights. I didn't sleep all night, there's another conference in the afternoon, I'm going back to catch up on my sleep. In a flash, he rushed back to his room and closed the door with a snap. Mu Xueqing snapped her fingers. Okay, it's so happily decided. Yi Chen said, you haven't asked my opinion yet. Mu Xueqing looked down on him condescendingly, like a domineering queen. What other opinions do you want? 2 big beauties, willing to follow you without fighting, you're still not happy about it? If you dare to resist, this girl won't spare you. Alright, this girl is also tired, go back and rest. Finished speaking. Leaving Yi Chen with a back, twisting her plump hips, she walked back to her room. The moment she closed the door, Mu Xueqing revealed a mysterious smile. Little Leaf, come here. Little Yi? What kind of name is this? Come here. Mu Xueqing's voice was a little crispy. Yi Chen could only get up and came to the front of Mu Xueqing's room. Unexpectedly, Mu Xueqing directly shot out, wrapped her arms around his waist, and her red lips directly kissed up. It was a full 3 minutes before her pretty face turned red and let go of Yi Chen, handing him something. I'll give you a little bit of welfare first during the day, and the rest at night. I don't want to have a baby yet. You must wear. With a reddened face, she turned around, banging the door of the room closed. Yi Chen looked down and actually held a condom in his hand. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Dang Lei anxiously rushed into the Dragon Lord's office. Dragon Lord. Latest news. Over the years, all the people that the Wan family has secretly arranged all over the Dragon Country have all inexplicably died of heart attacks. Dragon Lord slowly put down the document in his hand. His face stood up with a grave expression. It seems that this kid has really succeeded. This hard bone of the Wan family was all chewed down by him. Dragon Lord, destroying 5 ancient martial arts families in one breath. The situation in the Dragon Kingdom is going to change drastically. Dang Lei's face was gloomy. Dragon Lord nodded. The pattern of ancient martial families has lasted for over 1,000 years. A big change may not be a bad thing. As long as the Dragon Kingdom can carry on, its strength will still be able to rise to another level. Northwest University. Xin Yuchu woke up violently and ran back to the dormitory in one breath. Jiang Zixuan had already burst into tears. Yuichi, you finally came back. Oh, I thought you were killed by that demon. Uhu, I was about to call the police. You scared me to death, you know? Where have you been, you? Xin Yuchu was sweating profusely, her lips a little white. I met that demon. Jiang Zixuan shivered, her voice trembling. Really? He didn't kill you? No. Xin Yuchu shook her head. I seem to have been drugged last night. Someone wanted to plot against me. In a daze, that demon seemed to come out and saved me. Jiang Zixuan was a bit confused. That demon saved you? He wouldn't have come to pick flowers, right? Quickly, let me take a look. Are you alright? Said. Jiang Zixuan stepped forward, her hands and feet on Xin Yuchu's body for a while to check. Yeah, okay. Xin Yuchu pulled her back. Even though I've never done that, but if I'm being what, can I not know? Jiang Zixuan frowned. So you're saying that he didn't do anything except save you? Aha. Xin Yuchu nodded her head. Jiang Zixuan was full of doubts. Could it be that this demon has gone from good to great and become a Jianghu warrior? After leaving the Dragon Lake Villa, Yi Chen returned directly to the Yi family's old mansion. After waiting for about 3 hours, Yi Lingyun woke up. Shen'er, phew. I thought it was a dream. Yi Lingyun opened his eyes, realizing that he was indeed lying in the Yi family's old mansion, his own bed from back then. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Yi Chen stepped forward and fed Yi Lingyun the long-boiled soup. Dad, no one will be able to harm you in the future. I checked your body, it's weak, but none of it is fatal. It only needs to be tempered for a while, and it will recover. Yi Lingyun smiled in relief and finished the soup in one gulp. Only then did Yi Chen ask, Dad, what exactly is my mom's situation? Last night at the Wan family, you obviously hid the news. Yi Lingyun pulled Yi Chen's hand. Shen'er, there are no outsiders here. I'll tell you the truth, your mom comes from the Kunlun ruins. Chapter 99, Shao Charan, you're the one who gave me the bottom line. Yi Chen had long guessed some of this. Really knowing the answer, he was also slightly stunned. Dad, what exactly is the Kunlun ruins a place? Yi Lingyun shook his head. I haven't been there either, but I heard Xiaoyun say that it was extremely treacherous. Su Xiaoyun, Yi Chen's mother's name. There are no laws of modern society there at all there is the law of the jungle where the strong are honored. You're strong, you can do whatever you want. If you're weak, you're worse than a dog. Your mom comes from the Kunlun Market Su family, a family that isn't the top, but isn't weak either. Yi Chen frowned, somewhat puzzled. Dad, since mom is from the Kunlun ruins, why is our Yi family still suffering from this? According to reason, a random martial artist from the Kunlun ruins is strong enough to crush the top families in the Dragon Kingdom. Unless an ancient martial arts family. Any martial artist from the Kunlun ruins was no different from a god in front of an ordinary family. If the mother came from the Kunlun ruins Su family, the Yi family wouldn't be so miserable, right? You only know one thing, you don't know the other. Yi Lingyun sighed and shook his head. All the major countries in the world are backed by forces within the Kunlun ruins. Dragon Country, M Country, Wolf Country, which one of them is not backed by the Kunlun ruins? Yi Chen was shocked. The Dragon Country is also controlled by the Kunlun ruins? Yi Lingyun nodded his head gruffly. The ancient martial arts families in the Dragon Country are backed by the Kunlun ruins. There's also the Dragon Kingdom's guardian, who is also associated with the Kunlun ruins. Speaking here. Yi Lingyun paused for a moment, his gaze was a little strange as he looked deeply at Yi Chen. You exterminated the Wan family, and sooner or later, the people of the Kunlun ruins will know about it. Shen'er, you'd better leave the Dragon Kingdom immediately and go incognito for a while. Wait for the wind to pass, then come back. If the people from the Kunlun ruins can't find you, they'll give up and won't waste too much time. The big deal is to support another ancient martial arts family. Finished in one breath. Considering Yi Chen's back road. Yi Chen smiled. Dad, I've destroyed more than one ancient martial Wan family. The ancient martial Qin family, the ancient martial Xia family, the ancient martial Lin family, and the ancient martial Chu family were all destroyed by me. Furthermore, I also killed one surnamed Yuan and one surnamed Zhang's guardian. What? Hearing this, Yi Lingyun's eyes widened in shock. Yi Chen had annihilated 4 ancient martial arts families? He also killed Yuan and Zhang, the 2 guardians? How was this possible? In this instant, Yi Lingyun's face kept changing, and his heart was even more shocked as he excitedly asked out, Shunner, is it that your mother left behind? Dad, it's that tripod in the end. Yi Chen nodded his head, a sentence not yet finished. Yi Lingyun shot out and covered Yi Chen's mouth. To the door of the room, he shouted lowly, Who? Get out! An excited voice came from outside the room, Big Brother Yi, is that you back? Lin Longhai pushed open the door, Big Brother Yi, it's really you. He had bandages wrapped around his body and walked in with Lin Fei's assistance. Yi Lingyun was a bit surprised, Brother Lin? How did you become like this? Ha 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 ha. It's all minor injuries, there are no more major problems. Lin Longhai smiled happily and came in to sit beside Yi Lingyun as the 2 big men had a catch-up. Speaking, they reminisced about the years back then. The 2 chattered on, talking for 2 hours in one breath. Yi Lingyun's state was obviously much better. Yi Chen listened to some headaches, how would he be interested in listening to the 2 men's years? He walked out of the room and lit a cigarette. Lin Fei followed her out, Big Brother Yi, thank you for what happened at school last time. Yi Chen glanced at her, a pair of beautiful legs pan, simply leg model level. A pair of big watery eyes. Red lips were tantalizing. Skin so delicate that it could pinch out water. A show of hands. Yi Chen took a drag on his cigarette and casually extinguished it. Lin Fei spat out her little tongue, Big Brother Yi, it's all over the school that you're the Dragon Soul's Dragon Marshal. After that incident, starting from the principal, all the senior leaders were all changed. Because of this incident, several professors who committed academic fraud had their titles jacked. The new principal and director took special care of me, and even approved me to take a break from school for a while, so I can go back to class when I'm in a better mood. Yi Chen just casually mentioned it. I didn't expect the Dragon Souls people to be so forceful. Thinking about it, the highest level of special forces in the Dragon Kingdom. It wasn't casual to fix up a university? It's just a show of hands. No, you were simply too handsome that day. Lin Fei took Yi Chen's arm, and even shook it, her chest, pressing against Yi Chen's arm. Although it wasn't as full as Mu Xueqing's, it was very erect. Young is good Big Brother Yi, why don't you stay home for lunch? I'll cook it myself. Yi Chen thought about it. The father's side of the issue was not yet finished. Just wanted to agree. At this time, Mu Xueqing sent over a message, Yi Chen, I'm awake, I'll go to the company first. If you're not busy in the afternoon, go to Churin's company and attend a launch with her. That product of hers is very powerful, I'm worried that it's offending a lot of people, so I'm guessing there will be some people messing with it, so go and help support the scene. If you perform well, sister will reward you properly at night. Just after reading the message, almost at the same time, Xiao Churin's call came in, Yi Chen, let's eat together at noon. Yi Chen thought for a moment and agreed, good. I'll send you the address. Pulling his hand out of Lin Fei's arms. It was hard to avoid touching it twice, it was elastic. Fei, I still have some things to do, I'll leave first. Big Brother Yi, you're not going to eat? Next time for sure. Watching Yi Chen's back disappear, Lin Fei was a little lost. You wait for me. I'll take you down sooner or later. After leaving the Yi family's old mansion, he drove into Jiang Nanking's red Ferrari. Parked directly under Xiao Churin's company, she had actually been waiting for a long time. Yi Chen was a bit surprised, waiting for a long time, right? Xiao Churin smiled sweetly, sexy and generous. Seeing that Yi Chen had really come, she was obviously very happy. It wasn't that long, let's go up. The 2 were just about to go up, when a voice came from behind them, Mr. Xiao, after 2 days of asking you out, I didn't even go in your company's door. We're all from the medical and beauty industry, there's no need to be so rejecting, right? The 2 looked back. Several Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles, parked downstairs in the company. A young man in a suit, around 27 or 18, got out of the car after tightening his tie. I've brought the contract, I've already let someone give you a consignment, as long as you sign, $1 billion will immediately hit your account. The youth was rich and generous. One opening was $1 billion. Yi Chen didn't move and swept a glance at Xiao Churin. Who is he? Xiao Churin frowned and quickly explained, Li Jieyun, from Goryeo. The 2 prescriptions you gave me, I made it into a medical beauty product. A small-scale pilot, the effect is very good. Once this launch is released today, my company will instantly become the most powerful medical beauty company in the world. Not to mention $1 billion, I won't even sell it for $10 billion. Yi Chen smiled, so confident? Xiao Churin looked at Yi Chen seriously and said solemnly, it's you who gave me the backbone. The beautiful eyes turned and became extremely stern. It was like a business queen, please go back, Mr. Li, the formula, I'm not selling it. Yi Chen, let's go. Finished speaking. Pulling Yi Chen's hand, he walked towards the company's gate. Li Zixian's face sank and made a wink. Behind him, a group of bodyguards in black suits immediately rushed forward and surrounded the duo. Mr. Xiao, I advise you to better think about it. Bang! 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 Yi Chen directly struck out, 1 foot at a time. These black-suited bodyguards all flew out like dead dogs. Hands and feet twisted, completely motionless, life and death unknown. Li Jiahyun was so scared that he stepped back. Who are you? How dare you hit people like this? Yi Chen turned back and took a step to arrive in front of Li Jiahyun's body. Frightened, his eyes contracted crazily. I'm a member of the Goryeo Kingdom's Li family, you dare to move? The word I hadn't even been uttered. Yi Chen directly blasted out with a punch, and Li Jiahyun flew out. There was a loud clang sound, denting the door of the Mercedes-Benz commercial car, and he lived or died. Wow! Xiao Charan froze in place in shock. Wide-eyed, her small mouth slightly open. Yi Chen directly pulled out his cell phone. Tang Phone Wolf, I'll tell you an address. Bring the Dragon Soul's people over to watch the ground. Chapter 100, Dragon Soul Wash the Land. 20 minutes later. A dozen military vehicles arrived at the scene, and Tang Phone Wolf personally descended from them. Make way, all of you. A loud shout caused all the onlookers to make way. What are you guys doing? These people are all injured. Don't move around, be careful of causing secondary injuries. Someone called the police, and some paramedics had long since arrived at the scene. Tang Fen Wolf snorted coldly, Dragon Soul is arresting spies, and you're still afraid of causing secondary injuries? Take all of these Goliath Nation people, all of them away. A female doctor, directly enraged, stopped the Dragon Soul's team members. Dragon Soul? What's wrong with Dragon Soul? Even if they are criminals, don't they have human rights? You arrest people indiscriminately, believe it or not, I'll report you. She also took out her cell phone. Shooting video. I'm warning you, if I post the video online, you won't be able to eat it. The female doctor had a godly look on her face. Don't delay me from saving my international friends, these are all people from Goliath country. She thought that as long as she held up her cell phone, Tang Phone Wolf would be afraid. After all, the power of the internet was just too strong. Unexpectedly, Tang Fonglong laughed outright. Sorry, Dragon Soul law enforcement, you don't have the right to film. I now suspect that you're a spy for the Goliath Kingdom. Confiscate the cell phones and take them away together. An order was given. Several Dragon Soul warriors stepped forward and took away the female doctor's cell phone. She shouted as if she was spilling, you guys dare. I'm a doctor from Zhonghai No. 1 Hospital, and my husband works as a secretary in the office of one of Zhonghai's handlers. How dare you do this to me? You're finished. Tang Feng Wolf sneered, is that so? Little Li. In. A Dragon Soul warrior stepped forward. Tang Fonglong said, you immediately make a trip to Wang Jinshui's office and bring this woman's husband back to Dragon Soul for interrogation. At the same time, have Wang Jinshui cooperate with your investigation. I suspect that the husband and wife are both spies for the Goliath Kingdom. The onlookers were shocked. Wang Jinshui. The name of a handful of Zhonghai City. This man actually had the qualifications to, directly from Wang Jinshui's office, take someone away. He also asked Wang Jinshui to cooperate with the investigation. This is not a joke. I'm wrong, General, I'm wrong. I just see that they are people from the Goliath country. I worship foreigners. The female doctor was so scared that her legs were soft. Finally knew that encountered people who could not be messed with. Hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Only a pity. Tang Fengwolf did not give her a chance at all. Racked up the people lying on the ground, including Li Zixian, all take away. Thunder and lightning, come and go in a hurry. Inside the office, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Xiao Charan looked at all of this in shock, turning back, her pretty face with a touch of intense shock. Those Goliath Nation hitmen of Li Zixian, all of them were killed by you? Yi Chen shook his head, you're releasing a new product today, how could I kill someone downstairs in your company? They were crippled at best, completely reduced to a vegetable in this life, not dead. Xiao Charan looked deeply at Yi Chen. What was the difference between this and death? Hungry, right? I'll make a bowl of noodles for you to eat. Okay. Yi Chen wasn't picky. Behind the office was a suite. Kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, everything was available, so you could rest here when you were tired. 10 minutes later, a large bowl of Yangchun noodles was brought to Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen ate deliciously. Xiao Charan sat across from him, her hands propped up on her chin. Staring with big watery eyes, her pretty face slightly reddened as she looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was puzzled, you don't eat yourself? Xiao Charan smiled, pasta is high in carbon water, in order to stay in shape, I don't eat lunch. Yi Chen casually said, there's no need for that, eating healthy is important. Besides, you have a pretty good figure. Ha? Is that so? Xiao Charan's beautiful eyes lit up, and her tone was even a little excited. Yi Chen ate his noodles and nodded, yeah, and you look quite like Zhou Liang, with a round face and big eyes. There's also a bit of baby fat, fleshy and quite cute. Xiao Charan snorted, really? You like girls with fleshiness, huh? It's better than being skinny as ribs, right? Yi Chen nodded. By the way, you look pretty when you smile. Don't keep a cold face in the future, smile more. Good, listen to you. Xiao Charen's pretty face was flushed. The hallowed beautiful president actually had an obedient demeanor. If this were to be seen by the people outside, they must not die of shock alive. A bowl of noodles is finished. Xiao Charen collected the bowls and chopsticks and returned to the kitchen to wash them. Another cup of tea was brewed for Yi Chen. You take a rest here, I'll go see how the preparations for the launch are going. Okay. Yi Chen nodded. Just after 10 or so minutes had passed, Tang Fengwolf sent a text message. General Yi, there may be island spies mixing into the launch site. Yi Chen frowned. He had just put away his cell phone. Xiao Charen's face was solemn as she hurried back. Yi Chen asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the launch? Xiao Charen shook her head. There are a lot of reporters outside. The world's top medical magazine The Lancet sent a special reporter. Country's Natural Science magazine also sent a columnist. There are also reporters from the island country, Goliath country, major European countries, and major countries in Southeast Asia. It's just a beauty product launch. I didn't expect so many international reporters to come after a small-scale experiment. She was breathing heavily. Her voice was a little trembling, and her face was flushed. The buttons of her shirt also unlocked a heat, revealing a snowy white neckline. Yi Chen could see that Xiao Charen was nervous. It's fine, don't you want to become the world's top medical beauty company? This kind of scene, you have to see it often in the future. Xiao Charen flinched a little, but I'm not ready now. Yi Chen smiled and held her wrist. Xiao Charen subconsciously wanted to retract her hand and saw Yi Chen's affirmative look. Letting her hold it. A strand of true qi was injected into Xiao Charen's body. Her blood quieted down and her heartbeat returned to normal values. Go, I'll go with you. You just introduce yourself. If there are any emergencies, leave it to me. Good. Xiao Charen was inexplicably relieved. The two left the office and arrived at the launch site. It was already crowded. Thousands of reporters from various countries had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Xiao Charen and Yi Chen appear, cameras and video cameras were pointed at each other, and the flashlights were flashing non-stop. Yi Chen patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'll be behind you. Aha! Xiao Charen took a deep breath. Walking up to the release stage. Revealing the confident smile of the beautiful president, gentlemen, welcome to Shangshur Beauty Company, the release site of the two products, the face locking cream and the scar removing king. After clinical practice, the scar removal king can quickly get rid of human scars and make the skin as delicate as a newborn baby. The face locking cream can unlock human genes, locking the user's face at the current age. Moreover, our company has another enhanced version of the face lock cream, which can allow all women and men to return to their 18 years of age. Our product is ready to be launched in Dragon Country, M Country, and Europe. The words were not yet finished. Suddenly, but, ha ha, a female reporter laughed. The gazes of everyone present turned and landed on her. The female reporter shook her head playfully. I'm sorry, I really couldn't hold it back because it's really too funny. Mr. Xiao, a medical beauty company that was established less than a month ago. To develop such a powerful elixir, could it be that this company of yours with less than 30 people is researching immortal medicines? Chapter 101 tonight, for your welfare. Ha 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 ha. These words came out. There was a burst of laughter. Xiao Charen didn't move. This reporter friend, who are you? The female reporter had a haughty face. I'm a reporter from the Island Emperor newspaper. My name is Chimoto Sakurako. Xiao Charen said, for your query, we at Shangshur Meiyan have already done clinical experiments. The report has been posted on our official website, you can check it anytime. Chimoto Sakurako snorted, where is the authority of your Dragon Kingdom's research report? Unless you publish the formula and let the major companies around the world study it together. This kind of report is the only one that has authoritative remarks. Impossible. Xiao Charen's face sank. Shimoto Sakurako had clearly come to pick a fight. Mr. Xiao, you're weak-minded, aren't you? The corner of Chimoto Sakurako's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Your formula doesn't dare to be published, so there must be a problem. The experts from Lancet and Natural Science were all present, yet you're hiding, refusing to publicize even a single formula. Therefore, I have reason to believe that your company is falsely publicizing, Mr. Xiao. One sentence finished with a wink. Yes, false propaganda. She is false propaganda. A few grandparents rushed out from the crowd and held up banners. My grandson was scalded and took part in a clinical trial, but as a result, the scars didn't heal at all and the wounds rotted. Pity this grandson of mine, boo, disfigured in the future. An older mom in the lead. With short-shaved hair and glasses. Letting out a cry of fat compressing her vocal cords. Harsh and unpleasant. Click, click, click. Countless cameras and camcorders were pointed at several people, frantically taking pictures. Seeing someone taking pictures, the big mom screamed even harder, Shangshur Meiyan, and scrupulous businessmen. Clinical forgery, cheating consumers. Other grandparents followed the shouting. The short-haired, spectacled aunt in the lead looked smug. In her heart, she secretly laughed. Hey, this time the $200 are in hand. I'm good at this. I'm good at it. Once I cry, twice, 3 times, I haven't hung myself yet. You guys are bull-ting. Xiao Churan's face turned blue with anger. You're not clinical patients at all, I've never seen you. Shangshi Mei Yan, unscrupulous businessman. Clinical falsification, deceiving consumers. Unfortunately, her voice was too small. It was completely muffled by the group of rowdy grandparents. No matter how she defended herself, it was of no use at all. Yi Chen frowned, walked up to the stage, and patted Xiao Churan's shoulder. Who are you again? When Shimoto Sakurako saw Yi Chen, she pressed her hands together. Those grandmasters and grandmothers immediately quieted down, ready to continue crying at any time. Yi Chen swept a glance at Shimoto Sakurako. This person is a spy from an island country, specializing in coming to the Dragon Kingdom to wreak havoc. Someone, take him away. After Tang Fenwolf grabbed Li Jaehyun and the others. It had been waiting for a long time. Taking Dragon Soul's people with him, he rushed straight into the launch site, detaining Shimoto Sakurako and the group of grandparents. This time, this group of grandparents finally panicked. The short-haired spectacled AMA even cursed, you all. Splat. The Dragon Soul warrior slapped her across the face, knocking her teeth out. The short-haired spectacled AMA completely went out. Looking at the icy cold chill in the Dragon Soul warrior's eyes, she was completely scared like a quail. Not waiting to be tortured. Directly confessed, oh, don't hit me Is this woman? She gave me $200, let me come here to make trouble. Shimoto Sakurako's pretty face sank. Damn it, this group of losers, not enough to accomplish anything. However, the face remained undaunted. Showing a smile, even if I invited them, so what? This is at best a normal business battle, so what? You Dragon Kingdom want to arrest me for this? I'm an islander, a reporter from the Emperor newspaper. So many international reporters are here watching, aren't you afraid of discrediting Dragon Kingdom? A high and mighty, no one in sight expression. She had eaten up Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. How can my people arresting an island spy be considered discrediting Dragon Country? You have no proof, what gives you the right to say this about me? Shimoto Sakurako panicked. Yi Chen smiled, right away. Tang Fenwolf gave a look, search me. Several Dragon Soul team members stepped forward. Turning over the handbag that Shimoto Sakurako had with her, they were all press cards, passports, and proof of identity from the island's embassy. Shimoto Sakurako sneered, there's none, right? When I go back, I will make all of you apologize. Zira. The Dragon Soul warrior tore the handbag with force, and an island nation's officer's license fell down. Tang Fenwolf picked it up and looked at it, Island 76 intelligence. Rank, Major. Height, 168. Weight, 49 kilograms. Specialties, disguise, false witness, fighting, assassination, firearms. Tang Fenwolf held up his officer's license for the world's journalists to take pictures. This reporter identified Major Excellency, please explain? To be a journalist, do you need to learn assassination and firearms? You seek death. Seeing the exposure, Shimoto Sakurako completely stopped pretending. With a touch at her waist, a dagger was pulled out and stabbed at Tang Fenwolf's neck. Tang Fenwolf kicked out. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, Shimoto Sakurako's sternum burst. Falling to the ground like a dead dog, a group of people from Dragon Soul rushed up and took them all away. Don't Oh, I'm wrong, I have to go back to bring my grandchildren Don't catch me, cried the short-haired spectacled AMA, limp and dragged away. Next. The release process was smooth. Xiao Churan even got a few reporters on the spot to use the facelock cream. The effect was remarkable and caused a sensation. Gentlemen, the product will be released in a few days, now accepting reservations. Hooray! After returning to the office, Xiao Churan kicked off her high heels. Throwing herself into the large sofa, a pair of stocking legs, placed on the coffee table. Lying lazily all over. From Yi Chen's angle, he could see the full little inner lining. Xiao Churan smiled, Yi Chen, you are just too good. How did you know that Shimoto Sakurako was a spy? Ha ha ha. That group of reporters were still trying to make small moves, but when Sakurako Shimoto was taken away, their faces went white. Yi Chen laughed, congratulations, big president laugh. Xiao Churan sat back down and resumed her serious expression, which is not true, without your formula, there is still today's help. I don't have that opportunity, and I would be even more in a sorry state today. You say, how should I thank you? Eyes drawn. She realized that she was truly, completely moved by this cold and powerful man. Drip. A text message was sent over. Xiao Churan opened it and found that it was from Mu Xueqing. Churan, are things done yet? I'm off work, quickly send Yi Chen home. This girl, so impatient to wait. Xiao Churan nudged her mouth. Getting up to change her sneakers. What are you still standing there for? Go. Yi Chen was puzzled. Where to? Xiao Churan smiled mysteriously. Didn't Xueqing tell you? I'll give you benefits tonight. She bullied her way forward, her chest pressing on Yi Chen's chest. It's fine if you don't want to go, I'll tell her directly. Tonight you stay in my place, there's a bed inside. Chapter 102 Soul Search. Half an hour later. Xiao Charan left Yi Chen at the Dragon Lake Villa. I'm going to pick up my daughter from school, I'm going to stay at the company at night, I won't be back. Yi Chen, let's see how you behave. With a kick of gas, he left with a big smile. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched. At this time, the sound of the door opening came from behind. Mu Xueqing poked out her little head, looked around, and pulled Yi Chen's arm as she pulled into the villa. Bang! The door was closed with a bang. Pulling Yi Chen, she ran all the way back to her room. The curtains in the house were all drawn, and no lights were turned on. Mu Xueqing was breathing rapidly, her pretty face was flushed, and the pair of magnificent things in front of her chest were undulating up and down. Yi Chen laughed. You're nervous? Mu Xueqing glared at him. Nonsense, people first. Time it, cannot be nervous? Yi Chen was helpless. That can't be like being a thief, right? Mu Xueqing said angrily. You're the one being a thief. I'm going to take a bath first. Doesn't that wash together? Yi Chen touched the back of his head. Oops, who's washing with you? Mu Xueqing spat. Covering her face, she hurriedly ran into the bathroom, and not long afterward came the sound of washing water. Yi Chen was also a little nervous. After all, it was his first time, and it was also Mu Xueqing's first time. Should he himself learn first? Took out his cell phone. Ready to enter a URL. Suddenly, a call came in. Hey, Yi Chen, your dad is missing. Yi Chen returned to the Yi family's old mansion as fast as he could. Jiang Nanking, Lin Longhai, and Lin Fei were all there. In the courtyard, 2 of Jiang Nanking's men were kneeling on the ground, while the other 2 were holding whips and frantically beating them. Back. A bloody mess. What's going on? Yi Chen appeared. Jiang Nanking was so scared that he knelt on one knee, sweating like a pig. Mr. Yi, it's all my fault. 2 hours ago, your father said he was going to pay his respects to the Yi family's dead servants. I wasn't here to personally watch over them. 2 of my men didn't dare to disobey and took your father to the cemetery. As a result, 1 didn't watch, and your father disappeared. Yi Chen's face was grim. How did you guys do your job? Jiang Nanking, I asked you to personally guard the Yi family, you didn't take it seriously, did you? Jiang Nanking knelt on the ground, trembling. This was an existence that had exterminated several ancient martial arts families, and when he stomped his foot, the martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom would be shaken. Mr. Yi, it's my fault. Raising his hand, he slapped himself a few times. Jiang Nanking's group of henchmen were stunned and jaw-dropped. Enough. Yi Chen let out a low gulp. Have you found any trace of my father? At this moment, a phone call came in, and Jiang Nanking answered it in a hurry. After a few words, he let out a sigh of relief. Good. Raising his head, his eyes were still full of blood, but his expression was obviously much more relaxed. Mr. Yi, we've found your father's whereabouts. He took another road and sneaked out of the cemetery. Stopped a cab on the side of the road, went straight to the airport, and bought a ticket to Dragon Capital. Yi Chen's brows knitted together. What is my father doing in Longdu? Northwest University, 7 o'clock in the evening. Yu Chu, what are we doing here? It's eerie and scary, let's just go back. 2 silhouettes came from the distance. It was none other than Xin Yuchu and Jiang Zixuan. Xin Yuchu said, I want to verify if the person I met last night is him or not. Jiang Zixuan shook her head. This is the school's old auditorium, it's eerie. There have always been rumors of ghosts in the vicinity, and last night, after 12 o'clock, someone heard someone screaming continuously from this side of the old auditorium. It seems to say something like you are the devil. Ghost and such sounds. Xin Yuchu's face was firm. If you're afraid, you go back first. I must find out. Throwing off her best friend's hand, she headed in the direction of the old auditorium. Yu Chu, wait for me. Jiang Zixuan clenched her teeth and hurriedly followed. The duo circled around the old auditorium, searching inside and out for a few times without any luck. Yu Chu, we'd better go first. Jiang Zixuan proposed. Wait, someone's coming. Xin Yuchu pulled her best friend and hid to the side. In the eyes of the 2 of them, 2 old men dressed in simple and ancient clothes came from the distance. Jiang Zixuan stared with wide eyes. What kind of dress is this? Are they filming a TV show? Don't talk, watch. Xin Yuchu shook her head. Under the eyes of the 2 old men came to a location. One of them sank his face. This is the entrance to the Wan clan, isn't it? Duan Kong, this waste. After coming out for a full day, he actually didn't even bring back the Qilin blood, and even made his soul lamp go out. Could it be that this punk was injured outside? The 2 were named Duan Kuan and Duan Tai. From the Kunlun ruins Duan family. A dozen hours ago, the soul lamp that Duan Kuan had left in the Duan family suddenly went out. There were only 3 possibilities for a martial artist's soul lamp to go out. First, they actively severed their connection with the soul lamp. Secondly, he is seriously injured in his own blood, chi cannot support the connection with the soul lamp. Third, death. Duan Tai shook his head. It's hard to say, let's enter the wand plan first and take a look. With a lift of his hand, the storage ring at the tip of his finger flashed. An ancient 8 trigrams formation disc appeared in the palm of his hand. Pressing a few times on it, he took out a few more spirit stones and placed them on top of the formation disc. Open it for me. A low voice was shouted. The air in front of them let out a loud rumble and cracked open, and the two of them took a step into it and disappeared. Shinyochu's eyes widened in shock. Zixuan, did you see that? Jiang Zixuan opened her mouth and her jaw almost dropped to the ground. Oh my god, behind this old auditorium, there's actually another heaven. Go take a look. Shinyochu got up. Don't. It's. Under the light of the cell phone, Jiang Zixuan's pretty face was white. Yuchu, those two old men just now, it looks like they are not to be messed with. If you don't go, I'll go myself. Shinyochu rushed over. When she stood at the position of the two old men, her entire body stiffened in place. Wide-eyed. Like seeing the most unbelievable picture in the world. The air in front of them actually cracked open. Tens of meters away, there was actually another world. Ancient buildings with green bricks and ink tiles. Everyone in the Wan family is dead. How is it possible? This is Wan Tianming, hiss. The lord of the Wan family. Duan Kong, this is Duan Kong. Died with his meridians bursting all over his body, and his head was even crushed by someone's foot. There is actually someone in the secular world who dares to kill my Kunlun ruins. A burst of angry low roars came from within the ancient building ahead. Shinyochu didn't feel quite right and turned around to leave. Whoosh! A silhouette swept in sharply and took a step in front of her. Where are you going? Shinyochu looked up. The old man's face was waxy and his eyes were cloudy, as if he was a zombie. Shinyochu trembled in fear. Yuchu, run! Jiang Zixuan rushed over from behind, holding a wooden stick in her hand, and ruthlessly smashed it on the back of the old man's head. Bang! The wooden stick broke. The old man turned back icily, looking for death. Casually slapping out, Jiang Zixuan's entire body flew backwards and fell into the nearby flower bushes, completely silent. Zixuan! Shinyochu exclaimed, wanting to rush out. The old man raised his hand and snapped it, grabbing Shinyochu's neck as a blood haze blossomed in his eyes. Divine thoughts rushed into Shinyochu's mind. Shinyochu covered her head and screamed miserably. Chapter 103. Who dares to touch my father? In front of Shinyochu's eyes, last night's images actually surfaced. Two schoolmates, taking her into the grove and leaving her on a picnic mat. A youth was ready to misbehave with her. Yi Chen appeared, after kicking the misbehaving youth. Heading in the direction of the old auditorium. What did you see when you searched your soul? The old man casually dropped Shinyochu and told his companion about the images he saw from the soul search. What? A youth who looks less than 25 years old has entered the Wan clan? Duan Tai's face was filled with incredulity. Could it be that everyone in the Wan family, as well as Duan Tai, were all killed by this kid? Duan Koan sneered. Whether it's true or not, let's not worry about this kid first. Dongzi's situation is serious. First find the Qilin blood and bring it back. Dragon capital, Yi family. A piece of joyous celebration. Today happened to be the day of the Yi family's old master Yi Zhenbei's 100th birthday. Starting in the morning, the Yi family had a big birthday banquet, and the guests were still coming in an endless stream until the evening. The streets outside were filled with luxury cars. The road was blocked off and used as a temporary parking lot, looking ready for an all-night celebration. At this time, a man dressed in ordinary clothes and walking a little crookedly came to the entrance of the Yi family. He did not fit in with the guests in suits and jewelry around him. Who is this? The body stinks to death. How to dress like a beggar to come. Some female guests, covering their noses. Give him a bowl of noodles and tell him to get lost. Don't stand here. Today is the old master's 100th birthday. Don't affect the old master's mood. A butler walked out. The next second, two housekeepers stepped forward, ready to drive people away. Who dares to move me? The beggar let out a furious cry. The powerful aura scared the two housekeepers to sit on their asses. Looking up at the beggar, his eyes contracted fiercely for a moment. Butler Zhou. This is the third master. What? Third master? Butler Zhou's face changed greatly, rushed forward to take a look. His eyes contracted fiercely for a moment. The person in front of him was none other than Yi Zhenbei's third son, Yi Lingyun. Third master, why have you returned? Third master? The third son of the Yi family? Lingyun war god, Yi Lingyun. I'll go. He broke away from the Yi family 30 years ago. He joined the Dragon Soul and became a god of war, then he went to live in the Middle Sea. Didn't he disappear 5 years ago? How did he come back? There were heated discussions all around. Yi Lingyun ignored the surrounding discussion. Take me to see the old master. Butler Zhou did not dare to be slow. Turning around, he pushed open a path. Third master, please. Along the way into the Yi family, more and more people noticed this person dressed out of place. Yi Lingyun. It's him. Why is he back? Countless people's faces changed drastically. Go and take a look. Something big is going to happen. Countless guests moved at the sound of the news, following behind Yi Lingyun and heading towards the depths of the Yi family. Yi Hongye received a report from his subordinates and learned that Yi Lingyun had returned. His eyes flashed with a flash of intense anger. This still dares to come back. The teacup in his hand fell hard on the ground. Leaving behind the guests who were being chaperones, he directly rushed out. The two middle-aged men left behind looked at each other in dismay. Mr. Wang, what's the situation? An islander's face was full of doubt. Wang Xiaoyang's eyes flickered. Mr. Tojo, the Yi family had an outcast back then. After breaking away from the family and doing something, everyone thought he was dead, but I didn't expect him to actually come back. Tojo Ryosuke shook his head. Isn't it just an outcast? Just come back. Worth Yi Hongye's attention? Wang Xiaoyang swept him a glance. What if this outcast gave birth to a son named Yi Chen? What did you say? Yi Chen. Tojo Ryosuke stood up in shock. He was Tojo Takuya's son. His father was about to succeed the throne of the emperor. He clearly understood everything that happened inside the Heavenly Emperor's palace most of a month ago. Yi Chen. This was someone who even dared to kill the Heavenly Emperor. Yi Hongye rushed out as fast as he could, and the moment he saw Yi Lingyun, he directly roared, Yi Lingyun, you still dare to come back? The Yi family has been victimized so badly by you, how do you have the face to come back? Yi Lingyun faintly said, Yi Hongye, it has nothing to do with you. I want to see the old master and get back what belongs to me. Hearing these words, the guests around whispered, take back what belongs to him? Could it be that Yi Lingyun came back this time to compete for the position of the Yi family's lord? It can't be. I have heard that the Yi family's old man is preparing to step down as the family head after he turns 100 years old. Yi Lingyun's sudden return at this time has an intriguing attitude. Listening to the guests' discussion, Yi Hongye's face was dark. Yi Lingyun, 25 years ago, you had already severed your relationship with the Yi family for that demoness. Half a month ago, that good son of yours even forced the old man to kneel. You still have the face to come back? Yi Lingyun was shocked. What? Shunner forced the old master to kneel? Yi Hongye's eyes turned red. Do I have to lie to you? That son of yours, good, very good. Yi Lingyun's face shifted for a while. What Chenner did, I'll personally apologize to the old master later. Where is the old master? I want to see him. You dream. Yi Hongye barked in order. Take him down for me, break both legs and throw him out. A group of thugs around them directly pounced towards Yi Lingyun. Yi Lingyun shot out to fend them off, but unfortunately, he hadn't moved for 5 years. His tendons were wasted, and although he was cured by Yi Chen, he still had not completely recovered. Coupled with only having one arm, he was quickly crushed to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Yi Lingyun, turns out that you still have a broken arm? Retribution. Yi Hongye laughed in surprise as a scowl flashed across his old face. You broke one of your hands anyway, I'll help you out again. Break Yi Lingyun's arms and legs and throw him out like a dead dog. Just about to make a move. I'll see who dares to touch my father. A roar rang out from outside the main door. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two stone lions at the Yi family's gate flew in like meteors. Poof! The group of fighters who were holding down Yi Lingyun's body was split apart on the spot, and blood mist flew everywhere. Yi Chen! The crowd turned around to look. They only saw Yi Chen's face grim as he led Jiang Nanking to walk quickly. Wherever they passed, the major tycoons and dignitaries of Dragon Capital all lowered their heads in horror. It's this kid who exterminated 4 ancient martial arts families. Legend has it that the 9,000 years old was so frightened by him that he fled the Golden Triangle, but he still could not escape death. Is it true or not? The crowd thought in horror. Yi Chen had already walked into the hall of the Yi family and picked up Yi Lingyun. Dad, you're coming to the Longdu Yi family, why didn't you tell me? It's not enough for me to bring you here, are you alright? I'm fine. Yi Lingyun shook his head. Yi Chen sneered, it's good that you're fine, but some people are going to be in trouble. Whoosh! The figure flashed and landed in front of Yi Hongye like a viper. What are you doing? Yi Hongye stepped back in fear. Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped Yi Hongye's neck, his face icy cold. You're the one who wanted to waste my father's arms and legs? I'll waste you first. Like a dead dog, Yi Hongye was thrown to the ground. You dare. Ah! Yi Hongye's pupils contracted crazily before he could finish his sentence. Ka Ching! Ka Chow! Ka Chow! Ka Ching! Yi Chen stomped down with 4 consecutive feet. Yi Hongye's hands and feet exploded on the spot, directly turning into human swine. Hiss! My God! The guests' presence sucked in a breath of cool air, their hearts trembling in fear. It was simply not expected that Yi Chen would be dry. Yi Zhenbei walked out just in time to see this scene, his eyes blackened as he roared, Yi Chen, are you crazy? Chapter 1049 Revolution's Heavenly Emperor Technique. Wang Xiaoyang and Tojo Ryosuke came out a few seconds after Yi Zhenbei. Seeing this scene, they all froze. Yi Hongye was miserable and incomparable, lying on the ground and constantly screaming. Blood gushed out wildly from the blown limbs, shocking to the eyes. Yi Chen's foot crushed a few times on Yi Hongye's limbs. Dad, you see their family is still so condescending. It was clearly Yi Hongye who wanted to break your limbs. I'm just using the same method he used to deal with you to deal with him. You see, Yi Jinbei got angry. Yi Lingyun's eyebrows jumped violently. Chener, too fierce. Yi Jinbei gritted his teeth. Yi Chen. Hongye. An agonizing hiss came from behind. A gorgeously dressed, charming young woman rushed over and plopped down at Yi Hongye's side. Oh my god, your arms and legs are all wasted. Yi Chen, you have a cruel heart. He is your second uncle no matter what, how could you lay your hands on him? The young woman's eyes were red. Yi Chen asked a rhetorical question. Why don't you ask your husband? My father is his own brother, how could he lay his hands on him? You. The young woman pointed at Yi Chen, unable to say a word. Yi Jinbei angrily shouted, Yi Lingyun, today is the old man's 100th birthday. You brought Yi Chen to waste my son, what exactly do you mean? Yi Lingyun's expression was grave as he glanced at Yi Chen. He already knew what had happened to the Yi family in Zhonghai 5 years after their disappearance. More than 100 people, all killed. Yi Chen had disappeared for 5 years. The Longde Yi family did not ask a single question. At the Yi family's old mansion, Yi Chen was frighteningly calm when he said this. But Yi Lingyun sensed that Yi Chen was completely dead to the Longde Yi family. Later, Yi Chen explained that he had left Zhonghai for 5 years and had learned an amazing skill to come back. Yi Lingyun knew with his feet that how difficult it was for Yi Chen these 5 years. When he was a child, he was bullied and humiliated in the Yi family in Longdu. Just because his mother was a maid, he was the concubine. The first time he brought Su Xiaoyun home, he subjected her to all kinds of stares. In a fit of rage, Yi Lingyun directly broke away from the family. Today, no matter what Yi Chen chose, Yi Lingyun would always support it. He took a deep breath. Dad, I wish you longevity and happiness. This is also the last time I call you Dad. Chen's meaning is my Yi Lingyun's meaning. Good. Good. Yi Jinbei's face turned white with anger. Yi Lingyun, you've made a name for yourself. It was old me who was blind back then and looked at the wrong person. Shouldn't old me have given you the position of the Yi family's head? Yi Lingyun had yet to answer. Yi Chen laughed. A mere dragon capital Yi family, what is it? Even if you, Yi Jinbei, kneel down right now and beg my father to become the lord of the Longde Yi family, your Yi family is not qualified. The entire room was dead silent. All the guests, staring in shock. This kid is also too arrogant. A middle-aged man opened his mouth. Arrogant? I don't think so. Someone sneered. Yi Chen is now the supreme commander of the Dragon Soul. He destroyed 4 ancient martial arts clans in a row, and even the 9,000 years might have died in his hands. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, who else can suppress him? Once the dragon rises to the 9 heavens, it's enough to be equal to the Dragon Lord. This person's words landed. The entire arena was dead silent. The gazes of countless families fell on Yi Chen's body. Thinking about whether there was a girl of the right age in their family that would be best to marry Yi Chen. Even if Yi Jinbei was angry, his heart could not help but produce a touch of regret. If the old man had not been biased, cared more about Lingyun, and asked Yi Chen a few more questions, wouldn't it have been a different outcome? Dad, what do you want to do by coming to the Longde Yi family? Yi Chen asked. Only then did Yi Lingyun react. Taking Yi Chen with him, he headed directly towards the depths of the Yi family. Arriving at the back garden, under a Luohan pine worth tens of millions of dollars. Back then, your mom buried a chest here, I came to take this item away. Yi Chen had a thought. The blood dragon sword appeared in his hand. Yi Lingyun was startled. Chener, you have a storage spell on you? Yi Chen nodded. Dad, the tripod you and mom left behind. Shoo. Yi Lingyun shook his head and swept his surroundings vigilantly. This object, do not mention it again. Even if it's just you and me, father and son, definitely don't say it again. Yi Chen was strange though. There was also no further discussion. Following the location designated by his father, he stabbed his sword into the ground. Like slicing tofu, he dug out a mound about a meter deep. A black box lay there silently. This is it. Yi Lingyun was excited and lifted the chest. The duo returned to the hall. Yi Hongye was already gone, leaving a trail of blood. By the looks of it, it should have been sent to the hospital. From now on, the Zhonghai Yi family and the Longdu Yi family no longer have any relationship. Elder Yi, farewell. Yi Lingyun dropped a sentence and quickly left with Yi Chen. The two had just left with their front feet, and the Yi family's hall was all of a sudden violently discussing. This Longdu Yi family, it's going to be over. Finished? No way? Someone's eyes widened. Longdu Yi family, a family of several hundred years, how come it's suddenly ruined? The person who spoke shook his head. Yi Lingyun and Yi Chen have completely separated from the Yi family, you saw their attitude just now. Yi Hongye has become a wasted man, able to save a life is also completely wasted. Yi Jinbei is already 100 years old, how many more years can he live? The Yi family doesn't have any male offspring. Once he dies, the Longdu Yi family will fall into a sinking ship, and the centuries-old family will be gone. In the future, there will only be the Zhonghai Yi family, who will recognize the Longdu Yi family. This person finished his explanation. The entire Yi family hall was plunged into a dead silence. The scene was extremely awkward. A few moments later, some dignitaries' eyes flashed a few times and silently turned around to leave. After a few minutes, the original overcrowded, lively hall. There were only 20 to 30 people left, all relatives of the Yi family. Congratulations, Mr. Wang. Tojo Ryosuke arched his hand in congratulations. Wang Xiaoyang wore a smile on his face. Where do I have anything to be happy about? Tojo Ryosuke didn't hide it at all in front of the crowd. There are only 4 great families in Dragon Capital: Xiao, Yi, Wang, and Gu. Once the Yi family falls, couldn't the Wang family find an opportunity to swallow the Yi family's power? Ha 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 ha. Wang Xiaoyang laughed. That's exactly what I want. The others in the hall froze, saying this in front of Yi Jinbei? It was also too arrogant. Wang Xiaoyang, you dare. Yi Jinbei's eyes widened in anger as he pointed at him. The old man is still alive. Not dead? How long do you have to live, old Ji? How about, I wish you a long life? Wang Xiaoyang grinned. Today, Yi Jinbei was exactly 100 years old. You. But. Yi Jinbei spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight down. Elder. Elder Yi. The Yi family crowd rushed forward. Ha 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 ha. Wang Xiaoyan laughed out the door on his back. Back on the airplane. Father and son, looking at the black box in front of them. It was forged from Xian iron. It actually still had a combination lock. Yi Lingyun entered Yi Chen's birthday, and with a click, the box opened. Inside lay 2 items, a black token with an ancient shape, unable to tell what material it was made of. A book of vellum, with an ancient aura. Dad, what is this? Yi Lingyun's gaze was grave. Shinner, this is the technique of the family behind your mom. 9 Revolutions Heavenly Emperor Technique. Chapter 105 Let go of my daughter, or else, die. 9 Revolutions Heavenly Emperor Technique? Yi Chen was startled. What a domineering name. Yi Lingyun looked grave, as if he was reminiscing. Back then, your mother, after coming out from the Kunlun ruins, wanted to live out her life like an ordinary person. So, after we had you, I retired from Dragon Soul. We came to Zhonghai, ready to just live out our lives. This gongfu your mom was ready to take to her grave. The first time I brought her back to the Yi family in Longdu, I buried it in the backyard, but it turned out that too many things happened back there, and I never had the chance to go get it back. Your mom said that if we live out our ordinary lives, then forget about this object. If. Speaking here. Yi Lingyun paused for a moment. Clenching his back teeth, if those people won't let her be an ordinary person, then they will give you this technique to cultivate. Yi Chen received the 9 turns Dragon Emperor technique and flipped it open to read a few times. It was greatly shaken. Especially the last layer, where successful cultivation could actually destroy stars with the snap of a finger. So powerful? Really? Yi Chen froze and looked at Yi Lingyun. Dad, have you practiced it? Yi Lingyun shook his head. I can't, this thing must be someone with Qilin blood to practice. Yi Chen pondered, putting away the 9 turns Heavenly Emperor technique and preparing to study it later. Dad, what is this again? His eyes sank, landing on the ancient token in the box. This is what your mom left me. Yi Lingyun looked a little flustered. As soon as he grabbed the token, he stuffed it into his arms, as if he was afraid that Yi Chen would see it. 10 o'clock at night. Downstairs of Xiao Charen's company, 2 old men walked slowly, holding a compass in their hands, the pointer constantly rotating. Eventually, it pointed towards Xiao Charen's company building. This is the place. Duan Kuan raised his head. Go! With a low shout. The 2 of them actually rose up into the air, leaping 7 or 8 stories in a single leap, their dry palms clasping onto the walls of the building. A fierce leap was made. After a few times, a loud clang crashed through the floor-to-ceiling window of Xiao Charen's office. Who? Xiao Charen was wearing her pajamas, holding a fairy tale book in her hand as she was lulling Xiao Bushue to sleep. Hearing the commotion in the office outside, she was very alert. Putting down the fairy tale book. Picking up a fruit knife, she stared nervously at the door of the room. Bang! The gate exploded with a loud bang, and wood shavings flew across the room. The 2 old men barged straight in, ignoring Xiao Charen, their eyes locking onto Xiao Bushue on the bed. Qilin blood, found it, great. The 2 were excited beyond measure. The compass in their hands blossomed with a blood-colored light. Duan Kuan took a step forward and directly picked up Xiao Buxian. Let go of my daughter. Xiao Charen droned and rushed up with a fruit knife in her hand. A knife stabbed at Duan Kuan's back, and with a crunching sound, the fruit knife broke into 2. Buzz! An airwave erupted and Xiao Charen flew out backwards, hitting the wall. Puff spat out a mouthful of blood. Mom! Xiao Bushue cried out. Let's go, this woman is hopeless. Duan Tai swept a glance at Xiao Charen. The chest of her pajamas was drenched in blood, still weakly crawling over. Let go of my daughter. Duan Cohen didn't bother to look at her more than once and turned around. The 2 walked to the office. Wait! Duan Tai suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes staring deathly at the office table. It was precisely a photo of a group photo. Today, Yi Chen attended the conference and was photographed by Xiao Charan's staff in a photo of the two on stage. Xiao Charan thought it was good, so she had someone promise to come out and frame it in a photo frame. It's him! Duan Kuan's eyes narrowed. Icy coldness flickers, turning back to stare indifferently at Xiao Charan. This kid is your man? Now, immediately call and contact him to come here. You. Dream. Give my daughter back to me. Blood continued to spill from the corner of Xiao Charan's mouth as she climbed out of the room. A shocking blood trail was dragged out on the floor. Not fighting? Duan Kuan smiled coldly. Raising his hand, he threw Xiao Burinai out through the broken floor-to-ceiling window. At a height of dozens of floors, once Xiao Burinai landed on the ground, he must have fallen into mush. Unrepentant. Don't! Xiao Charan screamed miserably with his heart torn out. Whoosh! Duan Kuan took one step and jumped down from the floor-to-ceiling window. A few seconds later, carrying the scared and fainted Xiao Burin in his hand, he walks over with a smile. Scared? If you don't call him again, I'll make sure it's for real this time. Raising his hand, he stretched out the floor-to-ceiling window. Xiao Buxi was airborne at the height of dozens of floors. Don't, I'll call. Yi Chen had just gotten off the plane and was ready to send Yi Lingyun back. Drip drip drip. Suddenly, the cell phone rang and pressed the answer button. From the opposite side came Xiao Charan's crumbling cries. Yi Chen, I'm sorry. Oh, save our daughter, Unrepentant. Someone wants to kill Unrepentant. What? Yi Chen's brain instantly filled with blood and let out a roar. Where is it? Rumble. A monstrous aura erupted from his body, distorting the air around him. It shook Yi Lingyun and Jiang Nanwang, who were beside him, directly back a dozen steps. Alright, I'll be right there. Yi Chen hung up the phone and rushed directly to the Rolls-Royce that was picking up the plane. Clang! With a loud bang, the driver's door ripped open, pulling the driver out of the car, getting in and rushing out with a kick of the gas. Outside the airport, a group of tourists who had come to catch their flights were stunned. A Rolls-Royce can still drive like this? A Rolls-Royce broke through the airport's guardrail and made an almost 90-degree turn, rushing onto the expressway and heading straight for the city. Half an hour's drive, Yi Chen drove to Xiao Charan's company downstairs in 10 minutes. Looking up, there were glass slags all over the ground. Damn! His face sank as he similarly leapt up and clasped the cement of the wall. What's that sound? Duan Kuan and Duan Tai frowned as they heard a sound from downstairs. It seems like it's down there. Duan Tai walked to the blasted floor-to-ceiling window and looked towards the downstairs, where Yi Chen happened to arrive. A fist directly smashed out. Bang! Duan Tai flew out backwards, hitting the wall of the office like a dead dog, his body set on it. Blood continued to spray out of his throat, and it looked like he wouldn't survive. Duan Tai. Duan Kuan's scalp went numb in shock. Looking towards the floor-to-ceiling window, he only saw a youth with glowing red eyes and a thick murderous aura. Let go of my daughter, or else, die. Duan Kuan grabbed Xiao Buxi's hair and retreated sharply to Xiao Charan's body, stepping on her back. Little you stand still, if you dare to step forward again, I will kill your woman. Xiao Charan trembled and shouted, Yi Chen, save people. Quickly save people. Shut up. Duan Kuan let out a low roar. Raising his foot, he stomped on one of Xiao Charan's thighs, preparing to stomp it directly. Ow roar. Duan Kuan only heard a dragon's roar sound as a blood aura shot out. The right leg that he himself stepped on Xiao Charan's right leg, there was a sharp pain, and it was actually chopped off by that blood on. Ah! My leg! Duan Kuan screamed in horror. In the nick of time, Yi Chen took an arrow step forward and clasped Duan Kuan's hand that was grabbing Xiao Burin's hair. A fist smashed down. Ka-ching! Blood mist exploded. Duan Kuan's arm was directly separated from his body, and his 5 fingers were still holding Xiao Burin's hair. Yi Chen smashed out another fist, landing on top of Duan Kuan's dantian. Dantian directly exploded. Duan Kuan flew out like a dead dog, set in the office wall, sunken in, like a human-shaped pendant. Yi Chen checked Xiao Buxi, just fainted from the shock. There is no major obstacle. Put aside, hold Xiao Charan's wrist, a check. The internal organs are broken. 7 or 8 broken ribs, all deep into the internal organs. He's dead for sure. Chapter 106 Kunlun Ruins, Duan Family. Damn it! Yi Chen cursed angrily, took out 13 silver needles and stabbed them into Xiao Charan's body. In an instant, Xiao Charan's bleeding stopped. Her mental state was also much better. A touch of blood color emerged on her pale face. Duan Kuan spat out blood while shouting in horror, Ghost Gate 13 needles. You actually know the Ghost Gate 13 needles that can bring life to the dead and flesh to the bones. Duan Kuan, are you sure? Is this really the Ghost Gate 13 needles? Duan Tai opened his mouth in shock and blood gushed out. The ghost hand sex lost mastery of 1,000 years has actually resurfaced. Yi Chen was just about to make a move. Continuing to treat Xiao Charan, Duan Kuan and Duan Tai stared wide-eyed. Deadly staring at Yi Chen's every move. What you shouldn't look at, don't look. Yi Chen grabbed a handful of wood shavings from the door of the room and threw it out as a concealed weapon. Ah! My eyes. The duo screamed in agony. Their eyes were directly blown out by the flying wood shavings. If you dare to scream again, I'll make sure you'll never be able to make a sound. A death-like voice rang out. The two were so frightened that their voices came to a screeching halt. Deadly biting their teeth, they didn't even dare to hum. This young man from the Dragon Kingdom was simply a complete god of death. Yichen looked at Xiaocharan. Don't be afraid, I stabilized your injuries with silver needles, and now there are still a few broken ribs that pierced through your internal organs. But it doesn't matter, I'll help you put your ribs back in place, I have a way to cure your internal injuries. Xiaocharan took a deep breath. Come on, I trust you. Yichen raised his hand and unbuttoned Xiaocharan's pajamas. Inside was a set of lace styles that had been dyed red with blood. Yichen slowly unbuttoned it. Duong. Breaking free from her bonds, she bounced. Xiaocharan's pretty face, all of a sudden, reddened to the base of her ears. Yichen stretched out his 5 fingers and pressed them on Xiaocharan's chest. Xiaocharan trembled a little. It was like an electric current surged through her body. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt, I'm fine. Xiaocharan clenched her teeth, her breathing was rapid and her body trembled slightly. Good, you bear it for a while. Yichen injected his internal force. Clamping a rib, he slowly returned it to its place. After repeating this 6 times, the 3 ribs that were broken on the left and right were all connected. Although they were saved, the pair in front of his chest was rubbed by Yichen. Yichen pulled out 2 pills and fed Xiaocharan to take them. A warm current blossomed in his body. Xiaocharan, who was dying just a moment ago, could actually stand up. In the first moment, she took Xiao Buxue into her arms. Yichen looked at the mother-daughter duo. Don't worry, your injuries are no longer a big problem, just rest for a few days. You go back to your room and rest, I still have some words to ask these two. Good. Xiaocharan nodded obediently and carried her daughter back to her room. Yichen walked to the wall of the office, clasped the necks of the two and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window as if carrying a dead dog. Both hands stretched out of the window, and the two of them hung in the air. The sound of whistling wind came from their ears. This is 100 meters in the air, as long as I let go, you guys will immediately fall into the ground. Now, only one of you two can live, whoever answers my question first, lives. Yichen spat out an icy sentence, the other one, bang. No. Duan Kuan trembled madly in fear. My lord, I said. Duan Tai broke into a rage. Duan Kuan, it's all your fault for ING staying behind, otherwise we would have brought the Qilin blood back long ago. Grass. It's all your fault. Yichen asked directly, you guys are from Kunlun Market? Yes, my lord. Yes. The duo replied almost simultaneously. Yichen smiled, sorry, you were 0.1 seconds slow. The 5 fingers loosened. Duan Kuan only felt his body lose weight as dozens of floors fell. A few seconds later, a bang crunching sound came from Duan Tai's ears. It was the sound of bones smashing on the concrete floor. Ah! Lord, spare my life. I'll tell you everything. Duan Tai was almost scared silly. What the hell is this kid nah? Too damn scary. Snapped. Yichen casually threw his hand and Duan Tai landed on the floor of the office. He was so scared that he shat and pissed, lying on the floor like a dead dog. Woo-woo. Thank you, my lord. Yichen pulled over a chair, sat down and lit a cigarette. Say it, who are you? Why did you arrest my daughter? Duan Tai's voice trembled. My lord, my little man comes from the Kunlun Market Duan family, a sideline of the Duan family. There's not much real power in my hands, I can only do some dirty work. My young master has a strange disease, and the people from the Divine Healer sect said that only Qilin blood can save my young master. Originally, Duan Kong came to find the Qilin blood. That is, Wan Tianming's master, that loser has been killed by you, my lord. A day ago, Duan Kang's soul lamp went out, so the two of us came out to see what was going on, and in the process brought back the kieran blood. After we arrived at the Wan family, we caught a female college student searching her soul and discovered your presence, my lord. A female college student? Could it be Xin Yuchu? What happened to the female college student? Yi Chen frowned. Duan Tai trembled as he replied, she was soul searched by Duan Koan, so I guess she will turn into a little cutie. There's another one, who doesn't think for himself, and is estimated to be crippled if not dead. Yi Chen gave a casual "oh." Respecting the fate of others, he had already saved Xin Yuchu once. If she had this fate in her destiny, she deserved it. Heroic rescue? Doesn't exist. Yi Chen continued to ask, is the Kunlun ruins big? Duan Tai froze for a moment. This villain doesn't know exactly how big the Kunlun ruins are. However, as far as I know there are at least hundreds of forces, and my Duan family is only a third-rate force in the Kunlun ruins. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. His voice sank as he asked, do you know that in the Kunlun ruins, there is a Su family? Su family? Duan Tai thought for a moment, there are more than a dozen families surnamed Su. Yi Chen finished the last puff of his cigarette and pinched out the cigarette with his fingers. His attempt to ask about his mother's family seemed to be hopeless. Last question, how did you find the Qilin blood? Duan Tai trembled his hands and pulled out a blown-up compass from his chest. This was a magic weapon that had just blocked Yi Chen's fatal punch. Otherwise, he would have died just now with his sternum bursting. My lord, this compass was given to the Duan family by a senior of the Divine Healer sect. As long as you inject your true essence into it, it will point in the direction of the Qilin blood. Yi Chen took it and took a look. The compass had already blown up, and it looked like it was no longer effective. This item, does the Duan family still have it? No more, the Divine Doctor sect only gave one. Duan Tai answered honestly. Yi Chen nodded. Good, I'm done asking. Duan Tai knelt on the ground and frantically kowed out a few times. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Turning around, he ran towards the outside of the office. The next second, an icy voice sounded behind him. Wait, I said I'd let you go? Duan Tai stiffened in place, on the verge of crying. Sir, you said that the person who answers the question can live. Yi Chen grinned. I said I could live, I didn't say how long I could live, right? Grass. You lied to me. Chapter 107 Celestial 5 Failures. Bang! Yi Chen kicked out, and Duan Tai flew out of the landing window like a dead dog. It fell to pieces with a bang a few seconds later. The two of them, Jiangnan King and Yiling Yun, arrived downstairs at the company just in time to look at the corpses of the two. Go! Flying up, he rushed up and broke open the office door. Inside was a mess, the floor-to-ceiling windows exploded. There was blood everywhere. Especially on the walls, two deep human-shaped craters were shocking. Yi Chen walked out of the room. Shuner Master, are you alright? The two asked almost simultaneously. Yi Chen shook his head. I'm fine, Jiangnan King, you send someone to clean up this place. Yes. Jiangnan King replied and immediately turned around and went out to make arrangements. Yiling Yun glanced at the room. Shuner, how is Miss Xiao's situation? On the way here, I've already heard from Jiangnan Wang, the Xiao family really left you a daughter? Yi Chen nodded. Dad, yes. Ha 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 ha. Yiling Yun couldn't help but laugh. I can't believe I've actually become a grandfather. Shuner, the Xiao family can do this and leave a descendant for my Yi family, you can't bully other girls. Dad, don't worry, I'm here. Yi Chen laughed. Alright, then I'll go back first, I'll leave this place to you. Yiling Yun didn't have any nonsense. Believing that Yi Chen could handle this place well, he turned around and left. Yi Chen returned to the room. Xiao Charan had already dried the blood on her body, holding the sleeping Xiao Bushue, shrinking under the quilt. Looking at Yi Chen in the doorway, her beautiful eyes were still somewhat stunned. Don't worry, I'm all here tonight, there won't be any danger, you sleep at ease. Yi Chen revealed a smile. Half an hour later, Jiangnan Wang returned with people, reinstalling a large door to the bedroom. Not only was it fireproof and insulated, it was also explosion-proof. It was unknown where this guy got it from. After the gate was installed, a sound of cleaning and construction came from outside. Just after 12 o'clock, there was finally no movement outside the house. Xiao Charan twisted a few times, and Yi Chen's voice came from his ears. What? Can't sleep? In the darkness, Xiao Charan nodded and gathered her courage. Yi Chen, can you come to the bed? After saying these words, Xiao Charan felt her breath stop. The heart fluttered and beat furiously. What if Yi Chen refused? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Unexpectedly, Yi Chen replied with a sentence. Good. Walking over to the bed, he lifted the quilt and lay on his side next to Xiao Charan, wrapping her in his arms. Alright, sleep. Feeling Yi Chen's strong chest, Xiao Charan is flattered. Biting her red lips, she shrank towards Yi Chen's embrace. Xiao Buren in his arms. A feeling of safety came. The three people under the quilt took on the shape of a CCC. Not knowing how long had passed, Xiao Charan fell into a deep sleep, never having slept so sweetly. Dragon capital Yi family. Cough cough cough. Puff. Yi Zhenbei coughed violently twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lying powerlessly on the bed, his eyes looking at the ceiling, he laughed out loud with a bleak expression. Ha ha ha. Retribution, it's all retribution. Hold me back then, was I really wrong? Really shouldn't have driven away Yiling Yun? How could a concubine's waist give birth to such a demon like Sun? God, was I, Yi Zhenbei, really wrong? Rumble. There was a thunderclap outside the house. A heavy rain came as expected. But Yi Zhenbei once again spewed out a mouthful of blood and completely fainted. Master. A group of women surrounded the bed, crying in low voices. At the same time, deep within the Kunlun ruins, the Duan family. In front of an ancient ancestral hall, Duan Jintong's face was gloomy. Duan Kong, 3rd level of the innate realm. The soul lamp is out. Duan Tai, 4th level of the innate realm, soul lantern extinguished. Duan Koan, innate realm 5th level, soul light out. A mere dragon kingdom has actually caused my Duan family to lose 3 experts? What kind of force is so bold to dare to be this arrogant? Duan Jintong's face was gloomy. There was a time when the Kunlun ruins were to the outside world a deity-like existence. A random messenger. Countless people knelt to greet them, who would dare to disobey. Unexpectedly, the Duan family sent out 3 experts in one breath, and all of them fell in one day. A few moments later, a gray-robed old man walked over and said in a low voice, "Family master, you're looking for me." Duan Jintang said, "Elder Han, my Duan family has been serving you for 60 years, it's time for you to return the favor. Bring back the heads of the killers of Duan Kong, Duan Tai, and Duan Koan, along with the Qilin blood." Early the next morning, Yi Chen woke up. Xiao Buxi was sleeping across the bed. Xiao Charan was wrapped in Yi Chen's arms, a pair of long legs clamped onto one of Yi Chen's thighs. The movement was very ambiguous. "Charan!" Yi Chen shouted. Xiao Charan opened her eyes and saw that she was clamped onto Yi Chen. Her pretty face flushed and she quickly let go. "Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I fell asleep and didn't think." Yi Chen shook his head. "It's alright, you've gotten much better. When I left the Dragon Lake Villa last night, I didn't say hello to Mu Xueqing either." Xiao Charan immediately responded and nodded his head. "Good, then you go quickly. Originally we agreed, last night. Last night you returned to her, I didn't expect me to call you over with a phone call." She still didn't know that Yi Chen had gone on a trip to Dragon Capital. Yi Chen also didn't explain, dropped a sentence, "Okay, something is not ready to contact me by phone. I'll have Jiangnan King's men guard downstairs of the company. If any martial artists come to cause trouble, you guys hide first." "Good." Xiao Charan watched Yi Chen leave, his gaze somewhat lost. The office outside had already been restored by Jiangnan King's people. It was impossible to tell that there had been a bloody battle last night. The downstairs was also completely restored, with white-collar workers coming and going to work. The moment Yi Chen stepped out of the building, a robust man stepped forward. "Mr. Yi, I'm the driver that the king arranged for you." Yi Chen swept a glance at the Rolls-Royce next to him, pulled open the door and sat in. "Go to Dragon Lake Villa." "Yes." The man immediately drove. Yi Chen thought for a moment and dialed Mu Xueqing's cell phone. "Hello, the phone you have dialed is turned off." "Turned off?" Yi Chen frowned slightly. Could it be that because he left without saying goodbye, Mu Xueqing was angry? Without much thought, he directly came to the Dragon Lake Villa. The door of the villa was open, and it was actually unlocked. What's going on? Yi Chen felt that something was not quite right and directly rushed into the villa. There was no shadow of Mu Xueqing at all. Yi Chen made a call to Mu Xueqing's company, and when Xiao answered the phone, Yi Chen made some inquiries, and Mu Xueqing didn't go to the company either. Yi Chen immediately pulled out his cell phone and dialed Jiangnan Wang's number. "Hey, Jiangnan Wang, do your people have Xueqing?" "Mr. Yi, it's my negligence, I was going to tell you last night." Jiangnan King tapped his head. "Around 11 o'clock last night, Miss Mu drove and left the villa directly. It seems like she went straight to Jiangnan City. After our people followed, we found out that it was Miss Mu's mother who was sick, and it seemed to be a bit serious. Sent to the hospital overnight, you went into Miss Xiao's room at that time, so I didn't dare to disturb." At the same time, Jiangnan City First Hospital. Xiao Cuiju was lying on the hospital bed, shaped like a withered body, just like a dry corpse. After just half a month of not seeing her, her mother was actually sick to this extent. Creak. The door of the hospital room was pushed open. Mu Xueqing awoke with a start and hurriedly stood up. "Doctor, have the test results come out?" The white lab coat doctor shook his head and sighed. "Miss Mu, your mother's 5 organs and 6 bowels are all depleted, very much like the legendary 5 failures of the Heavenly Man. This kind of case, extremely rare, for now, it's hopeless. You'd better prepare for the aftermath." Chapter 108. At my command, the gates of hell open. Impossible, how could my mom get this disease? Mu Xueqing couldn't accept it. She pulled the doctor's hand. "Doctor Hu, please save my mom." Hu Haiquan sighed. "Ms. Mu, I've really tried my best. However, your mom still has her last value." Mu Xueqing asked, "What do you mean?" Hu Haiquan pulled open the door of the ward, and from outside walked in an old man, 2 young men and women. There were also 7 middle-aged men, who looked to be the bodyguards of these 3. Guarding the entrance to the ward. The 3 came in. Straight to Xiao Cuiju's hospital bed, holding her wrist for a while to check, almost jumping up in excitement. "It's actually really the 5 failures of celestial beings, great." The accompanying girl asked, "Elder Mo, is it true?" "1,000 times true." Elder Mo nodded his head. The girl accompanying him was excited. "It's really great." Mu Xueqing was extremely angry. "Who are you people? My mom has this strange disease and you actually say it's good." Elder Mo made a wink. The youth at the side immediately stepped forward, holding out a bank card. "There's 1 million RMB in here, your mom will take it." Mu Xueqing said angrily, "What do you mean?" The youth was full of arrogance. "My name is Bai Jinglin, this is Elder Mo, and this is my senior sister Zhang Kersen. We're from the northwest Pilgod Valley. Celestial 5 failures is extremely rare. Out of 100 million people, there may not be anyone who can get this disease. We'll take her body back and we can use it as a research subject. Anyway, your mom is dead, she can still be exchanged for $1 million when she dies. Isn't it good to create value for your son or daughter?" Mu Xueqing's voice trembled with anger. "Get out, all get out." Zheng Kersen clasped her hands on her chest with a playful face. Yo, senior brother, she probably doesn't think the money is enough. Alas, the world is going downhill. What kind of people are they? Bai Jinglin nodded seriously. Okay, turn around, I'll give you another $500,000 on your card. Directly putting the bank card, he shoved it towards Mu Xueqing. I don't want your money, I'll get lost. Mu Xueqing pointed at the ward door. Don't get yourself into trouble, this corpse, we'll take it. Bai Jinglin's voice sank. I think it's you guys who are looking for trouble for yourselves, right? Yi Chen, all chilled, stood at the entrance of the ward. Yi Chen. Mu Xueqing's eyes were red. Yi Chen looked at her with heartache. Why didn't you inform me if something happened? Walking into the ward, the two men stretched out their hands and grabbed towards Yi Chen's shoulders. Scram! Yi Chen backhanded a slap, and the two men were like dead dogs, flying out a dozen meters away from the corridor. Elder Mo frowned. Bai Jinglin and Zheng Kersen looked at each other. These few men, they were all Zhongshi-level existences. Could this kid be an ancient martial artist? Kid, you've got a lot of guts, we're from Pill God Valley. Bai Jinglin's voice was icy cold. Yi Chen turned around and kicked out. Bang! Bai Jilin flew out backwards and crashed into the wall of the ward. His chest was sunken and he rolled his eyes, spitting out blood crazily. Senior brother Bai. Zheng Kersen lost her color. Pointing at Yi Chen's nose, he roared, Kid, you have a lot of guts, do you know who he is? Bai Jinglin is the Pill God Valley, the youngest son of Valley Master Bai. Noisy! Yi Chen slapped over. Splat! Zheng Kersen's cheek exploded, spitting out a dozen bloodied teeth in one breath. Looking at Yi Chen in horror, she was too scared to say a word. Old Mo was trembling with anger. Kid, you have big guts. Dare to hit someone from my Medicine God Valley? Are you prepared to make enemies of all the martial artists in the world? Yi Chen laughed. One more word of nonsense from you, and I'll destroy even your Pill God Valley. You. Elder Mo was stunned. What a big mouth, actually wanting to exterminate the Medicine God Valley. This kid looks like an ancient martial artist, doesn't he know what Medicine God Valley means? Within the Dragon Kingdom, the Pill God Valley's status was absolutely supreme. Any martial artist needs pills. And more than half of the pills in the Dragon Kingdom came from the Pill God Valley. How dare you say such words? How dare I, Yi Chen? Yi Chen? Wait. Suddenly. Elder Mo shivered. Yi Chen? What is this kid's name? His name is Yi Chen. My god. It can't be the Yi Chen of the Zhenghayi family, the one who disappeared for 5 years and came back in less than a month to exterminate the ancient martial Chu family, the ancient martial Xia family, the ancient martial Qin family, and the ancient martial Lin family, can it? You. Cold sweat dripped from behind Elder Mo's back. Instantly. The old face turned white. His hands and feet were shivering. Yeah. Yi Chen? Zheng Kersen's face was filled with rage. Elder Mo, why are you even singing? What the hell, Yi Chen? Do we still need to be afraid of him in Pill God Valley? Elder Mo jumped up and slapped his backhand, knocking out Zheng Kersen's other dozen teeth. Shut up, shut the up. Yi Chen, he's Yi Chen. Haven't you heard of this name? In the last few days, the entire Dragon Kingdom has been filled with his awesome name. Yi Chen? That's him. Zheng Kersen also reacted. Thinking of that terrifying killing god who had exterminated 4 ancient martial arts families. Directly scared to death, she covered her small mouth, her feet went soft with fear, and she dropped her butt to the ground. Elder Mo directly knelt down. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, it's because we have eyes that don't recognize him. Yi Chen's voice was cold. Break your own arms, get lost. Yes. Mo Lao's body trembled. A fist smashed into his own arm, and with a crunching sound, the bones of his arm broke. The other hand smashed against the wall of the hospital. Click. Broken. Having someone lift up the severely injured Bai Jinglin, he rushed out of the hospital room in a sorry state and disappeared. Mu Xueqing was filled with surprise. Yi Chen, why are they so afraid of you? Yi Chen shook his head. I'll explain to you later, I'll take a look at Auntie's condition first. Coming to the hospital bed. Looking down, he took a look. Xiaocuiju was dry, like a dehydrated dry corpse, her eye sockets were deeply sunken, her face was waxy, and her hands and feet were greenish-purple. Celestial 5 failures. Yi Chen was startled. When he was in the 18 layers of hell, he watched Ghost Valley's medical skills and had seen this kind of terminal illness, which was extremely rare. Under Mu Xueqing's surprised gaze, Yi Chen raised his hand and grabbed it. Like magic, 13 silver needles appeared in his hand, stabbing into Xiaocuiju's body. Even the Ghost Gate 13 needles could only hang her life for her, and could not cure her. At this moment, Xiaocuiju's soul was still lingering inside the corpse. If it wasn't for the fact that a month ago, Yi Chen had modified the Book of Life and Death to add longevity to Xiaocuiju, Xiaocuiju would have died long ago. If I want to save someone, I can only turn to a friend. Yi Chen turned back and looked at Mu Xueqing. Xueqing, I don't like to be disturbed when I'm performing my medical skills to save people. You go wait for me outside the ward. Good. Mu Xueqing trusted Yi Chen unconditionally. Last time in the hospital, it was also Yi Chen who had made a move to save her mom. Sending Mu Xueqing away, Yi Chen casually unlocked the door to the ward. Yi Chen took a step out, bit his fingertip, and raised his hand to pinch. On my command, the gates of hell open. In my name, summon. Ghost Valley, come out. The words landed. Hoo hoo hoo. The sky above the entire hospital was instantly overcast with clouds and lightning, as if a thunderstorm was coming. What's going on? Why is there suddenly such a heavy yin qi? It's over the first hospital of Jiangnan City. Could it be that there's a ghost being born? Near Jiangnan City, some feng shui masters with very deep Dao skills raised their heads in shock and looked over towards the hospital side. At the same time, inside the hospital room, the gates of hell cracked open. An old man with white hair, wearing a Taoist robe, bagua shoes, a gourd hanging from his waist, and holding a walking stick slowly walked out. 90-degree bow, Ghost Valley Z, see Young Prefect. Chapter 109 I want Yi Chen's head. Ghost Valley Z, the person on the bed is my woman's mother, she is now in the 5th decline of Heavenly Man. Yi Chen pointed at Xia Sueju on the hospital bed. He swept a glance at Ghost Valley Z next to him. 5 years ago, when I first met you in hell, you told me about the 5 failures of Heavenly Man. But didn't teach me how to save me. I remember you said at that time that if I encountered it, I could summon you to help. Ghost Valley Z smiled. Young Prefect, back then, old me did have some reservations. Today, since I have encountered it, then I will pass on to you the cure for the 5 failures of Celestial Man. The 5 failures of Celestials are divided into heavenly failure, earthly failure, human failure, blood failure, and life failure. Heavenly failure and earthly failure, there is no cure, and there is nothing I can do. This woman is neither human failure nor life failure, but blood failure. Yi Chen looked at him. Blood failure? How so? Ghost Valley Z said, her chi and blood are depleted, causing the 5 organs to follow suit. Old man, she should have been hit by a blood spell, and was drained of her essence blood by someone 10,000 miles away. Blood spell? Yi Bei frowned. How can it be treated? Ghost Valley Z smiled faintly. It's very simple, use the blood of a close relative and input it into her body. However, this may waste half of the life for the person who transfused the blood. Yi Chen sank his face. There is no other way? For example, can Qilin blood work? Qilin blood? Ghost Valley was startled and nodded his head in a hurry. Kieran blood is known as one of the 10 great divine bloods of the ancient world, so of course it's possible. That will do. Without further ado, Yi Chen cut his palm and blood dripped into Xia Sueju's mouth. A few minutes later, Xia Sueju's face regained its blood color. The original dry body actually gradually filled up, no longer resembling a dry corpse. Suddenly, Sueju Xia opened her eyes and sat up from the hospital bed. In the air above her head, a blood mist coalesced. Good boy, actually dared to spoil this seat's good deed. This woman sacrificed herself voluntarily. It has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, mind your own business, or else this seat will let you die without a burial place. Yi Chen saw at a glance the origin of this blood mist. You are the one who put a blood spell on Auntie Xia? I'll take care of this idle matter. Then you go to hell. Xia Sueju suddenly stormed up, zombie-like, and rushed towards Yi Chen. What the hell? Yi Chen blasted out with a fist. The mass of blood mist above Xia Sueju's head instantly exploded and dissipated. Xia Sueju fell down limply, and Yi Chen raised his hand to catch her and put her back on the hospital bed. Deep within the Kunlun ruins, inside a blood-red chamber, the walls around were painted with blood. Damn! Who the hell is this little? Actually dared to spoil old man's good deed, damn it. Damn! Damn! A skeleton-like old man opened his eyes filled with fury. Yi Chen, how come it's you? Xia Sueju opened her eyes. The moment she saw Yi Chen, she was surprised. Yi Chen stood with his arms crossed. Auntie Xia, what have you been through? Why, have you become someone else's sacrifice? Hearing the word sacrifice, Xia Sueju's body trembled. The gaze that she looked at Yi Chen was somewhat shocked and very complicated. Yi Chen, it seems that you are not an ordinary person either. You actually managed to save me back. Auntie, what the hell is going on? Yi Chen frowned. Xia Sueju took a deep breath. This is the fate of the Xia family for the last 1,000 years. The reason why the ancient martial arts Xia family exists is that there is a force called the Soul Temple behind it. The men of the Xia family are fine, as long as the women with Xia family blood, once they marry their husbands, are bound to have a short life. Yi Chen was stunned. What do you mean? Xia Sueju smiled helplessly and bitterly. This is the deal between the ancestors of the Xia family and the Hall of Souls. The blood of our Xia family women is cursed by the Hall of Souls. Any man who combines with us, once he has an offspring, he will be drained of his essence blood and die by the offspring. Xueqing's father is also like this. Yi Chen froze. Didn't he say that Mu Xueqing's father had disappeared? Really, wouldn't he be dead already? So, uncle he. Yes. Xia Sueju nodded, dead for 20 years. Yi Chen was silent. Xia Sueju hurriedly said, Yi Chen, don't worry, this curse of the Xia family is very special. As long as someone is willing to sacrifice herself, her next generation will not be cursed. Yi Chen was stunned. So, Auntie, you sacrificed yourself to fulfill Xueqing and I? Yes. Xia Tsueju nodded her head. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she hurriedly said, Yi Chen, I failed in my sacrifice, and the curse is still there. You should do that less with Xueqing now. If you do it too much, you will lose your life. Zhenghai, Yi family's old mansion. Yi Lingyun came back and locked himself into his study. On the desk, there was an ancient token. It was the same token that was in the black box dug out of the courtyard of the Yi family in Lengdu last night. Xiao Yun. Yi Lingyun whispered to himself. Clenching his teeth a bit, his eyes also gradually turned red. You once said that you would never return to that place in your entire life. Bury this token in the ground and forget about that place forever. But why did you leave alone? Do you really think that by leaving us father and son behind, you are protecting us? Yi Lingyun clenched his fist. It slammed hard on the table a few times. Bang! Bang! The skin exploded and blood dripped. It's been 5 whole years and not a single word from you. Luckily, Shen'er is now incredibly strong, far surpassing me. But, he destroyed several ancient martial clans. I remember you once said that these ancient martial clans were nothing at all, they were just the spokespersons for the Kunlun ruins. It's only been 3 days, the people of the Kunlun ruins haven't reacted yet. Once they do. Yi Lingyun's eyes condensed. Like making some sort of determination. After picking up a pen and paper and writing a letter, he resolutely grabbed the token on the table. Carrying a long-packed traveling bag, he walked out of the study. Northwest, Medicine King Valley. Valley Master, I'm sorry. It's my fault, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Elder Mo knelt on the ground, his head knocking frantically. Bang! 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 The forehead had long been a bloody mess, still not daring to stop. Dad, it hurts, I'm in pain. I don't want to die, Wu, save me. Bai Jinglin lay on the ground, constantly struggling. The more he struggled, the more blood gushed out of his mouth from his wounds. Linner, your internal organs are completely ruptured, it's hopeless. An old man was filled with grief, one hand clasping Bai Jielian's neck. Dad sends you on your way, so you can suffer a little less. Don't. Dad, I don't want to die, oh. But it hurts so much, oh, save me, Dad. Bai Jinglin struggled frantically. Didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. Click. The neck exploded. Stop struggling. The entire Pill God Valley Hall was dead silent. Linner, ah. Linner. The White Valley Lord was going crazy, tearing his heart out and roaring, Yi Chen. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen. Pass down the order to convene the Pill King Conference. Whoever can accomplish the task, my Medicine King Valley's 1,000-year-old treasure trove, with all the pills inside, will be at his disposal. I only have one request. I want the head of the Dragon Soul Supreme Commander, that punk from the Middle Sea family 5 years ago, Yi Chen. Chapter 110, Unexplained. Young Prefecture Monarch, her body is still very weak right now. If she wants to fully recover, she still needs a 1,000-year-old Tianshan Snow Lotus. Otherwise you will need to feed her Qilin blood every 3 days. After finishing his speech, Ghost Valley Z returned to the hell. The dark clouds over the first hospital of Jiangnan City followed and dissipated, revealing the sun on a 3-volt day. Yi Chen supported Xia Tsueju and walked out of the operating room. Mu Xueqing was completely thrilled to see her mother recover and no longer look like a dry corpse. Mom, you're fine. Yi Chen, are you really a miracle doctor? Yi Chen smiled. Auntie's illness just so happens to be something I've heard about. Mu Xueqing wanted to ask again. Xia Tsueju hastily relieved herself. Xueqing, Mom is very tired and wants to take a rest. Haven't you always wanted to pick me up and take me to Shanghai? This time, I'll listen to you and go with you. Good. Mu Xueqing quickly did the discharge formalities, brought her mother, and returned to the Dragon Lake Villa in Shanghai. Mom, you're staying in my room, there's an independent bath inside. Mu Xueqing arranged for Xia Tsueju's room. Yi Chen went directly to the second floor and took out the chaos cauldron, synthesizing herbs on the fly. In one breath, with the ordinary herbs in his hand, he synthesized 7 or 8 herbs of 1,000 years old. The only thing he didn't have was the Tianshan Snow Lotus. What kind of broken tripod is this? Yi Chen spat. Why is it like a lottery? It couldn't have been produced by Ice Penguin, could it? The Chaos Cauldron said, Master, your divine soul power is not enough, so the things synthesized by the Chaos Cauldron are random. Yi Chen asked, what kind of strength is required to be able to synthesize what I need at random? The Chaos Cauldron replied, Master, cultivate the God refining skill to the 3rd layer, and that's it. God refining skill, 3rd layer? Yi Chen frowned. In his current situation, the God refining skill was only at the 1st layer. It could perceive everything within a 10-meter radius. The 3rd layer, there was no telling how long it would take. After trying a few more times, he still did not combine the Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus. Yi Chen completely gave up. After thinking about it, he took out a cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, this is Yi Chen. Ah. Mr. Yi, it's you. Su Jiashui's voice was pasty, as if it was stretched. You however have the time to give me a phone call up? Yi-Chen directly said, "Don't be flirty, I want a 1,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotus." Cough cough. Su Xiaoshui dryly coughed twice and said with a grudge, "Mr. Yi, you really don't understand. Is there any?" "No, I'm hanging up." Yi-Chen shook his head, ready to hang up at any time. "Hey, don't ah." Su Xiaoshui was a little anxious. Yi-Chen had a hard time contacting her once, how could she let this opportunity go? "You give me 5 minutes, I'll go check immediately. After 5 minutes, whether there is any news or not, I will contact you." "Good." Yi-Chen hung up the phone. At this time, an army green jeep parked outside the villa. A woman came down from the car, around 1.7 meters, with a tall figure. Wearing leather boots, the belt strangled the small waist into a perfect curve. The woman pressed the doorbell, and Mu Xueqing opened the villa door. "Who are you looking for?" The woman said, "I'm looking for Long Shuai. We don't have any dragon marshal here." Mu Xueqing just shook her head. Yi Chen's voice sounded behind her, "She's looking for me." "Ah?" Mu Xueqing froze. When did Yi Chen become some kind of dragon marshal? Seeing the doubt in Mu Xueqing's eyes, he revealed a smile. "Wait for me, I'll be right back." "Good." Mu Xueqing nodded. Only Xiaocuiju, who was sitting in the villa hall sofa, had her eyes flashing twice. Dragon marshal, Yi Chen. Could he be that Yi Chen? How is it possible? Xiaocuiju's face flashed with a touch of shock. The ancient martial Xiao family, could it be that Yi Chen had exterminated it? After walking out of the villa, Yi Chen swept a glance at the woman. "Who are you? What is it that you are looking for me for? Didn't I explain to Tang Phonewolf that there is something to contact me by phone, and don't appear in front of my eyes if there's nothing going on?" The woman's face was serious and she gave a military salute. "Long Shuai, my name is Su Manchun. It was several leaders who decided after studying the matter that I should serve as your personal secretary." Yi-Chen shook his head. "I don't need any personal secretary, just let Tang Phonewolf contact me if something happens." Su Manchun explained, "Marshal Long, General Tang has gone on a mission. Recently, the area around Changbai Mountain in the north is not very peaceful. The Goryeo Kingdom and the islanders seem to be stirring things up over there, and General Tang has gone over to sit in on it." Yi-Chen swept Su Manchun a glance. "Okay, got it, you can go." Turning around, he prepared to go back to the villa. Su Manchun's long legs took a step forward, blocking Yi-Chen. "Dragon Marshal, you'd better come back to Dragon Soul with me. Recently, you are not very safe." "What do you mean?" Yi-Chen frowned, quietly looking at Su Manchun, waiting for her answer. Su Manchun's voice sank. 2 hours ago, Pill God Valley suddenly announced to the public that it was holding a Pill King conference. What does this have to do with me? It's not like I'm participating. Yi-Chen shook his head. Su Manchun's voice sank. What if I tell the Dragon Marshal that the prize money for this Pill King conference is the head of the Dragon Marshal? These words came out. Boom! Yi-Chen's body erupted with a shocking fury, startling Su Manchun to rub back 7 or 8 steps. Breathing heavily, he looked at Yi-Chen in shock. "You're saying that Pill God Valley used my head as a prize for the Pill King conference?" "Yes." Su Manchun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her pretty face turned pale as she lowered her head. Not daring to hide it at all, "Yes, this is the meaning of Pill God Valley's old master Bai. As long as your head is brought back, the Pill God Valley's 1,000-year treasure trove will be at your disposal. This is a once-in-a-century super conference. The entire Dragon Kingdom's martial artists, even those from abroad, will hear about it. The Dragon Lord and the others are worried that you will be in danger, so they asked you to return to the Dragon Soul to take shelter." Tut tut tut. At this time, Yi-Chen's cell phone rang. He pressed the answer button, and Su Xiaoshui's voice was grave. "Mr. Yi, I've asked my friends all over the country, and it's been nearly 30 years since a 1,000-year-old Tianshan Snow Lotus has appeared on the market. This item, I'm afraid there is only one place that has it." Yi-Chen spat out 2 words, "Where?" "Northwest, Medicine God Valley." Su Xiaoshui paused for a moment, then couldn't help but remind, "Mr. Yi, 2 hours ago, the Pill God Valley was going to open the Pill King conference. Elder Valley Master Bai said there was a jackpot, and this jackpot is none other than your head." "Ha ha ha." Yi-Chen laughed. He didn't go looking for trouble from the Pill God Valley. The other party actually dared to offer a reward for his head? It seemed that there was no need for this Pill God Valley to exist. "Su Xiaoshui, do you know where the Pill God Valley is?" "No." "Mr. Yi, what are you doing?" Su Xiaoshui's body trembled with excitement, grabbing the armrests of the eunuch's chair with a death grip, almost unable to stand. Yi-Chen said, "In 10 minutes, come and find me at the Dragon Lake Villa." "What are you going to do?" "Destroy the Medicine God Valley." Hanging up the phone. "Ah!" Su Xiaoshui cried out in shock as her body fell to the ground in a paralyzed state. The 2 long delicate legs were spread out, the cheongsam was in disarray. If not for the fact that no one was in the office, I'm afraid that it would have been naked. "Oh my god, is Mr. exterminating the Medicine God Valley? Yi serious?" Grunt. Grunt. Su Xiaoshui didn't care if he was naked. Crazy gulping saliva. "This is simply too crazy. Mr. Yi, I'm willing to accompany you in your madness once, even if it's worth dying." Someone, prepare a helicopter for me. Chapter 111. Daughter, you've picked up a treasure of sorts. Yi Chen returned to the villa. The mother and daughter, Mu Xueqing, didn't know what they had conversed about and looked at him with a stunned expression. Yi Chen, you. Yi Chen was the first to speak. Xueqing, I have to leave for a while beforehand. No matter what you want to ask, when I come back, I'll tell you everything. Mu Xueqing's beautiful eyes were filled with doubts, but she still nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Yi Chen turned around and left. Mu Xueqing turned back and looked at her mother. Mom, is everything you said true? Yi Chen is really the top batch of martial arts cultivators in the Dragon Country? He's so powerful that even the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom has to be afraid? Just a moment ago, Xia Cuiju had told Mu Xueqing everything she had speculated, including the rumor that Yi Chen had annihilated the 4 ancient martial arts families. However, Xia Cuiju did not say that she was a member of the ancient martial Xia family and that she had long since separated from the family. Yi Chen had also only exterminated the top management of the Xia family, demobilized the Xia family, and saved her life. She had no hatred towards Yi Chen. Yes, daughter, you are considered to have picked up a treasure. Xia Cuiju smiled. Mu Xueqing, however, was a little puzzled. Everything could only wait until Yi Chen returned. Xia Cuiju asked out another sentence. Right, Xueqing, you and Yi Chen, did you do that thing? What thing? Mu Xueqing was puzzled. Xia Cuiju looked at her. That is, between male and female friends, most will do that thing. If you've done it, try to restrain yourself in the future and don't get it again, okay? The curse of the Xia family hadn't gone away yet. She was worried that it would affect Yi Chen's lifespan. But in Mu Xueqing's ears, it was a different matter. Mom! She covered her face shyly. What are you talking about? I won't talk to you anymore. In a flash, she ran back to her new room. Yi Chen had just walked out of the Dragon Lake Villa area. A helicopter descended from the sky. Su Xiaoshui didn't wait for the helicopter to stop, and they were still about 2 meters from the ground, pulling open the hatch and jumping down. She didn't even have time to change into her cheongsam, and the hem of her skirt was too long, causing her to nearly fall. What an obstacle! Su Xiaoshui let out a low gulp. Grabbing the hem of the cheongsam, she directly ripped it off at the waist. The cheongsam turned into a wrap-around skirt, revealing a pair of long white shaking legs. Who is this woman? Jumping from a helicopter and directly tearing the cheongsam, so pretty, but her temper is actually so tough. Passers-by were all stunned when they saw this scene. When Su Xiaoshui saw Yi Chen, she rushed all the way over, breathing heavily, her pretty face red. Mr. Yi, I'm here. Just 9.5 minutes, I'm not late. Su Xiaoshui, it's you. Su Manchun, who was on the side, stared with wide eyes, her face full of anger. You're the one who provoked Marshal Long to go to the Pill God Valley? Long Shuai, this woman's words cannot be trusted. She's poisonous. Su Xiaoshui sneered. Yo, cousin, the way you put it, I can't poison Mr. Yi even if I'm poisonous. Yi Chen frowned. These 2 women, they were actually family? He was too lazy to ask more. Go! Okay, we'll take a helicopter straight to the airport, then take a plane to Chengdu, and then take a 2-hour drive. We can make it to Medicine God Valley before nightfall. The 2 of them took the helicopter directly and circled away. Marshal Long. Su Manchun was anxious and got into her jeep. What are you still waiting for? Immediately send me to the airport. At the same time, she pulled out her cell phone and dialed the Dragon Lord's office. Hey, Dragon Lord, Yi Chen has gone to Pill God Valley. After the helicopter arrived at the Shanghai International Airport, it switched to Su Xiaoshui's private jet. It went straight to Chengdu. On the airplane, Yi Chen closed his eyes and rested his mind, trying to cultivate the God refining technique. As long as he reached the 3rd layer, then he would be able to control the chaotic cauldron and synthesize the herbs he needed, while cultivating the God refining technique. Suddenly, a few golden characters appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Taking a closer look, it was actually the words from the 9 turns Heavenly Emperor technique left behind by his mother, Su Xiaoyun. Yi Chen subconsciously recited it silently. The progress of the alchemy of the gods technique had actually increased. Yi Chen's heart rejoiced. Could it be that the 9 revolutions Heavenly Emperor technique could increase the speed of the God refining technique? Trying the 2 techniques together, the God refining technique, which had originally been inching forward, actually progressed at a rapid pace. The 9 revolutions Heavenly Emperor technique has this kind of effect? Yi Chen was excited. At the same time, Su Xiaoshui had already changed into a cheongsam and twisted her water snake waist to come. Mr. Yi, are you resting? Yi Chen did not answer. Mr. Yi, there is still more than an hour left, let me accompany you to relieve your boredom? Su Xiaoshui sat beside Yi Chen. Holding his arm, half of her body almost leaned on him. The pair of soft things on her chest pressed against Yi Chen's arm. Mr. Yi, open your eyes and look at me. Boom! On Yi Chen's body, a powerful force erupted. With him as the center of the circle, all the furniture lifted out. The cabin was a mess. Su Xiaoshui even turned upside down, falling head over heels. Mr. Yi, you don't have to do this to me even if you like me. outside the medicine god valley. Please, divine doctor, all divine doctors, please save my friend. Shin Yuchu continuously begged the people passing by. On a stretcher to the side, Jiang Zixuan was covered in bandages. She was unconscious. That night, in order to save Shin Yuchu, Jiang Zixuan used a wooden stick to sneak attack Duan Koan, and was injured by her true qi. Her tendons and bones were broken. The city hospital is checked, there is no medicine to save, cannot live for 3 days. Shin Yuchu inquiries, finally no Qingdu near a medicine god valley. After all the painstaking finally brought Jiang Zixuan to the outside of the medicine god valley. Only when she arrived here did she realize that there were too many people coming to the medicine god valley to seek treatment. Shin Yuchu didn't even have the qualifications to enter the medicine god valley. After waiting for a day and a night, Shin Yuchu didn't drink a mouthful of water and didn't eat a mouthful of food. Originally she was desperate. Suddenly, a lot of people came to the entrance of the medicine god valley, dressed in strange clothes. Most of them were actually healers, and there were also foreign faces. Please, save my friend. Get out of the way. A middle-aged woman pushed away, and Shin Yuchu tumbled out. It was already the 176, all of them failed. Zixuan, I'm sorry, it's me who's useless, it's me who's harmed you, oh. Shin Yuchu completely collapsed, sitting on the ground and crying. Yi Chen and Su Zhaxue arrived outside the Pill God Valley just in time to see this scene. It's her again? Yi Chen frowned slightly. It was already the 4th time that he had encountered this girl. The one next to her, covered in bandages and dying, should be her best friend. Snake, what a big snake! Su Zhaxue exclaimed. There was also a stir around the Medicine God Valley as everyone stepped back and made way. Only to see a giant python over a dozen meters long, twisting and coming with black scales and a body as thick as a bucket. At the top of the python's head, there was a bulge of about 10 centimeters. This was the manifestation of transforming into a jiao. Beside the giant python, there was also an old man, one person, and one snake heading towards the entrance of the Pill God Valley. Old man Spirit Snake, why is he here too? The eyes of many people in the crowd were startled. Under the attention of the crowd, Old Man Spirit Snake's black python stopped as it passed by Jiang Zixuan, who was covered in bandages. Spitting out its snake letters, its fishy red snake eyes landed on Jiang Zixuan, locking onto its prey. What are you doing? Go away! Shin Yuchu's voice trembled. The fishy wind hit her face. Even though she was terrified beyond belief, she still opened her arms and blocked in front of Jiang Zixuan. The crowd froze, looking deeply at Shin Yuchu. Courage is commendable. Even if it was himself, he wouldn't dare to block in front of this giant python's bloody mouth. The spirit snake elder's voice was cold. Little girl, get out of the way if you don't want to die. This spirit snake of mine loves to eat corpses, your friend is already half dead. Let my spirit snake eat her, and she won't be considered to have died a worthless death. Impossible. Shin Yuchu's pretty face turned white, and she dead set on protecting Jiang Zixuan. Get away, you get away. Hiss hiss hiss. The black python spat out its temper, very grumpy. Old Man Spirit Snake sneered, since you seek death, let's eat them together. Eat them. The words landed. The black python opened its bloody mouth and devoured towards the duo. A bite fell. It actually bit empty and was still about half a meter away from the duo. What's going on? Old Man Spirit Snake frowned. 2 immovable prey, and his spirit snake actually bites empty? Doesn't he have any accuracy at all? Just when he wanted to open his mouth to scold Spirit Snake, a cry of alarm came from his ears. My God, what is this kid doing? Spirit Snake Elder turned around to look. One of the youth's hands actually clasped the black python's tail, pulling it to death, making it unable to take a step forward. The next second, the youth violently flung it, and the black python flew out and ruthlessly smashed into the ground. Clang! With a sound, blood and flesh exploded. Chapter 112. Your acting skills, too bad. The more than 10-meter long python was actually dropped by Yi Chen to the point where its flesh and blood exploded. Hiss! Outside the Medicine God Valley, the rich and powerful people who had come to seek medical treatment sucked in a breath of cool air. Su Zhaxue, who was beside her, was even more creeped out as the bloody odor of the python came from her, making her nauseous. Little you dare to kill my spirit snake. The old man spirit snake was so angry that he almost fainted, a pair of pale eyes filled with blood, staring at Yi Chen with extreme fury. This was his heart and soul that he had cultivated for more than 10 years. It had eaten countless corpses before it was cultivated to this day. It had actually been dropped alive by Yi Chen. Little, you go die as well to compensate for my spirit snake's life. Old man spirit snake rushed over. The snake staff in his hand ferociously smashed into Yi Chen's head. Once smashed, the brain was bound to explode. Yi Chen stood still, indifferent. Is this kid scared silly? Why isn't he reacting? Humph. Old man spirit snake is a terrifying existence of the innate realm. This kid was scared silly. Someone laughed coldly. Deep in the depths of Shin Yuchu's beautiful eyes, a flicker of throbbing flashed through, which quickly subsided. Phew! The snake staff came over Yi Chen's head and was about to fall at the instant. Yi Chen kicked out, and the spirit snake elder flew out like a dead dog. The body exploded in the air and died. How is this possible? The outside of the Pill God Valley was abuzz. The spirit snake elder was actually killed by the youth in front of him in a single move? Many martial artists in the crowd looked at Yi Chen in horror, their hearts almost exploding in fear. A middle-aged man's voice trembled as he shouted, "Yi Chen, he's Yi Chen. Yi Chen. It's him? Is this kid crazy? The prize money for the Pill King conference is his head, and not only did this kid not hide, he also even ran to the Pill God Valley? This is that god of killing?" Countless people's jaws dropped. One by one, they stood frozen in place like they were petrified. At the entrance of the Pill God Valley, a few disciples guarding the entrance of the valley saw this and ran back into the Pill God Valley to report all of this. "Save me, please save my friend." Shin Yuchu rushed to Yi Chen's front as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yi Chen swept a glance at her, and then swept a glance at Jiang Zixuan, who was covered in bandages. "Stop acting, you're acting, it's too bad." Finished speaking. No longer taking care of Shin Yuchu, he went straight to the entrance of the Pill God Valley. "Stop, this is the Medicine God Valley." A few disciples at the entrance of the valley rebuked. "Take another step forward and die." Even if Yi Chen had just killed the old man spirit snake, they were not afraid in the slightest. Could it be that this kid still dared to break into the Medicine God Valley? Just as soon as this thought surfaced in their minds, these people completely lost consciousness. Because Yi Chen backhanded a slap out, rolling up a strong wind, several disciples of the Pill God Valley flew out and smashed on the rocks, their brains exploding. "Oh my god. Mr. Yi really dared to break into the Pill God Valley. This is the holy land of the world's pill sects, how did he dare?" Su Shashui, who was following behind, was so scared that her legs went soft, her breathing was rapid, and her pair of beautiful eyes were incomparably fiery. "Mr. Yi, wait for me." Hurriedly followed. Outside the Pill God Valley, there was an uproar, completely boiling over. Yi Chen actually came to break into the Medicine God Valley. Something big has happened. This son has already exterminated the 4 ancient martial arts clans. Is the Pill God Valley the 5th power? He wants to destroy the Medicine God Valley? Dream on. You know, this is the #1 pill clan in the world, and there are many top martial artists from all over the world here today. Yi Chen will surely die if he dares to sow his wild oats in the Pill God Valley. People were discussing intensely. Suddenly, a clicking sound came from behind. "Young Chu, why doesn't this kid fall for it? Did we reveal a crack somewhere?" The crowd was startled. Turning back to look, Jiang Zixuan, who was covered in bandages, actually stood up. The clacking sound just now was her bones moving. Her twisted hands and feet, her broken bones, were actually slowly returning to their places. Within a few seconds, Jiang Zixuan, who was originally seriously injured and on the verge of death, was actually like a person who was fine. Alive and well. Shin Yuchu wiped away the tear stains on her face, and the blood in her beautiful eyes was swept away, which still had the appearance of begging for help not long ago. "No." Shin Yuchu's willow brows slightly knitted. Jiang Zixuan spat, "Then what's wrong with this kid? It's too hard to handle. By all rights, the first time on the cruise ship, he should have taken a liking to you and me. If not, then on the plane to Hong Kong Island, he should have accosted us. And then at Northwest University, didn't he save you once in the Grove? He doesn't even believe in fate. We had no choice but to go for the jugular. This guy actually saw death and saved us, damn it." Jiang Zixuan waved her small fists. Extremely depressed. "For whole times, we designed 4 chances to meet. Every time, it was so coincidental, without any traces." Shin Yuchu's beautiful eyes were puzzled. Jiang Zixuan said angrily, "Perhaps, this guy is just born with a stone heart. 2 beauties this big, and he didn't even save them. Oops, no good, he's gone into the Pill God Valley. There are many innate realms in there. He can save us from death, but we can't watch him die. If he dies, Sister Xuanji will be angry." The duo took a single step, their speed comparable to a meteor, rushing into the Medicine God Valley. "I'll go, these 2 girls are not ordinary people. Luckily, Lousy didn't have spermatozoa today and see color, or else he'd be dead." A fat-headed tycoon patted his chest. He had long been looking at Shin Yuchu and was ready to go up and hook up. The 2 people just left before the foot. Several armed helicopters bearing the mark of the Dragon Soul descended from the sky. Su Manchun, who was in military uniform, jumped down. In the crowd, 2-inch-headed youths immediately rushed out. Report, Long Shui went in. "What?" Su Manchun changed color and gave an order, "Go, follow me in to protect Marshal Long." A few non-commissioned officers behind him looked at each other in dismay. "Major Su, this is the Medicine God Valley, a military restricted area. Without a military order, it's forbidden to enter." Su Manchun shouted, "Follow me, if something happens, I'll take the blame." She rushed into the Pill God Valley with her front foot, and a sound rang out behind her. "Hey, family lord, Yi Chen has come to the Pill God Valley." "Hey, my lord, that god of murder is in the Medicine God Valley." A dozen people pulled out their cell phones. Dragon capital, Wang family. Wang Xiaoyang answered the phone, his face full of surprise. That kid actually dared to go to the Pill God Valley? This is a place 10 times more terrifying than an ancient martial arts family. Is he crazy? Quickly follow him in. Once there is any news, report it immediately. Mr. Wang, Yi Chen really broke into the Medicine God Valley? Tojo Ryosuke, who was on the side, froze. How terrifying was the Medicine God Valley? Back then, when the island country invaded the Dragon Kingdom, a modernized army of more than 100,000 people and airplanes and cannons didn't even break into the Medicine God Valley. Instead, 70,000 to 80,000 people died. In the end, the army had to be ordered to withdraw. Wang Xiaoyang's shoulders shook violently as he laughed heartily. Ha, isn't this kid looking for death himself? Originally, we had long ago joined forces with several ancient martial arts clans, and the Dragon Kingdom martial arts world was about to be devoured by us. Unfortunately, Yi Chen came out of nowhere and disrupted our plans. As long as he dies in the Pill God Valley, our plans can continue. Chapter 113 Yi Chen, I'll look for connections and arrange for you guys to be cast into a good berth. Tojo Ryosuke frowned, his heart a little unsettled. With just one Medicine God Valley, it's not enough insurance. In that case, I'll send a few more upper ninjas over there. Mr. Wang also contributes a hand to give this kid a ride? The killing intent in the room gradually coalesced. Good. Wang Xiaoyang grinned. Taking out a cell phone and a voice changer, he pressed it to the position of his voice. A pale voice was emitted. Hey, send me 30 Dark Palace elites to Pill God Valley to kill Yi Chen. Hanging up the phone. Tojo Ryosuke's face shook as he sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. Mr. Wang, you really surprised me. I can't imagine that the Dragon Kingdom's #1 assassin organization, the Dark Hall, is actually controlled by the Wang family. Pill God Valley's main hall. A few disciples rushed in a panic, only to realize that the hall had already been overcrowded. There were thousands of martial artists and divine doctors who had come from all over the world. What's the matter? Speak. Bai Zhengde wore a loose Taoist robe and held a duster, dressed as a Taoist, as he swept these disciples away. A disciple spoke. Valley Master, Yi Chen broke in. Yi Chen? How did he rush to Pill God Valley? Isn't this brat afraid of death? Hearing Yi Chen's name, the hall was abuzz. The prize of this Pill King conference was Yi Chen's head, and he actually dared to break into the Pill God Valley? Sending him to his death wasn't even this dead. Bai Zhengde swept a glance at the people present, his eyes twitching. This kid, he simply didn't put my Pill God Valley in his eyes. Where did he go? A disciple of the Pill God Valley reported, I guess to the poisonous worm road. There was only one path into the Pill God Valley. Along the way, there were all sorts of organs, hidden weapons, formations, poisonous insects, and miasma. There were also valley guardians holding down the fort, so ordinary people simply couldn't break in. Decades ago, an archipelago nation broke into the Medicine God Valley with modern weapons. As a result, he was killed by poisonous insects and miasma, and fled in a sorry state, never daring to step into the Medicine God Valley again. Bai Zhengde said, shut everything down and let Yi Chen in. Shortly after entering the Medicine God Valley, the duo entered a damp path. All kinds of poisonous insects and snakes gathered around them. Yi Chen just faintly said, follow me closely. Su Zhaxue was so frightened that she followed behind Yi Chen, her chest almost pressed against his back. Surprised, she found that these poisonous insects didn't even dare to come within 3 meters of Yi Chen. Suddenly, those poisonous insects and snakes, as if they had received an order, all dispersed. Su Zhaxue was surprised. Why did all these poisonous insects run away? Go! Yi Chen didn't bother to think too much and headed towards the depths of the Pill God Valley. Along the way, all sorts of organs and formations were closed. Even the valley guards who were guarding the main road were all staring coldly at Yi Chen, with no intention of making a move. Looks like someone welcomes me. Yi Chen smiled and took large strides. 10 or so minutes later, the front of the valley path opened up. A square the size of a soccer field appeared in front of him. At the end of the square, a grand hall towered over it. There were 99 steps below the grand hall, connecting the square and the grand hall. The steps were filled with people, Chinese faces, Mu faces, Southeast Asian faces, white people, black people, and everything in between. A familiar face stood at the back of the crowd. The daughter of the king of gamblers, Angela Chow. It's really him. Zhou Anqi was a little excited. The king of gamblers donated more than $1 billion to the Medicine God Valley every year just to get the life-renewing elixir. Otherwise, with the king of gamblers being nearly 100 years old, how could he still be alive and well? He even gave Angela Zhou a younger brother last month. She had come to the Pill King assembly to make a fuss, but she hadn't expected to meet Yi Chen. Mr. Yi. Next to her, Li Jiasun also arrived, her wide-eyed beauty shocked. Bai Zhengde stood at the end of the steps, looking down. You are Yi Chen? It's me. Yi Chen stood with his arms folded, looking straight at Bai Zhengde at the end of the steps. You're the one who convened the Pill King conference to use my head as a prize? Yi Chen, you are quite well informed. Bai Zhengde laughed coldly, his eyes carrying an icy chill. You killed my son, and you still dare to barge into the Pill God Valley. Did you know that you would surely die, so you came to send yourself to death? Alas! Yi Chen sighed. It seems that my extermination of 4 ancient martial arts clans hasn't killed you guys out of fear. Why do you all have to force me to kill? My master's work down there is exhausting. I'll give you guys one last chance. First, hand over all the treasures of the Pill God Valley, and the Pill God Valley executives, all of them will kill themselves. The Pill God Valley will be disbanded. Second, all participants in the Pill King conference will kill themselves. This matter is over. I'll look for connections and arrange for you to be reincarnated. Quiet. Deadly quiet. The entire Pill God Valley square was terrifyingly quiet, and everyone's gazes towards Yi Chen became shocked. Hiss. More people sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Letting the White Valley Master and all the senior staff of the Pill God Valley all kill themselves? Dismissing the Pill God Valley? And making those who came to the Pill King conference kill themselves? Is this kid crazy? The entire audience was in an uproar. What is he saying? Did I hear him wrong? You didn't hear wrong. He said that he'd let the White Valley Master and the Pill King Valley executives kill themselves, and that he'd let us follow suit. Ha 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 ha. Countless icy gazes fell on Yi Chen. Su Jiaxue swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear, staring at the side of Yi Chen's face. Mr. Yi, aren't you afraid of offending the public's anger? Yu Chu, he's also too arrogant. Jiang Zixuan stared wide-eyed. In a corner of the square, Xin Yuchu and Jiang Zixuan stood. On the duo's bodies, each had a spirit talisman affixed to them. A light that was invisible to the naked eye enveloped the duo, actually making them invisible. Ha 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 ha. Bai Zhengde laughed up to the sky, tears coming out of his eyes as he raised his hand and a scroll was held in his hand. The corners of his mouth hooked up in a hint of playfulness. Yi Chen, this is the list of those attending the Pill King conference. The people on it, they all want your head. Southeast Asia, Fusan Divine Master, 7th level of the innate realm. 97th in the world dark ranking. It's me. An old man with dark skin and eyes like a falcon stepped forward. With a skull walking stick in his hand, he gave a hard thump on the steps. Wolf Country, Human Slaughter, Mr. Cruff, 8th level of the innate realm, 61st in the world dark ranking. It's me. A man from the Wolf Country wearing a suit with thick arms and legs and over 2 meters tall grinned. Europe, Grand Duke Austin. 8th level of the innate realm. World dark ranking, 59th place. An old white man wearing a tuxedo and looking extremely gentlemanly. Facing Bai Zhengde's direction, he pressed his right hand on his chest and performed a royal salute. Greetings, Lord Bai Valley. The Golden Sword King of the Ma Kingdom, Yuan Qianshou. Innate realm, 7th level. 91st in the world dark ranking. Meng Kingdom's number 1 Bachelor, Bartle. Innate realm, 7th level. 89th in the world dark ranking. The island nation's sword body, Tokugawa Eiichiro. Innate realm, 8th level, 63rd on the world dark ranking. Every time Bai Zhengde read out someone's name, there was an innate realm expert that stepped out of the crowd. In the end, the corner of Bai Zhengde's mouth hooked into a mocking smile. There are a total of 39 people on the list, and almost all of them are in the top 100 of the world dark ranking. It can be said that nearly half of the top powerhouses of the world's martial arts cultivators have come to the Pill God Valley for the Pill King conference, and everyone wants to take your head. Bai Zhengde smiled teasingly. His pale eyes carried a strong killing intent. Yi Chen, you tell me. How will you walk out of my Pill God Valley today? Yi Chen smiled proudly. After killing all of you, won't I be able to walk out? Chapter 114. Are you guys born without a smile? Ha 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 ha. The entire audience laughed. The martial cultivators present all laughed. The Fusan Divine Master, Human Slayer Crew, Grand Duke Austin, Yuan Qianshou, Batur, Tokugawa Jiang Yilang, and the others all shook their heads. Similarly, they couldn't help but laugh. For a moment, everyone's gaze at Yi Chen changed. Such as looking at a little cutie. Jiang Zixuan frowned. Young Chu, with so many powerful people present, where did he get the courage? This kid's mouth, it's too hard. Xinyochu's beautiful eyes were grave, staring at the side of Yi Chen's face as she moved. Sister Xuanji's senior brother, it's impossible for him to have no skill at all. The two were from the Kunlun ruins. The sister Xuanji in their mouths, her full name was Yu Xuanji. Claiming to be Yi Chen's senior sister. The two were told to leave the Kunlun ruins and secretly protect Yi Chen. Zhou Anqi and the crowd froze. Poking Li Jiasen's shoulder, Sister Jiasen, what does he really want? Is he really going to kill everyone on the list? These are all world-class dark list powerhouses. A dark-ranking powerhouse could sit atop a top family. Li Jiasen's palms, which were covered in cold sweat, shook her head gruffly. I don't know either. Seeing the crowd skeptical, Yi Chen smiled. All don't believe it? Taking the initiative, he stepped forward and faintly said, who will come first to die? This kid is playing for real? The crowd froze. I'll do it. The first Batulu of the Meng Kingdom, Bartle, let out a low shout. He was over 2 meters tall, his arms were thicker than the average adult's thighs, and his fists crunched as he pressed. Kid, I'll rip out your tongue and then tear your mouth. Let everyone see clearly if you are a dead duck with a hard mouth. The foot stomped violently. There was a loud click. The steps exploded. Bartle leapt up and pounced on Yi-Chen like a fierce tiger, slamming his fist into Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen stood frozen in place, without even a hint of reaction. Ha, this kid is scared silly? He was still talking tough just now, how come he doesn't even have the courage to make a move? 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Yi-Chen remained motionless, as if he was a wooden sculpture. This is it? He really exterminated 4 ancient martial arts clans? The Fusan Divine Master shook his head, his face full of disappointment. I'm afraid, none of the ancient martial families were exterminated by this kid, but the highest one in the Dragon Kingdom, this kid is just a shield. Mantu Krufu snorted and shook his head. Only, this kid took it seriously. Thinking that he really exterminated 4 ancient martial arts families by himself. The rest of the few people, Grand Duke Austin, Yuan Qianshou, Tokugawa Jianjiru, and the rest of them, similarly wore disdainful smiles. Suddenly, ka-ching! A muffled sound resounded throughout the square. Ah! Then, there was Bartel's miserable scream. Only to see, Yi-Chen clasped Bartel's wrist and folded it with force. The arm snapped. Raising his foot, he swept it across. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! Bartel's legs exploded, miserably falling to the ground. How can that be? The crowd exclaimed. Bang! Yi-Chen stomped down. The number 1 Batulu of the Meng Kingdom, innate realm, 7th level. The 89th ranked Bartolu in the world dark ranking, his head exploded. Ah! Zhou cried out in shock, covering her small mouth in death. Mr. Yi! Li Jiasen's beautiful eyes trembled. Jiang Zixuan opened her mouth. Yuchu, what did I see? Xin Youchu's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Sure enough. His strength is not simple. This. The Fusan Divine Master, Grand Duke Austin, Yuan Qianshou, Tokugawa Jiangyilon, and dozens of other dark ranking powerhouses all sucked in a breath of cool air. The entire arena was dead silent. The crows were silent. Bai Zhengda's eyes jumped and his heart almost stopped beating. He even suspected that Bartle was letting off steam. How could he have no resistance at all and be trampled to death by Yi-Chan's foot off? But, who the hell used their own life to release water off? Why aren't you laughing? Yi-Chen looked at the crowd. Are you guys born not laughing? All silent? Then I'll start killing. Stay close to me. He looked back at Su Zhashui. The words landed and a step was taken. Yi-Chen locked onto the Fusang Divine Master and leapt forward. The Fusang Divine Master bellowed, Good boy, do you think I'm a vegetarian? Get lost. The skeleton walking stick in his hand swept across the room, heading straight for Yi-Chen's stomach. Once it hit, it could smash Yi-Chen into 2. Bang! Yi-Chen casually snapped his hand and actually grabbed the skeleton cane. The Fusang God's power was completely crushed by Yi-Chen, and the skull cane in his hand was snatched away. It was smashed towards his own head. You dare! The Fusang God Master was startled. Bang! The brain exploded. Fusan Divine Master, 7th level of the innate realm. 97th in the world dark ranking. Death. Holy. The rest of them were directly stunned. Yi-Chen's gaze turned and locked onto the Wolf Kingdom's human butcher. Pluv, why are you sweating? So afraid of death? Bruv sweated coldly and backed away sharply. Ha, Yi-Chen, I want to leave, no one can stop me. Is that so? Yi-Chen smiled. With a stomp of his foot, he rolled the wild wind. Rushing out like a meteor, he was actually more than twice as fast as Bruv. The moment he caught up with him, he slammed his fist into the back of Bruv's heart. Put! Bruv lowered his head in shock and looked at his chest. 5 fingers pierced through his chest, holding a bright red heart and crushing it with one hand. What kind of monster are you? Wolf Kingdom, Human Butcher, Kruv, 8th level of the innate realm, 61st in the world's dark list. Death. In just less than 3 minutes, Yi-Chen had killed 3 top 100 dark ranking powerhouses in a row, who would dare to be his enemy. Suddenly. Your Excellency, die. A dark shadow came behind Yi-Chen, raising a butcher knife in his hand and chopping at Yi-Chen's neck. When the butcher knife could fall and chopped at Yi-Chen's neck with a metallic crunch. It did not move at all. How is it possible? The voice of the Grand Duke Austin, who had succeeded in his sneak attack, trembled as he stared in horror at Yi-Chen, who slowly turned back, with both of his hands pressed on his shoulders. With a fierce force. Zira. Grand Duke Austin's body, directly split into 2 halves, blood and flesh flying. My God. The expressions of the other martial artists were frozen, almost fixed, completely stunned. Scuffling backward. Dozens of dark-ranking powerhouses could not actually block Yi-Chen's monstrous aura. Yi-Chen stood with his arms folded, locking onto Bai Zhengda, Pill God Valley, destroyed today. Walking like a god of death, Su Zhashui followed behind excitedly. Make a move. Whoever lightly injures the sun will be rewarded with 10 5th grade pills. Whoever seriously injures the sun will be rewarded 20 5th grade pills. Chop off one of this son's arms and legs, and I want Pill God Valley to provide the pills needed to advance in the future without compensation. Whoever beheads this son, the Pill God Valley's treasure trove is yours for the taking. Bai Zhengde hissed like mad. With every word, Yi Chen walked over a few steps. Even if the last sentence landed on the ground, still no one dared to move. I'm just afraid that if I have the life to take it, I don't have the life to spend it. Seeing Yi Chen getting closer and closer, Bai Zhengde roared angrily, you greedy people who are afraid of death. I have the list of participants of the Pill King conference in my hand. Once I die and the list falls into Yi Chen's hands, waiting for this vindictive brat to attack each of them? The words landed. All the dark-ranking powerhouses, their eyes turned fishy red all of a sudden. Kill. More than 36 figures pounced towards Yi Chen at the same time. The Manhwa Golden Blade King chopped out a dozen or so blade auras to cover him, swooped down in front of Yi Chen, and stabbed him in the location of his heart. Chapter 115 Kunlun Ranking. Heaven-killing formation. When? There was a crunching sound. Yi Chen looked down, and the blade was unable to miss the skin. What the hell? Yi Chen shook his head. The man was ruthless and crushed the neck of the Manhwa Golden Sword King. The island sword god, Tokugawa Jiangyi Langos-like, appeared behind Yi Chen, and stabbed his sword into the back of Su Zhashui's heart. Preparing to put both of them through the heart with one sword. What is it? Yi Chen wrapped his arms around Su Zhashui's small waist and made a magnificent turn. The Cheongsam danced. With a counter kick, with a bang, Tokugawa Jiangyi Ilong's body exploded. Hiss. 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 My god, bringing a tired woman who knows absolutely nothing about martial arts is actually this easy. The sounds of sucking in cool air continuously resounded in the square. Yi Chen put down Su Zhashui and took one step at a time like a god of death. One punch at a time. Crisp and clear. In less than 2 short minutes, there were only 10 or so of the 30 or so dark-ranking experts left. No one could stop this god of death. Mr. Yi, so strong. Zhou Anqi had never seen such a scene before, her pair of beautiful legs constantly trembling. Li Jessen continuously swallowed her spit, thinking with shock in her heart, I finally know why Grandpa has to submit to Mr. Yi. With this kind of strength, the entire Dragon Kingdom. Oh no, the entire world will sooner or later submit to his feet. If Kunlun Ruin doesn't come out, who will compete with him? Miley family will return to the richest in the Dragon Kingdom, and even go abroad, don't need to look at the face of those consortiums. Jiang Zixuan was completely dumbfounded. Whoa wow, this little senior brother of Sister Xuanji is awesome. With his current strength, he can enter the top 500 of the Kunlun ranking. It should be enough. Shin Yuchu nodded her head. Kunlun ranking. The genius list of the younger generation of Kunlun ruins. Anyone before the age of 30 could enter the ranking. Jiang Zixuan was around 400th place. Shin Yuchu was in the early 300s. To be able to receive such an evaluation from the two of them, one could imagine how much Yi Chen's strength had shocked him. At the same time, there was a commotion at the entrance of the square. A group of black-clothed masked men, as well as a few people dressed as Ronin from the east, arrived at the Pill God Valley Plaza. Yi Chen is there. Kill. This group of people were decisive in killing, drawing their weapons and rushing up. On the chests of the masked black-robed men, each had a black scythe embroidered on it. This is? The Dark Palace Assassins. The martial cultivators present were startled. Don't give him a chance, directly form the heaven-killing formation. The leader of the group bellowed out, although masked, it could be heard from the voice that it was an old man. Whoosh! 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 30 figures rushed out, instantly surrounding Yi Chen. At the same time, the swords came out. Brush, 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 brush. Countless sword chi, razor blade-like outbursts. Some of the spectators who were close by had a sharp pain in their cheeks and blood dripped. Separated by hundreds of meters, they were actually injured by the sword chi. Heaven-killing sword formation, this is the most terrifying means of the Dark Palace. It seems that these 30 assassins are all at the heaven-killing level. It's said that these 30 people are all at the 9th level of the Royal Divine Realm, and when 30 people join hands, they can explode 100 times their power, and once killed a terrifying existence at the 9th level of the Innate Realm. What? The 9th layer of the Innate Realm was killed. The crowd's jaws dropped in shock. Looking at the icy cold sword chi, they were so scared that they kept retreating. Afraid of being accidentally caught in the wave. Jiang Zixuan was a little anxious. Young Chu, should we make a move? This heaven-killing sword formation feels dangerous even to me. Shin Yu-Chu shook her head and stared at Yi Chen. No need, I want to see where the limits of his strength actually lie. At this moment, 30 Dark Hall experts blocked all Yi Chen's retreating paths. Clang! 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 The air was filled with a dense killing opportunity as countless sword chi swept in, clanging, wanting to tear Yi Chen alive. Mr. Yi! Su Zhashui sat down on the ground in fear. Her pretty face was white, and she was so scared that she biffed out a few drops of urine. You call this sword chi? Yi Chen looked around and smiled proudly. I'll show you guys what is called true sword chi. 5 fingers clenched in the air. An ancient and simple sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. A sword swept out. A roar. The crowd vaguely heard that a dragon roar actually came from their ears. A blood-colored sword chi erupted from the blood dragon sword. Wherever it passed, went dang 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 dang. A crunching sound, the swords in the hands of all the Dark Hall powerhouses broke from it. Their pupils contracted fiercely for a moment. Then, in unison, they raised their hands and covered their necks, a line of blood appeared, and blood gouged out from their fingers. 30 heads, almost simultaneously, flew out. Ah! At this moment, the entire Pill God Valley was completely silent. Yi Chen had actually beheaded 30 Dark Hall slayers with a single sword. The smell of blood filled the air, and on the steps outside the Pill God's Great Hall, heads rolled down the steps, and blood flowed down the steps like a flood. This cultivated hell-like image was suffocating. A strong sense of fear spread throughout the body. Originally, the extermination of the 4 ancient martial arts families was all true. It wasn't the Dragon Lord who was behind it. Rather, it was this god of death-like youth who did it. Gosh! Am I dreaming? Zhou Anqi trembled. Mr. Yi is invincible. Li Jiasen's pretty face was red and she was breathing heavily. Taking out the asthma spray, she violently sprayed a few mouthfuls into her mouth and almost suffocated. Zhang Zixuan was shocked. Young Chu, this kid's strength seems to be similar to mine. He can enter the 400th place in the Kunlun ranking. Xin Yuchu was similarly greatly shaken. Even if she were to make a move, she definitely wouldn't be able to do it and kill 30 Dark Hall experts so easily. Su Jiaxue, who was sitting on the ground, raised her head and stared blankly at the man who was a meter away from her. She realized that she had completely fallen in love with Yi Chen. Even though she knew that she was not worthy of Yi Chen in her life, she still could not contain her love. Too handsome, too strong, too fierce, too ruthless, and too invincible. If she could become Yi Chen's woman, even if it was only for 2 or 3 minutes, death would be satisfying. Go! Those few Easterning upper ninjas, without hesitation, turned around and ran. Giggling. Giggle. 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 Yi Chen continuously chopped out 4 swords, which were indeed accompanied by the faint sound of a dragon's roar. A few Easterning upper ninjas screamed miserably and turned into a mist of blood. My lord, spare your life. We won't dare to do it again. It's because we were deluded and listened to Bai Zhengda's compulsion. I beg you to spare our lives. We are willing to become your servants from now on. The remaining dozen or so dark-ranking powerhouses all knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. This scene frightened the other guests present. These were dark-ranking powerhouses. If the Kunlun ruins didn't come out, they were the top 100 in the world. At this moment, actually kneeling at the feet of a dragon country youth, it was just like a dream. Yi Chen chopped out a sword, poof. The voices of these dozen or so people came to an abrupt end, and their heads fell to the ground. Still maintaining the kneeling position. The air was deathly silent. Bai Zhengda, do you still think that I can't walk out of the Pill God Valley now? Yi Chen said. Chapter 116 Killing God Yi Chen, World Boiling. Bai Zhengda was so scared that his feet went limp and he directly rolled down the steps. It fell all the way to the square below the Pill God Hall before finally stopping, his body covered in the blood of innate experts and Dark Hall powerhouses, his head broken and bleeding as he knelt on the ground and cowed out frantically. Bang! 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 Mr. Yi, our Pill God Valley was wrong. I am willing to give Pill God Valley to you. The Pill God Valley's accumulated treasures of 1,000 years, all the treasures are yours for the taking. A generation of Pill God, completely afraid. What identity, status, and dignity, at this moment, all turned into nothing. If I kill you, the Pill God Valley is also mine. Yi Chen shook his head and chopped out with a sword. Puff! The human head fell to the ground. A generation of Pill King, Bai Zhengda, died. Yi Chen said indifferently, everyone holding up their cell phones, have you recorded all the videos? Please help me upload it to websites all over the world, don't ever mosaic it. Tell the world that whoever still dares to make an enemy of me, Yi Chen, is what will happen to Pill God Valley. The crowd froze. The people who had originally taken their cell phones and secretly recorded videos were worried that Yi Chen would find them in trouble. Now it seemed. This guy didn't care about exposing everything about the Pill God Valley. What was called arrogance? This is what is called arrogance. To Yi Chen. Hiding his identity? If you have the strength, you can't hide. It doesn't exist. Returning from 5 years of hell, Yi Chen was to kill the world and tremble. To submit to his feet. Su Jiaxue, let's go. Yi Chen carried his hands behind his back, striding towards the Pill God Hall. Su Jiaxue's delicate body trembled a little, her legs softened as she climbed up, leaving a water stain in place as she staggered to follow. The duo had just left with their front feet. Su Manchun rushed in with the Dragon Soul people, and saw corpses all over the ground, blood flowing into the river. Even Bai Zhengda, his head was on the ground. Where's Yi Chen? Where is he? Can anyone tell me if Yi Chen is still alive? Su Manchuan's eyes turned red all of a sudden. Yi Chen was too important to the Dragon Soul. To the Dragon Kingdom, it was even more important. He absolutely could not die. Yi Chen is still alive? I'm going to. Who can hurt this killing god? How dare you say if he's still alive? You should be asking, how many people has he killed? In the crowd, the corners of many people's mouths twitched. What? Su Manchun froze, not understanding the meaning of these words. See for yourself. Someone shook his head and handed Su Manchun the video that he had recorded on his own cell phone. Su Manchun took it and looked at it, her beautiful eyes contracted fiercely for a moment, and she covered her mouth in death. Ah! Grass! Dragon Marshal is invincible. The group of generals from Dragon Soul sucked in cool air in unison. Go find the Dragon Marshal. Su Manchun just wanted to rush into the Demon God Hall. Suddenly, a call came in. Her pretty face changed color. Go to Changbai Mountain. At the very back of the crowd. An old man's eyes were gloomy. Half a month ago, this kid made a trip to Hong Kong Island. The blood dragon sword is really in his hands. Taking advantage of the chaos, he quickly exited Pill God Valley. A phone call was dialed out. Hey, the whereabouts of the blood dragon sword has been found. Yes, it's in that Yi Chen's hands, and Pill God Valley is going to be finished. In just 5 minutes. The video of the Pill God Valley spread out. The world's major video websites were filled with videos of Yi Chen's crazy killings in the Medicine God Valley. The domestic microblogging, Shaking Sound, and WeChat circle of friends had just uploaded it, and because the content was too bloody, it was immediately blocked. Together with the extremely fast big data algorithm and strict auditing, it did not result in a large-scale transmission. On the contrary, abroad, the spread speed is too fast. Almost instantly spread to Ina, Twitter, and the overseas version of Shake. Is this a new movie promo? So bloody and violent. At first glance, it's 18 banned, I like it. Cool. Is this the male lead? He looks so much like me, handsome. So many cell phone shot perspectives, this kind of movie promotion, it's so special. Kudos to. Countless ordinary netizens discussed. The only thing that was completely boiling over was a martial arts exchange forum headed by the M country, the European plenipotentiaries. The Pill King Conference is threatening to become the last, and the god of death has descended upon the Pill God Valley. 39 dark list experts have fallen. Dragon Kingdom's god of murder, Yi Chen, details. Is the Dragon Kingdom on the rise? Yi Chen's Pill God Valley became famous in one battle, and the world boiled over. Various posts about the Pill God Valley filled the front page of the forum in an instant. What's going on if 39 experts in the top 100 of the dark ranking died in the Medicine God Valley? Ha ha ha. Just kidding, I read the Yi Chen information those people posted. This kid was still an ordinary person 5 years ago, and now he's only 23 years old. He's got 3 heads and 6 arms. Can he kill 39 dark ranking experts? Who's behind the push? Trying to hold up a god of the Dragon Kingdom? What god? If he dares to come to me, I'll directly teach him to be a human being. He is really boring. There are actually people who believe this. Countless martial artists around the world. One after another commented playfully. Suddenly, with a ding, everyone's cell phones coincidentally received a text message. Ha! The M country CIA's dark list has changed its line. The crowd froze. The M country's CIA collected the world's intelligence network and tallied the data of martial arts cultivators. It was updated almost once every 3 years. The last time it was updated was a year ago, so it's not time yet. The crowd clicked in to take a look. The rankings have changed so much? Countless martial artists stared wide-eyed. It can't be true, right? Someone breathed in sharply. Taking out last year's dark ranking list, they compared it. Fusan Divine Master, 97th on the dark list. Fallen. The Golden Sword King of Ma, Yuan Qianshou, 91st on the dark list. Fallen. The first Batulu of the Ming Kingdom, Bartle, 89th in the dark ranking. Fallen. The god of swords of the Island Kingdom, Tokugawa Eiichiro, 63rd in the dark list. Fallen. Wolf Kingdom, Human Butcher, Crew, 61st in the dark ranking. Fallen. Grand Duke Austin, 59th in the dark ranking. Fallen. A total of 39 people, neatly. With the numbers on the forums, exactly the same. Oh. Cake seller. The world boiled. The name of the god of murder, Yi Chen, was completely branded in everyone's hearts. At the same time, a group of CIA personnel quickly entered the highest office in M country. European countries, all boiling. The Wolf Kingdom's imperial palace. Ekaterina III, who had just resolved her family's rebellion, immediately learned of this news. A flash of thick surprise flashed across her pretty face. Junior brother really did all this? He's really fantastic. The country is celebrating today. Wall Street. The 10th senior sister, Grand Princess Aisha, jumped up in shock. Did he find his parents' whereabouts? As promised, I'll come and play with me after I find them. Last time in the Dragon Kingdom was too hasty. As long as he dares to come, I will definitely take him down. Aisha fantasized. Bang! Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Aisha's pretty face sank, resuming her business queen's paradigm, looking icily at the group of black-suited white men who rushed in. Who are you people? Know what kind of place this is? A middle-aged white man took out a work in progress. Ms. Aisha, we are from the CIA. I heard that Yi Chen is your senior? Please come with us and assist in the investigation. Chapter 117 Left Green Dragon, right. Dragon Capital, Wang Family. 30 assassins of the Dark Palace, all killed by Yi Chen with a single sword? The 4 Easterning upper ninjas couldn't even stop Yi Chen's sword? 39 dark-ranking powerhouses all died under Yi Chen's hands? Even the Pilgod Valley's lord, Bai Zhengde, had his head chopped off by Yi Chen's sword? Hearing the news, Wang Xiaoyang was so frightened that he sat on his butt on the ground. Trembling, he hissed, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." Dongjang Ryosuke's body trembled as he took out his cell phone and just wanted to call his father, Dongjang Takuya. Father called first. Father, Medicine God Valley. Forget about the Demon God Valley for now. You immediately rush to Changbai Mountain. The opportunity for our island nation to rise has come. Once we succeed, the Dragon Kingdom's luck will be completely cut off. It won't be able to turn around for at least 1,000 years. Takuya Tojo shouted low and urgently. Medicine God Valley treasure trove. A group of old men knelt on the ground, trembling. Su Xiaoshui, please count them. Yi Chen pulled over a chair and sat inside the treasure vault. Yes. Su Xiaoshui was incomparably excited. This was the Pilgod Valley's treasure trove, and Yi Chen actually asked her to count it. Even if she had presided over countless auctions, she had never seen so many treasures. In addition to all sorts of precious herbs, there were countless exotic treasures. The Pilgod Valley's heritage of over 1,000 years was terrifying to the point of being frightening. A full 2 hours had passed. Su Xiaoshui ran over dripping with fragrant sweat, holding a record book in her hand. Mr. Yi, the Pilgod Valley has a total of 136 5th-grade pills. 1,387 4th-grade pills. 53,381 3rd-grade pills. Pills below the 2nd grade have not been warehoused. There are 5,934 100-year medicinal herbs. 1,211 300-year medicinal herbs. 207,500-year medicinal herbs. 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs, 57 plants. 2,000-year-old herbs, 4 plants. 3,000-year-old medicinal herbs, 1 plant. There are countless other treasures, antiques, weapons, and martial arts techniques. Su Xiaoshui explained excitedly. These things were completely enough to feed several ancient martial arts clans. Next, she took out 3 more wooden boxes. Respectfully, she sent them to Yi Chen's body, looking at him with eyes containing autumn water. Mr. Yi, this is the 1,000-year-old snow lotus you asked for. There are a total of 3. Yi Chen opened it and took a look. It was indeed the Millennium Snow Lotus. With a wave of his hand, he put the 1,000-year snow lotus into the chaos space. All the herbs, pills, take them all away. Yi Chen got up. Don't! Mr. Yi, you can't do this. If you take away all the medicinal herbs and pills, the Pilgod Valley will completely perish. Whoa whoa! A group of old men from the Pilgod Valley plopped down on their knees. Bang! 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 Constantly kowtowing. Yi Chen smiled. It's fine for me to kill all of you and then take them away. The Pilgod Valley crowd was so scared, they all changed their words. Take it away, please take it all away. Yes, 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 please take them all. Yi Chen entered the Pilgod Valley's treasure trove and collected all the medicinal herbs and pills into the chaos space. He left with his hands in the air. Come on people, close the Pilgod Valley. It's forbidden to open it before it recovers its vitality. Yi Chen's front foot had just left when an old man gave a low roar. The two of them left the Pilgod Valley with their front feet, and a loud rumble came from behind them as a formation was activated. The Pilgod Valley was thus closed. Not far away, Shen Yuchu and Zhang Zixuan held a spirit talisman and hid in the shadows. Watching Yi Chen and Su Xiaoshui get into the car and quickly leave. Yuchu, do you still need us to follow? Zhang Zixuan's face was still flushed. It was completely agitated. Yi Chen's strength was beyond her expectations. There was also that kind of killing decisiveness that even she was ashamed of herself. Shin Yuchu's eyes flickered. No need, as long as he doesn't make a fool of himself and go make an enemy of nuclear weapons. Currently in the secular world, there is nothing that can threaten him. Zhang Zixuan nodded her head in some horror. Back then, a mushroom cloud exploded at the entrance of the Kunlun ruins. That's what brought about today's situation. Let's go back to see Sister Xuanji. In the car that was returning to the city, Yi Chen raised his hand, and more than 100 third-grade pills appeared in a box. He handed them to Su Xiaoshui. Mr. Yi, what are you doing here? Su Xiaoshui froze. Yi Chen said indifferently, this is your reward. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known that Pilgod Valley had the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Ha! Su Xiaoshui's delicate body trembled and shook her head in a flattered manner. It's too much. They were all third-grade pills. More than 100 of them. According to the lowest value on the market, 300 million apiece is more than $30 billion. Here, just take it. Yi Chen said. Su Xiaoshui froze and gave Yi Chen a deep look. Where is there such a thing as giving someone a favor? It couldn't be that he has his eyes on me, so he wants to keep me. A golden house to hide a mistress? A secret lover? Thinking about this, Su Xiaoshui's pretty face blushed. Okay, Mr. Yi, then I'll be your person from now on. Okay. Yi Chen nodded. What he meant was that Su Xiaoshui would help him in the future. To be his subordinate. However, Su Xiaoshui obviously had the wrong idea, and thought of herself as Yi Chen's woman. Of course, she didn't want to be Yi Chen's main palace. With her status it wasn't even her turn, but rather that kind of secretary-lover-general relationship. Collecting Yi Chen's herbs. Mr. Yi, can I change my clothes? Su Xiaoshui's pretty face was red, somewhat embarrassed. Just now, she had directly peed in fear. It was very unpleasant to be wet. Yi Chen said, as you wish. Su Xiaoshui pressed a button to close the partition between the rear cabin and the cockpit. Directly began to change clothes. The white tender thighs shook Yi Chen's head dizzy. Left Qinglong, right. Su Xiaoshui snorted. Mr. Yi, you said last time that Mickey Mouse and Cheongsam don't go well together, so I specifically changed into kitty cats. Yi Chen's face reddened. He was actually being teased himself. He hurriedly closed his eyes, not bothering to look. Cluck 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 cluck. Seeing Yi Chen blush, Su Xiaoshui laughed and fluttered. Killing Mr. Yi in the face of a woman will actually blush like a teenager. Opened the car window. A hand threw away the changed clothes. Returned to Zhonghai Airport. Just got off Su Xiaoshui's private plane. A silhouette that had been waiting for a long time. When Deng Lei saw Yi Chen return, he immediately rushed forward and pulled Yi Chen's hand. General Yi, I heard that you came back from the Pilgod Valley and have already boarded the plane. So I specially waited for you at the airport. Yi Chen was puzzled that he could make this one so anxious. Rushing to the airport to wait, I'm afraid it wasn't that simple. Deng Lei glanced at Su Xiaoshui, who was very sensible, and turned around and walked 100 meters away. Only then did Deng Lei say gruffly, Mr. Yi, something big has happened. The dragon vein of Changbai Mountain has been cut off. A week ago, Tang Fengwolf brought people from Dragon Soul. But half a day ago, contact was completely lost. Originally the Dragon Lord didn't want to trouble you. Originally, this is the Guardian's business, but after you killed a few Guardians, the remaining few people directly put down, completely regardless of the death of the Dragon Kingdom. Goryeo country and island people take advantage of the opportunity into the Changbai Mountain to cut off the dragon vein for chaos, want to destroy my Chinese 5,000 years of foundation. Deng Lei's eyes were red, his forehead veins bulging. Chapter 118, Dragon Vein Surprise. Deng Lei explained, and only then did Yi Chen understand. The Changbai Mountain dragon vein was at the head of the dragon vein of China, and could sway the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Once the dragon's head was chopped off, China would definitely be suppressed by Goryeo and the island nation, affecting the Dragon Kingdom's fortune for 1,000 years. Yi Chen, I don't know what you think. I don't need a post to talk to you about this. Nor do I need to morally kidnap you. I'll just say one thing. For the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, for the future generations of China, and even more so for the people on this land. Pouncing. Deng Lei directly knelt down. Count me as begging you. His eyes were red and he clenched his fists in death, only hating that he was not a martial arts cultivator. Otherwise, he would have rushed up to Changbai Mountain and killed that group of scum. Yi Chen lifted his hand and hurriedly helped Deng Lei up. Secretary Deng, no need to say much, prepare the fastest airplane to Changbai Mountain for me. Good. Deng Lei excitedly stood up. Yi Chen took out another large amount of pills and handed them to Deng Lei. These pills, send them to the Dragon Soul. 1/3 to the Yi family army, and distribute the rest to the other warriors of the Dragon Soul. Deng Lei was frozen in fear. Of course he recognized the pills? It was densely packed in front of his eyes and there were more than enough of them. Where did these pills come from? Deng Lei froze. Yi Chen smiled. All of them were obtained from the Pilgod Valley's treasure trove, more than 50,000 third-grade pills. They are of little use to me. All of them will be given to the Dragon Soul. I'll give you 1,000 fourth-grade pills, and I'll keep the remaining 300 or so for myself. As for the other herbs, I'll keep them useful for myself. Third-grade pills, for his realm, were no longer helpful. Fourth-grade pills, barely useful. With the medicinal herbs in hand, it was entirely possible to refine pills on his own. Whatever you need, just refine it. Punt. Deng Lei knelt down once again and said seriously, Yi Chen, this time, I sincerely thank you on behalf of the country, on behalf of the Dragon Soul. Changbai Mountain, inside a certain valley in the northern mountain. The snow that was several meters deep was stained red with blood. There were limbs and broken arms everywhere. Su Manshan had brought a 100-man squad with him, rushing to provide support. They were attacked halfway. The whole army was wiped out. She was the only one left, and she was also surrounded by the Goryeoan Islanders as a trapped beast. Don't kill her yet, let's play slowly. Ha ha ha, look at her rank, or a major of the Dragon Kingdom. I haven't played with a woman with the rank of major yet, it must be great. The group of Goryosan islanders licked their lips. A wolf-like light emitted from their eyes. Su Manchun braced herself against the sharp pain in her body. You bunch of scumbags, the Dragon Kingdom will not let you go. Ha 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 ha. Your lords have entered the land of the dragon vein. There's at most an hour left before the dragon's head will be severed. At that time, not only will the Dragon Kingdom be finished, the race of Huaxia will also be completely suppressed by my island nation, and it's not certain who won't let go of who. An island man grinned widely. Rumble. At this moment, a loud bang came from the top of Changbai Mountain. Everyone subconsciously turned around to look, only to see a blood dragon rising up into the sky, hovering over the top of Changbai Mountain. It kept circling and wailing. Ha ha ha, this is that dragon vein essence, it's already dying. Look at this momentum, let alone an hour, it won't last even half an hour, right? Ha 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 ha. Long live Goryeo. Long live the islands. That archipelago nation and Goryeo nation laughed excitedly. Su Manchuan's eyes trembled and she couldn't help a layer of tears welling up. Is the heavens going to kill my Huaxia? Who else can save Huaxia now? Yi Chun. Yes, there is still Yi Chen. But he's in Pilgod Valley. Even if he rushes here now, it's too late. Alright, let's not waste any more time, let's enjoy this female major of the Dragon Kingdom. An islander had an evil smile on his lips. The 50 or so people around him, similarly with a sardonic smile, slowly leaned in. Su Manchun pulled out the pistol on her waist and aimed it at her head. 10 kilometers away from Changbai Mountain, in the sky, a Dragon Kingdom plane flew in sharply. A roar! A blood dragon circled and wailed in the air in front of them. What is this? Yi Chen was startled. The chaotic cauldron's voice rang out, Dragon Vein Essence. When the Dragon Vein is destroyed, the Dragon Vein Essence will find a way to escape and find another large mountain to inhabit. Someone is down there, trapping the Dragon Vein with a formation, preparing to behead the dragon. Grass! Yi Chen cursed angrily. Drumming at the pilot, drive towards the top of the mountain for me. The pilot was shocked. Marshal Long, there's no airfield at the top of the mountain, there's no way to dock. There's no need for an airfield, just fly over the top of the mountain. Yi Chen shook his head. The pilot knew that it had come to a time of life and death for the Dragon Kingdom and asked no more questions. Accelerating the throttle and swooping away. It was still about 3 kilometers away from the top of the mountain, passing through a valley. Su Manchun? Why is she here? Yi Chen frowned. A group of Goliaths and islanders surrounded up towards Su Manchun. Yi Chen glanced in the direction of the Dragon Vein, and as soon as he opened the cabin door, he leapt down. Dragon Marshal. The pilot was shocked. The Goryoan islanders below saw Su Manchun pull out his gun and commit suicide. His face changed wildly, and an island man roared, quickly stop her. If she dies, what are we playing at? I don't want to vent on a corpse. Dozens of people rushed over together. Right at the moment Su Manchun pulled the trigger. Clang! There was a loud bang. The earth shook as if a meteor had smashed into the ground, swirling up snowflakes in the sky. What movement? Su Manchun froze. The next second. Ah! Who are you? Don't! Bagger! The screams of the Goryoan islanders, one after another, rang out, and Su Manchuan's ears were even filled with whistling sounds, like someone was moving rapidly through the flying snow. Rolling gusts of wind. Unfortunately, the snowflakes surged and blocked her vision. She couldn't see clearly at all. One could only vaguely see a silhouette of a person frantically killing. Only when the last islander fell to the ground did Su Manchun see clearly the man who was slowly walking towards her. Yi Chen! Su Manchun was shocked. Why are you here? Her body couldn't take it anymore, and she collapsed towards the ground. Yi Chen took a step forward, wrapped his arms around Su Manchun and slowly placed her on the ground. Sweeping a glance, her blood-drenched thighs. Zila! Raising his hand and roughly pulling it, his military pants exploded, and his snow-white, full thighs were revealed. Ah! Su Manchun exclaimed in shock, hastily dodging. What are you doing? Yi Chen! What time is it? You still take advantage of people's danger. Yi Chen let out a low gulp. Don't move, a tendon is broken. If you don't treat it, in this situation, in half an hour this leg of yours will be ruined. Su Manchun froze. Letting Yi Chen's 2 fingers, which had not entered the depths of the wound, clamped the 2 tendons and veins to restore them to their normal position. A few silver needles fell, sealing the wound. Alright, no more problems, the wound may have scars. Turn around, you go to Zhonghai, find a medical beauty company called Shangshi Mei Yan, buy their scar removal cream, it can make the wound not leave a scar. Just finished speaking. It was only then that Yi Chen realized that under Su Manchuan's military uniform, it was actually lace underwear. Could it be that like Su Zhashui, underneath her decency, she was born with a certain attribute? Chapter 119 Supreme Guardian. Noticing Yi Chen's gaze, Su Manchun was a little embarrassed and hurriedly dodged. Unfortunately, the military pants had already been torn to shreds by Yi Chen. No matter how much she dodged, she could not escape the man's gaze. Yi Chen saw Su Manchuan's embarrassment. Taking off the jacket on his body, he covered her snow-white thighs for her. Ow roar! At this time, a dragon's roar resounded once again from the direction of the top of Changbai Mountain. Yi-chan, quick! Quickly go to the top of the mountain, the dragon vein of Changbai Mountain is about to be destroyed. I heard those people say it's less than an hour. Su Manchun lost her color in her flowery face. Yi-chan dropped a few pills, you be careful yourself. One step rushed out like a meteor. Rumble! The snow on the ground scattered towards both sides like waves. Yi-chan was like a silver dragon in the snow, heading straight for the top of the mountain. Wherever he passed, all the snow melted, revealing the dirt on the ground. Su Manchun was dumbfounded as she watched. What a terrifying speed! What terrifying power! Gulping a mouthful of saliva. So handsome. The top of Changbai Mountain. Click. With a crunching sound, Tang Fengwolf flew out miserably and fell into the pile of dead people. Yu Tianlong, Wei Qingsong, Li Qianquan, Lu Lingtian, I never thought it would be you guys. Tang Fenglong gritted his teeth. Both his hands and feet twisted in an extremely terrifying arc. Completely wasted. He had brought 10,000 dragon soul warriors with him, and all of them had died here. The person who had struck was actually the highest guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. Except for the four of them, Yu Tianlong, Wei Qingsong, Li Qianquan, and Lu Lingtian. The state master of the Goryeo Kingdom Jin Tailong. The presiding officer of the island nation Sangoku Temple, the Jiuzhong Divine Monk. A white man, shirtless with bulging muscles, cupped a warhammer that could induce lightning in his hand. Just now, Tang Fenwolf witnessed it with his own eyes. This man triggered heavenly thunder, splitting more than 1,000 dragon soul warriors to death. Thunder King, Solon. Next to him was an alluring, blonde-haired woman. Can summon storms and condense ice picks to attack. Storm Girl, Sheila. You actually colluded with Goryeo, Island, and M. This is traitorous behavior. Tang Fenwolf weakly roared lowly, as a supreme guardian, you actually did such a thing, aren't you afraid of retribution? Yu Tianlong sneered, retribution? We have paid so much for the Dragon Kingdom. Yi-chan killed several guardians in a row, yet he was harbored by the Dragon Lord. What's the point of guarding this kind of Dragon Kingdom? Chopping off the dragon vein breaks the Dragon Kingdom's luck. The West worships us like gods, we'll go to M country with the same panache. Wei Qingsong, Li Qianquan, and Lu Lingtian laughed. Tang Fenwolf roared lowly, this is completely sophistry on your part. You guys take half of the Dragon Kingdom's annual martial arts resources. At a time like this, you actually want to break the Dragon Kingdom's luck. Shameless. Tang Fenglang, I see that you're a talented person, why don't you join us? Wei Qingsong said. We need an agent, I'll guarantee that you'll become the head of the Tang family. When we get Yi-chan dead, you'll be the Dragon Soul's Dragon Marshal. Tang Fenwolf gritted his teeth, dream on. Alas. Wei Qingsong let out a long sigh, in that case, you're on your way. Toward Tang Fenwolf walked. With a snap of his 5 fingers, he prepared to crush his skull. Wait. Wei Qingsong turned around and looked at Jin Tailong, who opened his mouth. What's wrong? Jin Tailong grinned, killing someone to kill them. Why don't you guys tell him that severing the dragon vein requires 10,000 blood sacrifices? What about the 10,000 dragon soul warriors he brought with him, just enough to make up the number of blood sacrifices? The 9 hidden divine monk laughed with a face full of hideousness as he looked at Yu Tianlong and the 4 of them. Ha ha ha, you guys are really bad. Sacrificing the blood of the people of the Dragon Kingdom to cut off their dragon vein. Break the Chinese fortune. Kim Tailong mocked, why else would you say that your own people are the hardest to defend? The 9 Tibetan divine monks added, if it wasn't for you guys making a move, we wouldn't have been able to find the exact location of this dragon vein. What are you guys talking about? Learning the truth, Tang Fenwolf trembled with anger. Rushing at Yu Tianlong, Wei Qingsong, Li Qianquan, and Lu Lingtian, he growled, you're all off. Ah. Brothers, I'm sorry. Oh who? It's me, Tang Fenwolf, who's sorry for all of you. Heavens, why did you do this to me? Why did you do this to Dragon Kingdom? Why did you do this to Huaxia? I'll roar. The blood dragon above his head wailed as if in response to Tang Fenglong. Alright, don't talk nonsense with him, time for slay the dragon. Li Qianquan's eyes condensed. Taking a step forward, he held an 8 trigrams formation disc. Standing on top of a formation eye, Yu Tianlong and Lu Lingtian glanced at each other and similarly stood in a position. A Bagua formation disc appeared in each hand, and their feet stomped. The formation surged, and the blood dragon in the sky kept roaring lowly, I'll roar! I'll roar! I'll roar! Prime Tsong, what are you waiting for? The 3 of them saw that Wei Qingsong was hesitant to make a move. With a frown, they looked back at the same time. Only to see Wei Qingsong was staring dead on in one direction. Rumble. Under a huge sound, in the direction of the foot of the mountain, a storm rolled up into the sky, and a silhouette sped rapidly through the snow, a silver dragon curling up behind him in general. Who is this? Jin Tailong, the 9 hidden divine monks, Sauron, and Shira, all looked over in confusion. Waiting for about 100 meters. Finally, they could see the person's face clearly. It was actually a youth with the face of a dragon nation. Yi Chen. The eyes of Yu Tianlong, Wei Qingsong, Li Qianquan, and Lu Lingtian sank as they stared icily at the youth who had suddenly appeared. It was none other than Yi Chen. In an instant, Yi Chen had rushed to Wei Qingsong's body and directly kicked out. What do you take hold me for? Like a dead dog? Kick me whenever you want. Wei Qingsong was bursting with rage and was just about to strike. Yi Chen accelerated violently. Bang! Wei Qingsong felt a sharp pain in his chest and sprayed out a mouthful of blood as he flew out like a dead dog. Yi Chen didn't bother to look at him more than once. Crouching down. Several silver needles disappeared into Tang Fengwolf's body. At the same time, several pills were fed to Tang Fengwolf to take. Fortunately, it won't die. Yi Chen said. Long Shui. They are dead, more than 10,000 brothers are all dead. Oh. Blame me, blame me. After swallowing Yi Chen's elixir, Tang Fengwolf's injuries healed a bit, and he suddenly cried out in grief. After listening to Tang Fengwolf's explanation, Yi Chen's eyes grew cold. Wei Qingsong climbed up and could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yi Chen, you still dare to come here? It's just as well, we'll kill you first, and then we'll chop off the dragon vein of China. Brother Yu, Brother Li, Brother Lu, let's attack together and behead this son. Wei Qingsong bellowed. The other three put away the 8 trigrams formation disc in their hands. Rolling a strong wind, they pounced towards Yi Chen. Tang Fengwolf shouted, Yi Chen, be careful, they are all at the 9th level of the innate realm. Yi Chen grinned, 9th level of the innate realm? I'm fighting at the 9th level of the innate realm. Taking the initiative, he charged towards the 4. Locking onto Wei Qingsong, who was already injured, a flying kick came. Little, do you really think that old me is a clay man? Let you pinch me? Wei Qingsong was trembling with anger, mobilizing his entire body, he blasted out with a fist, die for me. With a single strike from the 9th level of the innate realm, Yi Chen's thighs would surely explode and turn into a mist of blood. Bang! The moment the two came into contact, there was a loud bang. Immediately followed by ka-ching. A bone-cracking sound rang out. Wei Qingsong screamed miserably as his arm that was throwing punches exploded on the spot. Bang! Yi Chen's second foot attacked, stepping on Wei Qingsong's chest and bursting his ribs. He used the force to spin around in the air. The third foot swept in, kicking hard at Wei Qingsong's head. Bang! Wei Qingsong's head exploded like a watermelon. The body fell straight down. With 3 kicks, Yi Chen had kicked a 9th level of the innate realm alive. How is that possible? Yu Tianlong, Li Qianquan, and Lu Lingtian froze in place as if they had seen a ghost, and an aura of death enveloped their hearts. Chapter 120, Those who violate my huaxia will be executed even though they are far away. Wei Qingsong died. Wei Qingsong, one of the 4 highest guardians of the Dragon Kingdom, is dead. World Dark Ranking, 11th ranked Wei Qingsong is dead. Wei Qingsong, who was at the 9th level of the innate realm, is dead. He was killed by Yi Chen in 3 kicks. Not a single body was left behind. What the hell, what's wrong with this kid? Yu Tianlong cursed angrily. Li Qianquan also reacted, and a ring between his fingers flashed for a moment, and a long black sword was held in his hand. Be careful, there's something wrong with this kid, far more terrifying than we can imagine. Damn, wasn't he a waste before? After being missing for 5 years, he's actually become so terrifying. Could it be that this kid disappeared for 5 years and went into the Kunlun ruins? Wait. Is it related to that demoness mother of his? Lu Lingtian's eyes even jumped. From a ring, he took out an ancient-shaped sword and crossed it in front of him. The 4 of them, Jin Tai Long, the 9 hidden divine monks, Sauron, and Shira. Their faces also became grave. Coldly staring at Yi Chen. The strength of this Dragon Kingdom youth made them feel the danger. The one who was happiest was none other than Tang Fengwolf, who had never dreamed of it. Yi Chen's strength was actually so terrifying. Whether it's related to that demoness or not, the 3 of us will cooperate and take down this son first. When the time comes to break his arms and legs and waste his dantian, there are ways to make him talk. Yu Tianlong let out a low gulp. A wave of qi erupted from his body, and the clothes on his body turned into pieces, exposing bronze-colored skin. On his chest and back, there were wounds everywhere. Muscles bulged. Hideous and terrifying. I'll be the main attacker, you guys cover me. Yu Tianlong gave a low shout and rolled the gale to attack. Yi Chen, be careful, Yu Tianlong is practicing Vajrachild's kung fu, swords and spears are invulnerable. Tang Fengwolf shouted. In a flash. Yu Tianlong had already rushed to Yi Chen's body, his expression was extremely fierce as he raised his hand and slammed his fist into Yi Chen's dantian. Kid, kneel down for the old man. 1 punch. It was devastating. Even the 9th level of the innate realm would not dare to take this punch. Dang. With a loud bang, Yu Tianlong's fist ruthlessly smashed into Yi Chen's dantian location. Yi Chen did not move at all. The corner of his mouth even revealed a touch of playfulness. Is this the Vajrachild's kung fu? You. Yu Tianlong's pupils contracted fiercely, and he couldn't help but tremble. What kind of monster are you? Yi Chen raised his hand, holding Yu Tianlong's wrist and breaking his fist. Ka ching! Ka ching! Click click. One by one, he broke his fingers. Vajra child's kung fu? I'll make you Vajra child's kung fu. Ah! Little scumbag, let go of me. Yu Tianlong screamed in pain as his other hand smashed into Yi Chen's heart. Good. I'll let go of you. Yi Chen grinned and held Yu Tianlong's arms. Zira! With a sharp tug, both arms were torn apart hard and separated from his body. Blood soared wildly from the wounds, extremely horrifying. Ah! My arms! Yu Tianlong retreated madly in pain. Yi Chen took a step to catch up and kicked Yu Tianlong's dantian. Brother Yu! The two of them, Li Qianquan and Lu Lingtian, were enraged, and the swords in their hands chopped at Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't even have the intention of dodging, letting the swords and knives fall on his body. Dang! When? Crisp sounds rang out, sparks splashed everywhere. The duo was completely frozen in fear. Is this still a human being? Truly impervious to swords and spears. Yu Tianlong's some kind of Vajra child's kung fu was simply weak compared to this. Just this? Yi Chen sneered. Both hands grabbed the weapons of the two men. Slamming towards each other, the two men collided together viciously. The two spat out a mouthful of blood as if they had been hit by a train. Yi Chen caught up and stomped down with both feet. Watch out! Li Qianquan and Lu Lingtian rolled over to avoid the kick. Bang! There was a loud sound. The place where Yi Chen's foot had stomped down actually exploded directly, sinking down half a meter deep. If this foot landed on the two men, they would definitely be trampled to death. What are you guys still standing there for? Don't help yet. If we die, you guys don't want to be good either. Li Qianquan turned back and yelled lowly at Jin Tai Long, the 9 hidden divine monks, Sauron, and Shira. This kid's strength is too terrifying, go! The island nation's 9 hidden divine monks didn't hesitate and turned around. The state master of the Goryeo kingdom, Kim Tai Long's gaze flashed twice. Similarly turning around, he quickly disappeared into the wind and snow. What about us? Make a move? Storm woman Sheila frowned. Thunder King Solon sank his face and stared dead at Yi Chen's back. A feeling of danger was born. Go! The duo turned around and headed towards the foot of Changbai Mountain. Fark! You foreign devils, can't be trusted. Ah! Yi Chen, spare my life? Don't! Just a short distance out, the miserable screams of Li Qianquan and Lu Lingtian came from behind them. The next second, a white wave of air rolled up in the snow, and Yi Chen actually rushed towards the duo with an extremely terrifying might. What? Solon and Shira froze. This kid actually dared to catch up? Seek death. Solon gripped the warhammer in his hand and slammed it out in Yi Chen's direction. Rumble. The warhammer actually erupted a thunderbolt, and wherever it passed, the snow and water instantly melted and smashed onto Yi Chen's body. His clothes burned to ashes and his body was red as he rushed over. Oh! Buy a cake! Solon was stunned. Shira's body trembled, and a strong fear arose in her heart. Is this person a devil that crawled out of hell? It's actually not afraid of your divine thunder. Run! All of us combined are no match for this guy. Solon's back was soaked. The laboratory in M country had done an experiment. The lightning that erupted from his warhammer was as high as 1,000,000 volts. What kind of concept is that? Not to mention a human being. Even an Iron Man would be melted instantly. Want to leave? Anyone who commits a crime against China will be executed even if it's far away. Yi Chen's eyes were cold as he caught up with an extremely terrifying speed. A fist smashed into Solon's back. Solon felt a danger of death. Turning around, the warhammer resisted up. Clang! A burst of steel rang out as the warhammer smashed hard into Sauron's chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His ribs exploded, and he flew out extremely miserably. A mouthful of blood fell dozens of meters, lowered his head to look at the warhammer in his hand, shocked and completely dumbfounded. On top of the indestructible warhammer, there was actually a fist mark of nearly 5 centimeters, which had been smashed out by Yi Chen's hard punch. Fark! 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 Who the hell can tell me, what kind of monster is this guy? Captain America? Hulk? Ultraman? Or is it a deity from the stories of the Chinese god's kingdom? Solon thought in horror. Waves of shock had long risen within him. Yi Chen walked step by step, like a god of death. Solon kept retreating. This gentleman, please don't kill me. I swear that from now on, I will never set foot in the Dragon Kingdom again. Yi Chen's eyes were cold. Not a single word was said. Solon was completely dumbfounded. These eyes, they were simply not possessed by a human. Just as Yi Chen was about to kill Solon. Dragon Nation, this woman is one of your dragon souls, right? Storm Girl Sheila's voice came out. Yi Chen turned around and looked. Only to see. Sheila was carrying Su Manchun, standing next to a cliff 100 meters away. Su Manchun was worried that something had happened to the dragon vein, and after recovering some of her injuries, she immediately rushed to support her. Unexpectedly, she was grabbed by Sheila. Let go of her. Su Manchun smiled. Yi Chen, kill Sauron. This person's death will be of great benefit to the Dragon Kingdom and will weaken the strength of the M Kingdom. My Su Manchuan's life is worthless. Opening his mouth, he bit down hard on Sheila's hand. Sheila screamed in pain. You wanna die? I'll fulfill you. Directly let go of her hand. Su Manchun fell towards the cliff. Chapter 121, Invoking the Dragon Vein into the Body. A cliff that was hundreds of meters high, even if there was more than 10 meters of thick snow, falling down would surely result in death. Yi Chen directly rushed over and leapt down without hesitation. Seeing this, Shira quickly rushed to Sauron's side and picked him up and quickly left towards the bottom of the mountain. Su Manchun prepared for certain death. For the sake of Huaxia, for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom. It's not bad for me to sacrifice myself here. Closing his eyes. Feeling the weightlessness of his body. Suddenly, a very strong hand held her waist. Opening her eyes, Su Manchun froze in shock. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Why did you jump down? You can't die. Your life is worth much more than mine. Shut up. Yi Chen gave a low shout. With a grab in the air in his hand, the blood dragon sword appeared in his hand. A sword stabbed into the rocky cliff face. There was a burst of sparks with lightning, and after cutting a tens of meters long gully in the wall, the duo finally stopped falling. Ah! Su Manchun exclaimed in shock. Frightened, she hugged Yi Chen tightly. She then remembered that Yi Chen had just been attacked by Solon with lightning, and all the clothes on his body had burned to ashes, and was now naked. Her lower half, her military pants had long been torn apart by Yi Chen. Only one of Yi Chen's jackets surrounded it. Her thighs clamped down on Yi Chen, and the two of them came into close contact. Su Manchuan's pretty face instantly reddened, her fingers covered her face, but she couldn't help but part a slit and look towards Yi Chen's chest. The muscle lines were perfect. Unable to resist again, she looked towards a certain position of the man. So majestic. Su Manchun subconsciously gulped a mouthful of spit, her body burning. Yi Chen didn't think much about it. With one foot on a rock, he leapt up. The blood dragon's sword stabbed into the cliff to stabilize his body. After repeating this a dozen times, the two finally returned to the top of the cliff. Count yourself lucky this time. Next time, no one will care if you live or die. Yi Chen was almost unkind, and after dropping this sentence, he rushed towards the top of the mountain. Back at the top of the mountain, Yu Tianlong, Li Qianquan, and Lu Lingtian were lying in the snow. With their limbs broken and their dantian wasted, they only had one breath left. Yi Chen, you're back. Tang Fonwolf, who was worthy of being a Dragon Souls man with an extremely strong body, was collecting the corpses of the Dragon Souls soldiers, and when he saw that Yi Chen had come back, he directly walked over to him. Yi Chen nodded his head. Walking up to the three people. Sweeping a glance at Lu Lingtian, the two men were of similar stature. Directly peeled off his pants and clothes and put them on himself. An ice-cold voice rang out. You guys just said that my mom is a demoness? What exactly do you mean? Ha ha, Yi Chen, you wanna know, beg me. Yu Tianlong laughed. Bang! A foot stomped down. Yu Tianlong's head exploded on the spot, dead beyond death. The killing tactics scared Li Qianquan and Lu Lingtian, who kept shivering. I'll say ah. Tang Fonwolf also froze and looked deeply at Yi Chen. Who wouldn't be afraid of this kind of iron-blooded tactics? Your mother comes from Kunlun ruins, she's skilled in martial arts, medicine, and alchemy, and she acts without restraint. When someone spends hundreds of millions of dollars to ask her to save their life, she doesn't even look at her. Sometimes see beggars injured, actually will go out to save a beggar a rotten life. This kind of behavior of hers offended a lot of people at that time. Several of our guardians once went to beg for the elixir. Beg? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Li Qianquan hurriedly shook his head. It wasn't begging. Coughing. It was going to rob. As a result, we were taught a hard lesson by her. In order to retaliate, we spread the news of her into the Kunlun ruins. As expected, she also had enemies in the Kunlun ruins, so she looked for them. Yi Chen sank his face. What happened after that? Lu Lingtian jumped ahead. What happened afterward? We don't know. We only know that a power called Divine Doctor Sect seems to have some relationship with this matter. Divine Doctor Sect? Yi Chen frowned. A few days ago, when he tortured a few Duan family old men, he had also heard them mention this power. It was a pity that at that time, the relationship between his mother and the Divine Healer Sect was not yet known. It seemed that if one wanted to pursue news of their mother, they could start with this Divine Healer Sect. You guys can be on your way. Yi Chen, we have answered your questions, you still want to kill. Bang! Bang! Yi Chen was too lazy to listen to the nonsense of the two and stomped on their heads. Ow roar! A low roar came from the blood dragon overhead, which was struggling madly, and could break through the air at any time in general. What's going on? Yi Chen raised his head. Tang Fenwolf's face changed drastically. Not good. The dragon vein of this place has been destroyed by those guardians. If this keeps up, the dragon's head of our Chinese dragon vein will really be destroyed. I'll go take a look. Yi Chen looked towards the place of the formation. Quickly rushing out, a huge crack appeared in front of him, as if it had been blown open with explosives. It went straight underground. The underground was pitch black. A large amount of dragon chi gushed out, and it was impossible to know how deep it was. Taking out the blood dragon sword, he jumped down in one leap. The blood dragon sword pierced into the wall, cutting out countless sparks along the way, and descended hundreds of meters before Yi Chen finally landed on the ground. Surrounded by a huge cave. In front, a circular formation with a diameter of 100 meters flickered, light and shadows flickered, and countless runes coalesced around the formation. At the center of the formation, a blood-red dragon vein, struggling madly. It was only about 10 meters. The blood dragon silhouette at the top of Changbai Mountain was the projection of this dragon vein's main body. The chaotic tripod said, "Master, the pattern of this place has been completely destroyed. There are only two things that can happen to this dragon vein. Firstly, escape from this place. Second, the pattern is destroyed and it will die. Either way, the dragon's head of the Chinese dragon vein has been completely destroyed and cannot be restored." The dragon's head was destroyed. Thousands of years of qi. Destroyed. More than 1 billion people would be affected, and the country's luck would drop greatly. Yi Chen's face was low. These guys, they really deserve to die. Is there no way to save them? Thousands of years of my Huaxia's luck is going to be cut off? Yi Chen was unwilling. A few people in the area had ruined the future of over 1 billion people? The chaotic cauldron was silent for a moment and spat out a sentence. It's not that there's no way to save it. What way? Yi Chen asked urgently. The chaotic cauldron said, "Master, you will completely absorb this dragon vein and leave an essence blood to suppress it here. From then on, your destiny will be bound to Huaxia. If you rise, Huaxia will rise. If you fall, China will fall with you." Chaos cauldron, I won't die. Yi Chen laughed softly. The chaotic cauldron was startled and quickly reminded, "Master, think clearly. You can influence Huaxia, and Huaxia can influence you. If you're not careful, you could be doomed." Yi Chen said with a confident face, "Have you forgotten? I have a Vajra unbreakable body. Even if this dragon vein explodes inside me, I'll still be safe and sound. At the same time, I believe that no Chinese descendant could possibly watch their own race perish. Chaos tripod, what do I need to do?" The chaotic tripod spat out a sentence, "Draw the dragon vein into your body." Chapter 122 Yi Chen, Death. Use your flesh and blood to harbor the dragon vein. The dragon vein condenses the essence of heaven and earth and feeds your flesh and blood. From now on, the dragon vein is you. You are the dragon vein of China. The top of Changbai Mountain. Dozens of fighter jets circled and lowered their ropes. Countless generals in Dragon Soul combat uniforms quickly slid down. A pale figure, dressed in battle armor, came. Is the battle over? Where are the people? Tang Fengwolf was shocked when he saw the visitor. Because the one who came was no one else but a generation of military gods, Xiao Xinghua. Xiao Xinghua retired from the army for more than a decade. Dragon Soul couldn't contact Tang Fengwolf, and for the sake of the country's safety, Xiao Xinghua once again put on his battle armor and led the crowd to Changbai Mountain. Elder Xiao. Tang Fengwolf excitedly stepped forward. What's the situation? Xiao Xinghua quickly walked over. Behind him were 3 Taoist-robed old men, and judging from their attire, they were celestial masters who had come down from Longhu Mountain. Tang Fengwolf explained, the 4 supreme guardians, Yu Tianlong, Wei Qingxan, Li Qianquan, and Lu Lingtian, betrayed the Dragon Kingdom. They colluded with Goryeo State Master Kim Tae-ryong, the island nation's 9 hidden divine monks, M's Thunder King Sauron, and Storm Woman Sheila. General Yi came at the right time and beheaded Yu Tianlong, Wei Qingxan, Li Qianquan, and Lu Lingtian. The others all ran away in fear. Tang Fengwolf pointed at the 4 headless corpses on the ground. Good. Xiao Xinghua clenched his fists. Yi kid, good job. But, where is Kid Yi? Tang Fengwolf explained, the dragon vein fluctuated. General Yi entered the dragon vein. What? Xiao Xinghua's face changed wildly, and with the 3 heavenly masters from Dragon Tiger Mountain, he rushed to the dragon vein crack. Looking down, he took a look. It was pitch black down there. From time to time, the sound of a dragon's roar was heard, and a powerful force was constantly spewing out. Are you sure? Yi Chen jumped down? An old man from Dragon Tiger Mountain turned around. Tang Fengwolf nodded. Yes, generally you saw the fluctuation of the dragon vein, so he jumped without hesitation. It's over. This old man shook his head and closed his eyes. Xiao Xinghua felt something was wrong and hurriedly asked after him, Tianshi Zhang, what's wrong? Zhang Ziling's face was grave. In the land of the dragon vein, the energy is raging. It's even more terrifying than the center of a hurricane. A person with a mortal body would be torn apart on the spot if they jumped. Yi Chen actually dared to jump into the dragon vein. I'm afraid. He will definitely die. No way. Xiao Xinghua's pale body trembled, his voice raised 7 or 8 degrees. Yi Chen can't die. How can he die? 3 heavenly masters, please, you must find a way to save Yichen. He has done too much for the Dragon Kingdom, he can't die. Zhang Xiling and the 3 of them looked at each other. A long sigh escaped. Elder Shao, there's nothing we can do. What we can do now is to preserve this dragon vein and seal this place completely. Yichen has already entered the dragon vein, so he might have been completely torn apart by the dragon vein by now. The 3 of them shook their heads. Zhang Xiling even looked at Xiao Jingguo with a grave expression. Elder Shao, please give the order. Yi Chun. Xiao Jingguo froze in place, and after a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and ordered, seal the land of the dragon vein. Seeing this, the 3 of them immediately struck out. Around the dragon vein land, a formation was established, and each of them sat cross-legged on top of the formation eye. Constantly casting spells, they took out one crystal-like stone after another in their hands and filled them into the formation. A roar! A low roar came from the underground dragon vein. The earth shook violently, like an earthquake, and that crack in the land of the dragon vein slowly healed. Rumble! With a sound, the ground closed in, and the land of the dragon vein was completely closed. Within 100 years, there will be no more problems with the dragon vein. This place, send someone to guard it in the future. The 3 Dragon Tiger Mountain heavenly masters shook their heads and left in the wind and snow. Dragon Kingdom, inside the highest office. Yi Chen is dead. The Dragon Lord received a call from Xiao Jingguo, his body stiffened in place and slowly hung up the phone. The old man, who was over 70 years old, slowly walked to the window and looked at the choppy lake outside. Yi Chen, you really are like Huo Daisy of the Han dynasty back then, suddenly appearing to save the Han from the flames, and hastily falling like a shooting star. You disappeared for 5 years and suddenly came back, was it just to save Hua Xiao once? A tear slowly surfaced in this old man's wise eyes. Come on, pass the order down. Retrieve the title of Yi Chun. National Scholar Unrivaled. Hawaiian Islands, deep within the M country's military base. Thick armored doors, each strictly guarded by soldiers. After Thunder King Sauron and Storm Girl Sheila escaped Changbai Mountain, they fled all the way here to recuperate. Let's have a drink, today is worth celebrating. Storm Girl Sheila walked in. Stepping on high heels, she was dressed in a white evening gown, holding 2 glasses of champagne in her white hands. Solon opened his eyes, a bruised area in his chest 30 centimeters in diameter. It was exactly what was punched out by Yi Chen. If it wasn't for Thor's hammer, which blocked most of the force, he was afraid that he would have been killed alive by that Dragon Country youth's punch. Solon shook his head with a hint of displeasure on his face. What's there to celebrate? We lost the battle and almost died at the hands of that Yi Chen. Storm Girl smiled. Hee, what if I tell you that Yi Chen is dead? What? Solon was stunned. This kid is just like a god, his strength is boundless and his defense is even more amazing. How did he die? Who could have killed him? Did the Kunlun Ruins people make a move? Neither. Sheila walked over to Solon and sat her fat ass in his arms. Solon took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist. Speak up, don't sell yourself short. Sheila took a sip of champagne. After we destroyed the land of the Dragon Vein, isn't the Dragon Vein of Changbai Mountain going to be abolished? I heard that kid jumped right into the Dragon Vein land in order to stop the Dragon Vein from being abolished. What? Solon was completely dumbfounded. The next second. Ha 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 ha. This stupid thing. The land of the Dragon Vein, even steel thrown in would be torn apart by the terrifying energy, and this kid actually jumped in? Solon couldn't help but laugh. This is really good news. Snatching the champagne from Sheila's hand, he drank it in one gulp. Rolled over and pinned Sheila down with one hand. These 2 days have really depressed me to death. Good thing, this monster died by itself, it's really time to celebrate. Zira. Clothes ripped. A moment later, the sound of a crash came from the room. Dragon Lake Villa. Xiao Charan and Mu Xueqing sat in the sofa. Su Manchun handed over a death report, a posthumous seal signed by the Dragon Lord himself. That's how it happened. Long Shui stayed in Changbai Mountain forever. Su Manchun finished with a sobbing voice, forcing herself to finish. Impossible, how could Ji Chen be dead? Mu Xueqing tore the death report apart as if she had gone mad. He disappeared for 5 years and didn't die, he came back after learning so many skills, how could he have died? Xiao Charan bit her red lips and silently lowered her head. Her pretty face was pale and white, and her body followed with constant trembling. It's all fake, I don't believe he's dead. Chapter 123, Killing the Goryeo Royal Palace. Deep underground in Changbai Mountain. Above the ancient altar, Yi Chen sat cross-legged. A blood dragon silhouette roared continuously behind him. For 3 whole days and nights, the Changbai Mountain Dragon Vein had tangled with Yi Chen and was eventually introduced into his body. At this moment, Yi Chen was the Chinese Dragon Vein, and the Chinese Dragon Vein was Yi Chen. I can't imagine that the Dragon Vein being introduced into the body actually has so many benefits. The God refining technique has been cultivated to the 2nd layer, and the 9 revolutions Heavenly Emperor technique left behind by my mom is also into comprehending the 1st layer of the realm. Yi Chen muttered to himself. He stroked his chin. His eyes flickered. However, this 9 Revolutions Heavenly Emperor Secrets actually has this layer of restriction. Cultivating to the 9th layer of the innate realm will lead to the first turn. For the first turn, one needs to dissipate and recultivate once. When one cultivates to the 9th layer of the innate realm again, one can increase one's battle power by 10 times compared to the normal 9th layer of the innate realm. Yi Chen whispered to himself. If it was true, then this 9 Revolutions Heavenly Emperor technique was simply too domineering. At the same realm, with 10 times the battle power, wouldn't it be possible to cross the realm and kill the enemy? Now, he relied on his Vajra unbreakable body and could still manage to kill his enemies across realms. But, who wouldn't be moved by the fact that one could be more invincible? The second level of the God refining technique, with me as the center of the circle. Everything in a 100-meter radius is under my divine thoughts, so I'm not afraid of being sneak attacked. Yi Chen slowly got up. The chaotic tripod said, Master, this is more than just not being afraid of sneak attacks. Oh? What other effects are there? Yi Chen was curious. The chaotic cauldron spat out, 1,000-mile search. As long as the master remembers the scent of the person he wants to look for, he will be able to find that person's whereabouts. Really? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The chaotic tripod replied affirmatively, 1,000 times true. Yi Chen pondered for a few seconds. His parents, Mu Xueqing, Xiaocharan and the rest of them, were definitely thousands of miles away. Within 1,000 miles, the people he wanted to find. There. Closing his eyes. The mind was instantly plunged into a chaos as 2 blurry silhouettes appeared. One seemed to be in a conference room, talking to a group of people about something. The Goryeo Kingdom's state master, Kim Tae-ryong. The other person was inside an ancient temple. The island nation, Sangakuji Temple's 9 hidden divine monks. It's really working. Yi Chen opened his eyes. The direction of perception was none other than Goryeo and the island nation. Thunder King, Sauron, Storm Girl, and Sheila, on the other hand, did not have any perception. The Chaos Tripod said, Master, it's too far away from these two now. As long as we get into range, we will be able to sense their presence. Yi Chen stood up with a long body. He looked up at the sky above his head. How do I get out from here? Considering for a few seconds. With a thought, the blood dragon sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out at the rocks above his head. The top of Changbai Mountain. A brand new tomb towered. Su Manchun was wearing a military uniform, kneeling in front of the grave, her eyes red. The rank of major on her shoulder has been changed to major general. In her hand, she clutched a medal, and the sharp part pierced into her palm, dripping with blood. Su Manchun still didn't feel any pain. Yi Chen, we've known each other for only 2 days, and you gave up your life to save me. In the past, I always thought that you were a murderous person. The moment you jumped off the land of the dragon vein for the sake of China without hesitation, I knew that you were worried about the country and the people, and that you were an incomparably great person. I, Su Manchun, won't go anywhere in this life. I'll guard Changbai Mountain and stay with you forever. The image of Yi Chen jumping off the cliff and saving her appeared in his mind. Biting her red lips, always and forever. Cough, so what? You call this a confession? A coughing sound rang out. Su Manchun froze. Who's talking? Click. With a muffled sound, Yi Chen's grave cracked open with a slit, followed by a sword flash. It completely exploded. Underneath the grave, a hole was revealed, just enough to accommodate a person to pass through. Under Su Manchun's shocked gaze, a gray-headed youth crawled out of the hole. Whose idea was it? To actually seal this place with cement. Yi Chen was depressed. Yi Chen? Su Manchun rubbed her eyes dead, still thinking she was dreaming. Again, on her arm, she pinched hard. Ouch. Determined that it wasn't a dream. Ah. Yi Chen, it's really you. Su Manchun was completely agitated. Not caring about her image at all, she jumped into Yi Chen's arms. Her hands wrapped around his neck, and her pair of long legs wrapped around Yi Chen's waist. Wiggling fiercely, you didn't die. Aha. You're not dead, great. Yi Guoshi. Yi Guoshi is back. Everyone, come on, Yi Guoshi isn't dead. A burst of excited voices rang out from all around. In less than half a minute, hundreds of people all rushed over excitedly, staring at Yi Chen and Su Manchun in death. Are you too excited? Come down first, okay? Yi Chen reminded. Only then did Su Manchun's pretty face blush as she let go of Yi Chen's neck and got down from him. Yi Chen, how are you still alive? The 3 heavenly masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain said that you jumped into the dragon vein. The energy raged there, and you've been torn to pieces. Heavens! How did you survive? If it was an ordinary person, of course they would die. Yi Chen possessed an unbreakable body of adamantine, and the power of a mere dragon vein could not help him. Casually, he found a reason. Oh, I fell into a cave, not into the dragon vein. Got lost in the cavern again, and managed to find my way out, which is why I climbed out. Su Manchun was excited. Everyone thought you were dead. The news has spread to your relatives and friends. Tomorrow in Shanghai, all ready to organize a funeral for you. She pulled out her cell phone. I'll immediately send the news back and tell everyone that you're not dead. Yi Chen raised his hand, holding Su Manchuan's wrist. Wait first. What's wrong? Su Manchun froze. Yi Chen said, how many people do you think will cause trouble at my funeral if I die? What do you mean? Su Manchuan's pupils fluctuated for a moment. You guys do me a favor and hide it for a while, okay? Yi Chen swept a glance at the Dragon Soul crowd. Whatever Guo Yi says, is what he says. The Dragon Soul crowd shouted in unison. Although Yi Chen was young, the matter of him beheading the 4 supreme guardians and guarding the dragon vein of China had completely conquered the crowd. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen's position in the hearts of the Dragon Soul crowd now. It had already surpassed the military god Xiao Jinghua. Thank you everyone. Su Manchun smiled, what about you now? Shall I send you back? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth hooked up an icy smile. Things aren't over yet, those who want to destroy my Chinese dragon vein are still alive and well. Goryeo Kingdom, the royal palace. Inside the highest conference room, an old man sat in the position that belonged to the Goryeo King. The Goryeo King was holding a folder in his hand, and with a look of awe, he reported to the old man in front of him. The old man was no other than the founder of the Samsung Consortium, the true behind-the-scenes helmsman of the Goryeo Kingdom. Li Sung Tang. Yi Chen is confirmed to be dead, and the Dragon Kingdom has arranged a funeral for him. But the Changbai Mountain dragon vein was preserved by 3 heavenly masters from Longhu Mountain. Tomorrow morning, Yi Chen's funeral will be held in Zhonghai with the rank of a national scholar. Xiao Charan of the Longdu Xiao family is expected to carry the coffin as Yi Chen's survivor. King Goryeo said respectfully. A few days ago, my favorite grandson, Zaixian, was made a cripple by Yi Chen. Li Chengtong's voice was icy cold and unruffled. This kid wants to die with honor so simply? Simply a dream. Destroy his funeral, Yi Chen's wife and daughter must die. I want the world to know that if you go against my Li family, you won't be able to live in peace even if you die. The voice was chilling. Bloodthirsty. Cold. King Goryeo nodded, I know. Tut tut tut. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the conference room. A man in military uniform rushed in horror. Your Majesty, a man with a Dragon Kingdom accent killed his way into the palace, and all 3,000 self-defense forces were killed by him. He is now coming towards the conference room. What? The Goryeo King changed color and looked back at Li Chengtang. Turn on the surveillance. I would like to see who is so bold as to dare to break into my great Goryeo's palace. Li Chengtang clapped his hands and shouted. Immediately, someone called up the surveillance. Projected onto the large screen in the conference room. On the screen, a young man from the Dragon Kingdom, holding a blood-red longsword, death-like, killed all 3,000 people of the self-defense force in less than 3 minutes. Inside the conference room, everyone stood up in fear. Yi Chen. Chapter 124 100 Patriots. The video footage was still playing. Bullets poured in and hit Yi Chen's body. Like hitting steel, they scattered on both sides of Yi Chen's feet. He's not dead? Li Chengtang stood up in a mischievous manner, his pale face instantly gloomy. This is your news? Didn't you guys say that this kid is dead? This. The Goryeo King's eyes contracted. The news had indeed come back from the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't know what was going on either. Rubbish. Li Chengtang slapped the Goryeo King's face. You write your resignation letter now and resign to the entire nation first thing tomorrow morning. King Goryeo sat on his butt. His face was like ashes. Once the Goryeo King resigns, he will surely die. Master Jin, you go and settle Yi Chen. Li Chengtang spoke. All the top brass of the Goryeo Kingdom turned around and looked at the corner of the conference room. All of them froze. Jin Tailong was sweating like a pig, staring at Yi Chen in the screen, an old face actually trembling involuntarily. Could it be that State Master Kim was afraid? How could it be? National Master Kim was the #1 strongest person in Goryeo country, having lived for more than 200 years. He had once rushed into 3 country army land battles by himself, killing 3 in and 3 out of 100,000 people. How could he be afraid of a Dragon Kingdom kid? Li Sung Tang was puzzled. Master Kim, what's wrong with you? Kim Tae Ryong squeezed out a smile. Nothing, the conference room is too hot. You just told me to kill Yi Chen? Does this kid need me to do anything? Just use a bomb directly and blast him to death, wouldn't that be fine? A group of executives from the Goryeo Kingdom were confused. Facing each other, they looked at each other. Even Li Chengtong's eyes widened. Master Jin, this is the royal palace. Use a bomb? Wouldn't that destroy the royal palace? Kim Tae Ryong shook his head inside. Alas, when destroying the dragon vein, I beheaded 2 of the Dragon Kingdom's highest guardians. Suffered a little internal injury, and I haven't recovered yet. If I'm allowed to add to my injuries, how will I be able to protect the Goryeo Kingdom in the future? Hearing this, a group of executives from the Goryeo Kingdom immediately exclaimed, Grandmaster Jin is awesome, he was actually able to kill 2 of the Dragon Kingdom's highest guardians. Are you alright, State Master Jin? I still have 2 beautiful divine doctors there, why don't I send them to you at night to treat your injuries? State Master Jin serves the country and the people, he is truly our role model. The Supreme Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom is also too much of a waste, he's actually no match for State Master Jean, ha. With Master Jean, the rise of our Goryeo Kingdom is just around the corner. In the conference room, all were flattering. Li Changtang was the only one with his brows knitted together. His sharp intuition told him that something was very wrong with this matter. It's not like Master Jean is injured, instead it's more like he's scared. What's going on? Could it be that State Master Jean is afraid of Yi Chen? There's no reason for that, the Golden State Master is over 200 years old, and this Yi Chen is only about 23 years old. Even if he started practicing martial arts from his mother's womb, he's definitely not a match for the Golden State Master. Then what the hell is it for? Li Changtang was puzzled. We can't stop that Dragon Kingdom man, he's coming towards the conference room. A general from the Goryeo Kingdom rushed in, his eyes full of panic. Li Changtang gritted his teeth, all Patriot missiles, lock on Yi Chen. Within a minute, give me all 100 warheads. The crowd in the conference room sucked in a breath of cool air. One Patriot missile could destroy a skyscraper. 100 warheads, all shot up. God will die even if he comes. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already penetrated deep into the Goryeo Kingdom's royal palace. The god-refining technique locked onto Kim Tai-lon's location and killed him all the way there. Along the way, there were constantly Goryeo Kingdom soldiers rushing out. Yi Chen had no mercy at all for these rods. A sword chopped out. Dozens of soldiers who rushed over turned into blood mist on the spot. Ow roar! In the blood dragon sword, a faint sound of a dragon's roar actually resounded. On the surface of the blood dragon sword, a faint layer of blood mist condensed. The sword body trembled slightly. It seemed to be excited. Yi Chen whispered, "Looks like you like blood? In that case, let's kill today." One step swept out, taking the initiative to kill the crowd. Ah! Devil, this Dragon Kingdom person is a devil. Mom, I don't want to die. Oh! Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, gently spare my life. Countless Goryeo country people, scared to throw away their weapons to escape. Yi Chen didn't go after them either, holding the blood dragon sword and preparing to cross a square of several hundred meters. Rumble! The sound of an object cutting through the air came from above his head. Looking up, a Patriot missile was incredibly accurate and landed at Yi Chen's feet. Bang! The flames were overwhelming, and a powerful energy exploded. Yi Chen had Vajra unbreakable, but he was still lifted out by the powerful airwave, and after a tumble in the air, he had just stabilized himself amidst the roiling smoke and dust. Bang! The second Patriot missile arrived. Next, bang 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 bang. 100 Patriot missiles, all smashing into the square in a puff of smoke. A full minute of bombardment. The entire square dented, and all the surrounding buildings were destroyed. Inside the conference room, Li Sung-tang was sitting on the first seat, his old eyes looking at all this indifferently. Oh, one person also dares to break into my Goryeo Kingdom's royal palace. What kind of place is this? This time, not even ashes will be left for you. Slowly got up. Turning his back to the screen, he looked at the people present. First, declare to the public that it was a drill just now. Second, sweeping a glance at the Goryeo King, tomorrow, you resign in front of the entire nation. Finished speaking. Turning around, he walked towards the outside of the conference room. Generalissimoli! The people in the conference room exclaimed. What's wrong? Li Changtang stopped with a frown and looked at the crowd. Only to see. Inside the large conference room, hundreds of senior executives of the Goryeo Kingdom, as well as a dozen or so board members of the Samsung Group, all had their mouths open, their eyes looking at the large screen behind him in shock. Li Sung-tang looked back. The entire person stiffened in place. This is... The heart almost stopped beating. Li Changtang, who had experienced countless great storms, stared at the big screen dead on, his hands and feet trembling along with him. On the big screen, the smoke from the missile cleared, and a young man from the Dragon Kingdom crawled out from the rubble. It was none other than Yi Chen. Not dead? How could he not be dead? Can someone tell me what's going on? 100 Patriots. Could these missiles be fake? Tell me what's going on here? As if he was mad, Li Sung-tang picked up the Goryeo King by the collar. Shaking frantically. Clang! The door to the conference room was kicked open. Yi Chen, grimy, walked in while patting the dirt on his body. Don't your missiles cost anything? Quick, Master Jean, this monster is coming. The crowd backed up in horror. Puff! A muffled sound made the entire conference room hall fall into a deathly silence. Everyone Goryeo Kingdom executives were all petrified. One by one, they stood in place with their mouths open. Their eyes contracted fiercely, looking at the scene in front of them with disbelief. The Goryeo Kingdom's State Master Kim Tae-ryong, kneeling on the ground. His lips trembled as he begged for mercy. Lord Yi Chen, please spare my life, I'm willing to be an ox for you. Chapter 125 Blood Sacrifice Blood Dragon Sword. Too late. Yi Chen shook his head. Not bothering to talk nonsense at all, the blood dragon sword chopped out, and a dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire conference room. Jean Tai-long didn't even have the qualifications to resist and was turned into a mist of blood on the spot. A group of executives from the Goryeo kingdom were so scared that their hearts almost exploded. Jin Tai Long was the strongest martial artist in Goryeo, and he was actually killed by Yi Chen with a single stroke of his sword without any resistance? It was simply a dream. You are Li Sung-tang, the chairman of Samsung Consortium, the person behind the helm of Goryeo country? Yi Chen's eyes turned. It landed on Li Sung-tang. It's me. Li Sung-tang stiffened in place and replied with a hoarse voice. Yi Chen said indifferently, before the sun sets tomorrow, the surrender of the Goryeo kingdom is sent to the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, I will come back to you. The conference room was dead silent. Was this asking the Goryeo kingdom to surrender? Yi Chen, you killed my Goryeo kingdom master and threatened our generalissimo Li. Aren't you afraid that we will protest internationally? A director of the Samsung Consortium droned. Trying to use international power to apply pressure. Li Sung-tang closed his eyes and screamed that it was over. Snap! A crunching sound came from his ears. Then there was a bang, and when he opened his eyes again, on the wall of the conference room, a terrifying hole appeared, and the Samsung director who had just spoken was gone. Through the hole in the wall, one could clearly see a bloodied corpse lying outside. Yi Chen said, "Does anyone else have any questions?" "Don't worry, Mr. Yi, before the sun sets tomorrow, Goryeo's surrender will definitely be delivered." Li Chengtang walked out of the crowd and came in front of Yi Chen. 90 degrees bowed. Island country, Sangoku Temple. The 9 Tibetan divine monks sat on the offering platform in the Maharaja's hall. Below were hundreds of believers kneeling. These people were all people from the top families of the island country, and once a month, they had the opportunity to come to the Sagittarius temple to listen to the 9 Tibet divine monks chanting sutras. After listening to the chanting of the Jiuzhang divine monk, they were refreshed and energized, and had a miraculous effect. All island nobles were proud to be qualified to listen to the chanting of the Jiuzhang god monk. "Who are you? Who let you in at this hour? Where did that asshole come from? Blast him out." An island nobleman suddenly shouted lowly. Everyone opened their eyes, turning back to look, only to see a youth walking with his hands behind his back. "It's him?" Nobuta Sakurako's beautiful eyes widened. Surprised, she looked at the youth who walked into the Maharaja's hall. The middle-aged man next to her frowned. "Sakurako, you know him?" Nobuta Sakurako nodded. "Dad, he is Yi Chen." Nobuta Shishio sucked in a breath of cool air. "What? He is Yi Chen. Baka. I'm talking to you, why don't you answer? Bastard, you're looking for death, right?" The middle-aged island man who had just spoken stood up and slammed his fist towards Yi Chen's nose. Yi Chen directly kicked out. The man exploded like a watermelon, with internal organs and blood flying around. The entire Maharishi temple was filled with a thick smell of blood. Ah! The island nobles present were so frightened that they kept retreating. Only Nobuta Sakurako's beautiful eyes carried a hint of fervor. Yi Chen locked onto the Jiuzhang divine monk on the offering table. "Will you kill yourself, or will I do it?" The crowd stared wide-eyed, filled with shock. Did they hear it wrong? This youth actually told the 9 Tibet divine monk to kill himself. Everyone turned back at the same time and looked at the 9 Tibet divine monk on the offering platform, only to see the 9 Tibet divine monk's body was shivering. Where was the appearance of a divine monk left? His posture lowered to the extreme, his voice trembled as he said, "Mr. Yi, that incident at Changbai Mountain was a complete misunderstanding. I'm here to apologize to you." "I accept your apology, kill yourself." Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, strong and domineering. In front of a group of aristocratic executives in the island country, he demanded that their divine monk kill himself. The president of the ING country wouldn't dare to do this. Does it have to be like this? The 9 Tibetan divine monk gritted his teeth, his pale eyes instantly filling with blood. Yi Chen shook his head. "Then there's nothing more to say." With one step, he went straight to the offering platform. "Want me to die? Dream on." The 9 Tibetan divine monk jumped straight up, copied the golden Zen staff next to him, and slammed it madly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen chopped down with a sword. Bang! The golden Zen staff broke within an inch of its life, and Yi Chen turned around and walked away. The 9 Tibetan divine monk stood stiffly in place, his eyes gradually losing their light. The moment Yi Chen walked out of the Maharaja's hall, puff! The 9 Tibet divine monk's body exploded, staining the entire Maharaja's hall red. Ah! Divine monk Juzan. Countless island nobles, in chaos. Only Nobuta Sakurako's blood boiled, her pretty face reddened as she stared at the direction Yi Chen had left, breathing heavily, so excited that her legs trembled and she could barely stand. The front foot had just left the Sagittarius temple. Yi Chen's divine thoughts suddenly moved, and under the second layer of the refining spirit skills sensing, he actually searched for the scent of Thunder King Sauron and Storm Woman Sheila. 3,500 kilometers away to the east? Yi Chen raised his head. That's the direction of Hawaii. Chaos Tripod, find out where there is an airbase nearby. After a few seconds, the Chaos Tripod replied, 30 kilometers away from you, there is an island airbase. There it is. Yi Chen quickly disappeared. Outside the third military base of the island nation, a state of siege was in place. Foreigners approaching this place were all stopped, and nationals passing by had to be double-checked to prevent spies from sneaking in. Suddenly, a young man walked towards the gate of the third military base with his arms folded. "Halt! Who are you?" "Japanese." "Who told you to come here?" "Stop right there, or we'll shoot." Japanese 3 dozen island soldiers surrounded the gate. Yi Chen raised his hand, the blood dragon sword appeared in his hand and swept out. Poo poo poo. The 30 or so island soldiers, instantly shattered into pieces. My god! When the island soldiers on the watchtower saw this scene, they were so scared that they set up their heavy machine guns. It swept towards Yi Chen. Da-day-day-day. The bullets fell frantically on Yi Chen, hitting the steel as if they were steel, and all of them landed on the ground aside. Yi Chen directly rushed to the front door of the third military base and chopped out with a sword. Clang! The 10-centimeter thick steel gate burst open. Yi Chen drove in and alarms sounded. Countless soldiers rushed over and frantically attacked Yi Chen. Yi Chen locked onto a first sergeant, ignoring the soldiers protecting him, and rushed in front of him amidst the gunfire. With one hand, he clasped his neck and raised it high. "Get me a pilot." "Rokoku? You're from Rokoku." "Japanese." This first sergeant's face went white. What kind of monster was this Rokoku youth? The bullets and shells that hit him actually had no effect. Yi Chen crushed his neck as he threw it away like garbage. What the hell kind of bird language is that? Come and get one that can speak Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, I'll slaughter this military base of yours. Giggle. A sword swept across. Hundreds of island soldiers died under the blood dragon sword. Ow roar. From the blood dragon sword came the sound of a dragon's roar. Yi Chen had long realized that the more he killed, the more powerful the blood dragon sword became. There was no psychological pressure at all for Yi Chen to kill the islanders. Just think of it as a sword sacrifice. All the way towards the depths of the third military base, he killed. Is it so hard to find me a pilot? If there isn't one, I'll exterminate this place. Yi Chen was like a god of death, killing like crazy. After killing more than 5,000 of the island soldiers that had rushed up, Yi Chen's feet had long since piled up corpses and blood flowed into a river. Finally. "Stop, Honorable Dragon Kingdom Powerhouse, please stop killing." An island nation general stepped out. Ichiro Sakata. The third military base of the island nation, the highest commander. Yi Chen glanced at him. Finally a Dragon Nation speaker. Good. Get me a pilot. Ichiro Sakata reddened his eyes and arranged for a pilot to come out. Your Excellency, this is our base's best pilot. May I ask what you want? Fly your fighter and take me to Hawaii. Yi Chen grabbed this pilot by the neck. Towards a fighter jet in the distance. Chapter 126, Superman? Reaper. 10 o'clock at night, over the Hawaiian Islands. Country M's Far East base. Woo woo. An alarm sounded, and the monitor took a look towards the radar and instantly became serious. "Sir, there's an airplane coming towards our base's side at an extremely fast speed. Warn him to turn back, otherwise, shoot it down immediately." AM Country Major General came over. A mere airplane, even with a nuclear bomb. It couldn't threaten this base. 2 minutes later, 2 American fighters lifted off, heading straight for the plane on the radar. Under the high-precision night vision device, the intruder was finally clearly seen. It was actually an island fighter. MB-725 model. It was still a product that had been retired from the M country and sold to the island nation as military trash. General, don't worry, this is an island country MB-725 model fighter, or something we had 15 years ago. The corner of a pilot's mouth carried a faint mockery. General, I suspect this pilot is lost. Ha 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 ha. Not only are they short, even their brains seem to have some problems. The 2 pilots discussed over the radio. Eviscerate him and get him out of Hawaii's range immediately. Major General William ordered. Aye. The 2 pilots immediately issued a warning. Islanders, evacuate Hawaiian waters immediately. Otherwise, shoot you down. Suddenly, the hatch of the fighter jet opened and a man stood on the seat. With a speed of over Mach 5 per hour, he was actually standing steadily on the seat of the airplane without any protection. Jack, look, what's that? One of the pilots stared wide-eyed. Jack opened his mouth. My god, that's a man. As the 2 pilots stared in horror, Yi Chen slashed out with his sword. Giggle. A blood-colored sword aura swept through the air, and the 2 M fighters blew up on the spot. Woo woo. An alarm sounded in the monitoring room. Report, sir, 2 of our fighters were shot down. And that plane is 30 kilometers away from entering our base range. What? Major General William rushed to the monitoring desk and slammed his fist on the desktop. Damn islanders, want to declare war on us? Give me fire coverage, blow it up. Under the night, rockets rose into the air. It's over, Mom, save me. The island pilot's face paled, revealing a crying voice. Bang! With a loud bang, the MB-725 fighter turned into a mushroom cloud in the air. Report, General, successfully shot down. Damn islanders, give me an immediate call to their prime minister, we must be given an explanation. Major General William's face was blue with anger. Oh my god. The monitor pointed at the monitor screen in horror. What's going on? Major General William also looked over. At a glance, the entire person froze in place in shock. Only to see. In the middle of the dark night, under the M country's sophisticated night vision equipment, a youth with an Asian face swooped down from 1,000 meters in the air. No parachute, no glider. Like a falcon, he swooped down towards their base. Fakor. What the hell is this? Everyone in the control room stood up with shock in their eyes. General, should we shoot him down? The monitor asked. William shook his head and laughed coldly. Falling to the ground at this speed and without a parachute, he'll fall to his death. Calculate where he'll fall to his death and get someone to pull the body away. I don't want me to smell human blood in the base tomorrow morning. Yes. The controller made a quick calculation. Judging from the arc of his descending orbit, in 15 seconds, this Asian will land on our schoolyard. On the schoolyard? William frowned. There was a vague illusion. This person seemed to have purposely landed on the school field in general. Turn the surveillance of the schoolyard. Yes. The console's screen turned. 15 seconds were up. Bang. With an earth-shattering bang, the concrete-floored schoolyard rolled up in a sky of smoke and dust, and countless MGIs rushed up to surround the neighborhood in a circle. The smoke and dust dispersed. All the M-country GIs were so scared that they almost bit their tongues off. A young man knelt on one knee, holding a long sword in his hand, with the young man as the center of the circle. The ground that could resist missile bombardment exploded, spreading out like a spider's web. The youth slowly stood up, patting the dirt on his body. How is this possible? Inside the control room, Rear Admiral William and dozens of others were all frozen in place. Yi-Chen sensed the position of Sauron and Shira, and swept a glance at the steel gate that led to the underground fortress, not far away. This should be the place. Ignoring the M-country GIs present, headed straight for the steel gate. Fire! A low shout. Da-day-day-day. Bullets shot wildly, landing on Yi-Chen's body, sparks flying everywhere. My god, is this guy Superman? The MGIs present froze. A sword chi swept in. Poof. 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 Blood and flesh exploded. Yi-Chen didn't even look at these M soldiers as the blood dragon sword chopped towards the steel gate. The 30-centimeter thick steel gate was actually destroyed like slicing tofu. The cuts were as smooth as a mirror. What level is this sword? It's also too strong. Yi-Chen's eyes moved slightly. No longer hesitating, he went straight in the direction of Sauron and Scylla. Major General William watched in horror through the surveillance. This is the Dragon Kingdom's innate realm martial arts cultivators, no good. This is coming for Lord Sauron and the others. Major General William rushed out of the control room. Taking the elevator, he made his way to the deepest part of the bunker. Knocking on the door of a room at the end of the corridor. What is it? Sauron's tired voice rang out from the room. Rear Admiral William's tone was serious. My lord, a dragon nation has killed their way into the base. Who is so bold as to kill into the Far East military base of the world's most powerful nation? William, do you know what will happen if you lie to me? Solon opened the gate and stood in the doorway wearing only a pair of shorts. Through Solon's behind, one could clearly see that Sheila was lying on the bed. The jade body was spread out. William didn't dare to look at it more and handed over a tablet. Solon casually took it and looked down. How could it be him? Solon sucked in a breath of cool air. Eyes were glaring out. The hand holding the tablet was actually trembling a bit and sweating profusely. Shira's lazy voice came through. What's going on that scares you like that? Solon turned around, the tablet computer directly thrown over. The storm girl Sheila took a look. Ah! Deadly covering her mouth, the tablet fell to the ground. With a snap, the screen exploded. Underneath the cracked screen, there was exactly the image of Yi-Chen decapitating the M-country GI. Chapter 127 Nuclear Bomb Lighting Smoke. How did he not die? Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? What is he doing here? To kill us? Sheila jumped up from the bed. William's jaw dropped as he watched. This terrifying powerhouse of the innate realm was in blossom at the moment, completely disregarding the fact that she had no clothes on. Clang! Suddenly, at the end of the corridor behind William, inside the elevator shaft, there was a loud bang. The next second. Bang! The elevator doors burst open, and Yi-Chen walked out from inside the elevator shaft. So fast? Major General William was frozen in fear. He had been away from the control room for less than 3 minutes. In other words, in less than 3 minutes, Yi-Chen had killed his way through the Far East base's bunker to the deepest part of the underground? This was a defense that was comparable to the White House of M, or even stronger. Doesn't it mean that if the person in front of him wanted to kill the president of M country, he could do it in less than 3 minutes? Heavens, what the hell is this guy? Major General William thought in horror. Looking at Yi-Chen walking step by step. The sword in his hand, which was even more blood-stained, emitted a faint sound of a dragon's roar. Sweating like a pig, Solon gulped down a mouthful of saliva and spoke with a trembling voice. Your Excellency Yi-Chen, why are you here as a guest? Tell me earlier, I'll go out and pick you up. Yi-Chen shook his head. No, I'm here to kill you. This. Solon's pupil shrank. Your Excellency Yi-Chen, what happened at Changbai Mountain was all a misunderstanding. We were also instigated by the islanders and the Goryos. I, Solon, swear that I will never be an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Yi-Chen sneered. Too much nonsense, die. A sword chi swept out. Pooh. As the sword chi passed by Major General William, he covered his neck in shock. Turning back to Sauron, blood burbled out of his fingers and his head fell to the ground. You think you can kill me? Solon shouted violently, his 5 fingers clenched in the air. Rumble. The Thor's hammer flew into his hand and smashed out towards the incoming sword chi. There was a loud clang. The Thor's hammer broke into 2 halves, and Sauron even flew out backwards, ruthlessly smashing into the wall behind him, the whole person embedded in it. Sauron. Stormgirl lost her color, her body's true essence surging. The entire deepest part of the bunker, the wind was raging, knife-like hurricanes came from behind Yi-Chen, all of them smashing into his body. Dang dang dang. A crunching sound of gold and iron clashing was emitted. Yi-Chen was indifferent, and chopped at Sheila with his sword. Don't. Sheila was so scared that she gathered all her true essence and condensed a wall of wind in front of her body. Put. The moment the wind wall broke open, the sword chi didn't enter into Sheila's body and exploded. Stormgirl, Sheila dead. Scylla. Solon's voice distorted in fear, breaking his body from the wall and leaping towards Yi-Chen. Die. Yi-Chen kicked out. Solon screamed miserably and flew out like a dead dog. Smashing the desk in the room, he fell miserably in a patch of wood shavings. What kind of monster are you? You? What, exactly, could hurt you? Bullets, bombs, high-voltage electricity up to hundreds of thousands of volts can't get you? Solon was completely desperate. The oppressive feeling of the man from the Dragon Kingdom in front of him was too strong. Even when he faced Father Zeus, he didn't have this sense of oppression. Too invincible. Too terrifying. Too desperate. Yi-Chen smiled. Go to hell, someone will tell you. Solon trembled, lowered his head, and begged for mercy. Lord Yi-Chen, I'm willing to submit to your feet, I just beg you to let me go. I have a high status in M country, I can be a spy for Dragon country and tell you all the top secrets, I'll give you whatever you want. Really? I can have whatever I want? Yi-Chen said indifferently. Really? 1,000 times true. I'll give you whatever you want. Solon nodded his head frantically as if he was grasping for a life-saving straw. Yi-Chen grinned. I want your life. Solon froze, his expression instantly becoming twisted. Fark. Yi-Chen, why can't you let me go? Since you want my life, let's die together. Solon's palm, violently pressed down. Ha, the self-destruct button of the bunker is under my desk. If the nuke goes off, you won't survive. Nuke, ah. Yi-Chen sighed. In Solon's crazy eyes. Pulling over a chair, he slowly sat down with a cigarette in his mouth without lighting it. The nuclear bomb explosion is a little painful, but fortunately. Can't kill me. What did you say? Solon's horrified gaze. The entire bunker exploded and was instantly flooded by a sea of fire before completely losing consciousness. The flames of the nuclear bomb explosion struck, igniting the cigarette in Yi-Chen's mouth. Nukes light cigarettes. Fark. Solon uttered the last words of his life and completely turned into ashes. Yi family old mansion. The whole was set up as a spiritual hall, a coffin placed in the center of the hall, inside were some of Yi-Chen's clothes. Xueqing, you go rest first, I'll do it. Xiao Charan was in onyx. Mu Xueqing's tears dripped down. I don't. It's useless for you to go on like this, you must rest well at night so that you can be energized to send Yi-Chen away tomorrow. Yi-Chen disappeared for 5 years. After he came back he did a lot of things, and it was only because I investigated in the past 2 days that I realized everything. A lot of things, far beyond your imagination. I reckon that a lot of people who hate Yi-Chen will come tomorrow and disrupt the funeral. Since we've decided to give him one last ride, we have to be prepared to deal with everything. Xiao Charan came from a big family and was far more rational than Mu Xueqing. Mu Xueqing wiped a tear from her eye. I know. Charan, I'm begging you, let me stay with him again. Alas. The words have come to this. Xiao Charan doesn't want to say anything more. She silently turns around and brings a coat to drape over Mu Xueqing. Don't catch a cold. At this time, Zhang Nanwang walked in, also dressed in morning clothes. Miss Xiao, I've stepped up patrols in the neighborhood, nothing should happen at night. But tomorrow morning, if Mr. Yi comes out of the spirit, it won't be certain. Zhang Nanking clenched his fists. He had already heard the news that there would be more than one wave of people tomorrow who would come to cause trouble. Xiao Charan was silent for a moment. Soldiers come to stop, water comes to cover the earth. No matter what, make sure Yi-Chen is buried smoothly. Zhang Nanking hesitated for a moment and finally said, Miss Xiao, I always feel that Mr. Yi is not dead. Xiao Charan raised her head and gave him a deep look. Not only Jiangnan King, even she felt this way. But the country had said that Yi Chen died in Changbai Mountain and edicted him to be the unrivaled scholar of the country. The funeral was held today, what could Xiao Charan say? She shook her head, she hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights, and she had a bit of a headache. You continue to go down on guard, not a moment to slacken. Yes. Jiangnan Wang nodded and silently retreated. Xiao Charan pulled over a futon and knelt beside Mu Xueqing. Suddenly, ding! The cell phone vibrates a bit. Xiao Charan opened his cell phone to see that it was actually an international news, the latest report, an M military base in Hawaii, a nuclear explosion occurred. Xiao Charan frowned and closed her cell phone. Chapter 128. The funeral begins. Miss Xiao, something happened outside. When Xiao Charan was awakened, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. What's wrong? Xiao Charan rubs her eyes. The Yi family's subordinate hurriedly explains, a lot of traders came to the entrance and actually set up stalls on the street. Xiao Charan's pretty face sank. Is this the start of it? Getting up and coming to the gate, there were more than 100 vendors, the entire road was blocked. Instead, across the road, there were many luxury cars parked. Almost all of the rich and powerful bigwigs of Zhonghai had arrived. But did not enter the Yi family. Inside a Maybach S680, Shin Xiong frowned, Elder Wang, Mr. Yi is about to have his funeral. This scene in the Yi family, it's too cold. We're not going to burn incense for Mr. Yi? Wang Yingyan looked out the window. With this kind of scene today, people from the Han family in Zhonghai, the Lu family in Jiangnan, the Yi family in Longdu, and the Wang family in Longdu are all here. Whoever dares to go and offer incense to Yi Chen is an enemy of these families. Shin Xiong was silent. Yi Chen had offended too many people during his lifetime. Now that he was dead, these people couldn't wait to thwart him. If it wasn't for the Dragon Lord pressing down from above, he wouldn't even be able to have this funeral. Grandpa and Grandma, please leave. Yi Chen's coming out of the spirit today, you're in the way. Mu Xueqing was braving the rain, communicating with the group of vendors. A fat woman in her 50s sneered, what's blocking the road? For so many years, we've been setting up stalls here, so don't talk nonsense, okay? That's right, is this street owned by your family? You don't allow us to set up stalls here? Sister Huang, keep your voice down, he's a 23-year-old nationalist. We peasants can't afford to offend him. He's so rich, who cares about us? Beside them, someone was conspiratorial. Mu Xueqing pulled out a stack of bills. Auntie, here is $10,000. You divide it up for everyone, 100 per person, please leave, okay? The fat woman's eyes lit up, she snatched the $10,000 from Mu Xueqing's hand and slipped it into her bosom. $100 per person, you're dismissing the beggars? Who do you think we are? Can we be bought by money? Get lost. Get lost. A group of grandpas and grandmothers rushed forward, pushing and shoving Mu Xueqing, forcing her to keep retreating. At the end of the road, a truck-sized RV was parked there. Wang Xiaoyang was sitting on the top floor, holding a cup of tea in his hand. Don't underestimate these city folk, given a little bit of petty profit, you can be used as a gun. But can this cause trouble for them? Tojo Ryosuke, who was sitting next to him, frowned slightly. Keep looking. The corner of Wang Xiaoyang's mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. Mu Xueqing was still trying her best to persuade her, when a rotten egg flew towards her and was about to hit her face. A figure flashed and blocked in front of Mu Xueqing. A hand grabbed the rotten egg. Come on, arrest them all. The person who came was none other than 9th senior sister, Ling Hongyan. More than 100 Yi clan troops rushed out, one person controlling one. Those grandfathers and mothers immediately exerted their splash and roll tactics. Oops, the Yi family is beating people up. Why am I so bitter? I set up a stall to sell breakfast in the morning. What did I do wrong? Oh. Don't live, can't live. This group of grandparents sat on their asses on the ground, crying and shouting. Ling Hongyan directly ordered, smash their mouths, until they can't speak. Yes. The Yi family army was on the verge of banning them, snapping a few big mouths and smacking them up. Beat the group of grandparents, Pain begged for mercy. Don't hit, oh. Don't hit. I was wrong, someone paid us to come here None of our business we really know we are wrong. Ling Hongyan sneered, you know you're wrong now? It's too late. All of them are to be brought back to the dungeon and imprisoned for insulting a national scholar. Over 100 people were dragged down. These grandmasters and grandmothers wanted to cheat, but they were shocked to find that the invincible cheating method didn't work well anymore. These people came for real. This isn't helping. Tojo Ryosuke walked no. Keep looking. Wang Xiaoyang's words just fell. Click 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 click. Out of nowhere, hundreds of figures rushed out. Picking up the cameras and camcorders in their hands, there was a burst of click 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 click. The Yi family actually disregarded the deaths and lives of ordinary people, abusing, lynching and beating the elderly. Is this the extinction of humanity, or is it the degeneration of morality? This station reports that this morning, a serious injury occurred in front of the Yi family. Ling Hongyan let out a cold smile, having expected all of this. Jiangnan King, what are you waiting for? Take them all down. Jiangnan King appeared with a group of his men and surrounded the group of people holding cameras. A girl in her early 20s, wearing exquisite makeup, screamed with a proud face, "What are you doing? I'm a beauty blogger with over 10 million fans online. How dare you treat me like this? Believe it or not, I'll post my video online." Jiangnan King? Oh, the officials are afraid of public opinion and will directly remove your throne, believe it or not? The others looked over in horror. This is the king of Jiangnan. This woman is crazy. Only to see that this beauty blogger had a godly face. But she didn't understand what the 3 words, Jiangnan King, meant at all. She only fantasizes that she has more than 10 million followers. One person had a mouthful of spittle, spraying all of them to Jiangnan King's death. Jiangnan King's eyes were cold. Break her legs. Yes. A henchman took a step forward and kicked at the beauty blogger. Ka-ching. Both legs twisted in an extremely horrifying arc, lying miserably on the ground, white bones piercing through flesh and blood, hideous and horrifying. How dare you? You do this to me? The beauty blogger trembled in pain. I have more than 10 million fans. In horror, she was dragged away by Jiangnan King's men. From then on, it completely disappeared. When the others saw this, they all fell to their knees in fear. Jiangnan King's voice was cold. Take them all away and torture them to find out who's behind this. Those who are tough talkers will be lynched. Don't. Oh, we're wrong. Your Majesty, we will never dare again. These reporters and bloggers, all of them were scared silly. Ling Qi. What a niche word for modern society. Ling Hongyan swept a glance at Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan. To be junior master's woman, all of this must be experienced. The next scene will be even more bloody and brutal. If you can't stand it, you guys can stay home. Good, I know. Mu Xueqing nodded her head, a touch of determination in her beautiful eyes. She knew that to become Yi Chen's woman, these things must be experienced. Xiao Charan did not say anything. As a member of the Xiao family in Longdu, what scenes had she not seen before? Lin Longhai and Lin Fei walked out in their morning clothes. Miss Xiao, Miss Mu, the hour is up. Xiao Charan and Mu Xueqing looked at each other. Funeral. With the sound of ceremonial cannons. Under the attention of all the people, Yi Chen's coffin slowly left the Yi family's gate. Yi Chen, you died before me, ha. In a medical vehicle, Yi Hongye, who had been reduced to a human swine, had resentful eyes. Listen to my orders later. Do your best to destroy Yi Chen's coffin, absolutely not let him be buried smoothly. Not far away, in another car, Lu Chuanxiong of the Jiangnan Lu family waited with a group of dead soldiers. Yes. This group of dead soldiers nodded indifferently. Hee, this kid destroyed my martial arts directorate. The time for revenge has come today. Inside a black commercial vehicle, several old men had gloomy gazes. He's coming out. Across the road, Tojo Ryusuk's eyes sank. The corner of Wang Xiaoyang's mouth hooked up with a hint of playfulness. Just now is just an appetizer. The show has just begun. Drive and follow. On the other side, Han Zhonghu was sitting in a black Rolls-Royce when he received a call. Okay, I got it. His eyes sank, and he ordered in a cold voice, depart. Yi Chen killed my grandson. There's no way he'll let it be buried smoothly today. In the heavy rain, the Rolls-Royce rushed out, followed by dozens of black commercial vehicles. No one noticed that in an inconspicuous corner, there was an extremely ordinary black Volkswagen sedan parked. A youth on the co-pilot indifferently looked at all this in the outside world. Yi Chen, for such a big scene, you still don't show up? Su Manchuan's voice trembled. Dragon Capital. Shanghai. Jiangnan. The General Administration of Martial Arts. Almost all the people from all the major powers had arrived. Su Manchun couldn't imagine what would happen next. Yi Chen lit a cigarette. So it's so interesting to watch yourself being buried? Follow me and watch the fun. Chapter 129. One head, 100 million. The funeral procession had just walked out a few hundred meters. A Rolls-Royce rushed out and blocked the main road. Dozens of black commercial vehicles from all sides rushed out. Car doors pulled open. A large group of people rushed out in great numbers, blocking all the roads. The show has begun. Wang Xiaoyang glanced at the Patek Philippe watch. His eyes fell on the Rolls-Royce. This Han Zhonghu still can't stay calm. It wasn't just him. The gazes of all the forces in Dragon Capital, Zhonghai, and Jiangnan all landed on that Rolls-Royce. The windows rolled down, revealing Han Zhonghu's ice-cold face. Han Zhonghu, you dare to stop Yi Guisher's funeral? Does your Han family not want to mix in Zhonghai anymore? Ling Hongyan droned. Han Zhonghu's face was expressionless. Yi Chen killed my grandson. If I don't take this revenge, how will my Han family gain a foothold in Zhonghai in the future? Kill. The words landed. Those hundreds of people let out a low cry in unison, and an extremely terrifying aura of solemn killing erupted from their bodies. Hiss. These are all sovereign-level martial artists? Hundreds of Zhongsher-level martial artists. The Han family is out in full force this time. Is Han Zhonghu crazy, or is the Han family crazy? The wealthy bigwigs present all opened their mouths, shocked beyond measure. Shin Shon's body trembled. Han Zhonghu is crazy? Yi Chen is already dead, and he's actually fighting for a dead man's funeral. Wang Yingyan shook his head. It's not just for Yi Chen's funeral, it's for the future of the Han family. Xin Xiong was surprised. Elder Wang, what do you mean? You're still too young. Wang Yingyan shook his head. The Han family is known as the #1 family in Zhonghai. It is the dragon in this Huangpu River. Han Zhonghu showed the Han family's heritage. Is it just to disrupt Yi Chen's funeral? For the sake of a dead grandson, would Han Zhonghu lose his mind like this? No. There are people from all the great clans in Dragon Capital, Zhonghai, and Jiangnan present today. Han Zhonghu was doing this to shock people and pave the way for his Han family to enter Dragon Capital. Hiss. Xin Xiong sucked in a breath of cool air. Han Zhonghu was so ambitious? He wants to borrow Yi Chen's coffin and use it as a stepping stone? The next second. Who dares to touch Mr. Yi's coffin? And asked the old man. An old man in a tang suit walked in the torrential rain, followed by a young girl with a white flower on her chest, holding an umbrella for him. Behind the old man in tang suit, there were hundreds of martial artists with Southeast Asian faces, each revealing the same aura of a grandmaster. Hong Kong Island's richest man, Li Bancheng. Xin Xiong's eyes widened. Why is he here? The girl next to him, Xin Xiong also recognized, Li Jiasen, the #1 fashionable beauty of Hong Kong Island. Half City Li came too? How did he get involved with Yi Chen as well? I heard that not long ago, Yi Chen appeared at Half City Li's birthday banquet. Could it be that this is when he got involved? Countless wealthy bigwigs whispered. See, isn't it getting more and more interesting? Wang Xiaoyang said. Tojo Ryosuke on the side swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A small Yi Chen, actually involving so many forces. Tick-tock. The cell phone rang. Donjo Ryosuke pressed the answer button and his face changed. Wang Xiaoyang asked, what's wrong? Tojo Ryosuke's face was grave. The 9 hidden divine monk of our island country's Sagittarius temple is dead by a mysterious young man who broke into the Sagittarius temple and beheaded him in public. Wang Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. It was none of his business if an island country monk died. Li Half City, are you going to make an enemy of my Han family? Han Zhonghu's old face was unsightly. Killing a Li family halfway was indeed tricky. With your one Li family, it's not enough to stop me. What if you add me? A second voice rang out. The crowd turned around to look. Zhou Yunfa walked with his back hand, his daughter Zhou Anqi held an umbrella, and behind her were similarly followed by hundreds of clan-level fighters. King of Gamblers Zhou Yunfa. Why is he here too? The Hong Kong Island Li family and the Australian Island Gambling King are all here. The scene was a sensation. Han Zhonghu finally changed color. How is it possible? The Li family and Zhou family, how can they have so many zone masters? Zhou Yunfa smiled proudly. Our two families, of course we don't have so many sect masters, but we have money. Han Zhonghu, don't you know the saying that money makes the devil work? Mr. Zhou, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. What are the requirements? You can just say it. After all, we each have $1 billion in cash. We can't take it for nothing, can we? A man with a Southeast Asian face grinned. One person, $1 billion? The rich and powerful bigwigs present, their eyes jumped in shock. Lightly moving hundreds of Zhongshan level martial artists at a time was hundreds of billions of assets. Even the Li family and the Zhou family would have to be hurt. What does it mean to be rich and powerful? This is the true wealth of the rich and powerful. Zhou Yunfa ordered, I only have one request, to protect Mr. Yi's family, and Mr. Yi's coffin. Other than that, if you kill anyone who presumes to come near Mr. Yi's coffin, you will be rewarded 100 million. Li Half City spat out, the reward of the Li family is the same as the king of gamblers. Hiss. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone present sucked in cool air and got goosebumps. A reward of $100 million for killing a person? This money was also good for earning. The hundreds of zone masters brought by Li Half City and Zhou Yunfa had a wolf-like light in their eyes, and were ready to move. The hundreds of sect masters from the Han family were sweating like pigs. Han Zhonghu was furious with anger. Li Half City, Zhou Yunfa, you guys are ing crazy, aren't you? Zhou Yunfa laughed, in my life, I only live for gambling. All of my stature is from gambling. Today, I want to play a big game. Why don't we gamble and see who can have the last laugh? You crazy bastard. Han Zhonghu's old face trembled as he gripped the armrest of the Rolls-Royce with a death grip, his nails scratching through the leather of the sofa, so one could imagine how angry he was. If he really lost a few hundred sect masters, the Han family would be completely ruined. Han Zhonghu didn't dare to bet. Really didn't dare. If you don't dare to bet, then get lost. Zhou Yunfa chortled coldly, protect Mr. Yi's coffin, whoever dares to take a step closer, kill. One head, $100 million reward. Yes. Hundreds of patriarchs shouted in unison, their aura was overwhelming. Then, Zhou Yunfa walked up to Xiao Charan and Mu Xueqing, revealing a smile, Miss Xiao, Miss Mu, you can continue on your way. End of the street. Inside the black Volkswagen. Su Manchuan's legs are folded and twisted together in death, trembling with excitement. It's only just begun, and the Li family and the king of gamblers have gone down. Turning back, she looked at the youth sitting on the co-pilot. Yi Chen, are you really not going to step in? This will only get bigger and bigger. What if we can't end it then? Yi Chen revealed a smile. It's good to make a big mess, so that we can see who is on my side. As for the enemies, it's best if they all jump out. They think today is my Yi Chen's funeral? It's actually their funeral. The words landed. Su Manchun felt that in the entire car, a shocking murderous aura erupted, and even she unconsciously wrapped her clothes tightly. Chapter 130 Imperial Master, Duke of Wei. The funeral procession continued to set off, and it was awfully quiet along the way. Jiangnan King's people, who had long since blocked off the major transportation routes, smoothly arrived outside the martyrs' cemetery. The hearse had just stopped. Your Majesty, the surroundings are all filled with our eyes, and the martyrs' mausoleum has been cleared. Guojia's coffin can now enter the mausoleum. A henchman came over. King Jiangnan bellowed lowly, continue to be on guard, do not take this lightly. Sweeping behind the martyrs' mausoleum, a large piece of funeral caravan, all rich and powerful people from all over the world. Pay attention to these convoys. Yes. The men just turned around and left. Jiangnan King walked up to Xiao Churin, Mu Xueqing, and the girls. Just about to open his mouth. Suddenly, hundreds of meters away, 10 black sedans in the convoy, with a kick of the floorboards, madly rushed towards Yi Chen's coffin. Stop them! The king of gamblers, Zhou Yunfa, and Li Half City, almost simultaneously bellowed. Yes! More than 100 martial grandmasters rolled a wave of qi, blocking towards the 10 black sedans like a gale. Zila! The internal energy rippled, and the clothes on their upper body exploded, revealing rock-like hard muscles. A dozen or so martial arts sect masters were in a group, blocking the sedan that was over 150 mph in one step, and blasted out with a palm. Clang! With an earth-shattering bang, the front end of the sedan dented, pushing the 8 martial Dao sovereigns to skid out tens of meters. It finally came to a stop. Get out! A martial Wei patriarch walked over to the driver's side, ready to pull open the door. The driver inside grinned, Zong sure? I'll trade one person for a dozen Zong masters, I've earned it. He fiercely pressed a button. Not good. The pupils of this martial arts sect master contracted fiercely, sensing an extremely strong danger. Bang! With a loud bang, flames shot into the sky and a sedan blew up. Immediately following. Bang 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 bang. The remaining 9 sedans exploded at the same time. More than 100 martial arts sect masters died on the spot, their limbs and broken arms exploded all over the ground, extremely miserable. Over 100 sect masters, just like that? Inside the car, Xin Xiong trembled. Wang Henian's pale face flickered with fire. This is a struggle between you and me. They are trying to kill all those related to Yi Chen. Xin Xiong suddenly spoke out, Elder Wang, someone is coming again. Wang Henian looked out the car window. Only to see a dozen or so special department official cars traveling straight ahead. License plate, Dragon A0003. It's the car of the one from Dragon Capital. Wang Henian's eyes jumped. Yi Hongye, a few old men from the General Administration of Martial Arts, Wang Xiaoyang, Han Zhonghu, and the rest of them, all of them were shocked. Could Yi Chen's funeral alarm that person? Under the attention of 10,000 people. An old man slowly walked out of the car, his body was stooped, and he was holding a cane in his hand. The moment they saw the old man, everyone's heart thumped. They all rushed out of the car, and even though it was raining heavily outside, not a single person dared to use an umbrella. Braving the rain, they rushed to the hunched old man. Elder Wei, why have you personally come? Yi Hongye was in a wheelchair. Wang Xiaoyang stood in the rain and greeted with a smile, hello Grandpa Wei. Aha! Elder Wei nodded slightly. Mr. Wei, I'm so happy to see that you're still in good health. Han Zhonghu stood up straight in excitement. It's little Han, long time no see. Elder Wei smiled. Back then, when you worked for me as a guard, I wanted to keep you in Longdu, but unfortunately you always wanted to return to Shanghai. Haven't seen you for 40 years, are you alright in Shanghai? Yes, I'm fine. Han Zhonghu burst into tears. He didn't expect his old boss to remember him. This was a great honor. A group of bigwigs from Shanghai and Jiangnan were scared out of their wits. Who was this old man? Actually called Han Zhonghu. Xiao Han? Hiss. Countless bigwigs sucked in a breath of cool air. Who is this again? Inside the car in the distance, Yi Chen frowned and looked at Su Manchun. Only to see, Su Manchun was so scared that his lips were white, and he couldn't stop trembling. Wei Tai Lai. Seal, Duke of Wei. Is even the teacher of this generation of the Dragon Lord, and the teacher of the previous generation of the Dragon Lord was also him. There is also the last previous generation of Dragon Lord, is also his disciple. The Su Manchun who spoke, his body was like a sieve. Completely frightened. The imperial teacher of the third generation of Dragon Lords? Yi Chen was a little surprised. This identity, it was indeed big and scary. Han Zhonghu asked, Mr. Wei, you've come to see Yi Chen off? Wei Tai Lai nodded, sort of, but there are still many doubts on Yi Chen's body. The old man came today mainly to open the coffin for inspection. Open the coffin for inspection? The crowd froze. No way. Mu Xueqing's beautiful eyes filled with blood. Many people looked at her. Did this woman not know who Duke Wei was? To actually dare to say such words. Wei Tai Lai faintly ordered, "You few, go open the coffin." Yes. A few middle-aged men behind him walked towards Yi Chen's coffin. However, they were stopped by a group of martial arts masters. It's Little Li, what is the meaning of these martial arts sect masters? Are they here to stop old me? Wei Tai Lai's voice was calm. When it fell on Li Half-City's ears, it was like thunder. He trembled in fear. This former richest man in the Dragon Kingdom lowered his head and could barely stand. "No, don't dare. Grandpa." Li Jiasun assisted her, her heart similarly flooded with waves of shock. She followed her grandfather to the dragon capital back then, and she didn't see Wei Tai Lai 7 times, but she didn't expect to see it here today. This old man with a stooped figure, the true behind-the-scenes controller of the Dragon Kingdom. King of gamblers, what about you? Wei Tai Lai's gaze turned. Zhou Yunfa had long been sweating like a pig. What city tactics at this moment, all turned into nothing. Lord Wei, I'm here to give Mr. Yi a ride. Send it off properly, what's the point of fighting and killing? Wei Tai Lai shook his head. Still not allowed to open. The king of gamblers gave a low shout. The hundreds of patriarchs made way, allowing the 3 middle-aged men to walk in front of Yi Chen's coffin. Under the attention of 10,000 people, Wei Tai Lai gave an order, "Open the coffin." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, "Lord Wei? Oh. I'll see which one of you dares." A dainty cry. Mu Xueqing pulled out a pair of scissors and blocked in front of Yi Chen's coffin. "Whoever dares to take a step closer to the coffin, don't blame me for being impolite." Everyone present secretly shook their heads. A pair of broken scissors, where could it stop 3 martial artists? "This young lady, this is Lord Wei's order, please step aside." A middle-aged man's face was cold. Mu Xueqing reddened her eyes. "I don't know any Wei Gong, nor do I know any Wei Gong. All I know is that this is Yi Chen's coffin, he's dead and didn't even get his body back. They all say that Yi Chen did a lot of contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. Is this how you treat meritorious officials? Inside are just a few rags, what's there to see? It's not the coffin you're opening, it's Yi Chen's dignity. He's already dead, why do you still want to trample on his dignity?" Mu Xueqing was trembling and emotional. Waving the scissors haphazardly, she preferred to die rather than allow the road. Xiao Charan took a deep breath and similarly blocked in front of the coffin. "If you want to open the coffin, step over my corpse." Yi family army, vow to defend martial law's dignity to the death. Over 100 members of the Yi family army rushed forward and surrounded the coffin. "Go!" Lin Longhai shouted lowly, and the 2 of them went forward with Lin Weiwei. King Jiangnan sank his face and gave a low shout. "What are you still waiting for? Screw the Duke of Wei. This is Jiangnan, I am the king of Jiangnan, listen to my orders. Whoever dares to approach Mr. Ye's coffin, kill without pardon." Thousands of personal soldiers took a step out, and the aura of solemnity and murder assaulted their faces. "A bet?" Zhou Yunfa looked at Li Half-City. Li Half-City clenched his teeth. "We've already offended someone anyway, let's gamble." The 2 ordered hundreds of martial arts masters to gather towards Yi Chen's coffin. The 3 middle-aged men who had opened the coffin were shocked and kept retreating. Wei Tai Lai's old face all of a sudden became extremely ugly. "Interesting, really too interesting. I haven't shown my face for decades. I didn't expect that the first time I came out, I would encounter so many people defying me. Pass the order down. First, strip the Jiangnan king of his throne. Second, cancel the Yi family army's number. Third, seize all the assets of the Li family on Hong Kong Island. I suspect them of selling out the country. Fourth, from now on, cancel the legality of the casinos on the island of Australia. All casinos will be closed within 3 days. Fifth, I order you all to get out of the way, or you will all be punished for the crime of rebellion.